As soon as she crossed over, she saw two cubs tied to a pyre, and the tribe members were howling, "Burn them alive." He was covered in blood, just waking up from a coma. The scene before her made her scalp tingle. The emaciated cubs were bound with vine strips, their arms torn open, revealing bone. The tribe members raised torches, shouting for a burning, just because they had injured a female. "They're my cubs." He gritted her teeth and sat up, enduring the pain. Memories flooded her mind. The original owner had abused the cubs and even intended to sell them to wandering beastmen as food. When the cubs resisted, they were falsely accused of wanting to harm the female. "They saved me." He spoke, her voice hoarse. "If it weren't for their hiding, I would have been captured by the wandering beastmen long ago." She raised her hand. "I swear in the name of the beast god, I will never abuse them again." Yu with fiery red eyes roared, "She is a vicious female. The beast god will not believe her." Ming sneered, "Burn her. The worse it gets, the happier she will be." This child spoke so sharply that even the chief's beard twitched. "The crane female has sworn, let it go." The tribe members began to waver. "Yes, they're still cubs." The chief's gaze towards He softened a bit, and he struck his cane on the ground. "In that case, the burning is off." Yu and Ming were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. How did this vicious female suddenly change? He looked at them, knowing clearly. This was just the beginning if she wanted to survive in the beastman world. She had to change the original owner's notorious reputation. The torches were lowered, and the tribe members gradually dispersed. He stared at the wounds on the cubs' bodies, frowning. "Come here, they'll treat your wounds." Yu turned his face away, and Ming scoffed, "What tricks are you trying to play now?" He said nothing, slowly getting to her feet, each step pulling at her wounds, making her grit her teeth in pain. Her movements changed the expressions of the two cubs. The moonlight was crimson, illuminating the three figures that He knew that trust could not be rushed. But she had to do something otherwise. The next one tied to the pyre might be her. The little girl pressed a bone spur against her neck. "Let my brother go, or we'll die together." Just as the chief ordered the fire to be lit, Yu squeezed in. The little one, not even as tall as a beastman's knee, shouted with a trembling voice, "Burn my brother, and he'll die right here." He was quick to react, blocking the three cubs. "The main responsibility lies with me. Let them go." Yu tilted her head, responding quickly, "As long as the female doesn't sell my brother to the wandering beastmen, they won't hurt anyone." This little one was too clever, directly giving the chief a way out. That He chimed in. "Yu and Ming often go foraging, while the crane female relies on the tribe for support." The chief struck his bone staff heavily. "Let them go." He did not return to the cave, but limped into the forest. Just as she pulled out the iodine, her hand froze. The space actually followed her. The camping lamp lit up, and she gritted her teeth to clean her wounds. The tear on her waist was too deep. She could only use alcohol to disinfect. If she weren't biting the lamp, her screams would have alarmed the entire tribe. After stitching up her wounds and swallowing antibiotics, she directly wrapped herself in a sleeping bag and slept in a tree. The three cubs wished her dead. Returning now would just be seeking more suffering. In the cave, Yu poked at Ming's broken leg. "I told you not to kill her, look." Yu's red eyes darkened. "You can't trust her." Ming gasped in pain. "Let's see what trick she plays tomorrow." That He sneezed in the sleeping bag. The space had food, medicine, and even the farming tools she had stocked up. Living in the beastman world didn't seem that difficult. But the trust of these three cubs had to be earned slowly. As dawn approached, He pulled out a pack of compressed biscuits. The aroma wafted out, and there came rustling sounds from the forest. She pretended not to hear but knew. The three little ones had indeed followed her. After finishing cleaning the cave, she said to the three muddy cubs, "Go wash up. Don't dirty my place." That He pinched her nose as she entered the cave, nearly fainting from the stench. The stone bed was as hard as a rock. The ground was littered with rotting food remnants, and bugs crawled everywhere. She fashioned a broom for vines and swept all the garbage out, even scraping off a layer of the ground. The three cubs huddled in the corner pretending to sleep, trembling like leaves. Their acting was terrible. "You are too dirty." He placed her hands on her hips, her brows knitted tightly. Ming screamed, "The cub with a broken leg will drown in the water. You just want to throw me away. Then he'll bring water back to wash you." He looked at the other two. "You come with me to the river." Yu shielded his siblings behind him, defiantly saying, "If you want to hit, then hit me. Don't make excuses." He ignored him and turned to leave. By the lakeside, a red crane suddenly spread its wings, its white feathers shedding to reveal a muscular beastman. He looked at He with a scrutinizing gaze. He didn't have time to pay attention to this. She pointed at the lake water and told Yu, "Get in." The two cubs exchanged glances and hesitantly entered the water, their eyes fixed on her, afraid she would launch a sneak attack. TCI pulled out a bar of soap from her space, the last one she had stocked. Come over, they'll scrub you. Song suddenly stepped back, his red eyes full of wariness. What are you trying to do? Scrub clean. TCI held up the soap. Otherwise, you can't go back to the cave. She knew trust couldn't be rushed. The three cubs were scared from the original owner's abuse, and trust had to be built slowly. Song tugged at Song Yu's hand, whispering, Big brother, she seems really different this time. Song Yu said nothing, but also did not resist anymore. His movements were gentle, afraid of hurting them, and the foam piled up all over, making the two cubs clean and soft. In the distance, Song Ming sat at the cave entrance, watching the commotion by the river, his brows tightly furrowed. What tricks did this vicious female want to play? The red crane beast man stood behind a tree, watching everything clearly. He rubbed his chin, somewhat puzzled. How did that Cuba-bussing crane female suddenly change? Just as she had the cubs washing, a giant python fixed its gaze on her. This female belongs to me. TCI looked at the red crane beast man before her, her eyes widening. With fiery long hair, a clear fishbone shape, water droplets sliding down his muscles. The sunset lake is not something you can desecrate. He frowned, his tone disdainful. Follow me to the water channel. TCI raised an eyebrow. You don't wear bee skins, are you trying to get my attention? His face turned bright red in an instant, transforming into a red crane and flying behind the rocks. You are shameless. In the water channel, Song Yu huddled in the corner, cautiously watching TCI. Should I help you scrub your back? TCI reached out. Song Yu recoiled in fear, afraid of being pushed into the water. TCI didn't force it, handing over a branch brush and pulling out a whistle from her space. They'll go inside, blow this if it's dangerous. Just as she was weaving a bee skin outfit, a foul wind blew overhead. A giant python, as thick as a waist, swooped down with a mouth full of sharp teeth. A lone female, she belongs to me. The snake demon hissed, its tongue flicking rapidly. TCI rolled away, her heart racing. This thing could swallow her whole with one bite. The python's tail swept across, hitting TCI and slamming her against a tree, making her vision blur from the pain. I'm going to lock you up to breed. The snake demon approached, its triangular eyes gleaming with malice. Those two cubs will be a perfect appetizer. TCI reached for her space pocket, but all she found was a machete. She knew she couldn't fight Hedon, so she could only buy time. In the distance, Song Yu heard the commotion and grabbed her whistle to blow it. The sharp whistle pierced through the forest, and Yuan's voice came. What's wrong? The snake demon's eyes darkened, and it quickened its pace. TCI gripped her machete, her back against the tree. It seemed today's trial wouldn't be easy. The python's poisonous fangs were almost touching her neck when she pulled out a flare gun. Taste the heavenly fire. The snake demon's tongue swept across his face, excitedly hissing. Though ugly, it tastes good. Just right for breeding. The python's body tightened, and TCI felt her bones might be crushed. Those two cubs will whet my appetite first. The snake demon's fangs gleamed with a green light. TCI suddenly blew the whistle, the sharp sound piercing through the woods. In the moment the snake demon was distracted, she pulled out a dagger and stabbed it deeply into the python's body. You dare hurt me? The snake demon howled in pain, flinging her away, its venom dripping to the ground, rising in white smoke. TCI rolled to her feet, the flare gun suddenly appearing in her hand. The bluish flame shot straight at the python's vital spot. Heavenly fire. How do you have heavenly fire? The snake demon twisted and screamed. Seizing the opportunity, TCI pulled her knife, blood splattering all over her. Little female, I will definitely come back to mate with you. The snake demon dragged its injured body away. Just as TCI breathed a sigh of relief, Song Yu crawled over, panic in his red eyes. Can you still live? My sister blew the whistle and called Uncle Yuan. Yuan landed in front of them, proudly turning his back. Get on. They'll take you back to the tribe. Don't think he'll take a liking to you. TCI climbed on his back, not forgetting to add, even if I live alone, I want to hire you as a beast husband. Song Yu tugged at her clothes, whispering, your clothes. They'll hold them for you. His vision went dark, and she fainted. Song Yu, anxious, pushed her. Uncle Yuan, is she dead? Yuan rolled his eyes and took off into the sky. Stop making noise. She's still alive. In the cave. Song Yu gripped the whistle, staring intently at the cave entrance. Hearing the sound of wings, she jumped up but shrank back when she saw TCI covered in blood. This vicious female seems really different. The shaman examined the wounds, clicking her tongue. It's a miracle she survived. TCI groggily opened her eyes, hearing Song Yu tell his sister, if she dies, we won't have anyone to make clothes for us. TCI twitched her mouth, this silly kid. Can't he say something nice? As soon as she woke up, the injured cub exploded in anger. I wasn't worried about you at all. He propped herself up on the stone bed, and Song Ming suddenly recoiled, his little face puffing up. I didn't guard you. I just sat for a bit. Okay, I thought too much. He laughed it off, swallowing an antibiotic that nearly choked her. Song Ming secretly glanced at her, fidgeting with the beast's skin clothes, hesitantly said, "The shaman said we have to leave." Back in the cave, Song Yu's eyes lit up. "You're not dead." I was a little sad. He was wearing the leaf clothes he had woven, shaking them. "This is more comfortable than dirty beast skin," Song Ming snorted coldly. "Made of rotten leaves, it doesn't even protect from falls." Only he was still wearing dirty beast skin, awkwardly turning his face away. "The python will seek revenge. Don't go to the lakeside lately." He frowned, just about to fetch water when Yuen arrived. He was bare-chested, sweat sliding down into his beast skin skirt, holding a huge skull. "I brought water for you. This is the bone of a Mumu beast. It's big enough. Don't bathe in mud pits." He stared at his reddening ears and suddenly smiled. "Thank you." Little puppy Yuen's face instantly turned bright red, his red hair shining even more. "Who is a little puppy? I only helped you because I think you're impressive." Song Yu leaned in and whispered at Song Yu. "He seems to like us females." Song Yu glared at him. "Don't say random things." But her eyes glanced at musing. "This female seems really different." Took the skull and suddenly asked, "Do you know where there are herbs?" Yuen immediately straightened up. "I know. They'll take you there." Fearing he would be rejected if he was late, Song Ming watched this scene, suddenly huffed, pretending, but he didn't notice the corners of his mouth secretly rising. She pulled out bandages to wrap the cub, who exclaimed, "Is this made of snake shedding?" "So cool." He dug a hole with a military shovel when Song Yu suddenly rushed over to grab the shovel. "Don't bury the yellow fruit. Can you just hit me instead?" With a cut on her palm, He quickly took out iodine to disinfect and bandaged it up. Song Yu was stunned. She didn't hit him? She even gave him such soft bee skin? What kind of wild bee skin is this? Song Yu shook his hand. Song Yu guessed quietly. Could it be that wandering beast man snake shedding? The shaman said snake shedding is the softest. Song Yu's eyes lit up, feeling it again. The female used snake shedding to wipe my blood. So awesome. He didn't explain, focusing on roasting the yellow fruit. Turning to Song Ming, the little guy immediately exploded in anger, scooting his butt to the cave's edge. "What are you going to do?" "Giving you a bath, changing clothes." He pointed to the leaf clothes. Song Ming tightly closed his eyes, struggling and screaming. "I don't want to wash." "You want to drown me?" He directly picked him up and brought him to the Mumu bee's skull, scooping water to pour over him. "Let me go." Song Ming flailed his little hands, but suddenly fell silent when he saw the dirt on his body being washed away. He helped him scrub out bubbles, the little guy's golden pupils slowly shifting from alertness to confusion. "Once you change into bee skin, I'll make you new clothes." He wiped his broken leg. Song Ming turned his face away, but his ears turned red. "Who wants you to make clothes for me?" His voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Outside the cave, Yuen sat on a tree, watching everything clearly. He stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. "This female seems to be getting more interesting. Even the Hardesto handled Song Ming is being tamed by her." The yellow fruit ripened, its fragrance filling the cave. He broke one open and offered it to Song Ming. "Want to try?" Song Ming hesitated for a moment, took it and bit down, his eyes instantly brightening. Much better than raw. He sneakily glanced at then quickly lowered his head, nibbling away while the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Just as she was about to change the bee skin, she bumped into the tribe's goddess in action, who scolded, "You're not worthy of Yuen." He finished bathing Song Ming, and the little guy looked much fairer, with the vigilance in his golden pupils fading a bit. "After eating the yellow earth fruit, he'll go change the animal skin," He reminded. "If there's danger, just blow the whistle." As soon as she arrived at the entrance of Hiya Cave, she heard enchanting sounds from inside, but He was startled and turned to leave. Hiya pushed away the beast man on her, nonchalantly wrapping herself in animal skin. "Are you looking for me?" "I want to exchange some animal skin," He said. Feeling her scalp tingled, he suddenly leaned in closer, sniffing her. "Do you want Yuan to be your beast man? With your looks, you don't deserve him." He frowned. "If you like him, go tell him yourself. Don't go crazy here. Do you dare to insult me?" He grabbed her hair and yanked it back hard. He bent at the waist, her toes kicking towards her forehead. "I told you, don't provoke me." Yuan jumped down from a tree, blocking in front of What are you doing? He was incredulous. "You're actually protecting her? I have 6 beast men. I'm way better than her. I like strong females. You're not worthy," Yuan said coldly. He watched this farce, rolling her eyes. "Who wants to snatch your mail?" Are you crazy? She turned to leave, not wanting to get involved. But Yuan chased after her. He'll give you the animal skin. He'll go hunting and bring you the best animal skin. I didn't look back, but the corner of her mouth secretly curled up. In the cave, Song Ming touched his new clothes and suddenly said it Songyu. It seems she really can heal my leg. Songyu nodded. She's amazing. Better than Hiya. Songyu looked at the cave entrance, vaguely feeling. Their lives were about to change. She pinned the tribe goddess to the ground, and even the chief couldn't stop it. Who told her to talk back? I rode on Hiya, her fists raining down like raindrops. Threatening me? What are you? Hiya cried out. Help me. My beast man will kill you. You're also a female. Does your beast man dare to suffer divine punishment for you? I sneered, her fists hitting harder. The chief ran over, his beard flying. Quick, pull them apart. But Yuan held down Hiya's male, his eyes sparkling as he stared at I, not moving at all. I took the opportunity to stand up, pointing at the pig-headed Hiya to complain. She won't exchange animal skin and even insulted me, letting her beast man beat me. The chief frowned. I can give you animal skin, but you can't have the meat from these days, fine. I nodded. Then can I have the leftover bones and entrails? Hiya muttered. Such stinky things. Only a fool would eat them. I couldn't be bothered to respond. These things, when stewed, smell much better than raw meat. While distributing the meat, Yuan carried a large frame of bones, running quickly. They'll help you. I followed leisurely, watching his excited figure, unable to suppress a smile. In the cave, Songyu was telling Song Ming about I beating Hiya, and the little guy's eyes sparkled. She's so amazing. Song Ming clenched his small fists, golden pupils shining, better than all the females in the tribe. Songyu looked at the entrance and suddenly said, Uncle Yuan seems to want to be our beast father. Songyu nodded. Yes. The way he looks at females is the same as how other beast men look at females. Just as I reached the cave entrance, she heard this and paused her steps. She pushed the door open, just in time to meet the three little ones' simultaneous gazes. The air instantly froze as I cleared her throat. The bones are stewed. We'll have meat to eat tonight. The three little ones' eyes instantly brightened, and the previous topic was forgotten. Yuan wandered outside the cave, his red hair particularly dazzling in the sunset. He rubbed his chin, grinning foolishly. I is so strong. She must like powerful males. He needed to work harder to hunt, and he would soon be her beast man. It's okay. I lowered her head to clean the liver and lungs, pouring a large amount of clean water into the trachea to wash away the blood bubbles in her lungs. I'm not afraid of her. You don't need to worry. The dirt on this stone pot clearly shows it has been thrown in the wild for a long time. It's not fresh. He also didn't have the brains to come up with such a comprehensive way to harm people. Songyu circled around I, busying herself, knowing she wasn't suspected, then threw the earlier incident to the back of her mind, finding opportunities to help her. Song Ming and Songyu exchanged glances, retreating back into the corner of the cave, the two cubs staring at the large and small figures at the cave entrance, their expressions complex. The space was filled with a pile of special seasoning packs from the management bureau. I took 2 bags and threw them into the big stone pot, tossing in the separated ears, beast faces, and liver and lungs. Without a lid, he searched for a stone slab to cover it, turned the heat to high to boil, and then reduced it to a simmer. The sound of his stomach growled like a drum. I, who was crouched down lighting a fire under the stone slab, heard the noise. I'm hungry, Songyu said, covering his belly. When he saw I looking over, he hurriedly covered his ears, his small hands flailing, not knowing where to hide. The meat on those bones looked so fresh, and the more he looked, the hungrier he became. I chuckled lightly, and soon it would be time to eat. The stone slab was already heated to a scorching temperature. I placed the fat he had just trimmed from the skeleton onto it, which immediately sizzled. The ribs, cut into 10-centimeter pieces and marinated with spices for over 40 minutes, were placed on the stone slab to grill. The fresh meat was very tender, and before long, the aroma wafted everywhere. The ribs turned a golden color, and the meat became soft and tender. Yuan, who had crouched back on the treetop to keep watch, caught a whiff of the delicious scent, spread his wings, and landed in front of him. I put the ribs into a stone bowl. Yuan and Songyu, you can take it yourself. She picked up 2 stone bowls and walked into the cave, squatting down to meet the eyes of the 2 cubs, and handed the bowls in front of them. Try it. You have to eat it while it's hot. I think it's very delicious. The golden ribs were glistening with oil, and many spices were sticking to them. I'm not eating it. You definitely want to poison me. Song Ming turned his head, pressing hard on his unruly stomach that was making noise. I'd rather be beaten to death than poisoned. I've heard that those wild beasts that get poisoned have their intestines crawling out of their rotten bellies when they die. He absolutely did not want that. I directly picked up a piece and took a bite, narrowing his eyes at the delicious taste. Ignoring Song Ming, he handed another bowl to Song Yu. Do you want to eat? Song Ming turned his head. Sister, don't. Delicate fingers grasped the stone bowl, then slowly embraced it. Song Ming was shocked. Sister, don't be silly. Second brother, Uncle He-Yuan and elder brother are enjoying it very much. The aroma desperately drilled into his nose. Besides, we need to eat enough to have the strength to escape. We offended the wandering beastmen today. Song Yu tentatively took a small bite, and her eyes instantly lit up, unwilling to let go of the stone bowl. Second brother, it's delicious. I directly placed the small bowl intended for Song Ming on the ground, without further persuasion, and got up to return to the stone slab to continue grilling. The skeleton of the beast was enormous, and the orc's appetite was not to be underestimated. I used up all the bones that were originally prepared to be stored in the space to feed everyone, including himself, until they were full. Song Yu sneaked into the cave, and like a thief, handed a bowl of protruding ribs to Song Ming, saying, Song Ming, Song Yu and I are full. You should try it. There's no poison. It's really delicious. After eating this, I don't want to eat raw meat anymore. A thin layer of mist appeared in Song Ming's golden pupils as he lowered his head, lacking energy. Big brother. The malicious female is the one who hates me the most. She never advises me a second time. My brother is diligent. My sister is smart. And I'm the only one who annoys her every time I speak. What are you talking about, Song Ming? She never liked us anyway. Song Yu directly stuffed the ribs into his mouth and pushed hard, saying, you can take a beating only when you're full. However, the malicious female has actually been very nice these past 2 days. Several times I thought I was going to get hit, but unexpectedly, she didn't get angry at all. Tears rolled down from the mist in Song Yu's eyes. The roasted ribs smell really good. Even the cooled ones taste so delicious. How good must they be when freshly roasted? Little ones, I placed 3 stone bowls filled with soup on the tray and pushed them in front of them. This is soup made from 2 bones. Give it a try. Song Yu picked it up and drank it with a happy face. Song Yu quickly glanced at and said softly, thank you. Song Ming, squeezed in the middle, nervously and expectantly fiddled with his own clothes. The edges of the leaves were crumpled in his grasp, but he didn't say a word. Never chose protagonist tasks while in the Quick Transmigration Management Bureau. Although the reward points were considerable, they were time-consuming and labor-intensive, with a high employee loss rate. Taskers often borrowed points from the Bureau to stay in that world. She always opted for cannon fodder tasks, which were short in duration and efficient, allowing her to avoid getting too immersed. This was very suitable for quickly racking up points, with the only downside being that she logged off quickly, died often, and it was a bit painful. As for raising cubs, she had no quality parenting experience. However, since they would be spending a long time together, she didn't plan to simply please the little ones. The core of this body had already been replaced, so it would be better for everyone to adapt to each other's habits. Seeing Song Ming with his head lowered, as he walked towards the cave entrance, she added, there's clear broth with pork bones in the pot. You didn't eat the roasted meat earlier, so if you're hungry, you can serve yourself. Song Yu, eager to taste the clear broth, happily ran out, saying, I want to see what clear broth tastes like. It was quite good. took a piece to gnaw on, occasionally sipping the soup. Try it and see which flavor you prefer. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Song Ming's fingers hooked around the stone bowl, slowly moving it closer to himself, silently finishing off all the roasted ribs his brother had given him. After being full, He-Yuan's pure white wings remained spread out in excitement. In the future, can all my food be prepared by you? The excitement in his eyes was unmasked. You can keep some as my reward. Eyes lit up. Tuan and the cub's fondness for cooked food was genuine. What if they exchanged cooked food for supplies with the clan? The braised meat in the stone pot needed to simmer on low heat for half the evening and then rest for another half evening to be fully infused with flavor. By dawn tomorrow, they could bring it to the tribe to try. The clan leader, stood not far away, holding a beast skin. The blood-red moonlight cast an eerie glow on his face. He approached slowly, grasping his scepter, and handed the beast skin to Tuan. His gaze heavy as it fixed on the large stone pot in front of focusing on the flames beneath. You dare to secretly use our clan's heavenly fire. If the fire seed is damaged and the heavenly fire extinguishes, how do you plan to explain it to the tribe's people? Chapter 10. I agree to let you be her beast husband. When ignited the fire, Yuan was on guard at the treetops and didn't think much of it upon seeing the flames. What is so surprising about a female being able to injure a vicious beast man like Snake, Sha, using heavenly fire. Father, Yuan stood in front of Eci, his tone tense. The heavenly fire was ignited by her out of thin air, and Eci did not steal the tribe's heavenly fire. After distributing the meat, I have been following her. This time, Father misunderstood. The chief's anger had not subsided, clearly not believing it. Igniting fire out of nothing? How could that be possible? Our tribe's heavenly fire was brought back by you from the great tribe with the hunting team. If she could ignite fire, why didn't she say so back then? Yuan, have you forgotten how many tribesmen perished in the jaws of beasts the last time we asked for fire? The chief looked at Eci with deep eyes. If the fire seed of our tribe extinguished because she secretly used the heavenly fire, do you know how many tribesmen we would lose this time? The chief raised his staff high, pointing it at Eci from afar. Yuan, Father commands you to bind her now and throw her into the punishment cave, not allowing her to come out. Although the beast god forbids them from harming females, temporarily detaining her would not attract the beast god's punishment. Father, Yuan threw the beast skin in his hand at Sangyu, spreading his wings to shield Eci within. Eci is the female I want. I want to be her beast husband. The heavenly fire has always been guarded by the shaman in the shaman's cave. Whether Eci stole the heavenly fire. Can't we just ask the shaman? Why does Father want to imprison her without even asking? Sangyu, who had dragged 7 pieces of beast skin to the beast skin bed, ran to Eci and grabbed her fingers, looking up at the chief, Grandpa Chief. She really didn't steal the heavenly fire. Sangyu supported Songming and silently came to Eci's side. The malicious female has changed these past few days. If a malicious female is really imprisoned in the punishment cave by the chief, the 3 siblings, cursed by the tribesmen, would not survive. Yuan, Eci poked his wing. Let me go. I have something to say to the chief. Although Yuan was still worried, he instinctively obeyed and retracted his wings, glaring warily at his own father. Seeing this scene, the chief became even angrier, striking the ground with his staff. I say one thing, you retort with another. Whatever she says, you just listen. I want to be her beast husband, so of course I have to listen to her. Yuan said nonchalantly, Father, aren't you also listening to the female? Isn't the chief, just not believing that I can ignite fire? Eci felt a headache from the argument between the father and son. I'll ignite it once in front of you to show you. Seeing Eci's determined expression, the chief's gaze wavered a bit. Sangyu, find some dry and broken straw. Eci walked into the cave, pretending to search for something. After a moment, she took out 2 black objects and showed them to the clan leader, saying, I found these a few days ago by chance in the wilderness. Sangyu placed the straw on the ground with her, but sticking out, and I brought it over. A handful of dry straw. Eci squatted down and loosened it a bit to allow it to get enough oxygen. The clan leader stared at her movements with a tense expression, his eyes filled with excitement. If she could really ignite the heavenly fire, it would mean a bright future for the Honghe tribe. Flint and quartz were gifts that Eci received when she opened the space. Using flint to start a fire was much more troublesome than using a lighter, and Eci had always been too lazy to use it. Eci continuously struck the quartz stone with flint. The 2 stones rubbed against each other quickly, and soon sparks flew out. These sparks were glaringly visible in the blood night. The sparks fell on the dry straw, and smoke quickly began to rise. Eci increased the speed in her hands, and the straw caught fire, a weak flame igniting. The already skilled Sangyu cleverly added some firewood. A great fire blazed up. The clan leader, suppressing his fear of the heavenly fire, leaned in to take a look and reached out to feel the heat of the flames, retracting his hand immediately after being burned. Good. He grabbed Yuan and pulled him in front of Eci. Don't you want to be her beast husband? Your father agrees. Tomorrow, your father will go to the shaman's cave and let the shaman grandmother hold a bonding ceremony for you 2, marking your bodies. The 3 little ones exchanged glances. Were they going to have a male father? If Uncle Yuan became their male father in the future, would they no longer be bullied and insulted by the clansmen? Wait a minute, Eci said as she covered the fire with dirt and brushed off the dust from her hands. I didn't plan to find a beast husband. Yuan's wings instantly shrank back, drooping his head in disappointment. Eci, I didn't say anything about those despised male beastmen in the clan before. But Yuan is my son, the bravest red crane beastman in the clan. You don't want him either? Eci nodded. I don't want it. The clan leader suddenly changed his attitude, perhaps calculating something in his heart. Only a fool would agree. The clan leader tightly gripped the staff in his hand, half threatening and half advising. Eci, the rainy season is coming soon, and after the rainy season comes the harsh winter. During that time, hunting will be difficult, and your family has no males to participate in the clan's hunts. This year's harsh winter, The clan will no longer provide food for females every day. How will you survive with 3 cubs then? On the Beastman continent, the hot season lasts for 8 months, the rainy season for 1 month, and the harsh winter for 3 months. During the rainy season, although wild beasts are scarce, they are not completely absent, and beastmen can still catch prey. But during the harsh winter, everything is frozen for miles. Heavy snow covers the mountains, and the traces of wild beasts are nearly impossible to find, making it almost impossible for beastmen to catch prey. In the harsh winters of previous years, I barely survived thanks to the clan support. Clan leader. I don't like to think too much about future matters. I smiled, appearing unconcerned. Let's talk about the harsh winter when it comes. She only understood this small piece of land belonging to the Red Crane tribe, and before she figured out the surrounding environment, she would not recklessly take her 3 cubs to the desolate forest, nor would she tear her face with the clan leader at this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deliberately performed some fire magic earlier to keep the clan leader thinking of her, making him temporarily unwilling to kick her out of the Red Crane tribe. Father, why do you have to scare I with food? Yuan said discontentedly. I'll go hunt for her to eat. Anyway, I will always stay with I. It doesn't matter if I can't be a beast husband, because apart from I don't want to be a beast husband for any other female. The clan leader pointed at Yuan, unable to speak for a long time. How did he not realize before that his son was this foolish? Clan leader, something big has happened. A female rushed over, disheveled, covered in blood, saying, my mate is dead. Chapter 11. A snake beast man. The newcomer had disheveled hair. Her animal skin clothes were torn. The blood on her body dripped to the ground, pooling at her feet, shimmering with a ghostly light under the blood-red moonlight. You are Hia. Yuan frowned tightly, the smell on you. Hi's heart sank at the sight and immediately pulled the 3 little ones in front of her, bending down to hold the injured Song Ming in her arms. Song Ming struggled awkwardly. Don't move. I patted his bottom, her eyes full of vigilance as she looked around. You behave. Tribe leader. Yuan. Unable to stop her fear, there's a snake beast man. Just now, I was bathing in Sunset Lake with Zheng Xiong when that snake beast man suddenly rushed out and tore Zheng Xiong apart while we weren't paying attention. Tribe leader. I saw him coming towards our tribe. You have to think of a way. It's too brutal. She had never seen such a vicious and cruel snake beast man. It's the snake Shah. Yuan's face was serious. He's a yellow-tier, wandering beast man. I fought with him in the wild forest yesterday. He's particularly strong. You fought with the snake Shah? The tribe leader looked at him sharply. Why didn't I know about this? Because the snake Shah wanted to kill me and the little ones. I summarized the whole situation. And just so happened that Yuan was present and saved their lives. It's all because of you. You ominous beings should be expelled from the tribe. He screamed as she got up and charged towards You owe me Zheng Xiong. If it weren't for you, how could the snake Shah have targeted our Red Crane tribe? Backed away step by step, holding on its Song Ming. I know you hate me, but the most important thing right now is to find a way to kill Shah. He is your enemy. Recalled the cruelty of that snake, her brows furrowing. Calm down for a moment. The one who harms others is Shah. Although I sympathize with Shia's plight, I will not let that lead to internal conflict or take the blame upon myself. Father, I will gather the males from the clan. Hi's demeanor was imposing, not as straightforward as he usually appeared in front of The males were divided into 3 teams, one for hunting, one for night patrol, and another for daytime patrol. Shah has no helpers. As long as we maintain tight defenses, he won't be able to break in. However, Yuan looked at Hi with concern. It's too far from the clan for Hime. It's somewhat remote. Can father find another cave in the clan for them to live in? No. Hia's voice was sharp and piercing. We can't let Hime move to the clan. Their whole family is a disaster. What if they harm everyone after moving in? Hia had a face full of resentment. Maybe if that snake beast man captures them, he won't harm our people. Yuan scolded. Hime is our clansman. It is our male's responsibility to protect her. The ranks of beastmen are ordered from low to high: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The Red Crane tribe does not have many beastmen. There is only one yellow-tier beastman, and among the other 30 or so males, aside from 5 orange-tier beastmen, the rest are all ordinary red-tier beastmen. If we can't unite, we won't be able to kill Shah. Yuan, do you believe I will tell the clansmen that you are trying to move her to the clan to harm everyone just to become Hime's beast husband? He was furious. If the clansmen find out you are such a selfish person, they will despise you too. What's so good about Hime? Now that my rightful male is gone, isn't it perfect for you to take his place? Enough. The clan leader slammed his staff heavily onto Yuan. Stop arguing. Shouldn't you go check if any beastmen have rushed into the clan to harm others? Yuan spoke anxiously. You take the 3 cubs and come with me. I will protect you. Yuan, are the lives of the clansmen not lives? According to what you said, gather the male beastmen into 3 teams. The clan leader kicked him hard. You carry Hiya and find a cave in the clan, then come back to get them. Hci embraced Songming, hiding the cold light in her eyes, and chuckled softly. Yuan, you should quickly do as the clan leader said. Protect the tribe. Yuan nodded seriously. I'll go right away. He spread his wings and swiftly took off. Hiya stomped her feet in anger. What about me? You should carry me. Once a female transformed from beast form to human form, she could not revert back to beast shape. The clan leader watched Yuan fly away, then turned to Hci with a worried expression. The tribe is in trouble. Please lend me those 2 black objects you're holding just now. Beasts are afraid of heavenly fire. It can save lives in times of crisis. Hitsishin let out a cold snort. This clan leader is really greedy. He wants both the Firestone and her life, and he clearly has no intention of letting her move into the clan. Don't worry, clan leader. I'm also a member of the tribe. When trouble arises, I will help as much as I can, Hci politely said. Once I move in with the little ones, wherever the clan leader wants me to start a fire, I will start a fire there. The clan leader fell silent and gave her a hard look. Hiya, I'll take you back to the tribe first. Yes, clan leader, he said, pouting at Hci. You guys just wait here to die. Let that wandering serpent beastman kill you all. As everyone quickly left, Hci rushed back into the cave with her 3 young ones and stuffed them into a small hole inside. Quick, get in. If the serpent beastman comes, you must hide well. Hci had a premonition that the snake beastman was definitely coming for her. It had only been a day. Could such a deep wound on him heal? What will you do? Songyu tugged at her arm, pulling her forcefully into the cave. You should come in too. That snake beastman is toxic. Don't be afraid, cub, Hci said calmly on the surface, but she had her suspicions. That wicked snake might not know this was their cave. Today, the entrance of the cave was filled with the mixed smells of roasting and stewing, various seasonings and firewood, which had muddled the sense of her and the cubs. The snake was seriously injured and should be too afraid to recklessly invade the tribe. Although her cave was remote, if approached from the direction of the wild forest, one would have to take a long detour if not coming through the tribe. The snake demon shouldn't be able to find this place anytime soon. Song Yu, protecting Songming's broken leg, looked at Hci with some worry. Can we really move to the tribe? Song Ming snorted coldly, feeling as if he was covered in the scent of that malicious female. They hated them so much. What was the point of moving? Perhaps they would just throw them to that wicked snake as food. Chapter 12. You're also my cub. Hci has already been preparing to leave the Honghe tribe in her heart. She and her cubs are seen as a curse and bad luck by the tribe. And now with the snake demon coming on strong, this debt will eventually fall on her head. If she doesn't prepare early, when the hot season ends, the tribe will drive her and her cubs out, and their situation will become even more perilous. Cubs, did you hear any sounds outside? No. Song Yu shook his head vigorously, almost bumping into Song Ming beside him. I didn't hear anything. Song Yu added softly, me neither. Song Ming looked at Hci with unconscious anticipation, just waiting for her to glance over at him before answering. You all stay hidden for a while longer, Hci said, looking outside the cave, not noticing Song Ming's hopeful gaze. Maybe he won't come tonight. That snake is quite cunning. Hci thought about the struggle with him in the wild forest yesterday. Today he had just killed Zheng Xiong of Hiya in the wild forest, and he should know that it had already attracted the attention of the tribe. Therefore, he was probably too afraid to come back and had hidden away to heal his wounds. After all, although the Red Crane orcs were not as strong in combat as the Eagle tribe orcs, they were still considered birds, and that snake did not dare to underestimate them. Hci didn't think that the cubs were too young to be told everything, shouldering all the burden alone. To take them away from the Red Crane tribe, they needed to understand more about the dangers outside. Sanyua looked at Hci with bright eyes. So that bad snake probably wouldn't come for the next few days, right? She was the only one among the 3 cubs with black pupils, and because she was too thin, her eyes appeared exceptionally large, like a porcelain doll in a display case. They were so scared just now, they would definitely listen to Uncle Heyuan over the next few days. Sanyue's little hand was tightly clenched, and after they got tired of patrolling, that snake might come back. Sister, you're really smart, Sanyue said, patting her forehead vigorously. Looking dazed, unlike me, I was just thinking about whether to change into beast form to scare that bad snake away, so it wouldn't dare to eat me. No one in the tribe knew their beast forms, and if that snake saw them, it might get scared half to death. Song Ming snorted coldly, quickly glancing at Eci, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. As soon as you show your beast form, before the bad snake can eat you, you'll get beaten up first. Eci watched the little movements of Song Yu and Song Yu as they instantly huddled together, and helplessly glanced at Song Ming. The original owner despised the beast forms of the three cubs. Ever since they transformed, they were not allowed to turn back. Each time she saw them, she would double the torment on them. Song Ming, Eci deliberately sighed heavily, satisfied as he watched the cubs puff up in anger, and said with a suppressed laugh, "You actually don't need to use this method to get my attention." Among the three cubs, this one was the most awkward and adorably proud. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Ming wanted to scream, but he was afraid of attracting the snake beastmen and implicating his brother and sister. He widened his eyes and stared at Eci. "Who wants to get your attention? I don't care at all. Being noticed by you." His nails dug tightly into the leaves of his clothing, suppressing the small amount of genuine thoughts rising in his heart. It wasn't a good thing. "I'd rather you never see me." His golden pupils appeared particularly bright in the dark cave. Eci could clearly see the tears rolling down from his eyes. "But you are also my cub," Eci said with a smile. "How could I not pay attention to you?" Song Ming, the vicious female, said she has always been watching me. "Me?" Song Yu patted Song Ming's shoulder, and when he looked over, he smiled cutely. Crane female, "It seems like it's Yuan. You all hide well inside." Eci pulled over a nearby stone to block most of the small hole's entrance. "I'll go out and take a look." The fur coat on his body was suddenly tugged by a small hand. Eci turned her head in surprise. "Song Yu, what's wrong?" Song Yu's small hand pinched her fur, then silently shrank back. "Remember to come back." If it weren't for her excellent hearing, she really wouldn't have been able to hear what she said. Eci smiled clearly for the first time, her tone filled with obvious joy. "Don't worry, little one. I will come back." After she finished speaking, she stood up and walked to the entrance of the cave. Yuan let out a big sigh of relief when he saw that she was unharmed. "It's good that you're fine." The males of the tribe had already begun patrolling, and the females and cubs were being protected by their beast husbands in their caves. "Here, I will take responsibility." There was a yellow beast crystal on his forehead, and his dazzling red hair couldn't hide the brilliance of the crystal. Eci subconsciously glanced a couple more times. When the male sensed danger and entered combat mode, the beast crystal would automatically reveal itself. Wang suddenly leaned his head in front of Eci, flapping his wings wildly behind him. "Do you want to touch it?" Eci's eyes showed a moment of confusion, quickly followed by a rapid step back. "Your beast crystal, crane female, it seems you really don't want to mate with me." The red hair of Yuan seemed to dull a bit in that instant. "I burned the beast crystal to emit courtship signals, but you didn't react at all. Is the beast crystal capable of being used like this?" After the shock, Eci subconsciously glanced at the beast's skin wrapped around his lower body. It stood tall. Eci closed his eyes in speechlessness and looked at Yuan with difficulty. "With a great enemy at hand, are you not afraid of being unable to defeat that bad snake by burning the beast crystal? The hot season is, after all, the season for mating." Yuan, feeling embarrassed, used his wings to cover his bulging form. An orc has only one chance in a lifetime to burn the beast crystal for courtship. If the female being courted is not attracted, the male orc can no longer mark the beast form of another female. Yuan, rest assured, even if you're unwilling to let me be your beast husband, I will still protect you. After speaking, Yuan spread his wings and flew to the treetops at the top of the cave, lying among the dense foliage, closely watching the movements around the cave. Eci raised his head, having searched for a long time without finding any trace of him, worried that shouting might directly attract the snake demon. Eci sighed and returned to the cave. She pushed aside the stone that blocked the small opening and looked inside. The carefree Song Yu had his head resting on Song Ming's shoulder and was already sound asleep. Song Yu's little head turned slightly, and upon hearing the sound of the stone being moved, he opened his eyes and looked at Eci, revealing a drowsy smile. Her heart softened, as if touched by something. Eci reached out and hugged Song Yu out, placing him on the stone bed covered with animal skins. Seeing this scene, Song Ming's eyes dimmed. No matter how hard he tried, even at this moment, to remain vigilant, the malicious female could not be seen. The words just now were all self-deception. "Song Ming." The gentle voice of the malicious female suddenly rang out, and Song Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. That bad snake should not dare to come these days, with Yuan nearby and males patrolling the tribe. Eci reached into the cave and rubbed his head, saying, "You've worked hard to protect Song Yu and Song Yu just now. Let me carry you out. You can have a good sleep on the stone bed." Song Ming opened his mouth to refuse, but it felt like his throat was blocked by a stone, and he couldn't say anything. I carefully carried him and sung you out one by one, covered the 3 little ones with bee skins, and lay down beside them. Song Ming, who was closest to her, felt the warm breath of the malicious female and quietly shrank under the beast's skin. Although he tried to stay alert, he fell asleep faster than usual. The night passed without incident. Just before dawn, I opened her eyes after a good sleep. The head of the grunt beast that she had marinated yesterday was fully flavored, bright red, and I happily took them out, placed them on the stone slab, and called the 3 little ones and Yuan to eat. The head of the grunt beast was even tastier than its meat. Yuan seemed to completely forget about last night's events, chewing on the ear of the grunt beast with a crunching sound. I will definitely hunt more grunt beasts in the future and bring all their heads back for you. Yuan, what time is it? And you still sneak off to the wild forest to hunt beasts for this group of disaster stars. He put her hands on her hips and roared. Do you know what the female crane has done? Chapter 13. The snake beastman clearly loves you. He looked at I with disgust. It was all because of her that Yuan disregarded the tribe. I know all about it. That snake beastman wants to be the mate of the female crane. He angrily pointed at her. She herself is unwilling, and that's why the snake beastman went crazy. Clearly, if she just agreed, everyone could be spared from this disaster. But she insists on luring that snake to poison us. He had thought of how that snake had evaded the tribe's patrol last night, sneaked into her cave, and easily killed the beastman left to guard her, and couldn't help but tremble all over. Female crane, you are in cahoots with that snake. You just want to harm everyone. Listen to what you were saying. Yuan looked at her in disbelief. You don't know anything. Can you stop talking nonsense? I stepped out from behind Yuan, looking surprised. So, the snake appeared in your cave last night, but after he left, you neither alerted the tribe in time, nor told the tribe's warriors that your beast husband was harmed by that wandering beast man. Is that right? That snake beast man is not only ruthless, but also cunning. After getting injured, he surely hid near the Red Crane tribe and discovered the conflict between himself and which is why he deliberately acted this way, aiming to drive me out of the Red Crane tribe and easily make me his prey. I can imagine that and her mate must have been cursing her behind her back while bathing at Sunset Lake. Deep down, he sensed that something was off, but she didn't realize it. The snake's tongue was right in front of my neck. If I scream, I would definitely be the one to die in the next second. When I came here, I had already asked Li to gather everyone from the tribe. Today, I will definitely expel you from the tribe. Thinking about what the snake said last night about wanting to become Hime's beast husband, Hia's heart was filled with jealousy. Why? The strongest in the tribe, Yuan, wants to be her beast husband, and it seems that even a beast man who appears to be more formidable than Yuan is also interested in Hime. She's just a dark, ugly, and ill-fated, vicious female. Why do so many beast men want to compete to be her beast husband? After all, Hime can't even provide them the position of a legitimate mate. I faced it without fear, giving a cold snort. You speak slanderously. It was clearly you who, after encountering that wandering snake beast man in the wild forest, wished for him to become your beast husband. But he is proud and unwilling to be just one of your many beast husbands, which is why you colluded with Sha to eliminate them one by one. Starting with Zheng Xiong. You vile female. He was so furious she nearly spat blood. She had never known that words could be so infuriating. You wicked female. Unlucky beast man. You're talking nonsense. She was so angry she was incoherent, her breath tight. It wasn't like that at all. My Zheng Xiong is dead, and I am more heartbroken than anyone. I don't even know Sha. I suddenly realized, and with a deliberately playful tone, said, Sha, you called her so familiarly, yet you say you don't know her. He was so angry that she started jumping around, looking frantic. I want to kill you. I must kill you. Behind her, Li had already brought the clan leader, the shaman grandma, and most of the orcs from the Hongha tribe to the front. I continued to speak sarcastically. Why are you so angry? Is it because I hit the nail on the head? Just a stray beast man. If you really like him, you could wander around with him. Why do you allow him to harm your beast husband? You. He felt suffocated, pointing at I and unable to argue back. You're talking nonsense. All of this is fake. What evidence do you have to prove I'm talking nonsense? I wave her hand innocently. My words are evidence. How can you prove what I said is false? Chief, you're just in time. I said seriously. Hia hates me. That's a small matter. But she condoned the stray beast man invading the tribe and didn't remind the hunting team to strengthen their defenses afterwards. In my opinion, she is in cahoots with the snake beast man. Chief, I didn't. Hia cried out in anger, sitting on the ground and wailing. her voice piercing the sky. I really don't know the stray beast man. Everything she said is a lie. Enough. The chief tightened his grip on the staff, looking meaningfully at ECI. After such a big incident last night, why didn't you report it? That stray beast man took 2 lives from our tribe, and it's all because of your beast husband. Think carefully, did you really not provoke him? He had a very bad temper and was notorious in the tribe. She had always been proud, speaking and acting according to her beast husband's whims. The beast men she had summoned, upon hearing this, all looked at Hiya. The most hot-tempered Hiya was the first to shout, exactly, Hiya, if you didn't provoke him, why did that snake target you specifically and not anyone else? It must be that you were up to no good outside, and now you've implicated all of us. Chief, please put Hiya in the punishment cave and don't let her come out to harm us. Hiya and Hiya had long-standing grudges. It was because Hiya's beast husband had originally promised Hiya that they would go to the shaman's cave to carve their bond as soon as she came of age. Unable to get Hiya on, Hiya was determined to snatch the second-best beast man in the tribe from Hiya, relying solely on her beauty to take him away. Hiya, the kindly old shaman, dressed in clean, neat beast skins despite her wrinkled face, had bright eyes. Come here. How have I taught you? You must never bully your own tribe members, especially the females. Shaman. Hiya reluctantly closed her mouth, glaring fiercely at Hiya. This is not good. A beast man from the patrol team shouted as he descended from the sky, standing bare in front of everyone. Chief, Shaman, something big has happened. The crowd was in an uproar, asking in confusion if the stray beast man had returned again. Is he really that strong? No, none of that. The beast man wiped the sweat from his forehead, gasping for breath as he finished. The heavenly fire in the shaman's cave has gone out. Huh? How could the heavenly fire go out? The shaman remained the only calm one among them, subtly glancing at ECI before asking the crowd. The last time the heavenly fire extinguished was when he gave birth to 3 cubs that couldn't be identified by their beast forms. At that time, it rained heavily, causing a cave collapse that buried the heavenly fire. Why has this happened again? Chapter 14. The little one is daring. ECI glanced at the clan leader. This old man, he never misses an opportunity to pull a fast one on me. Suddenly, her fingers hanging by her side were tugged at, and ECI looked down. Sanyue smiled at her with a pair of innocent big eyes, seeing the faint black and gray on the little guy's earlobes and the mud stains scattered on her legs. ECI's mouth twitched, and she discreetly shielded the little one behind her. When Healy called me over, the heavenly fire was still fine, although the shaman grandmother was panicked. She was not guilty, and her speech was as steady as ever. I'll go back and take a look. Clan leader, you come too. The tall and robust Hiya supported the shaman grandmother and glared angrily at Hiya. I think it was Hiya colluding with the wandering beast men. She deliberately had people call us all here, fearing that the stinky snake would be discovered. Clan leader, why haven't you locked up Hiya yet? This time it's not a natural disaster. Yes, clan leader, I think what Hiya said makes sense. Exactly. How could it be so coincidental? ECI didn't he give birth today? The beastmen discussed among themselves, both fearful and angry. The heavenly fire was extinguished. How would they survive the upcoming rainy season and harsh winter? He stared in disbelief with wide eyes. She had clearly come to settle scores with ECI. How did she become the villain of the clan in the blink of an eye? He shook her head desperately and kept retreating, saying, I'm not. I didn't I've been right here. The heavenly fire didn't go out at all. The clan leader waved his hand. Healy, take 2 beastmen and keep an eye on Hiya. Hiyuan. The clan leader's tone turned serious and authoritative. The extinguishing of the heavenly fire is very serious. You come along too. Hiyuan had no choice but to comply. The extinguished heavenly fire snuffed out the hope for the entire tribe to survive the harsh winter. Especially with the snake beastmen lurking outside, the situation of the Hongha tribe had suddenly become extremely precarious. All the beastmen transformed into their beast forms and flew swiftly towards the shaman cave. The 3 cubs were born without wings. ECI quickly picked up Songming and called Sanyo and Sanyue to follow, hurrying towards the direction of the shaman cave. Why are we going? Sanyo was confused. The heavenly fire is out. Can't we just relight it? Songming, who was still awkwardly perched on Hisi's shoulder, scoffed. Of course we're going to watch the fun. They're having bad luck, we're happy. Who told them to always think about driving us out of the tribe? Sanyue's small hands were clasped behind her back, her lips tightly pressed, not saying a word. Hisei glanced around the environment. All the orcs were gathered around the shaman's cave, and at this moment, there wasn't even a shadow of a bird nearby. Looking at the 2 little ones who hadn't discovered anything, he felt quite helpless. Of course, I'm here to clean up after your sister. The little guy is usually well-behaved and clever, but now it seems he is quite bold, even daring to extinguish the heavenly fire of the clan. PCI admired her courage a bit. Song Yu was puzzled. What happened to her sister? Is her back uncomfortable? Does she need to fan herself to feel better? Song Ming covered his face. He wasn't in the mood to watch the tribe's excitement anymore. He gave Song Yu a thumbs up. Sister, you are really impressive. Just now, when he came over, I thought we were going to be kicked out of the tribe. Song Yu was a bit nervous, not understanding why the malicious female just had a look once to know it was her doing. She just wanted to make her ignite the fire one more time. Chapter 15, Let the Crane Female Go. I know you did this because you were afraid we would be kicked out of the tribe. He CI gently comforted. But next time, you can't act without saying a word. If you really encounter danger, like if a snake beast man finds you and takes you away, how would I know where to look for you? I was wrong. Song Yu hung her head, feeling a bit nervous inside. Would they find out it was me who did it? If the clan leader found out, she and the malicious female would definitely be locked in the punishment cave. And her two brothers would also be killed by the tribesmen. The malicious female had changed. Her life was good now, and she didn't want to change it. Seeing Song Yu's eyes gradually fill with tears, he CI squatted down to meet her gaze, reached out to rub her head. Don't be afraid. I only thought of it because I saw the dirt on you. The males in the tribe were always patrolling. If they found out it was you, you would have been caught already. Let's go check the situation first. The little one knew she could ignite fire. So she thought of this way to let her achieve merit. It really took a lot of effort. The heavenly fire managed by the shaman was deep in the cave, in a tall and deep cave that was specially opened up in the middle. Don't be too nervous. I just happened to be boiling some hemastatic herbs today, the shaman said, standing firmly on the ground as she walked. If the fire under the stone pot hasn't gone out, then there is still hope for the heavenly fire to reignite. We just need to redirect it a bit. Upon hearing this, He Yuan subconsciously thought of his CI, hesitated for a moment, and glanced at his father, not speaking. The first to enter the cave, Healy exclaimed, the stone pot has been knocked over. The fire is completely out. In the shaman's cave, the stone pot boiling the hemastatic herbs was overturned. The half-burned firewood had been completely extinguished. Upon seeing this scene in the cave, the shaman closed her eyes, sighed helplessly, and turned to check the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire of the Red Crane tribe was well preserved. Inside the cave, stone walls were built to protect the heavenly fire. The tribe leader and the shaman walked up to it. A pile of half-burned firewood lay there, and there were obvious wet marks on the ground. Everything else was intact. It's over, it's over. The tribesmen who followed into the cave panicked, covering their heads. The rainy season is about to come. If they go to the big tribe to ask for the heavenly fire now, they might not come back. Moreover, they would have to send a female over in exchange. He pressed down on Hia, stopping her from moving wildly. Leader, Hia colluded with the wandering beastmen to extinguish the heavenly fire. She deserves to die. Since the beast god does not allow us to execute her, we might as well send her to the flying pig tribe as a gift for our tribe to obtain the heavenly fire. Why should I go? Hia's face was heavily pressed to the ground, struggling desperately. I have a beast husband. If you send me away, they won't agree. If we have to send someone, it should be the crane female. She doesn't have a beast husband. Sending her over would actually reduce a trouble for the tribe. The beastmen who originally wanted to support, he hesitated upon hearing this. Males who had already bonded with a female could only bear the bloodline-marking power of one female master and could not bond with other females. If Hia was really sent away, her males might harbor hatred towards the tribe and could bring great disaster to it. Upon reflection, it really was more suitable to send the crane female. Leader, send the crane female to the hyena tribe. Yes, choose the crane female. She is originally an ill-omened person, perfect for sending away this time. He was secretly angry that she couldn't take the opportunity to deal with Hia, but she couldn't find any words to refute. Leader, CI, who just entered the cave with 3 cubs, heard the tribesman's words and sneered, raising an eyebrow to ask, is that what you plan to? A flash of struggle crossed the leader's eyes. If they got rid of the crane female, he could take the opportunity to collect the 2 mysterious black stones from her, thus mastering the heavenly fire, expanding the Red Crane tribe, and never having to endure the humiliation of the big tribe during the harsh winter again. Song Yu, under everyone's gaze, stuffed the flint into the little one's hands. You play with this with your brothers for a while to relieve boredom. The leader's pupils shrank sharply. It's flint, crane female. Asking the leader is useless. The tribe has supported you for so many years. You should contribute something for us, Healy said righteously, feeling that the crane female was ungrateful. The hyena tribe was a super big tribe. It was said that they built stone walls to separate the core tribe from the outer tribes. With so many hyena beastmen, once you get there, You might even find a few beast husbands to support you. Healy, you're looking for death. He Yuan, who had been standing aside, saw this and punched him hard in the jaw, rushing over to beat him unilaterally. You deserve to die. Healy was just a red crystal and couldn't he fight back at all, angrily shouting, He Yuan, you're crazy. The crane female is already a burden to the tribe. Seeing this scene, he looked at the crane female with a smug expression. Sending the crane female to the hyena tribe was even more cruel than letting her wander in the wilderness. The reproduction rate of the hyena tribe was frighteningly fast. Females could give birth to at least 7 or 8 piglets in one litter, and with an excess of male beastmen, they could only ensure the female's life. Because of the lack of females, when they encounter a female, male hyena beastmen would swarm over. They would only stop for a while if the female became pregnant. They didn't care about the constraints of the bond marking. Anyway, without this female, they wouldn't be able to bond with other females. The females of the hyena tribe were merely tools for reproducing cubs. The shaman, who had been silent, looked at the crane female with a cold gaze and made the final decision. Crane female, you're the only adult female in the tribe without a beast husband. You're the most suitable to go. Use yourself to exchange for the future of the entire tribe. In the future, the Red Crane tribe will not forget you. And as the tribe grows, we will definitely redeem you. PCI laughed directly. What a great Red Crane tribe. He Yuan, who had already beaten the crane into a beast, stood up anxiously, looking at Ci with confusion in her eyes. She clearly knew how to ignite the heavenly fire. So why didn't she say anything? Okay, Ci nodded decisively. Then you all start preparing. Call me when you're ready. Little ones, pack up. We'll be moving to the hyena tribe from now on. Originally planning to come over to help, Ci lifted her foot and left the cave. Hey, Song Ming, who was held in her arms, poke her shoulder. Take us away. I will definitely follow closely. The hyena tribe is not a place for females, especially for a vicious female like you. There, you would definitely be torn to shreds. Chapter 16, I'm going. His little face was serious and very solemn. Rare for him to not be sarcastic. Ci glanced behind her and saw no one chasing after her. The feigned anger and grievance on her face disappeared, and she sneered. Did they think they could drive her to the hyena tribe? Impossible. It seemed they had forgotten that there was a lurking beastman outside the tribe. Even if she left the Red Crane tribe, she would still be the one in control. Little ones, do you know if there are any herbs in the wild forest that can change the smell on one's body? I know. Song Yu raised his small hand high, a hint of pride on his face. Not far behind the cave is the Crack Valley, where there's a lot of gray line grass. If you apply it on your body, even if you're very close to a beast, it won't smell you. When there was nothing to eat before, I relied on gray line grass to catch many long-eared beasts. Ci made a decisive decision. Let's go pick some now. I have great use for it. Song Yu patted his chest. Follow me. That place can only be entered by cubs. I'll lead the way. The Cracking Valley is located behind their dwelling caves. Just a short walk through a dense forest. There are no trees to provide shade here, and it's the hot season. The ground is dry, with fissures over a meter deep visible everywhere. The snake beast man prefers coolness, and the Cracking Valley is a place he would never want to appear. Ci knew this, which is why she dared to bring the cubs here. The soles of her feet were burning and about to blister. Ci took out several pairs of excellent rubber shoes produced by the Management Bureau from the space and handed them to Tsang Yu and Tsang Yu, saying, "Put these on, or your feet will be ruined and you won't be able to walk back later." The rubber shoes were slightly oversized, but still manageable. Finally, no more burning feet. Ci breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely grateful that he had gathered a bunch of little partners to help him participate in the 1-point flash sale event all day long. There were a total of 5 pairs of rubber shoes in different sizes, and now they finally came in handy. Song Yu and Song Yu curiously bounced in place, wiggling their toes inside, bending down to touch and squeeze, looking amazed. What kind of bee skin is this? So sturdy. Could it be the legendary black dragon skin? Song Ming quietly refuted. The black dragon has long been extinct in the Kanglan continent. No one has seen a black dragon, so who knows what it looks like. Only he himself was held in the arms of the Wicked Mother as they traveled, and Song Ming's eyes dimmed. Such a useless cub, when faced with danger. The Wicked Mother would probably be the first to abandon him, right? The Rift Valley is here. Hearing Song Yu's joyful voice, Ci raised his eyes to look. There was a deep crevice about 50 centimeters wide, with a lot of gray line grass growing in the middle, resembling yellow sand. The crevice was deep, with only occasional protrusions at the edges to support the body. Song Yu quickly slipped to the edge of the crevice. Chi grabbed his little hand and dragged him back in front of him, saying, "Don't go." He took out a piece of beast hide that he had collected when he left, placing Song Ming on it. He then calmly took out a grappling hook. Smiling lightly at the shocked gazes of the three little ones. I'll go, you all wait for me here. He, forged through 68,990 tasks, had a lot of skills. His claws were firmly embedded in a nearby rock. He rushed into the gap, using her feet to brace against the valley wall to stabilize herself. One hand tightly gripped the rope, while the other quickly picked grayline grass and tossed it into the space. After picking for a full 20 minutes, just as one hand was about to give way under her body weight, He finally climbed up. The three cubs stared wide-eyed at her in unison. Are you okay? I'm fine, He said, grabbing a handful of grayline grass to show them. I picked a lot. It should be enough for us for a while. She picked up Song Ming again, and the animal skin she had thrown on the ground vanished into thin air. The three cubs did not question how she did it. Just as they returned to the cave's vicinity, Song Ming, who was lying in He's arms, sniffed and straightened up. I smell a lot of makes sense. It's all from the tribe's people. He's expression was grim as she quickly returned with her three cubs. The cave was in disarray. The stone bed was covered in dust, and the dirt floor was filled with footprints. The head skull of the mooing beast at the cave entrance was tilted, and the water inside made the entrance muddy, creating a puddle. Fortunately, after the heavenly fire was extinguished, she promptly cleaned up the traces of cooking, throwing the stone pot into her space. Otherwise, if it was rummaged through like this, that group of red crane beastmen would definitely think she had stolen the fire seed and extinguished the heavenly fire. I smelled the chief's scent. Song Ming looked at the battered cave, his little face full of hatred. His scent was stronger than Uncle San Yuan's, indicating he had been here for a long time. He sneered coldly. The clan leader must think that I took you all and escaped. After all, the entire cave, inside and out, only has a skull of a moo beast filled with water left. The rest are all in the space. Is he trying to find those two stones? Sanya looked up, his eyes clear. He wants to harm you. That's right. He spread his palm, revealing two black stones. Do you remember this? Quickly put it away, Song said nervously, looking around to make sure no one saw. The clan leader is so mean. Don't let the clan leader see it. Song Ming and Song Yu frowned, looking at He with some confusion. Not having successfully tricked these two little ones, He couldn't help but laugh. That's right. I just picked up these two stones in the woods. Don't they look a bit like my two? You three wait a little ahead. She carefully instructed, then placed the stones into Song Yu's hand, seriously patting his head. Remember? Don't worry, we all remember. He carefully applied the medicine made from grayline grass all over the three cubs to prevent the snake beastmen from noticing them if they were to sneak in. You all go ahead. I'll tidy up the cave, she said. Song Yu supported Song Ming as he walked slowly. Once they left, He first cleaned the stone bed, then swept away the loose dirt from the ground. There were many uneven stone slabs in the nearby forest, and He picked out a few smooth pieces to drag back and lay at the cave entrance. After finishing all of this, she took out the grayline grass and painted all the stone slabs near the entrance. Finally, she covered herself in it as well. They couldn't just hide in the cave all day because of the snake beastmen. She pulled out some animal skins and also retrieved a large sewing kit worth 1 point from her space. The animal skin skirts for Song Yu and Song Ming were easy. She just had to cut, sew, and add a strap. For Song Yu's skirt, He was more meticulous, cutting it into a halter dress style to prevent her from feeling too hot. She also cut a few petal-shaped holes around the waist to help with ventilation. The leafy clothes on the cubs had deteriorated badly over the past couple of days, especially Song Yu's, which left his bottom exposed clearly. Chapter 17. I am ready. The altar of the Red Crane tribe was bustling at this time. He Yuan was gathering all the male beastmen to discuss going to the hyena tribe to ask for the heavenly fire. The tribe leader stood by, making the final decision. Therefore, when the three cubs appeared near the altar, they instantly attracted the attention of all the male beastmen. He Yuan instinctively looked behind the cubs, and, seeing it was empty, felt a sense of loss. What are you doing here? Song Yu bluntly replied, We came to play. Song Ming chimed in with a grin. Our cave looks like it's been trampled by a grunting beast. There's south no place to stand. Brother. Song Yu reached out to tug at the black stone in Song Yu's hand. It's my turn to play. He Yuan, noticing the nearby male beastmen looking at the three cubs with disdain, worriedly approached them. There are too many people at the altar. Let me take you back first. As he spoke, he was about to transform into his beast form. He Yuan, so many warriors in the tribe are waiting for you. The tribe leader stopped his action. You choose the tribe members to go to the hyena tribe. I will take them back. He Yuan hesitated a bit. Uncle He Yuan, Song Yu said with a soft, innocent voice, let the tribe leader take us back. He Yuan, He Li, standing among the male beastmen, urged sharply, hurry up. If you move any slower, we might as well walk straight into the bitter cold of winter and freeze to death outside. The tribe leader waved his hand. You go quickly. He turned to look at the three cubs with a gentle expression, a kind smile on his aged face. Come on, little ones. They slowly walked from the altar towards He's cave. The three cubs passed around the small stones in their hands, playing joyfully and making a lot of noise. Song Ming, with his broken leg, sat on a nearby stone. Brother, throw it to me. Song Yu threw the stone with all his might. The black stone soared high into the air and was caught by the tribe leader. Little cubs, give me the other one in your hands, and I'll throw a nice one for you to see. Okay? The tribe leader said. Song Yu tightly clutched her stone and shook her head, refusing to give it up. Sister, just give it to him. Song Ming directly took it from her hand, looking curiously at the tribe leader. All right, throw it for us to see. Holding the two black stones in his hands, the tribe leader was unusually excited. He didn't even look at the three cubs and turned to leave. Tribe leader? Tribe leader? Tribe leader. The more the cubs shouted, the faster the tribe leader walked away. Song Ming's eyes sparkled with joy, smiling like a little fox. Hurry up. Let's go back and tell the wicked female that the tribe leader really took the black stones. Why did she want us to come here to act? Song Yu said, supporting his brother, looking frustrated. It's just two black stones. Song Yu helplessly slumped her shoulders. Brother, why don't you understand yet? The three cubs returned to the cave, laughing and chattering, and when they saw He's, they excitedly exclaimed, you guessed it right. What should we do next? The wicked female led them to play tricks on the tribe leader, making the cubs feel that they were finally one with each other, rather than being hated by the tribe. Next, we will stay in the wild forest for a few days. He's patted the three sets of animal skin clothes on the stone bed and said, quick, throw away the leaf clothes you're wearing and change into these. There are more animal skins available, and I'll make another set for you in a couple of days. The clean and beautiful animal skin clothes are neatly stacked on the stone bed. He's pointed from left to right, saying this white, that is Song Yu's. The one with patterns is Song Ming's, and the yellow one is Song Yu's. Once you all change into them, we can set off. The three little ones were a bit shy. Their animal skin clothes were so beautiful, looking better than any of the tribe members. The animal skin clothes were all smeared with the juice of gray line grass, which could mask the scent on them. He's took out a makeup pen from her space and carefully painted her face black, thickened her eyebrows, made her eyes smaller, turn up her nose, and thicken her lips. The three little ones, dressed in their new clothes, tilted their heads to observe her actions. How strange. Song Yu rubbed his eyes and stared carefully. She has been standing here the whole time, but why does it look like she has changed into a different person? Song Ming and Song Yu nodded in agreement. He's collected the items and picked up Song Ming, calling for both Song Ming and Song Yu to quickly head outside. With their transformation and the cover of the gray line grass, as long as they kept a low profile, that bad snake shouldn't notice them. Moreover, they weren't going to approach the desolate forest near Sunset Lake, but would go directly to the place they passed through in the today. He passed by today and noticed a pile of grass that smelled quite pungent, somewhat similar to the strong scent of arsenic. Not far from that patch of grass, there was a cave obscured by branches. The terrain was hidden in a depression at the bottom of the valley, and if He hadn't been observant, he would have found it difficult to discover. Setting Song Ming aside, He, along with Song Yu and Song Yu, cleared away the branches that were obviously blocking the cave entrance, leaving the rest to conceal their presence. He lit a fire using a fire gun, smoked out the insect chairs inside the cave, dragged back a pile of tree trunks from the wild forest, built a neat bed, and then spread all the animal skins he had inside on top. He used a military shovel to level the cave entrance, set up a stove again, and placed a stone pot on it. Soon, the desolate cave began to resemble a home. We'll stay here for a few days. When the time is right, we'll go back. The three cubs obediently nodded, okay. In the He tribe, the chief held two stones in his hands like they were treasures. Due to excitement, the wrinkles on his face deepened a bit more. Instead of going home directly, he found a secluded place and carefully recalled how He had ignited the fire last time, vigorously rubbing the flint in his hands. There was no reaction. He rubbed harder. Still no response. Until his fingers were sore, he still hadn't seen a single spark. This doesn't make sense. He stood up and hurried to He's house, but when he saw the empty cave, he was stunned for a long time without reacting. Chief, we were just looking for you. The person who came was a shaman girl who helped the shaman grandmother in the cave. She rushed to the chief and, upon seeing the two stones in his hands, was very surprised. Is this the flint that the shaman grandmother mentioned? Great. The tribe is saved. She and another girl supported the chief's arms and dragged him back to the altar. The shaman grandmother led all the beastmen of the Hong He tribe, who were all standing at the altar, with He Yuan standing behind the shaman grandmother. Father, He Yuan said joyfully. The shaman grandmother said the flint is with you. That's wonderful. As long as you can reignite the heavenly fire, the Hong He tribe will be saved. We don't even need to go to the hyena tribe for the heavenly fire, nor do we have to sacrifice Hci. He Yuan had originally planned to escape with Hci once they obtained the heavenly fire from the hyena tribe, and after picking up the cubs, never return to the Hong He tribe. Now that the heavenly fire could be reignited, Hci would not fall into danger. He Yuan excitedly urged, Father, I prepared everything. Hurry and ignite the fire. Chapter 18. We must rescue Hci in front of the wild and desolate altar. The chief looked at the eager members of the Hong He tribe, wanting to hide the stones in his hands, but it was too late. Seeing the delighted He Yuan, the chief glared at him angrily. Did you tell the shaman grandmother about this? No, He Yuan replied with confusion. I was called here too. The shaman grandmother said that today the 3 cubs from Hci's family went to the shaman cave to ask for medicine for Tsongming. While waiting, Song Yu and Song Yu ignited the fire with the 2 stones in your hands. At that time, no one in the shaman cave noticed them. And when they smelled the scent and went to check the traces at the place they had stayed, the cubs had already left. Even though Hci knew that the tribe members wanted to send her to the hyena tribe, she never mentioned the flint, nor would she actively expose Hci's secret. Even when the shaman grandmother asked, He Yuan did not tell her that he had not only seen, but also tasted the cooked food made with the heavenly fire. Chief, what are we waiting for? Everyone is waiting for you to ignite the heavenly fire so that the shaman grandmother can bless us and hope the beast god protects our Hong He tribe through the harsh winter. The shaman grandmother nodded calmly. Chief, please ignite the heavenly fire. These 2 stones are a miracle granted to the Hong He tribe by the beast god. You are the shaman grandmother of the tribe. The chief handed the stones to her. Extending his fingers forward, you ignite the heavenly fire. With all the beastmen present, if he couldn't ignite the heavenly fire, it would be hard to gain their trust in the future. Chief, I only oversee the heavenly fire. The shaman grandmother smiled gently. Her eyes clear. The extinguishing of the heavenly fire was due to my negligence. I'm already looking for the next candidate for a shaman. I made a mistake and dare not touch the heavenly fire. It's better for you to do it. The beastmen cheered in unison. Chief, Chief, ignite the heavenly fire. The atmosphere was boiling. The chief was sweating profusely. Since these stones belonged to the 3 cubs of Hci's family, it would be better to let them ignite the heavenly fire. Their success indicated that the beast god did not harbor hatred towards them. No way. The swollen-faced Healy was very indignant and raised his arms in refusal. Igniting the heavenly fire requires sincerity and gratitude towards the beast god. Hci and her cubs questioned the beast god directly last time. Such people igniting the heavenly fire would surely bring trouble to our tribe. Chief, you should do it. The chief doubted his own judgment. His own son, He Yuan, and his most capable subordinate, Healy, at this critical moment, none of them knew what he was thinking. 2 shaman girls came over with a pile of straw and placed it on the ground. Chief, it's ready. This is the best time to ignite the fire calculated by the shaman grandmother. The stones in his hands were damp with sweat. Under the gaze of the crowd, the chief had no choice but to bend down and squat, gripping the flint tightly and rubbing it forcefully. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 88 strikes. The expressions of the beastmen changed from anticipation to confusion, then to numbness, and finally fell on the chief with suspicion. Why? A younger beastman couldn't help but question. Aren't you the chief? Why can't you do better than the 3 cubs of Hci's family? The chief roared angrily. If you can do it, then you do it. These 2 stones were thrown to me by Tsongming. If you hadn't said they could ignite the heavenly fire, I wouldn't even know what they are. I'll do it. I'll do it. 1 failure. 2 failures. Until the shaman grandmother also failed. Despair echoed throughout the tribe. Do we really have to go to the hyena tribe to seek the heavenly fire? Or should we go find Hci's cubs? Healy hesitated. Didn't we all see the traces of her cubs igniting the fire just now? Going to the hyena tribe. It's lucky if 10 out of 15 come back. He was among the selected male beastmen. The others who were similarly chosen echoed. Yes. Let Hci's cubs try. What if it works? He Yuan, you are most familiar with Hci's cubs. Why don't you go? He Yuan did not refuse. If Hci was willing, he would bring the cubs over. If she was not willing, he would not force it. Quickly transforming into beast form, he flew towards Hci's cave with the hopes of the entire Hong He tribe. It was clean and unusually empty. Yuan let out a long howl when he saw a deep fold in the mud at the entrance. He rushed to the altar and shouted loudly, "The snake beast man has come. He has secretly infiltrated and kidnapped Hci. We must bring Hci and her cubs back." All the females in the tribe went to the shaman's cave, leaving 2 yellow crystal orcs to guard. The other male orcs split into several groups and headed towards the wilderness along the Sunset Lake to search. That snake orc, along with the females and 3 cubs, surely didn't run far. This concerns the heavenly fire. Dealing with a lone wandering orc is much less dangerous than going to the hyena tribe. All the male orcs willingly obeyed, leaving the clan leader aside, and according to Yuan's arrangement, they dispersed in groups of 5. The commotion of the Red Crane tribe did not reach the already hidden crane female. In the past 5 days, she had been teaching the cubs how to set traps at night and some survival knowledge during the day. In between, she encountered a wounded grunting beast that had stepped into a trap, which Hci dealt with using a military shovel. In the wilderness, the smell of roasted and marinated meat was too strong, so Hci had been making clear soup with meat, adding a few white ground fruits found in the forest, which tasted quite similar to white radishes. When we left, we deliberately rolled out the traces of the snake orc at the cave entrance. In just a few days, the slightly plumper Yu, wearing a newly made animal skin outfit, sat at the cave entrance, frowning and sighing, wondering if the snake orc would hate us even more after knowing. Song Ming had already lost count of how many times he had touched his animal skin outfit, and upon hearing this, he didn't lift his head, showing no concern at all. After all, encountering a wandering orc meant death for anyone, and causing some trouble didn't matter. Next time something bad happens, I'll just turn back into my beast form and roll on the ground, blaming it on him. Anyway, those people in the tribe should have forgotten our beast forms. Song Yu, wearing a suspender dress and looking quite delicate, seemed a bit worried. "Brother, do you think we might be the cubs of the snake orc? I've started to dislike my beast form lately. The snake orc is so bad. I don't want to be a snake orc, okay?" Hci, returning with a clucking beast, heard this and smiled. "You 3 are definitely not snake orcs." The cub's eyes brightened in unison, looking at her eagerly. "Really? Really?" Hci said as she efficiently dealt with the grunting beast, scalding it with boiling water before starting to pluck its fur. "The snake orc is smooth and cold, afraid of heat, and shed skin. You don't have any of these traits, so you definitely aren't. There's a cave." Suddenly, a loud noise from outside interrupted the conversation among the mother and cubs. "Is it the place where that wandering snake orc is hiding? We must rescue the crane female and her cubs." Chapter 19. All males will choose you. 4 or 5 red crane orcs appeared, looking weary and dusty. The noise outside the cave grew louder. Song Ming helplessly covered his face. If this truly was the snake orc's cave, their loud voices would have already scared it away. It's over, it's over." Song Yu picked up the water at the cave entrance and was about to pour it towards the fire burning under the stove, worried that if they saw we had a fire, they might say we stole the heavenly fire and extinguished it. "Big brother, no." Hci stored all the supplies in the cave, including the bed, into her space, leaving only a burning campfire. The branches at the cave entrance were pushed aside. Several orcs immediately spotted Hci huddled in the cave with her 3 cubs. It was bare, with not even a stone bed. Looking at the faces of the mother and her 4 children, the orcs fell into a strange silence for a moment. How should they put it? Weren't they supposed to be captured? But it didn't seem that bad. Fortunately, Hci and her 3 cubs left a shallow impression in the minds of the tribe members, completely unaware of the fact that they had gained weight. Hci hugged Song Yu, revealing just the right amount of surprise on her face. "Are you here to find us? That's great. That snake beast man is too terrifying. The cubs and I have been staying here, too scared to go out every day. We fear that wandering snake beast man might suddenly pop out and poison us." One of the beast men, feeling nervous upon hearing this, spoke while remaining vigilant of the surroundings. "Let's go back to the tribe quickly." "Okay." Hci did not delay, allowing Song Yu and Song Yu to walk among the clan members while she followed behind, holding Song Ming. Although these people found her 2 days late, it didn't matter. Everything was still within plan. The journey was smooth, and they did not encounter any snake demons. "What has been going on in the past few days?" Hci intentionally asked in a low voice. "Is that snake beast man coming again?" She deliberately set a trap, quietly leaving, framing it on the snake demon. Once the Honghe tribe comes out in large numbers to search for her, it will definitely let the snake demon know the reason. With that snake's cunning, it might secretly ambush her and her clan members on their way back, launching a surprise attack. In recent days, That wandering snake beastman has poisoned 3 solitary male beastmen from their tribe. Mentioning the snake demon made him swallow hard with nervousness. Yesterday, Yuan discovered that the snake demon had been hiding in their cave recently. When the two encountered each other, they fought, and Yuan's wing was almost torn off. If it weren't for that snake, which had a continuously bleeding wound on its body, Yuan would have certainly lost his life. The snake demon's venom has corroded the stone slab at the entrance of your cave, and now no clan members dare to go there. What if they get poisoned? I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn snakes, those filthy venomous snakes. Why were they so obsessed, fixated on her? So ruthless, cunning, and cruel. The idea of hiding in her cave made Hi's hair stand on end, astonished by the opponent's insidiousness. Songyu and Songyu were a bit worried. However, the vicious matriarch had been so well behaved since the last fire incident that they pinched themselves daily, fearing they were dreaming. My cave, Hi exclaimed angrily. Where else can I go after I return? The tribe doesn't allow me to get close at all. I'm not going back with you. She suddenly stopped, looking serious. What would I go back for? You see me and my cubs as bad luck and a curse. Now that the cave is destroyed, we have no reason to go back. She had planned her escape and took advantage of the chief's greedy nature. Everything was to secure her and her cub's position in the tribe, keeping the initiative firmly in her hands. No, the Red Crane beastmen looked tense. You must go back. So many male beastmen have been lost recently, and the heavenly fire hasn't ignited. Hi is their only hope. They spilled the details about the flint as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube, looking at the 3 cubs with hope. If your cubs can ignite the heavenly fire, we will treat them as a reminder from the beast god. Since that's the case, Hi looked at Songyu and Songyu, secretly blinking. Let's go back and give it a try. Hi and her 3 cubs have finally been found. As soon as they entered the tribe, the Red Crane beastmen rushed to spread the news. The shaman grandmother and the chief quickly arrived at the altar. The former still wore a face of compassion, while the latter's expression was complex, looking several years older in just a few days. He was severely injured. Li had died. As the chief, his prestige within the tribe had declined due to the incident with the flint. Recently, a sense of panic had enveloped the entire Red Crane tribe, especially after witnessing the terrifying potency of the snake poison, making them fear that the beast god had abandoned the tribe and that they were about to face disaster. Particularly, before he fell into a coma, he blamed the tribe members for their ongoing hatred towards Hi and her cubs. Since the beast god had bestowed a miracle upon them, it was a reminder to the tribe. Hi, you have finally returned. Other beastmen hesitated upon seeing Hi. Reflecting on their past actions, they didn't know how to approach her, especially since no one knew if they could ignite the heavenly fire. Only Hi boldly rushed to Hi's side, saying that with the heavenly fire extinguished and Hi severely injured, seeking the heavenly fire from the hyena tribe had become as difficult as encountering the beast god. As long as you can ignite the heavenly fire, I'm willing to offer my cave for your family to live in. He wanted to pull her arm. My several beast husbands are quite good. I don't want them to die. As long as you can ignite the heavenly fire, all the male beast men in the tribe will surely compete to be your beast husbands. Don't say anything for now. Put down the Songming in her arms, letting Songyo and Songyue take care of it, and feigned a serious expression. What about those 2 stones? Let's have my young ones try first. The witch doctor approached and said, they are with me. She looked gently at the 3 young ones and suggested to let the 2 young ones from the witch doctor's cave try again. Songyo and Songyue obediently took the stones. The many beastmen held their breath. The 2 looked at Hi without any sign of tension and began to rub the stones together. There was no reaction. A sense of despair filled the hearts of the beastmen, and an elderly female who couldn't bear it anymore started to sob. Let them try again. How can that work? Are they still holding a grudge against us on purpose? We will never look down on you again. I felt sorry for the little one's wrists, squatted down, and picked up the stone, using her body as a cover. She swapped it with the real flint in the space, then turned to face the orcs. She said nothing, only gathered the nearby hay. Then, with a slight exertion of her hands, the 2 pieces of flint rubbed against each other. Chapter 20. Finally found you. She was the mother of the cubs. Maybe it would work? Yes, what if? Holding on to the last hope, the orcs held their breath, their eyes fixed on Hi's movements, until a spark suddenly lit up. The usually calm shaman couldn't help but start reciting a prayer, her hands clasped, looking up to the sky, praying for the beast god to give the Red Crane tribe another chance. The orcs followed the shaman in prayer. The wooden stick caught fire, crackling. A whiff of flame suddenly surged up. It was heavenly fire. He joyfully hugged her beast husbands. We have heavenly fire. The shaman repeatedly thanked the beast god, unsteadily walking to Hsi's side, reaching out from a distance to feel the temperature of the heavenly fire. It was heavenly fire. Crane female. She reached out to Hsi, her eyes full of sincerity. Would you be willing to move to live next to the shaman's cave with the cubs? There's an empty cave there. I want to entrust the task of guarding the heavenly fire to you. Crane female, please agree to the shaman. He climbed down from her beast husband, very happy. My cave is very close to that. We can go fruit picking together in the future. I'll have my beast husbands help take care of the cubs. No, a group of 7 or 8 single male orcs surrounded Hsi. Their animal skin skirts bulging uncontrollably. Crane female. Mate with me. Don't choose him, choose me. Let me be your main male. I can do it too, look at me. He thrust his lower body forward. I'll show you right now. Don't look, Hsi hurriedly stopped him putting on her clothes. I don't want to see. I'm not interested. Having cubs is enough for me. Shaman, let us quickly move the heavenly fire into the cave, lest it gets blown out by the wind later. The chieftain, finally feeling a sense of presence, timely interjected, right? You guys, carefully move the heavenly fire back into the cave. Hsi picked up Song Ming, letting Song Yu and Song Yu follow behind, and went into the shaman's cave with the old shaman. Last time, while recovering from injuries in the shaman's cave, even lying on the stone bed was met with disdain. Now, however, he could come and go freely, and even took on the most important task of the tribe, the heavenly fire. The old shaman, Hsi placed Song Ming on the stone bed and looked at his broken leg, furrowing his brows. Could an injury like Song Ming's be treated? Song Ming touched his ear. Did he hear something? The malicious female actually intended to treat his leg. His leg was injured because he had to tie the malicious female in the wilderness. The old shaman seriously touched the injured area of Song Ming's leg, and slowly shook her head in response to the little guy's nervous yet hopeful gaze. Song Ming's whole demeanor dimmed. He wanted to return to his former self, like his brother and sister, digging pits, scheming, acting, hunting, and playing with a malicious female. The old shaman was the most powerful in the nearby tribes. If she said it couldn't be treated, it was no different from a death sentence. In the tribes I know, all beastmen who suffer from limb fractures no longer possess the ability to hunt prey. The old shaman sat on her stone bench, saying he should teach his young ones how to find fruit instead. Song Yu cried loudly, Song Ming, brother, when I grow up, I will hunt and take care of you. Don't be afraid. Song Yu also leaned close to him, quietly sobbing, brother, I will find fruit for you to eat. Song Ming bit his lower lip tightly, his small body trembling constantly, afraid to look up, lest he see the female's disdainful or indifferent expression. The old shaman, Hsi, squatted down, gently grasped Song Ming's foot, and tried to lift his injured leg, pointing to the place where his bone was broken. If I break this here and then reset it to the correct position, then use a wooden board to stabilize his leg to prevent displacement. Look, even the broken area has not been treated, and it can grow back together on its own. If I handle it this way, isn't there a chance to restore it to how it was before? Hsi finished speaking and intentionally smiled shyly, saying, this is a dream I had. May the beast god bless us. The witch doctor trembled with excitement for the first time. You make a valid point. If it were an orc who had just been injured, this might actually work, but he's just a cub. Breaking his leg would be too painful for him. The little guy probably can't bear it. I can do it. Song Ming, who had listened to their entire conversation, insisted with determination on his small face. I really can. I'm not afraid of pain. Really. Song Yu, whose tears had not yet dried, added with a howl, we used to get beaten by our mother often. We could endure any pain. Song Ming can really do it. Song Yu covered his small face and turned away. With his brother's personality, he might never change. Hsi was very happy. She looked at Song Yu and smiled, asking him, did you just call me mother? The 3 little cubs either called her a vicious female behind her back or addressed her directly like that. Hsi didn't mind how they called her, but she also didn't want to bear such an unpleasant name. Moreover, if the cubs called her mother, it showed that they were accepting her, and she didn't have to worry about whether they would dream of being harmed in the future. Song Yu hurriedly covered her mouth and instinctively glanced at Song Yu and Song Yu, fearing that they would be angry. Hsi smiled and stopped teasing him. Turn a look at Song Ming seriously. Are you really willing to let me try? She had wanted to do this for the little guy from the very beginning. But this cub was covered in thorns. Even if she said it before, the little one wouldn't believe her and would only think she wanted to harm him. If the patient doesn't cooperate, no matter how capable Hsi is, there's nothing she can do. She could only use the shaman grandma to indirectly convey the message to him. If this leg is dragged on, even if it's broken and reset later, It could still grow into a case of one leg longer than the other. I'm willing, Songming said, his little face tense, eyes tightly shut. You could go ahead and smash it now. No ruse. You need to rest well first. Shaman Grandma, I'll take the cubs back to tidy up the cave. The day after tomorrow, I'll bring him over to treat his leg. This is a bag of shaman medicine that can drive away bugs. Take it and sprinkle on the ground, the shaman grandma said, stuffing the item into He-Chi's hands. You'll need it for the new cave. He-Ci thanked the witch grandmother and left with the 3 cubs. The new cave was quite spacious. He-Ci let Songyu and Songyu sit at the entrance to watch, while he took out the wooden bed, stone pot, and other items from his space and arranged them neatly. After everything was set up, he took out the half-processed go-go beast from earlier. He-Ci skillfully started a fire, adding the oil from the hum beast he had refined to the small stone pot, preparing to make a potato stew with chicken to supplement his carbohydrates. She knew how to use fire, and with the beast god as her guarantee, she was now completely unrestrained. A strange aroma wafted from the boiling food in the stone pot, gradually spreading out and enveloping the entire tribe. At the top of the large tree next to the shaman's cave, the snake demon, transformed into a beast form, coiled on the treetop, quietly hidden among the dense leaves, sniffing the aroma with its flickering tongue. Female, I've finally found you. Chapter 21. Female, you protect me. The dusk was approaching. 3 suns were setting in the western sky, painting the clouds with a brilliant glow. He-Chi was cooking rice, while 3 young cubs played nearby. The lush forest, not far away, blended into a harmonious and beautiful landscape. Songyu, take this to the shaman, He-Chi said as he filled a stone bowl with potato stew and placed a pair of chopsticks made from tree branches on top. Come back after you deliver it to eat. Okay, I'll go now. As the sky darkened, the trees around the Red Crane tribe grew dense, their shadows swaying, and the glow of the sunset gradually faded. The visibility dimmed. The tribe was very quiet, with the occasional ambiguous sounds drifting into the air, wild and passionate. He-Yuanjin was seriously injured, but the other male orcs still remembered to patrol, walking through the tribe as if on a leisurely stroll. Wasn't that wandering orc heavily injured by He-Yuanjin? He definitely wouldn't dare to come around recently. Our tribe is not to be messed with. If he really comes, we can definitely take him down. Who says otherwise? I actually want him to come. He has harmed so many of our orcs, he should be captured and tortured properly. The voices gradually faded away. He-Ci listened carefully. She frowned and waited for Songyu to return, planning to call the cubs for dinner while it was still not completely dark. The snake demon coiled into a lump, lowered its head to examine the bloody holes and deep claw marks on its body that nearly bisected it, the hatred in its eyes palpable. Watching He-Ci busying herself, the snake flicked its tongue silently. Its smooth, powerful body silently slithered down the tree trunk, eventually landing in the open area behind the shaman's cave. The massive snake body vanished. A naked male beast man stood in place. He had long, dark green hair, slender pupils like obsidian, cold white skin, and sharply thin lips of extreme crimson. His nose was high, and he had narrow, phoenix-like eyes. His physique was tall and robust, with smooth and powerful muscle lines, and a bloody hole in his waist, with claw marks scattered along his back. As he moved, his strong thighs tensed, and his steps were swift, almost gliding across the ground. In no time, he found a set of animal skin clothing from elsewhere and put it on, draping from his shoulder down to cover his upper thighs. The wind blew, and the snake demon's dark green hair fluttered lightly. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips, as if he were strolling leisurely in his own territory. He walked comfortably into He-Ci's cave. A faint salty and slightly fishy smell wafted in. Sitting on a wooden bed, He-Ci, who was cutting animal skins, suddenly felt the cave turn extremely cold. She looked up in shock. In the dim environment, as the male beast man stood at the cave entrance, the moment she looked over, his black pupils instantly transformed into slender dark green ones, only to vanish in an instant. He-Ci. She suddenly stood up, and in the next second, a silver whistle appeared in her palm. The person in front of her was definitely not a member of the Homa tribe. The 3 little ones were still unaware of what was happening, and in the next moment, Shisha had already trapped Songming in her embrace, her fingers pinching his neck like a clamp, smiling at He-Ci, her 2 sharp teeth making one's heart tremble with fear. You blow that cursed thing again, and I'll send your cubs to meet the old, immortal beast god. The familiar, bone-chilling voice echoed. He-Ci tightly clutched the whistle, guarding in front of Songyu and Songyu, calmly asking, "What do you need me to do?" This snake was so arrogant. He-Yuan was severely injured and couldn't even maintain his human form, yet it still dared to intrude into the tribe without a care. Female, you are indeed clever. The snake demon said leisurely as it walked deeper into the cave, easily lying on its side, propping itself up, and reaching out to rub Song Ming's head. Smiling coldly and ruthlessly. For you, I am severely injured. I had to transform into this beastman appearance for the first time. I need to recuperate here. It casually tore off the animal skin clothing it was wearing and threw it on the ground, looking utterly disdainful. Wearing this thing is really bothersome. Female, you seem familiar with the shaman next to you. Go get me some medicine. With your intelligence, you shouldn't expose my presence. Of course, if you want to play with me, I wouldn't mind keeping you company, since you're the female I have my eye on. Song Ming trembled with rage, reaching an extreme level. You don't have to care about me. Song Ming howled, just go quickly. A huge snake head suddenly rested on Song Ming's neck, then returned to normal. The snake demon's gaze was full of mockery as it looked at He-Chi, saying, my venom will make your offspring die in great pain. Do you want to see? He-Chi took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. Her nails dug into her palm, and she managed to hold back from rushing forward. What medicine do you need? I can get it for you. Whatever you like, Shisha said nonchalantly. I can try any medicine. He looked at He-Chi with great interest, his pupils uncontrollably shifting rapidly with excitement. Female, last time in the wilderness you promised to leave with me. Once I'm healed, I won't abandon you in this rundown tribe. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. He-Chi sneered, thank you so much. Don't hurt my little one. I'll go to the witch doctor cave to get you medicine. If the patrol team comes, you figure it out yourself. Shisha laid Song Ming flat, resting his head on him and using the little one as a pillow, sneering disdainfully. That group of useless people, you don't need to worry about them. He-Chi looked at Song Yu and Song Yu. The two cubs' faces were pale. Song Yu pressed her lips together, looking at Song Ming, her eyes very red. Mother, my sister and I will guard the cave entrance. You go quickly. All right. He-Chi rubbed the heads of the two little ones. This snake was unpredictable and quite abnormal. He couldn't provoke it before finding a way to deal with it. He-Chi went directly to the shaman's cave, using Song Ming as an excuse, and got a pile of witch herbs from the old shamaness. Looking at Song Ming, who was gritting his teeth and enduring, he suppressed his temper and said here. With a long arm extended, Shisha directly took the items and started chewing on them. He-Chi bent down to the bed, half squatting beside him, pinching Song Ming's waist as he looked at Shisha. He is a fragile cub. If you do this, you'll hurt him. TCH, Shisha turned his head and lay down inside. The red crane beast man is really useless. And that one whose wings I tore off is even more annoying. His gaze was ferocious, as if he was chewing on the bones of He-Yuan. He-Chi was still waiting to hear how he planned to deal with He-Yuan, but unexpectedly, he finished eating and went to sleep, making it feel no different from being in his own den. Song Yu and Song Yu squeezed at her side, both little cubs looking somewhat worried. Song Ming, don't be afraid, He-Chi reassured Song Ming, while her peripheral vision kept an eye on the seemingly sleeping Shisha. As soon as dawn breaks, I'll go to the wild forest to find some fruits and herbs. Shisha was hiding in the dark, making it difficult for her to search extensively in the wild forest. Now that the opponent was hidden in her cave, it was a good opportunity to scavenge in the wild forest. Song Ming looked up at her, clutching his animal skin clothing without saying a word. The vicious female mother. Was she planning to abandon him and run away? Chapter 22. Jumping repeatedly on his bottom line, night fell. The room was shrouded in a thin layer of blood-red moonlight. Shisha lay unknowingly at the innermost side of the wooden bed, with three little cubs in the middle, while He-Chi slept at the edge of the bed. Whenever the tribe's patrol team approached, a slippery and powerful snake tail would stretch over, with the tip hovering over her neck as a threat. Since the opponent couldn't see anyway, He-Chi rolled her eyes and simply covered herself with the animal skin and fell asleep, replenishing her energy, letting this snake transform back and forth and hopefully tire him out. The three little cubs were too young, although they initially tried to stay alert. Seeing their mother sleeping soundly, they gradually fell asleep one by one. Only Shisha remained, watching the big one and the three little ones on the wooden bed, irritably transforming into beast form, making a big hole in the cave wall. However, the cave was too small, and feeling constrained, he transformed back into his humanoid form. Every time the hunting team passed by, he had to be wary of them rushing into the cave. The next day, He-Chi opened her eyes and saw Shisha glaring at her with a face full of resentment. What was going on? The other party was seriously injured and should be afraid to kill her at this time, fearing punishment from the beast god. As for the cubs, there were only 3 in total. If he killed one, he would completely expose himself and would probably find it hard to escape. He-Chi was feeling quite confident. After waking up, he started jumping around in response to Shisha's temper. Neither I nor the little ones made a fuss or attracted the patrol team. I didn't know what you were angry about. I put a pot on to boil water. With this bad snake around. I didn't want to reveal the existence of the space. So he washed the last few yellow earth fruits at the cave entrance and threw them into the pot. The four of us each got a yellow earth fruit sprinkled with just a bit of pepper and fine salt. Song Ming, who had already injured his leg and couldn't run away, ignored Shisha's constraints and happily gnawed on the yellow earth fruit. The only sounds in the cave were those of quiet eating. Shisha's stomach rumbled like a drum, watching them hiss and laugh as they got burned. With a cold snort, he said, I want to eat raw meat. Female, did you hear that? I heard it with both ears. I clapped his hands to get rid of the food stuck on them, washed them clean, then held a stone bowl sitting at the cave entrance, sipping a mouthful of hot water and letting out a comfortable sigh. This was the healthiest drink that suited the human body. Shisha instantly flew into a rage, throwing a small stone that hit He's stone bowl, shattering it into pieces. Hot water splashed everywhere. He smirked, looking quite pleased. Female, go find some food and witch grass in the wild forest. I need to recover. He's eyes flickered with a hint of secret amusement, but her face showed deep concern as she looked at the three little ones. What if I leave and you get so hungry that you eat all three of them? If you keep talking, do you believe I will eat them as food right now? The snake's pupils suddenly elongated, turning into a terrifying dark green like venom. As long as you don't run away, I won't touch them. Fine. Hichi nodded decisively and suggested that the three of them sit at the cave entrance to keep watch outside. Otherwise, the patrol team might curiously come in to check. She made a valid point. Shisha's pupils returned to normal as he silently lay back down. Song Yu helped Song Ming slowly move not far from the cave entrance. I'll be back soon. Hichi quietly slipped her whistle back into Song Yu's hand, winking at the little ones. Just sit here obediently and don't move. Song Ming still did not raise his head. I rubbed the top of his head and said, I won't leave. A small stone brushed against her cheek and embedded itself into the wall of the cave. I secretly cursed and decided not to continue giving advice. She got up and walked towards the cave entrance. Just then, He, who had come to find her, curiously looked inside and said, I just wanted to see how your cave is arranged. If you need my beast husband's help, feel free to ask. The figure of Shisha was completely covered by stacked beast skins. I could clearly feel that the snake was paying attention to the movements over here. No need. There's nothing to prepare. The cubs and I sorted everything out yesterday. I pulled her hand and walked towards the wilderness. The food distributed by the tribe isn't enough for me and the cubs, so I'm going to look for some fruits in the wilderness. Do you want to come along? I'm not going. He shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. It's fine for the males to find food. Why should I go out and tire myself? Instead of that, I'd rather stay in the den and have cubs with the males. Besides, there's still the stray snake beastmen that Hio attracted outside. Now that Hia is locked in the punishment den. What if that snake beastman goes crazy and poisons me? You really shouldn't go. If it comes to it, just find a few beastmen to serve you. And that will be enough. No wonder Hia wasn't seen this time. It turned out she was really locked in the punishment den because of the incident with the heavenly fire. Saw that Hia was not going, so she went down the slope. She said, I'll go then. When I have time, I'll come to your cave to play. If she really went with her, she wouldn't even be able to take out her own tools. He glanced at her, unable to understand her thoughts, and stood still without following. Be careful, and if you encounter a snake beast man, remember to return to the tribe to alert them. Who was walking far away, replied loudly, okay. Leaving the Red Crane tribe, she walked all the way to the vicinity of Sunset Lake. Now, she and the cubs were no longer the misfortune and curse of the tribe, and no beast man stopped her from approaching Sunset Lake. Went to the highest lake, took out the skull of the moo beast from her space, filled it with water, and then put it back. When she encountered yellow earth fruits, red earth fruits, and white earth fruits, she dug up a bunch and threw them into a designated storage place for food in her space. Following the Sunset Lake, she gradually walked deep into the desolate forest. She wove a basket with vines and carried it on her back. Along the way, when she found herbs, she dug them up and tossed them inside. Strange. Sat on a large rock, rummaging through the herbs in the basket. Goat's rue, arum, white angelica, raw aconite, 9-layer fragrant, and dachira. Is there really no species of mandrake flower in this world? Treating Songming's leg is urgent. Had been looking for an opportunity to find herbs in the wilderness to make mafe san, and now, just in time, he had gathered all the herbs and dealt with the snake demon, handing it over to the orcs of the Hongha tribe for disposal. Logically speaking, such hot weather should be perfect for the growth of mandrake flowers. Just one more herb was needed, and I didn't want to give up. He reloaded his backpack and headed towards a place where the sunlight was a bit stronger. Efforts will not betray those who are determined. Mandrake flowers. I saw a large area of thriving Dachira flowers from a distance and quickly walked over. He stepped heavily on a fleshy spot underfoot and instinctively retreated, gripping the military shovel tightly in his hand. Help me. Chapter 23. Indifference to death. The sunlight was fragmented like gold, filtering through the dense canopy and casting mottled shadows. A vast field of flowers, some as white as snow, some as pink as dawn, and some as purple as the stars in the night sky, bloomed gloriously before his eyes. To those unfamiliar with this flower field, the first impression would be an overwhelming display of vibrant colors. I shifted his attention from the flower field in front of him to the man lying on the ground, covered in blood. Help me, the man said weakly. Huang Chuaning chuckled coldly and transferred all his spiritual energy into the formation. Huang Yongjian also channeled his spiritual energy into the formation. The other members of the demon sect, not daring to be careless, all unleashed their most powerful techniques and fed them into the devouring formation. Father is not a saint. Xia Zhongchuan slowly stood up. I fear only we will remember him. Perhaps in 2 years, even we will forget him. Time is gentle yet cruel. Some people and things grow more vivid over time, while others are quietly worn away by it. Suddenly, the eyes of Yin Yang flipped, and the power hidden deep within surged into the void, opening a dimensional rift. Countless crimson plates flew out, surrounding Miyamoto Musashi, rapidly building a crimson coffin 9 feet long, completely sealing his body inside. But just now, when we entered the palace, we encountered Lord Li Yuanfang. It is said that Lord Li's large ears are not just for show. They have the ability of keen hearing, effortlessly capturing sounds from kilometers away. So is it a stand-in? Hongzi pressed the remote control, freezing the frame just before the victim was blown away while opening the door. Now, in an awkward position, the crown prince threw her into this place to humiliate her, and there would likely be more torment to come. If you want to take someone away, bring evidence and an arrest warrant. Otherwise, no one can take anyone away, said Chairman Li. The limitations of materials also indicate the limitations of the puppeteer's strength. Overly heavy objects cannot be manipulated by the puppeteer. At this moment, a strange sensation flickered in his peripheral vision, and Ingzheng suddenly felt the world outside tremble violently. The golden red that engulfed and shrouded him seemed to be swiftly disturbed by an invisible ripple, washing over him all the way to the endless edge. Jun Liu's earlier dodge finally allowed everyone to witness the true strength of the divine craftsman. When Han Xiao was being cheeky, she would respond in kind. They had long since gotten used to playful banter. Behind them, the northern desert soldiers were in pursuit, and, along the way, they faced robberies from the southern Zhaos and bandits. The cries of refugees who barely escaped Hengyang City were unending, and as far as the eye could see, it was a scene of chaos. The 4 men in black before Qinitian were also quite surprised. They did not expect that Lei Yu had a guard of the martial king by his side. After dinner, he took the initiative to clean the table, surprising her a bit, but she still helped him wash the dishes. The stock market plummeted. He understood without checking that the manipulator was none other than the Meng Group. Stocks were just one way for Dahua Electronics to hold assets, but fluctuations in stock prices were a heavy blow to Dahua Electronics. As Lei Yu extended his right hand, a white light suddenly appeared before him. The communication between Lei Yu and the Emperor's system seemed long, but in reality, it was just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the system prompted a shadow, and a new task appeared on the Dark Realms task list. The boss and the fat guy were discussing the future development of the thief team. He was only responsible for training them. As the shadow opened the Dark Realms task list, seeing nothing but good intentions, he regretted having encountered such powerful individuals in this mountain valley, lamenting that he should have checked the calendar before coming. Chapter 24. The Damned Fox. Hulin couldn't believe he was being rejected. He hurried a few steps to the edge of Sunset Lake and looked down at his reflection in the water. How many females had gone mad, wanting him to be their beast husband, even promising the position of a true male. Yet this woman from the Red Crane tribe didn't even spare him a glance longer than an instant, even able to ignore a dying person. Truly heartless, right? She definitely. Shen Jiai and Hu Jiawei really came over, and the hearts of several boys began to race. Could it be they were here to find one of them? Uncle Zhang was robust, muscular all over, despite being bombed and burned. He had not a single wound on him. Countless strands of hair covered everyone, protected by the shield extending from Qiu Yi's shield, completely blocking their line of sight. except for the area around the shield. Chung Jinsong frowned at the corpse, and Su Ro and Su Mohan had strange expressions. Li Jiayu looked at Chung Jinsong, seemingly asking for his opinion. But how to get in hand? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes and retreated to the cave entrance. Captain Su thought Zhang Hao was just being stinky and didn't ask, starting to arrange for people to clear the corpses. They'd been left for so many days that they were truly rotting. Wu Si didn't believe that a tiger wouldn't eat meat. Those who believed were either fools or idiots. Tonight, they let Fei Bo go. Perhaps tomorrow, Fei Bo would find someone to deal with Wang Lily or He Bing. Ahem. Fine. Qin Yu admitted that fighting was indeed a shortcut. However, as it stands, his troops had little chance against the soldiers of the 7th Company. Wu Yang turned and threw a punch at the shield, making a sharp, crisp sound as cracks appeared on the shield. The schematic and the real thing are different. Dirty bombs and nuclear bombs are also different. I have no intention of creating a wasteland for 100 years. Dai Huadong gently shook his head and reached for the hand of Li Dao. Chu, do you understand? Gu Jinshu ignored the murmurs around and turned to ask the person beside her. What S with that expression? It's like every time I come to find you. If for something bad, Lao Gao said, somewhat displeased. Perhaps, as an independent entity in this world, the only real thing is this face. Su, he didn't care much. After all, there were many people in this world who didn't like her, especially those who simply disliked her looks. She didn't need to investigate each one. Yin Yao still held a grudge against Jiang Yinqing, even envying her for winning Jun Jingma's love, but after what just happened, she realized that she and Jun Jingma had no possibility whatsoever, and she couldn't compare to Jiang Yinqing. The object was small and made a soft sound when it fell to the ground, causing Hong Yin to instinctively look down. Why are you looking at me? This wasn't my doing. If you want to look at Yu. This is her wrongdoing. Zhao Xinglu said. Su Yi turned around expressionlessly, suddenly wanting to dissect Shi Yi to see his body structure. Such a high waterfall. Not only did he not die after jumping, but he didn't even have a concussion. With that gaze looking at her, he couldn't possibly be the key to healing Hayes and the others, could he? The other party was so aggressive that they choked him back, leaving him speechless and without room for rebuttal. Jiang Huan knew that he had been chosen by Su Yi because he looked obedient in both qualifications and appearance. With a loud bang, all 6 golden core cultivators' escape talismans exploded simultaneously, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts finally settling down from their throats, as their figures vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. For the necromancers of the ghost realm, the land of Insha was as significant as a paradise. Chapter 25, Anesthetic takes effect. In the stone pot, the herbs simmered gently. I boiled it for an hour, taking advantage of the snake's spirit's inattention. He used his body to shield and took out the gauze from the space to make a simple filtering device. The dregs were discarded, and the essence in the stone pot continued to simmer for a while before being removed from the heat and placed aside to dry in the sun. By the time there was still some light left in the sky, the remaining essence in the stone pot had already dried into granules. I carefully took a stone bowl and poured the Ma Fei sand into it. With a thud, Kublai Khan sat down weakly. He no longer had the energy to curse or resent Zhang Shanshan. Now, he had only one wish in his heart, that the more than 100,000 people in the fortress to the east could withdraw. Lei Rahai had long been reminded by Yin Ruoxue and did not inform Feng Wei of everything, which is why Feng Wei did not know that the bandits he was eliminating were the monks from Liangji Temple on Sweeping Peak. In fact, after spending the night together, he had been staring at his wife in his arms, too excited to sleep, and later managed to doze off for 1 or 2 hours. Lu Hanyin hurriedly said, "Bring it over. What am I afraid of?" "No, don't follow. You need to find a way to notify General Zhang." Wang Ho became anxious, saying that following along would only increase risks and be of no benefit. Fortunately, today, Ouyang Kunping's health had fully recovered. So, the two decided to take a boat to Wuzizu Island for fun. "I must say, you really have some guts," the fat man said foolishly to Mu Shichen in the dark, not knowing if he had seen him. But he knew that the flower that remained still had a stubborn character and would not give up easily. After expressing this, he let himself off the hook. However, since he came to her for this reason, Chu Yin was not a hard-hearted person. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, and moreover, the person he was saving was the well-respected Duke Zheng in the capital. Haiyan Yin also hung up, dragging half a tube of blood, wanting to retrieve the flying knife. While Qing Feng Shuyue saw through my intentions, Su Yin adjusted his breathing and woke up just as he was getting ready to sleep. He suddenly heard a noise outside the door. Concentrating, he listened carefully and snickered to himself, then lay back on the bed, pretending to be asleep. When Zhang Tian tried to send his spirit through the vortex to see what was on the other side, he encountered a resistance. His spiritual power could not pass through, indicating that his spiritual power was not strong enough to overcome this resistance. The clothing was very strange, not an ordinary wizard's robe, but somewhat resembling a warrior's armor, albeit with some differences. The soft material connecting the hard armor also shimmered with a metallic luster, and what was most peculiar was the oversized fists protruding from the wrists, which did not resemble what normal people should have. "Don't look at me like that. I'm a law-abiding citizen," Jiang Yi said with a smile. The students sent out multiple times were all selected by her for their strong spiritual power, and with her treasure for protection, if it weren't for the illusion barrier, they would have succeeded long ago. Several attempts had yielded results. As long as someone's spiritual power was strong enough to resist the illusion, then the opportunity would arise. Without too much explanation, Zhang Tian immediately returned to his body. His soul and body fused again, and Zhang Tian felt a sense of grounding. For the state of his soul body truly made one feel a lack of belonging. On the city wall of Zhilu Yuan stood 6 figures side by side: Jun Ziyu, Shen Tianxin, Li Luo, Chongyang, Yu San, and Mo Xiangqi. The 4 disciples of the Tiangui sect immediately showed ecstatic expressions upon seeing that the newcomer was none other than the hall master of the Manga Hall, Zhan Tianba. "This Jiang is not simple. I feel he has other secrets. However, given our current environment, we cannot act against him. Remember, in the future, keep your distance if you encounter him. We will act after the trade fair ends." The old man with the cigarette finally ordered. "Brother Jiang understands formations." Wei Fancheng was shocked, and Zhugu Li and the others could hardly believe that Jiang Huairan actually understood formations. They leaned forward slightly, wanting to see. Formations were a lost art, and they had never seen one, so they naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. However, even if they saw it, they wouldn't understand it, so they could only witness it. Chapter 26. Marriage between 2 families. The flower is beautiful. The light yellow color is dazzlingly beautiful. But the male holding this bouquet truly disgusted Hsi, and even the pretty bouquet was tainted with a layer of gloom. Seeing that Hsi did not accept it, Shisha confidently pushed the flowers forward, saying, "If you don't like it, let your cubs eat them. I'll get you something else." Every word spoken by the other party made Hsi curse inwardly. She casually took the bouquet and placed it down. "Hey, Ah-Chen, why are you here?" Yi Yuhan saw Yin Luochang come in and continued her act of pretending to be silly. On a lonely, gloomy road, a mysterious and ethereal voice suddenly rang out, causing the listener to feel an indescribable chill. Xiaolong remembered that the 2 of them seemed to be ranked 58th and 64th, with the tall guy ranking slightly higher. Gu Changxing thought for a moment and felt it was better to let America take the blame this time. After all, America was the world's #1 power. In the eyes of ordinary people, only America had the capability to wipe out the Japanese royal family. A crisp voice rang out, followed by a sudden splash of bright red blood in the room. All the passengers on the train were dead, without exception. "It seems you are unwilling. Then forget it." Ding Hao did not insist, as this was his payment to Tony. Since the other party did not want it, he would not pay out of pocket. "With my abilities, it is clearly impossible to drive all these enemies present into madness. But don't forget, as long as these 2 factions are already hostile to each other, my attack will merely serve as a fuse, stirring the waters and letting them fight and entangle." The girl Yu Huan was deeply immersed in immense sorrow when she suddenly heard footsteps beside her. She instinctively looked up and saw Yi Yuhan's expressionless face. Wangjun High School. Who doesn't know Chun Chen's character? He always has a warm smile on his face, but secretly he is extremely cruel and sinister. However, Qing Yu was Su Xian's greatest support. After Qing Yu stepped in, the 5 elders' alchemy problems were resolved in an instant, as easy as flipping a hand. However, before being locked up, when passing by a certain cell, he saw a handsome man from Z country. Even in such a place, the noble aura emanating from him was still hard to conceal. Although he was backed by the Green Mountains, and there was clear mountain spring water not far behind, it was difficult to collect without any tools. Upon seeing Yu Changshuan and the others return, people they met on the road would ask how they had fun, whether they had played new games in the park, and so on, all very curious. Xiao Lingyuan smiled and pointed to his lips, implying that she should kiss him. And he would tell her, "All children are good children. It's just that parents often can't see clearly." "Right, Baizong?" Wen Ting smiled, but her eyes turned cold. "Isn't it here?" Facing the district chief, Lin Qing also smiled brightly, her tone gentle, making it hard for anyone to feel angry. He always taught his direct disciples, and they all ran to the branch. If other disciples came as well, then his position as the main teacher would be a mere formality, wouldn't it? The two left the palace gate and walked toward the Zhao Wang mansion. As they passed a secluded street, they suddenly heard a whoosh as an arrow shot through the air. Yi Qingyang's dodging left him unable to find any flaws, and Yi Qingyang's attacks made it impossible for him to defend, even leaving him feeling breathless. If it were his son, he would not reveal this secret, as he was not of the rightful Jiang royal lineage. Once his identity was exposed, the regent, would also be in an untenable position. The distance turned out to be much longer than he had thought, taking about 10 minutes to reach the underground. However, at their destination, there was still a large door. Now entering a realm of calamity, Zhan Hongwu's strength would only be stronger. Even facing a 3-caliber realm expert would allow for a direct confrontation. Chapter 27. Why not give him medicine? When He Tsigan first moved next to the witch doctor's cave, she went to see He Yuan. At that time, He Yuan was in a coma, and she avoided the witch doctor, took out some disinfectant from her space, sprinkled it on his wounds, and crushed some anti-inflammatory medicine to give to him with water. Unexpectedly, He Yuan not only woke up now, but also heard their conversation. Father. He Yuan couldn't see the specific situation outside and became increasingly worried, struggling to sit up. ECI. The things you brought are really impressive. All right, then I'll take the lead. Yu Xiao put on a gas mask and glanced at Tingting through the lens. You are very important to me. Why does he have to make me choose one? Tears welled up in Milan's eyes, her heart pained, but not regretting it. For Dan Ing and her parents. She was definitely going to Changbai Mountain with them. Moreover, she had a faint feeling that these two complete obelisk bronze bells might be related to her parents who disappeared years ago, and she would not miss any opportunity or clue. There is hope. Upon discovering that Wuchen was moved, Bai Lu felt secretly delighted. Her beautiful eyes containing a hint of spring, seemingly electrifying, directly striking Wuchen's heart. You don't need to say anything more, my mind is made up. If you don't stop, I'll die right in front of you. Once I'm dead, everything will be over. Hua Qingqing's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Perhaps death was also a form of relief. At least she wouldn't have to bear the shame of betraying her husband and abandoning her child. Buzz. The burning sky demon sword roared in Ye Tian's hand, immediately causing the demonic clouds in the sky to change and churn, bolts of lightning striking down from the void, howling for miles, stunning everyone present. In this vast universe, the number of worlds I have destroyed is countless. The moment Wuchen said this, blood mist surged and boiled behind him. The director, with a dark expression, swept his gaze across the faces of the crowd, finally landing on Su Qingma and Han Yiren, who were on the ground. The person dressed in night clothes said, I can spare you, but if someone asks, do you know how to answer? His tone was very cold, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. He hurried over and waved his hand to fling the stones away, and 2 charred bodies came into his view. Upon seeing this spatial passage for the first time, even Zhao Yi's composure faltered slightly as he slowly looked at the barriers formed by spatial power on both sides of the passage. Beyond that, there was still endless darkness, and no one knew what kind of scene lay there. While everyone was talking, a young man in a green shirt hurried in and whispered a few words in Gu Minchen's ear. Gu Minchen's expression changed slightly, and he waved for him to go out first. Although Xiao Feng didn't take them seriously, he knew that he absolutely couldn't appear at a disadvantage in this matter. He waved his hand, signaling Chen Zhonghao and Song Ziyu to step forward. After all, they were the visible masters here. Clearly, Major Lan Shifei did not have much practical combat experience, so when faced with the strong winds outside the hatch, she still appeared somewhat frightened. After the two left, Li Lanfeng no longer stopped Wang Qing, who immediately rushed to Ning Hai's side, continuously examining his body. Big brother, thank you. If it weren't for your help just now, I probably wouldn't have just suffered this little injury. Thank you. Xiao Feng walked over and thanked the man. Gerald aimed to obtain the 7 billion concept magic power of the magical spirit to complete the final paradise tower. At this moment, Zian was thinking with so many dangers. Why had the teacher never mentioned them or asked her to help share some burdens? However, all of this was based on the premise that the other party was from the central area. Strong people from the wasteland area wouldn't care that you were the president of the Crimson Dragon. As long as you offended me, I would dare to kill you. After all, the other party was strong, finished their business, and just left. What could you do about it? Chapter 28. How about we exchange? On the stone bed in the witch doctor's outer cave, Song Ming opened his eyes. Song Yu and Song Yu, who had been guarding by his side, immediately leaned over the stone bed, chattering and calling out to him. Songming, are you awake? Songming? Songyu. Songming's little face was somewhat pale, reaching out to touch his brother's face, but grasped nothing, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Why do you have two heads? In a daze, looking at Songyu. Why do you have four eyes? Interrogation was no longer likely to yield any valuable information from his mouth. Searching again for the memory fragments stored in him. No valuable new discoveries were found after analysis. The Weasel King looked gratefully at Chiba Mako. If the other party hadn't arrived in time, he would probably have died at the hands of the Orca King by now. So, that car really is yours? You also have a villa in Jinhu Hating? Ligua Gang asked. He seemed even happier than when he was selected to enter there with Mo back then. But at the same time, it felt heavier. Seeing that he was entrusted to someone, the originally panting fire dragon immediately flew energetically towards Wang Hao. In an instant, he was ready. He had been waiting, willing to give everything for the peace of Earth. This time, if he could stop the cosmic monsters, he was even willing to sacrifice his life. Shao Kong questioned Tugu Tiger about the initial topic of their chat, and Tugu Tiger really forgot what he originally wanted to talk about. What was it? Tugu Tiger thought for a long time, but really couldn't remember. Himing walked closer to take a look at each of them. There was a trace of black energy flickering between these two people's brows, showing symptoms of yin energy entering the body, which made him stunned. They naturally wanted to see with their own eyes whether this young boy, who looked so young, really had such extraordinary medical skills. And all of this was brought about by strength. He personally felt it deeply, especially after just experiencing a great battle and gaining a lot. Lin Mu looked at her expression, feeling somewhat guilty and embarrassed, and reached out to remove his hat. It was not just about money. More importantly, it was about the recognition of my basketball skills. Zhang Ruofeng answered seriously. Although Lin Yue and Lin Xian didn't know about Yi Zhao's past, Yi Zhao's words left them unable to refute. Lin Mu curled her lips at the mention, thinking that it was just inspiration. If others wrote that stuff, it might not be understood at all. Just as she curled her lips, someone pinched her. If this got out, no one would believe it, and it would certainly cause a huge uproar. A white sedan, driving normally on the road, was startled. The steering wheel turned sharply, and it crashed straight into a bicycle on the non-motorized lane. Standing in front of Yi Zhao, Lin Yue rarely smiled sweetly and took off her frog sunglasses. The atmosphere in the private room was instantly ignited, and the background music reached its climax. You say only after being burned by fire can a phoenix appear? Flying against the wind is more suitable for soaring. I'm not afraid of being blocked by thousands. I'm only afraid of my own surrender. He thought again about the agreement Lin Daihuan had given him. It turned out that from that moment on, she had already decided to bring him to Sunshine Group. At this moment, looking at the furious golden-eyed beast, Mo Tian's face changed drastically, and he was deeply shocked. He had never imagined that this guy's strength was so powerful. However, Xiao Ji, who had already made up his mind, seemed to not hear Xiao Shui's pleas at all and pried her fingers one by one from his wrist. By September 1938, the Japanese invaders swept through Maoshan, burning down over 90 of the Taoist temple buildings and robbing a batch of very valuable Taoist texts and artifacts. But the final destruction was at the hands of their own people. In an instant, as the foundation of the formation was destroyed by a powerful force, the Qian Kuan absolute kill array became unsteady and shattered. Chapter 29. Endless Debate. Bugs growing on the skin. Fox tribe beastmen with abundant fur. PCI asked Hu Lin to carefully explain the details of the Fox clan beastman's skin being bitten, and he had a vague guess in his heart. Where's your Fox clan's tribe? Downstream of Sunset Lake, Hu Lin answered frankly. Last year, during the great cold season, the Fox clan seemed to be cursed by the beast god. Our caves collapsed, and the place we originally lived in was covered by snow, forcing us to migrate there. Because only then could other countries use their influence to obtain what they wanted from Africa without paying a huge price. At this point, Lei Hao felt really embarrassed. He wanted to remind Wei Yingxia, but he didn't know how to start. Hearing Mo Ming say he still had some usefulness, Morongbo finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he couldn't help feeling a bit desolate. He thought to himself, how could someone like Morongbo feel happy just because someone said he was useful? I see. Lin Ji nodded, thinking they were just local government consultants regarding paranormal matters, so he stopped asking. Sister AI, what are you thinking? I'm just here to discuss something with you, Zhou Donglin said with a helpless smile, stopping and turning to speak. The enemy troops should not be able to catch up now. After running all the way, they had exhausted all their strength. The general leaned against a tree, bending over and gasping for breath. Yi Xin couldn't be bothered to argue with Zhao Yunjun. He arranged for Zhao Yunjun and Yu Dao to be together for his own purposes. According to the royal spy, the proprietress said she recognized that person's eyes. And that person was likely Xingshi Zhonghua. This is not a good place, Lu Yin'er said with a smile. She ultimately took Mo Ming's advice and covered her face with a veil, but she absolutely refused to wear a hat. The tablecloth was arranged in a square shape, allowing everyone to circle around, and that area happened to be an open space in the forest, providing a spacious area for sunlight to shine directly. He also appropriately absorbed some retired soldiers, all from Beidou, and arranged them into the outer team. Yay! Hugging a giant plush toy, Ling Ming cheered excitedly, while Ierliko picked up the gun again and shot down another identical plush toy. He raised his hand and swung it down hard. And in the projection of the shadow in the air, soldiers holding battle knives raised their blades high, ready to strike at the hostages below. This was actually within his expectations, and Zhao Yan's role was not to help sell much, but rather to provide promotional significance. Isn't that a bit too much to eat? Yakumo Z used a rhetorical question, but it was more than just a bit. This amount of food could be considered excessive. In this way, countless signs could be hung above, and the entire wall, except for the tiles, would be made of glass, making it high-end and classy. Fang Tianfeng noticed that Song Jie had a particularly respectful tone, and her gaze towards him seemed a bit special, similar to the admiration in his sister's eyes. Filled with admiration, different from the affection in Jiang Feifei and Shun Xian's eyes. Although there are sweet nutritional supplements and drinks sold on the market, they are all chemically synthesized products. How can they compare to natural fruits? Saying this, Rin Feifei twisted her voluptuous waist and walked toward the venue. Just like a nimble fish, naturally approaching Lin Yuyan. A chill radiated from Chun Feng, scaring Zhao Yunmin so much that she didn't dare to breathe. For the past half-month, she had been exercising every day, so tired that she would just fall asleep as soon as she got home at night, leaving her no time to think wildly. Chu Dongtian was somewhat pleased, but then saw that the bloodline originally wrapped around the box was starting to rapidly fade. Chapter 30. Don't you like it? Foxes have an innate talent for digging holes. His forepaws were sharp and quick, quietly digging deep along the contours of the hole that the snake demon had made with its tail. Before long, Hu Lin walked out from the hole he had dug, transformed into human form, calmly adjusted his bee-skin clothing in front of his CI, and pointed to the entrance next to him, which was only as thick as a tree. Looking at the snake demon, I dug it according to your size. You could try it yourself. Qin Yin charged directly at Guilin with the ball, feeling inexplicably annoyed after being educated. A lava giant radiating the high temperature of purgatory suddenly blocked Uchiha, Madara's path. A beautiful array of butterfly wings fluttering behind it, exuding a bewitching mental power, its right hand holding a captivatingly black slender dagger, colliding head-on with the long sword of the fully formed Susanoo. Oh my, how embarrassing! Chang Fei covered his face, unable to face the gaze of the ship girls that could explore. No malis? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened. In his one-track mind, unifying the world, ambition, malice. This simple and crude way of thinking clearly made Naruto have a bad impression of Artoria and left him somewhat puzzled about Su Yuan's intentions. But everything had already become a foregone conclusion. Upon hearing this, many people around sighed in relief. If security came, the situation would be much better. At least they wouldn't have to worry about this guy accidentally hurting others during a fight. He had the soul of a prophetic god within him, but his main body was still of the spirit race, so Moya, summoned by bloodline, was still powerless to resist. Suddenly, a more pungent liquid spewed from his mouth, carrying a strong, corrosive aura. The Thunder Beast had been lingering on this vast grassland for more than half a month, just staying put and not attacking. I intend to launch a full-scale attack tomorrow. All long-range attack methods will be used together to ensure the extermination of this monster. The commander of the Northern Military District spoke first, his attitude firm and his meaning clear. This time, they had accompanied each other for a full 5 years. During these 5 years, they had done nothing but play in this world, almost stepping foot in every corner of it. After approaching a distance of 70 meters for the attack, Chi immediately made his move, a wind blade whistling past, instantly cutting an innate realm martial artist in half. Under the influence of this dragon might, all Dragon Clan members felt a deep-seated admiration and inherent awe, their eyes filled with fervor and excitement. Bouncing down the street, Yershur was repeatedly chanting 3 words in his heart: got money, got money, got money. This day, Yershur was exceptionally happy. He originally thought that the wildcat spirit had cut off his financial path, but unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, it had become his biggest asset for making money. How lamentable are the affairs of this world. For a moment, everyone started to talk, some complaining, some questioning, some suggesting, various voices mixed together in a jumble. Whether it was Helena or the dragon warriors, they were all made uneasy by the dense swarms of insect beasts and the super insect beast towering over 20 meters, as perceived by their mental powers. Ji Wujian's gaze was filled with anger, exuding a murderous aura, looking at Lin Xian as if he were looking at a dead person. The overwhelming pressure of his divine power released recklessly, crashing towards Lin Xian in waves, causing the surrounding ice cave world to sway precariously. Due to the great drop, the Enderman fell to the ground and once again turned into a mushy mess, but I didn't get hurt at all, which was enough. After all, the Enderman could still revive, so let it die. Just 3,000, do you want it? If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Lu Meng immediately said upon hearing Sun Fatty's words, knowing Sun Fatty's character. The police chief, after finishing his words, directly picked up that Lu and then strode away from here. After seeing Zhang Lu's father leave, the fat man's son let out a heavy sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling from earlier had made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Chapter 31. Da Huang is used to clear heat and drain fire, cool the blood, and detoxify. It is a very useful hemostatic herb. However, if taken in large amounts, it can produce a strong laxative effect, which greatly affects wound healing, especially for external injuries like snake bites, which require blood replenishment and rest. Excessive use can severely delay the recovery speed of the wound. I dug out a large patch of witch medicine in front of him, tied it tightly with vines, and planned to carry it back directly. Seeing Chung Shu-on like this, not only Clark Gregg, but even Scarlett Johansson couldn't help but laugh. Master of the house, after more than a month of investigation, we have determined the cause of young Master Hao Yian's death is related to someone named Luo Chun, Lin Wu said. Immediately after, a violent world-destroying fire surged out from Xiao Yi's body, burning the bloodshed to nothingness. Yinshan connects to Yuyang and the two states, serving as a defensive barrier in the northeast direction of Dali. It stretches from Jishan in the west to Yesan in the east, extending 500 miles from east to west and 800 miles from north to south, with treacherous terrain full of cliffs and deep valleys, making it difficult for ordinary people to traverse. All right. Ling Duyu nodded. I'll go take a look tonight, and I'll bring the things to you later. Ling Duyu's agreement let Jiang Izhou breathe a sigh of relief. It had only been a few days since he left Tianing City, and Zhao Fei and Fu Guwei suddenly appeared in front of him. If there was something, with today's advanced communication, it could have been resolved with a phone call. Hearing Luo Chen's words, both Chu Xinyue and Duan Wuruxue showed a hint of guilt on their faces. Above that are county-level cities, district-level cities, city-level cities, and super-large king-level cities. Among them, the district-level city is the third-level city, where one can choose to be reborn as an official. In fact, just at that moment, after witnessing Dan Kingsley's strength breaking through to the seventh heaven, the hearts of the three couldn't help but skip a beat simultaneously. The coachman, who was excited by the conversation with Kelly Sophis, talked about how much he loved rugby, saying that Kelly Sophis was lucky. If it weren't for the rugby finals being suspended in Turi for the past 2 days, forcing him to temporarily return from Turi, Kelly Sophis would never have been able to ride in his carriage. If the king were to recklessly destroy the golden body and the hospital, it would surely provoke the people's resentment and stir them up. The giant stone covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters, slanting downwards, with several meters of yellow sand covering it. After hearing Fan Mingjian's words, Gu Nianqi sighed secretly. No wonder it has been so quiet recently. It seems to be because of this. She should thank Gu Yunxi and Qin Yuetian for their falling out. It was precisely because of their falling out that she had safely passed a month. You should leave earlier. Lianer has already packed your belongings for you. So go with peace of mind. The Wanyan clan patted Nalan's back, everything unsaid. I haven't done anything shameful. Is there something I need to hide from Fourth Master? Nalan took the note from Shuiyue's hand, not opening it but staring at Shuiyue. Slowly closing her eyes, 2 clear tears silently slipped from Yujing's eyes. The guilt's so strong, time and again. It suddenly occurred to me that Chan Ningrue had indeed inquired whether the room had been cancelled that day. At the time, I didn't think much of it. To be precise, I didn't expect that Chong wanted that room. The distraught by Tong Tong just happened to get off the bus at the entrance of Tian Lai Bar. Seeing the heavily made-up Li Kylie being embraced by a hefty man as she got into a car, she leaned against the bus door and cried her heart out. I made some snacks specially for you to try. Lin Ro said gently, her beautiful and round face inexplicably showing a bit more maternal care than usual. Chapter 32. You watch me eat. These days, Shisha has not been feeling well. He had suffered worse injuries before, but the healing speed was much faster than this time. He frowned, feeling that something was off. Clearly, he had taken so many witch medicines. Why did he feel so uncomfortable all over, especially in his stomach, which rumbled like thunder and ached faintly? ECI, who walked in from outside, felt the low air pressure in the cave and dumped the herbs from his backpack at the entrance of the cave where Shisha lived. The robots simply opened a hole below and began blasting. The coalition forces withdrew, and with a huge explosion, flames shot up to the sky, shaking the tower a few times before it collapsed to the north. The military school office building can only be entered by staff, please understand. Wow, I didn't expect the training at this military school to be quite good, but I must find Chen Yun, otherwise my future days won't be peaceful. This time, England's penalty shootout saw 4 out of 5 goals scored, while Portugal only managed to score 3. The adults on the web version remained silent and reserved, quietly collecting, quietly supporting, quietly sending flowers and tickets. Although they rarely communicated with Mei Mei, they silently provided her with endless motivation. Martial arts disguise soft skills. Assassination, every skill was learned frantically and then gradually mastered. Yao Chu, live and die together, that is enough for me. Su Lin trembled as she wiped away by Yao Chu's tears. Trying hard to smile, old aristocrats would divide their land into family areas, ruling areas, occupied areas, and owning areas. At first, Zhao Hao promised Fong La 3 conditions to persuade him to surrender. The killing of Zhu Yan was just one of them. The real focus lay ahead. Yi Zifen hid behind a tree, seeing that Xie Tianlei had already put Lu Tingting in the car, feeling secretly anxious. Zhao Siqi's clothes were disheveled, with a few bloodstains on the front. One hand covered his forehead, and bloodstains were also on his fingers. At this moment, the wolves all charged in front of our campfire, barking loudly at us. Hearing these sounds made my heart tremble. I don't care what problems you have. If it's really a family issue, tell me. I can go to your family and talk to them, help you get through that hurdle. Even if it means begging your parents, I'm willing to kneel once. Sun Yifun's words were indeed resonant. The next day, without a second thought, I went to see Lawyer Zhou. He was already quite familiar with my family situation, and I asked him to draft a divorce agreement for me that day. After several ups and downs, it was finally evening again, but fortunately, we were already in our province. If he ran at night, he could reach Zhongbei City by midnight. The people following Huiji were all stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Did those wise men actually agree on you? However, when Bao Yifun chased out of the building, he saw that Xieben had already gotten into a police car and left. Turning back, he saw Andy following him out. When I arrived there, the doctor took me alone to the morgue for one last look at Zhang Dong's mother. Just that one glance almost made me faint. By the time Xiao Luo turned around, Yimushua had already finished her shower and was sitting in a chair blowing her hair. Although he still feared young Master Luo Yin a bit more, Sikong Yam's gaze was like a knife. Just one glance could feel the hidden killing intent beneath his seemingly calm face. Even though I knew her strength, seeing this scene still made me flinch. What the hell kind of power was this? The person was still several meters away, but could easily send the opponent flying. And the opponent was a third-tier bone refinement master, who was considered a top-tier existence in our eyes. The 2 Iron Lions were not foolish. They had long been on guard against the Hydra. As they watched the opponent's attack approaching, they showed no intention of dodging at all. Instead, they transformed into 2 powerful streams of energy and lunged at the Hydra. Chapter 33. Life and Death Crisis. Looking at the water stains and fallen soybeans all over the tent, the shattered mud bowl King Xingxin lost the heart to scold Haiwa, ignoring him completely, and quietly walked out of the tent in his thin clothing. As the falling star points flickered like stars, they gradually converged into a beam as they descended at the cave entrance, resembling a flowing river of stars. Reaching deep into the cave and landing on the white jade skeleton within the spirit-seizing coffin. These 2 auras belonged to 2 supreme beings from the celestial realm, and the fact that they both made their move simultaneously caused the tribulation survivors to tremble in shock. Hugo, don't be like this. What's done is done. Don't be too sad. Hu Wushuang tightly grasped Hugo's hand, continuously trying to comfort him. Hu Wushuang felt that the hand she was holding was trembling violently. However, the skeletal stone tablet seemed to have a spirit of its own, sensing their intentions. It was unwilling to let them leave. Suddenly, silver chains shot out from the tablet, binding the 2 directly and instantly pulling them into the stone tablet. Hu Yue and his wife were warm-hearted. Shui Jun had a long-standing friendship with them, akin to that of brothers. Now that Shui Jun's wedding date was approaching, the couple was busy making arrangements, booking hotel rooms, decorating the new house, and contacting the wedding car and host. overwhelmed with work. Even immovable type printing that Wang Xingxin had previously produced, although strongly promoted by the direct descendant Kong Ingda, was still a family of gentry. Li Er was deceived by the seemingly righteous Confucian Kong Ingda. Boom! Boom! When the lightning that dispersed from the thunder liquid struck the ground, loud explosions followed. Su Fengwan glanced at the screen behind her. The screen in the Jin Wangfu was large and heavy, and she should not be detected while concealing her aura. At that moment, she was wearing a traditional Japanese geisha outfit and had applied a terrifying makeup, making it impossible for anyone to recognize her. Among the row of mysterious figures sitting quietly in the darkness, one spoke with a noticeably altered mechanical hoarse voice. Everyone rushed into the city in a flurry, and the main force did not stop at the city gate, directly charging into the palace. This wasn't just a couple of slaps to the faces of those two well-bred nannies, was it? Forget it. Let's not worry about him. We should mount our war horses and advance at full speed. Yi Feng relaxed his tightly furrowed brow, thinking that Mu Han might have something going on, which was why he couldn't come, and then he rode on his war horse towards Jun Liu. He marveled inwardly as the old man retracted his arm and fists, but his right fist had already shattered, and he endured the excruciating pain without crying out. The courtyard was located in the middle of Himeji City. Since entering Himeji City, the higher one went, the fewer people there were, clearly indicating that the higher the status, the higher the residence. On this day, they set out on their journey. Early in the morning, Chu Yunxi crawled out of bed, feeling as if her eyelids were still stuck together. He had received many benefits from Chun San, and being short-handed, he naturally helped him speak. Inside the wooden box lay an ordinary stone riddled with holes, on which rested a pearl emitting a gentle aura, shimmering like flowing starlight. Jiang Yu reached out to grab it and glanced over it. Apart from the extremely surging energy being emitted, there was nothing particularly special about it. At that moment, the divine dragon began to weaken, a side effect of the incomplete practice of the Thunder Dragon's fangs. His arms went limp, unable to move a single finger. Boom! Just then, the ground suddenly began to shake, and a teleportation portal rose from the spot where the gorilla had disappeared. In his heart, Uncle Ju stirred with turbulent waves. He was indeed the long-lost Zhang Tianling, who had come to Weishan Temple specifically for the Weishan Sacred Tomb. He never expected to encounter a corpse that could recognize him here, which left him in shock. I'm sorry for coming back late. He thought 1,000 words, but when he met Lei Jun, he didn't know how to say it and could only manage these few words. 16, if you talk nonsense again, I'll punish you to go back and squat in the dry well. Lei Jun's face turned stern. The dry well was the most severe punishment of the Tianmen Lei family for their disciples. A square-foot deep, bottomless dry well. Few could last for a few days inside without seeing the light of day, without forming an alliance with you. How can we combat the disaster? Speak your demands. But I only want the best strategy, Ing Zheng said, with his hands behind his back. Come here and sit beside me. I have something to ask you. Ku Gan patted the empty space beside him. The witch scriptures were lengthy and complex. Over the next 3 days, the old man began to explain the witch scriptures in detail, word by word, opening a new door to cultivation for Jiang Yu. Lei Jun smiled and said nothing. In fact, when he first came to such an occasion, he was just as shy as him. Before long, the trees on the entire mountain were swayed by a strong wind, the leaves rustling as if the cat spirit mountain had shivered and was shaking off its fur. Yi Shuang, aren't you adding fuel to the fire? Li Shuwen was somewhat annoyed. Was she intentionally trying to get expelled? From within Ayer's platinum-like body came a sound like countless thunderclaps, causing Ayer's body to instantly expand and envelop Asadhos. For every name he spoke, one person would rush out from the crowd, nervously heading towards that formation space. Su Yi blocked the prince, seizing the opportunity to take advantage. Kissing the prince lightly when he was heartbroken. Seeing that she did not refuse, he almost did something exciting. Alliance leader, my 3 brothers and I are heading to Tower City to provide assistance. The Wu family brothers were inspired by Xue Chun and others, instantly boiling with enthusiasm. Forget it. Forget it. Asking you is pointless. I'll choose myself. Tong Yao immediately stopped counting on Ning Fan. At just over 10 years of age, he was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial Xian realm, and his actual combat power was even higher than that. However, Bai Jiqing did not ask further. She understood Lin Yufei very well. Once she made a decision, Lin Yufei would never change it. Chapter 34. You cannot leave ECI, and Song Yu were both exhausted. The two had been running in the dense forest all day, with numerous bloodstains on their bodies from being scratched by intertwined branches. The tribe leader had a troubled expression, speaking continuously. Our tribe had already lost 5 male beastmen, including He Li, due to the revenge of that wandering snake beast man. If it weren't for He Yuan's bravery, he might have also died from that snake's poison. You were abducted not because the tribe didn't want to save you, but because our tribe truly had no means. Since Si Ying came in, Sidu Xiao had changed his usual behavior, returning to the residence every day, but he spent every night in Si Ying's room. I don't know, maybe he's wandering the world like before. He retracted his gaze and sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, the three knew the task was not simple. The Dream Empire was a place filled with talent, and yet they couldn't complete it. Xiao Yan was a reincarnation-level person, although he was a bit special. The chances of him completing this task were minuscule, even though they still didn't know the content of the task. This is precisely the terrifying aspect of Zhang Juzheng. He does this merely to make the adults recall their past feelings, so that they can't wholeheartedly deal with him. Tai Fong snorted twice. Along the way, that expression of his kept replaying in her mind, and she furrowed her brows tightly. Earlier, she had heard her father say that Hongguang was a place full of creativity, almost the largest hub of creativity in the entire Pengjin, gathering countless top advertising talents from across the country, even attracting talents from Hong Kong and Taiwan, where the advertising industry led the mainland. Xia Haitong gasped as she reached the 27th floor. If she weren't wearing high heels, climbing 5 floors would be as easy as eating vegetables for her. She wondered if it was a psychological effect, but she always felt like someone was following her. It was dull, obviously due to the commotion caused by Song Duanwu and Cheng Lulu earlier. The atmosphere was heavy. Xiaoyan neither retreated nor dodged. He intertwined his fingers, and an ice shield appeared in front of him, while a strange energy light glowed on his body. Take a good look at this face that brings you lifelong shame. You can only be reborn by killing him to restore your original appearance. You must be stronger than him to avenge your deceased sister. The cold voice drilled into He Zuohan's brain, fiercely striking at his soul. Who is it? Suddenly ambushed, Nie Feng shouted in anger. This place was fraught with danger, and he had already heard about it from the old man. Now, suddenly attacked, Nie Feng dared not be careless in the slightest. On Friday, the exam results came out. Class 3 of the second year at Yinglai Middle School was in an uproar, because the usually low-ranking student in exams, Shi Yizheng, scored a total of 433 points in 5 subjects in this monthly exam, ranking 7th in Class 3 of the second year and 53rd in the entire second-year level. Shocking everyone. Halfway through, the machine suddenly jammed and stopped producing rice noodles. Everyone looked at Uncle Zheng and Uncle Lin, who also looked confused and foolish. Suddenly, Luo Jinshi seemed to be stung by a needle, abruptly sitting up. Ji Shangnan's emotions were still immersed in the recent sweetness, and he hadn't figured out why Luo Jinshi reacted this way. Yi Kanyue didn't have to face Zhang Yusin and could clearly see all of Zhang Yusin's expressions from head to toe. At that moment, Zhang Yusin's delicate brows slightly furrowed, displaying a guarded demeanor. Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards a bush 100 meters away. There, a monster was staring intently at Yi Kanyue and the others. Then, Long Yunfeng turned sharply and directly flashed into the Tianzuan mansion, while Long Yunfeng's first clone directly wielded the Tianzuan sword, heading towards the South Sea region. After Sister Roaring got out of the car, Lele practiced a few times. She didn't get out of the car, and usually helped keep an eye on things as instructed by the coach. Chapter 35, Departure the Eagle Beast, was oddly silent for a moment. Even ECI was somewhat surprised. No way. The snake demon was just a yellow crystal beast man. Although slightly stronger due to extensive combat experience, it was still significantly weaker than a green crystal beast man. The eagle beast scratched its head, its thoughts suddenly derailed. It should be dead after falling to the bottom of the cliff from such a great height. Song Yu stared blankly, unable to produce a response. Xiao Yiyun shook his head, and his words immediately drew laughter from those around him. Mrs. Hua, where do you want to go for your honeymoon next? Hua Iza entwined his fingers with hers. The destination for their honeymoon was self-evident. They would undoubtedly choose a place with perfect tacit understanding. What? Leave? Taru, who had just lain down, jumped up in disbelief upon hearing Wei Fei mention leaving. Luo, when making her second wish, opened her eyes and glanced at Tong Mai. She hoped she loved him more than she loved Nian Tong. Seeing that Wei Lan indeed casually took out a rejuvenation pill, Lung Zichuan knew she was not joking and no longer spoke, quietly accepting the rejuvenation pill, filled with gratitude towards Wei Lan. With the assistance of the philosopher's stone's power, the shadow transformed into human form, limbs extending, bound to an invisible cross. What does this mean? Chu Yun trembled slightly, feeling that things seemed to be far from what he had imagined. Shueli was still in the act of crawling, and when he was tugged like this, His modesty cloth suddenly disappeared. His expression still hadn't changed, and he looked at Su Jing with a very awkward expression, gradually turning red under his gaze. Boom! In the darkness, a dagger appeared, heavily smashing into the back of the demon's head, knocking it out. It was a blunt strike from the shadow, assassin AI-E. Outside, there was a clamorous, wave-like sound of cheers and curses, while in this corner, the thousands of people here stood utterly still, extremely quiet. After drinking, Chui Changkai had once vowed to take revenge for his wife, but before he could finish those drunken words, he was stopped by Madame Ning. Moreover, is it useful? Murderers can put down their knives and become Buddhas. What did eating meat and drinking wine count for? I'm just stating the facts. In fact, you're very clever. You know what ordinary secular people are worried about, and you also know the real solution to those worries. It's just that it might inconvenience you and your celestial alliance. Feng Yuanzheng sighed. This time, Lin Yu didn't speak further, only sighed and looked at him with an added touch of sadness, a true sorrow. Like a Buddha facing a hopeless scoundrel about to be destroyed, exuding an air of helplessness. Translated really well. So, shall we pay tribute to our good name? Zhou Yirong raised a cup of warm water and smiled slightly at her. Get off your high horse. I'll take you down first. You've caused such a big mess several times, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Lin Yu glared at her fiercely. The man called Tang Ziyun paused, turning back to see his boss sitting on the sofa, expressionless, watching the two tangled together. I hope so. Before Captain Zhang does anything, he must remember that Feng Lin is one of us, Leiba emphasized. In fact, the realm Lin Yu had just released was at most the mid to late stage of the Golden Core. Given this monkey's personality, even Li Songhai wasn't afraid. Yet he actually submitted to Lin Yu and called a master? It is indeed a puzzling matter. As Suju went out for a meal, everyone noticed that his spirit seemed to have changed somewhat, exuding a pressure that mixed with a chilling, killing intent. To the onlookers, Suju appeared to be a sharp sword about to be unsheathed. Chapter 36. Would you like to be our tribe shaman? The Red Fox tribe, downstream of Sunset Lake. The climate is cool and the grass is lush. The eagle and marten set off from the Red Crane tribe, bringing he Ci and 3 cubs, and arrived after 2 days of flight. Compared to the wild and desolate Red Crane tribe, the Red Fox tribe seemed to have more of a tribal form, with thick branches encircling the tribe, protecting all the caves within, leaving only a space wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side. Guarded by 2 males on either side, the big tent was brightly lit and under the soft yellow light. General Helong looked at the neatly arranged formation of 2,000 warriors standing in the temporary playground, his eyes showing a fondness. From beginning to end, Tang Mu maintained a very self-satisfied demeanor. How could someone like him have a future? A owed be 10 pounds of rice, and B relentlessly pursued the matter. A worked hard but was unable to repay B. Due to various issues, he never returned the 10 pounds of rice. Therefore, before Jiang Yin returned, Jiang Zhao took the initiative to contact the owner of the flower shop to prepare for a visit. For families like Yi Shuai and Meng Ting, 100,000 is an incredibly large sum. Even if all the assets of the Yi family were considered, it might not even reach 50,000 gold coins. Yuan walked out of the villa in a knee-length white dress, and as she passed through the garden, the hem of her dress swayed slightly, looking quite beautiful. Qin Huairu estimated the remaining money in her pocket, and indeed it wasn't too much. If they paid for the chicken, that family would probably only be able to eat air for the next half month. She sighed and shook her head, saying nothing more, tacitly accepting her mother-in-law Zhang's handling of the matter. On the computer screen, the man known as Lu Yi was dancing vigorously, every move exuding a strong sense of male hormones. At that moment, in the hexagram building, the highest-level military conference of the beautiful country was being held in the joint meeting hall of the Chief of Staff, located at the second corner clockwise. What shocked him even more was that there were many more monsters like Chong Cheng at Wanshan Academy. Chong Cheng was probably just one of the lower-tier ones, certainly not among the top batch. He couldn't fathom why Gu Shichen was watching him fall into the trap so openly. What was he after? The moment when he turned around, she heard that voice and her body instantly stiffened. Clearly, those words were directed at her. Jean, why didn't he really understand this? Turning to look at Bodhi Zun, who was the only remaining one among the 3 supreme beings of Tianmen, who softly chanted a Buddhist phrase. Qinshoulong village immediately took off, even abandoning the money for checking out, appearing very anxious. After downing the wine, he got up and left. Although the casino owner was holding his breath, he couldn't do anything about him. In the past, she didn't understand whom she had inherited from. Was it the timid and unaccomplished when Hong Tu, or the pleasure-seeking Su He? She stared intently at his expression, always wanting to discern something from this seemingly naive concern. Especially in the treacherous business world, having someone treat you with such sincerity is rare. No one would be so heartless as to think such a friend is dispensable. Returning to the feathered heaven palace with a broken body, no one noticed that Li Zidian was missing. Long village had a stern expression. The Sand Ninja Army and the Rock Ninja Army were formidable opponents, led by the Chiyo siblings for the Sand Ninja Army and Kamishui Ryu Qianhui for the Rock Ninja Army, both of whom were not easy to deal with. Province-wise, a beautiful place and a well-known tourist destination, especially in this season. It has a unique beauty with its spring-like climate. Just when they were about to celebrate their victory, Feng Lingjue and Mu Yunsu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, completely overturning what seemed like a sure thing, leaving them to sigh in despair. Chapter 37. Bring Hu Lin back. The cave arranged for Hsi by the Fox tribe looked very tranquil, located at the edge of the tribe, but upon closer inspection, one would realize the importance of this location, second only to the cave where Hu Ro lived. Should there be a danger alert, the beastmen of the Fox tribe could arrive at the first moment. Clearly, this cave was such a good one. Yet Hu Ro showed no intention of taking credit. Female Crane, do you find this place satisfactory? If not, then our Fox tribe's cave. The prominent figures present sensed something amiss and almost simultaneously took action to destroy the Genesis Pure Land. The blood slaughter also vanished in a thin air. But the Linglong blood heavenly net tightly wrapped around Feng Hanno, tightening more and more. Yu Yanglin's voice was cold, and a mocking expression seemed to flash across the mask devoid of emotion. Under the cover of invisibility, they easily evaded the guard surveillance in broad daylight and also avoided the watchful eyes of the sentries in the courtyard to prevent being discovered. Passers-by looked at Jing Chuan with strange gazes and then quickly distanced themselves. Although most of his wounds had healed, his ragged appearance made others speculate. Anyone who wasn't foolish could understand that he must have been in a fight. It was a change like Gongsun Hanyue's, but rather a feeling similar to what Mo Air sensed from Chinjuni. In this world, there are no deals that cannot be made, only prices that cannot be agreed upon. And since Duan Yi was willing to come to the table, Jiao Lin was very confident that this business would be successfully negotiated. Because he was riding a warhorse that was engulfed in bright yellow flames, finding a massive moving lighthouse in the pitch-black night was quite easy. Lu Meng naturally noticed the reactions of his two followers and was very pleased with their response. At this moment, Ning Hao had no choice but to turn towards the purple-gold thunder-avoiding staff, which was as thick as a person's arm and taller than a person. Weeds and shrubs halted at the edge of the yellow sand, as if something was obstructing their growth. And Tong Tong's flattering voice caught Jiang Beibei's attention. She raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression faintly dismissive, as if she was quite unconvinced. With no expression at all, he stared directly at Enruren, his eyes deep enough that Enruren couldn't see what he was thinking at that moment. Then you should make yourself comfortable too. Go get yourself a bed. Set up a tent or something. Being out in the open is too harsh, Lu Bufan said. Enruren, who knew Linda quite well, understood that this was just Linda's character. Shunjie's voice was much softer than her previous words, but it didn't change how I felt in my heart. I thought they were the same. He only knew that even if he followed her teasing last night, he would lose not her, but his own heart. He had just been careless enough to stare at her without restraint. He feared she had already noticed the gaze in his eyes, but it didn't matter. She was only 13 years old. Moreover, they hadn't had much contact, so she wouldn't regard him highly. Pan Long said, "Now it's my turn to speak. I am a low-level dragon from our dragon clan. Coming here is indeed related to me." Compared to the Eastern Manju's reluctance to speak, Pan Long's main body has a strong desire for expression. It's not that he doesn't want to leave. He needs to keep an eye on whether Yi Hao's alchemy will succeed, as it concerns the alchemy conference in half a month, which cannot be taken lightly. You've all worked hard along the way. The Tianshan gate has opened, and you can now ascend to Tianshan, Meng Yao said softly. The upright and resolute Gu Shan Chong seems unable to accept the true nature of this black lotus flower. If Gu Shan Chong is unwilling to keep her as a disciple, what should she do? Chapter 38. She has no more connections with you. That bottle of powder is an upgraded version of Huagu San, although it is unknown what it is. Its effects are much stronger than Huagu San. As the mutant organization controlling the country of Sistan, the Sistan Mutant Alliance has naturally been a topic of fascination among countless mutants and forces. They felt as if they had just woken from a dream, as it was truly unbelievable. He then opened his enormous mouth, and the lightning swirling in the tornado all rushed into his mouth. The two could no longer hold back. With a flash of cold light in their eyes, they rushed towards Li Hua and Tang Xiaoyun. Suddenly, they saw the 8 tall armored guards turn around simultaneously, their eyes flashing with a red glow. What happened to your wounds? It must be from a fight that caused the injuries. Yu Ruo observed the torn clothing, which was clearly caused by swords. Of course, he did not show his anger. In front of Bai Hua Ing'er, he still had to maintain his graceful demeanor. Kai Yi looked as if he had gone mad. His body was not shattered, but his spirit had collapsed. His pride and self-esteem were completely annihilated at that moment, and his beliefs crumbled, turning him into a complete madman. At that time, Claire still thought Alan was hiding as a savage on the outskirts of the Beast Forest. Although the Beast Forest is dangerous, as long as Dina was by his side and he did not venture deep into the center of the forest, there would not be excessive danger. The current situation was that this wine immortal had directly entered chat mode with Fushi. As for the ancestor of the heart demon, he had never taken it to heart, just a piece of trash. How could he possibly care about such a character? However, as soon as he entered the room, Jun Yixiao was stunned. The vast expanse of white snow almost dazzled his eyes, and he stared intently at what was in front of him, feeling an involuntary gulp in his throat. After a brief closure of his eyes, Zayozi suddenly opened them, and an unprecedented brilliance burst forth from his eyes, with colorful lights flickering around his body. I'll call for you. Xiao Nung smiled faintly, casually taking the cigar that Isu handed over, lighting it, and taking a puff. Humph, haha, Hanwei laughed at times, appearing somewhat mad, unable to believe that in the end, it still came to this result. The moment he lost Duo Air was a permanent loss, and he couldn't even have a corpse. Was this the result destined by heaven, or was it a joke played by the heavens? Yongshan Xie did not want Xiang Yong and himself to be in the same position, but due to Ta Chibu's prohibition against the Green Camp discriminating against the militia, they did not dare to act out. However, the fat monk thought differently. He was originally from a rogue background, having been a social youth in the nearby Lucy County a year ago. After getting into trouble, he had to run away to this side, just in time for Mingyan Temple to recruit monks, so he signed up. In the distance, Sun Yuqing was also affected, with several strands of hair broken as the wind danced around her. And the current economic situation of the country is very good, and the stock market is also booming. I plan to invest this funding in the stock market, Le Fan said. Xiao Shao's eyes widened. He had only heard that Yi Jiaran was better than the heavens and the world, but had never paid attention. Now it seemed true, but such beautiful twins were indeed a beautiful scenery. Can't get in. Ji Buitao forced a bitter smile, not to mention getting in. He estimated that the mechanisms here would have been activated before they even reached inside. The lotus leaves stretch infinitely green, and the lotus flowers are particularly red under the sun. Reciting this beautiful poem, she felt a surge of emotions. More importantly, Wan Air's current identity. Though the Far East system is not a feudal empire, the respect and support of the people for Li Ningyu can be genuine. So being able to have a meal cooked by Wan Air is a great affirmation and praise. Yang Gu. This is a map of the barren woods that Mo Shisheng gave me to please me. It marks many places where blood beasts gather, and we can choose a place to hunt. After leaving the Earth City, Yu Xinqing handed me a map made of animal skin. Therefore, in the first wave, not counted as a sneak attack, yet labeled as a sneak attack, the Far East Navy's carrier-based aircraft formation achieved the first merit. However, due to the weather not changing at all, the carrier-based aircraft formation, which had just taken the risk to take off, had to take the risk to land on the aircraft carrier's full deck again. The shout from the head of the Chow family stunned those around him. What does this mean? Is this elder of the Free Alliance a deity? Those following Zhang's family all shouted, with most chasing towards the beast forest, while some searched in other directions. Clearly, Lin Yun's last erection was the beast forest, so he was most likely headed there, but they would not let other places go either. Regarding this statement, Li Ningyu did not comprehend it at the moment. However, after watching the conversation between Dula Ade and Old Adier, he understood why Old Adier said that. Under normal circumstances at this height, Lei Li and the others could reach it in one breath, but in this relaxed world, they could not behave too unusually. The three guards exchanged glances and looked at him, unsure whether to report to the village chief or not. However, Zhang Xian did not know that Huang Zhong was only attacking the east gate, while the other three sides were just a facade. Chapter 39. I want to be her beast husband. Chow Chow's appearance was not handsome, but he carried an aura of authority. Yang Yuan was beautiful, so beautiful that even wild geese flying by would crash down. In the perspective of, Su Hong discovered that the box contained more than 100 layers of spatial fragments. However, these layers were all stuck together, and only two could be distinguished. As soon as Wolingchan made his move, it was a killing blow. His palms struck in a series, seeming both real and illusory. As if both palms were feints, yet also seemed real. Staring at Kaido's shiny skin, Kizura broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected such a result. With its transparent wings flapping, it had left the insect room area and flew out of the castle without looking back. This departure was vast and free, a leap into life at a broader level, a passionate reflection on the future, and a breaking of destiny's shackles. Everyone, once we find that demon, we will decide the outcome. A young cultivator with a large knife on his back stared at the crowd. Seeing his red hair and blood-red eyes, everyone exchanged glances. Opening his smartwatch, he set the reminders for tomorrow's schedule, adjusting the alarm and vibration to the maximum. Yinsu's lips curled up as he began to play. The notes from the zither became increasingly powerful, and this music attacked the mind. Zhang Xian, caught off guard, turned pale and quickly protected his mind. Do you think you can think of a problem that you can't think of? The lack of a time limit seems fair to you, but in reality, it poses a threat to your life. Eong shook his head with a smile. He truly had no way to deal with Cao Cao. He was very confident in himself, confidently domineering. Unfortunately, in the end, the celestial star god was taken away by the gluttonous lord of the Mirage Palace, rendering Li Ji's efforts in vain. Seeing a certain someone's somewhat pale face and hollow eyes, the maids thought that this certain someone was dissatisfied with the dresses and hurriedly introduced them even more enthusiastically. Hey, don't drink like that. Although this beer is almost like water, if you keep drinking like this, you'll be drunk in no time, Li Dainyu advised. Zhang Xiong, take your son and leave. As long as your son doesn't provoke me, I won't touch him, Li Hao said straightforwardly, and this was also Li Hao's personality. He wasn't one to drag things out endlessly. But Feng Shi, after all, was human with a limited lifespan. Since his departure, no one had been able to move the sword spirit in Longya, and Longya gradually lost the invincible dominance it once had in battle, becoming just a sharp sword, which would later be classified as a collectible by the royal family. It was said to be a fair duel, but if Vivian didn't T-transform, I would still be worried. Alas, it's a pity that I'm destined to lose money. If I were to take out those 48 pieces and burn them in front of the Bodhisattva, I wonder if it would still count. Would the Bodhisattva consider my sincerity and lift my financial misfortune? I can't afford to support you. I can barely support myself, Li Hao quickly said, not wanting to have a half-brother following him around, which was somewhat distressing. They were, of course, very grateful for this. However, no matter what, parting ways with these people still made Zhou Chu feel very sad. Compared to those immortal pills and celestial treasures, the value of this star source was obviously much more precious. After obtaining a divine medicine, the purple pearl fruit, Zhang Shuo also had a harvest of divine medicine. However, one divine medicine could only refine one type of elixir. If Zhang Shuo wanted to refine more types of elixirs, he would need to continue collecting divine medicines. When opening up Wasteland, one must use the strongest lineup, and Sanzai's performance had always been first in the Duel Academy, so everyone had no objections. However, without Lu Feng speaking up, none dared to act recklessly. The Sword Sect was a collective. No one could act on their own. The spirit beast's spirit began to gradually recover. Its previously dejected demeanor lightened somewhat, and it seemed to have fallen asleep, while its primordial spirit was gradually recovering under the influence of the nourishing soul pill. This time, the media directed their criticism at Kadasai, as Kadasai fielded the full starting lineup in an unimportant match. Fortunately, among these people outside, all were peak masters, even if they fought with all their might. The shockwaves they created could not damage Lu Feng's space. Therefore, Lu Feng merely rose a bit higher and did not move again. When the black long dress he picked for Stella was worn by her, Jones stood there dumbfounded, his eyes wide. Stella looked extraordinarily beautiful in his eyes, the black long dress accentuating her elegance. It could practically be used as the cover of a fashion magazine. His equipment was well protected. At least the broken glass from the window did not tear Zhang Shua's clothes, allowing him to smoothly enter the next level. Your Majesty is absolutely right. But Your Majesty often says that to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. Some of the regulations in the 10 new policies will inevitably cause turmoil throughout the empire. Your Majesty must think thrice before proceeding, Sun Qingzong said. So, are you ready? Looking at Lu Yifeng leaving with Luna, Thor also turned his gaze to Loki. Everyone would remember this day when the gods descended, aliens attacked, and Earth was only a fat cat's distance away from hell. Xizhan didn't understand why Jian Ning, who had always been skeptical of ghosts and disrespected Buddha, suddenly became so devout. In response, Jinning blushed and said she hoped to conceive a child soon. Chapter 40. Preparations one by one. In the outskirts of the fox tribe, Hu Lin and Ing Ji gathered all the tribe members infected with mite disease in the dense forest. The shaman had already prepared the medicinal ointment, and Hu Lin spoke soothingly. Everyone, first go wash in the lake, and then wait for the shaman to bring the ointment. He looked up at the dark sky, feeling uneasy. After applying the ointment, everyone would return to the tribe to rest. The war weapons looked very expensive at first glance. They dared to sneak a look at whose they were, but didn't dare to touch them. Just as Gue Sherwu's mind was still wandering, his body was forcefully slammed onto the stone floor. However, it had no effect. Instead, it provoked the strange green spirit, which suddenly began to emit waves of green light. Xing Tianyu noticed that those thread-like veins were continuously growing within Hong Jun's body, and his body began to gradually turn transparent, prompting a hysterical scream from him. The wooden city walls could no longer withstand the attack of the underground coalition, unwillingly collapsing and stirring up clouds of dust. She wore a hairpin inlaid with crimson gold and pink pearls, with crimson gold tassels hanging from her hair, the ends of which were adorned with pink pearls, further highlighting her flawless skin. Since you know this, how could you say such blasphemous words? Lan king king vito. Sir, we marked it up 10 times. Yet this person still has a smile on his face. Zhang Jinbei finally couldn't help but ask. Moreover, after the two armies clashed, they found that the combat effectiveness of the Montesis Empire's troops was also quite formidable, able to engage them in a colorful battle and even gain the upper hand. The night was lit up amidst the dazzling lights. Shops were promoting sales, and broadcasts were continuously announcing the Christmas Winter Festival. The air was cold, but the intense atmosphere softened it. Ha ha, bu ilaw. Do you remember how you humiliated me back then? I want you to pay me back 10-fold, 100-fold. I want you to live like a dog. Gaslit angrily threw down his cup. Meng Tian, lurking under the basket, picked up the basketball and threw it into the air with all his might. At this height, even Meng Shangwu couldn't block it. The greatest characteristic of the cross-hidden flower is its strangulation, which is relentless, and Mu Li, emerging from the army, inherently possessed resilience, with no one able to surpass him in stamina. Ha ha, truly delicious. The blood of these people is so fresh and vibrant. A man in black slowly raised his head from corpse. That corpse was that of a deceased student from the Non-Yuling Academy. Captain He Mei was now in a difficult position, quickly signaling the 3 black knights behind him before raising his knife to meet the attack. But compared to the previous sword energy, his black sword had clearly dimmed a lot. The brilliant golden sun fell before Jin Yutong, but surprisingly did not explode. Instead, it floated in front of Jin Yutong. Yin Yutang's gaze had already become vacant. A few minutes later, the magnificent Wei Palace was engulfed in flames, with thick smoke rising like a black pillar, shooting up into the sky. The citizens of Xianyang City looked at the towering black smoke, confused about what had happened. Beiqier lowered his head and took a deep breath, saying, I can tell you everything, but you must ensure my safety. I can give you something you've dreamed of your whole life. It was only then that Li Jiayan realized that Wu Ji had introduced himself. They indeed had not introduced themselves yet. This was the Demon Suppression Division, an organization that maintained stability in the Qin Empire, with the main duty of slaying demons and strange creatures, although there were also some other side businesses. Chapter 41. Heavy Rain. At the entrance of the shaman's cave, a pile of wooden sticks and animal skins were stacked on either side. Hu Rou was looking down at a pile of white flesh at her feet, trying to figure out what these things could possibly be used for. Shaman. She pointed to the items on the ground, asking, how do we use these? PCI lifted his foot and walked over. These are for making torches. Please, tear this pork belly into small pieces as well. At the entrance of the shaman cave, Trapani lost 1-3 to Inter Milan at home, painfully missing out on 3 points. This season, the northern 3 giants have surely suffered the most, with Milan being the worst. Ancelotti's UEFA runner-up team gained no advantage against Trapani. Without time to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, Chunbo hurriedly held the sword against his chest, turned it half a circle clockwise, and once again struck back the approaching chain with the other end. What sound? Wang Jin, walking on the road, suddenly heard a faint sound coming from his body and quickly took out the jade pendant that his mother had just given him. How did you know? Iori voiced his confusion, and Primides also looked at Richard, while Vasky showed no reaction. This was not the first time Richard had grasped intelligence about things unknown to them, so they chose to believe it. Li Zijing Fronath. He wouldn't dare say anything else, but he had no problem reading maps. According to the place marked by Guakai, it should be nearby. However, there were indeed no decent buildings around. Could it be that the good things Guokai mentioned were all buried underground? But across the suspension bridge was a cave, and there was an old man with white hair and dark skin waiting for them, accompanied by 2 rows of Ma's disciples. Chunbo was about to go over and stab him when Ruo Shui came to his side, gently tugging at his clothing and shaking her head to stop his action. After a moment, a series of hello, hello sounds came from the other side of the phone, mixed with a noisy background sound, and now and then, voices and laughter could be heard nearby. This scene could basically confirm they were in some internet CAF gaming. The spell prepared on stage lit up for less than a second, instantly summoning 2 fire giants. And these 2 newly emerged fire giants contained an incomparably high concentration and density of magic power compared to those fought before. Over there, Ian's face had already turned very ugly. Mestre still maintained his composure, but the look in his eyes when he turned to Gu Jianan had indeed changed. Slap! Chu Xiu walked up directly and slapped Han Tianyu, leaving 5 clear fingerprints on his face. However, when the great calamity of heaven and earth arrives, only the Qingping sect, which safeguards the heavenly outlook monument, can win the respect of all factions. But this island is so small, where can we hide? Akaji Haruko frowned and said, including, but not limited to those mysterious shadows, they would all go mad and attack Li Changxian in various ways. What surprised Xiaolang was that he actually completed half of the task, due to a twist of fate. Don't worry. If he can't stop my Zhangba snake spear, Zhang Yi grinned back. In short, Li Changxian was not foolish. He would only think about such matters in his heart and wouldn't say anything to outsiders. If they could convince others to join them, how could they convince Lin? Who knows why this guy joined the Shaoyang Martial Arts Hall? He didn't want his team to miss the first crab due to the chaos of war. After the first wave of relic tide passed, the 4 major families would definitely be punished. Seeing Zhou Rue get out of the car, someone suddenly shouted, and everyone rushed over. Hearing him say this, Xian Chong recalled that he had just mentioned to Xian Gu at the police station that there was something he was very concerned about. If he didn't clarify, he would go crazy. Suddenly, he felt that the 2 of them were surprisingly similar in their insistence. Chapter 42. Trust the Shaman Lord. In the Red Fox tribe, most of the tribe members had shrunk back into their caves. The thunder was too dense, yet no one doubted that the rainy season would arrive early. They only worried whether someone had provoked the beast god and attracted divine punishment. Hu Lin had quickly rushed to the center of the tribe, leaped onto the altar, and howled at the sky. The Fox clan members hiding in the cave heard the sound, and all came out. Was that the young clan leader? What happened? Last time, when a young clan leader called like this, it seems that the cloth bag monk has finally acknowledged Wei Chun and wants to recruit him, which is why he offered such a low price. As long as you enter the department store, just ask around. Yi Qingxin patiently informed them. It was a bit uncomfortable, but there was no other way. This wasn't a factory, and at least there was a well by the factory for easy bathing. Thus, starting from this day, the green headscarves of Phoenix City in Zone 13, which had previously been directly handed over to the system for garbage collection, saw their status soar, with retail prices skyrocketing 100-fold, reaching an all-time high. Moreover, due to the large number of players and limited dungeon output, it presented a situation of having prices but no market for a time. Wang Buan then saw the avatar of the god of slaughter turn gray and shook his head helplessly, following the soul-chasing bird back and forth in Fulong Mountain. It was fortunate that Gu Yan and Bai Chun were not ordinary people, so the complex terrain did not trouble them. And Ran was puzzled. It seemed that the northern branch had rarely held meetings in recent years, only holding a symbolic meeting at the end of each year for a summary. But today, they were actually going to have a meeting? Several people nodded in unison. This was reasonable. No one would stupidly expose their assets to the outside world, right? That night seemed to make Lu Hong become carnivorous, as he clung to Yi Qingxin every night, making her so angry that she kicked him. This kind of thinking was very childish, very self-deceptive, and of no use, but he just wanted to stay here, as if as long as he didn't leave, nothing would happen to them. When the Thames defense line was about to be breached, Goat finally took his command staff and guards away, completely abandoning London. Kuei Mulang finally woke up from a slight dizziness, and upon looking at Tang Zeng, was instantly taken aback. They probably had already looked through Aaron's information. He had just worked in the Delta Force, but the current situation was different from what they had found. Are you saying his injury is not severe, and we just need to help him dissolve that dark energy? Zeilinger was not stupid and immediately understood Nailan Yanran's thoughts. Ji Yin suddenly felt a black line. He was truly embarrassed. Just imagine if you knew your child was a super old monster, and that this old monster often acted spoiled. That kind of discomfort could drive anyone crazy. Feng Lin was puzzled. Isn't it good to become a disassociated person? There are no boundaries of cultivation, and you can maintain your youth forever. Lianyan City, swaying, put that person down, took a big sip of wine, returned to Shu Etching's side, and tried hard to calm himself down, but he felt countless mouths and countless words ringing in his ears, filling his surroundings. Unconsciously, Gui opened her eyes and saw a man in a black casual outfit standing in front of her. If the person closest to the secret often goes out, wouldn't that make the secret the easiest for others to know? After Yu Qing finished speaking, she glanced at Hua Meier, who only lowered her head, making it hard to read her expression. With the help of Ji Yun's time-space abilities, they each mastered their most proficient attribute laws in less than half a day. Although her spiritual power realm was the same as his, the spiritual power within her was not pure. It was somewhat mixed, resulting in insufficient power, which is to say, it was merely a quantity without quality. Anyway, Qin Yu swore that, since he had memories, no, even the strongest fishing immortal he knew couldn't achieve this. Chapter 43. Not that serious. Hu Lin left with the eagle fox. Only the sound of male beastmen digging ditches remained in the tribe. Hu Rou looked in the direction Hu Lin had left for a long time and suddenly said, I will gather the females of the tribe to go into the dense forest and pick some fruits. After the Red Fox tribe arrived at this place, they unexpectedly discovered an apple grove. There weren't many fruit trees, only 20 or 30, but the tribe members were all shocked by the deliciousness of the fruit. So they fenced it off, turning it into the territory of the Red Fox tribe. Chen Yu magically pulled out a bouquet of roses from under the cake cart, densely packed, and clearly not a small number, facing Meng Sisi. I let out a long sigh and said, I have something to deal with. Let's talk later. I hurriedly walked out, slapping my forehead, feeling a sense of helplessness, not knowing how to respond to the text she sent me. I didn't even know where she was. How could I save her? After handling everything, Lao Xian let me and my senior sister leave first. He still needed to report tonight's situation to Director Deng at the General Staff. The dragon-seeking ruler is not only a tool used by feng shui masters to find dragons and point out their acupoints, it actually has more uses. But people just don't understand it well. Ning Zian, who deliberately walked out, actually hadn't left. He was just hiding in a place that Su Yun couldn't see. Seeing her so frustrated, he felt quite pleased. The so-called heart transplant surgery involves opening the chest, using an extracorporeal circulation machine to stop the heart from beating, then performing the surgery, and after the new heart is inserted, it must start beating again. Many people fail at this step and thus leave forever. Upon hearing this, Wang Erji's eyes flickered. My words and deeds struck a chord with him. Following Han Kuan may seem glamorous on the surface, but the money made is not much. Xiao Fan has followed Han Kuan for so many years without earning much either. In fact, it would be more profitable for me to kidnap Jiang Tao for a big score. This is the only method I could think of. Recently, I've been scared of being robbed of the cursed cards. It's not that I can't fight back, but it's too torturous and troublesome. So I drew a fake headgear and a human skin mask to avoid such annoying situations. Who would have thought that as soon as I entered the ancient forest, I would encounter this group of people? Under the influence of alcohol, Qing Shi pushed open the door, almost tripping over the threshold. In his blurred vision, he vaguely saw Ziling talking to a young man. Su Yun felt proud. Luckily, she had the foresight to have the strange Dr. Lu make many of these pills. However, the shattered heavenly path mark did not disappear on the spot. Instead, it directly collapsed downwards. Yin Shu, will you self-destruct your cultivation, or shall we take action? At this moment, a thin man on the far left said coldly. Therefore, she smiled even more wildly and recklessly. Amidst the vibrations of the sound waves, the valley under the water was instantly filled with falling rocks as if an earthquake had occurred. I thought you really went back to the remote star domain and would never return. I didn't expect you to come back, and even stronger. Lu Yao smiled. He learned from Qi Mei that on the divine domain continent, the war god has classifications of upper, middle, and lower gods at each level. Dinner consisted of only 2 light dishes. Of course, there's also a bowl of steaming wild deer tendon soup. Su Xingyan glanced at the tendon soup served on the table, and, upon hearing Moon Ningxue's instruction to drink it all up, including the tendon meat, which must also be chewed and swallowed, her face immediately turned sour. At the same time, 2 segments of the holy monument in Yun Shu's hands began to spin, gradually forming a star sword diagram. Real lightning? What a joke! My true form is the purple lightning dragon. All the thunder in the world obeys my command. You are playing with fire in front of me, while I play with thunder in the air. Seeing Ling Kong actually spew out an unseen silver lightning bolt, Ongsi duo couldn't help but feel delighted. As October arrived, Prime Minister Hosea of Odalia won the election and will continue to govern. Hosea is a representative figure hostile to the Kingdom of Papua New Guinea. His continued role as Prime Minister is not a good thing for the kingdom. But the current kingdom is vastly different from before. If Odalia wants war, Zhang Yifeng is not afraid. Chapter 44, New Animal Skin Clothes. The rain fell like a torrential downpour. In just a moment, everything before him became blurry. Even though Hu Ro was somewhat mentally prepared, she was still taken aback by the torrential rain, unable to regain her senses for a long time. Finally, after a while, she found her voice and exclaimed, "Why is it raining so heavily? The rainy season is not like the bitter cold season. At most, it is just a fine drizzle." The tribe members can now venture out to hunt in the rain, and occasionally, when the sky clears for half a day, they can bask in the sun for a moment. However, Hunan's Uezhou City, located at the confluence of Daunting Lake and the Yangtze River, is a crucial hub for water and land transportation. Boom! Wu Sanqing waved his hand, sending out a gust of wind that shattered the 8 immortals table. The next moment, the splintered wood covered most of the hall. During the National Day holiday, I took her out for a stroll. Is there a problem with that? Do I need to report this matter to you? Zhou glanced at me. Sai had never seen a dragon pill before, and immediately snatched it from Uncle Rong's hand to examine it closely. Uncle Rong's eyes bulged as he angrily said, "It's not that I'm not giving it to you. What if you break it?" Sai didn't even look at Uncle Rong, treating his words as if she hadn't heard them, carefully inspecting the dragon pill in her hand. "Master, look, there's a black pill here." The white-bearded old man pointed to the ground, where a bright pill that contained black essence was highlighted. At this time on the river, boats were shuttling back and forth, and a large number of Wei army soldiers boarded from Yangzhou, then crossed the Yangtze River and landed at Zhenjiang. Hu Dawei wore a smug expression on his face, flaunting the severed head, as if to declare, "Look at my ability. How about you put in more effort next time? Aren't you losing out?" But just as I picked up the bowl and leaned forward, Tang Wan put the beef in a Lu Chuang's bowl. The most crucial part is that Wudong uses telepathy to coordinate and command, allowing the elves to better cooperate and unleash greater team combat power. However, her height hadn't increased much, while that rabbit was growing bigger and bigger. Xiaozhen looked at the frightened rabbit, reaching out to lift its ears. The rabbit immediately jumped around in a panic like a startled bird. Could it be that Bai Zimo had fallen in love with her at first sight? She didn't disbelieve in the term love at first sight, but she didn't believe it would happen to her, especially now. She was even less convinced. "Eat less. Too much will sour your teeth," Xiaozhen said as he carried her up, his voice somewhat helpless. After using his E skill, Hammerstone did not rush to use his Q skill, but instead teamed up with Callista to attack Lucian with basic attacks. The team carrying heavy weapons fell behind, while Tans led the vanguard in the forefront. However, if it weren't for the reinforcements from the Heavenly Demon Palace not yet arriving, they would have already launched a direct attack on the Great World, igniting a full-scale war. If it really doesn't work, we can find a way to trap them and then ask the ancestor to suppress them, someone suggested. Although he did not speak, his furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips indicated his unwillingness. Zhou Xiaowan was very familiar with such a gaze. It was one of greed, and the man must have set his sights on the martial arts of the four of them. However, it no longer mattered, as this man would soon become a corpse. In the face of such an incomprehensible ghost emperor, no one dared to move recklessly, fearing to provoke this silent ghost emperor and invite disaster upon themselves. The starlight and moonlight dimmed, and aside from the flickering glow of fireflies in the grass by the pond outside, there was no other light. The hidden energy seemed to retreat skillfully. Yet it was unaware that all its movements were clearly seen by Su Qi, not a single detail missed. Forget it. I initially thought it was some precious treasure, but it turned out to be just a deceptive broken map. Yin Fan wore a gloomy expression, not expecting that after risking life and death, he would end up with such a mysterious item. Chapter 45. The continuous heavy rain. The witch doctor saves lives. The medicinal herbs in the witch doctor's cave were abundant. Ever since the members of the Red Fox tribe learned that they also had a witch doctor in their tribe, whenever they went out, they would dig up any witch herbs they came across, regardless of whether they were useful, and bring them back here. PCI has been busy making medicated plasters recently, and many of the witch medicines have not been prepared due to the lack of time. Now, all the witch medicines are piled up in the cave. Knowing that Song Yuel likes them, PCI carefully informs her of the uses of each herb he takes out. Angelica, cinnamon. Ying Long said seriously, "I report to my lord. Ying Long is skilled at storing water and can transform the waters of the four seas into sweet rain, hence the title of rain god. If we borrow the waves to create rain, it is as easy as turning over a hand. But now, the world is suffering from a great drought, and rivers and lakes are dry. If we want to summon rain out of thin air, we must first store water and then use the technique to condense rain clouds, so that rainwater can be released in a timely and quantifiable manner. Perhaps some people think otherwise, but Xiao Yu and Mourinho do not, because Lei Dong Duo indeed possesses such strength, and he has performed excellently in the previous matches, proving that he is recovering. Yangling stood quietly, and after Princess Yongfu finished her song, Yangling performed a long bow and said, "I pay my respects to Her Royal Highness, the Grand Princess." The 9-5 sacred beast remembered this and seriously reminded, "During the fight later, be sure not to hurt them, otherwise we will have trouble." Turning his face, he looked at the 9-5 sacred beast seriously. As a local star player for Manchester, Ismail sets a good example for everyone. Even during the league's vacation, he would arrive at the club on time for extra training. Seeing her eyes brimming with tears, Yangling couldn't help but say solemnly, "You are free. If you don't want to, who can force you?" Because Qin Lang had spent some time in the southern border witch tribe when he left. The tribe's elder Wu Tian had explicitly ordered that Qin Lang was a distinguished guest of the witch tribe. Therefore, when Qin Lang arrived at the southern border witch tribe, the experts of the tribe did not dare to be negligent and respectfully brought Qin Lang to the hall where the elder was. What astonished Qin Lang was that the way back had disappeared, and even after walking nearly 10,000 miles back, he did not feel the presence of the seal. "I ask you, why do this?" Siem Minxue repeated, her gaze fixed on Song Yan, as if afraid of missing any expression on his face. This is the largest investment company in Rongqing, involved in antique collections, hotel catering, and real estate, having won the title of the largest taxpayer for 3 consecutive years, making it a well-known star enterprise in Rongqing. Chun Yulong was stunned in immense shock. The scene before him felt like a bolt from the blue, crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. The overall movements of a mecha are controlled by the operator's thoughts and actions, thus not affected by the suppressive force of the absolute energy grapefruit stone. Qin Shen closed her eyes, and after a brief moment of thought, she decided to proceed according to the original plan. "It's fine to try, but do you know the consequences if something goes wrong?" The queen's beautiful eyes inexplicably carried a hint of unnameable killing intent. Upon entering the refugee camp again, Chun Xiangxing felt much calmer. When the other refugees saw Fang Bingmu, they all made way, indicating that Fang Bingmu held a certain status in this refugee camp. Under the combined effect of 2 factors, if IKEA needed an advertising agency, the Luchin team would not be a wise choice. After all, the owner himself did not aim for this. They transformed into a long rainbow without hesitation, flying over the Arai Lake, and then several Yuan Ing stage monsters carefully circled the area but found nothing. However, their goal was singular, to reach the peak. As long as they reached it, the opportunity to ascend to immortality would beckon to them. If they couldn't reach it, they might have to restart that unfortunate life. This might be what is referred to as a step to heaven in legends. After speaking, she ignored the wise machines that were looking at each other and focused on the matter at hand, her delicate fingertips exuding an aura similar to a defensive matrix, continuously dragging on the monitoring screen, inspecting the entire Fengchuan Great Hall. Chapter 46. You must be the messenger of the beast god. Although ECI had been in the Red Fox tribe for a while, she still couldn't recognize all the tribe's people. The male in front of her looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall his name. However, his attitude was quite tense. ECI extinguished the fire in the stove, called the 3 little ones to eat, and wrapped a fist-sized bird egg in leaves, then stood up and approached, saying, "Let's go take a look first." Song Yue wanted to come along. ECI was unclear whether this illness was contagious, and after explaining the pros and cons, left her in the cave. At the entrance of the Red Fox tribe, a male orc sat awkwardly at the door, his face flushed, his eyes filled with red bloodshot veins, his lips cracked and oozing blood, and his complexion was waxy yellow with poor spirits. ECI walked over from a distance, and the Red Fox clansmen at the entrance were already full of excitement, saying it was the Great Shaman. The Great Shaman is so powerful that he must be able to see at a glance what is going on with him. The heavy rain didn't stop. ECI was wearing a raincoat. The other beastmen were all holding large leaves over their heads to barely shield themselves from the rain. They even kindly offered leaves to the sick beastman at the entrance. The shaman, a male from the Red Fox tribe, pointed nervously at that person as she approached. He said his illness was contagious and that they wanted to drive him away, but he insisted that he had come to deliver a message. He kept muttering that a great disaster was imminent. ECI slowly nodded, stepped over the entrance, and was only about a meter away from the other person. Her tone was very calm. What are the specific symptoms of the infectious disease you mentioned? The ape stared with bloodshot eyes, his throat hoarse from high fever. All of us in the ape tribe who got this disease have a fever, extreme thirst, severe chest pain, and most importantly, we can't help but cough. Those who are seriously ill even cough up blood. He looked at ECI, not daring to get too close to her. You are a shaman. So do you know what disease we have? Can my tribesmen survive? ECI, after finishing his words, took out a palm-sized bee skin he had prepared when leaving to cover his mouth and nose. He raised his foot, wanted to walk in front of him, feeling a bit suspicious, but I need to check his pulse to verify. Dr. Wu, please don't. The males of the Red Fox tribe blocked him one after another, saying that it could be contagious. If you get infected, no shaman in the tribe can save you. Why don't I go instead? Dr. Wu, what do you want to see? I can help. Yuan Shan instinctively retreated a bit further, feeling somewhat resigned and dejected. No need to bother. Our tribe shaman was the first to die from this disease. I came to the Red Fox tribe not to seek medicine, but to warn you, Yuan Shan said weakly, his voice becoming feeble. The leopard tribe and wolf tribe near us have all been infected with this disease. The few tribes that are close to the Red Fox tribe can reach here in 7 to 8 days if we hurry. I only came here to warn you after hearing what the wolf tribe's high priest said. The people from the leopard tribe and wolf tribe have gone to the golden dog tribe and red crane tribe respectively. The rainy season has come early this year. This is the beast god's punishment. We must find a way to seek forgiveness from the beast men, blocked by his tribesmen. ECI keenly caught the key point in his words and raised his hand to signal the other Red Fox tribesmen to be quiet. You just said the rainy season has arrived early for a long time? How much earlier exactly? The rainy season in the Kangling continent has always arrived at the same time. This world seems to be controlled by a machine, with each season arriving very punctually, never making mistakes. But now, it seems the world has glitched. The intelligence of the monkey tribe is slightly higher. They have learned to count proficiently up to 30. However, upon hearing He-See's question, Yuan Shan still racked his brain and thought hard. I don't know how much earlier it is. I only know that after counting to 30, it still hasn't arrived. Today is the 14th day of the second round of counting. Ichi was clear that it was 44 days, a month and a half ahead of schedule. Wise One, the ape mountain, which was on the verge of collapse, felt excited and tense as she quickly reported the results. If not for the remaining rationality, it would have already grabbed He-Chi's sleeve. You're not only a shaman, but also a wise one. You must know what has happened, right? Say the ape tribe. The members of the Red Fox tribe who blocked He-Chi were startled by the excitement in his voice and instinctively turned to look at him. He-Chi stepped forward, lifting his foot and walking slowly to the other party, first handing over a piece of animal skin. Use this to cover your mouth and nose. Extend your hand. His voice was calm, yet it instinctively made the monkey mountain obey. His fingers rested on the monkey mountain's pulse, and He-Chi furrowed his brows, then asked the other party to stick out their tongue for a glance. He stood up and took a step back, but did not leave. You have the plague, primarily affecting the lungs. It can be treated, but it's troublesome. He-Chi, the hurriedly returning Hu Lin saw He-Chi standing very close to the monkey mountain alone, and his usually gentle expression broke down a bit. You need to come back quickly. He turned to look at the guards of the Red Fox tribe, his usually good-natured temperament flaring up in anger. Why didn't you stop the shaman? If she is also infected, who can save our tribe? Hu Lin. ECI remained calm, waving his hand to stop the other party from approaching him, and solemnly stated his arrangements. You take the clan members and quickly get some animal skins for me to wear on my face. Make sure all the clan members wear them properly. The plague is contagious, and if I'm not mistaken, the rat tribe should be nearby. There should be many chirping beasts in that area. Yuan Shan couldn't help but prostrate on the ground, showing utmost respect towards ECI. You must be the messenger of the beast god, my lord. My name is Yuan Shan, he said, his face pressed against the ground. Indeed, our monkey tribe lives very close to the rat tribe. The first to contract this disease was a member of the wolf tribe, but the rat tribe has almost been completely wiped out. Their bodies reek, but out of fear of being infected, none of the other 3 tribes dare to handle them, so we can only watch as they're devoured by wild beasts. Now, a large number of wild beasts near my monkey tribe have also died. On my way here from the monkey tribe, I noticed that several wild beasts were found intact and dead in the desolate forest not far from the Red Fox tribe. My lord, please save us. The Red Fox tribe members looked alarmed. This disease called plague was so powerful that it could annihilate the entire rat tribe. What happened to their Red Fox tribe? He-See's expression was solemn. The situation was even more serious than she had imagined. Hyolin, do as I say. After all the clan members cover their mouths and noses with animal skins, find a spacious cave and wait for me. Additionally, I will arrange for the Monkey Mountain to be in a spacious cave outside the Red Fox clan and inform the clan members not to approach until he is well. Chapter 47. They only trust you. Hyolyn did not want to leave. He looked at ECI, his worry evident on his face. What about you? What will happen to your cubs? Mentioning her cubs, ECI felt proud. Well, I just left. I left them plenty of food. My cubs are very capable. Even if I'm not around, they can take care of themselves. Don't worry, I won't die. Even if I really die from bad luck. I believe the clan leader will take good care of my cubs for me. Kuro has never had a beast husband and is very fond if he sees 3 cubs. Hyolyn, ECI said through the rain curtain. I can't see your expression clearly. You should go quickly. The Monkey Mountain's illness cannot be delayed. Seeing ECI's insistence, Hyolyn, despite his reluctance, had to obey her orders and quickly informed all the males in the tribe of ECI's instructions. At the entrance, the Red Fox clan members understood the seriousness of the situation better than anyone else. When the news was spread, no clan member resisted. They all swiftly tore the animal skins with their claws and covered their faces with them. ECI looked directly at the Monkey Mountain and said, "Come with me." There are vacant caves on the outskirts of the tribe. The Red Fox tribe members are very charming and have good relationships with many tribes, often interacting with them. Therefore, they specifically excavated several caves on the outskirts of the tribe to facilitate the accommodation of outsiders and beasts. ECI and Yuan Shan lived in 2 caves separated by thick mountain walls, barely able to hear each other speak. Yuan Shan had been rushing all the way and was now relying on sheer willpower to hold on. As soon as he entered the cave and removed the leaves, he couldn't help but cough violently, spitting a mouthful of blood directly onto the mountain wall. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, completely lacking the strength to speak. ECI is not verbose. The items in the space are quite complete. On the way here from the Hongha tribe with the eagle weasel, she would collect any herbs she encountered and store them in her space. The Red Fox tribe members had gathered many herbs to treat mite disease, and the leftovers were also collected. There were other enthusiastic tribe members who would pick herbs for her whenever they saw them. In EC's space, the variety of herbs is quite abundant. Fortunately, there is hay and firewood in this cave. ECI built a simple stove with stones, placed a stone pot on it, and used a fire starter to ignite the fire, then took some water from the space and poured it in. She sequentially added 15 kinds of herbs, including rhubarb, Anna Marina, buffalo horn, mouton root, red peony, raw rehmannia, holtricosance, and herba corydalus, and began to simmer. With a low flame going, ECI freed up her hands to set up another stove, took out a stone pot taller than her calf, filled it with water, and added herbs such as astragalus, honeysuckle, forsythia, Isida's root, big blue leaf, licorice, and chrysanthemum to brew a potion that clears heat, detoxifies, and strengthens the body, which she would later give to the members of the Red Fox tribe. This pot didn't need constant attention. She just needed to bring the herbs to a boil. ECI turned his head, adjusted the heat of the herbal medicine for treating the plague, put on a raincoat, and left the cave. He placed a bowl of hot water at the entrance of the Monkey Mountain, urging you to drink some. His gaze lingered momentarily on the blood on the rock wall. Then he looked at the motionless figure deep in the cave and raised his voice, urging you to muster your spirits. Only if your illness is cured can your tribesmen have hope for salvation. If I can heal you, I will have the confidence to save your people. The already exhausted figure of the Monkey Mountain trembled slightly upon hearing this, struggling to sit up. Why, shaman? Please return to the cave first. As soon as you leave, I will drink what you brought. He was a person punished by the beast god. How could he allow the shaman to fall ill and ruin the hope of the tribe? That absolutely cannot happen. All right. You see, I didn't insist and quietly stepped back a distance. I'll bring you some witch medicine in a bit, so remember to take it. She placed 2 red earth fruits, freshly roasted on the stove, next to the hot water. Make sure to eat something. It will help you recover faster. The ape tribe nodded slightly. A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart, but it was just a flicker. Among the 4 major tribes, the rodent tribe, ape tribe, leopard tribe, and wolf tribe, none of their shamans could cure this illness. On the contrary, their shamans were the first to die. He heard that the Red Fox tribe had never had a shaman before. Could she really cure him, who had been punished by the beast god? ECI did not know the thoughts in Yuan Shan's heart and silently boiled the medicinal herbs back in the cave. The stove was too small. The heat needed someone to watch over it, and she could only leave for a moment at most. Master Shaman, we are here, outside the cave. The orcs of the Red Fox tribe arrived one after another. Hulin stood between her clansmen and ECI, 1 meter away from her, shouting loudly in the heavy rain, "Everyone wants to come over, but I really can't stop them. Under the dense curtain of rain, a group of orcs stood quietly with leaves on their heads and animal skins on their faces, looking towards Hci from a distance of 2 meters. If the wild beasts have already been infected with the plague, then the fate awaiting our Red Fox tribe is either death by starvation or death by illness. Hu Lin said seriously, "The clansmen only believe in you. They must come over and hear your orders in person. Your little ones still don't know the situation here. The tribe leader is taking care of them in the cave." Hci was surprised that the Fox clan orcs were completely unafraid and all rushed over. With people gathered, she directly spoke up, not hiding anything from everyone. "This illness is called the plague, which spreads very quickly and has a high mortality rate. In some places, the rainy season arrived a month and a half earlier than here, with continuous heavy rain. The bodies of those who died from the plague, as well as wild beasts, were washed away by the rain and then flowed into the lake. If healthy clan members drink this water, they will become infected. Besides drinking water, orcs also eat wild beasts. If some of these beasts were infected with the plague, but had not yet shown symptoms when hunted and consumed raw by the orcs, it could also spread. Additionally, there's a risk of infection when clan members are close and talking to each other." Every time Hci spoke, the expressions of the orcs darkened a bit more. From food to drink, everything that went into their mouths was a source of infection. Some orcs, in a panic, couldn't help but touch themselves. "Shaman, am I also sick? With this heavy rain, why am I still so hot? Am I going to die soon?" As soon as he finished speaking, the orcs standing next to him scattered, keeping their distance. Hci is not afraid of them being scared, but only worries if they are not afraid. Knowing fear makes it easier to obediently listen. Therefore, next, I'm going to teach everyone how to use fire. Hici's voice was fragmented by the rain, but all the tribe members still listened attentively. From now on, when everyone drinks water, it should be boiled first. Food must also be cooked thoroughly before eating. Chapter 48. A lot of wood is needed. Treating the plague is not just about curing it, but also about preventing it. Although I don't know what the situation is like further away in the ape tribe, the plague is already close to spreading to the Red Fox tribe, and I must do my best to avoid the situation from worsening. Hu Lin is smart. Not only did she quickly understand Hici's meaning, but she also quickly drew inferences. "I just heard from the Ape Mountain that a day's journey from our Red Fox tribe, wild beasts have died for no reason. Wild beasts often have their own territories, so I will take the tribe members to catch as many nearby prey as possible. Otherwise, their food will soon be infected." Hci nodded and decided not to bring the hunted beasts into the tribe for the time being. Instead, they would be kept in the outside cave for observation for 3 days. If there were no issues after that, they would be moved into the tribe. "Leave me a team of male orcs. I will teach them how to build rain shelters." The cave is cramped, and with so many beasts being captured alive, there is simply no place to keep them all. If they are all crammed into the cave, it will not be beneficial for the beasts to gain weight. Hci thought of this and turned to look at the monkey mountain, her eyes filled with some questions. "What do you, the monkey tribe, usually eat?" As a relatively intelligent beast man, Hci wanted to see if she could gain some new insights. She hoped to find some grains, with grains to fill her stomach. The days ahead wouldn't seem particularly difficult. "We monkeys usually eat a lot of fruits." The monkey mountain, not understanding, slowly climbed over with a bowl of cool herbal medicine, gulping it down in one go, grimacing at the bitterness. After a while, he regained his voice. "Besides sweet fruits, we also eat hard-shelled ones. Our teeth are good." Hci couldn't express her thoughts, so she suppressed them deep down. "Hichi, what is it that you're looking for?" Hu Lin noticed some of her thoughts and asked curiously. "This time, I'm taking the males from the clan out. We will thoroughly explore this area. Perhaps we can find it for you." Hci thought about it and agreed, so he spoke frankly. "I want to find a few types of grains." He gestured simply to indicate the shapes of wheat, corn, and rice. "If we can find them, even if we struggle to find prey later, we can still manage to get by. By the way, if you come across yellow and red fruits, remember to dig up as many as you can. Just bring them back first." Although Hu Lin didn't understand why these 2 items are particularly easy to sprout and hard to preserve. Since it was Hci who brought it up, he kept his doubts to himself. He quickly drank a bowl of preventive herbal soup made by Hci and then took people to search. In front of the cave, a team of male orcs was left behind. Hci put on her raincoat again, keeping a certain distance from them, and stated her requirements. "I need you to find some wood, the more the better. It should be as thick as your thighs for support, and about the same thickness as your arms for the roof. I also need straw and palm leaves, as much as you can gather. Besides building the rain shelter, I also plan to make some wooden doors for the tribe. We will nail animal hides onto the doors to keep out the cold and rain, so they can suffer a little less." Hci opened his mouth, and the other males quickly mobilized, shouting as they hurried into the dense forest braving the rain. After drinking the witch's potion, Yuan Shan curled up in a corner in pain. He watched the faint rise and fall of his breath, knowing he was still alive, which gave him some temporary relief. There was still a large barrel of alcohol in the space, and he pulled out a spray bottle, using it to disinfect both the cave where the potion was brewed and himself. Then he took out all the yellow and red fruit stored in the space. In the stone pot, he continued to brew the witch's potion for Yuan Shan. He took out 2 stone bowls, cleaned the yellow fruit and red fruit. The red fruit was directly placed in the stone pot to cook, while the yellow fruit was sliced first. Without a stone mill, he used a stone hammer she had made earlier to crush the yellow fruit and extract the juice. Lacking filtering equipment, she took a piece of medical gauze from her space, poured all the juice into the gauze, and let it seep into another clean stone bowl to remove the fibers and solid residues, leaving only the starchy liquid to rest temporarily. Once the yellow fruit was processed, the red fruit in the pot was also fully cooked. After he cleaned the stone hammer, she used it to smash all the red joy pots into mud, then added water and mixed it evenly. She still filtered it simply with a cloth, and then pushed the basin to the yellow fruit pulp liquid that was just filtered out, afraid that she wouldn't be able to distinguish later. She made a mark on the 2 stone basins with the sharp stones. He wants to try making some foods that are easy to store and filling, and both potato noodles and sweet potato vermicelli are good options. However, she hasn't made them in a long time, so she plans to first attempt to make a batch herself before cooking a pot for her family to taste. This way, everyone will be more motivated. The sound of the rain outside shows no signs of letting up. He glanced at the witch medicine in the stone pot, thinking it would be ready in about 15 more minutes. It was already lunchtime, so he took out a pile of hum beast bones from the space and put them in the last empty stone pot to stew, then waited by the side. On the other side of the mountain wall, he couldn't hear any sounds from the monkey mountain. He brought a stone basin filled with bones stew to the next room, not approaching the ape mountain, but standing a short distance away and calling out, "Ape Mountain, have something to eat first." Ape Mountain was breathing heavily, his face flushed, and the split in his lips looked quite frightening, but his mental state was barely acceptable. "Shaman," he croaked, his voice nearly gone, silently moving to sit in front of the stone basin. He gulped down the warm water he had brought, then lowered his head to look at the cooked tubular bones in the basin, somewhat dazed. "Is this also a shamanic medicine? I've never seen it before." But he had never smelled such a fragrant shamanic medicine either. "It's not medicine," he patiently explained. "These are the bones of a humming beast, cooked. You probably haven't eaten properly for a long time. If you want her body to recover, relying solely on medicine won't work." Hearing that it could cure him, Ape Mountain directly grabbed the bones and started gnawing on them. Even though each bite felt like blades scraping his throat, he didn't slow down at all. He cleaned the small basin of tubular bones, even drinking the bone broth in one go. After he finished eating, he brought over a bowl of shamanic medicine. "Drink the medicine." Previously, during her missions, she had chosen a cannon fodder character who suffered from this plague, and she had personally tested this soup medicine. Ape Mountain drank it all in one gulp, but the bitterness made him gag twice before he silently curled up, exhausted, with his head tucked into his chest. Not making a sound, he saw the situation, put away his things, and disinfected his cave with alcohol before returning. The liquid in the cave had mostly settled, and he poured out the clear water on top. He set up a fire pit deep in the cave, and from a high distance, used the smallest flame to dry the white liquid that had been left to sit. Chapter 49. This medicine works wonders. This step takes some time. He didn't keep watching and took the tools into the woods. On a rainy day, many fruits had fallen to the ground. He picked up quite a few items and planned to go back and make a grill. Then she would wash and cut these fruits to make dried fruit snacks for the 3 little ones. Besides these, he also unexpectedly discovered that there were many mushrooms in the forest. She picked a lot and tossed them in her backpack. As she continued deeper, she unexpectedly found a withered tree trunk covered in wood ear mushrooms. The place was a bit far from the tribe, and she didn't know when she would come back next time. So, he simply collected the whole trunk into her space. On her way back, when no one was paying attention, she placed it not far from the entrance of the Red Fox tribe. She first went to check on the starch being roasted in the cave. The firewood she added before leaving had mostly gone out. The liquid in the stone basin had turned into white, loose granules of starch, while the starch from the red ground fruit was slightly darker, which actually made it easier to distinguish. Originally, the sky had darkened due to the rain, and now it was almost completely dark. He turned on a powerful flashlight for illumination, took out a prepared torch to light it, fixed it to the cave wall, and began to brew the shaman's medicine for the Ape Mountain. Having not seen the little ones for a day, I felt a bit uneasy and entered the tribe. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he went straight back to his cave. The cave entrance was very bright. Song-yu and Song-yu were squatting at the entrance, each holding a large leaf to shield themselves from the rain, fiddling with something in the stone pot. He did not approach. Before she could call for anyone, the two little ones had already caught her scent and happily looked up. Mom. Seeing that the two little ones were about to rush over, He quickly spoke to stop them. Stay there and don't move. Have you both eaten well today? Song-yu's loud voice responded through the rain curtain. Yes, the clan leader also ate the food that Song-yu and I made. Tonight, I cooked the meat sauce that you left, poured over the cooked yellow earth fruit, and we also had eggs. I'm really good at cooking now. Noticing that Song-yu had said a lot without getting to the point, the usually quiet Song-yu looked up and asked, Mom, are you okay? I heard from the clan leader that the person from the ape tribe at the entrance of the village has a disease that spreads just by touch. Song-yu's face showed no trace of a smile. Her little face was tense with worry, and her eyes were glistening with tears. Mom, are you treating that person from the ape tribe? Can I go with you? He's hearing was exceptional, and he could understand everything in the words of Song-yu clearly. Don't be afraid, little one. Since Mother said it can be treated, there will definitely be no problem. I comforted with a smile, his tone very relaxed. But I can't take you with me. The wooden board on Song Ming's leg can't be removed yet. If it's only Song-yu at home, he won't be able to handle it alone. However, it won't be long, little ones. I will be back home soon. By then, I will remove the wooden board from Song Ming's leg and ask the three of you for help. Okay? Song-yu, who was initially worried because of Song-yu's words, felt reassured after hearing He's words. He pretended to be mature and patted Song-yu on the shoulder, saying Mother said it's fine, so it must be okay. Song-yu immediately moved aside. Brother, you're really not that bright. If this illness were so easy to treat, how could the Mouse clan have all died? Seeing that the little ones were fine, I didn't plan to stay any longer. He still needed to return to the cave to tend to the witch medicine. What about the clan leader? The clan leader has gone back, saying she will come back for dinner later. Song-yu helplessly glanced at Song-yu and added to the clan leader said that almost all the males in the clan have left, and she needs to find the females to talk. If you want them to learn something, they must learn it well. It might save lives. After listening to she felt relieved and said, all right, I'll head back now. If you need anything, just find me near the entrance of the tribe's cave. Don't go inside. Just call me from a distance. Song-yu nodded casually. We got it. Thinking of Song Ming's sensitive nature, added, make sure to tell Song Ming to take good care of his injury. I'll come back in a few days to remove the wooden board from his leg. Song-yu obediently replied, okay. After giving the two little ones her instructions, donned her cloak and turned to leave. The fire for boiling the witch medicine was still burning, so glanced at it, added some more wood, and then left it alone. For dinner, she didn't prepare anything else. She made a pot of chicken soup using the mushrooms she collected today and some cocoa beasts, and without any other staple food. She simply boiled a few eggs. Once everything was ready, she brought it into the cave of the Monkey Mountain. Hearing He's footsteps, the figure of the Monkey Mountain stirred and slowly lifted its gaze to look at her. After drinking that bitter witch medicine at noon, listening to the sound of rain outside, and feeling the warmth from the fire in the cave, she unexpectedly fell asleep without realizing it. When she woke up, she felt much more energized. After he noticed that the red blood vessels in his eyes had faded significantly, he raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. He had thought it would take at least 3 days to see any effect. Could it be that the witch medicine grown in the beast world, being free from various pollutants, not artificially cultivated, purely natural and aged, was much stronger than what he had used before? Or perhaps the beastmen had hardly consumed any witch medicine, so they had not built up a tolerance, which is why the reaction was so quick. Regardless of the reason, seeing that Yuan Shan was improving eased He's mind considerably. He placed food and witch medicine in front of him, as usual. First water, then food, and finally the medicine. This time, Yuan Shan did not hesitate. He was more aware than anyone of his own body's recovery. Witch doctor, he honestly expressed his feelings. I don't seem to be as hot anymore, and I don't feel like I'm on fire. My head doesn't feel as heavy as a stone, but I still want to cough. The cough is because your previous illness severely injured your lungs, so the recovery is slow. He patiently explained, adding some firewood to the fire pit in his cave. As long as the high heat doesn't fluctuate, you'll get better soon. The monkey from the mountain knelt directly on the ground. Please, great shaman, save my monkey tribe. He lay flat on the ground, his voice loud. As long as you can save my tribe, we will definitely honor you as our great shaman from now on. He had not yet spoken when a commotion came from outside the cave. My clansmen have returned. After spending some time together, He could already recognize the joyful calls of the Red Fox tribe when they returned from hunting. She turned to look outside, and through the dark curtain of rain, a group of dark figures was quickly moving towards her. Within the team, the sounds of various beasts were continuous, and just by listening, it was clear that they had a bountiful harvest. Chapter 50. The clever ape tribe Eci and Yuan Shan stood up at the same time. Yuan Shan knew that his illness was serious and contagious, so he didn't dare to follow Eci and took a cautious step outside. After carefully touching the animal skin covering his face and confirming that it was secure, he peeked outside. Every decision made by the Red Fox tribe surprised him. He had never heard of anyone capturing so many wild beasts at once. The ape tribe had also tried to domesticate them in the past, but those beasts became thinner and weaker while staying in the cave, and they couldn't even survive until the harsh winter. Dealing with their corpses was quite troublesome. He wanted to remind them, but this was the decision of the shaman, and after thinking it over, Yuan Shan swallowed his words. The shaman's decisions must be correct. Hu Lin walked to the front, while the eagle weasel stood guard at the back. It was raining heavily, the torches wouldn't light, and the orcs were feeling their way in the dark. Shaman. The caves of Eci and Yuan Shan were astonishingly bright. The closer we got, the clearer the path beneath our feet became, and the orcs' speed increased significantly. This time, we also caught 2 moo beasts to bring back. We weren't sure if they could be raised, so we didn't dare to catch more. The moo beasts were enormous, and each cave could accommodate a maximum of 2, which took up a lot of space. They could be raised. While the rain hadn't turned into a disaster yet, we decided to build more shelters recently to confine these wild beasts. Otherwise, once the rainwater flooded and the plague infected the wild beasts around the Red Fox tribe, the most difficult part would not just be getting sick, but also facing hunger. The beast's skin on Hu Lin was already soaked, feeling heavy against his body. He entered the cave and was greeted by a warm breeze, comfortably squinting his eyes. The wild beasts we caught today were also kept in the cave outside the tribe. Tomorrow, I would take half of the people out to hunt, while the other half, the males, would stay in the tribe to build shelters. This way, the wild beasts around the tribe wouldn't easily gather due to such extensive hunting. Even if the plague really spread over, the wild beasts being so scattered would slow down the rate of transmission. I stewed 2 May beasts in a stone pot in another vacant cave nearby. You take the tribesmen to eat. In the afternoon, I found Hu Ro and searched the tribe for 2 large stone pots, about the size of the stainless steel containers used to serve soup in schools. I stewed 1 May beast in each pot, adding a lot of white radish and goji berries that Eci had gathered in the woods. Eating meat and drinking soup could both drive away the cold and warm the stomach. Noticing that the beast's skin on Hu Lin's face had disappeared at some point, Eci kept a distance from him while speaking, urging him to quickly take the tribesmen away and not to stay in the cave of Yuan Shan for too long. This was a critical moment. The members of the Red Fox tribe could not do without him. The tribesmen outside were shouting, herding the wild beasts into the vacant cave. Hu Lin was incredibly grateful that his tribesmen had the habit of digging caves. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough caves at this moment. I knew. Hu Lin took a step back and didn't say the words about trusting my shaman abilities. At this time, not getting sick and not being a burden was the greatest help he could provide. Tilting his head to glance at Yuan Shan, which stood far behind Eci. Hu Lin's gaze slightly sharpened, a bit surprised. He looked much better. Eci took his pulse 3 times a day. She understood the condition of Yuan Shan the best. Hearing this, she nodded slightly, indeed feeling much better. You all go eat meat first. Tomorrow morning, I will prepare a pot of preventive medicine for you. Remember to bring the clan members over to drink it. The clan members had worked hard, and Eci naturally couldn't ignore that. While stewing the meat, she wore the protective clothing she had taken from her space the entire time, trying to minimize the risk of infection as much as possible. All right, I will take the clan members over first. Hu Lin didn't delay. Having spent the day outside, most clan members had only eaten a few fruits, rubbed them in the rain, and swallowed them directly. By now, they were already exhausted. Hu Lin went out and told the clan members that there was cooked meat ready. In the next moment, Eci heard cheers coming from outside the cave, all chanting Lord Shaman. Only Eci and Yuan Shan remained inside the cave. She turned to Yuan Shan and quietly asked, no matter whether I save you or not, didn't you already send word back? Yuan Shan's knees buckled, and with a thud, he fell to the ground. How did the Lord Shaman discover what he had done in secret? It was clearly done while the Lord Shaman was away. Why was it like this? Eci was silent. This quietness made the ape instinctively crouch down, not daring to raise its head. I know you can communicate with your kin, but I can tell you the truth. If the ape tribe arrives, the witch medicine I have stored is simply not enough for their use. I think you wouldn't want to see your kin fighting each other over life-saving witch medicine, would you?" The ape suddenly raised its head, its pupils trembling violently. "Master Witch Doctor." I curled his lips, but there was no smile in his eyes. "How many people from your ape tribe are actually sick? If you tell me the truth, I might consider it." The ape tribe is intelligent. When I returned from the tribe today, she noticed something was off when she saw the unusually smooth ground at the cave entrance. She walked back and forth in front of the cave, and with the rain pouring down, the ground at the cave's entrance was already a muddy mess. Impossible to be so flat. Inside the medicine-making cave, although it seemed unchanged, the smell was completely different. The air was humid during the rainy season, and the cave was hot and stuffy, making it difficult for the odor to dissipate. She had sprayed alcohol when she left, and upon returning, the scent inside was quite mixed, with even the smell of the shaman's medicine muddled considerably. Yuan Shan's eyes flickered. Could this shaman from the Red Fox tribe really be sent by the beast god to oversee the numerous tribes? "Shaman Master." Seeing him speak, I lowered her gaze, the last trace of a smile fading from her face. "I want to hear the truth. I'll only give you this one chance." Yuan Shan fell silent, his eyes struggling. After a long time, just as his patience was about to run out and she was about to turn to leave, he finally continued. "The monkey tribe has a low birth rate. We still don't have as many members as the Red Fox tribe. All I know is there are 31 males and 14 females. Among those infected with the plague, there are 5 males and 7 females. Not counting me. For the rat tribe, which had all died, the infection rate among the monkey tribe really couldn't be considered high." I remained expressionless and quietly continued to inquire. "Where's your ape tribe now?" Yuan Mountain's pupils constricted. Every question from the great shaman was able to accurately touch upon the truths he did not want to reveal. Yet he dared not lie. Chapter 51. The great priest Yuan Mountain's body was almost flattened against the ground. He completely dared not raise his head to look into Hisi's eyes, too nervous to even breathe normally. He struggled to swallow, feeling as if the dizzying sensation of high fever was returning. The ape tribe is just a day's journey away from the Red Fox tribe. I was not surprised at all. The death rate of the plague is very high, and it is urgent to address it. If the ape mountain has concealed some of the true situation, then the environment around his tribe should be worse than what he described. Traveling through mountains and rivers, they rushed towards this side, perhaps not initially to find a shaman, but to escape the dangerous environment they originally faced. Hisi's heart had a clear understanding. She collected her thoughts, lowered her gaze, and asked him, "The Kangling continent is so vast. Why did you come straight to the Chief Fox tribe? You should know that the Chief Fox tribe has no shaman." I originally did not know the relationship between the shaman of the Hongha tribe and the Chihu tribe. It was only after arriving here that she heard from Fox Row that the shaman had accidentally saved a male from the Fox tribe years ago. The male sought a mate, and the shaman agreed, even traveling to the Chihu tribe for that male, dedicating herself to healing the members of the Chihu tribe. However, after the shaman left, the Hongha tribe was left with only the female shamans she had trained. The Hongha tribe naturally did not want this, and repeatedly invited the shaman to return, promising that the brave males of the tribe could be chosen by her. But at that time, her heart was set only on the Chihu male, so she refused the Hongha tribe. Later, when the shaman's mother fell seriously ill, the Hongha tribe did not inform her, and the Chihu tribe members who went to inquire about news also heard nothing, leading to her mother's death. The shaman then harbored a grudge and refused to stay in the Chihu tribe. She wanted to leave, but her male partner insisted on passing on the healing skills he learned from her to his tribe before seeking her in the Hongha tribe. Eventually, the shaman left first, and while her male partner was out searching for medicine, he unexpectedly encountered a fierce bird with an orange beast crystal and unfortunately lost his life. The incident happened suddenly, and the Chihu tribe wanted to send a message but could not find a shaman. As time passed, when the shaman eventually learned of it, she blamed everything on the Chihu tribe and declared that she would no longer heal outsiders, especially not members of the Chihu tribe, and would never bond with another male. As a result, the Chihu tribe never had another shaman. This news was not a secret. The Yuan tribe had always liked to befriend outsiders, so they should have heard something even from afar. Could it be that they came for the shaman of the Hongha tribe and ended up being intercepted by her? All that should not be said has been disclosed, and the Yuan mountain relaxed quite a bit, responding quickly to her inquiries. The wolf tribe, the Yuan tribe, and the leopard tribe offered a great priest who guided us in this direction. He said that the opportunity lies in this direction. Yuan Mountain hurriedly glanced at Eci and quickly looked down, quietly adding that there had been no news from the wolf tribe and the leopard tribe. And it now seemed that the opportunity the great priest spoke of should be you, esteemed shaman. Eci didn't expect that they were still relying on metaphysics. Feeling somewhat helpless, Eci even wanted to laugh. However, the serious persona had already been established, and she managed to hold back her expression. Has the plague among your ape tribe worsened? Upon mentioning this, the expression of the ape tribe's representative showed a significant drop in morale. Master Shaman, our ape tribe is quick to react. After noticing the situation with the rat tribe, we have already isolated the infected members of our tribe and distribute food to them from a distance every day, so they haven't infected other patients. Later, after noticing that the leopard and wolf tribes, which prey on beasts, took measures but still had individuals falling ill, our ape tribe sought the shaman and left as a whole. The water source and food have been contaminated. If the ape tribe does not take action to save ourselves, we will eventually meet the same fate as the rat tribe and be completely wiped out. Eci nodded, secretly praising the reaction of the ape tribe. Their intelligence was even greater than he had imagined. Where are the leopard tribe and the wolf tribe? One is near the golden dog tribe, and the other is near the red crane tribe. The ape mountain dared not hide anything, fearing that Eci might truly give up. After all, she was now their only hope, and there were only these 3 tribes near Sunset Lake. Do your 3 tribes communicate with each other? What about that priest? Yes. After listening to Eci, Ape Mountain no longer knelt but sat cross-legged, looking up at her. The day after tomorrow, I will receive news from the leopard tribe and the wolf tribe. As for the priest, after he guided us in the right direction, he disappeared. Ape Mountain shook his head, worry etched on his face. All 3 tribes are searching for the priest, fearing he has fallen ill. From his tone, it seemed he held that priest in high regard. Since the person was nowhere to be found, Eci temporarily did not mention it. While asking questions earlier, Eci had already formed an idea in her mind. If it's possible to treat your ape tribe, I could do it. Upon hearing this, Ape Mountain's eyes brightened slightly, filled with hope as he looked at her. But I don't have enough medicinal herbs. If I heal the ape tribe, the more severely ill wolf tribe and leopard tribe will definitely come as well. Eci has always been meticulous in his preparations, so he inevitably has to make more plans. I will provide you with many shamanic medicines. Among them, some can cure this illness while others cannot. You should have your tribesmen help me find herbs. The rainy season is changing, and it's hard to predict how the situation will develop. To prevent the possibility of the situation worsening and all the shamanic medicines being destroyed, Eci can only gather as many as possible now for future needs. The Yao Mountain is overjoyed. It's just about finding shamanic medicines. This is not difficult for the Yao tribe, who are skilled in gathering and building. The shamanic healer said cautiously, probing to ask, I heard you mention setting up a rain shelter. Although I don't know what a rain shelter is, my Yao tribe is good at building. Our walls are much sturdier than those of the Red Fox tribe. He even felt a bit proud mentioning this, as the fences of the Red Fox tribe seemed to him that even cubs could build them. If you are willing, I can have other beastmen from my tribe come to help. Although he didn't know what the shamanic healer intended to do, Yao Mountain cleverly thought that if he could follow the shamanic healer at this moment, there would surely be future rewards. If in the future the Red Fox tribe, under the leadership of the shamanic healer, becomes a super large tribe, then his Yao tribe would also benefit from it. Eci looked at the Monkey Mountain with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Goodness, that brain is really quick. Compared to them, the clever Red Fox tribe members don't have as much in their heads as they do. Chapter 52. To be healed, Eci kept the matter of the monkey tribe in her heart, but did not show it. She lowered her gaze at the Monkey Mountain, her expression unchanged, and said, Before your illness is cured, do not let your people appear before me. You should know that if the Red Fox tribe falls into the disaster of the plague because of you, I will not choose to save your people. The Monkey Mountain understood. He remained silent and said no more. Eci saw him quiet and turned back into his cave. The members of the Red Fox tribe had brought back many branches from the wild forest today. Eci took some back, trimmed and cut them, then tied them together with vines, making a simple wooden door that firmly blocked the entrance of the cave. He took a sleeping bag out of his space and crawled in, closing his eyes. Without the 3 cubs and the familiar smell of his own cave, Eci's sleep was average. He kept dreaming. When he finally woke up, it was still not bright outside, and his head felt a bit dazed. He lingered in the sleeping bag for a while before slowly sitting up to wash up. He took some food out of his space to make breakfast, boiling the preventive plague soup and the medicine for the Ape Mountain. Eci cleaned the animal skin he wore on his face yesterday and hung it up to dry, then took a new piece to wear. The starch he made yesterday had completely dried. ECI picked it up and took a look. Although the granules were not fine enough, it was still sufficient for her to make potato starch and sweet potato vermicelli. She had grown a bit tired of the yellow and red fruits, so since she got up early today, ECI planned to prepare the ingredients first. Both types of starch were mixed into a paste. ECI rummaged around in the space, but couldn't find the strainer that had been snatched up at some unknown time. After spreading the potato starch mixture evenly in a square tray, it was placed in a stone pot to steam until cooked. The sweet potato starch mixture was poured into the stone pot, heated and stirred until it became thicker, then shaped into sweet potato vermicelli using a strainer. The drying rack he had set up yesterday was just right for use. So ECI rekindled the fire and used some sticks he took from outside to build a drying rack, placing the two types of vermicelli on it to dry. Next came the long wait. ECI specially saved some sweet potato starch and used it to stir-fry a block of sweet potato noodles, adding some osmanthus and side dishes. She made a big pot, and after serving her portion, she took the rest back to feed the little ones. Not daring to enter the cave, ECI placed the food next to the shaman's cave and put a bottle of alcohol spray in front of it, explaining how to use it before heading back. Breakfast for the Monkey Mountain was more casual, just a few red fruits and some bird eggs. ECI took his pulse and noted that it was much more stable. The high fever had already subsided, and he would be completely fine by tomorrow. Glancing at the unchanging rain outside, ECI withdrew his fingers and pushed the witch medicine in front of the Monkey Mountain, saying, "I can save your people." The members of the Red Fox tribe had previously contracted a mite disease and had been recovering in the dense forest outside the tribe for a long time. There are many abandoned caves there. You should inform your people to stay there for now. Separate the sick members from the healthy ones and confirm that the other healthy members have not been infected before allowing them to reintegrate into the life of the Red Fox tribe. The witch medicine should be prepared by your tribe. In addition, I also need you to bring a large quantity of tongue tree seeds as payment. Although the orcs are strong, if they're exposed to the rain every day, it won't be long before they fall ill. ECI plans to make some tongue oil and use animal skins to create rainproof items. The poncho restricts the movements of male orcs, and orcs who are used to freedom do not like being constrained by ponchos. The ape tribe is overjoyed. "Thank you, shaman. I will inform my tribesmen right away." The high fever has subsided, and even the pain in my throat seems to have lessened significantly. Compared to the discomfort of the previous days, the ape feels relaxed now. Even going out to hunt wild beasts should be possible. After ECI finished explaining, he returned to his cave. Fox Lynn and Eagle Mongoose had already come over. Both of them were wearing raincoats, which the females in the tribe had recently learned to make from ECI. Originally, the plan was to teach a group of orcs how to use fire to cook food, but ECI was too busy. So Fox Row took the initiative to step up and taught the villagers how to use fire, bringing along 3 little ones to go from house to house in the tribe. In no time, the 3 little ones became the most popular figures in the tribe, second only to ECI. Fox Lynn said, "Eagle Mongoose and I are here to fetch the shaman's medicine." As soon as Fox Lynn saw ECI, her gaze couldn't help but linger on her. Yesterday, the males in the tribe worked very hard. The chief and the 3 little ones cooked food with the other tribespeople. I thought it best not to let them run over here. Eagle Mongoose's wings emerged behind him, wrapping himself tightly, with his face covered by animal skin, leaving only his eyes exposed, deliberately turning his face away from her. This female was incredibly fierce. If it weren't for the rainy season arriving early, making it impossible for him to fly back to his own tribe in the rain, he would never linger here to be ordered around by her. ECI couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the eagle badger and only looked at Hulin. Today, there was no need to take the males of the tribe out hunting. They must have startled quite a few wild beasts yesterday while they were out. It would be better to wait a couple of days before going out again, as the wild beast vigilance wouldn't be so high then. Yesterday, ECI inadvertently heard the males complaining that the clucking beasts in the forest no longer approached them as they used to. Upon hearing footsteps, they would scatter and escape, making them difficult to catch. Today, some of the tribe members would set up a shelter, while others would be responsible for making tools to facilitate your next hunting trip. Hulin naturally had no objection. The eagle badger huffed, unable to hold back his gaze on ECI, his tone accusatory. "What exactly do you want to do? With the rainy season coming, if you don't prepare more food during this time, what will happen in the upcoming harsh winter? The prey you had the Red Fox tribe catch 1T last until the harsh winter and will die off. When that time comes, will you have the Red Fox tribe members looking at a pile of skin and bones of beasts?" Eagle badger. Hulin looked at him with displeasure, saying, "The crane female is our Red Fox tribe as shaman. She not only predicted that the rainy season would arrive early, but can also treat the severe plague. The tribe members naturally trust her. The status of the crane female is unshakable, and Hulin couldn't understand why the eagle badger was always dissatisfied with her. Hulin said, "I will wait near the altar for our tribe members later. First, let us build a large rain shelter along the edge of the altar so that everyone can gather together conveniently. The cave is still too small. It's cramped and dim. Having so many beastmen inside makes it uncomfortably damp." Hulin nodded heavily. "Good. After I bring the shaman's medicine back, I will take the tribe members to carry wood." He turned to look at the eagle badger. "If you don't want to participate in the matters of our red fox tribe, you can just stay in the cave and sleep. The red fox tribe won't drive you away after all. Since you brought the shaman to our tribe, the tribe members are grateful to you." Chapter 53. Master Builder. The eagle badger felt frustrated. But if he had to list 1, 2, 3 for points about why he disliked ECI, he wouldn't be able to articulate it. He just felt strangely uneasy looking at someone so different from the other females. The females were cherished by the beast gods and comfortably stayed in the tribe, while their beast husbands busied themselves with other matters. But what about the crane female? Not only was she not idle herself, but the female cubs she raised were also busy, and even now, the females in the red fox tribe, under her influence, were not idle either. They were weaving raincoats and learning to use fire. Why should females be so capable? In the future, would females also participate in hunting? Seeing the eagle badger's sullen face and silence, Hulin didn't want to say more to him and left the cave, carrying the stone pot to distribute the shaman's medicine. Distributing medicine in the rain, visiting every cave. Hulin couldn't help but praise the crane female for her idea of setting up an open-air rain shelter at the altar. If the shelter is built well, during the day, tribe members can all stay underneath, making tasks like distributing shaman's medicine much easier, just like today. Hulin hadn't walked long when he followed him to the tribe. The cave was left empty with only the eagle badger, who simply sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling frustrated as he looked at the raindrops outside, sulking for not following the two. The males of the fox tribe moved quickly. When ECI arrived at the altar wearing a raincoat, the wood had already been stacked into a high pile. Seeing her approach, the clan's people all smiled broadly. "Master Shaman. Master Shaman, you don't need to wrap up so tightly. We're not afraid." ECI didn't get too close, and there was a hint of gentle laughter in his words. "The young clan leader must have told you why we need to build the rain shelter. If there are no objections, let's get started quickly. Once we finish today, everyone won't have to work in the rain anymore." The clan members cheered in unison. We all listened to the shaman. Among those present were not only males, but also a few female orcs inside, their eyes shining brightly as they looked at ECI, their voices louder than anyone else's. "The rain shelter that ECI wants to build is simple. When it rains, the ground is damp, so the stakes need to be driven in deeper, then firmly stomped in place, and stones are brought over to support it. Without modern tools, everything is constructed using simple mortise and tenon joints. Fortunately, the orcs have sharp claws, strong mobility, and good teamwork skills, so the wooden sticks are stacked up quickly, and the rain shelter soon takes shape. Without sharp cutting tools, the edges of the windows on both sides are not very even, giving it a wild look." ECI has been guiding from the side, raising his voice. After half a day's work, a rain shelter measuring 10 meters in length and width has been completely constructed. The top is made of straw and thin wooden planks. Wherever it leaks, another layer is added. It has somewhat of a makeshift appearance, but it has indeed been successfully built. An orc crawled inside to feel it out, and his face was filled with excitement. Finally, during the day, they wouldn't have to stay cooped up in the dark cave anymore. They could come here together to follow the instructions of the shaman. ECI was not stingy with his compliments, saying that you all learned very quickly. "I think even the ape tribe can't compare to your learning speed. How about we slaughter a grunt beast at noon? I can stand at a distance to guide you. And after you disassemble the grunt beast, we can make some delicious dishes together, and everyone can eat under this rain shelter. How does that sound?" "Good." Disassembling the grunt beast is what they are best at. Heat Song, with Irual holding Tsong Ming in her arms, was accompanied by Tsong Yu and Tsong Yu, who were dressed in large raincoats. Seeing ECI smiled gently, she thought that if they were making delicious food, it would be better to let the little ones teach. You still need to go back to brew the witch medicine, so there's no need to stay here all the time. Watching the tribe gather together, ECI stood alone in the rain from a distance, and Hirual felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart as she looked on. ECI turned his head to look at the three cubs. He hadn't spent much time with them these past few days, and he really missed them. "Mom," the three cubs called out in unison. They had become accustomed to sleeping together with their mother every day. Yesterday, it was just the three of them in the cave. reminiscent of the days they often spent in the flamingo tribe, but they still felt a strong longing for their mother. Cubs, do you want to stay here and make meat from the grunt beast with the tribe? ECI was dressed completely, only revealing a pair of curved eyes. Look, Song proudly puffed out his chest and patted himself. Don't worry, mother, my skills in cooking are excellent. Ribs stewed with yellow fruits, bone soup with white fruits, heads, internal organs, and tails, all simmered into a pot of marinade. And the meat from the grunt beast can be sliced thin and grilled on a stone slab. Song said, licking his lips, reminiscing about the taste of marinated pig ears. With the spices mother provided, my sister and I will definitely teach everyone. The orc beside them couldn't help but imagine along with Song Yu's words. It sounded much more delicious than gnawing on raw meat. Master Shaman, you go ahead and busy yourself. Someone urged. With your little ones here, don't worry. We will take good care of them. Some orcs had already eagerly gone to find the fattest grunt beast to prepare. Song Yu had been observing Hsi, and seeing that she wasn't ill and her tone hadn't changed, he revealed a shy smile. Mother, I will help my brother. Song Ming also spoke up. Mother, please don't get sick. The little ones were so well behaved that Hsi wanted to protect them well. Without being overly sentimental, she nodded at the little ones, softly instructed a few words, and turned to leave the tribe. The medicine for treating the ape mountain had already been refined with experience, and Hsi quickly prepared a pot of clear stewed ribs for the ape mountain's lunch. Even staying outside the tribe, she could hear the cheers from the orcs inside when they tasted the delicious food. The rain couldn't block the aroma of the stewed meat. The ape mountain, suffering from the bitterness of the medicine, hurriedly drank a big bowl of soup, sniffing curiously toward the outside. Master Shaman, what is that smell? Is it the scent of the medicine or the food? Saliva uncontrollably dripped. It's the smell of food. Hsi checked his pulse again and looked up at him, saying, Your condition has improved by 80%. The plague that had wiped out the entire rat tribe had actually been cured just like that. And Yuan Shan could hardly believe what he was hearing. Hsi reminded, Don't forget the witch medicine and the Polonia seeds I wanted. The situation in the Monkey Mountain didn't require her to worry about it, so Hsi checked her pulse, confirmed she was fine, and returned to the tribe. Under the newly built rain shelter, many orcs were lying around in various positions. When they saw Hsi coming, they all stood up and said, Great Shaman, we can't wait to learn how to build the enclosure for raising wild beasts. Please teach us. Chapter 54. The charm of ants climbing trees. The members of the Red Fox tribe caught 87 clucking beasts, 36 grunting beasts, 18 bleeding beasts, 2 mooing beasts, and long-eared beasts, among others. In recent days, some males in the tribe have been gathering fodder outside, as per Hsi's request to feed this group of wild beasts. The only difficulty in building the enclosure for the wild beasts was the large amount of work involved. However, the members of the Red Fox tribe were very motivated. Everyone, there's no need to rush. With Hu Ro and Hu Lin here, I'll go ahead and discuss the matters regarding the monkey tribe. Hsi said, The people of the monkey tribe are skilled in construction, and I plan to entrust the task of building the enclosure for the wild beasts to them. After the monkey tribe arrives, the Red Fox tribe, where we currently reside, will become the inner circle of the tribe. Outside the current entrance, a new fence will be built, and the monkey tribe members will live in the nearest outer cave. In the center of the inner circle and the outer perimeter, we will build the enclosure for raising wild beasts. Great Shaman, some male orcs are puzzled. Does this mean we will allow the monkey tribe to join our tribe in the future? Hsi shook her head and informed everyone about the existence of the ape tribe, leopard tribe, and wolf tribe, as well as their relationships. These 3 tribes are all stronger than the Red Fox tribe. Have we ever considered what would happen if they united to bully the Red Fox tribe? To put it bluntly, if the Red Fox tribe were to be destroyed, she, as a shaman capable of curing the plague, would definitely not be killed. Even if she tried her best to protect the members of the Red Fox tribe, a single person's strength would be insufficient to resist the 3 tribes. In the face of overwhelming power, the Red Fox tribe has no chance of victory. Because she was happy in the Red Fox tribe, she thought of doing as much as she could. The area under the rain shelter was very quiet, as it was evident that no one had expected these 3 tribes to have quietly settled at Sunset Lake. That ape mountain actually dared to deceive us. One orc was furious and said angrily, I will go kill him right now and see how he sends messages to the ape tribe. Don't be impulsive. Hu Ro, who had been quietly listening to Hsi, spoke with a tone that, while usually gentle, now carried a hint of firmness. Since the ape tribe sent Ape Mountain here, there must be members of his tribe around our tribe. Otherwise, how could he send messages to his tribe without leaving? The fact that the shaman could cure the plague could no longer be hidden. If we kill Ape Mountain now, the ape tribe will surely know the truth. And since they are adept at moving and jumping in trees, our tribe members may not be able to catch up. Hsi looked at Huro with admiration in her eyes. The clan leader was right. Hsi continued the conversation. So before the wolf clan and the leopard clan arrive, we need to bring the monkey clan along and let them know what true good days are like. By then, even if the wolf clan and leopard clan want to incite the monkey clan, it probably won't be that easy. Hulin looked at Hsi with increasingly bright eyes. He knew that his judgment was not wrong. Hsi was the smartest and most special existence in the entire Kanglan continent. With that, the clan members who were originally filled with hatred towards the monkey clan because of Huro's words reignited a bit of hope due to Hsi's explanation. We all listened to the shaman. Persuasion didn't take much effort, and Hsi felt a bit relieved in her heart. She placed the stone pot she had been holding at the edge of the rain shelter. Inside, there was food made from red ground fruit and yellow ground fruit. If these things are dried and stored properly, they can last for a year. What? A year? Really? Impossible. After Hsi and others were astonished, they continued. Everyone can open it and have taste. The two types of noodles were not completely dried, but time was tight, and making these things required time. So Hsi could only hastily prepare them, taking them out for the clan members to taste, and then encourage them to get involved. Seeing the real thing would provide more motivation. Lifting the palm leaves covering the stone pot, the aroma was not as strong as that of stewed meat. Looking down, there were long strands of noodles that had never been seen before, worried that they would clump together if left too long. Hsi made a dish called ants climbing a tree, using the meat sauce from a few days ago stored in the space, and stir-frying it with the noodles without chopping the meat again. Everyone should be able to have a bite or two. Before serving, Hsi had already tasted it to get a sense of the flavor. And if you all find it good, we could take a large portion of the yellow and red fruit stored in the cave to make this. Let me try. Give me a bite. Hulin was the quickest, directly taking the whole stone pot away, looking at the clan members below who were in a frenzy, and said, "What is the hurry? Look at the three little ones from the shaman's family. They've been right next to the clan leader without moving at all. If you knock over the stone pot, do you want to eat things from the rain?" Thinking that Hsi was right across from him, Hulin hesitated for a moment and used a thin wooden stick nearby to break off 2 chopsticks and took a bite first. Someone wailed, "Young clan leader, how can you do this?" But Hulin was completely captivated by the deliciousness in the pot. The noodles, smooth and wrapped in meat sauce, made him eager for a second bite before he even swallowed the first. Watching Hulin eat without saying a word for a long time, the clan members below also imitated him, breaking off 2 small wooden sticks, raising them high and shouting, "Young clan leader, let's have a taste." Hulin was pulled back to reality by their calls, holding the stone pot to let Huro have a taste first, and then said to everyone, "1 chopstick per person. In the order we received the meat earlier, no fighting." As soon as he finished speaking, the clan members began to move, lining up obediently. It was quite lively under the rain shed. The 3 little ones didn't move. Since this was made by their mother, they would surely get to taste it too. So they wouldn't fight with everyone, and seeing the clan members enjoying their mother-s dishes made them very happy. Hsi stood quietly to the side, waiting silently. Delicious. If this thing is made in abundance, filling the cave, wouldn't we no longer fear the harsh winter? Even if we have to eat this every day, it's better than going hungry. Lord Shaman, Huro also likes it very much. These days, following the little ones, she has been eating various cooked foods, and she is no longer limited to this method of cooking. When tasting it, she couldn't help but think, if this vermicelli could be added to the sour and spicy soup that the little ones are stewing, wouldn't it be even more delicious? Huro is usually gentle and restrained, rarely losing her composure, but her emotions are somewhat elevated at the moment. I will let the clansmen take out all the yellow and white fruits from the cave. Can white fruits be made into such delicious things? We have also stored a lot of white fruits. Chapter 55 with salt. White fruits indeed cannot be used, but Hsi thought of other things. White fruits are not suitable, but many wild vegetables and fruits can be sliced, dehydrated, and preserved. Dried wild vegetables, when soaked and taken out in winter to stew with meat, taste just as good as what everyone just ate. As for dried fruits, they can be chewed on when bored. Hearing about so many ways to preserve food, the beastmen of the Red Fox tribe were very excited. Not just one, but many kinds of food. The greatest crisis of the harsh winter was thus lightly resolved by the Lord Shaman. They just need to store enough food now. And during the harsh winter, they won't have to risk their lives to hunt beasts. Even if they stay in the cave, they can still fill their stomachs. Throughout the Kanglan continent, there are absolutely no beastmen happier than them. Lord Shaman, shall we start now? Hulin also looked serious. I will take a team of males to go out and pick fruits and wild vegetables. You teach me to identify the edible wild vegetables in the forest, and I will tell the clansmen. But Lord Shaman, some clansmen who thought a bit more couldn't help but ask, since there are ways to preserve fruits and vegetables. What about meat? Is there a way to preserve meat? The currently domesticated beasts are simply not enough for us to survive the harsh winter. And when the harsh winter arrives, we want to be able to find food to feed them. What will we do if these beasts starve to death? His question was sincere, not meant to stir up trouble. You see, I had thought about this question long ago, but at the moment, she couldn't provide an accurate answer. I cannot guarantee that everyone can eat fresh meat during the harsh winter, but we could try to store as much meat as possible by smoking it over charcoal and curing it with salt. In fact, I have always been curious about where your salt comes from. It comes from salt fruits. As the young clan leader of the Red Fox tribe, Bulin knows a lot about the tribe's matters. At the far west of Sunset Lake, there is a very strange place. No plants grow there, but periodically, round fruits the size of my head pop up from the ground. We call them salt fruits because as soon as the outer shell is knocked off, many granular white crystals flow out from inside. You see, I was somewhat surprised. He initially thought it was a super tribe that traded with the merfolk or occupied coastal positions and mastered the salt-making technique. But he didn't expect the salt here to actually grow in fruits. However, upon reflection, with 3 suns and a blood-red moon at night, other things seemed rather unreasonable. Yet here it felt quite normal. Do those salt fruits have a growth pattern? Afraid they wouldn't understand, I explained, is there a specific time when you can definitely harvest the fruits? Yes, Hulin replied. In previous years, he often led people there. Usually on the 10th day after the start of the rainy season, the Chief Fox tribe, the Golden Dog tribe, and the Red Crane tribe would all bring the male beast men from their tribes. There, our 3 tribes members have been waiting for a long time, fearing that other tribes would come and seize the place. Fortunately, the terrain there is complex, so our 3 tribes only need to guard one entrance, and that's enough. Hisong let out a sigh of relief. With salt, things would be much easier. Are there any requirements on the quantity of salt fruits each clan can harvest? Not really. We bring the same number of orcs every year. Everyone just needs to pick enough in their own direction. In the past, we didn't know that salt fruits were so useful, so we just stocked up a bit to have some during the harsh winter season to regain a little strength. Now that I know their importance, I will definitely bring my clan to gather as many salt fruits as possible in the future. Itzishin felt a sense of relief. Good. She looked at the tribe members under the rain shelter, instructing Hulin to divide everyone into 3 groups. One group would continue to go out to pick various fruits. One group would be responsible for making potato and sweet potato noodles, and the last group, Hitsishin planned to teach them how to weave tools using willow branches. There are many tools that can be woven from willow branches, such as traps for hunting, fishing nets, baskets, and backpacks. Especially for backpacks, when picking salt fruits, our orc tribe can carry more. With tools, we can use the fewest orcs to bring back the most salt fruits, avoiding a large group going over and causing panic among other tribes. The females of the Red Fox tribe actively requested to join the teams they were interested in. I did not stop him. The entire Red Fox tribe was bustling with activity. During these days, Yuan Shan, who had fully recovered from his illness, spent his time anxiously waiting for his kin to arrive and quietly observing the movements of the Red Fox tribe at the entrance. No one hindered his actions. However, Yuan Shan was afraid of disturbing Hisei, so he did not dare to get too close, fearing that he might accidentally discover secrets of the Red Fox tribe that they did not want outsiders to know, which would upset them and completely shatter the hope of treating his kin. The arrival of the Yuan tribe was later than Hisei had anticipated. 5 days after informing Yuan Shan that he had recovered from his illness, the Yuan tribe's orcs finally arrived. Leading the group was the healthy orc of the Yuan tribe, the shaman, who Ro and Hu Lin met Hisei formally in the forest where they had treated the Red Fox tribe for mite disease. Initially, they planned to let them stay in the dense forest for the time being, but the sincerity of the other party made Hisei and the others abandon this idea. I'm the leader of the Yuan tribe. My name is Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu was quite young, looking even more robust and youthful than Yuan Shan. Among the mostly middle-aged orcs of the Yuan tribe, he appeared somewhat juvenile, but Hisei did not underestimate him because of that. It was not easy for an orc to become a leader during such a crisis. The shaman, Yuan Shu, was also observing Hisei. He suppressed his thoughts and spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. After receiving the news from Yuan Shan, we have been working hard to come to the Red Fox tribe. Since some of our kin were infected with the plague, we wanted to avoid causing trouble for the Red Fox tribe. Thus, this time we sent all the healthy members of our tribe first. I heard that the shaman wanted us to stay for 3 days before integrating into the tribe, so I specifically ordered that upon receiving the news 5 days ago, The tribe should leave and start collecting the medicinal herbs and the seeds of the Paulownia tree that you need. We waited for 4 days before heading to the Red Fox tribe. He looked at Hci and extended his wrist. Shaman, if you are worried, you could check our pulse. If we deceive you, the Yuan tribe will surely bear the punishment of the beast god, and our tribe will be destroyed from then on. Chapter 56, finally found. The oath of the beast god carries great weight. Hci looked at the weary ape tribe orc and didn't have much doubt about the weight of the Yinshu's words. However, she still took 2 steps forward to stand in front of Yinshu, placing her fingers on his wrist. The ape tribe orc was very well-mannered, staying quietly behind Yinshu the entire time without making a sound. Not bad. Hci retracted his fingers, showing no signs of illness. I heard that your ape tribe has strong construction abilities, and this forest is just lacking some places for your sick beastmen to shelter from the rain. You can rest for a while, and when your tribe's members afflicted with the plague arrive, just set up the tents. As for these witch medicines, Hci glanced down and noticed that the orc members of the ape tribe behind Yuan Shu were all somewhat tense when they sensed her gaze. They took down the witch medicine they had on their backs and raised it slightly to ensure Hci could see it clearly. All these witch medicines must be prepared before they can be used. My tribe will take these witch medicines first, and after I handle them, they will be used to treat the plague affecting the ape tribe. Naturally, Yuan Shu waved his hand, and the members behind him stepped forward together to hand over the witch medicines to the Red Fox tribe without any reluctance. This is the seed of the Paulownia tree. Yuan Shu pointed to the other 4 males carrying items. Due to the heavy rain, it was difficult to collect these items, and those that fell to the ground might not be usable, so our tribe climbed the trees to gather them, hoping that the esteemed witch doctor would not find it lacking. It was only because of the short time that it ended up this way. My tribe will continue to gather more later. The seeds of the Paulownia tree are not few. At least Hci has already sensed the sincerity of the ape tribe. Young clan leader, he turned to look at Hu Lin. Please take these Paulownia seeds to the rain shelter near the altar. Hci picked up a seed and pinched it. Due to the rainy season, the shells of these long-matured Paulownia seeds could be easily crushed, revealing the kernels inside. She instructed her tribesmen to remove the shells of the Paulownia seeds, as the kernels had great value. This was not something that Hu Lin needed to do personally. He raised his hand, and the beastmen of the Red Fox tribe behind him immediately walked over to take all the Paulownia seeds away. Hu Lin stood half a step behind Hci, his eyes filled with vigilance as he watched the ape tribe beastmen across from them. What if the crane female was taken away by them? Hu Lin's thoughts were completely undetectable to Hci, who was focused on the ape trees, her mind filled with how to replenish supplies as quickly as possible before the harsh winter. Ape trees, you should get moving first. All right, the ape trees were very decisive. They were already prepared for this, and if the other side didn't require their tribesmen to be busy, they would actually feel uneasy. Hichi pointed to the monkey mountain that had suddenly appeared, not knowing when it had made a sound. If there was something that needed to find him, he could send a message. He knew where to find him. If there was anything he could help with, he should remember to say so. His clan would do their best to assist. The attitude of the Red Fox clan was much better than he had imagined. The anticipated difficulties did not appear at all, and Yuan Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a bit more respect for He-Chi. Rest assured, Master Shaman, I have completely remembered your words. Seeing that the other party was clever and communication was easy, He-Chi did not linger. With the Paulownia seeds, he was still missing one crucial thing. I need to go to the forest to find hardwood, He-Chi said as he looked at the male beastman from the Red Fox clan who had followed him. Is anyone willing to come with me? Naturally, Hu Lin would not miss out on such a thing. He raised his hand and directly pointed to a few of the strongest. The 6 of us will go with you. Although he did not know what kind of hardwood He-Chi was looking for, there were many people who could carry it, and besides, he knew where there were Paulownia trees. Hu Lin subtly glanced at Yuan Shu as he spoke. I can bring my clansmen and collect more Paulownia seeds on the way back. Yuan Shu's physique was completely different from Hu Lin's. Hci had seen before that both Yuan and Hu Lin had a relatively warm and slender physique, with the most robust one being the eagle cat. As for Shisha, Hci completely pushed him out of her mind and didn't want to think about him at all. As for Yuan Shu, he was sturdy and muscular, with his muscles bulging, brown-black hair, big eyes, and a high nose, giving him a very tough appearance. Facing Yuan Shu, Hu Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of aggression. That was a beast, and facing a male that might compete with him naturally triggered a sense of hostility. That's fine. Hci only felt that time was precious and was completely unaware of Hu Lin's own entanglement. He directly took the few males pointed out by Hu Lin into the dense forest. In the beast world, the vegetation was abundant, I easily found the hardwood he was looking for and made a mark to come back and carry it later. Following Lin's directions, he went to an area with a lot of paulownia trees. The grass was covered with fallen paulownia seeds. Lin looked up. If he wanted to collect the seeds from above, he would probably have to transform into beast form. Otherwise, he could let the eagle mongoose come over and have it transform into beast form to fly up and shake the branches, bringing down all the mature seeds. That would indeed be a good method. However, I didn't want to deal with the eagle mongoose. He bent down and picked up a few seeds from the ground, holding them in his hand. Normally, after harvesting the seeds from the tree, one would need to find a moist environment to place them in for about 10 days to allow the shell to rot. But now, since it was the rainy season, the seeds on the ground were just like those collected by the ape tribe and could be used directly, skipping that process. The seeds on the ground were usable, and I felt a bit of joy. He decided to send someone back to bring a few baskets, ensuring they had enough stamina to collect all the paulownia seeds from the ground. With the paulownia seeds, they could make paulownia oil. This had been a persistent issue for them in creating lightweight rainproof items. Once they had the paulownia oil, it would be much easier to resolve. I lowered her head and circled around, trying to see if there were enough seeds in this area. She hurriedly squatted down, brushed away the fallen leaves and catalpa seeds around, picked up a few round, yellowish objects from the ground, examined them in her palm, and directly bit one open. Lin looked worried. Can I try this next time? Lin, full of tension, crouched next to her, his eyes fixed on I's reaction. Does it taste bad? Is it poisonous? I shook her head, and her usually calm face showed a hint of excitement. This is soybean. She actually found soybeans. A multitude of soybean products popped in her mind, and as someone who ate meat and various fruits every day, she felt like her mouth was watering. More importantly, with soybeans, she can make edible oil. Tung oil contains a large amount of toxic tung acid, but soybean oil is different. It is fragrant and delicious, and it can be very useful during the cold season. Chapter 57. Lin saw I so happy for the first time. He looked at her tightly clenched hand with curiosity, wondering what it was. Perhaps I know where to find more. As the young leader of the Red Fox clan, it was completely normal for him to patrol the territory around his tribe. He knew every forest and waterhole near the Red Fox tribe like the back of his hand. Lin's words reminded I. She straightened her fingers and displayed the few precious soybeans in her palm to him. This is soybean. I need this. It's very useful. Lin looked seriously at them. They seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall exactly where he had seen them before. Seeing Lin frowned in thought, I spoke up. When it's not fully matured, it's called green bean. Its shell isn't very hard, but there are small bristles on it. Once it matures completely, not only does the fruit turn into this yellow soybean, but the shell also turns yellow, hardens, and then bursts open. I see. After I's description, Lin did have a vague impression of it. This thing looks like a weed. Because it tastes bad and the bristles are uncomfortable in the mouth, we all call it prickly grass. So it's edible. I's eyes sparkled upon realizing that he actually knew about it. Where can we find it? It's a bit far from here. It takes a day to go back and forth. We usually don't like going to that area. The things there look very strange. And every time we crawl through that grass, our bodies end up red and itchy. It's a bit late today. If possible, I really want to rush over now. Let us wait until tomorrow. At dawn, you and I will take 4 males and go together. What's important is not just the soybeans. There's also hope. If this world has soybeans, does it mean that finding wheat and other grains is also possible? With food, they could have a practical guarantee for safely getting through the cold season. Okay, seeing I so happy, Lin felt happy too. Moreover, since she was doing this for the tribe, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Tomorrow, I'll bring people to go with you. They left 2 people behind to collect tung tree seeds while the others carried hardwood back to the altar, originally divided into 3 groups. The tribe members now became 4 groups of beasts busy with the additional task of gathering tung oil seeds. The 3 cubs and stayed together. Since they didn't have the strength to weave baskets, they helped by passing some vines, doing their best to assist everyone. I walked up to the front, picked up a backpack and examined it, nodding in satisfaction. Then she held it up, knowing that the rainy season would last a long time. But there was still much work to be done. Recently, everyone had been working hard, so I planned to make some tools that could shield us from the wind and rain. She gestured at the edge of the backpack to determine a position and pointed it out to the busy tribespeople. Here, at a sturdy wooden stick, ensuring that when we carry the backpack on our backs, the stick extends above our heads. It should be about this distance from the top of our heads. We will use branches and vines to weave a circular rain shelter, the size of a humming bee's head, and stretch animal skins along the edges. I will teach everyone how to make this support movable so it can easily detach from the backpack. When we go out to gather things, we can set the backpack down, pull out the umbrella, and hold it in our hands so we won't have to pick in the heavy rain anymore. The tribe had plenty of animal skins. The members of the Red Fox tribe were very hardworking and had accumulated quite a few animal skins over the years. Especially with Huro, she had a separate cave specifically for storing the prepared animal skins. After listening for a while, a tribesman couldn't help but ask, "But, respected shaman, even if we use animal skins for cover, with such heavy rain, the skins will still get wet and drip. The only difference might be the size of the raindrops. Moreover, wet animal skins will become very heavy, making it difficult for us to carry them. Yes, respected shaman, although we know you are doing this for our sake. Rest assured, the orcs of the Red Fox tribe are not afraid of getting wet. Even if we get sick, we are not worried. After all, we have you." Respected shaman. He-Chi patiently waited for everyone to finish speaking. In the middle, Hu-Lin wanted to intervene, but was held back by his gaze. Noticing that the shaman had been silent and was just quietly looking at him, the orcs felt inexplicably a bit embarrassed and suddenly fell silent. I knew what everyone was worried about. So before this, I only considered this issue, but never brought it up because I hadn't found a better solution at that time. He-Chi pointed to a small pile of tongue tree seeds that had been peeled by everyone. This can solve the problem you just mentioned. Even Hu-Lin was somewhat surprised, but he had great trust in He-Chi's abilities. After the initial shock, he looked at He-Chi with bright eyes. "Yes, it's this. This can produce something called tongue oil." He-Chi turned around and pointed at the hardwood they had just brought back. "I will teach everyone how to make tools for extracting oil. As long as you apply tongue oil on the animal hides, they won't become heavy from rain. In addition, I will teach everyone how to make some loose clothing from animal hides that can cover the entire body. This way, the animal hide clothes won't stick to your body when wet." The beastmen of the Red Fox tribe were already somewhat numb from shock. They could understand every word the shaman had just said, but when combined, they could hardly believe their ears. These little seeds that they used to barely glance at could actually have such effects? He smiled. She was always decisive in her actions. Moreover, with all the materials ready for making the oil press, she did not delay any longer. Hardwood was used to make the lever arm, while other materials were used to create the pressing chamber and the wedges. He not only provided guidance, but also personally demonstrated while making the first machine. Everyone must remember that the pressing chamber must be sturdy enough, and the wedge should be smooth and free of sharp edges to ensure that the oil seeds are not damaged during the extraction process. After 3 hours, all the components were prepared. They first built a strong frame and fixed a long, thick piece of wood as the lever arm on the frame, ensuring the fulcrum position was correct. Then, He instructed everyone to install the pressing chamber and place the wedge on top. Watching the wooden lever oil press made with his tribesmen, He felt a great sense of accomplishment. After this, all we needed to do was place the seeds in the pressing chamber and then press down on the lever with force to extract the tongue oil. Chapter 58. I want to go with you. The tongue tree seeds had been shelled into a small basin. An orc from the Red Fox tribe, seeing that the oil press was ready, eagerly handed over the seeds, saying, "Master Shaman, why don't we try this first? We've never seen anything like tongue oil." He was also eager to give it a try and wanted to see if the oil press was easy to use. Hearing him mention it, she took the opportunity to pour the seeds into the pressing chamber. "Let me do it." Hu-Lin couldn't bear to watch her exert herself, so he directly held the lever in front of He and pressed down with force. "Is it supposed to be pressed like this?" He nodded. "That's right." The orcs of the Red Fox tribe present all looked at Hu-Lin with eager expressions. Under the gaze of so many eyes, Hu-Lin, who usually acted calmly, suddenly felt a bit nervous. His fingers clenched and then relaxed, glancing quickly at He before pressing down and lifting up repeatedly, doing this several times. At first, there was no movement, but after Hu-Lin's continuous actions, the freshly squeezed tongue oil, which had not yet undergone oxidation, showed a faint pale yellow color. The orcs of the Red Fox tribe all widened their eyes, completely pausing their work, and curiously leaned in to take a look. It really worked. This thing, can it keep the animal skins from getting wet in the rain? How amazing. The shaman must have received blessings and gifts from the beast god. In the entire Kanglan continent, there shouldn't be anyone who knows more than the shaman. Seeing that the lever-type oil press he created was efficient, He's lips curved slightly, and his mood became pleasant. "Shaman," without He needing to speak, Hu-Lin took the initiative to say, "Since this thing is made to keep everyone from getting rained on, and it's meant to be used on the backpacks, why not reallocate some of the manpower to make the oil press first?" "That's fine." He originally planned this way. One oil press can be operated by 4 people, and in 2 days, they can produce 6 machines, which should be enough for now. 2 machines will be used to produce tung oil, and the remaining 4 will be used for soybean oil, which is just right. I stayed beside a guide for a while. After confirming that the clan members were completely skilled, I went around to the back of the clan members and picked up Ming in her arms, saying, "You can take the wooden board off your legs. I'll take you back to the shaman's cave." Having not been close to a moo for several days, Ming instinctively wrapped her arms around Ci's neck, resting her head on her shoulder. Yu followed behind I. Seeing this, Huro also wanted to go over and take a look, so she followed Ci's request and took a large piece of bee skin to shield the 2 little ones' heads, saying, "I'll go with you." At first, she didn't know why there was a wooden board tied to Ming's leg, but later, after hearing Ci say it was to heal the broken bone, Huro could hardly believe what she heard. Now, she certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to witness it in person. Removing the wooden board was very simple. The bandage was untied, the wooden board was thrown away, and then they just needed to check if the area where Ming's limb was broken was healing properly. Expecting Ci to make a significant move, Huro waited for a long time, and when she saw her throw away the wooden board without further action, she couldn't help but ask, "Is that it?" "That's it." Ci lowered her gaze, her fingers perfectly controlling the pressure as she kneaded Ming's leg muscles, easing the tension from his injury. Occasionally, she looked up to observe Ming's reaction. "Does it hurt?" Ming shook his head vigorously, his hair brushing against his face with a sound. "No, it doesn't hurt at all." Seeing that he didn't show any signs of discomfort, Ci applied more pressure while kneading. "The splint has just been removed. You need to limit your activities for now. No running or jumping. Once your walking posture is completely normal and you don't feel awkward anymore, you can move freely within the tribe." As she spoke, she turned at Yu, her expression serious. "Next, there may be many orcs from other tribes appearing in the area. If you want to go out, it's best to stay within the tribe. If you do leave, let me know, and I'll take you." Yu nodded casually. They had no shortage of food in the tribe. Even though their mother was away these days, the chief would bring them plenty of food every day because of her. Being able to go out wasn't that important. They weren't in a life-or-death situation. Yu carefully tugged at the bee skin clothing on Ci. When she looked over, Yu softly asked, "Mother, can I go with you? I want to see how the plague is treated. Why can't the other shamans cure it? But you can? I want to know what medicine you use." Ci pondered for a moment. She was not familiar with the ape tribe, and if she took Yue along, there was always a chance that the little one might wander off and encounter danger. However, the cub was usually quite sensible, and this was the second time she had asked, indicating genuine curiosity. Huro, who was perceptive, noticed that Ci did not respond immediately and tentatively added, "How about I accompany you and your 3 cubs to the cave where you are currently living? With me taking care of your 3 cubs, you won't have to worry about those ape tribe members bullying them. Moreover, that location is close to our tribe's entrance, and there are always males from the Red Fox tribe guarding there. If there is any real danger, they will sound the alarm right away." Ci couldn't help but rub his forehead. The danger was not only from the ape tribe, but also possibly from the plague. Forget it. Perhaps the ape mountain was too easygoing, and their fear of the plague had lessened a lot, which was why they spoke so lightly about the matter. I agreed. Ci pinched Yue's little face and said, "Since you want to go, I won't hesitate to make use of you." Yue instantly smiled cutely and obediently nodded, "Mother, I'm not afraid." The words he originally planned to remind the 3 little cubs with no longer needed to be said. Ci got up, ready to pack her things, but Huro directly stopped her actions, saying, "Just leave everything here. I'll find someone to move it later. It's such heavy rain, and you have 3 little ones with you. It's not easy to move by yourself." "All right." Ci put down what she was holding. "I'll go over there and see if there's anything important I need to take first." In front of Huro, it wasn't appropriate to make the items in the shaman's cave disappear instantly, so Ci returned to her own cave first. She stored all the important animal skins for warmth into her space and picked out a few other important items, making sure not to leave the cave looking too empty before calling the 3 little ones and Huro to leave. The ape clan had built a place in the forest for their clan members suffering from the plague to reside, while Ci taught Yu in the cave. The cooking duties were temporarily handed over to Yu and Ming. Especially Ming, who had been lying in bed for so long, was eager to finally put into practice the cooking skills he had silently practiced countless times in his mind. Chapter 59. The tribe almost forgotten, the ape clan truly excelled at construction. In just one day, they built enough places for their sick clan members to live. Ci went out in the rain to take a look. Although the rain shelter was not built as structurally sound as that of the Red Fox clan, it was practical, At the very least, it did not leak. The ground outside the pit beneath the shelter was also repaired very flatly, and they had built something resembling a platform with wooden boards. Around the rain shelter, they leaned a bunch of leafy branches, trying to cover the gaps where the wind could leak in with mud and leaves as much as possible, to make it more comfortable for their clan members to live in. I saw this and went to find Hu Lin, arranging for some animal skins to be brought over. The temperature at night was biting cold, and having better warmth measures would also help the group of sick orc apes recover. He's actions made the ape tribe orcs feel very grateful. The shaman of the Red Fox tribe is a benevolent and wise person who treats everyone as kindly as the beast god. After I left, Yuan Shu sighed. I completely did not hear this. The once empty cave that he lived in suddenly became lively with Hu Rou and 3 little cubs. I felt that the cave was indeed bustling. Song Yu and Song Ming were focused on cooking, while Hu Rou sat deep in the cave, sewing animal skins. Although there were torches for lighting, it wasn't very bright. A couple of days ago, I had chiseled a hole in the cave wall and wedged a strong flashlight inside. The 3 little cubs had seen the beam of strong light, but did not ask any questions. Hu Rou curiously reached out to touch it, her fingertips feeling a burning sensation. She retracted her hand, somewhat curious about what kind of fire this was and why it was like this. It's not fire. I replied to Hu Rou while sitting close to Song Yu with a large pile of shamanic herbs in front of them. In between, he added, it's a blessing from the beast god. I discovered it by chance when I came here. With the lighting, it became convenient to teach Song Yu about the shamanic herbs. Chi found the cleanest piece of animal skin and burned a branch in the fire to make a simple charcoal pencil. Every time he taught Song Yu about a type of witch medicine, he would conveniently draw the appearance of the medicine on the animal skin and note the name of the medicine afterwards. The Chinese characters were completely unfamiliar symbols to them, and no one could understand them. I didn't expect to teach them to recognize characters in one go. He only wanted Song Yu to remember the characteristics so that the next time they saw them, they could answer correctly. Song Yu. I pointed to a pile of witch medicine painted on the animal skin. The task of preparing the medicine will be left to you. After you're done, I'll check it. Can you do that? Since he had already decided to teach the cubs medical skills, I naturally wouldn't be vague about it. Song Yu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he carefully looked at the witch medicine on the animal skin several times before nodding slightly. Okay. There was no more conversation that night. With a few more people in the cave, sleeping became much warmer. I woke up the next day to the sound of footsteps outside. She lifted the animal skin curtain that had been hung at the cave entrance the night before and looked outside. Hu Lin, accompanied by several beastmen from the Red Fox tribe, stood at her cave entrance, while facing them were the ape tribe members, who were pacing back and forth with a visibly anxious expression. I furrowed his brows. What's going on? As soon as Yuan Shu saw I come out, he spoke loudly. Master Shaman, our clansmen suffering from the plague have already arrived and are currently resting at the place we set up yesterday. However, a group of people from the Honghe tribe has come, and they are eyeing our territory covetously. I came here only to seek assistance from the Chihu tribe. The Honghe tribe. It's been a while since I've heard the name of that tribe. Isidu is almost completely forgetting about the Red Crane tribe. Have those Red Crane orcs approached your kin or already harmed your kin? I is not impulsively rushing over. How serious is the situation? If the ape tribe keeps asking the Red Fox tribe for help, she really has to question their capabilities. Yuan Shu pursed his lips. The shaman of the Red Fox tribe is not easy to fool at all. The number of Red Crane orcs that came is not many, but they are very perceptive. Yuan Shu didn't dare to hide any thoughts and spoke very frankly. From a distance, I observed them, and it seems they have also contracted the plague. The warning to the Red Crane tribe came from the Wolf tribe orcs. Female orcs of the Wolf tribe are very rare and only seek one male orc, which is why they haven't made the decision to completely separate the infected kin. I think the Red Crane tribe's orcs must have been infected. As for why they came to the Red Fox tribe, Yuan Shu did not elaborate. Perhaps the large-scale migration of the ape tribe has alarmed the Wolf tribe and the Leopard tribe. The movements between the 3 tribes are difficult to completely conceal, and it must be because the arrangements were not thorough enough that they were discovered by other tribes. But Yuan Shu didn't dare to speak up. The hope of treating his kin is right in front of him. He cannot completely destroy that hope. He sees brows furrowed. Her impression of the Honghe tribe was truly very poor. The scene was silent, and for a moment, no one from either tribe dared to speak. I'll go take a look. I turned around and went back into the cave, bringing out the witch medicine that had been simmering since morning. Since the ape tribe had arrived, it was urgent to treat their ailments first. She was still wrapped tightly, with only her eyes visible. The ape tree was overjoyed. However, Hulin looked tense and immediately wanted to follow. PCI came from the Hongha tribe. If she felt sorry for her people, what would happen if she went back directly to the Hongha tribe? The young clan leader, PCI, noticed that Hulin wanted to follow and immediately spoke to stop him, saying, "You don't need to go. Just help me take care of my 3 little ones." She walked in the rain to the place where the sick orcs of the Yuan tribe lived. The atmosphere was tense. PCI glanced around. There were 7 or 8 very familiar Red Crane tribe orcs who, for some unknown reason, had learned to imitate the appearance of the ape tribe and had set up a shelter nearby. However, it looked shabby, as if it could collapse at any moment. When they saw PCI following behind Yuan Shu, the group of Red Crane orcs all turned to look at her, but no one recognized her. Back in the Red Crane tribe, PCI was dark and thin, almost resembling a withered figure. But during her time in the Red Fox tribe, she had been comfortable, and not only had she become fairer, but she had also gained some weight. More importantly, she had even grown a few centimeters taller. Coupled with her tightly wrapped appearance and the scent of the witch medicine and heavy rain covering her, the Red Crane orcs could not recognize her at all. "This witch medicine, let's distribute it for everyone to take." PCI pointed to the stone pot that Yuan Shu had brought over, then sprinkled the water she had prepared under the rain shelter. The water pouch contained the alcohol that PCI had divided and stored. It was very effective for inflammation and sterilization. Hearing PCI mention the healing witch medicine, a nearby Red Crane orc spoke sharply. "Witch doctor, can you cure the plague?" Chapter 60. What reward will you give? The tone of the Red Crane orc was quite unpleasant, but PCI ignored it. Yuan Shu did not dare to approach. Raising his hand, and the few ape tribe orcs who had come with him shot warning glares at the other party. PCI placed the witch medicine in her hand on the isolation platform that had been set up in advance, not approaching it. Each person received a bowl, and everyone drank first. 3 times a day, I will have someone deliver it on time. I will come back tomorrow afternoon. If after taking the medicine you feel it has no effect at all, remember to come find me to take your pulse. Since you have decided to treat it, you must be sincere. The sick ape tribe orcs expressed their gratitude, thanking the witch doctor. "We will definitely follow your orders. Why only treat the ape tribe and not us?" One member of the Red Crane tribe stood up. His symptoms were not severe, and his complexion was noticeably better than the others. "We are also sick. Since you are a witch doctor, you should treat us as well." The witch doctor skills of the Red Fox tribe were taught by our tribe's witch doctor. The ape tribe's expression turned cold, fearing the other party might anger PCI, which would cause their own people to lose the opportunity for treatment. They scolded directly. "What a joke. Our tribe sought the witch doctor's consent with our own abilities, while you want to command the witch doctor without contributing anything. The medicine for treating illnesses is precious. Do you have any?" "We don't care." The orcs of the Red Crane tribe shouted, their eyes fixed on the witch medicine in the hands of the ape tribe orcs, wishing they could snatch it directly. "We are few in number. What's wrong with boiling more witch medicine? Quickly share some of the witch medicine with us." The loudest Red Crane orc was familiar to PCI, though she didn't know his name. "You want me to save you? This is the territory of the Red Fox tribe, and the lives of the ape tribe orcs are in my hands." PCI was not worried that the Red Crane orcs would do anything to harm her life. However, listening to their incessant shouting was indeed quite grating. Of course, she thought, noticing that the shouting of the Red Crane orcs weakened a bit, as if they sensed her compassion. The relationship between the Red Fox tribe and the Red Crane tribe had been very close in the past. "Most of your witch doctor skills come from our tribe's witch doctor. Saving us is no different from saving the people of the Red Fox tribe." PC's eyes flashed with a cold light, too lazy to argue back, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. "I can save lives, but I always require compensation for doing so. The Red Fox clan and the Ape clan have already paid enough. Think about it. Once you recover from your illness, what can you offer me in return? You don't need to entertain any ill intentions. The relationship between the Red Fox clan and the Ape clan is currently very good. Even if everyone from the Red Crane tribe were to come, they probably still wouldn't win." PCI wasn't particularly inclined to help. However, this group of Red Crane orcs were, after all, avian creatures. If they felt utterly hopeless, they might become enraged and fly into the Red Fox tribe, causing a ruckus, which would be troublesome. After all, there is no such thing as being able to guard against thieves for 1,000 days, right? "We are almost dead from illness. What help can we offer?" The few males from the Red Crane tribe were hesitant to agree, saying that it was just a matter of a few bowls of witch medicine, which you would also brew for the ape tribe, not specifically for us. It seemed like they didn't really want to seek treatment either. PCI scoffed and turned away without any hesitation. Seeing her leave so decisively, the orcs from the Red Crane tribe instantly grew anxious. They watched as those sick ape tribe orcs finished the witch medicine and lay down, feeling cold and dizzy, desperately wanting to cure their ailments. Which doctor will treat ourselves? Once we recover, we can gather the witch medicine we used, just like the ape tribe. Noticing that ECI didn't pause her steps, they raised their voices a bit more. Which doctor? How about you tell us what we can offer you as a reward? ECI paused for a moment. After waiting a while, he slowly turned around and said, forget about collecting the witch medicine. I want you to swear to the beast god that after you recover from your illness, you will work for our tribe for a month. Otherwise, you will face the punishment of the beast god and will no longer be able to hunt wild beasts. A month of work. And we also have to swear to the beast god. The orcs of the Inthe tribe exchanged glances, hesitating as they stared at ECI. Seeing her serious expression, which did not seem to allow for any negotiation, one of them couldn't help but ask, Great Shaman, how long is a month? ECI, she actually forgot about this. A month is the entire rainy season. Once the rainy season ends and before the extreme cold season, you can return to the Red Crane tribe. We agree. The orcs of the Red Crane tribe nodded in unison, their faces showing delight. Once we recover, we will definitely listen to the shaman. The rainy season has lasted so long, and even if the medicine given by this shaman is really effective, it will still take some time to heal. By then, the rainy season will have long ended, and there won't be much work to do anyway. It's still worth it. Yuan Shu, I have a good impression of him. His management skills are quite impressive. The orcs of the Red Crane tribe will be entrusted to your management. If they cause any trouble, let me know, and I will not continue to treat them. Until they leave completely, you will be responsible for them. ECI didn't want to deal too much with the Inthe tribe and had no plans to let Hu Lin appear in front of them, to prevent them from discovering his true identity. This small matter, of course, Yuan Shu would not refuse. All right. ECI no longer glanced at the orcs of the Red Crane tribe and raised his foot to leave. You come with me to fetch the witch medicine. Put it at the quarantine point later. As for their dwelling, let them solve it themselves. The demonstration built by your ape tribe is right there. As long as they don't slack off, they should be able to learn how to build. The ape tree followed behind ECI and nodded, I understand what you mean. Treating the ape tribe and the orcs of the Red Crane tribe was faster than ECI had anticipated. It only took 2 or 3 days for the ape mountain to fully recover. This group took a bit longer as their ailments affected their lungs and internal organs. ECI used 2 more prescriptions for nourishment. Except for the medicine from the previous day, which ECI personally brewed, the rest was directed by Tsang Yu, with Tsang Yu and Tsang Ming taking over the tasks. ECI followed Hu Lin closely, letting him lead the way to find the place where the soybeans were growing. 10 rainproof baskets had already been prepared, so ECI asked Hu Lin to call only 8 males. One of them would accompany ECI back to the tribe to report the news about the soybeans, while Hu Lin took the remaining few to head directly from there to bring back this year's salt fruits. The roads were muddy and difficult to walk on during the rainy season. It took the group most of the day to reach the location. Chapter 61. Found it, we're here. Hu Lin had been protecting He-See's side, pointing to a large patch of grass ahead. This is it. This. He-See frowned deeply. The wide leaves, lying on the ground, looked like a combination of purslane and spinach, and it was really hard to see any resemblance to soybeans. However, since Hu Lin said he had really seen it, He-See wasn't completely disappointed. With a mindset of what if this is it, she took a couple of steps forward, pointed at the plan in front of her, and asked, is this what you mean? From her serious expression, Hu Lin inexplicably sensed that this thing was really important to her, and his heart started pounding. It should be this one, more or less. He-See, simply shutting up and not asking further, He-See directly grabbed a handful and pulled it out. Growing underground, it was a cluster of flat, peanut shell-like things, but lighter in color and not as rounded and plump as peanut shells. However, it was a big cluster, so many fruits that 2 hands couldn't hold them all. He-See's eyes instantly lit up, and he directly plucked one and squeezed it open to take a look. It was soybeans. Although he didn't know why the soybeans were growing underground here, they were definitely soybeans. He roughly estimated that this land full of soybeans should be about 2 acres. Happy. He-See's lips curled up, and there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. Hu Lin, who had been observing her expression changes from the side, let out a long sigh of relief. Do we need to pick these? He-See nodded heavily yes. Of course. The orcs of the monkey tribe have recently been building enclosures for the wild beasts. They work very diligently, and He-See occasionally glances at them, feeling sorry for their hard work. By tomorrow at the latest, all the enclosures for the wild beasts will be completed. For smaller animals like the clucking beast and the long-eared beast, He-See has already taught the orcs of the red fox tribe how to weave cages, with 1 cage for each chicken, cutting off their wings for captivity, and the same goes for rabbits. The feeding troughs are made by hollowing out trees. When the cages are stacked and built, feeding will be convenient. The orcs of the monkey tribe only need to build some simple shelters to protect against wind and rain and keep warm. For the other wild beasts, they will build a large enclosure similar to a pig pen, putting 3 or 4 animals together. Recently, the tribe has been continuously extracting tung oil, and the excess can be used to coat the enclosures for the wild beasts to protect against rain and moisture, preventing the materials from becoming brittle and collapsing during the harsh winter, which could cause accidents. With he sees affirmation, Hulin instructed one of the males to return to the tribe first, bringing more manpower and baskets for transportation, while they will first pull out all the soybean grass. This grass takes up too much space when carried. Hulin pinched a handful and casually threw it away, leaving only the fruits underneath. Should they keep the grass? Xiang just nibbled a small corner of a leaf and confirmed it was non-toxic. These herbs can be eaten and taken back to chop up and feed the beasts. They will serve as the beast reserve food for the harsh winter. You're so thoughtful. I was just thinking of being lazy. Hulin directly picked up the grass from the ground and tossed it into the backpack to take it all back. Every item the females are hoarding now is in preparation for the harsh winter. Is this year's harsh winter going to be more terrifying than previous years? The unusual rainy season has already been surprising enough. What will happen during the harsh winter? Hulin hurriedly shook his head, not daring to think too deeply. The more he thought, the more frightening it became. I started pulling from that side, just to measure how big this area is and to see if there are any other fruits nearby that can be picked and taken back. Hulin wanted to follow, but Xiang shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't feel it. He sensed the information about the other side burning beast crystals to court. Perhaps it was because his strength was stronger than Yuan's, so the impact was slightly greater than Yuan's, but it was only a little. Deep down, dislikes being controlled by others. The moment he sensed it, he forced himself to struggle free and looked straight at the other person. They are both smart people. Realizing that the other truly did not like him, Hulin remained silent, but still enjoyed following along. However, now I would generally refuse the other's company. He circled around to the edge of the land filled with yellow soybean grass, looked at Hulin and nodded to indicate he was safe, then squatted down to start pulling. They had little concept of the yield from the yellow soybean grass, so cleared a space and, while pulling, tossed most of it into the space. This way, it would save the tribe members the effort of transporting it back and forth. Squatted down, pulling while moving forward, with yellow soybean grass all around his line of sight. Suddenly, an uncomfortable sensation came from within his body. Frowned, threw down the yellow bean grass in her hand, and took her own pulse. The pulse was steady, but the discomfort in her body was very real. Sat directly on the ground, feeling an intense heat from within. It wasn't a fever, as her mind was still clear and completely unconfused. It was her blood, boiling and raging, making her insides feel a twinge of pain. Her heart was beating irregularly, thumping wildly, and an abrupt feeling surged within her, prompting her to unconsciously stand up and look to the west. Although Hulin was busy, he had been paying attention to her movements. Seeing suddenly stand up, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" She had no mood to turn back. Hurriedly waved her hand. Something in the west was wildly attracting her to check it out. Could it really be the blessing of the beast god? It couldn't be that someone was trying to harm her. had learned about the power system of this world from Hulin. The color distinctions of beast crystals did indeed make them more powerful and perceptive during battles, but there was no real effect as mysterious as spells. The reaction of her body was truly strange. lifted her foot and walked straight west, quietly gripping a dagger in her palm, just in case. She began to move, and the discomfort within her quieted for a moment, then suddenly became more restless. The intuition in her heart also grew increasingly clear. Closed her eyes and felt for a moment. Is this a warning? She didn't understand or comprehend. She crossed through a field of wilted flowers, her figure completely disappearing from the sight of the Red Fox tribe. Ahead was a dense forest, shrouded in a thin mist. Became increasingly alert. It was entirely based on instinct as he continued to head west. In the dense forest, where only the sound of rain hitting the leaves was rustling, a sudden and extremely abrupt voice broke through. Stood still, concentrating and listening closely. The sound disappeared. Strangely, the direction from which the sound came was completely in line with her intuition. Tightly gripped her dagger and pushed aside the obstructing branches. This is chapter 62. I know you. You are in the dense forest. A man dressed in black animal skin lay beneath a plant that resembled banana leaves. His body was covered in torn wounds, blood gushing out and quickly washed away by the rain, forming a winding trail flowing into the distance. With a strong smell of blood, ECI turned to leave. After executing more than 80,000 tasks in the Quick Transmigration Bureau, she no longer knew what sympathy was. Showing sympathy to others often resulted in being backstabbed, and it happened more than half the time. She turned to leave, but the pain from the internal pulling, which had just calmed down, was now even more intense than before. A low moan came from behind her. PCI, the other party, suddenly called out, accurately pronouncing her name. Save me. It's me. I am Mo Xiao. Her footsteps halted. Chi turned his head with vigilance, stepping on the roots of the plants that obstructed his view. Holding an umbrella, he shielded the other person from the sunlight, crouching down to take a careful look at him. How do you know who I am? The man in front of him had an extremely pale complexion. With black hair and black eyes, his prominent brow bone and high nose bridge stood out. His lips were colorless from excessive blood loss. His animal skin clothing was tattered, exposing most of his honey-colored chest with visible muscles. Rainwater ran down the grooves of his muscles, mingling with the blood that trickled down. He was gravely injured, with wounds that had opened up, washed by the rain to reveal a ghastly white, crisscrossing across his body. PCI lowered her gaze to look at him closely. Which tribe are you from? I don't belong to any tribe. Mo Xiao looked at PCI, his expression complicated, with emotions in his eyes that PCI found somewhat difficult to comprehend. But I know you are PCI. I recognize your gaze. Mo Xiao stared intently into Hisi's eyes, not the crane of the Red Crane tribe, the female crane, but the porcelain of JBI, the porcelain of CI. Hisi's pupils slightly constricted, the dagger in his hand pressed directly against his neck. Who are you? Whether it was the orcs from the Red Crane tribe or the orcs from the Red Fox tribe, calling her name meant defaulting to the words ECI. However, ECI had never bothered to correct those who couldn't read. After all, the pronunciation was the same, so it didn't matter. I am a wandering orc, Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao seemed oblivious to the dagger resting against his carotid artery, his expression showing little change, though his skin had turned much paler, almost transparent. That sentence you just said was what you told me when you left back then. PCI frowned. She confirmed that she had not lost her memory. After completing tens of thousands of tasks, her only rest time was to check the flash sale events in the administration's mall and have someone help her grab them. PCI opened his mouth, and just as he was about to speak, Mo Xiao could no longer hold on. His head tilted, and he fainted. Chi loosened his fingers holding the dagger and confirmed that the other party had truly fainted. After a moment of hesitation, he took out an anti-inflammatory pill from his space and stuffed it into the man's mouth, adjusting the animal skin umbrella to the right angle. He propped it against a nearby tree branch, sighed, and resignedly took out a military shovel to clear the surrounding plants. He moved the man onto a clean piece of animal skin and stripped off all the animal skin he was wearing. He disinfected the wounds with alcohol. Even in a state of unconsciousness, the pain had caused the man's muscles to tense up, and he gritted his teeth, letting out a few muffled groans. For the severe wounds, he first stitched them up and then applied hemostatic powder. For the less serious ones, he just sprinkled the medicine directly. Finally, he covered the wounds with waterproof bandages. He couldn't imagine what kind of battle the man had gone through. His chest and back were covered in injuries, especially on the inner thigh, where the wound was so severe that it could lead to a loss of happiness for the rest of his life. Such serious injuries couldn't be left untreated in the rain. The wounds needed to be redressed. If left unattended, they would inevitably become inflamed and worsen, or be eaten by wild animals. Moreover, he recognized himself. PCI pondered for a moment, gritted her teeth, and directly carried Mo Xiao on her back, heading back towards the soybean field. In the short time she had been gone, Hu Lin in the soybean field was nearly going mad with worry, fearing that PCI might accidentally encounter a ferocious beast. Upon seeing a figure appear, Hu Lin quickly rushed over. PCI, did you just notice the head leaning on your shoulder? Hu Lin's voice got stuck. Who is he? I picked him up casually in the forest just now. PCI silently estimated the time and said, Hu Lin, you all head out to collect salt fruits. I'll take the tribe members back to the village first. If we don't leave now, we'll have to travel back to the village at night. I'll go back with you, Hu Lin said, feeling very uneasy. The man she was carrying on her back made her feel a great sense of threat. Collecting salt fruits wasn't something that couldn't be done without her. Hu Lin reached out, wanting to take Mo Xiao from her. You're carrying a male. The journey back will be difficult. What will you do? PCI directly avoided it and didn't use it. Salt is crucial. It relates to whether we can have enough reserve grain during the severe cold season. I don't feel at ease leaving this matter to others. Hu Lin remained silent, standing in place, feeling quite conflicted. I didn't say much to him. Leaned Mo Xiao against a nearby tree, got up and walked to the side, improvised a simple stretcher, and then placed him on it. The area covered by the umbrella was limited. I pondered for a moment, then vertically secured several wooden sticks of equal length at the four corners of the stretcher. He then stretched the animal skin that had been placed under Mo Xiao onto it, and finally piled a bunch of broad leaves on top to prevent the skin from getting completely soaked too soon. After shouldering his own backpack, I called for the male who wanted to return to the tribe with him. The two of them lifted the person, one on each side, and carried him back to the tribe, healing him to serve as labor. The respect that everyone in the Red Fox tribe had for I had even surpassed that for Hu Ro and Hu Lin. Upon hearing I's orders, they lifted without hesitation and turned eagerly to Hu Lin, the young clan leader, saying, "Please go quickly and bring back the salt that the shaman needs. I will handle things here. If danger truly arises, I will protect the shaman with my life." Hu Lin glared fiercely at the other party. I saw the situation and quietly advised, "Come back early and be careful." The fox Lin, who had been instantly comforted, nodded and reluctantly watched I's departing figure. "Good." Shifting her gaze back to Mo Xiao, who lay on the stretcher, tightly protected, the fox Lin's expression turned sour. She still didn't know what kind of beast form that guy had, as she watched I walk away until he completely disappeared from sight. The fox Lin quickly left with the other male beastmen, moving much faster than originally planned, heading at full speed towards the salt fruit land. The shaman has returned. The shaman, outside the Red Fox tribe. The first to see I were the ape tribe beastmen, who all greeted him. Chapter 63. We are afraid of him. I responded softly. Facing the sincerity of the ape tribe orc, her expression softened considerably. "How are your sick clansmen doing? Has their condition improved over the past couple of days?" "Much better." When mentioning her sick clansmen, their attitude became even more grateful. "In another couple of days, they should be fully recovered, and then they will be able to help us build the shelter." "No rush." I shook her head and smiled. "It's better to rest for a couple more days after getting better. If you need anything, just tell the ape tree and let him send someone to find me." "All right. Don't worry, great shaman." I nodded and did not linger, like the male red fox from her tribe who accompanied her back. Both of them not only carried baskets filled with soybeans, but also had to lift Mo Xiao, trudging back to the tribe with each step heavy and light, already exhausted. I chose to place the man in the cave, where they had previously treated the monkeys. It was close to her, and the cave walls provided strong security. Amu, who was inside the cave preparing medicine, heard the commotion and curiously came over, looking at the man who had been moved to the stone bed. She didn't approach him immediately. Instead, she looked up at I and asked, "Who is he? Is he from our tribe?" The three young cubs also felt no sense of belonging to the Honga tribe. After coming to the chief fox tribe, they all tacitly accepted that this was their tribe. "I'm not sure. He probably isn't." I slightly shook her head, looking at the perfect profile of Mo Xiao's bone structure, repeatedly recalling whether she had seen him before. Bulin didn't recognize him. Song Yu walked up to I, standing close to her, tilting her head to look at Mo Xiao. "Amu, I don't dislike him." Song Yu and Song Ming, who had followed after noticing their sister was missing, also looked curiously at Mo Xiao lying on the stone bed. "Amu, who is he? He looks so scary." The feelings of the two cubs were completely different from their sisters. They even took a step back, trying to distance themselves from Mo Xiao. "Amu, what happened to him?" "Yes, just a little injured." I didn't brush off the doubts of the little ones. He walked over, reached out to touch his forehead, and confirmed he didn't have a fever before turning to lead the three little ones away. He decided to leave him here for now and see if he could pull through. If he got better, then they would ask about his origins. "You three," I said, patiently reminding them to avoid the nearby cave and to be safe. "Okay, don't worry, Mother," Song Yu said eagerly. "I definitely won't go. And I won't let Song Ming and Song Yu go either." Song Ming scoffed, "Big brother, even if you beg me, I won't go." Song Yu looked around, not responding, seemingly feeling that apart from himself, Mother and Song Yu didn't like that person either. Fox Ro, who was peeling a pile of tung tree seeds in the cave, heard the commotion at the entrance and looked up at I with a smile, asking, "Did you bring back a male? Which tribe is he from? Do you want to take him in as your beast husband?" "Tribe leader," I replied helplessly, pulling out a bunch of sticks that looked like popsicle sticks from his space and teaching the three little ones a few games in between. "I was just going to tell you, I rescued someone from the forest. I don't plan to let him into our tribe for now. He's staying in the nearby cave. If he miraculously recovers, he can choose whether to stay or leave." Upon hearing this, Fox Ro stopped her teasing and said, "You don't seem like a soft-hearted person." Otherwise, the eagle raccoon wouldn't be so angry with you, staying in Hu Lin's cave all day munching on spirit fruits, not even wanting to come out. Just yesterday, he wanted to brave the rain and fly back to the snake eagle tribe, but I and Hu Lin stopped him. She observed clearly. If he see I were willing to explain a bit more, the eagle raccoon's attitude would surely change. After all, he was someone she had seen grow up, and she understood his character well. But he see I hated trouble and was too lazy to explain. Last time, the eagle raccoon had sulked in her cave for a long time, and when he saw that he see I had returned without any intention of talking to him, he angrily went back to hide in Hu Lin's cave. But this time, he unexpectedly softened and brought back a severely injured orc from the forest without any hesitation. I've never seen anyone so badly injured, so I brought him back to treat him. He see I casually made up a reason. If I can heal him, then next time I encounter such an injury, I'll know how to handle it. Foxrow nodded slightly, unsure whether she believed him or not. Tonight's dinner was cooked by Ci. He made a pot of sour and spicy noodles, and also used 3 pig trotters along with the yellow beans he had just brought back today to make a big pot of yellow bean stew with pig trotters, serving 3 large scoops on each person's sour and spicy noodles. It was sour and spicy, and everyone worked up a sweat after finishing. In this rainy season, it felt much more comfortable. Foxrow, sweating profusely, couldn't help but praise the sweet potato noodles you had everyone make turn out so delicious, and the yellow beans you brought back today taste completely different from other fruits. When paired with these pig trotters that we usually throw away, it turned out to be so perfect, as if these two were destined to be together by the beast god. Ci, let us make it again tomorrow. I'll have them send more people out tomorrow to quickly bring back all the yellow beans. The 3 little ones nodded vigorously, their eyes shining as they looked at Ci. Mother, the tribe leader is right. We can eat this continuously throughout the entire cold season. Ci couldn't help but smile. It was just a bit of food, and there was really nothing to oppose. All right, we'll go with what you all say. We'll eat this again tomorrow. There's so many things that can be made from soybeans. Once we have the tools to make other things later, we can let them try one by one. Ci, outside the cave. Mo Zhao's voice came through a beast skin curtain into the cave. The few people inside the room fell silent at once, all looking at Ci, waiting for her reaction. In the pause of the second, Mo Zhao's voice rang out again. Ci, do you have any food? I'm very hungry. I can trade something with you. He pulled aside the animal skin curtain. Ci raised her eyes and met Mo Zhao's gaze. Without needing to exchange words, Ci had already made him an extra pot of light pork rib soup, with potato starch and wild vegetables, as I took the initiative to bring you back. Turning around, she served his food and pulled him back to the nearby cave. If there's nothing wrong, you shouldn't go to the nearby cave. This isn't your tribe. Just stay here and leave once you're healed. As for why you know me, you can say it if you want, but it doesn't matter if you don't. Do you understand? Chapter 64, I remembered Mo Zhao lowered his gaze, looking at the food in the stone pot. His pair of very heroic eyebrows slightly frowned. Is this cooked food? Don't you know me? Haven't you had cooked food? Ci set the things aside, saying, I never eat raw meat. Mo Zhao looked at her with an inquisitive expression. He was still recovering from his severe injuries, his face lacking color. After Ci finished speaking, he didn't argue, sitting cross-legged on the ground, taking a stone bowl to serve himself rice. Even if he pulled at his wound while moving, his expression showed no change. Ci saw that he really didn't speak anymore and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Montak Ci ovas iating zeluously. Swallowing all the food in his mouth before hurriedly calling out, Ci, I didn't plan to leave. You saved my life. So tell me what you need me to do. Ci walked to the cave entrance and stopped, turning to look at him. Sure, just in time. We have a lot of work to do in our Red Fox tribe. Ci. Mo Zhao called out to her again. You really don't remember me? Ci was a bit impatient. 5 years ago, in the wild forest on the outskirts, Mo Zhao stared at her without blinking. You did that kind of thing to me. Ci Ning stared at him, and suddenly her head rang with a boom. No wonder she felt that this world was inexplicably familiar. Ci remembered. This was her 10,732nd task. At that time, in the Quick Transmigration Task Management Bureau, there was a lunatic who insisted on marrying her, saying he wanted to dedicate his entire life to the Bureau with her. Ci disagreed, and the other party secretly carried strong aphrodisiacs from the task world, attempting to use them forcefully. Ci sensed something was wrong the moment she drank the beverage. In the instant she was pressured by the other party, she quickly selected a task world to be sent into. At that time, the original host was entangled with Mo Zhao, but had not yet succeeded. It was precisely because her thoughts were strong that it provided the opportunity for Ci to enter this world, smoothly taking over her body to fulfill her will. After the deed was done, I looked at Mo Xiao, who was already heavily injured and nearly on the brink of death due to this severe depletion of energy, and felt a twinge of guilt. She hurriedly disinfected his wounds and informed him of her name. After all, according to the original host character profile, the other party had given birth to 3 cubs not long ago before being abducted and tortured by a wandering beastman, ultimately losing his life shortly thereafter. The 3 cubs, unwelcomed by the tribe, could not withstand the bullying after the original host left and soon began to wander, ultimately becoming villainous beastmen causing havoc. Knowing that the original host would no longer have any interactions with him, I felt at ease to tell him her name. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, they encountered each other again. Mo Xiao, seeing C's reaction, realized that she did have some impression of him. Did she remember? I was silent. Looking back, he realized that he was not entirely innocent in that matter. After all, it was the only experience of its kind in this lifetime, and the effects of the drug were particularly strong. With no tolerance whatsoever, he forcibly suppressed the few struggles in the middle. He felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. C's gaze was a bit evasive, avoiding looking at him. Mo Xiao noticed this and asked, "The 3 cubs in your cave, are they also my cubs?" "That's right." Mentioning the cubs, I indeed thought of something. "What is your beast form?" "The beast forms of the cubs are all different from mine. They should be similar to yours. However, no one in the Red Crane tribe knows what their beast forms are." Mo Xiao scoffed and finished all the food that I had brought. "I don't know either. I was born without parents, and a female from the wolf tribe hatched me from an egg." Mo Xiao casually cleaned the stone pot that I had sent over, reminiscing about the past. "My mother died when I was 5 because of giving birth. Later, I left the wolf tribe and wandered around, hoping to see if there were others with the same beast form as mine. Unfortunately, there weren't. Not only that," he glanced at I with a peculiar expression, "but there are also 3 more cubs. Are they also hatched from eggs?" I nodded yes. "The females of the Red Crane tribe have a different reproductive pattern compared to the Rabbit clan with 2 wombs or the Mouse clan with shorter gestation periods. The females of the Red Crane tribe only give birth once a year, with a maximum of 3 eggs per clutch, and the incubation period is around 33 days. Therefore, the population of the Red Crane tribe is not large, and the cubs are quite precious, but fortunately, they tend to live long lives. Thus, although the original owner felt that the 3 eggs she laid were slightly larger, she was not particularly surprised and had always incubated them herself." Mo Xiao clearly thought of this as well, lowering his eyes and pausing for a moment. "You and the cubs must have had a very difficult time over the years, right? Giving birth to cubs just like me must have been very painful for you." I didn't plan to tell him this. "The point is, she also played a part in the birth of these little ones. Now that the children's father has come looking for them." I pressed her aching forehead and thought about what to do next. "Do you want to take them away?" After spending so much time together, feelings had already developed. If the other party really wanted to take the cubs away, she would be reluctant. "No." Mo Xiao shook his head, placing the clean stone pot at the cave entrance and lying back down on the stone bed. "I said I would stay in the Red Fox tribe from now on. At your disposal. Once I recover from my injuries, I'll start working." As for the 3 cubs, Mo Xiao recalled lying on the stone bed yesterday. Although his mind was very hazy, he still clearly sensed how the people outside were evaluating him. 2 of the cubs did not like him, while 1 showed a sense of closeness. "I see they don't really need me as their father. What if they ask me what my beast form is and I can't answer? For now, let's forget it." He sounded pitiful, and after hearing this, I decided not to push any further. After all, the cubs were doing quite well without their father, so it was better not to mention it and risk making them sad. She would wait and see for a while. "All right," I nodded in agreement. "You can rest in the cave for now. Until your wounds heal, I'll take care of your food." "Thank you." I picked up the stone pot and turned back to her cave. The 3 little ones saw her return and all tilted their heads curiously at her. "Mother, which tribe does he belong to?" "I don't know." I didn't plan to make up a random lie. His mother had passed away long ago, and unable to stay in the tribe, he had been wandering alone outside. I also didn't know what his beast form was, and I didn't plan to say it, so it didn't matter. Chapter 65, The High Priest. The 3 little ones were simply curious. After listening, they felt nothing particularly special. However, Huro pondered for a moment, as if she suddenly thought of something. "So he is a wandering beast man now? Forget it. Since he has already been rescued, let's keep him in the tribe for now. With so many people in the Chief Fox tribe, can we really not handle a wandering beast man? It's really meaningless for I to block and intervene in what I is willing to do." Seeing that they no longer asked more questions, I let out a heavy sigh of relief. His relationship with Mo Xiao was indeed awkward, and he didn't really know how to face him. In the following days, apart from the necessary dressing changes, he didn't enter his cave again. 3 meals a day were left at the entrance of his own cave. Then he would knock on the cave wall, allowing the other person to quietly take it away, and then wash it clean and return it. PCI is busy teaching the ape tribe orcs how to peel soybeans. The enclosure for the domesticated wild beasts has been completely built. The ape tribe orcs are not idle. Every day when they go into the forest to look for wood, they also take the opportunity to learn from the red fox tribe and catch live prey to bring back, especially after those orcs who had suffered from the plague recovered. The tribal leader, Yuan Shu, personally stayed with them for 3 days, eating and living together to ensure he had not contracted any illness. After confirming no infections, he rotated in a few more of his tribesmen, who also remained uninfected. The number of busy workers quickly increased. Yuan Shu's commands were effective. Since he decided that the tribe would stay with the red fox tribe in the future, he instructed his people to hunt more wild beasts. Additionally, they did not overlook any herbs, fruits, or wild vegetables found along the way, leaving only the roots behind and bringing back everything else they encountered. Now, in the enclosure for the domesticated wild beasts, there are already more than 60 hum-hum beasts, hundreds of cluck-cluck beasts, and long-eared beasts, and around 40 to 50 moo-moo and meh-meh beasts each. The area for the wild beasts is quite large. The ape tribe orcs have enclosed nearly 600 square meters, leaving part of it empty for future additions. PCI selected 3 individuals from the red fox tribe and 3 from the ape tribe to specifically care for the beasts. Additionally, he chose 1 person from each tribe to be responsible for the breeding of the beasts. For the egg-laying beast, known as the go-go beast, a special incubation cave was designated, with beastmen assigned to this task. These beasts were temporarily kept in captivity, and the tribe's food supply was still sourced from hunting in the forest. However, due to their recent aggressive hunting, the nearby beasts had scattered and fled. Now, the red fox tribe and the ape tribe's beastmen had to venture far away from the areas affected by the plague to hunt, often returning only by nightfall. Fortunately, they now had raincoats and umbrellas, making it much more comfortable to go out during the rainy season, and they did not feel too troubled by it. The beastmen of the red crane tribe, having been infected later than those of the ape tribe, did not suffer for too long, and since their symptoms were not severe, they recovered 2 days earlier than the ape tribe's beastmen. Without a leader like Yuan Shu actively testing the contagiousness of the illness, PCI allowed them to rest for a few more days. Then, amidst their complaints, he assigned 3 of them to clean the beast pens while the others were tasked with processing the animal skins. The beast pens had required a lot of animal skins for rain protection, and recently, there was a shortage of skins in the tribe, prompting PCI to think of other solutions. Yuan Shu's competence was evident to all the beastmen as they watched him gradually move the possessions of the ape tribe to set up their own cave in the outer circle of the red fox tribe. PC's trust in the ape tribe increased as a result. Is there a lot of hay recently? The plant growth on the Kanglan continent is quite different. Even with such heavy rain, the plants in the forest remain lush and green. PCI had always wanted to find wheat or rice, but ended up unexpectedly encountering a plant called hemp fruit. The juice of this fruit is incredibly foul-smelling. When the orcs camp in the wilderness at night, they often crush a circle of hemp fruit around themselves to keep wild beasts away. The rhizome of the hemp fruit is quite similar to the stalks of wheat. PCI, seeing the situation, ordered the orcs in the tribe to gather the fruits and store them separately in a cave. All the straw was used to make mud bricks. Recently, hay had piled up in many sheds, and the gorilla tree was full of energy. Everything the shaman asked him to do was completely different from his past life, but seeing the tribe getting better and better because of her demands, the gorilla tree was eager to know what the future of the tribe would be like. According to your request, my lord shaman, I and the red fox tribe have dug a cave 5 times larger than the previous dwelling to store the mud bricks you asked us to make. The first batch of mud bricks has now been completed according to the molds you provided. Good, PCI nodded, recognizing the work capability of the gorilla tree. Once the second batch is finished, let's first enclose the beast shed. If the mud bricks are usable, make more. I will have great use for them in the future. The gorilla tree responded positively, understanding. By the way, PCI thought of the plan. Fox Lin should have returned with the salt fruits. Did you find out the news I asked you to investigate recently? Yes, the gorilla tree said. The gorilla tribe is clever and has some skills in gathering information. This year, the red crane tribe did not send anyone to look for salt fruits, and everything is normal with the golden dog tribe. However, the wolf tribe and the leopard tribe nearby sent people. Currently, not only has the young tribe leader Fox Lin not returned, but the orcs from other tribes who went to seek salt fruits have also not come back. The salt fruits are important, and the safety of the young tribe leader Foxland is also very crucial. Although Hsi has gained the respect and faith of the Red Fox tribe and the Gorilla tribe, Foxland, as the core of the Red Fox tribe, strengthens the tribe's cohesion. Otherwise, if the hearts of the people are unsettled, it will be difficult to manage. After listening to the gorilla tree's words, Hsi nodded. I understand. All we could do now is wait. During this busy time, for Hsi, Mo Zhao's injury has healed well and no longer requires dressing changes. Hsi didn't instruct him to do anything else, and for the time being, he didn't pay attention to it. The 3 meals a day, however, were still not missed. While she was busy, she was completely unaware that at this moment, in a hidden corner on the outskirts of the Red Fox tribe, Mo Zhao was wearing a black bee skin hat, looking down at the 8 males kneeling before him. Priest, the wolf tribe has now taken over the Red Crane tribe. My leopard tribe has also invaded the Golden Dog tribe. Lord Red Fox, the actions of the monkey tribe have completely disrupted our plans. Should we still contact that guy, Yuan Shu, and discuss the extermination of the Red Fox tribe with him? The leaders of the wolf tribe and the leopard tribe appear to be of a similar age to Yuan Shu. However, the way they looked at Mo Zhao was filled with respect and fear. Chapter 66, Why We Can't Attack the Red Fox Tribe. The raindrops fell like ink, pattering down incessantly. Mo Zhao was completely wrapped in bee skins, making it impossible to see his expression. The 8 people kneeling at his side had their bee skins soaked by the rain. Shivering from the cold, yet they obediently knelt on the ground, not daring to move. For the moment, the matter of the Red Fox tribe was set aside. Mo Zhao's voice was heavy as he looked down at the few people below him. What is the current situation of the Red Crane tribe and the Golden Dog tribe? Priest, even though our 2 tribes have done our best to prevent those infected with the plague from coming into contact with the people of the Red Crane tribe and Golden Dog tribe, their curiosity has led them to sneak over to check, and now quite a few from both tribes have contracted the plague. Additionally, we have deliberately provoked the Red Crane tribe's people as per your instruction, allowing them to sneak over to the Red Fox tribe. However, we don't know their current condition. Indeed, the Red Fox tribe had a shaman who could treat the plague. Mo Zhao recalled the group of Red Crane tribe beastmen he encountered while wandering near the outskirts of the Red Fox tribe recently. It seemed they had already recovered. Take a look at this. Mo Zhao threw a large bundle of shaman medicine wrapped in bee skin to them. This is the medicine used by the shaman of the Red Fox tribe. Have the wolf tribe, leopard tribe, Red Crane tribe, and Golden Dog tribe gather as much of this medicine as possible. Remember, do not dig too deep. When you have enough, let them bring the medicine to the Red Fox tribe for treatment. Besides that, you must combine the strength of the 4 tribes to catch more live wild beasts and bring them over together. The leaders of the wolf and leopard tribes exchanged glances. Somewhat puzzled, leopard tribe leader Baolai couldn't help but ask Priest, why do this? Both gathering shaman medicine and hunting live beasts are extremely time-consuming and exhausting for the tribes. Instead of spending this time, we might as well threaten the monkey tribe to join us in taking down the Red Fox tribe. Once we capture the Red Fox tribe, the entire Sunset Lake will be ours. Before the arrival of the great cold season, the males of our tribes can completely surround and exterminate a super tribe as large as the hyena tribe. Isn't that how our plan started? Mo Zhao's voice deepened, his expression becoming more serious. Since I have made this decision, I have my reasons. The monkey tribe is clever. Do you think you are more flexible than Yuan Shu? Bao Lai and Wolf Feng both paused, no one daring to refute this statement. They had fully witnessed Yuan Shu's cleverness. Priest, you are indeed the smartest. Bao Lai and Wolf Feng bowed their heads in unison, no longer daring to express any doubts. We will all follow your command. Montak Cio nodded coldly. Since that's the case, go prepare. Mo Zhao? A voice suddenly came from behind. Mo Zhao discreetly waved his hand, and the 8 beastmen hidden by the slope quickly nodded without hesitation and left. Once they disappeared, Mo Zhao calmly turned back and walked forward to meet Hsi. His expression calm, with a hint of warmth in his eyes. It's me, what's wrong? Did you come specifically to find me? Ah, no, Hsi shook her head. I just came over to see if I could find some mushrooms. During the rainy season in the Kanglan continent, mushrooms grow abundantly. The beastmen, having frequently suffered from mushroom poisoning, were unwilling to eat them anymore. But this little matter was not difficult for Hsi. Non-toxic mushrooms could be eaten, and some toxic ones could be cooked thoroughly before eating, making them great for enhancing bland food, especially the mushroom potato powder. One sip of the fresh soup was enough to make anyone fall in love with it. Mushrooms? Mo Zhao didn't understand what she was talking about and instinctively looked down to search around. Hsi followed his movements and lowered his gaze. looking at the pile of things he had stepped on and ruined with a bit of helplessness. She pointed at the things he had trampled. Mo Xiao quickly lifted his foot. I thought that this kind of poisonous mushroom could be destroyed in any way, but Mo Xiao seemed a bit awkward, trying to make amends. However, I now recognize this kind of thing, so I'll help you find it. No need, no need. I waved his hand and stepped around him, not wanting to be alone with him in the rain. You should go back first. Your wound isn't completely healed yet. Next time you come out, you can apply for a raincoat from the monkey tree. I've already made the arrangements. He won't refuse. There are too many clan members, and the number of raincoats they make is limited, so they're all hung up under the widened altar's rain shelter. Whoever needs one can take it. Just remember to return it. Seeing the other person step towards a slope, Mo Xiao instinctively called out to him, "I. What's wrong?" He didn't respond at all, his steps unbroken. After walking up the slope, he did not hesitate and naturally turned to descend from the side. In Mo Xiao's view, he squatted down to pick a mushroom, turned around, and held it up for the other person to see. "Isn't this what you were looking for? You don't need help here. You can go back. I'll still help you." Mo Xiao followed him up the slope, lowering his eyes to discreetly glance at the indistinct footprints that had been blurred by the rain. He stepped down, pretending to unconsciously step on them twice. I didn't know before that this mushroom was actually edible. There are many things that can be eaten. I moved forward, while the direction of mushroom picking was opposite to his. I thought that someone like you, a wandering beast man, should know more than those who have lived in tribes for a long time. Mo Xiao paused in his action of picking mushrooms, glanced at I's back, smiled softly, and replied in a gentle tone, "Not really. It is precisely because he has not lived in a communal life with the tribespeople that he is more cautious, never daring to easily touch things he has never encountered before, lest he encounters an accident with no one to help him. You are an exception." I didn't respond, and had quietly moved far away from him, as if she hadn't heard the content of his words at all. Mo Xiao observed the situation and didn't follow her. Instead, he continued to search for mushrooms in the rain, glancing at I's disappearing figure without any change in his expression. I, through all the mushrooms she picked in her space, returned to the tribe and went straight to find the monkey tree. Seeing her rushing over, the monkey tree looked puzzled and instinctively asked, "Master Shaman, what's wrong? Did you encounter a wild beast while picking mushrooms in the wilderness? Are you all right?" I shook his head, his face showing no signs of change. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." "All right." He was holding a miniature dagger taken from his space, its blade coated with a layer of dark green poison, capable of sealing the throat upon contact with blood. This was specially prepared by I, potent enough to kill even a king cobra. Chapter 67. What is your relationship? Yuan Shu stood opposite I, his movements and demeanor relaxed, completely unprepared for I's sudden aggression. The tip of the knife pressed against his carotid artery. I's hand was incredibly steady, not shaking at all. His voice was chillingly cold. "Don't move, my knife is poisoned. If your dishonesty causes a scratch that draws blood and comes into contact with the poison, I won't be able to save you." Yuan Shu dared not move at all. He was completely frozen in place, still unclear about what had happened. "Sir Shaman, why are you doing this? Has my Yuan clan done something really wrong during this time to make you angry?" I sneered and sarcastically said, "The orc tribe all knows that your ape tribe orcs are exceptionally clever, and now I can see why. What is your relationship with Mo Xiao? Do you know him?" She spoke with certainty, without a trace of hesitation. "What are you two up to?" Upon hearing Mo Xiao's name, Yuan Shu, who had shown no change in expression despite the poisonous blade pressed against him, finally revealed a nervous look. His speech became less fluent as he stammered, "Which, esteemed healer. How do you know?" He didn't respond, speaking even more coldly. "You answer my question first. He is the great priest shared by the three clans I mentioned before, the ape clan, the leopard clan, and the wolf clan." The answer is consistent with what I thought. I remained silent, waiting for the monkey tree to continue speaking. When the plague first broke out, the priest timely reminded us to separate the infected members of our tribe from the others. Because the rat tribe is very close to our three tribes and has a large population, the priest specifically ordered our tribe to remind them, but they did not listen and were entirely wiped out. The place where we live has already been completely contaminated, and the priest decisively informed us that there are miracles in this direction. I listened impatiently, applying slight pressure with his hand, the tip of the knife almost piercing his flesh. "Don't talk about things I already know, get to the point. What exactly is your plan? Do you intend to attack separately and then merge into one? Are you planning to make the Hong He tribe, the Jinquan tribe, and my Chihu tribe all slaves at your disposal?" "No, no." Feeling the pain in his neck, Yuan Shu no longer dared to delay. "Sir Shaman, We don't want your 3 tribes to become slaves. We just want to merge into one and create a super tribe. Moreover, since I arrived at the Chihu tribe, I haven't contacted the priest, because I believe you are the true beast god's messenger. And my Yuan tribe is willing to accept your dispatch and integrate into the Chihu tribe to coexist with them on equal terms. The dagger in He See's hand loosened slightly. Sensing this, Yuan Shu let out a huge sigh of relief. Lord Shaman, the plague is too dangerous. Even if our 3 clans manage to separate them in time, the loss to the tribe is still immense. As it stands, the great cold season will be incredibly difficult for us. The High Priest is only trying to protect our 3 clans, and besides, there are many females favored by the beast god among them. Since everything that should be said has been said, Yuan Shu had no intention of holding back any longer and decided to express his thoughts openly. Lord Shaman, I have been looking for an opportunity to talk to the High Priest recently. He Chisong let go of the dagger in his hand and laughed self-deprecatingly. If it weren't for the sudden encounter in the forest today, she wouldn't have confirmed that Mo Xiao was indeed the High Priest of the 3 clans. Initially, she only had a hint of suspicion. It was only when she saw the messy footprints washed by the rain today that He Chi completely confirmed her thoughts. A mysterious and inexplicable wandering beastman had appeared, and she had never truly believed in him from the bottom of her heart. As the High Priest of the 3 clans, the Monkey clan must know each other. Playing with the dagger in her hand, He Chi scoffed. What were you planning to say to your priest? The priest had clearly witnessed the changes in the Red Fox tribe. He should believe that following the method of the shaman would be the way to safely get through the harsh winter. You are the miracle he personally guided us to. I don't understand why the priest doesn't trust his own predictions. The Monkey clan has already learned to think. I did not answer his question, just waved his hand and said, "You can leave now. Don't show any signs of abnormality. If Mo Xiao looks for you, remember to tell me what you talked about." Yuan Shu subconsciously rubbed his neck, a deep sense of fear suddenly rising from the bottom of his heart. Hearing He See's words, he obediently nodded. "I understand, Master Shaman." He paused in place, not daring to leave immediately. He studied him seriously for a while and said coldly, "Only this time. If they're essay next time, I want to spare you. I don't want my kin to be secretly plotting to harm me." Yuan Shu felt a chill in his heart and quickly replied, "I understand." He nodded indifferently, lowering her eyes to put away the tightly gripped dagger. "You shouldn't appear in front of Mo Xiao recently. Take 4 beastmen from the Chihu tribe and follow the route to gather salt fruits. See if you can catch up with Hu Lin. You'll count the days. Remember, no more than 5 days. If you can't meet Hu Lin in 5 days, come back immediately." Yuan Shu dared not delay at all, saying, "I'll go now." He left in a hurry, while He followed at a leisurely pace back to her cave. Montak Xiao, who had been guarding the entrance of her cave, saw He coming from afar and immediately stood up. "I borrowed a backpack from the tribesmen to collect the mushrooms you like. Do you want to come take a look? I'm not sure if there are any kinds in here that are inedible." He behaved as usual, showing no signs of anything unusual. When he heard him shout, it seemed like he hesitated for a moment, then lifted his foot and walked over to take a look. A full basket of various mushrooms, vibrant in color. It was evident that Mo Xiao had picked them carefully, as these mushrooms had hardly any bruises or damages. Each one was perfectly grown, looking great. He casually picked out a few kinds of highly toxic mushrooms and placed them aside, stating that these should not be eaten. He did not intentionally conceal this information and spoke seriously. Montak Cio vs Montak Cio. He did not want to cause the deaths of other orcs in the future due to poisonous mushrooms, because of his deliberate deception today. He can't do such things. Everything else is pretty good. She patted the stuff on her hands and walked to the cave entrance, reaching out into the rain to wash it off casually. Her expression very indifferent. "I took it away. Just try to let you taste it." Chapter 68, The Lively Little Fox. Mo Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at He with a hint of curiosity. "It was originally picked for you. I only worry whether you will like it. I would never hesitate to give it to you." "Okay." I turned around, picked up the backpack, and suddenly looked back at him with a smile. "Then I'll take it. There's several kinds of mushrooms in here, and they taste really good when stir-fried with the go-go beast." Mo Xiao met her suddenly gentle gaze without any panic. "Is that so? Can I go take a look? I've been wandering alone for a long time, living outdoors, and there are many things I don't know how to do. I want to learn." He looked at him deeply for a moment, then suddenly nodded. "All right, you can go over later." Mo Xiao, knowing when to stop, did not immediately follow, but stood in place watching He leave, his eyes flickering slightly. Pressing his ear against the cave wall, he heard He talking to the cubs, and then got up to leave the cave. taking a stroll around the place where the ape tribe lived. Although he was the high priest of the three tribes, he rarely showed himself. Most of the ape beast men did not know his true identity. But the matter of the shaman saving an unidentified stray beast man had become well known among the red fox and ape tribes, especially since Mo Xiao often roamed outside. When the ape beast men saw him coming, they only glanced at him before returning their attention to their work, ignoring him. "Where's the ape tree chief?" Mo Xiao asked the nearest ape beast man after searching around without finding the chief. "I haven't seen him today. I wanted to apply for something." The ape beast man, without looking up, replied, "Our chief has not been in the tribe these past few days. He was asked by the shaman to take the tribe to welcome the young fox lord. If you have something, it's better to go find the shaman directly." Mo Xiao smiled good-naturedly, not pressing further. "All right, I will go find the shaman now." A hint of interest flickered in his eyes as he changed direction and walked towards He-Chi's cave. When he arrived, He-Chi had just chopped the clucking beast into pieces with scissors, and the clean mushrooms were set aside. He-Chi had also soaked a batch of sweet potato vermicelli. Due to the continuous heavy rain recently, all the water she used was boiled and set aside to cool for later use. As Mo Xiao lifted the animal skin curtain to enter the cave, He-Chi did not look up. The three cubs playing with the string on the stone bed all raised their heads in unison. Sangyo's small hands were wrapped with a circle of tender green vines to make a string. This was made by He-Chi out of concern that the cubs might be bored. The only one who reacted to Mo Xiao's arrival was Sangyo, whose eyes lit up slightly. However, Sangyo and Songming both turned away with a hum sound, and she obediently sat there without making sound. Hero went to patrol the inner circle of the Red Fox tribe. Unattended, Mo Xiao also acted as if he were quite familiar with the cave, stepping inside and walking over to the stone bed, leaning down to take a look at what Sangyo was holding. "Were you playing?" "String game," Sangyo, without a hint of hesitation, blurted out before even thinking, "This is made by my mother." "Didn't your mother ever make it for you?" Songming couldn't help but chuckle, and then quickly covered his mouth with his chubby little hands. Mo Xiao seemed not to hear, still standing there, extending his right hand out from behind his back towards the three cubs. Three small foxes made of green vines appeared before them. The cubs' eyes instantly brightened. "Mother, look, this is the little fox Uncle Mo Xiao made." Sangyo shouted the loudest, "I feel a bit scared." "Mother, can I have one?" Without waiting for He-Chi to respond, Songming glared at Sangyo angrily and turned his head aside, firmly refusing to give in to his temptation. Sangyo tilted her head, curiously looking at the lifelike little foxes, but did not reach out. "You can have one." He-Chi was busy cooking and didn't turn his head as he responded. Mo Xiao was the father of the little ones, so there was no need to be polite about taking something he had given. Hearing He-Chi's affirmative answer, Sangyo quickly took one and held it in his hand, looking up at Mo Xiao and saying, "Thank you, uncle." As soon as he finished speaking, he skillfully dismantled the little vine fox in his hands. Sangyo, who had just followed his brother to take the little fox, instinctively reached out to protect it. "Brother, why did you take it apart?" Hearing this, Songming immediately looked up at him. Sangyo, blocked by his sister, looked confused and blinked, pausing for a moment. "Can't I take it apart? I want to see how Uncle made it, and after I learn, I can make a prettier one for Mother next time." It seemed like he suddenly thought of something, looking up at Mo Xiao and rubbing his head. "Uncle, is it not supposed to be taken apart? I thought if it was given to me, it would be mine. It was just a trivial matter, and Mo Xiao certainly wouldn't argue with a young cub." He smiled generously. "It's fine. Take it apart as you like. If you don't know how to weave, you can come ask me, and I'll teach you step by step." Sangyo nodded seriously. "Thank you." Now his dislike for Mo Xiao had faded a little. Songming took his own and handed it to Sangyo. "Take this one apart too? I doubt you'll learn with just one." He glanced at the one in his sister's hand. Sangyo cautiously hid it behind her back and shook her head. "This one is for me to play with." Mo Xiao watched for a while, feeling that he couldn't fit into the atmosphere among the three little ones. Plus, he had no experience playing with young cubs at all. He smiled and walked to the entrance, sitting next to He-Chi, with a distance of one person's shoulder between them. "Is there anything I can help with?" "Yes." He-Chi pushed a pile of yellow fruits from the stone basin in front of him and handed him a grater, instructing him to shred the yellow fruits into thin strips, which would be used later to make pancakes. The grater was improvised from a dagger she had, barely functional but faster than using a stone knife. Without flour, He-Chi planned to mix some starch into the potato strips later, as a way to comfort herself. Mo Xiao pondered over the grater in his hand for a while, tried it out, and after seeing the results, his movements became much quicker. While working, he casually asked. He had just wanted to find Yuan Shu to request a raincoat, but he wasn't in the tribe, and the Yuan people told him to come find you. In the future, should I just come to you for such matters? Chapter 69. Didn't you teach me this? It doesn't matter whether you find me or not. I used a stone spatula to stir the chunks of meat in the pot, which were a shiny yellow and exuded an enticing aroma. Everyone in the tribe knew you. If you borrowed something from others, they would lend it to you. Moreover, I added a bit of hot water to the pot and suddenly turned to look at the other person, saying, even if you don't come to me, you should still be able to get what you want, right? Mo Shao continued to shred without pausing, as if he didn't feel He's gaze. His tone was plain, but his words made He's eyes darken slightly. Our esteemed shaman is truly clever. I knew that today's events wouldn't escape your notice. Those several lines, thoroughly washed away by the rain, have already revealed clues to you. Or perhaps I can just say it directly. Esteemed shaman, you must have suspected my identity from the moment you picked me up, severely injured, in the woods. His voice was soft, and in the cave, only could hear him clearly. The high priest is the same, thought, unfazed by the revelation. She slowly added the mushrooms and sweet potato noodles, which had been scalded with boiling water, into the stone pot, covering it again with a wooden lid to continue cooking. I haven't done anything yet, and you've already figured it out. Did I let the monkey tree out to make you this alert? Are you worried that I might send the monkey tree to persuade the golden hound tribe and the red crane tribe, and in turn bring the wolf tribe and the leopard tribe into my tribal plans? I indeed harbored a sense of caution. If there was a man with ulterior motives hiding beside her, she really couldn't tolerate it. She just wanted to honestly farm and engage in infrastructure development, striving for a happy retirement life, and truly didn't want to waste her life on scheming and intrigue, which was exhausting. There was no vigilance. Mo Shao naturally picked up a yellow earth fruit, showing no signs of embarrassment or anger from being poked, and spoke with a hint of a faint smile, suggesting that if the monkey tree could do it, it wouldn't be impossible. After all, we are family. The integration of the tribes makes no difference whether it's yours or mine. I don't want to control so many large tribes. I finally turned her head and looked at him directly. The awkward feeling that had arisen from the past events between them had completely disappeared. She looked at Mo Shao, trying to see through his true intentions from his face. So what do you want to do? I'm very curious. The fact that you are so revered by the ape tribe, wolf tribe, and leopard tribe definitely indicates that you have predicted something correctly. Can you really communicate with that beast god in the sky? Mo Shao paused, raised his eyes to look at her, and for the first time, his gaze contained a hint of oppressive aura. Realizing that his attitude displeased he restrained his imposing demeanor, lowered his head, and continued to peel the yellow fruit. A mocking smile tugging at his lips. It seems our esteemed shaman has really forgotten. It was you who personally taught me many things back then. Although I was severely injured at that time and appear to have lost consciousness, your gentle reminders whispered in my ear have been etched in my heart all these years, and I have pondered over them repeatedly. I shook his head. After going through too many tasks, his memories and emotions about himself had gradually been hidden and forgotten among those more than 80,000 tasks, becoming increasingly numb. Within the Quick Transmigration Management Bureau, there was a space specifically used to exile employees who couldn't distinguish between themselves and the taskers. In EC's view, it was no different from being confined in a mental hospital. However, in Mo Zhao's somewhat questioning tone, I struggled to recall the dusty memories. He did remember. After all, it was his first time, and he had indeed used his strength, so he felt a bit guilty. He took advantage of his identity to browse some information about this world to inform the other party. He also taught him some survival knowledge in the wild and the fatal weaknesses of various beasts. At that time, he didn't care whether the other person could hear him or not. He just rambled on to make himself feel better. In the moment when I was lost in thought, Mo Shao finished scraping the last yellow fruit in the bowl and raised his head to look at her seriously. At that time, I thought that a monster like me, who didn't even know what my beast form was, had actually received the favor of the beast god. It was thanks to this grace that I was able to survive. He suddenly leaned closer to their faces almost touching, and said, Master Shaman, are you the beast god who has bestowed this blessing upon me? I'm not. He tilted his head back, avoiding his warm breath. I was once just an orc of the red crane tribe, but now I am an orc of the red fox tribe. I will never allow you to use the powers of the wolf tribe, leopard tribe, golden dog tribe, and red crane tribe to attempt to encircle the red fox tribe. Even if it comes to a fight, you may not necessarily win. Mo Shao is clever, but to put it bluntly, these four tribes have only hastily united, and it is unclear whether the golden dog tribe and the red crane tribe are truly loyal. They could be incited to rebel, and weapons can be used to protect oneself. In the end, Both of us can only suffer mutual losses. I didn't mention the three little ones. She didn't want to threaten the other party with the little ones. Mo Xiao chuckled softly, then sat back down. Witch doctor, I told you. Things are not as you think. Give me 3 days, and you will see my sincerity. I frowned. Lord Shaman. Mo Xiao pointed to the steaming stone pot beside her. Is the food inside ready? I've finished making the yellow earth fruit shreds you requested. He placed the stone basin in front of I. Reminded by him, I lowered her gaze, sprinkled a bit of dry starch inside, then added an appropriate amount of water, kneading it into yellow earth fruit cakes to fry on the stone slab. With many people and their large appetites, I made a small basin full of cakes, setting aside a portion for Huro. I took out a stone bowl and casually called out to the little ones, it's time to eat. You haven't tried today's food yet. See if you like it. Nothing is more important than having a meal. The three little ones jumped off the stone bed without hesitation, obediently washed their hands, and helped I set the bowls and chopsticks on the wooden table, then sat on their little stools, waiting patiently. Seeing this, Mo Xiao also moved his stool to sit in front. The food was served. The stone bowls at home were now as big as the little ones' faces. I evenly filled the bowls on the table with food, pushing the cakes to the center. She took a piece for herself. The yellow earth fruit cakes were delicious. She thought she could make them more often in the future. Sangyu took a bite first, and his small face was quite satisfied. Mother, it's delicious. Chapter 70. Aren't you considering it? The aroma of the pan-fried potato cakes captivated everyone at the table. The stewed mushroom with Gaga Beast was both fresh and fragrant, and with the sweet potato vermicelli soaked in broth. Not only the three cubs, but even Mo Xiao were lost in the deliciousness. Thinking of the gift he had prepared, Mo Xiao's eyes flickered slightly as he focused on eating. The area around Sunset Lake is vast. Even when I was treating the plague, the Red Fox tribe and the Ape Clan only searched along the edges of Sunset Lake and only covered less than 1/10 of the area. Therefore, when the Wolf tribe and Leopard tribe received Mo Xiao's order to find shaman medicine, even though they didn't understand his decision, they still dispatched a large number of beastmen to search as quickly as possible. The Red Crane tribe and Golden Dog tribe beastmen were also called to join the search. In just 2 days, the gathered shaman medicine was already enough to meet Mo Xiao's requirements. Leopard Lai and Wolf Feng had already discussed that all tribe members suffering from the plague would stay behind, while 15 beastmen from the Leopard and Wolf tribes, along with 8 from the Red Crane tribe and 15 from the Golden Dog tribe, form a team to head to the Red Fox tribe. Since his identity was already clear to I, Mo Xiao no longer pretended to be clueless. On the morning of the agreed day, he informed I early. I have brought you my sincerity. Do you want to go out and take a look? This team had a large number of beastmen, and they waited outside the Red Fox tribe as soon as dawn broke, where the Ape Clan beastmen lived. The Ape Clan, skilled in construction, had already surrounded the outer area with tall fences under the orders of the Ape Chief, and had stationed 2 Ape Clan beastmen to guard the entrance. Therefore, when the guarding beastmen noticed so many beastmen suddenly arriving outside, they hurriedly reported inward. However, before they reached their destination, they ran into I, who was accompanying Mo Xiao. Lord Shaman, the reporting Ape Clan beastman, said anxiously, many people have come outside the tribe. No need to panic. Have everyone stop what they're doing and be ready at any time. She waved the whistle she was holding, put it to her mouth, blew a sharp sound, then paused. If you hear the whistle, call everyone to prepare for battle. Yes. The other party looked serious. I'll go notify everyone right away. As he walked away, I and Mo Xiao continued to walk outward. Mo Xiao tilted his head to look at her, a smile playing on his lips. Lord Shaman, why are you so vigilant? You don't think I would deceive you, do you? I shook his head, saying that it has nothing to do with believing or not. Before things are settled, he doesn't want to say much. I and Mo Xiao left the tribe side by side. Lang Feng and Bao Lai were still unaware that the identity of the priest had been completely exposed. They didn't even dare to give him a glance. Only looking at I. Witch doctor, we have heard that you can cure the plague. We specially brought herbal medicine and live beasts to ask for your help. Among our 4 tribes, the Wolf tribe, Leopard tribe, Red Crane tribe, and Golden Dog tribe, there are currently 46 people suffering from the plague. I had no reaction. Being able to count to 46 is quite impressive, though it's unclear if it's something taught by the Ape tribe or the Orcs. Lord Shaman, Wolf Feng pointed to the back, where the shamanic medicine was stored in many moo beast skulls. You can take a look, and if you have any other requests, feel free to mention them. I only glanced at it and was too lazy to look further. With Mo Xiao's cleverness, She could tell, just by looking at the witch medicines, that they must have been sought after based on the witch medicines that had appeared in her cave. A group of living wild beasts stood in front of them, drenched by the heavy rain. ECI looked at Langfeng and asked about the condition of the shaman grandmother of the Red Crane tribe. She is fine, Langfeng replied. He was impressed by the shaman grandmother. When our tribe was near the Red Crane tribe, we clearly told them not to spy on our sick orcs to avoid being infected. They didn't listen and insisted on checking. After becoming seriously ill, some came here, while a few others were kept together with other sick orcs. The shaman grandmother only diagnosed once, and after realizing she couldn't save them, she has not intervened since and has been staying in the shaman cave. ECI, be gentle. The witch doctor is old, and if she really gets infected, it will be hard for her to pull through. What about He Yuan? ECI was still somewhat shocked that the wolf tribe could easily take down the Red Crane tribe, only because He Yuan's strength was formidable. If he resisted to the death, the wolf tribe should not gain much in reality. He Yuan? Wolf Feng frowned, having never heard of this person. Once he spoke, he became even more certain. I am sure that there is no such person in the Red Crane tribe. Seeing that ECI did not mention whether to treat her or not, Wolf Feng, who was originally opposed to coming to negotiate, showed impatience, looking at her. The witch doctor has said so much, yet we still do not know what you really think. He showed a fierce expression, and beside him, Bao Lai's face also darkened significantly. Yes, witch doctor, you should have seen our sincerity. If you are not satisfied, you can say it directly. If it weren't for the fact that the priest was watching nearby, they would have already revealed their beast forms to intimidate ECI. Even so, hearing the tone of the two, Mo Xiao cast a faint glance over, exuding immense pressure. Wolf Feng and Bao Lai lowered their heads, not daring to say more. ECI showed no fear at all. Seeing them getting angry, he instead smiled and said, no need to rush. Your sincerity is indeed quite sufficient. When the ape tribe came as your allied tribe, I only accepted the shaman medicine as a reward. Two tribal leaders, what do you think of our tribe's current development? If you're satisfied, why not let all four of your tribes stay together? Our tribe's leader and deputy leader are always generous and will not make things difficult for you. 6 tribes united. Is that not something that the leaders of the 2 tribes have always wanted to achieve? Now it can be done without bloodshed. Are the 2 leaders not satisfied? Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai could no longer help but glance at Mo Xiao. Even with the fence blocking their view, they could still see the signs of construction within the tribe. So many wild beasts were living in wooden houses that kept them dry from the rain, and they couldn't understand how it was done. Additionally, the people coming in and out were all holding a strange object, a wooden stick topped with a large animal skin, which miraculously did not let rainwater seep through, instead dripping down. They were envious but couldn't figure it out. However, if they agreed to the proposal, then from that moment on, the Red Fox tribe would undoubtedly be in charge among the 6 tribes. Currently, the ape tribe could only live on the outskirts of the Red Fox tribe, looking at the fenced wall in front of them. If they truly united, wouldn't their 4 tribes have to move even further out? If they encountered an attack, wouldn't they be the first to suffer? Chapter 71. This is my true sincerity. They did not want to agree. Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai both thought about shaking their heads, even wanting to retort rudely. If possible, they would prefer to directly capture the shaman back. She was just a female. The beast god only forbade males from abusing females, but did not say they could not use other means. If they couldn't be tough, the males of the Golden Dog tribe, Red Crane tribe, Leopard tribe, and Wolf tribe could all be at her disposal. As long as she was satisfied, even if she picked 10 beastmen, neither of them would frown. They did not believe that the beastmen of the Red Fox tribe would prefer a tribe like the ape tribe, but due to the immense aura of Mo Xiao, who was standing next to ECI, the 2 held back and did not dare to say more. ECI tugged at his lips and seeing no response, his expression remained unchanged. He handed the animal skin pouch to Wolf Feng and said, regardless of whether you agree or not, the medicine powder inside, you can go back, boil a few pots of water, and take it. If you don't know how to use fire, you can ask the shaman grandmother. The amount of medicine here is enough for you to use for a day. This counts as my sincerity in recruiting you. Taking the initiative instead of being passive. Mo Xiao just watched leisurely, his gaze on ECI, sparkling with a hint of brilliance. Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai were clearly a bit confused by Hisi's actions. They were indeed smarter than others, but when it came to playing tricks, their reactions were somewhat slow, not knowing how to respond. Seeing them look at Mo Xiao again, Hisi raised his eyelids and smiled mockingly, saying, you don't need to look at him. Your esteemed priest has been silent here all along. Can't you figure out? He's quite happy living here and wholeheartedly agrees with my suggestion. Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai widened their eyes in shock and confusion as they looked at Emo Xiao, exclaiming, "Priest, what is this? Is what she said true?" Though they were inquiring, they had already started to believe he sees words. Otherwise, why would the priest change his original plan and suddenly have them come to ask this shaman for healing? Emo Xiao was not surprised that He would directly sell him out, having concealed his identity from the start. Although the other party didn't say anything, they had been quietly keeping track of it. His gaze swept over Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai before he turned his head to look further away. Then spoke in a deep voice, "What the shaman said is indeed a very good idea. It's not impossible for the 6 tribes to leave their dwelling place and move here. However," he turned to He, pointing to the surrounding wilderness. "Where does the shaman intend for them to live? There are no caves to dig here." "Don't worry, High Priest," He said. "I never do things without preparation. I don't plan to have them live on the outskirts of the ape tribe, not far to the west of the Red Fox tribe. There's a group of caves that can accommodate your 4 tribes of beastmen. In fact, having you come over does not benefit me much. Merging the tribes requires feeding many more mouths, and the cycle I have established will be disrupted, forcing many things to restart. Even the food reserves will require considerable effort." The cave group was an idea He had when he first saw the first batch of red crane beastmen coming over. Beastmen have an innate talent for digging, and most of the red crane beastmen, who had previously suffered from the plague, were continuously digging caves there. After such a long time of hard work, the number of caves was already quite ample. However, they were empty inside, and the necessary items could only be arranged by the beastmen living there. Emo Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, although he had realized something was off in the heavily guarded area while wandering around the tribe. He had only thought that He was secretly researching food that could be stored for a long time. He had never expected that the other party had already started digging caves. With the priest present, Wolf Feng and Leopard Lai no longer spoke, remaining silent as they listened to the conversation between Emo Xiao and He. "Food reserves?" Emo Xiao chuckled lightly, pointing to the distant place he had just looked at. "What do you see over there?" As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound emerged from the previously quiet wilderness, and the dark green branches and leaves trembled. One by one, various wild beasts revealed themselves: tigers, brown bears, long-eared beasts, and more. He discreetly glanced at Lang Feng and Bao Lai, noticing their unmasked surprise. She turned her head and looked deeply at Emo Xiao. He was still wearing a black leather outfit, holding an umbrella. He took a couple of steps toward the group of beasts, not straying too far from He. Observing his movements, the group of beasts transformed into beastmen, each holding something that looked very much like a coconut, quickly rushing toward them. Lang Feng and Bao Lai stared at the unfamiliar group of beastmen, looking at Mo Yuan with confusion. "Priest? They are wandering beastmen." Mo Yuan tilted his head slightly, his complex emotions swirling in his eyes. Encircled by Yunfeng Mountain, Sunset Lake, and the territories of the Monkey Clan and Wolf Clan, they were all wandering beastmen active within this range. However, now they heed my command. The overwhelming malevolence emanating from so many wandering beastmen made Issa tighten her lips and darken her gaze, suddenly thinking of someone, Shisha. She glanced at Mo Yuan. Could it be that Shisha was also one of the wandering beastmen led by Mo Yuan? Priest. Leading the wandering beastmen was the brown bear beastman, Xiongyan, whose massive body resembled a small mountain, standing about 9 meters tall with strong limbs. Upon seeing his eyes lit up as he handed her the coconut he was holding. "This is what the priest asked us to bring to you." His voice was deep and resonant, casting his completely into the shadow he created. With a hand as large as a fan, he smashed the fruit shell, revealing golden fragments inside. "You should like this." The broken fruit shell could no longer hold the fragments within, and they poured out like golden sand. His who had been fixated on his movements, quickly reached out and grabbed a handful of the contents, cherishing them in her palm. Seeing her actions, Mo Xiao slightly curled his lips and grabbed the remaining fragments from the fruit shell, presenting them to his with a somewhat mischievous smile. "This is my sincere intention. I wonder if you're satisfied?" His did not respond to him, her gaze fixed intently on the other fruits. Seeing this, Xiongyan laughed heartily and turned to get her some. Xiongyan, Mo Xiao shot him an unhappy glare, took the fruit handed to him by another beastman, personally made a hole in it, and then poured it little by little into his palm, his voice holding a hint of tenderness. "I have plenty of this kind of thing." Chapter 72. There are plenty of these fruits, its wheat grains. His cherished it immensely. looking at the golden grains of wheat in his hand and leaning in to take a sniff. It was definitely right. Mo Xiao had thought that she would feel happy because of this, but now he was surprised that she valued it so much. Do you like this so much? He nodded, and because of joy, a layer of fine light gathered in his eyes. This thing is very important, extremely important. Where did you find this fruit? This is called green skin fruit. It's normal that you don't know it. It grows on the opposite side of Sunset Lake, where the wandering beastmen are entrenched. And there is also a particularly cruel and vicious snake beastman. Many of my wandering tribesmen have suffered losses while trying to pick the green skin fruits. Hearing him mention the snake beastman, he immediately thought of the snake demon. The impression left by that person was too neurotic and disgusting. So he avoided the topic and continued to ask, are there many of these green skin fruits? Although the changes in the soybean plants had reminded her that wheat might not necessarily be the same as her understanding, even with her rich imagination. He did not expect that the grains would actually grow inside the fruit, just like the seeds of the fruit. A lot. He sees happiness inexplicably relaxed Mo Xiao's mood as well. This thing, I've been looking for it for several years. He stared directly at He while speaking. Feeling his gaze, He inexplicably recalled that beautiful past from 5 years ago, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Last year, when I was fighting with the beast and resting against a tree, this thing suddenly fell on my head. My head was fine, but it was smashed to pieces. When I looked inside, the contents were very similar to what you had mentioned by my ear back then, so I kept it for the time being. However, all these years, I have not stopped searching for something that is exactly like what you described. My heart felt as if it had been poked by something. He pressed her lips together, displaying a hint of discomfort. If there were enough of this, surviving the harsh winter wouldn't be a problem. You provide the location, and I'll send people to pick it and bring it back. We can discuss what you want in detail. Mo Xiao shook his head slightly, saying, what I want has already been stated. The unification of the 6 clans to build a super tribe. There's something I don't intend to hide from you. A trace of shallow worry appeared in his eyes for the first time. 100 days ago, my wandering tribesmen brought back 2 pieces of news from the far west of the Kangling continent, from the 10,000 Great Mountains and the southern Blue Coast. The western side, led by the Golden Lion clan, has established a super tribe, and the southern side, led by the Merfolk clan, has also established a super tribe. These 2 tribes act ruthlessly, continuously swallowing up smaller tribes like ours that belong to the 6 clans. I don't want to be controlled by others. His pupils contracted slightly as he raised his eyes to look at Mo Xiao. Is it true? In the orc world, the boundaries between each race are quite rigid, and they're generally unwilling to coexist with other tribes. If it weren't for the plague, the ape tribe and the red fox tribe would definitely not have merged so smoothly. Mo Xiao nodded. I would never lie to you. He slightly tilted his head to look at the dazed Lang Feng and Bao Lai. Since the shaman can facilitate the smooth integration of the 6 tribes, there is no need for major conflicts. The Sunset Lake is rich in resources, but there aren't many tribes living here. Based on our 6 tribes, we must occupy the area from Sunset Lake to the Yunfeng mountain range before the end of the great cold season, no matter what. This way, even if one day the Golden Lion tribe and the Merman tribe come together, we won't be completely exterminated without even a chance to resist. Lang Feng and Bao Lai were already accustomed to following Mo Xiao's words, and seeing him say this, they subconsciously complied in their hearts. The 2 spoke in unison. Without a hint of hesitation, rest assured, shaman, we understand. We will go back to gather our people and discuss the relocation. After they spoke, the 2 looked up at He instinctively and hesitated for a moment before asking, shaman, do you agree? No need to rush. Although Mo Xiao had spoken seriously, He quietly calculated in his heart and felt that there was still some time. Even without mentioning the upcoming great cold season, the Golden Lion tribe and the Merman tribe would need time to travel, especially the Merman tribe. The tribes they united with must have quite a few aquatic beings. I wonder if they can endure the journey while being away from water sources for a long time. Moreover, in such a primitive world, where mountains and forests have not been cultivated, there are many obstacles on the way, making it difficult to advance smoothly. Anyway, this is the territory of the Red Fox tribe. I need to discuss it with the chieftain first, and then inform the tribesmen to seek their opinions. If the Red Fox tribe is unwilling, we can discuss other methods later. As for the rewards, He thought of another idea. Since the 6 tribes plan to merge, you should gather the healthy members of the Red Crane tribe and have them collect all the green skin fruits in the forest according to the address given by Mo Xiao. The distance is far, and birds move faster. I will make them leather bags to make it easier for them to collect with their claws. Each green skin fruit is heavy, with the grains inside weighing at least 3 pounds. The rattan baskets can't hold the weight of the filled fruits, so the thick, waterproof leather bags are the most practical. Bao Lai and Lang Feng nodded in agreement. As she quickly gave instructions, "We understand. We will follow the shaman's orders." The medicinal powder has only been prepared this much for now. After it's finished, I'll send someone back to get more. Additionally, for the other 3 tribes besides the Red Crane tribe, during this time, try to collect as much board tree, neatly arranged stones, fodder, and live wild beasts as possible. The more, the better. I'll notify you about other matters later. Understood. The previously tense atmosphere suddenly became somewhat passionate. Mo Xiao waved his hand, and Bao Lai and Lang Feng left the shamanic medicine and beasts they brought, taking their people away. Only the group of strayed beastmen that had just appeared remained in the scene. Xiong Yin, seeing that it was finally his turn to step forward, cheerfully approached Hci. "Shaman, we stray beastmen haven't contracted the plague. Would you be willing to take us in? The shaman in the distant cave has stockpiled countless green-skinned fruits. Do you need us to transport all these fruits over?" Hci tilted his head and looked at Mo Xiao. The image of the wandering beastmen in the Kangling continent was almost indistinguishable from that of murderers or fugitives. Although the group in front of him didn't seem like that, Hci couldn't help but ask one more question. They were mostly female members of the Red Fox and Ape tribes, and no matter what, he had to take responsibility for these females. Chapter 73. Means of transportation. Mo Xiao understood the implication of Hci's unfinished sentence. He looked at Xiong Yin, raised his hand, and waved gently. The latter quickly took the other wandering beastmen aside, no longer listening to the two speak. They did not become wandering beastmen because they harmed females. I have taken in a total of 27 wandering beastmen, among which 15 were previously wronged by the wandering snake beastmen I just mentioned and have been maliciously retaliated against. Their families were also harmed by them, and they were forced to be expelled from their tribes. Xiong Yin was one of them. Of the remaining 12, a small portion were not favored by their parents and could not sustain themselves in the tribe, so they had no choice but to come out. The last few were injured and not accepted by their tribes, thus driven out. Here, I do not take in wandering beastmen who harm females, those who abuse cubs, or those who betray their kin. Mo Xiao lowered his gaze and looked seriously at Hci. You should trust me. Hci's eyelashes fluttered. Xiong Yin would bring people to transport all the green skin fruits back. I haven't counted how many there are, but in caves the size of the one you live in, these fruits filled up to 30. They are very easy to store. After being picked, they have been sitting there without any signs of spoilage, just like me, as if they were specifically waiting for your arrival. Hci rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, pretending not to hear Mo Xiao's words. Transporting the green-skinned fruit by having them carry it directly was not only tiring, but also slow. Let's not let them leave for now. The tribe has stockpiled a lot of wood for building shelters, and we need to make some transportation tools. Hci thought of the flatbed cart. The strength of the unit's orcs was limited, and even if they filled animal skin bags with green skin fruits, it wouldn't be as much as a flatbed cart could carry. Moreover, the flatbed cart has wheels, which saves effort. Hearing her say this, Mo Xiao had no doubts at all and waved to call Xiong Yin over. For the next period of time, they would all follow the instructions of a shaman. Xiong Yin was thrilled and eagerly responded. Understood. Hci asked Mo Xiao to find Uro and brought back a batch of raincoats. Since they were going to work, using an umbrella would slow things down a bit. With Xiong Yin leading the way, the group of stray beastmen cooperated enthusiastically. Hci first selected 2 people to work with him to make a cart, while the other beastmen observed carefully, trying to replicate the process and seeking detailed guidance when they encountered problems. The stray beastmen were divided into groups of 3. Mo Xiao did not participate, standing next to Hci with the umbrella, protecting her closely. Hci designed a cart that is about 3 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. It wasn't made too wide because the forest is dense with trees, making it difficult to pass if the cart is too wide. First, wooden boards were cut, and since the stone knife was somewhat insufficient, Hci took out a long saw from her space. Without screws to fix it, she made the corners of the base frame into a mortise and tenon structure, a connection method that securely joins the wooden boards without any nails or screws. With all the framewood prepared, Hci, along with Xiong Yin, taught the other wandering beastmen to select a few sturdy logs. After peeling off the bark with an axe, she carefully chiseled out the rough shape of the wheel hub with a chisel and hammer. Then, she meticulously inserted the spokes into the hub and tightly fixed them with wedges, completing 2 perfect wheels. The other beastmen followed her example. Although they still didn't understand what the shaman was doing at this point, this group of wandering beastmen who were incredibly loyal to Mo Xiao, still learned with great seriousness. He Si and Xiong Yin worked together to lift the wheels to both sides of the base frame, connecting the wheels to the base with sturdy wooden axles. The wheels were mounted very smoothly, and when he Si tried to spin them, there was almost no wobbling. Finally, a strong handle was carved and fixed to one side of the cart for easy pushing and pulling. Transporting the green-skinned fruit was definitely not something that could be accomplished in one trip, so to ensure the cart wouldn't fall apart midway, he Si added several transfer support beams under the base frame. Tung oil had already been sent over at her request. The construction of the cart was entirely completed in that newly built cave, which even Mo Xiao didn't know about. He brushed tung oil on it to achieve waterproofing as much as possible. Because the shape of the green-skinned fruit is round, randomly stacking them on the cart would definitely cause them to fall off easily. If there is severe bumping during transportation, they will roll everywhere, which would waste a lot of time picking them up. Therefore, He had them make a square railing and directly placed it on the cart, adding a top cover as well. The railing and top cover were also coated with tung oil. A group of people worked hard for nearly 8 days to barely finish 10 carts. Si taught them how to push and pull the carts, and then had them push their own clansmen out for a couple of rounds. After confirming that all the carts were sturdy enough, Si gathered 22 wandering orcs. 10 carts, in pairs of 2, with the extra 2 responsible for clearing obstacles ahead and marking the path. You should all be familiar with the route to the cave where the green-skinned fruits are stored. Try to take a straight path and avoid detours. If there aren't many obstructive trees, push them down directly. The specific route is up to your calculations. Marking is essential. You are the first group to transport the green-skinned fruits. After you leave, those who remain will continue to build the carts with the other clansmen. Once the number is sufficient, they will set off directly along the marks you made in groups every 5 days. According to Mo Xiao, the cave storing the green-skinned fruits is 14 days round trip from here, even with minimal breaks. Si looked up at the sky, for the first time hoping that the rainy season could last a little longer. Once the extreme cold season arrives, spending so much time outdoors would be enough to bring deadly harm to the orcs. Don't worry, Master Shaman. Xiong Yin patted his chest, making a bang-bang sound. We will definitely bring back all the green-skinned fruits. Be careful on the way. Si raised her hand and waved, and several beastmen from the Red Fox clan brought in a pile of animal skin bundles and placed them in the cart. Xiong Yin looked inside with confusion, and Si explained that inside were some cooked red earth fruits and yellow earth fruit cakes. During this time, she had taken the opportunity to prepare a lot of meat sauce that could be eaten together with them. Besides these, there were various cooked eggs and fruits, as well as some dry jerky. Being out during the rainy season made hunting difficult, so this food would help a bit. She had prepared a lot, almost filling 3 flatbed carts. If it weren't for the fear of having too much spoil and the beastmen not being able to distinguish, she could have prepared more. Chapter 74. You think he has good too? This group of wandering beastmen, although gathered under Mo Xiao's orders, were mostly left to their own devices as Mo Xiao was too busy, often searching the wilderness inch by inch, leaving little time to restrain them. Therefore, when Si finished speaking, Xiong Yin directly grabbed a cooked beast egg and bit into it. The sound was crisp and crackling, making Si frown in disapproval. She helplessly slapped her forehead, took one as a demonstration, and easily cracked it on the cart, peeling off the shell along the break to reveal the tender white egg inside. You shouldn't eat the shell when eating beast eggs, just eat what's inside. Oh, I see. Xiong Yin scratched the back of his head, smiling foolishly. I thought it could be eaten directly after being cooked. Turns out the shell can't be eaten. Now I've remembered that. Eating the egg reminded Si, so she called Xiong Yin over and demonstrated how to eat the other foods one by one. Then she pointed to a water pouch on another flatbed cart, made from animal skin, one for each person, already filled with water. You will pass through the area hardest hit by the plague. If you can avoid drinking the water there, do so. I don't know if it has been contaminated by the bodies of animals that died from the disease. Mo Xiao stood beside Si and, after she finished speaking, coldly looked at Xiong Yin. Transporting the green-skinned fruits is crucial. Make sure you handle this well, and remember every word the shaman just said. Previously, Mo Xiao thought Xiong Yin was honest and reliable, but now he found him increasingly unsatisfactory. Mo Xiao's expression was somewhat cold as he subtly shifted, standing between him and Si, and firmly patted Xiong Yin's shoulder. Protect the other clansmen. Xiong Yin felt a weight on his shoulder and grabbed Mo Xiao's hand in gratitude. Rest assured, shaman, even if it's just for your concern for us, I, Xiong Yin, will do my utmost to protect everyone. Mo Xiao did not refute him and waved his hand. Let us set off. Xiongyin raised his arm and led the way. Pushing a flatbed cart, the team set off in a grand manner, leaving He Si's sight as she stood still, watching them disappear into the distance. He Si, Mo Xiao tilted his head, looking at her profile. The words he wanted to say were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back, silently changing his question. What do you plan to do next? Under her arrangement, the Red Fox clan and the Monkey clan were busy every day, and the heavy rain did not dampen their enthusiasm in the slightest. Mo Xiao looked at her seriously. 5 years ago, she was thin and frail, her body just bones, with gloom in her brows and eyes, except for her own pair of eyes, which were particularly bright, like a sparkling little flame, so bright it made one's heart tremble. But now she had changed a lot. She was tall, had gained some weight, no longer looking so bony, and the heaviness in her expression had disappeared. Her features were relaxed, making one feel as if the dark clouds in their heart could also be swept away, and the whole person had become radiant. Who exactly is she? Is she really sent by the beast god from the heavens? Mo Xiao's gaze towards her slowly carried some inquiry. Sensing his gaze, He Si turned her head, looking at him with an open expression, not a hint of shyness. Our clan's young clan leader hasn't returned yet. Counting the days. I'm very worried. It was her idea to bring back as much salt fruit as possible, in case something happened to Hu Lin because of this. He Si shook her head, shaking off the ominous thoughts in her mind. Shouldn't Yuan Shu be back by now? Mo Xiao had never met Hu Lin and didn't sense any particular meaning in He Si's tone, so he followed her thoughts. You told him to come back if he didn't see anyone in 5 days, and now thinking about it, at the latest, he should arrive by tomorrow. Normally, the journey back is always faster than when they left. Yuan Shu had not returned yet, and He Si harbored some hidden worries. Whether it was the Golden Lion tribe or the Merman tribe, at this time, they shouldn't be appearing while searching for salt fruits. Mother, mother, mother. The 3 little cubs rushed in through the heavy rain, excitedly running to her side upon seeing He Si's figure. The young clan leader is back. The joy on Tsang Yu and Tsang Ming's faces was the most apparent, especially Tsang Ming, who directly shot a provocative glance at Mo Xiao. Compared to him, the cubs preferred Hu Lin as their male parent. Mother, the young clan leader brought back a lot of things, and they're all resting under the shelter at the clan altar. Mo Xiao noticed the reaction of the 3 cubs and squinted slightly, turning to look at He Si. Back already? He Si had already picked up the umbrella leaning against the wall and was leading Tsang Yu outside. How are the clan members? Is anyone injured? Tsang Yu and Tsang Ming followed closely behind her and immediately replied, They're all fine, no injuries. Tsang Yu subtly squeezed He Si's fingers and, when she looked down at him, softly said, I think they must have come back late because they were capturing wild beasts. The little one had short legs and walked slowly, struggling to keep up while looking up to talk to her. He Si slightly bent down and directly picked up Tsang Yu. Speaking gently, they brought back wild beasts? Tsang Yu hugged He Si's neck, his cheeks flushed, and nodded his little head. I didn't see them, but I smelled them. Uncle Hu Lin probably wanted to wait until you arrived to tell everyone. At the back, Mo Xiao watched the 2 short-legged cubs in front of him, slightly bending down. Before they could react, he directly scooped one cub up from behind with one arm around its waist, his arm slightly bent to make it more comfortable for them to sit. Suddenly lifted off the ground, Tsang Yu and Tsang Ming called out softly and looked at Mo Xiao in unison. Why are you carrying us? We just need to walk a little. We're training to become the bravest males in the clan. Mo Xiao kept a cold face and ignored them. The cubs were well taken care of by He Si, but they were a bit too spoiled, becoming overly bold and somewhat noisy. Seeing that Mo Xiao was ignoring him, Tsang Yu snorted coldly and quickly glanced at He Si, asking in a low voice, Are you trying to please us so that Tsang Ming and I will support you as Mother-S beast husband? Don't even think about it. Even if my mother has a beast husband, it definitely won't be you, the big liar. Your Mother-S beast husband? Mo Xiao was sharp and clever. Tsang Ming's little thoughts were transparent to him. Connecting it to the earlier reactions of the cubs, Mo Xiao's tone was inexplicably ambiguous, making it hard to discern his emotions. So, who do you like to be your mother's beast husband? The young clan leader of the Red Fox tribe, Hu Lin? Tsang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. You also think Uncle Hu Lin is good? Chapter 75. You are my father. Mo Xiao now understood everything. Regardless of whether He Si had feelings for this young clan leader, the latter definitely had ulterior motives towards He Si. If it really came down to it, he should be He Si's rightful male, and any beast husband behind him should at least pass through his eyes first, right? He glanced at He Si's back, quickened his pace to walk alongside her, and casually asked He Si, Can I enter the Red Fox tribe now? If the 6 tribes unite in the future. As a priest of 4 tribes and the wandering beastmen, I should have a say, right? The Red Fox tribe is not mine. Recently, I've been delayed by the transport of the green-skinned fruits, and I haven't discussed it with the clan leader yet. I pressed her lips together and said seriously, "You take the cubs and wait for me in the cave. After I discuss with the clan leader and the young clan leader, I will come to find you, okay?" Previously, she had so many thoughts focused on making the flatbed carts, and with Yuan's disappearance weighing on her heart, she truly hadn't found a better time to discuss this matter with the clan leader. But now it seemed just right. With Lin back, and both the clan leader and young clan leader present, it would be more convenient. "Mother, we don't want to stay in the cave." Song Yu and Song Ming yearned for strength, and with Lin's return, the 2 cubs were more excited than anyone. "I want to go with you to the altar." "All right." I nodded directly, fully accommodating the cubs' wishes. "You can come with me." She looked down at Song Yu in her arms, and seeing her quiet and not speaking, she gently asked, "Does Song Yu want to go?" "Mother, I'll be fine staying in the cave. You take the 2 brothers." I carefully observed Song Yu's expression and saw that she showed no signs of resistance. So he nodded and said, "All right, if there's any danger, you let Shao call me." Song Yu obediently nodded, "Okay." I stopped at the entrance of his cave, hugged Song Yu inside, and set her down. Then came back out and said to him, "Take good care of Song Yu. Don't worry." Song Yu and Song Ming were squirming restlessly in his arms. And as he set the 2 little ones down, they bent down and crawled into the cave. I couldn't carry both cubs and didn't hold their hands either. The 2 cubs followed closely behind I, their eyes shining brightly as they looked towards the tribe. Outside the cave, there was no more movement. Song Yu, under Zhao's puzzled gaze, ran to the cave entrance, lifted the animal skin curtain to take a look, sniffed hard, and then returned to the cave, standing in front of Shao. Song Yu, being a female, was already precious, let alone the fact that the female cub standing in front of him was his own offspring. A female capable of giving birth to female cubs would have many males vying to be her mate. Shao had never even considered that he would have 3 adorable cubs, let alone a female cub. His voice was as gentle as possible, trying to make himself seem less frightening. "What's wrong?" "You're my father." Song Yu's tone was extremely certain. She looked at Shao, her eyes very calm, right? Even someone as clever as Shao was momentarily stunned by this statement. Deny it? Impossible. He was indeed the biological father of the cubs. But how did Song Yu know? How do you know? There was a hint of tension in Zhao's voice. If I found out about this, would she be angry? He felt a strange unease in his heart. "I can smell it." Song Yu wrinkled her little nose, and upon hearing Zhao's acknowledgement, her eyes showed a hint of anger. "Your scent is exactly the same as my 2 brothers. Our beast forms are special. I've never found this scent on any other male, only you. Are you a cold-blooded snake beast man?" Song Yu asked, her innocent little face filled with anxiety. She didn't want to be the despised, cold-blooded snake beastman's cub. If the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe found out they were the offspring of a cold-blooded snake beast man, would they make things difficult for their mother again? Would their mother become like before? Song Yu's eyes were misty, and Shao was at a loss. He had never had any experience comforting cubs, especially when the one crying in front of him was his own female cub. His usually thoughtful mind was now a jumbled mess. He only knew to answer her most pressing concern, "I am not a cold-blooded snake beast man." "Neither are you." Upon receiving a positive answer, Song Yu's expression relaxed, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Then what are we? Are we caterpillars? Mutated black caterpillars?" Even being a caterpillar was much better than being a cold-blooded snake beast man. Shao fell silent. He couldn't answer his cub's question. They were not caterpillars. "I don't even know what my beast form is." None of the 3 cubs had the same beast form as I. They all resembled him. Shao even wondered if the beast god was deliberately playing tricks on him. "But Song Yu, you can rest assured, we'll find the answer." Shao tentatively raised his hand, wanting to touch Song Yu's head, but feeling anxious, he quietly retracted it. "I've always been looking for it. Don't be afraid." Song Yu had stopped crying. She was not a little crybaby. She only reacted that way because she had let go of her long-held anxiety. "Then why did you only come find Mother now? Did you annoy her back then? So you left?" In the tribe, any male who paired with a female had to pamper and give way to the female. If Mother had looked for a mate for several years, that would be understandable. But there had never been another male by her side, not even Uncle Yuan, who was rejected by her. Although her 2 brothers liked Uncle Lin, she felt that Mother would still not agree. Shao fell silent again. How could he explain that matter to the cubs? After deliberating for a moment, He repeated what he wanted to say in his mind before slowly speaking. Your mother and I accidentally met and then lost each other. We didn't even complete the bonding ceremony, and I don't have any markings related to your mother. So Sang-yu, don't overthink it. And don't tell your two brothers about this for now. Only you and your mother can know, okay? I understand. Sang-yu nodded, not pressing further. Since mother hadn't said anything, she wouldn't tell her brothers. But you need to work harder. I will keep an eye on you. She huffed childishly. If you can't win mother's favor, then I won't acknowledge you as my father anymore. Mother treats me well, so she will definitely stand by me unconditionally. Mo Xiao suppressed a smile and raised his hand. Okay, don't worry. I will work hard to please your mother. I was unaware of the situation in the cave. At this moment, she was near the altar with the two cubs. Chapter 76. All tamed by us, the rain shed near the altar was built for the first time. And since it leaked during the rain a few days ago, I noticed and brought people to repair it. Hu Lin and Yuan Shu stood in a row. And when they saw I come in, their eyes lit up. Which doctor? Coming and going for nearly 20 days, Hu Lin looked even thinner. But his mental state was quite good. His eyes sparkled. And when he saw I approaching, he instinctively took a couple of steps forward. I came back late with the team and worried you. So, I specifically sent Yuan Shu to greet me. It's reasonable to worry about your safety while you are out harvesting salt fruit for the tribe. The people of the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe are just as concerned about you as I am. Anyway, as long as you are safe. After hearing her words, Hu Lin's eyes dimmed for a moment, but then he forced himself to perk up and said, this time the salt fruit harvest went smoothly. The Red Crane tribe didn't send anyone. I had enough people with me and almost brought back all the salt fruit. But you see, each of these salt fruits may not be big, but they are particularly heavy. The animal skin bags and backpacks we brought couldn't handle it. So we delayed quite a bit on the way back. I thought of what Sang-yu had mentioned to him and had a guess in his heart. So, you really did tame wild beasts? That's right. Fox Lin mentioned this matter with a hint of pride on his face. I remember you once talked to me about beast taming. On the way back, I struggled to collect those salt fruits rolling around with my clan members, and they had some complaints. But I knew this was something you wanted, so I was reluctant to give up. Fortunately, the beast god blessed us, and I thought of this. I tamed the Moo beast. I also tried to tame the Hee beast, but it was too wild and difficult to train. Plus, it was rather silly and smaller in size, lacking the strength of the Moo beast. The old yellow cow, throughout history, has always been seen as a silent and hard-working animal. Fox Lin really made no mistake in choosing the Moo beast. I couldn't help but want to see where all the mooing beasts were tied up now. I'll go take a look. They were all at the pens for wild animals on the outskirts. When I left, that area was still quite empty, but I didn't expect it to be set up by the time I came back. After being away for 20 days, the tribe seemed completely transformed. The simple and rough fence walls had turned into mud walls. I don't know how they managed to do that in such heavy rain, but they definitely looked sturdier. Inside the tribe, aside from the rain shelter near the altar, many other shelters have been set up both inside and outside the tribe. When Hu Lin was waiting for earlier, he specifically took a look, and each shelter had clear divisions of labor. Some were making sweet potato vermicelli, some were sawing wood, and others were responsible for preparing fodder for the beasts. Additionally, there were several shelters where stones were being polished. But he couldn't understand what was going on there. Besides that, 2 mud houses have been built inside and outside the Red Fox tribe. He curiously went inside to take a look. The mud house also had a stove-like structure made of mud, with 2 large stone pots on top. And next to it was a long flat surface made of mud, which held not stone bowls, but wooden boards with uneven holes carved into them. Hu Lin couldn't figure it out and didn't know who the small mud houses were built for, and they had built 2 of them. With a belly full of questions, he didn't ask and first took to see the mooing beasts he had brought back this time. Why are there so many? Subconsciously counted 28 heads. He originally thought that bringing back one for each person would be enough. But now he had actually brought back more than double the number of members in the salt fruit team. By accident, he encountered a herd of moo beasts. I think they must have migrated from somewhere else, not knowing what dangers they encountered in their original habitat. We initially only intended to catch a lone, tamed beast, but unexpectedly, with so many tamed beasts, this herd of moo beasts followed us back. has already started to silently calculate. In addition to the 2 that were originally in the tribe, the Wolf Clan and the Leopard Clan brought over 4 more last time. And with these brought by Hu Lin, many tasks that have been put on hold due to a lack of manpower in the tribe can be alleviated instantly. She turned to look at the silent Yuan Shu standing beside her and instructed to separate this group of moo beasts and cluck beasts by gender for breeding. They will be raised for a few days to get familiar with the tribe's environment, and then 6 of them will be sent to pull the stone mill. Stone mill? a new term that Hu Lin has never heard of. What is a stone mill used for? The stone mill refers to those large, round stone discs in the tribe, which also have wooden handles. PCI gestured simply. Making these stone mills really took a lot of effort. They have many uses, such as processing the soybeans we find to make soybean powder, soy milk, or other soybean products. Once the green-skinned fruits are back, the stone mill can run continuously to make flour. Green-skinned fruit, another thing Hu Lin has never heard of. PCI noticed the confusion in Hu Lin's eyes and took the opportunity to recount the entire story of Mo Xiao, omitting the fact that they had known each other for a long time. I didn't expect that what I picked up in the forest last time was actually the priest mentioned by Yuan Shu before. It no longer matters whether he was intentionally gravely injured back then. Now, besides the Red Fox tribe and the Yuan tribe, the other 4 tribes have already united. I just feel that we should take advantage of our current initiative. I have already informed the clan leader about this matter, and she said everything should be based on your opinion. As for the unification of the 6 tribes, Yuan Shu naturally has no objections, and as long as Hu Lin agrees, this matter can proceed normally. I didn't urge them to hurry. Everyone has different considerations. She didn't want to force Hu Lin to agree to this matter. The Snake Eagle tribe, where the eagle mongoose is from, has specific tribe members responsible for patrolling outside. Hu Lin had some resistance to Mo Xiao, but he deliberately hid it from Hsi, not wanting her to see his thoughts. It would be better to let the eagle mongoose return to the tribe and ask first. If what that person said is true, I can notify the Snake Eagle tribe to prepare. You make a valid point. Hsi naturally wanted to investigate the truth of the information, but she didn't trust the red crane beast man. And her relationship with the eagle mongoose was rather average, so she hadn't brought it up. Now that Hu Lin had made this decision, she wouldn't refuse. You can arrange this matter, Hsi pointed at Mo Xiao, who had been standing behind them with an umbrella for some time. This is the esteemed priest highly regarded by the ape tribe, wolf tribe, and leopard tribe. You can have a good chat with him. Upon hearing Hsi mention him, Mo Xiao stepped closer, naturally standing beside her, looking up at Hu Lin with a slight smile, the young master of the Red Fox tribe. Chapter 77. Displeased with you, Hu Lin coldly looked at Mo Xiao. If he were in beast form right now, every hair on his body would definitely be standing on end. This was a reaction he had never shown even when facing He Yuan, Shi Sha, or even Yuan Shu. He instinctively looked at Hsi, his sense of crisis heightened to the maximum. Hsi, I'll just talk with this priest. The little ones didn't come along. Do you want to go check on them? It's fine. Song Yu and Song Ming were just at the altar and have already gone to the chief, Hsi smiled, not moving her feet. Hu Ro is very attentive to them. Don't worry. Mo Xiao looked at the vigilant Hu Lin, his expression very calm. He turned to Hsi, as if chatting casually. Song Yu stayed in the cave. I'm worried she wouldn't be comfortable staying with her, so I came out for a stroll. She said she wouldn't leave the cave. It's fine, Hsi nodded gently. Song Yu is sensible and well-behaved, and besides, this place is very close to the cave. If we pay a little attention, we can notice her. Hsi didn't say that Song Yu not only had a warning whistle on her, but also carried an extremely sharp knife hidden in her bee skin clothing. Hsi had taught her where to stab for a quick kill. If someone was really foolish enough to provoke her, the little one had the ability to protect herself. Hu Lin listened to their conversation, and deep inside, he was frantically shouting. Why? Why did it seem like he couldn't insert himself into their chat at all? He felt a bit broken inside, glancing down at himself. Could it be that after recently sleeping rough outside, his appearance had changed so much that he was now unattractive? Or was it because he spent all day with a bunch of mooing beasts, and now he smelled like one? He quietly observed Mo Xiao and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. How clever he is, dressed in all black bee skin, hiding all the dirt. Unlike me. My bee skin is pure white, usually looks decent, but now standing next to him, I seem a bit weak in comparison. Hu Lin glanced at Mo Xiao again. His repeated glances were noticed by Hsi, who also cast a glance at Mo Xiao. Only Mo Xiao, the subject of their gaze, remained indifferent, lifting his eyelids slightly, looking at Hu Lin with a half-smile, as if to say, Young clan leader, do you think I match well with your clan shaman standing next to me? Hu Lin. How did he encounter such a shameless person? No, not all. Hu Lin shook his head, his face slightly flushed with anger from his words. They were not a match at all. The shaman of his clan was not someone that just anyone could covet. Oh, Mo Xiao spoke bluntly. Then, presumably, the young clan leader is also unworthy of the shaman, so I can rest easy. I thought the young clan leader had high aspirations. Hu Lin. What kind of beast is the other party? Why does he have more cunning than I do? His face was filled with frustration, and he glanced at Hsi again. seeing that she was already focused on discussing the details of wild beast captivity with the monkey tree. He silently took a deep breath to calm himself and returned to a serious expression. Mo Xiao, regarding what you discussed with ECI, I will ask the beastmen of the Snake Eagle clan to investigate the truth. As for the matter of the 6 clans uniting, despite his wariness of Mo Xiao, when it came to serious matters, Hu Lin's intelligence returned. You also saw that the area where our clan resides is not ideal. Sunset Lake is so large, the 6 clans don't necessarily have to live together. Moreover, aside from the Wolf clan and the Leopard clan, the Red Crane clan and the Golden Dog clan have lived in their own tribes for many years, and I don't have enough space here. Unless you have a better strategy. The Red Fox clan and the Monkey clan have already occupied a piece of land. Mo Xiao had been considering this matter in his mind for a long time. He didn't intend to let ECI bear the burden alone. The caves newly excavated to the east of the Red Fox clan would be given to the Wolf clan and the Golden Dog clan to reside in. The Leopard clan and the Red Crane clan would move further east to carve out another area, and at that time, the 4 clans would dig their own caves. This arrangement would ensure that the Red Fox clan would not easily be surrounded, always leaving them a way out, and it would also guarantee that the 6 tribes could monitor each other in pairs to maintain initial peaceful coexistence. The Red Crane tribe would live at the very edge. Firstly, they are birds and can provide the fastest danger warnings, and secondly, ECI does not like the Red Crane tribe, so arranging them there is just right. Mo Xiao's arrangement was such that even someone as picky as Hu Lin didn't immediately refute it. He even thought about it along his line of reasoning and found it somewhat agreeable. Still, that wasn't enough. Hu Lin shook his head, saying there wasn't enough food. Although ECI had just told me that you contributed a food called greenskin fruit, the meat was insufficient. The big cold season has only a few days left, and the food store by my clan and the Monkey clan cannot support so many tribes. The combined population of the 6 clans is nearly 300. Hu Lin, under Hisi's guidance, was just able to count to 350. 300 was an extremely large number for him. Moreover, for the Beastmen tribes, the previous food was directly split from the hunted beasts, with wild fruit during the day and raw meat at night. He doesn't understand the food that Chi is making now, and if distributed according to need, how many people can it actually sustain? Mo Xiao doesn't understand either. He only knows that the green skin fruit is food, but he has eaten it before, and it tastes terrible. However, he once accidentally discovered that the birds in the forest quite like this stuff. If they have to rely on the seeds inside those fruits to get through the entire harsh winter, Mo Xiao is worried that the clan members will complain. Although what you said makes some sense, Mo Xiao turned to look at Chi, but I believe her, since Chi said that the 6 clans can unite. She must have a way regarding this matter, and I will help her achieve everything she wants to do. Hu Lin silently repeated the term crane female that he had shouted before. Clearly, it has the same pronunciation, but for some reason, when the other person pronounced it, it sounded different from his own and seemed to differ from how others said crane female as well, as if it were not the same name at all. After discussing with the monkey tree, Chi turned to look at the two and raised her eyebrows slightly. Have you come to an agreement? After quickly agreeing on the place where the other 4 clans would reside, Mo Xiao's only concern was about food. If this matter is left entirely to you, it might be a bit too burdensome, and I was thinking about what I could do for you. You know, the Wolf clan and the Leopard clan follow my command, and they can also command the Red Crane tribe and the Golden Dog tribe. How to store enough food is indeed a rather severe challenge. Chi pondered for a long time in her heart, and now hearing Hu Lin agree to the unification of the 6 clans, she spoke without any hesitation. From the Leopard clan, Wolf clan, Red Crane tribe, and Golden Dog tribe, I need you to select 80 people from these 4 clans to clear the land. Chapter 78, Do You Know the White Dove Beastman? The original owner's memories are chaotic, and many things are unclear. ECI may lack impressions of the great cold season, but he has not been idle during this time, chatting with others in the tribe and inquiring about the great cold season. Although the temperature is very low during the great cold season, there's still a hint of green in the forest. Sitting idly by is definitely not an option. ECI plans to think of other ways. To the west of the Red Fox tribe, the terrain is spacious. During this time, I have intentionally let the tribesmen go there to cut down trees, and now a small part of the forest has been cleared. You should send 80 orcs to help me clear the land. While the rainy season has softened the soil, we need to turn it over first. Otherwise, when the great cold season arrives, the soil will harden, and it will be incredibly difficult to cultivate the land. Hu Lin was just about to nod in agreement when Mo Xiao spoke up. Okay, everything will be as you say. ECI nodded. Hu Lin silently glanced at Mo Xiao and then asked, What about me? What should I do? You just came back from picking salt fruits. So take a good rest for a few days. Hci isn't like Zhou Ba Pai, who would exhaust a single person. There's no need to rush, Hci replied. There are many new things in the tribe now. If you find resting boring, you can wander around the tribe and learn a bit. I can do that, Hu Lin said, determined not to fall behind Mo Xiao at this time. I'm not tired. Hci, without looking at him, turned to Hci and said, about the planting you mentioned earlier, I want to discuss it with you. I roughly understand what you mean by planting, but if you want to make it happen, you must have something to plant. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gestured for Hci to walk towards the cave. Shall we talk? Sure. Since it was about seeds, Hci instinctively lifted his foot to leave with him. After just 2 steps, he turned back to Hu Lin and softly advised, Hu Lin, you should rest well. I'll have Songming bring you some soup and medicine later. Everyone in the team that went to collect salt fruits drank some. Songming will teach you how to brew it. I'll be off now. After staying outside in the rain for so long, even with a rainproof animal skin coat and an umbrella, it was impossible to avoid the rain completely. Drinking some medicine to dispel the dampness would be just right. The 3 little ones, Songming, with his broken leg, loved running errands the most. Hu Lin swallowed back any further words due to Hci's concern and simply replied, okay. His emotions were deeply hidden, and Hci didn't notice. Naturally, Mo Xiao wouldn't be foolish enough to remind him to pay attention. I'm actually not very clear about the matter of seeds, Mo Xiao began, quickly continuing before Hci could respond. But I do know some types of grass that can survive even in the coldest season. I've seen them in the tribe. Hci roughly knew what he was talking about. Ever since she took over the daily affairs of the tribe, she had someone collect samples of all the plants that appeared in the wild forest. Besides the ground fruits she had already seen, Hci also discovered cabbage and carrots, and other edible greens that she had never seen before. What Mo Xiao referred to were the cabbage and carrots. In the wandering beastman tribe, are there any bird-type beastmen? For example, pigeon beastmen? No, Mo Xiao answered decisively, knowing that Hci was not asking casually. However, I know of them. They live in the Yunfeng mountain range, and the people of the Honghe tribe can fly there in a day. Then I'll leave this matter to you to arrange. Hci planned to prepare for both options. You let the people of the Honghe tribe fly over and politely ask if they have stored food for the severe cold season. Our tribe is willing to exchange for other food. Seeds are the kind of things that birds and pigeons particularly like. Hci plans to give a try first. All right, Mo Xiao's response is smooth. Leave it to me. Hci waved his hand directly and said, then you should leave the tribe for the Honghe clan now and inform them about the unification of the 6 clans. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao stood frozen in place, turned his head to look at Hci, and pointed at himself, me? Yes, for such an important matter, if I don't entrust it to you, I can only give it to Hu Lin. But I just said that Hu Lin has worked hard this time. He should rest for a few days, so I feel more at ease with you going. Hci didn't want to take the risk of things getting miscommunicated. The more it spread, the more distorted it could become, and what was supposed to be about exchanging food might turn into a food raid. Mo Xiao bit his teeth, feeling somewhat regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have kept his distance. It would have been much better to let Hu Lin handle this. Not being in the tribe meant he wouldn't even see that person, and he wouldn't have to think about any feelings either. Seeing that Mo Xiao was still standing there, Hci looked at him and asked, what's wrong? Do you need to take anything? I can get it for you now. I don't need anything. Although he was sulking inside, he couldn't show it on his face. Mo Xiao took a deep look at Hci and said, I'll go now. The sooner he left, the sooner he could return, while Hu Lin was still unaware. Hci gently nodded, go ahead, be safe. As Mo Xiao left, Hci entered the cave. Song Yu sat on the small chair that Hci personally made for her, looking down at the witch's herbs in her hands. Sniffing and pinching them, her youthful face serious, not even hearing Hci's footsteps. It was only when a shadow fell in front of her that Song Yu looked up. Glancing at the cave entrance and not seeing Mo Xiao, she didn't show it on her face, but smiled sweetly at Hci. Mother, you're back. I plan to take you to the tribe for a stroll. How about it? Do you want to come along? Song Yu and Song Ming blended into the Red Fox tribe like fish in water, from the tribe leader to the newly born cubs. There was no one who didn't know them. As for Song Yu, her personality wasn't exactly shy or introverted, but she preferred quiet and didn't go out much. Yes. Song Yu carefully put the witch's herbs back in their original place, stood up, and walked to the stone basin to wash her hands. Thank you, Mother. Why are you being so polite with me? Hci pinched her slightly chubby, rosy little face and hugged her tightly, saying, I'll leave the umbrella to you, okay? Song Yue smiled shyly and nodded heavily. The big and small ones left the cave, and Hci closed the wooden door she had made, then secured it with a wooden stick to prevent wild beasts from getting in. Instead of going near the altar, He took Sanyue to the wooden house built by the two tribes working together, calling out the names of a few beastmen along the way to bring them along. The beastmen from the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe were all inside. Among them were 8 females and 4 males, with a couple more from the Red Fox tribe. Those whose names were called showed no signs of anxiety. They already knew what the healer wanted to do, so there was really nothing to worry about. Chapter 79, Learning from the Healer. The healer. The females and males stood in 2 rows, with a clear gap in the middle. Sanyue knew her mother was doing serious work and slightly moved her body, trying to get down. He patted her, holding her arm steadily, his gaze sweeping over everyone. I knew that you were not only the ones who volunteered to the clan leader, but also those personally selected by him. From the moment we started building this house, you have already begun training on how to skillfully use fire and prepare delicious cooked food. You're all very smart. I didn't say any more grandiose words, but pointed to the stove beside her and said that in the tribe, there would be nearly 300 people's meals that you would need to supply in the future. I believe that you not only can do it, but also can do it well. After she finished speaking, the orcs arranged in 2 rows all spoke in unison. You can rest assured, we can definitely do it. I nodded and said, I'll take you to see the food we have stored. She couldn't possibly help them every day to precisely prepare enough for 300 people. It would be better to give them a simple understanding first, and then take them for half a month later. I estimated that by then she would probably be able to let go. The cave was too stuffy. I specifically instructed someone to build a well-ventilated and moisture-proof house to store the yellow and red ground fruits. These ground fruits cannot be eaten if tender sprouts grow on them, as they become toxic. Hise's introduction is detailed. The cafeteria matters will officially begin after the merger of the 6 clans is completed. Before that, I need everyone to set aside some yellow and red fruits. I gestured briefly, using the line I just drew as a boundary. The smaller quantity needs everyone to help me move them to a damp and warm cave. The cave where the earth fruits were previously stored will do. But the shaman said a female couldn't help but ask, why is that? Didn't you initially ask us to move them here because you were worried they would sprout and spoil? If there isn't enough storage space, we can build more. Now in the tribe, you can casually walk into any cave and see it filled with food. Sweet potato vermicelli, potato noodles, various earth fruits, various vegetables, dried fruits, jerky, etc. And there are also several barrels of palm oil extracted from palm seeds that the shaman had someone prepare, set aside for cooking later. Looking at so much food, and the beasts that have been well-fed for so long, growing fatter and lazier instead of thinner. The orcs of the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe felt much less fearful and anxious about the upcoming harsh winter, genuinely grateful to Hisei. The female speaking was not contradicting Hisei. It was just that after hoarding food for so long, people seemed to start learning to cherish it. If they just waited to eat, these foods would eventually run out. Hisei understood their concerns and replied in a calm tone. We will wait for the end of the harsh winter, relying on the blessings of the beast god, to go to the wild forest and wait for these foods to grow back. Just like this early rainy season, who can guarantee that the harsh winter won't be prolonged? Hisei has a hidden worry in her heart, in the memories of the original owner. Although she was not clear about the situation in the desolate forest during the extreme cold season, she still had a deep impression of the rainy season. In the past, the rainy season never had continuous heavy rain. There would occasionally be half a day of sunshine, followed by a light drizzle. But this time, the Sunset Lake has already risen. If Hisei hadn't later had Fox Lin lead people to work continuously for 5 days to dig the ditches, the water from Sunset Lake would have already flooded the Red Fox tribe. This rainy season, it seems, may not end on time. The seasons are changing, and it's uncertain whether it's truly the beast god who is in control. However, Hisei did not say this. Otherwise, word would spread quickly, causing tension in the tribe, which would be detrimental to unity and effort. Therefore, she planned to take the initiative to plant food. Hisei briefly explained what planting was. These yellow fruits and red fruits should be placed in the cave, and once they sprout, you will use stone knives to cut them into pieces, ensuring that each piece has a sprout point. Let's try planting them. With the beast god's blessing, if successful, this extreme cold season, we might really not have to worry about food anymore. Since this is a decision made by you, the great shaman, it must be fine. The female who spoke earlier clenched her fist tightly, her tone firm and powerful, even more resolute than some males. Don't worry. I will definitely watch these fruits sprout every day. I couldn't help but take another look at her. She was probably a female red fox, incredibly beautiful and gentle-looking, with long hair that cascaded down her back like elegant feathers. Her delicate features and fair complexion were striking. and she wore a tightly fitted bee-skin outfit that showcased her perfect figure to the fullest. However, her spirit and energy were vibrant, showing no signs of weakness or fragility. I had a certain impression of her. Huya. Hearing her call her name, Huya became even more spirited and couldn't help but respond loudly. Lord Shaman. I am Huya. Don't worry, I've already sent all 12 of my beast husbands out to work, so they won't bother me for a while. I don't want to have pups right now. I just want to follow Lord Shaman and work hard. The other females chimed in, yes, us too. Lord Shaman is so impressive, clearly a messenger of the beast god, yet she hasn't sought a beast husband. Perhaps it's because she feels that beast husbands are obstacles to her busy life. Unbeknownst to Hci, not only the Red Fox tribe, but also the female members of the ape tribe began to quietly emulate Hci, with even the underage females directly rejecting the advances of males who had previously shown interest in them, intending to learn from Lord Shaman. Hci suddenly realized that as the shaman of the tribe, she was supposed to help her people carve their mate marks. However, after being in the tribe for so long, no work had come to her for carving marks. Hci didn't expect that the invisible factors would bring such an impact. After thinking for a moment, she didn't advise them to go back to the way things were before. Now the tribe is busy, and everyone is willing to step up voluntarily, setting aside their personal lives to help out, which makes me very pleased. The difficulties faced by female orcs in giving birth are not solely due to them being orcs. Here, orcs reach adulthood at the equivalent age of 15 in humans, and some are too young. Coupled with a long-term diet of raw meat and insufficient nutrient intake, the risks of childbirth are naturally very high. It might be better to wait a little longer. Once their nutrition is replenished, having children later on, with scientific methods of reproduction, can help preserve more female lives. Hci silently kept this matter in mind while everyone was busy with the sprouting of the fruit. I will go find a clan leader to discuss something else. Chapter 80. Flower. During this time, there were hardly any idle orcs in the tribe. Many cubs were left unattended. At first, Huro only took care of Hci's 3 cubs, but later, most of the young ones in the clan prefer to play with Songyu and Songming. And Huro ended up becoming someone who specifically looked after the young cubs in the tribe. This was because Hci was afraid that the cubs would get bored when they had nothing to do. So she would teach them games like picking up stones, playing with string, and smashing mud. After Songyu and Songming learned these games, they played around the tribe, attracting more and more young cubs. When Hci arrived, all the cubs were gathered inside the cave. Huro sat at the entrance. Beside her was a basket of shelled yellow beans, and she was threshing them. The clan leader, Hci, walked over to Huro, and Songyu, seeing the little ones playing happily in the cave, joined in. Hci turned his head to take a glance. This group of little ones following you certainly made things easier. Huro smiled gently, saying it was nice to have him around. Their noisy chatter made her feel much younger. I came to tell you that the matter of the 6 clans uniting has been decided. Hci took the opportunity to sit across from Huro, helping to thresh the soybeans. Shall I take you out for a stroll? The territory of the Red Fox tribe has expanded more than tenfold from east to west, and the surrounding situation has changed significantly. Huro hasn't been out for a long time, so she probably isn't aware. No, I want to go, Huro said with a gentle shake of her head, her gaze calm and serene, turning to affectionately look at the little ones in the tribe. You see these cubs? Besides my Red Fox kin, there are also the ape tribe beastmen. I originally thought it would be very difficult for the 2 tribes to merge, but unexpectedly, not only did the problem not arise, but now we are also on the verge of uniting the 6 clans. As for the tribe S matters, you can discuss and decide with Hu Lin and Yuan Shu. I want to interfere. In fact, I have already agreed with Hu Lin that from now on, he will be the leader of the Red Fox tribe. Leader, Hci followed her gaze to look at the little ones, knowing that Huro was not angry, so he didn't insist. Having you in the Red Fox tribe is a blessing. Encountering you is my good fortune. You can do whatever you want in the tribe. At least, every single thing I do will let you know. Huro's face was full of contentment. I know, you're the best shaman in our tribe. With you here, I am not worried. Since Huro did not intend to manage tribal affairs any longer, Hci said no more, helping to finish all the soybeans in the vine before he clapped his hands and bid her farewell. The little ones did not leave, so Hci departed alone. The group of wandering beastmen who followed Mo Shao last time brought a lot of green-skinned fruits, which are now stored in the cave within the inner circle of the Red Fox tribe. Hci counted and found a total of 46. He took a large wooden barrel that he had made during this time from the space, laid a clean animal skin on the ground, then cleaned the green-skinned fruits, dried them, and finally used a stone hammer to crack them open, tossing the useless shells aside. Hci was busy when Hulin walked in. I have already sent the eaglehawk back to inquire with the snake-eagle tribe if there are any unusual movements as mentioned by Mo Xiao. Hu Lin sat down cross-legged opposite He Qi, imitating her to clean a green-skinned fruit. After personally pouring out the golden grains, his eyes were filled with surprise. He had never seen this fruit before. How do you eat the seeds inside? He pointed to the stone mill behind him. The stone mill behind you has just been finished and hasn't been moved out yet. Once the grains in this wooden barrel are full, I will use the stone mill to grind them. With someone helping, the process will be quick. He and Hu Lin quickly processed all 40 or so greenskin fruits. The collected wheat grains were much more than He had anticipated, filling 2 large wooden barrels. The two took turns pushing the stone mill. Since they were using a traditional stone mill, they couldn't separate the flour into bran, wheat germ, and flour like modern technology. Everything was mixed together. Fortunately, it was still relatively fine. He took a glance and noticed it looked very much like the whole wheat flour used in modern weight loss diets. However, she still used thin, tough rattan strips to make a few sieves with small holes that filtered out most of the bran and a small amount of wheat germ, leaving the flour behind. He and Hu Lin watched her careful actions, puzzled as to why they needed to separate something made from single seed, finding the food preparation quite troublesome. The stone mill was heavy and very time-consuming. They had taken turns grinding for quite a while, only managing to turn half a barrel of wheat grains into flour. And now there was still the next step, which was really labor-intensive. Actually, it didn't matter whether to separate or not. He just wanted to try it out by keeping the sieved wheat germ and bran in a separate barrel. Moreover, separating them meant that wild animals would also have food to eat. The wheat germ and bran could help put on fat, and collecting them meant there would be more food for the beasts during the harsh winter season. Hu Lin thought of the sweet potato noodles they had made before, which were also in powder form before shaping. Suddenly inspired, he wondered if the taste would be similar to the sweet potato noodles. But it wouldn't be the same. He planned to make some for everyone to try later. It was definitely too late to make a yeast starter with the dough now, so He intended to make a simple and easy-to-operate dough ball for everyone to taste. In this humid and muggy rainy season, having a bowl of sour and spicy dough ball soup would be a delight to warm up and drive away the cold. The specially built kitchen was spacious, and the stone pot was deep and large. He deliberately picked a small bowl of red fruits and chopped them finely. Hu Lin stood in the kitchen for a moment, wanting to help but not knowing how to start. He had only seen it done, but had never cooked anything himself. Suddenly, the young clan leader, Huya, burst in, plopped down in front of the stove, skillfully breaking small twigs and straw, loosely gripping them in his hand. He pulled out a long object from his pocket, removed the cap, blew on it, and under Hu Lin's astonished gaze, lit the fire and tossed it into the stove. What is this? Hu Lin looked around, feeling as if he had been gone for just a year. Can torches really be made this small? That was a fire stick. Moving a torch was too cumbersome. He didn't want to take out the lighter all the time, so he used the old method to make some fire sticks. Although there wasn't one for everyone, they were kept in a fixed place in the kitchen, and anyone could take them when needed, just returning them after use. After briefly explaining to Hu Lin, He noticed that the stone pot had dried out. So he poured in a good amount of palm oil, sprinkled a thin layer of salt at the bottom of the pot, and then added all the chopped red fruits. Sizzle. A rich, sour, and sweet aroma exploded in the kitchen. Chapter 81. Informing Hu Lin curiously leaned closer to the edge of the pot and peered inside carefully. The red fruits had turned into a deep red liquid, bubbling and gurgling. He used a stone shovel to stir for a moment, then directly added water, and proceeded to make a second batch in the same way. Cold water was added to the flour in stages, and then stirred into small lumps. He waited for the water to boil, and while stirring, poured the lumps into the water to prevent them from sticking together, finally adding a large amount of pepper. He felt a bit regretful as he couldn't find sesame seeds to make sesame oil. Hu Lin had not left. Once all the lumps floated to the surface, He casually sprinkled in the chopped green vegetable leaves. The red and green looked very beautiful, which Dr. Huya said while tending the fire, glancing into the pot, feeling as if his saliva was about to drip. What is this? I've never seen it before. He replied softly, saying that this was food found by the priest of the monkey clan. The merger of the 6 clans is an inevitable trend, and the clansmen will eventually need to know about it. He planned to take this opportunity to inform everyone today. The priest of the monkey clan? Huya muttered to herself and didn't ask further, as nothing was more important at the moment than this pot of delicious food. In the tribe, in addition to small wooden buckets, many large wooden buckets similar to modern soup containers made of stainless steel were also made. PCI cleaned 3 new pots before finally filling both pots of noodle dumplings. Which doctor? Who you can't wait any longer? I'll go call someone carry it. Following the method he CI taught earlier to extinguish the fire in the stove, Huya ran out and soon returned with 6 strong males to cover the large wooden barrel and carry it to the shed across from the cafeteria. This shed was twice the size of the rain shelter near the altar. Inside, there were neatly arranged wooden tables and long benches, with each wooden table able to accommodate about 10 people, totaling 20 tables. In addition to the members of the Red Fox tribe, there were also orcs from the Ape tribe. Less than half of the 20 tables were filled. The wooden barrel containing the dumpling soup was placed at the front, and he CI handed the wooden spoon in her hand to Huya, assigning her the task of distributing. This was Huya's first time carrying out the meal distribution task, and her face was filled with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. She stretched her voice and shouted, "According to the order we arranged earlier, let's come one by one." The method for lining up was taught by the witch doctor, and it pleased the witch doctor. The orcs in the tribe had secretly practiced. The young ones would go first. PCI saw her 3 little ones inside and winked at them. The wooden bowls of the little ones were a size smaller than those of the adult orcs. When Huya served the food, regardless of size, the bowls were filled to the brim. The portions made by the shaman were generous, and she was confident that it would be enough. After all the orcs had served themselves, he CI, Hulin, and Huya filled their own portions. Some orcs, who ate quickly, had already finished everything in their bowls and excitedly raised their clean wooden bowls as if they had never been used, shouting, "So delicious! Shaman, what is this made of? It's even better than the noodles made from red fruit. I declare this food is my favorite." As soon as he spoke, the other orcs echoed in agreement, and the atmosphere under the shed became lively and noisy, even more so than when they tried the ants climbing trees last time. Yes, Huqin was right. What is today's food made of? Shaman, just tell us, and we will go out and gather it for you immediately. Ever since they started eating cooked food with the shaman, they felt that their past lives had been extremely miserable. 1 meal a day of raw meat, with blood splattering everywhere. Now, looking back, they couldn't even remember how they survived back then. They originally thought they just had a big appetite, able to eat a large piece of meat in 1 meal. However, ever since they started following the shaman's meal schedule, eating 3 meals a day, it was a bit of hassle, but their appetite had become much more normal, and they no longer felt either too hungry or too stuffed, which had been quite uncomfortable. This is green skin fruit. PCI revealed the existence of Mo Shao. The ape tribe orcs accepted this well. They already revered the great priest, and now, with the powerful alliance of the great priest and the shaman, the ape tribe orcs were the most excited in the gathering. This year's rainy season is unusual, and to prevent dangers during the harsh winter, I cannot travel among the 6 tribes, so I, along with the chief, the young chief, and the great priest, discussed and decided to unite the 6 tribes to jointly face the imminent danger. As for food, everyone can rest assured. The quantity of green-skinned fruits provided by Priest Mo Shao is astonishing. The 4 tribes that are about to migrate are not coming empty-handed. The members of the Red Fox tribe still show displeasure. They have been busy and never slacked off during this time, working from the moment they open their eyes. And the tasks they're doing are even more exhausting than going out to hunt every day. Now, the other 4 tribes are coming and will enjoy this without effort, which they are unwilling to accept. However, this was said by the great shaman, and even though they were displeased, they suppressed their feelings and did not speak. The atmosphere under the tent was much more subdued than the enthusiasm during the meal earlier. Hulin wanted to speak, but he CI shook her head. As the young chief of the Red Fox tribe, if he keeps speaking for himself, it would not be beneficial for establishing his authority over time. Moreover, PCI did not want others to associate her with Hulin. She took out a charred wooden stick that she had prepared earlier and marked several places on the wooden board beside her. The tasks we need to do next include clearing land, planting, building walls, and constructing houses, among others. Given our current population, we simply cannot handle so many tasks. PCI pointed out the time and number of people required for each task, informing everyone of the urgency. As for why the 6 tribes must unite, has anyone considered why the ape tribe, wolf tribe, and leopard tribe appear near my sunset lake? We could focus solely on ourselves when the harsh winter arrives. But has anyone thought that if the harsh winter leads to the complete destruction of the other 4 tribes, it is very likely that a disease, even more serious than the plague, will emerge? Should our tribe migrate again at that time? Everyone has witnessed the losses and sacrifices of the ape tribe's migration. PC's words made the previously disgruntled orcs of the Red Fox tribe start to reflect deeply. They had been in contact with the ape tribe orcs for a long time and had already learned about their migration journey. Now, hearing Hei mention it, they instinctively recalled the experiences they had discussed before, and a chill arose in their hearts. The initial resistance diminished significantly, and their expressions softened considerably. Hei felt a little relieved upon seeing this. Everyone can rest assured that the other 4 clans won't immediately forcefully live together with you. There's still some distance between where everyone resides. Let's get busy and let time take care of relationships. Master Shaman. In the midst of Hei's speech, someone rushed onto the shed, panic in their tone. There's so many outside. So many beasts. Chapter 82. It must be him. Beasts. The members of the Red Fox tribe and the Ape Orc tribe discussed among themselves, all standing up straight, stretching their necks to look outside, their feet unmoving, instinctively waiting for Hu Lin and Hei to speak. Hu Lin raised his voice. The males of both tribes will split into 2 groups, leaving the remaining males and females to protect our food and young. Hei quickly pulled the 3 cubs to his side, looking at the person opposite him with a sharp tone. Which tribe do you belong to? Why have I never seen you before? If it were truly a beast tide, the earth would surely tremble. But now, outside there was only the sound of rain, not a hint of commotion. The area where the wild beasts were kept was quiet, showing no signs of disturbance. Master Shaman, I am a wolf tribe orc. You haven't seen me before. The wolf orc took a breath, his heartbeat calming down as he continued. The beasts outside are quite strange. They have all been tied with vines around their necks and are secured to the fence outside. Right now, the fence has already been pulled apart by that group of beasts. The wolf orc's throat was dry, swallowing hard. Master Shaman, you should go take a look. Since it wasn't a beast tide, the orcs in the tribe relaxed, followed by curiosity, eager to step outside, wondering who it could be. Could it be that group of red crane orcs responsible for digging caves? Impossible. You don't understand. They are too lazy to work. If they weren't sworn to the beast god, they definitely wouldn't be working honestly in our tribe. The discussion among the tribesmen became lively. Hei bent down and leaned closer to the 3 cubs. You go find the clan leader. The situation outside is complicated. I'll go take a look first. Mother, Sonya wants to follow. I'll go with you. Hei gently shook his head. You stay here to protect Grandma Hu and the younger siblings. I trust you. Given this important task, Sangyu instantly puffed up his chest and raised his head proudly. Don't worry, Mother. I will do my best. After pinching the already chubby little faces of the cubs one by one, Hei watched them go to Hu's side before stepping outside. Seeing him leave, Hu Lin hurriedly followed. The other beastmen, following Hu Lin's earlier instructions, had half of the males place their wooden bowls directly on the table. Shouting as they all headed outside, Ichi walked up to the fence built by the ape tribe. The scene before him was quite lively and interesting. A bunch of dazed beasts were haphazardly crowded in front of the fence, looking listless, each one tied up with vines around their necks. Only a few spirited beasts tried to pull down the fence to escape, but their necks were connected to the others, so no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't get away. The smaller creatures, the clucking beasts and the long-eared beasts, were bound by all 4 legs, piled up into a small hill, and it was uncertain whether those at the very bottom were still alive. He went to fetch the empty baskets from the tribe. The round wicker baskets, each about 1.5 meters in diameter and around 70 centimeters high, were made by Hei's people in preparation for storing dried meat later. Now, they were just right to be used. The baskets were quickly brought over. Hei personally led a team to rescue small-sized animals like the clucking beast, long-eared beast, and wide-mouthed beast. He only untied the vines on their wings, leaving the ones on their legs untouched, and carefully placed them in baskets to prevent crushing. Seeing this, Hu Lin called some people to count the number of wild beasts, while he, along with other beastmen, followed Hei's instructions to check for traces nearby. It was clear that this group of wild beasts had been deliberately sent by someone else. Hei eliminated all possibilities in his mind, without any specific clues. No traces. Hu Lin led the team, making a large circle around the tribe. The ground was covered with a mess of footprints left by wild beasts, with mixed scents, making it very difficult to distinguish the smell of others among them. Yuan Shu also followed along. He was the one who organized the captive wild beasts in the tribe. Looking around, he had calmed down. There was still plenty of space in the beast enclosure, and I had been continuously organizing the orcs to expand it. The area had already been divided into 2 zones, with a large gap in between. I ordered people to move these wild beasts to the other side where there were no beasts to observe. Regardless of who sent them, once they were in our hands, they were our food. Let's do as you said first. Hei nodded, acknowledging Yuan Shu's approach. Have the numbers been counted? They have been counted. Although Yuan Shu wasn't the one who had known Hsi the longest, he had worked under her for a long time and could be considered half her apprentice. His way of thinking was somewhat similar to hers, with 10 mooing beasts, 10 grunting beasts, 10 bleating beasts, 50 clucking beasts, 50 long-eared beasts, and 50 wide-mouthed beasts. The quantity was astonishing. The person who sent these wild beasts must know our tribe inside and out. Today, she had just brought everyone to eat in the inner circle. And there were few orcs guarding outside, yet the other side could quietly pile things in front of the tribe's gate. Yuan Shu, Hsi said in a low voice. You take people to settle these wild beasts, and also send someone to find the Red Crane tribe members digging the caves. Red Crane tribe members? Hu Lin raised his hand, saying to follow the shaman's orders and quickly call them over. Knowing that he had nothing to do here for now, Yuan Shu signaled the males who had come with him to gradually move the batch of wild beasts away. Only Hsi and Hu Lin remained standing in place. These wild beasts were all extremely thin, and with no one around, Hsi no longer concealed her speculation. Moreover, they all lacked spirit in their eyes, looking dazed, which should be the result of being domesticated for some time. The ones who brought these wild beasts might not be a large group of people. Could be Yuan. Hu Lin already knew that Hsi had heard about Yuan's disappearance, but since the other party didn't ask, he had not brought it up. In his heart, regarding today's strange gift, he could only think of one person. Yuan must have heard the Red Crane tribe mention that you were here, which is why he sent these wild beasts. Considering Yuan's capabilities, accomplishing this task, although it would take effort, would not be impossible if a few Red Crane tribe members helped. After all, just now, when everyone was eating in the inner circle, only the Red Crane tribe members were absent. Yuan? Hearing Hu Lin mention the other party, Hsi raised her eyebrows slightly, showing some surprise on her face. Do you think I called the Red Crane tribe members to inquire about Yuan's whereabouts? Hu Lin was taken aback and instinctively looked at her, thinking, isn't that so? I know that Yuan's existence has always been. Chapter 83. If you're going to do it. If not, get lost. Hsi raised his hand, interrupting the unfinished words of Hu Lin. It seems you already knew about Yuan leaving the Red Crane tribe. Hu Lin pressed his lips tightly together. He had always known that Hsi was clever, but being guessed so quickly about the truth of the matter still left Hu Lin somewhat startled. Lord Shaman, he said, the people from the Red Crane tribe have arrived. 7 Red Crane beastmen approached slowly, their steps dragging and their demeanor lazy. Hsi glanced at their condition, swallowed the question he originally wanted to ask, and changed his words at the tip of his tongue, asking how the cave construction was going and if there was any place that needed help. He didn't dare to trouble the shaman. He would cast a glance at Hsi. Having seen the shaman several times, he always felt that her brows and eyes looked familiar, but he just couldn't recall. He heard that the shaman had just made a new type of food and had invited people from the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe to dine in the inner circle. What did we do wrong to make you treat us differently, shaman? The Ape tribe came later. Why are they now able to stand on equal footing with the Red Fox tribe? Well, we can only dig caves like beasts, grunting all day long. Hsi shook his head gently, saying there was no preferential treatment. This was the oath you made with the beast god yourselves. What you are digging now is also the place where your tribe will live in the future. When Mo Shao returns, the Homa tribe will also come back with him. And by then, you can reunite as a tribe and work together, and you probably won't feel so wronged. The matter of the 6 tribes uniting had never been communicated to the few Hongha tribe members in front of him. They had originally sneaked out because they were afraid of death. Whether on Isi's side or in the Hongha tribe, they were unwelcome. Perhaps the orcs of the Hongha tribe already thought they had died from the plague. Hui's face was full of resentment. Working all day in the pouring rain was even more exhausting than hunting beasts in the tribe. If our tribe's young leader hadn't chased after a wicked female and disappeared, the orcs of the Hongha tribe would definitely not have to suffer this grievance today. The more Hui thought about it, the angrier he became. Looking at the spirited orcs of the Yuan tribe, he felt increasingly unbalanced in his heart. You were just bullying my tribe for not having a young leader. The Chief Fox tribe has Hu Lin, the Yuan tribe has Yuan Shu. Only our Hongha tribe, with young leader Yuan, actually left the tribe for an unlucky female. Hui also held resentment towards Yuan in his heart. Originally thinking it was Yuan who sent wild beasts, Hu Lin suddenly realized why Hsi hadn't inquired about this matter. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart, but Hui opposite him still coldly laughed and said, in my view, in the Hongha tribe, only Yuan can be considered good beast. I called you here to inform you that the 6 tribes have decided to unite. Whether you stay or leave, you decide for yourselves. The cold season is approaching. If you want to leave and become wandering orcs, feel free. Hu Lin looked at the raincoat Hui was wearing, his eyes filled with a hint of coldness. No one in the Chief Fox tribe or the Yuan tribe was idle. it wasn't just you who were working. As for what you eat and use, has the shaman treated you unfairly in any way? Since the orcs in the tribe started eating cooked food, this group from the Homha tribe wouldn't know how to use fire. It was ECI who arranged to have their cooked food made separately and given to them. They lacked nothing, whether it was raincoats, umbrellas, or backpacks. Yet they still weren't satisfied. Hulin looked at He Hui with a hint of disgust in his eyes. This is your last chance. Either you stay obediently in the tribe from now on, or you leave now. The matter of the 6 tribes uniting will have nothing to do with you from now on. He Hui was taken aback, looking at Hulin in disbelief. Young leader, we have done so much for the tribe, and now you want to drive us away? Every person in the tribe has done no less than you, but not everyone has been saved by the shaman. Hulin, feeling a bit anxious due to having concealed He Yuan's matter from ECI, was in a bad mood and had rarely lost his temper. Compared to the oath you made to the beast god back then, making you do this is really lenient. Young leader, He Hui shouted out loud. He originally wanted to stubbornly say he would leave, but when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Honestly, the things he had tried here were things he had never seen or enjoyed before. Moreover, having already enjoyed the deliciousness of cooked food, he wouldn't know how to use fire. If he left here, he would have to eat raw meat again. The raw meat in the cold season was so tough he couldn't even bite into it. He Hui's eyes struggled, and his hatred diminished instead. He had only mentioned their unfair treatment, yet the other party wanted to take this opportunity to directly drive them all out to become wandering orcs. Such malicious thoughts. Today's events were clearly intentional. The other party clearly didn't want them to take up food supplies. Noticing the messy fence, He Hui's gaze sharpened, and he increasingly believed that his thoughts were correct. Something big must have happened in the forest, making food hard to find. So they wanted to drive them out as bait for beasts. They must not get their way. After thinking it over, He Hui snorted coldly, raised his head to glare at Hulin. Since we have already sworn an oath to the beast god, we must keep our word. Young leader, you don't respect the beast god. Don't involve us. The work of digging and building caves wasn't finished. And He Hui calculated in his heart, young leader, if the 6 tribes unite and we have a place to live, we will have made a great contribution. Don't forget our cooked food in the future. The earth fruits, meat, and eggs sent over now are still a bit lacking. We need more. He Xi's mocking smile was greedy and insatiable, leaving them hungry. After saying that, she turned and left. She knew that the work of digging caves was quite heavy, so the cooked food she allocated to them was arranged by herself, with portions that were always more than enough. Even if she didn't like them, He Ci would never skimp in such matters. In fact, she and Yuan Shu had secretly observed that the others picked and chose, often discarding the less desirable food. Would they do such a thing if the food was insufficient? They were getting too arrogant. He Ci would never indulge anyone. Hulin thought He Ci was angry with him because of the matter concerning He Yuan, and he coldly glared at He Hui, sending him away to work, then quickly followed He Ci. He Ci, although Hulin usually had many concerns at this moment, he was flustered and dared not fool around in front of the clever He Ci. After you were taken away by the eagle badger, I went back to the red crane tribe. At that time, He Yuan hadn't left yet, and I hid the fact that you were going to leave, fearing that the other party would come to snatch you away from me, so I didn't say it outright. Chapter 84. I had someone help you look for him. Now, when Hulin thinks back on that time, he still doesn't feel he did anything wrong. Males competing for females, whether through direct fighting or strategizing in private, is considered normal. Moreover, he had quite a few complaints about He Yuan's actions. He claimed he wanted to be the other party's beast husband, but in reality, he couldn't even manage his own male father. If he couldn't handle such a small matter, when faced with danger in the future, even if he could sacrifice his life to protect the other party, what would it matter? Perhaps that danger was brought about by him. Although he thought this way, Hulin understood He Ci's character and did not express it. He Ci, if you are unhappy, I can order the tribe to go out and search for He Yuan's whereabouts. He Chi did not speak immediately, but looked meaningfully at Hulin, her gaze lingering on him for a moment before she said, there's no need to have the clansmen specifically search for him. After all, her relationship with He Yuan was a private matter, and He Chi wouldn't let the members of the Red Fox clan go looking for him without boundaries. If they happened to encounter him while out hunting, she would just let He Yuan know that she and the cubs were safe, so he wouldn't need to search anymore. Hulin let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. All right, don't worry. I will make sure to communicate this properly. He Ci curled his lips into a faint smile. Then I'll trouble you with that. There are still many things to do in the tribe, and recently, try to arrange the clansmen who are responsible for patrolling in pairs, so they won't be alone. Today's incident with the beasts is quite suspicious. We need to be careful. All right. Hulin responded quickly while listening. I'll follow your lead. He felt inexplicably uneasy, carefully glancing at ECI, as if something important had slipped away from deep within him. But seeing the other person's expression remain unchanged, Hulin had no choice but to set aside his thoughts. I'll go to the chief to pick up the young ones, ECI said in a usual tone, with no signs of anger in her brows and eyes. Since you and Yuan Shu weren't around, I've been holding the tribe together alone, which is indeed a bit tiring. And I haven't had time to accompany the young ones. Before the green-skin fruit arrives, there's nothing urgent in the tribe. You and Yuan Shu can manage it. And I'll spend 2 days with the young ones. Hisu. Hulin opened his mouth, carefully pondering her thoughts, and tentatively asked, Aren't you in a bad mood because of Yuan? No. ECI gently shook her head, not wanting to say much. I'll go pick up the little ones first. Don't think too much about it. Hulin carefully examined the fatigue on her face and felt a bit relieved. Then you should go quickly. If there's nothing important, Yuan Shu and I won't disturb you in the cave. ECI smiled and thanked him before turning to leave. The gentle smile vanished in an instant. She had not failed to notice the hidden implication of kidnapping in Hulin's earlier remark about sending the Qi Hu clan members to find He Yuan. Although she had never intended such a thing, realizing Hulin's thoughts naturally created distance between them. She had been careless. After completing so many tasks in the Fast Travel Bureau and experiencing tens of thousands of different lives, perhaps because the recent feeling of everyone in the tribe working together was so good, she had let her guard down and unconsciously considered them as her own. ECI held an umbrella and brought 3 little ones back to the cave from the dining shed. The little ones thought she would go out again. But to their surprise, ECI remained steadily seated at the cave entrance until dusk and even started preparing dinner. There was still some flour left that ECI had brought back. In the evening, she added water to knead it into dough and mixed it with the meat of the grunt beast and sweet potato vermicelli to make the filling. Unable to make steam buns, ECI poured more oil into the pan, wrapped the filling in thin dough, and fried them to make meat boxes. Since ECI started to arrange 3 meals a day, the little ones developed a regular eating schedule and no longer wolfed down their food, even feeling reluctant to put down what they had. Each little cake was as big as their small faces, and each of them ate 2, along with a bowl of white fruit vermicelli egg soup. Mom, your food is still the best. When ECI is busy, the 3 meals at home are usually prepared by Tsang Yu and Tsang Ming. The cooking skills of these 2 little ones are quite renowned in the tribe, and they often sneak over to other people's caves to offer advice. Most of the other orcs used to only know how to boil the simplest dishes, but with the help of the little ones, they can now grill and fry simple foods. Mother, is this white thing outside the food you've been wanting to find? Tsang Yu nibbled delicately on the cake, very different from her 2 brothers, and it was really delicious. The little one is eager to learn, and ECI often takes her along when she goes out. Of course, part of the reason is that after Tsang Yu and Tsang Ming have gotten familiar in the tribe, they often can't be found. Mother, Tsang Yu blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, since you want to plant yellow earth fruits and red earth fruits, can this white thing be grown too? I don't know. He Xiqing shook his head honestly. Mo Xiao mentioned that this green-skinned fruit grows on trees. It takes at least 2 or 3 years to cultivate a seed into a towering tree before it can bear fruit, right? But this thing is indeed a real grain of wheat. It needs to be tested. He Xiqing took out a beast skin the size of a table from a newly made wooden box in the cave, burned a wooden stick and began to draw on it, inviting the little ones to come take a look. 3 little heads appeared together at the edge of the table. ECI speaks seriously. Here is the Red Fox tribe, which is what I often refer to as the inner circle. This area, where wild beasts are kept, is a bit distant from both the ape tribe and the Red Fox tribe. Moreover, it is far from the water source and sheltered from the wind, so the smell of the accumulated feces from the beasts will not be carried by the wind. These 2 places are where the other 4 tribes will live in the future. He Bien said, while sketching simple totems of various ethnic groups with a black branch, and finally pointed to a large area of empty space on the animal skin, drawing a line down the middle. This area is not far from the water source, has a high elevation, and there are no underground currents or swamps. Once the harsh winter ends, we will build houses here with our tribe. Additionally, this largest open space will be our planting area. ECI casually drew several intersecting straight lines in the planting area, dividing a complete piece of land into square sizes. In addition to yellow and red fruits, he also planned to try planting some vegetables. Furthermore, the area that is not adjacent to them is intended for growing grains. It would be great if he could obtain more grain seeds from the White Dove tribe. He plans to test them all then. Wheat is cold resistant. Besides this, ECI has also prepared measures to cope with the severe cold during the planting season, not acting impulsively. Chapter 85. The Arrival of the Severe Cold Season. ECI accompanied the cubs and stayed in the cave for 8 days. Song-yu and Song-ming were used to running outside, and ECI didn't stop them, letting them go wherever they wanted. Both cubs knew their limits and wouldn't leave the territory of the Red Fox tribe, and they rarely ventured into the territory of the Monkey tribe. In the meantime, Lin brought Huya over once, because the cafeteria in the tribe needed to conduct a small-scale trial before officially serving all the beastmen, with 3 meals a day, and the females from both tribes would go to the food shed on time every day to wait. ECI had looked at the meals twice in the past and adjusted the menu for Huya. The initial experiments went very smoothly. Seeing that she was not busy lately, Song-yu kept asking her about which medicine while snuggling beside her. ECI took this opportunity to put on a raincoat for herself and Song-yu, then took the little one out of the tribe and went to the forest to teach some outdoor survival skills. When Song-yu and Song-ming came back from outside and learned about this, they were so angry that they slapped their thighs. They still remembered how their mother had taken them to live in the forest to avoid the disgusting wandering snake beastmen. Seeing that the 2 little ones really wanted to play in the forest, ECI decided to take Song-yu along again, and the family of 4 went back once more. Life was peaceful. It seemed that even the continuous heavy rain was not so annoying. Mother. Song-yu sat at the entrance of the cave, looking up at the curtain of rain, and suddenly spoke. The rain seems to be a little lighter. If the original raindrops were as big as beans, then now the raindrops were connecting into threads, dense and continuous. Kichi didn't think Song-yu was joking. Although the little one was young, her intuition was quite sharp. There were many things that Hichi hadn't mentioned, but she had already noticed. In the past, the little one would hide this and not speak out, but now she had become more dependent on Hichi and no longer kept silent. ECI walked to the cave entrance and followed her line of sight. It did seem smaller. She was looking at the dark clouds overhead. The once ominous, world-ending clouds had lightened considerably. Even from a distance, a glimmer of light could be seen on the far horizon. According to common sense, the rainy season should have ended 3 days ago. Yuan Shu and Hu Lin had hurried to find ECI regarding this matter, asking if she needed to appease the emotions of the 2 clans' beastmen and also inquiring if she knew how long the rain would last. ECI thus went out with the 2 of them, seeing that the orcs in the tribe were busy and completely unaware of the matter. ECI asked the 2 to keep it down, saying little to avoid alarming everyone, which would lead to panic, making them think all day about when the rain would finally stop. But looking at the sky now, ECI's intuition suddenly became clear. The cubs. The great cold season is coming. The 3 cubs exchanged glances and shivered in unison, even though they knew that their mother and the entire tribe were working hard to prepare for the great cold season. Recalling their past experiences during that time still filled them with dread. During the great cold season, prey was hard to find. The meat allocated to their mother by the Red Crane tribe became less and less, and often there was none at all. Their mother back then was completely different from now. She never cared about the food at home. If there was none in the tribe, she would force Song-yu and Song-ming to go find it or make them work for other clansmen to exchange for a little food for herself. Song-yu and Song-ming, starving and with no options, would go out to search for food wearing only animal skins that exposed their arms and legs. Even if they were freezing, no orc was willing to catch fish in Sunset Lake. The ice was too thick, and if one wasn't careful while catching fish, the water above could freeze again, leading to a normal occurrence of freezing to death beneath the ice, never to come up again. Moreover, fish were bloody and spiny, and no one wanted to catch them. Every time Song-yu and Song-ming went into the water, they would tie a vine around their waists, with one keeping watch on the shore while the other went underwater, taking turns to avoid going in together, fearing that if they lost their lives, their mother would sell the youngest sister, Song-yu, directly. Now, hearing about the great cold season, the memories of the 3 cubs uncontrollably returned to that time. Don't be afraid. ECI did not explain the past, holding 3 little ones in front of her, her tone gentle. There is plenty of food in the tribe, and many orcs as well. The food we have stored can last a long time, and moreover, after the merger of the 6 clans, there will be more hunting teams going out to hunt. More importantly, there are really a lot of fish in Sunset Lake, and Mother can cook many delicious cooked fish. Would you like to try them when the time comes? Listening to Hisi's soft voice and feeling her warmth, the 3 little ones gradually relaxed their tense emotions, snuggling in Hisi's arms and no longer feeling afraid. Fortunately, over the past few days, I made you a few new animal skin outfits. Taking advantage of her free time, Hisi tidied up the cave where she lived. The stone bed was large and empty. She lay on it with the 3 little ones, and there was still plenty of space inside. PCI personally made a row of wooden boxes neatly stacked at the foot of the bed. Song-yu liked to study herbal medicine, so PCI set aside a small area deep in the cave to make a cabinet with small drawers for her, and prepared stone jars for her to conveniently grind herbs. At the edge of the stone bed, PCI nailed a piece of animal skin to separate it into a bedroom. Outside, she set up a dining table and benches, and even made a cupboard at the cave entrance. Now, the cave already has quite a home-like appearance. PCI had looked at the menu twice before and made some adjustments for Huya. The initial experiments went quite smoothly. Seeing that she was not busy lately, Song-yu had been staying by her side, asking about witchcraft and medicine. PCI took this opportunity to put on raincoats for herself and Song-yu, and took the little one out of the tribe to the forest, teaching some outdoor survival skills. When Song-yu and Song-ming returned from outside and learned about this, they were so angry they slapped their thighs. They still remembered how their mother had taken them to live in the forest to avoid the disgusting wandering snake beast men. Seeing that the 2 little ones really wanted to play in the forest, PCI decided to take the whole family of 4 back for another trip. Time passed peacefully. It seemed that even the continuous heavy rain was not so annoying. Mother, Song-yu sat at the cave entrance, looking up at the curtain of rain, and suddenly said, "This rain seems to have lightened up a bit. If the original raindrops were as big as beans, then the current raindrops were more like threads, dense, and continuous." PCI didn't think Song-yu was joking. Although the little one was young, her intuition was very sharp. There were many things that PCI hadn't mentioned, but she had already noticed. In the past, the little one would hide this and not speak up, but now, she had become more reliant on PCI and no longer kept silent. PCI walked to the cave entrance and looked along her line of sight. It really did seem a bit smaller. Chapter 86. How many green-skinned fruits? Xiong Yan's wound clearly showed signs of inflammation. Ichi asked him to sit properly beside her. She had made a box for witch medicine, and this time she was carrying it in her hand, taking out the medicinal powder from inside. Ichi lowered her gaze and pulled out a small dagger. "I need to cut off the rotten flesh on your arm. It will hurt a bit. I have a wooden block here. If it hurts, you can bite on this." The wooden block has been prepared and disinfected in advance. If the pain is unbearable. Ichi looked up at him and took out a wooden bottle from the box. "I can give you a bowl of witch medicine that will make you completely lose consciousness, and then I can handle it after you fall asleep." The alcohol in the space was in large plastic barrels, which was too troublesome to take out, so she had specially made a few wooden bottles for easy distribution. "No, no." Xiong Yan shook his head repeatedly. "My little wound isn't worth wasting witch medicine on. I can handle it. I've endured worse injuries." Even though he followed the priest, there were still wandering orcs, and getting injured was a common occurrence. This sudden concern made Xiong Yan feel quite flattered. "Witch doctor, please go ahead, it's fine." He took the wooden block and stuffed it into his mouth, displaying a determined attitude. PCI, seeing this, said no more and directly pulled out the cork from the bottle, pouring alcohol onto his wound. Xiong Yan curiously looked at the transparent liquid flowing from the bottle. Although the smell was pungent, it didn't seem that scary. "Master Shaman, it's just washing the wound with water. I won't feel anything at all." Before the words were out of his mouth, an extremely intense, burning sensation suddenly hit the wound. Xiong Yan felt as if he were being violently torn apart by a beast, every part of his body wanting to curl up tightly from the pain. The pain spread from the wound, like rings of fire rapidly tightening around him. Xiong Yan was sweating profusely from the pain, unable to help but widen his eyes to closely examine his wound, wanting to see if there was any change. He took a deep breath, his breathing becoming somewhat heavy and chaotic, biting down on the piece of wood and stubbornly refusing to make another sound. Sifei quickly glanced at him and saw that he was still conscious. She took out the dagger that was stuck in another bottle of alcohol and carefully cut away the necrotic flesh around his wound, lowering her eyes to focus. Xiong Yan felt that the pain now was bearable compared to the excruciating pain from before. He let out a long breath and looked down at her actions. Sifei moved quickly, swiftly cleaning away the necrotic tissue from the wound, then applying a layer of honey on top, followed by pouring on some hemostatic powder, and wrapping it with sterilized, clean animal skin. Finally, he dissolved an anti-inflammatory medicine in water and handed it to the other person, saying, "If you feel feverish in the next couple of days, come find me. I will come to you when it's time to change the dressing. As long as the wound doesn't get infected and you don't have a high fever, it should be fine." Oh, Xiong Yan began to speak, only to realize his mouth was still stuffed with a wooden block. He hurriedly removed it, carefully gripping it. The normally boisterous and burly man's voice became a bit softer. "I remember, great shaman. Thank you, great shaman, for saving my life. It's not as serious as you say, I said, looking down and quickly putting away his things, not taking the wooden block from Xiongyan. After treating Xiongyan's wound, I checked the injuries of the other stray beastmen responsible for transporting the green-skinned fruit, finding no serious life-threatening injuries. Just some minor abrasions that had already healed. However, I still examined them carefully, checking their pulses before finally feeling relieved. This time, we managed to bring back the first batch of green-skinned fruit, thanks to you all. You should rest in the tribe for 5 days. Great shaman, we won't rest. After treating his wounds, Xiongyan felt revived and moved closer to his voice still loud. Are there any other flatbed carts in the tribe? This time we encountered a few mad beasts, and one of our carts got smashed. It's fine if the cart is broken, as long as the people are okay, I said, not feeling sorry for a flatbed cart. He only asked, you should have a rough idea of a load capacity of 10 carts for transporting green-skinned fruit. Do you think you need to go a few more times? Xiongyan was taken aback, furrowing his brow and thinking for a long time. I reacted and realized that the question involved calculations. Not quite understanding, he turned to the relatively smarter ape tribe, orc, they had sent. Can you tell me, how much more is the remaining green-skinned fruit compared to the weight we transported this time? The ape tribe orc was already quite intelligent. Moreover, after the merger of the two tribes, I had some spare time to teach simple counting and addition. Lord Shaman, the ape tribe orc answered seriously when asked. I have already counted. The priest has stored all the green-skinned ghosts in the cave. We emptied half of a cave this time, and there are still 5 caves that haven't been touched at all. I stepped forward and walked to the side of the cart. A few days ago, she had just dealt with the green-skinned fruits and had a rough idea of how many grains of wheat each fruit could yield. She lowered her gaze and counted carefully, already having a number in mind. A flatbed cart could roughly carry back 200 pounds of wheat, considering that although they had lost 1 cart, they had transported a full 10 carts, meaning a cave could store about 4,000 pounds of wheat. The remaining amount of wheat was around 22,000 pounds. In addition to this group of wandering beastmen, she had also dispatched 2 additional teams of 20 carts in total. Calculating this, if they wanted to transport all the green-skinned fruit back, at least 3 more teams would need to make 3 or 4 more trips. Seeing I silent, the questioned ape beastman felt a bit anxious and silently calculated in his mind. After confirming he was correct, he stood honestly in place waiting for I to speak. The fox Lin, who was standing nearby, noticed her sudden silence and couldn't help but ask with concern, what's wrong? Are you worried about the quantity of food? If there's anything else you need, just say it, and I'll take the tribe to find it. Xiongyan, hearing this, spoke even louder, Master Shaman. You could just say it. I could do anything. It's not about the quantity of food. I was startled by his loud voice and suddenly came back to her senses. She helplessly said, in fact, the number of these green-skinned fruits has greatly exceeded my expectations. To ensure that an adult orc does not go hungry, based on daily caloric needs, and considering that the body requires more calories during the harsh winter season, if 3 meals a day rely solely on wheat, about 1.2 pounds would be needed. After the unification of the 6 tribes, with nearly 300 orcs, the caloric needs of the cubs and elderly orcs may be slightly lower. Additionally, the tribe has stored a lot of other food, and with the domesticated beasts, after careful calculation, it is not a big problem to support these people to safely get through 3 months. Xiongyan, I thought, had already made a decision. Your cave has been arranged. You can stay temporarily, and after all the clansmen transporting the green-skinned fruits return, we will make a unified arrangement. I need to wait for your priest to come back. Chapter 87. Arguments are annoying when Hu Lin heard her mention Mo Xiao. Her eyes flickered, her lips pressed tightly, and she had already entered a state of vigilance. On the other side, Yuan Shu was very excited. He still held great admiration for the priest. If it weren't for the shaman being even more impressive, he would definitely not resist the priest's will. Now that the 2 lords had a good relationship, Yuan Shu was the happiest one, even oblivious to Hu Lin's expression. Yuan Shu, I turned to look at him. You are responsible for gathering information in the tribe. How is the situation on Mo Zhao's side? Shaman, 3 days ago, a red crane orc came to report first. Based on the timing, the priest should be back soon, I. Just as she finished speaking, a familiar voice came from a distance. Chi turned around and saw Mo Xiao riding on a black-furred beast. However, the appearance of that beast looked very familiar to her. Chi stepped forward to meet Mo Xiao, and as she got closer, she realized that this imposing beast actually resembled a donkey. Mo Xiao nimbly dismounted and strode over to Chi saying, "I'm back." The four clans, Wolf Clan, Leopard Clan, Red Crane Clan, and Golden Dog Clan, had met halfway and were now all in the forest behind them. Mo Xiao didn't even glance at the fox Lin standing behind Yi. His gaze was solely focused on her. "What are the next arrangements?" he asked. Yi's lips curled slightly as she shook her head, suggesting they let everyone settle down before speaking. It was evident that Mo Xiao had not wasted a moment. Looking travel-worn, his black bee-skin clothing was no longer bright. And even with an umbrella, the lower part of his outfit had darkened further from the rain. His usually vibrant eyes were filled with fatigue. The two clan leaders, Yi turned her gaze towards Hu Lin and Yuan Shu, stating that the matter of settling the four clans could proceed according to their previously discussed agreement. This was a significant issue, and she appreciated the effort of both clan leaders. Yuan Shu nodded repeatedly first, assuring the shaman that he need not worry. The unification of the six clans was something the priest had already determined. Now, changing the method to unify them was something he had no objection to and was instead quite enthusiastic about. Hu Lin hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Mo Xiao. Among the six clans, aside from his own Red Fox clan, which was completely unfamiliar with the priest, the other five clans would likely heed Mo Xiao's command. Although he had been traveling tirelessly, this was something he wanted to do, not something the shaman had forced upon him. As for settling the four clans, he thought it would probably go more smoothly if Mo Xiao was with them. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao tilted his head to look at him. The moment their eyes met, sparks flew. Yi had no intention of favoring Mo Xiao. After the unification of the six clans, there would only be more issues within the tribe. If Mo Xiao could not win the people's support, the more Yi showed favoritism, the more counterproductive it would become. Since the chieftain of the Red Fox clan had little confidence in him, Mo Xiao provocatively smiled. His tone light, "I can handle it, that's not a problem. A small matter, it wouldn't take much effort." The four clans had set a migration time, and with Lang Feng and Bao Lai watching over, it was quite normal for him to have the Red Crane tribe taken back early. Why choose to move slowly with the four clans? It was to thoroughly consolidate the Red Crane tribe and the Golden Dog tribe. There was no need to worry about the integration of the Wolf clan and the Leopard clan. The two clans were already friendly. However, due to the females of the Golden Dog clan preferring the males of the Wolf clan as their mates, the males of the Golden Dog clan were dissatisfied with the Wolf clan, leading to continuous conflicts between the males of the two tribes. As for the Red Crane tribe, Mo Xiao only understood why Yi left this tribe after truly seeing them. The beastmen of the Red Crane tribe were filled with resentment. If treated kindly, they would think it was expected of you. If treated equally, they would feel you were unfair. And if treated poorly, they would constantly complain and protest, secretly causing trouble behind your back. On the way back, Mo Xiao used many methods, both openly and covertly, to keep the four clans in line. Now, the relationship between the Wolf clan and the Golden Dog clan was even better than that with the Leopard clan. As for the Red Crane tribe, because they were flying beastmen and moved faster, they bore most of the beastmen supplies and were exhausted every day, not daring to complain in private anymore. The more they complained, the heavier the workload, creating a cycle of obedience. Additionally, with Mo Xiao's display of absolute spirit and strength on this journey, the beastmen of the four clans held great respect for him. However, accommodating the four clans did not require so many people. Having the monkey tree assist was enough. If the chieftain of the Red Fox clan was quite free, it would be better for Hu Lin to join you. Yi interrupted, turning to glance at Mo Xiao, with a warning hidden in his words. No matter what, this is primarily the territory of the Hu tribe. Our current living conditions are largely due to the contributions of the Hu people. The four tribes can only coexist peacefully, rather than dominate one another. Moreover, if it weren't for the Hu tribe's medicinal herbs to treat the plague, the other tribes probably wouldn't even be here now. If Mo Xiao wants to kick Hu Lin out directly, Yi absolutely won't allow it. After all, the Hu tribe has been the one silently giving and yielding. Mo Xiao looked at Yi's cold and serious expression and silently closed his mouth. Mo Xiao, you've been away from the tribe for too long. You don't know that Yi has recently arranged many things. Hu Lin shot a provocative glare at him, feeling delighted by Yi's defense, as maintaining a smooth coexistence for the four tribes here is just the simplest matter. Mo Xiao turned away coldly, no longer paying attention to him. This fox spirit is indeed annoying. I underestimated him for managing to get Yi to speak up for him. Yuan Shu noticed the discord between the two and silently kept quiet, glancing back and forth between Mo Xiao and Yi. Yi, although I've been busy moving and traveling, I haven't been idle either. How can Mo Xiao tolerate Hu Lin gaining the upper hand? After all, he is the mate of 3 cubs, holding a noble status that a cubless male like Hu Lin could only dream of. I brought back many wild beasts and food for the 4 tribes. You see, I didn't want to stand in the middle of them. She had more important things to do, and this matter had always been his responsibility, so it was fine to leave it to him. And Mo Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Oh really? I thought these things were all being handled by the young tribe leader. It seems the young tribe leader hasn't done anything besides transporting salt fruits. Hu Lin instinctively retorted. Who said that? I haven't been idle during this time either. He turned around and left. She really had no interest in listening to the 2 males arguing. There were so many things to do, and she felt that mediating their dispute was a waste of time. Xiongyan. He walked directly in front of him and ordered someone to push the flatbed cart to follow her. Chapter 88. You are in charge of the seeds. Even with the priest right in front of him, Xiongyan did not stand still waiting for instructions. The moment He spoke, he had already stood up straight, his voice booming, Master Shaman, I am here. Everyone, push the flatbed cart and walk with me. I led them to a newly dug cave not far from the planting area. 2 males or 2 females would share one cave. And if there were already bonded pairs, they would be assigned caves as families. How to allocate the caves was up to you. I won't get involved. Before the other 2 teams return, you should stay here. Master Shaman, Xiongyan said anxiously, we really don't need a rest. We have food prepared by the Master Shaman along the way. We haven't suffered much. Other wandering beastmen echoed. Yes, Master Shaman, we are not tired. Even if we set off now, it would be fine. Once they had a moment to relax. They didn't know if they would be driven away by the united forces of the 6 clans in the future. You don't need to think too much. He saw through their thoughts, his expression gentle as he spoke softly. I'm not asking you to just wait here. I have something very important to entrust to you. Hearing that there was a task, Xiongyan calmed down. Please tell us. We will definitely get it done. He directly took a green fruit from the car and smashed it on the hood, revealing the golden grains inside. He called everyone over to take a look, and I plan to try to plant this fruit. Inside, you all help me pick out the round and plump grains. If they're shriveled, just set them aside. Don't throw them away. Selecting the seeds is a tedious and time-consuming task, so if you don't like doing this, you can switch. DCI is unclear about their personalities and doesn't know if they can endure the tedious task of sitting still for a long time. It's simple. Xiongyan thumped his chest, making a bang-bang sound. Master Shaman, I understand you just want to find ways to make us rest. We all get it. Don't worry. We will definitely do this beautifully and ensure that every seed is plump. He appearance guaranteed by him made her laugh. Her brows and eyes curved slightly as she gently nodded. Then I'll trouble you. Later, I'll have Huya bring you the meal cards. Meal cards? Xiongyan, still entranced by Hisi's smile, heard an incredibly unfamiliar term. Master Shaman, what are meal cards? Since Mo Xiao has already brought the other 4 clans, the cafeteria can officially start operating. I originally planned to have 2 cafeterias, but later, seeing how efficient Huya was, he decided to hand over the cafeteria matters to her. After a while, Huya came to discuss with Hisi about merging the 2 cafeterias into one. The separation was meant to help the newly arrived 4 clans adapt during the transition. However, Huya's words reminded Hisi that instead of keeping them separate, it would be better to let the 4 clans integrate into their rhythm from the beginning, so they would naturally learn to follow the rules. Therefore, Hisi devised a meal card system. Since the decision was made to have a unified distribution of food in order to ensure fairness, each person would hand in a meal card when receiving their food and return it when they finished eating, before receiving a new meal card. Even during the harsh winter season, the tribe would organize unified hunting activities, and if the beastmen hunted wild animals during their free time, they would handle it themselves. Hisi planned to maintain the unified cafeteria for now to get through this harsh winter, and after the season, he would assess whether adjustments were needed based on the specific situation. Hisi explained the role of the meal card one by one. Unexpectedly, the usually spirited Xiongyan fell silent, and not just him. The other wandering beastmen standing behind him were also very quiet. What's wrong? Hisi was not an arbitrary person. If there was a problem, they could discuss it. There's no problem. Xiongyan and the other wandering beastmen shook their heads in unison, saying they were just happy that the shaman did not intend to drive them away. You have brought back greenskin fruits for the tribe. This is important food, and you have done well. Why would I drive you away? Unless you maliciously harm your own kind. Rest assured, Xiongyan's eyes were very big, and I will definitely take good care of everyone. The other beastmen all assured him. Hisi waved his hand to signal them not to be so polite. You can keep 4 carts to select the seeds from these greenskin fruits, and have the other 5 carts sent to the nearby shed. The mooing beast that Hu Lin tamed last time had already taken on the task of pulling the stone mill. Because the stones for making the mill are hard to find and difficult to polish, the production speed is far inferior to that of making flatbed carts. In such a long time, the tribe had only made 6 stone mills in total. The mooing beast is enormous, and using a beast to pull the mill was already somewhat cramped in the original space of the Red Fox tribe. So, ECI simply opened up a new area near the planting zone and built a stone mill workshop. ECI looked at Xiong Yin and reminded him to tell everyone to clean the stone mill and grind all the wheat into flour to be sealed in barrels. Xiong Yin brought back about 1,800 gene of wheat from the green-skinned fruit. ECI used 4 carts of seeds for the first batch of wheat planting experiments, and after deducting losses, they could get around 700 gene. About 15 kilograms of seeds is enough to plant 1 mu of land. ECI plans to plant about 20 acres first. After all, this thing currently grows on trees, and if it takes many years or simply doesn't grow at all, it would be quite painful to plant more. Lord Wu Yi, you can rest assured, when Xiong Yin listened to her instructions, he didn't even dare to blink. Afraid he would forget something, I remembered everything. It's hard work. After explaining the seed matter, ECI didn't linger and took a detour to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is now located on the edge of the ape tribe and if viewed from above, one can see that this location is right in the middle of the 6 tribes planting. The new cafeteria has 3 rooms the size of tile houses. The stone pots inside are larger than those used before. The ape tribe specially had people build a new dining shed, and considering that the cold season is too harsh, ECI had them use wood from the board tree to make walls. The windows are not made with a complicated design. They are simply cut on 3 sides and can be propped open with a piece of wood when needed. When ECI arrived, Huya was checking things in the shed. Seeing her come in, Huya greeted her with a happy face. Master Shaman, as you requested, we have added these things called lanterns in the cafeteria. What are they for? Inside the cafeteria, many ape tribe orcs were busy. The tables and benches were arranged in order, enough to accommodate 300 orcs. On both sides of the long tables, there was a sturdy wooden post every meter, topped with a lantern. ECI looked under the lampshade and saw a stone plate and a stone bowl. The bowl contained tung, oil, and wick grass. The lantern was made of wooden strips, covered outside with a layer of treated goat skin, which was semi-transparent and ensured that the light shone brightly from inside to outside. Chapter 89. I'll take responsibility with these lanterns. The dining shed would be a bit brighter. Huya, you did a great job. ECI carefully inspected everything. Although some of the lanterns were still rough around the edges, the most important aspects were not flawed. Fortunately, you were here. Males still struggled to communicate smoothly with females. Even with the ape trees, interactions with female apes were manageable, but when it came to female foxes, they didn't know how to handle it. However, the males of both clans were busy all day long, and the females, seeing this, were eager to join in. ECI couldn't refuse, and he chose Huya. With her around, the females no longer stayed cooped up in the caves all day. They often engaged in outdoor activities. Even some males who wanted to court them were turned down, their minds and eyes solely focused on building the tribe. Shaman, we feel much stronger now that we are out and about every day, Huya said with a bright smile. These tasks are much easier than having cubs. ECI smiled and was about to speak when he saw Mo Xiao and Hu Lin arriving one after the other. Montak Xiao. You probably don't know what this is. Hu Lin spoke first. The one standing upright over there can illuminate. It's much more useful than a torch. ECI noticed that Mo Xiao didn't respond, only focusing on him. The 4 clans have already settled down. Regarding what you mentioned earlier, we need 80 people for land reclamation. I have already selected them. When shall we start? Tomorrow, ECI replied. They have had a tough journey migrating here. Let them rest for a day first. ECI raised his eyes to Mo Xiao and Hu Lin, then turned to look at Huya. The 4 of them happened to be standing in the corner of the dining shed, ensuring that no one else could hear, and ECI finally spoke. In 3 days, the great cold season will arrive. Before it comes, all the seeds must be planted. I'll have the members of the Red Fox clan go out to help. Hu Lin interjected, don't worry. Mo Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking softly. I understand your meaning. We will clear the land while planting. As soon as one side is cleared, we will immediately continue on the other side. The Red Fox clan and the Ape clan have been busy lately. Leave the land reclamation and planting to me. In addition to the 80 people already arranged for land reclamation, I will have the Wolf clan and Leopard clan assist with the planting. It will be done in no more than 3 days. ECI had calculated his planting area, which was about 75 acres. Hu Lin, unwilling to be outdone, said, I can do it too. He knew how important planting was to ECI and naturally didn't want to let her down. However, ECI shook her head. there was one thing more important than planting. How was the progress on the things I asked everyone to make during this time? PCI also knows that there has been too much work recently, and the clan members are busy every day. Although she is planning day and night, it is still them who are truly putting in the physical labor. With these lanterns, the dining area can be a bit brighter. Huya, you did a great job. PCI carefully checks everything. Although these lanterns still have some rough aspects, the most important things have not gone wrong. Fortunately, you are here. Males still struggle to communicate smoothly with females. Even among the ape clan, they can manage somewhat with the female apes, but when it comes to the female foxes, they are at a loss. However, the males of both clans are too busy to stop, and when the females see this, they are eager to join in. PCI would never refuse, and by choosing Huya, the females no longer stay cooped up in their caves all day, but often engage in outdoor activities. Even some males who want to mate have been rejected, as their hearts and minds are full of building the tribe. Shaman, we feel much stronger now that we are active every day, Huya said with a cheerful smile. This work is much easier than having cubs. PCI smiled and was about to speak when Mo Xiao and Hu Lin arrived one after the other. Mo Xiao, you probably don't know what this is. Hu Lin spoke first, pointing to the one standing upright. It can illuminate much better than a torch. PCI noticed that Mo Xiao did not respond and was focused on her instead. The 4 clans have already settled down. As for the 80 people you mentioned for the land reclamation, I have already selected them. Where shall we start? Tomorrow, she replied. They have really worked hard migrating all this way. Let's let them rest for a day first. PCI looked at Mo Xiao and Hu Lin, then turned to glance at Huya. The 4 of them were standing in the corner of the dining shed, ensuring that no one else could hear them before PCI spoke again. In 3 days, the great cold season will arrive. Before it comes, all the seeds must be planted. I'll have the Chi-Hu clan members all go out to help. Hu Lin interjected, don't worry. Mo Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I understand your intention. We can clear the land and plan at the same time, finishing one side and immediately starting on the other. The Chi-Hu clan and the Yuan clan have been busy lately. Leave the land reclamation and planting to me. In addition to the 80 people already designated for the reclamation, I will have the Wolf clan and Leopard clan assist with the planting. It will all be ready for you in no more than 3 days. PCI calculated his planting area, which is about 75 acres. Hu Lin, unwilling to be outdone, said I could do it too. He knew how important planting was to PCI and naturally didn't want to disappoint her. However, PCI shook her head. There is something more important than planting. How is the progress of the things I've had everyone make during this time? PCI also has these lanterns, which can brighten up the space under the dining shed. Huya, you did a great job. PCI inspected everything carefully. Although these lanterns still have some rough spots, the most important aspects have been done correctly. It's good to have you here. Males still struggle to communicate effectively with females. Even in the case of the ape tree, interactions with female apes are relatively smooth, but when it comes to female foxes, they become unsure of how to proceed. However, the males of both tribes are busy all day, and the females see this and are eager to participate. PCI wouldn't refuse. She chose Huya, and with her around, the females no longer stay cooped up in the caves all day, but often engage in outdoor activities. Some males even want to find mates, but were rejected, as their minds and hearts are focused on building the tribe. Shaman, we feel much stronger now that we are out and about every day, Huya said cheerfully. These tasks are much easier than having cubs. PCI smiled and was about to speak when he saw Mo Xiao and Hu Lin arriving one after the other. Mo Xiao, you probably don't know what this is. Hu Lin spoke first. The one standing upright next to me can illuminate. It's much more useful than a torch. PCI, however, Mo Xiao didn't respond. Focusing solely on PCI, the 4 clans have settled down. As for the 80 people you mentioned for the land reclamation, I've already selected them. Where shall we start? Tomorrow, I suppose. They've had a tough journey migrating here. Let's rest for a day first, PCI said, looking at Mo Xiao and Hu Lin, then turned to glance at Huya. Chapter 90. Finally accomplished. Land reclamation and planting have never been easy tasks. The 3 little ones now have a dining hall for meals and are usually looked after by Huro, so PCI wasn't worried. She, along with the other beastmen, threw herself wholeheartedly into the reclamation work. The only fortunate thing was that the prolonged rain had turned the soil into mud, making it easy to turn over the land. However, when it came to planting, they encountered some difficulties. Even though the rain had lessened, there was still a risk of washed-away crops, whether root tubers or seeds. Plus, most people were unfamiliar with planting, and their clumsy movements increased the difficulty. Fortunately, PCI was present, noticed the situation and promptly called for a giant umbrella that had been made earlier to be brought over. This umbrella was made from 10 pieces of sewn animal hides, and its frame was heavy, requiring 2 males to lift it. 2 people were specifically tasked with holding it up while they buried the seeds, compacting the soil with their feet before slowly moving it to the next area. Although this method was slow, it proceeded smoothly. They started at dawn and, except for 3 meals, worked until nightfall, finally planting more than half of the designated planting area Ci had outlined. The remaining small portion of uncultivated land was reserved by Ci for vegetables. It took a full 2.5 days. On the 3rd day, just as they were about to finish around noon, everyone seemed to be holding their breath. Even though it was mealtime, no one left. Shaman, priest. The arrival of these 2 made all the beastmen involved in this busy task feel their grievances silently dissipate, replaced by a strong determination to do the job beautifully. We've all finished. Hichi stood up upon hearing this, instinctively supporting her aching waist, her gaze sweeping around. Smiling with relief, I saw it. Her voice was loud, crisp, and pleasant, her eyes sparkling, even with her hair wet from the rain. Her radiant face was still stunningly beautiful. Standing beside her, Imo Xiao couldn't help but focus all his attention on her, forgetting to look away for a long while. Although it was still unclear whether the planting would be successful, Hichi couldn't hide her happiness, not even noticing Imo Xiao's gaze beside her. She earnestly addressed the tired crowd of beastmen. Thank you all for completing this difficult task before the harsh winter. She continued, I've already spoken with Hu Lin and Hu Ya. There will be extra food in the cafeteria today, so everyone can eat freely. The beastmen present cheered in unison. Thank you, Master Shaman. Let's go eat. Before coming to the tribe, they had hardly eaten cooked food and were initially annoyed by the need to collect meals with a meal ticket. However, after truly tasting the cafeteria's dishes, they deeply understood what it meant to be delicious. Ci has already gone to fetch the basket, and everyone placed all the tools here. Imo Xiao also picked up one without saying a word and silently put the basket next to Ci. The orcs moved in unison, their footsteps lively, happily putting the tools into the basket before racing towards the cafeteria. Once everyone had left, Hitsigan was about to put away the basket filled with stone knives when Imo Xiao had already bent down and picked up her basket, tilting his head to look at her seriously. Where should these tools be placed? Let's put them over by the stone grinding workshop first. Ci did not reach out to snatch, but he also did not move away, leading Mo Xiao to the bottom of the workshop first. 2 heavy baskets of tools were placed on the ground. Ci and Hu Lin, seeing the 2 standing together, felt a mix of bitterness and complexity in their hearts. But their faces showed bright smiles. I see everyone has gone back, so I came to look for you, they said. The food in the cafeteria is ready, and everyone is lining up. Huya had previously mentioned whether to save some food for Ci, but she refused. Ichi responded, we'll go over right away. Hu Lin looked around. Although there was a considerable distance between them, he felt as if no one else could fit in between. Thinking this, he moved to the other side of Ichi. I've been busy with the tasks you assigned me these past few days. Although I haven't finished completely, I think it's looking pretty good. Do you want to take a look later? Sure. No need to rush. Hichi knew that this task was complicated and even a bit far-fetched. However, neither the ape tribe nor the red fox tribe showed any signs of hesitation upon hearing this. Especially Huya, who was extremely supportive and the most proactive in taking action. The great cold season is too cold. Ci plans to make a greenhouse that can barely keep warm. It's impossible to produce plastic sheeting. She had her clan members gather a lot of maple trees, and in the space, there are 5 extremely sharp saws to cut the maple trees into strips. Then, they are soaked thoroughly in the rain and boiled over a big fire to give the strips the flexibility to be bent at will. As for the insulation material, using animal hides alone is obviously not very practical. Ci discovered a type of climbing vine in the wasteland with flat and thick rhizomes that are very difficult to break. Even when burned with fire, it takes a while to sever. The tribe members collected a lot of it. During this time, the Red Crane clan orcs have been weaving the climbing vine using the method taught by Ci. They plan to bend wooden strips into an arch shape on both sides of the land and cover them with the climbing vine mats. At night, they will be covered, and during the day, they will be lifted for sunlight when needed. This is the best way she could think of to maintain warmth. However, while making wooden strips is easy, obtaining such large climbing vine mats is not, so it's normal for it to take some time, and Ci was mentally prepared for that. Moreover, she also wanted to make a comparison to see if these seeds were truly cold resistant and whether it would be necessary to go through such trouble in the future. The food in the cafeteria today was good, and Ci turned to look at Hu Lin, her eyes still holding a smile. "Why didn't you stay there to eat?" she asked. "I was a bit worried when I saw you two hadn't returned." Hearing he sees concern for him, Lin felt a bit uplifted. "What if a wild beast comes? It would be dangerous if you two ran into it." You see, I had already set the menu for noon 2 days ago. 5 whole roasted lambs. Additionally, 5 squealing beasts would be slaughtered, with their heads, claws, and organs all made into braised meat. The remaining pork would be chopped into chunks and stewed with yellow fruits. The leftover ribs would be cooked in soup with white fruits. It could be said that the aroma of meat in the canteen today has wafted throughout the entire tribe. Those wild beasts have keen noses. If they catch a whiff of the scent, they might be attracted over. I subconsciously took a deep breath. Just now, she had focused entirely on farming and hadn't really noticed. Only after Lin's reminder did she smell the delicious scent of meat wafting from the tribe. "Now that you mention it, I'm a bit hungry. Let's hurry." She quickened her pace. Lin followed closely behind. Only Xiao stood still, not looking at the backs of the two, but instead glanced back deeply, revealing a fierce expression. Chapter 91 Crisis, Clearing land and planting has never been an easy task. The 3 little ones now have a dining hall for meals, and with Ro taking care of them, I was not worried. She, along with the other beastmen, devoted herself wholeheartedly to the land clearing. The only fortunate thing was that the rain had fallen for so long that the soil had turned into mud, making it much easier to turn the earth. However, there was a bit of trouble when it came to planting. Even though the rain had lessened, there was still a risk of the planted roots, tubers, or seeds being washed away, compounded by most people being unfamiliar with planting and their movements being clumsy, which increased the difficulty. Fortunately, I was present and noticed the situation, promptly calling for a previously made large umbrella to be brought over. This umbrella was made from 10 pieces of stitched animal skin, and its frame was heavy, requiring 2 males to lift it together. 2 people were specifically responsible for holding it up while the seeds were buried, pressed down with feet, and then slowly moved to the next area. Although this method was slow, it proceeded smoothly. They started at dawn and, aside from 3 meals, worked continuously until nightfall, finally planting more than half of the designated planting area that I had outlined. The remaining small portion of uncultivated land was reserved by I for vegetables. It took a full 2.5 days. By midday on the 3rd day, as they were nearing completion, everyone seemed to be holding their breath. Even though it was mealtime, no one left. Shaman, priest. The arrival of these 2 made all the beastmen involved in this busy work silently release their frustration, replaced by a determination to get the job done beautifully. "We've all finished." I stood up upon hearing this, instinctively supporting her aching waist. She looked around and smiled with relief, saying, "I saw it." Her voice was loud, clear, and pleasant, her eyes sparkling. Even though her hair was wet from the rain, her radiant face was still stunningly beautiful. Xiao, standing beside her, couldn't help but focus all his attention on her, forgetting to look away for a while. Although it was still unclear whether the planting would be successful, I couldn't hide her happiness, not even noticing Xiao's gaze beside her. She sincerely addressed the tired-looking beastmen, saying, "Thank you all for completing such a difficult task before the harsh winter season." She added, "I have already spoken to Lin and Huya. There will be extra food in the cafeteria today, so everyone can eat freely." The beastmen present cheered in unison. "Thank you, Shaman. Let's go eat." Before coming to the tribe, Huya had mentioned whether to reserve food for I, but she had declined. Ichi responded, "We'll go over right away." Lin looked around. Despite the distance between the 2 of them, he felt as if no one else could fit in between. Thinking this, he naturally walked to the other side of Ichi. "I've been busy with the tasks you assigned me these past few days. Although I haven't finished completely, I think it's looking pretty good. Do you want to go take a look later?" "Sure. No need to rush." Ichi knew that this task was complicated and even a bit whimsical. However, neither the Yuan clan nor the Red Fox clan showed any reluctance upon hearing this. Especially Huya, who was extremely supportive and the most proactive in taking action. The great cold season is too cold. I plans to build a greenhouse that can barely keep warm. It is impossible to produce plastic sheets. Previously, they had hardly eaten cooked food and were quite annoyed by the need to rely on meal tickets to get their meals. However, after actually tasting the food from the cafeteria, they truly realized what it means to be delicious. I has already gone to get the basket, and everyone placed all the tools here. Xiao also picked one up, silently placing the basket beside I. The orcs moved in unison, their steps light and cheerful as they put the tools into the basket and then rushed to the cafeteria. Once everyone had left, Heat-Sigan was about to put away the basket filled with stone knives when Mo Xiao bent down and picked up her basket as well, tilting his head to look at her seriously. Where should these tools be placed? Let's put them over by the stone grinding workshop. Heat didn't reach out to grab it, but he also didn't move away, leading Mo Xiao to the workshop below. Two heavy baskets of tools were placed on the ground. Heat and Hu Lin stood together, feeling a mix of bitterness and complexity in their hearts. But their faces showed bright smiles. I see everyone has gone back, so I can't look for you, she said. The food in the cafeteria is ready, and everyone is in line. She had her clansmen bring back many maple trees, and in the space, there were 5 incredibly sharp long saws to cut the maple trees into strips. Then they were thrown in the rain to soak thoroughly, and finally steamed over a big fire to give the strips the flexibility to bend freely. As for the insulation material, using only animal skins was clearly not very practical. Heat discovered a type of climbing grass in the wild forest, with flat and thick roots that are very difficult to break. Even when burned, it takes a while to snap. She glanced at Hu Lin, the smile in her eyes still lingering. Why didn't you stay there for a meal? It's quite good, Hu Lin replied. The people of the Red Crane tribe have been weaving the climbing grass using the method taught by Heat. When the time comes, wooden strips will be bent into an arch and placed on both sides of the land. Then the climbing grass mats will be laid over them. At night, they will cover it, and during the day, when sunlight is needed, they will lift it. This is what she could think of as a makeshift way to retain warmth. However, while the wooden strips are easy to make, obtaining such large climbing grass mats is not easy. It's normal for it to take some time, and Heat was already mentally prepared for that. Moreover, she also wanted to make a comparison to see whether these seeds are indeed cold resistant, and whether it would be necessary to go through such great lengths to make these things in the future. The food in the cafeteria today was quite good, and Heat felt uplifted by her concern for him. But you two haven't returned for so long. I was worried you might encounter wild beasts. So I came to check. And Mo Xiao, who had been silent, scoffed. There is nothing left to disturb around here. How could wild beasts come here? The fox spirit speaks in such a roundabout way. It annoyed him to listen. It seems you all are not hungry, Heat said, quickly taking a few steps to avoid being caught between the two of them. I'm hungry. I'll go eat first. Huya's cooking is quite good. The cafeteria has splurged today. Chapter 92. The black feathered wings soar into the sky. The cubs had left the cave. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged, showing no signs of being disturbed. Even the small cabinet at the entrance holding bowls and chopsticks had not changed at all. Don't panic, Mo Xiao said, casting a worried glance at Heat and calmly analyzed in his mind. The 3 cubs are very smart. If they were taken away, they would surely find a way to leave traces. Song Yu is brave, Song Ming is clever, and Song Yu is meticulous. They should have left some marks. Heat has indeed been finding signs in the cave. I made an agreement with the cubs that if we encounter danger, we would draw a sign that we had agreed upon. Heat gestured with his hand, forming a triangle. It could be drawn in one stroke, simple and discreet, not easily discovered. But now, there were no traces in the cave. And Mo Xiao wasn't particularly worried at first, but after hearing Heat's words, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. I'll go find the beastmen of the Golden Dog clan. The beastmen of the Golden Dog clan have keen senses and are best at tracking. Perhaps they could find traces of the cubs. All right, Heat nodded, walking near the cave entrance to look around, but found no signs of beastmen leaving. 3 cubs. If a strong male had carried all 3 at once, the footprints at the entrance would surely be deep. Heat furrowed his brow and examined closely, but now there were only the footprints of the cubs leaving the cave. Heat built a wooden shelter at the top of the cave entrance to block the rain. Underneath the shelter, the footprints of the little ones were clearly visible. Once you left the area under the shelter, the other footprints were washed away by the rain, making them indistinct and messy. Mo Xiao's face was as gloomy as water, and he went to call for someone. He turned to leave, but after taking just a couple of steps, a gut feeling told him something was wrong. He quickly turned back and grabbed Heat's wrist. If the little ones really encountered dangerous orcs, it would be risky for anyone to stay here alone. Heat, you come with me. Mo Xiao quickly expressed his concerns. I can't feel at ease leaving you here alone. Heat was about to refuse, but upon seeing the obvious concern on Mo Xiao's face, he didn't reject it. Instead, he silently withdrew his wrist and said, let's go. Be discreet and don't let others know. There were too many orcs in the tribe, and Heat couldn't know everyone's thoughts or see through each person. It was best to keep the news under wraps. The two quickly headed to the place where the 4 clans resided. Considering that the 6 clans needed to maintain a harmonious relationship in the future, Mo Xiao arranged the living quarter for the four clans to be interspersed with one another, without giving any particular tribe a separate living space. Most of the orcs were still not back from the dining shed. However, Mo Xiao seemed to know exactly where to go, heading straight toward the direction without hesitation, Ting. As the voice fell, a golden-haired orc walked out from the cave in front of them. His pupils shimmered with a pure golden color, and his curly golden hair fell to his shoulders. In this damp and cold weather of the rainy season, he only wore a piece of bee skin around his waist, exposing his wheat-colored muscles, and walked out of the cave barefoot. Priest, Ting's gaze swept over He for a moment before respectfully looking at Mo Xiao. What happened? He recognized who it was upon seeing him. The young clan leader of the Golden Hound tribe. In recent days, while cultivating wasteland, the efficiency of the Golden Hound tribe he led was comparable to that of the Wolf tribe. The three young cubs of the shaman had gone missing for no reason. Mo Xiao briefly explained the situation. You are the most valiant and keen-scented beastman of the Golden Hound tribe. I need you to help me sniff out the direction in which the cubs have left. He has already handed over the bee skins that the three little ones have been covering themselves with all day. These are the little one's personal belongings. Ting took them swiftly, sniffed the bee skins at his nose, and then turned around and left without a word. Mo Xiao and He exchanged a glance and quickly followed. The three of them first went to the place where the little ones had disappeared, and then, following the traces, Ting arrived at the dining shed, his brow furrowed and a bit anxious. Today, the smell in the cafeteria was too strong. The little one's scent mixed with that of other beastmen here, making it difficult to distinguish clearly. He stood in place, turning around repeatedly, and, after a while, he pointed in a direction, saying, I can only feel that this is where the scent of the cubs is the strongest. He followed the direction he was pointing and almost echoed Mo Xiao. It's the Red Crane tribe. Ting, He spoke rapidly in the past few days. Have you been with the orcs of the Red Crane tribe? Could you smell their scent? Under the tense gaze of the two, Ting's nose twitched, and he slowly nodded yes. Mo Xiao was already standing at the window of the dining shed, his eyes sharp and carefully inspecting. Inside the dining shed, there wasn't a single Red Crane tribesman. He remained silent and headed straight for the dwelling of the Honghe tribe's beastmen. Mo Xiao and Ting hurriedly followed. Hu Lin, who had been in the cafeteria, noticed Mo Xiao's fleeting profile by the window and quickly stepped out to catch up with him. Mo Xiao, is something wrong? He had not found any trace of He in the cafeteria earlier. Now seeing the serious expressions on their faces, he instinctively felt that something was amiss. Did something happen to He? Mo Xiao did not deliberately hide it. The cubs were missing. In a critical moment, their conflicts were insignificant. Hu Lin's expression darkened as he realized the direction He was heading and guessed a few things. Were the Honghe tribe responsible for the abduction? Although the crane female had left the Honghe tribe, they did not recognize her. Hu Lin habitually analyzed the situation. Could it be that they recognized the three cubs? Everything would be clear in due time. Mo Xiao quickly leaped to He side. The group moved swiftly, and upon arrival, they saw that nearly all the Honghe beastmen had transformed into their beast forms, with some perched atop trees and others on the ground, chattering away, making it hard to discern what they were discussing. Someone spotted He and screamed, The shaman and the priest are all here. The Honghe beastman let out a long cry and flapped his wings, preparing to take flight. Even without seeing the cubs, He was already certain that they must be among the Honghe tribe. Ting's nose twitched and his eyes lit up. I smell the presence of three cubs. Amidst the astonished gazes of the three behind him, a pair of black feathered wings suddenly appeared behind He. A fierce wind swept rain towards the three behind him as he charged towards the highest-flying Honghe beastman, pulling out a thick, sturdy wooden stick from thin air and fiercely striking down towards the opponent's shoulder. The opponent, caught off guard, stumbled to avoid it, causing the backpack at their feet to drop and scatter sweet potato vermicelli all over the ground. Mo Xiao sneered. How shameless to sneak away while still coveting others' belongings. Stop! A clear male voice rang out amidst the chaos. He's stick suddenly stopped just 1 centimeter away from the opponent's shoulder, and he abruptly raised his eyes toward the direction of the voice. Chapter 93, do you know who he is? It's her. It's He. No wonder the three cubs are here. Their mother is the shaman of the Red Fox tribe. They are a curse. They are misfortune. The disaster of the Red Crane tribe. The Red Crane beastmen huddled together, staring at He. I said, Why are the beastmen of the Red Fox tribe so harsh on us? It turns out it is because their revered shaman is a crane female. She came from the Red Crane tribe and showed no favoritism toward us, making us do so much work, turning us Red Crane beastmen into the most exhausted and lowly among the 6 tribes. Exactly. She even made us gather the medicinal herbs to treat the plague. She is clearly harboring resentment. Crazily stood in midair, her gaze not landing on the Red Crane beastman opposite her, but instead turning to Yuan, her expression cold. Where are the cubs? No wonder the cubs showed no signs of struggle. Their favorite male was Yuan. Apart from Crazily and Huro, the cubs trusted Yuan the most. Yuan's expression was excited. The white wings behind him flapped incessantly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Crazily, his lips moving, too excited to speak immediately. On the ground, Hulin's expression changed drastically upon seeing Yuan. How'd he find us? Mo Zhao's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze towards Yuan was extremely indifferent, his voice cold as he said, "Look for the cubs. First, save the cubs." Jin Ting had gradually approached, searching for the cubs' traces. Hulin fixated on every backpack, chattering incessantly. "Aren't you nervous? Do you know who Yuan is? Do you know that the cubs' favorite is him?" Yuan had almost lost a wing before while trying to save Chi, feeling anxious. Hulin's sense of urgency grew. "Why can't I fly?" Mo Zhao's gaze fell on Crazily, then fixed on the wings behind her, his eyes flickering. Crazily's feathered wings were truly beautiful. He didn't find her strange, only felt a sense of shock, seeing her with a cold face, standing against all the Red Crane beastmen. Mo Zhao thought she possessed a breathtaking beauty that left one speechless. The mental activities of the 3 below were unknown to Crazily. She looked at Yuan and repeated in a deep voice, "Where are my 3 cubs?" In the cave, Yuan finally found his voice. "It's my fault. The cubs didn't want to leave. I gave them some dreamy grass, and they're sleeping now." Yuan, realizing it belatedly, kept apologizing. "I didn't know you were here. I just happened to encounter some tribesmen near the White Dove tribe." C's cold gaze swept across the Red Crane orc opposite her, with no change in her expression. "You want to take them away, right? Fine. Montak Xiao." She called out in a low voice, "Go check on the condition of the 3 cubs in the cave." As C's voice fell, Jin Ting had already brought out 3 little cubs with Mo Zhao. The cubs were indeed just sleeping, looking like nothing was wrong. "However, I don't understand witchcraft. Do you want to come down and check?" Yuan, "It's her. It's Ci. No wonder the 3 little cubs are here. It turns out their mother is the shaman of the Red Fox tribe. They are a curse. They are misfortune, the disaster of the Red Crane tribe." The Red Crane beastmen huddled together, glaring at Ci. I said, "Why are the beastmen of the Red Fox tribe so harsh towards us?" It turns out it is because the shaman they revere is a female crane. She comes from the Red Crane tribe and shows no favoritism towards us at all, even making us do so much work, turning us Red Crane beastmen into the most exhausted and lowest among the 6 tribes. Exactly. Even the witch medicine for treating the plague, she made us gather it. She clearly harbors resentment. Crazily stood in midair, his gaze not resting on the Red Crane beastman across from him, but turning towards Yuan with a cold expression. "Where are the cubs?" No wonder the cubs showed no signs of struggle. Their favorite male was Yuan. Besides Crazily and Huro, the cubs trusted Yuan the most. Yuan's expression was excited, his white wings behind him flapping continuously, his eyes shining as he looked at Crazily, his lips moving but unable to speak immediately due to his excitement. On the ground, Hulin's expression changed drastically upon seeing Yuan. How'd he find his way here? Mo Zhao's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze towards Yuan was extremely indifferent, his voice cold. "Look for the cubs. We need to rescue them first." Jin Ting was gradually getting closer, searching for the cubs' traces. Hulin kept his eyes fixed on every backpack, chattering nonstop. "Aren't you nervous? Do you know who Yuan is? Do you know the cubs like him the most?" Yuan had almost lost a wing while trying to save Ci before. Frustration surged in Hulin's heart. Why couldn't he fly? Mo Zhao's gaze fell on Crazily, then fixed on the wings behind her, his eyes flickering. Crazily's feathered wings were truly beautiful. He didn't find her strange. He was simply shocked, seeing her cold face, standing alone against all the Red Crane beastmen. Mo Zhao felt she possessed a breathtaking beauty that left him speechless. Crazily was unaware of the 3 individuals' thoughts below. She looked at Yuan and repeated in a deep voice, "Where are my 3 cubs?" In the cave, Yuan finally found his voice. "It's my fault. The cubs didn't want to leave. I gave them some dreamy grass, and they're sleeping now." It was her. It was Crazily. No wonder the 3 cubs were here. Their mother was the shaman of the Red Fox tribe. They were a curse, a disaster for the Red Crane tribe. The Red Crane beastmen huddled together, glaring at Isili. I said, "Why do the beastmen of the Red Fox tribe treat us so harshly?" It turns out it's because their revered shaman is Hci. She came from the Red Crane tribe, and doesn't he show us any favoritism, making us do so much work, turning us Red Crane beastmen into the most exhausted and lowest among the 6 tribes. Exactly. She even made us gather the herbs for treating the plague. She clearly harbors resentment. Hci stood in midair, his gaze not landing at all on the Red Crane beastman opposite him, turning to look at He Yuan with an indifferent expression. Where are the cubs? No wonder the cubs showed no signs of struggle. Their favorite male was He Yuan. Apart from Hci and Huro, the cubs trusted He Yuan the most. He Yuan's expression was excited. The white wings behind him kept flapping, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Hci, his lips moving as he was so excited that he couldn't immediately speak. On the ground, Hulin's expression changed drastically when he saw He Yuan. How'd he find his way here? Mo Zhao's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze towards He Yuan was extremely indifferent, his voice very cold, asking him to look for the cubs. First, they needed to rescue the cubs. Chapter 94. You should go. Mo Zhao slightly turned his body to allow Hci to check on the cub's condition. Song Ming and Song Yu were lying on his shoulder. Song Yu, in Jin Ting's arms, was even snoring lightly. Hci grasped the chubby wrists of the little ones to check their pulses, confirming their health was fine. After receiving Song Yue from Mo Zhao's arms, she said, "Let's go back. The Hongyi tribe will have no further relations with my clan." Crane female. He Yuan landed in front of her before she could leave. "I believe in you. I am willing to lead our people to stay for you." Hci looked up at him, somewhat helpless, and said, "Don't leave me with such words. I don't want to bear this responsibility. All the orcs from the 6 tribes, whether male or female, are never truly free. I don't want to waste words on this matter." He Yuan Shu, the old shaman, walked unsteadily to the 2 of them and said, "No more talking." She turned to Hci, her gaze still gentle. "Hci, the first moment I saw you here, I recognized you. I trust your decision. However, the Red Crane tribe is where I am accustomed to. Although this place is good, we are not suited for it." The old shaman's voice was steady and unhurried, so there is no need to force it. He Yuan Shu continued, "If you want to stay, as long as Hci is willing, I can take care of the tribe members." She hunched her back, looking much older, but at that moment, she surprisingly exuded a bit of authority. "Although I'm already old, it is still no problem for me to select a new leader for the tribe." Before He Yuan Shu could speak, Hci decisively shook her head. "He Yuan Shu, you and your tribe should go back. I am fine and safe now. That cold-blooded snake orc has already fallen to his death. As for the food your tribe took, considering the care you and the old shaman have shown me in the past, I won't ask for it back. You should leave." Hci spoke decisively, and after finishing, he lifted his foot and walked away, directly avoiding He Yuan's outstretched hand as they brushed past each other, not looking back even once. "Tribe leader, let's hurry and go. Hci has said that the great cold season is coming soon." "Yes, tribe leader, don't delay any longer." He Yuan's fingers curled up, his back to Hci, his eyes filled with struggle. The shamaness sighed deeply and called for the tribe members to pack their things and prepare to set off again. It was not until the footsteps behind them completely faded away that He Yuan's expression darkened. He walked heavily among his tribe members, packing up. "We're going back to the Red Crane tribe. Tribe leader, it's right for you to return to the tribe with us. Don't forget, if it weren't for you insisting on looking for Hci, the old tribe leader wouldn't have lost his life." The Red Crane beastmen murmured among themselves. Now it was a proper departure, and they were much more confident than before. Who could say otherwise? If it weren't for the tribe leader's irresponsibility, we wouldn't have been brought here to do hard labor. Stop talking, stop talking. Our tribe only has 12 males now. We will still need the tribe leader to hunt for us during the great cold season. They chattered on, completely indifferent to whether He Yuan could hear them. It wasn't until the shamaness coughed warningly that they all fell silent, carefully packing all the food to avoid wasting even a bit. He Yuan, the shamaness patted his shoulder. "You are the bravest male of the Red Crane tribe. If you are willing to lead your people back to the tribe, everyone will be grateful to you." He Yuan's gaze was cold as he scanned everyone, transforming into his beast form and taking off into the sky. "We will set off, not stopping for food or drink, and aim to return to the Red Crane tribe within 3 days. Those who find it tiring, figure out yourself." One by one, enormous white cranes, each 2 meters long, swiftly took flight. Hci heard the commotion, stopped in his tracks, and turned to take a look. It was their own death wish. Montak Ci scoffed coldly. Originally, seeing Hu Lin's reaction made him quite wary of He Yuan's appearance. A sense of crisis even rose from the depths of his heart. But now, he clearly understood that there was no possibility between He Yuan and He Ci. A male who lacked his own judgment, always waiting for things to happen, and even being coerced by his kin, could never gain He Ci's affection. The wolf and leopard clans were already planning to migrate here. And although the golden dog clan was hesitant at first, Ting had personally come to see the monkey tree. Only the red crane tribe kept changing their minds. He had always looked down on those weak males in their tribe. It should be because they knew the golden dog clan didn't refuse either, and thought they could gain something by coming here, which is why they didn't decline. Now, Mo Xiao wore a look of disdain. It was just about making a vine grass mat, yet they felt tortured by it. It was better that they left. Standing aside, Hulin also looked very relaxed. Knowing that the cubs were fine, he completely relaxed. Who would have thought that the formidable opponent he once believed would voluntarily give up power? His mind was quick, and as soon as he heard Mo Xiao finish speaking, he quickly took over the topic, saying that there was no need to worry about the vine grass mat. This matter would be handled by me and the monkey tree. This matter will be taken care of by my golden dog clan. Ting, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, saying that both the shaman and the priest had clearly stated that the great cold season would arrive tomorrow. My golden dog clan has nothing pressing for now and can take over. Good, Mo Xiao agreed in a timely manner. Your clan has always been on good terms with the Red Crane clan. They often sought your help when weaving the vine grass mats. You will adapt the fastest by taking over. While a few people were discussing, Song Ming, who was lying in Mo Xiao's arms, grunted a couple of times, burrowing his head into his shoulder and slowly waking up. Once he saw who was holding him, he became nervous, quickly looking around. When he finally spotted Ci beside him, he let out a sigh of relief, his voice soft and tinged with fear. Mother, I just saw Uncle He Yuan. Ci felt a sense of relief when she saw him wake up, and her voice softened naturally, I know. However, He Yuan has already returned to the place where he has always lived with his people. Before Ci could finish speaking, Song Ming clenched his fist in frustration. Mother, why did Uncle He Yuan give us the dream grass? He lowered his head, realizing belatedly. Mother, did we make you worry? His sister had reminded them not to go into the territory of the Red Crane Beastmen. But San Yu and he had been living comfortably in the tribe during this time, not only ignoring his sister's advice, but also dragging her out with them. It really did make me worry. Ichi did not deny it, looking at him with a serious face, but said to wait until your brother and sister are all awake before discussing it. Mo Xiao looked at Ichi, who was obviously angry, and did not say a word to support him, fearing that he might accidentally provoke the other person's anger. Chapter 95. What happened to the sister after all? Ci returned to the cave with 3 cubs. On the way, Sanyu woke up. He was the least guarded around He Yuan, and had consumed the most of the dreamy grass juice placed in the water. So he woke up slightly later than Songming. The little guy lowered his head and, after learning what had happened from Songming's mouth, cautiously glanced at Ci's expression, not daring to ask more. Song Yu and Songming exchanged glances, with Songming leaning in Mu Zhao's embrace, quietly asking why their sister had not woken up yet. Upon hearing this, Song Yu, indeed looking nervous, stretched his neck to look into Ci's arms. Noticing the movement of the 2 cubs behind her, Ci didn't explain and continued to return to the cave, putting Song Yu back on the bed. Song Yu and Songming struggled to get down and rushed to their sister, looking anxious. Mother, is Song Yu okay? The 2 cubs, nervous and scared, looked at Ci with worried expressions, their little hands tightly clenched and then released. Mother, can we see our sister? We were wrong. Sister reminded us not to go out and to wait until you came back. Song Yu and Songming stood side by side with their heads lowered, holding back tears that were about to fall. Mother, we were wrong. Can sister still wake up? Of course I can wake up. Song Yu suddenly sat up, her clear and pleasant voice ringing behind the 2 cubs. I didn't drink the water Uncle He Yuan gave me. I was just pretending. You 2 fools. You've learned your lesson this time. Let's see if you remember Mother's words next time. Song Yu, you didn't die, and you didn't become silly. Upon hearing her voice, Song Yu and Songming jumped onto the stone bed and hugged their sister in the middle. We will definitely listen to Mother from now on. We absolutely won't drink water that S out of our sight. Song Yu giggled cutely, nestled between her 2 brothers, looking mischievous at Ci. Mother taught me so many herbs. I recognized the smell of dreamy grass right away. Song Yu and Songming howled for a long time, and upon hearing this, wiped their tears. Is it a bit late for us to learn to be a shaman now? All right, the cubs have learned their lesson. Ci didn't plan to dwell on the matter, lightly tapping Song Yu and Songming on the head. You 2 have been too rambunctious lately. Since you can't go out in the cold season, you might as well practice with Mu Xiao. Not all males have bees crystals. And I didn't force the cubs to have them, but since the two little guys had been idle all day, it was better to find something to do. Mu Xiao, who had been watching the commotion, was suddenly called out and immediately received resentful looks from the two little ones. Song Yu covered her mouth and giggled on the side. I shot a displeased glance at the little one and said, "Next time, remember to leave me a mark. Don't overestimate my abilities. What if I can't find it, and something happens to you?" Song Yu's cheeks puffed up, and she realized belatedly that she had also forgotten Si's reminder. She lowered her head and apologized obediently. "Mother, I was wrong too. Mother, don't blame my younger sister. Sangyo and Saming helped look for it. My sister forgot because we didn't listen and were anxious. Mother, how about you let us go to the cafeteria to help Huya?" "No." I immediately saw through the two little ones' intentions and rejected them mercilessly. Jean Ting had already quietly left. Hulin watched for a while and realized that he wasn't involved at all, so he couldn't help but interrupt. "Actually, I can help. The rain outside has basically stopped now." I suddenly looked at Hulin with a serious expression, causing him to instinctively become serious as well. The dark clouds had mostly dispersed. The rainy season was over. Today, because he had delayed a bit of time searching for their three little ones, he would check the caves and various shelters in the tribe with you to see if the measures for keeping warm were sufficient. In previous rainy seasons, it usually ended in a month at most. This year, however, the orcs in the tribe had been busy and hadn't noticed that I had quietly marked 11 tally marks on the animal hide. It was still unknown whether the cold season would be shortened or extended. But when things go awry, something must be wrong. And I could only think of the worst. Mo Xiao. She turned to look at him and pointed at the three little ones. "You stay in the cave with them. If we delay any longer, it will be dark. I'll go ahead." Upon hearing this, Song Yu looked lively, while Song Yu and Song Ming appeared listless. However, since they had just made a mistake, they dared not continue to cause trouble at this time and simply lay back on a stone bed, pretending to sleep under the animal hides. I saw it, but ignored it. Anyway, Mo Xiao is the father of the cubs. If he wants to interact normally with the cubs, he must earn their affection through his own abilities. Hulin smiled as he followed I out of the cave. The Red Fox tribe was being carefully monitored by I as she gradually made changes, so she felt relatively at ease and didn't go there immediately, instead heading to the place where the wandering beastmen lived. On the way, she passed through a location. Xiongyin saw her and Hulin leaving and quickly followed them, making heavy sounds with his movements. "Where are you going, Master Shaman?" Xiongyin pointed to the suddenly brightening sky. The dark clouds above had completely dispersed. "I haven't seen such bright light in a long time. It hurts my eyes." I instinctively raised his eyes. Compared to the three huge, round, and dazzling suns during the hot season, the three suns now appeared to have shrunk significantly to the naked eye. It was somewhat like the difference between a basketball and a ping-pong ball. The light falling on people carried no warmth at all. I glanced at the trees surrounding the tribe. The wind was calm, and the leaves showed no signs of movement. Xiongyin followed her gaze, his head turning constantly, almost straining his neck. Unable to hold back, he asked, "Doctor, what's wrong? Do you need more trees? I can take people to chop some down." I shook her head slightly, suddenly feeling a bit cold. "Let's go check your cave first," she said, stepping forward. "Did you guys follow the warming methods I taught you before?" Xiongyin was taken aback. He instinctively looked at Hulin, wondering what warming method she was talking about. "Hadn't you told me? Or did I forget?" Hulin was already thinking quickly while I was asking. "Is it the wooden doors?" He glanced quickly at I before looking away, speaking softly. "All the caves of the Red Fox clan have been equipped with them, but later, due to the plague and the merging of the 6 clans, I didn't pay attention to making doors. It's not your fault. Don't be nervous," I said after a moment of silence, already thinking of a solution in her mind. "I didn't notice it myself later. It's not that bad. Let's go take a look first." Chapter 96. Why not look for the priest? The homeless beastmen, led by Xiongyin, had basically no possessions. All their hides were worn on their bodies. The cave looked the same as when it was first dug. There had been no changes at all. There were a total of 7 caves. I stood at the cave entrance and looked around, remaining silent for quite a while before curiously asking, "What did you rely on to get through the harsh winter in the past?" "In the past?" Xiongyin scratched his head and suddenly revealed a simple smile. "We used to rely on huddling together for warmth, or we would find a very deep cave and hide inside. I remember once during the harsh winter, the priest and I hunted 2 moo beasts, and it was so cold that we couldn't make it back to the cave in time. The priest then tore open the belly of one of the moo beasts, and we hid inside for the whole night. I thought I was going to die back then, but luckily the priest was smart." I subconsciously associated that scene. It was indeed quite dangerous. Hulin, are there still any animal skins left in the tribe? Although everyone has been busy throughout the rainy season, the hunting team formed by the Red Fox clan and the Ape clan goes out every day. The number of wild beasts kept in the tribe has not only remained the same, but has even increased. There aren't many animal skins left, and Hulin is feeling a bit troubled at the moment. It has been raining continuously, and the recently prepared animal skins are still being finished. PCI was completely unsurprised. The number of hides stored in the tribe was large before, but whether it was for making umbrellas or building various shelters, a lot of hides have been used. It was normal for the quantity to be in short supply. This was her oversight. Lord Shaman, although Xiongyan's reaction was not quick. He clearly understood the crux of the matter at this moment and couldn't help but ask why they didn't seek the help of the priest. I think the priest has a way. None of us wandering beastmen have died since following the priest during the great cold season. Can Mo Xiao really have a solution? Although Hulin didn't get along with Mo Xiao, when it came to the remaining 5 clans, the important matters took precedence, so I'll go ask. We will know when we return together. At this moment, the sky was already dim. The blood-red moon, which had been absent for more than a month, appeared again. However, compared to the hot season, the blood-red moonlight during the great cold season had become even more intense. Clearly, the colors of the leaves and grass had not changed at all, but the temperature dropped sharply. PCI only felt a chill seeping through the bones and stared at the moon for a long time. The great cold season has really arrived. The weather is too cold. Hulin's silver-white hair revealed 2 white beast ears, the tips of which uncontrollably shrank, and she wasn't even aware of it. PCI, let's hurry back. Why do I feel like this great cold season is colder than before? Chi withdrew his gaze, his eyes landing on his beast ears. After a moment of daze, he restrained a finger that almost reached out and hurriedly turned his head. Master Shaman, I think Foxlin is right. He only wrapped a piece of animal skin around his lower body, standing stiffly, with 2 brown beast ears popping out from the top of his head, round and chubby, adding a touch of cuteness to his iron tower-like strongman image. I'll send you back now. PCI felt restless. She forced herself to keep a straight face and quickly walked toward her cave. Hulin, passing by the cafeteria, PCI directly changed direction and entered the dining hall. Go help me call Mo Xiao over. Xiongyan hurriedly spoke up. What should I do? You can stay here and warm up. The temperature outside was about -10 degrees. Seeing how Xiongyan was dressed, PCI felt anxious for him in the cold. Hulin walked quickly. PCI turned around and, taking advantage of Xiongyan's moment of distraction, pulled out a piece of animal skin from his space and handed it to him. Wrap this up. It might get colder later. During the great cold season, everything is frozen for thousands of miles. PCI felt that the current weather might just be an appetizer. PCI, as Mo Xiao entered the dining shed, he immediately reassured her. I just heard Hulin mention the shortage of animal skins. Don't worry, I've had all the animal skins stored by the Wolf Clan, Leopard Clan, Golden Dog Clan, and Ape Clan collected. Before the Red Crane Beastman left, I had him move all the animal skins into a cave not far from the tribe. He only went to the White Dove tribe after finishing that task. After they left, I had someone check from a distance today, and the animal skins are still there. PCI instantly understood the reason why Mo Xiao didn't bring back the animal skins. You were worried that there might still be plague viruses on them, so you didn't dare to transport them back recklessly? That's right. Mo Xiao nodded, initially thinking of discarding them. But later seeing that the things you made required so many animal skins, he felt it was a bit of a waste. I hadn't had the chance to tell you. PCI subconsciously glanced at the top of his head. Clearly, he was wearing something similar to Hulin, yet there were no beast-like features at all. Thinking of the beast forms of the little ones, PCI suddenly felt that it was quite normal for him not to have beast ears exposed. After receiving the notification from Hulin, Yuan Shu hurriedly lifted the curtain of the dining tent and directly spoke, Shaman. The wooden door installed at the entrance of the cave of the Red Fox tribe was made by the priests themselves when they were leading the other beastmen back. As they gathered materials, PCI was somewhat surprised. Noticing her change in expression, Mo Xiao's lips curved slightly, and his usually calm and even somewhat indifferent tone softened a bit. The door was something you arranged. I see some people have forgotten. So on the way leading them over, I took the time to teach them a bit. When you want to check on Xiongyan's residence, I had Jin Ting lead the clan members back to the dining tent to install the wooden door. It should be done by now. Hulin glanced deeply at Mo Xiao. It was truly both frightening and infuriating. What kind of beast was he dealing with? Why did he suddenly feel that the other party was much more cunning than himself? Compared to him, even the foxes seemed simple-minded. Sidu was stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth, wanting to praise, but was somewhat at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he slowly gave a thumbs up, saying, "You did exceptionally well. Everything I missed, you made up for." "It's not the things you missed," Mo Xiao coldly interjected, his gaze seemingly landing on Hu Lin. "It's that some people didn't think carefully about the intentions behind each of your arrangements. Stupid people naturally wouldn't think of it." Montak Xiao. Hu Lin couldn't help but explode, his beast ears standing straight up. "Dare you to show your beast form and have a fight." Mentioning beast forms, Mo Xiao coldly turned his head, refusing to acknowledge him. "Those animal skins can be used. The plague virus cannot survive that long outside the human body." "Mo Xiao, where's the cave where you store the animal skins? I need to go there and bring them all back." Chapter 97. Mo Xiao's Beast Form Master Shaman. "Let me go instead," Xiong Yin said without hesitation. "I'll take the others with me. The flatbed truck we used to transport the greenskin fruits is still there, so I can just take people to pull it back." ECI glanced at Mo Xiao and gently blinked. "I'll handle the beast skin matter with the shaman. Mo Xiao has directly rejected them. Jin Ting should have already taken people to install doors for the cave where you live. You should head back quickly." Xiong Yin hesitated, looking at ECI with bright eyes. "The shaman and the priest are right. ECI, along with Hu Lin and Yuan Shu, are leaving without a word. You all go back and check your respective areas. It's too late now. We can discuss any issues tomorrow. I'll be behind the cafeteria later, lighting the torches I made earlier. If it's too cold and you have no fire to keep warm, you can light a fire from the torches." In every cave where the beastmen lived, ECI placed an unlit torch. Making fire starters was troublesome and time-consuming, and every minute was crucial during the rainy season. So she didn't make many. Yuan Shu cleverly left quickly, dragging Xiong Yin along with him. Hu Lin stood between ECI and Mo Xiao, looking left and right, wanting to refuse but unsure how to do so. He fidgeted, and ECI couldn't help but focus on the furry beast ears on top of his head, feeling her fingers itch a bit. Fox ears are truly cute. Mo Xiao, who had been watching her, shifted his gaze to Hu Lin's head, paused for a moment, and suddenly spoke. "Hu Lin, your ears have so much fur, they're ugly." "Hu Lin." He instinctively touched his ears, realizing Mo Xiao was looking at the top of his head, and quickly raised his hand. "Excuse me." Hu Lin covered his beast ears, resisting the strong urge to turn around and check if his tail was showing. "I'm going back now." He clearly only lost control of his beast form when he was seriously injured before. Why was it happening now when he was fine? He couldn't see the fluffiness, which made ECI feel a bit regretful. "Excuse me." Mo Xiao noticed the disappointment in her eyes, tightened his fingers at his side, and couldn't help but speak softly. "I'll take you to get the beast skin. I've already settled the cubs. I sent them to live in the Huro cave in the inner circle, just in time. The cubs haven't seen it yet, and they're restless and can't sleep." "Okay." The wooden door could only block the wind and snow, and it didn't do much to raise the internal temperature of the cave, if they relied on fire for warmth. ECI worried that some beastmen might die from carbon monoxide poisoning. Moreover, the three tribes that just merged were still empty on the stone beds despite having doors. More beast skins were necessary. Having made the decision in her heart, ECI didn't hesitate. "Let's go now." The two left the dining shed. The blood-red moonlight was thick, making it hard to see ahead. As soon as they left the tribe's territory, ECI took out a powerful flashlight from her space, pushed the switch, and a strong beam of light suddenly shot out, clearly illuminating the way ahead. Mo Xiao had long noticed that she could always pull out strange things suddenly. He also understood that ECI did not deliberately hide anything from him, so he didn't point it out. The two had an unspoken understanding. Mo Xiao even couldn't help but speculate. 5 years ago, the person who forced himself in the wild forest, was he also like the things she always pulled out of nowhere, suddenly appearing? Mo Xiao suddenly felt a bit panicked. Instinctively gripping He-See's wrist and turning to look at her. Under the crimson moonlight, a strong light broke through the blood red. Standing in the light, He-See seemed to be caught between the crimson and the brightness, flickering in and out, as if she might suddenly disappear at any moment. He-See. Mo Xiao opened his mouth. He-See, who was focused on the road, didn't notice the hesitation on his face, allowing him to grip her wrist without struggling, only saying, "Don't be afraid. This is just a lighting tool. It won't hurt the beasts. It might attract wild animals, but if we encounter any, we could just bring them back to the tribe for a meal." The feeling of melancholy in his heart was shattered by her words. Mo Xiao's fingers quietly moved down, wrapping her entire hand in his palm. "It's too slow to walk like this. The cave isn't that close to the tribe. If we walk slowly, we might freeze to death in this forest tonight." He stopped, pulling He-See, who was walking ahead along with him. Let me take you. Naturally, I wouldn't refuse a faster way to get there. The powerful flashlight in her hand was taken by Mo Xiao. He lowered his head to ponder for a moment, tentatively pressing the flat button on top. The light source instantly went out. Chi only felt the other party suddenly getting closer. Then her body suddenly lifted off the ground. Instinctively, she reached out her hands to hold onto the support in front of her. Her arms wrapped around Mo Xiao's lean waist. Her side face pressed against his hard chest. Mo Xiao, what are you doing? Chi asked, a bit confused, without panicking or struggling. The sharp blades in the space were enough to hurt, but she restrained herself from taking them out. Mo Xiao's husky voice sounded near Chi's ear, his warm breath spraying against her cool neck, causing her to shiver and want to retreat. They were sent to the Fox Soft Cave in the inner circle just in time. After the cubs returned, she had yet to see them and was too anxious to sleep. The wooden door could only block the wind and snow, having little effect on truly raising the cave's internal temperature. If they relied on fire for warmth, Chi was worried that the beastmen might die from carbon monoxide poisoning. Moreover, the three tribes that had just merged had a door now, but the stone beds were still empty, so having more animal skins was very necessary. Having made up her mind, Chi did not hesitate. Let's go now. The two left the dining shed. The blood-red moonlight was thick, making it hard to see ahead. Chi felt a bit regretful not seeing any furry creatures. Mo Xiao noticed the disappointment in her eyes. His fingers clenched at his sides. And he couldn't help but softly say, I'll take you to get the animal skins. I've already settled the cubs. They were sent to the Fox Soft Cave in the inner circle just in time after the cubs returned. She had yet to see them and was too anxious to sleep. The wooden door could only block the wind and snow, having little effect on truly raising the cave's internal temperature. If they relied on fire for warmth, Chi was worried that the beastmen might die from carbon monoxide poisoning. Moreover, the three tribes that had just merged had a door now, but the stone beds were still empty, so having more animal skins was very necessary. Having made up her mind, Chi did not hesitate. Let's go now. The two left the dining shed. The blood-red moonlight was thick, making it hard to see ahead. Chapter 98. I've saved it for you for a long time. In the night, Chi's voice sounded very gentle. The tension and fear in Mo Xiao's heart faded away, and he slightly lowered his gaze towards the top of Chi's head, then let his gaze drift away, landing beneath him. In the tranquil night, Chi could only hear the sound of the giant object sliding on the ground. A few guesses surfaced in her mind, but she had no real clues. The cave where the beast skins were stored was not very close to the tribe. Chi had initially been quietly contemplating what to do the next day, but as time passed, her awareness gradually drifted away. Her eyelids grew heavy, and her head uncontrollably rested on Mo Xiao's shoulder as she fell asleep. Sensing Chi's sudden relaxation, Mo Xiao's heart tightened, and he instinctively held her a little tighter. He softened his sliding movements, looked around, and carefully adjusted his position to block as much cold wind as possible to prevent Chi from getting cold. Chi slept very soundly this time. Throughout the rainy season, aside from the few days spent resting in the cave with the cubs, he had been on edge, unable to relax. Now that the cold season had arrived and many things were set in stone, Chi felt a significant weight lifted off his chest. When he woke up, he found himself in the cave where the animal skins were stored. There was no one beside him, and instinctively, Chi turned slightly on the soft animal skins. Mo Xiao was standing at the entrance, holding a large animal skin upright. The bottom of the skin was pressed down by two stones, making it impossible to secure it from above. So he stood there holding it down to prevent the cold wind from blowing into the cave and to calm his own impulses. Although he and Chi had not held a formal coupling ceremony, they already had an established relationship. He needs to rely on strong willpower to resist the temptation of Chi at all times. There are no more words. Chi moved his fingers, and the entire cave, including the piece of bee skin in Mo Xiao's hand, instantly disappeared. Montak Xiao. Although he was prepared, he couldn't help but be startled and quickly turned around. You're awake? MHM. The two tacitly avoided mentioning that she had just fallen asleep. Chi glanced at the now empty cave and asked, Are all the beast skins here? There's still some nearby. Mo Xiao's expression had returned to normal. I'll take you there. Okay. The two walked side by side toward the exit. After a moment of silence, Mo Xiao turned his head and looked deeply at Chi. Is it cold? The temperature dropped again. Chi could clearly feel it. She looked up at the direction of the moon, estimated the time in her heart, and was surprised that she had slept until the late hours of the night. The temperature at this time was almost minus 15 degrees. And Mo Xiao had already led her to a nearby cave and took out a pure black bear skin without a single impurity from the deepest part. Draping it over He Chi's shoulders without saying a word. This was very effective against the wind, as you had told me before. I encountered a black bear beast just once. This bear skin has been kept for a long time. It was specially reserved for you. The clothing is indeed warm. The cold wind outside cannot penetrate it at all. He smiled after a moment of silence and said, I was worried about what the little ones would use to keep warm at night during the severe cold season, but with this, I feel much more at ease. It's big enough for the three of them to cover together. That's good. And Mo Xiao understood the hidden meaning in her words and nodded in agreement. I am indeed the father of the little ones. Preparing things for them is what I should do. The black bear usually appears during the severe cold season, so I'll hunt one when I encounter it. In the meantime, He had already gathered all the animal skins in the cave again. Is there more? And Mo Xiao nodded. There were a total of 3 caves, all filled to the brim with animal skins. He used the built-in counting function of the space and found that there were a total of 600 pieces. The number of animal skins from the Red Fox tribe and the Ape tribe is currently enough. The other 3 tribes, along with the wandering beastmen led by Xiong Yin, have a total of 104 caves where they reside. When we go back later, I will place 10 animal skins at each cave entrance. He naturally changed the subject, and even if they wanted to make clothes, these animal skins would be about enough. Montak Cio nodded. So, shall we go back now? All right. He directly closed his eyes. Thank you for your trouble. They returned using the same method as before at a rapid speed. When the two returned to the tribe, the sky was still dark, and the entire tribe was enveloped in smoke, with only the area above the dining hall visible. Distributing the animal skins through the ape tree would only waste time. So He directly passed by the living caves of the 3 tribes with Mo Xiao, leaving a sufficient number of animal skins at their cave entrances. After completing all this, the two separated, and He returned to his own cave to rest. Mo Xiao still lived in the cave next to hers. Through the cave wall, no sounds could be heard. Mo Xiao could not stay inside at all. So she simply left the cave to find Xiong Yin and Jinting. The temperature outside was even colder. He rummaged around in the space and found a thin autumn-down duvet. Although it felt very thin, it wasn't completely useless. He directly cut open the duvet and re-hemmed the edges. He took out several new animal hides, comparing their sizes to the cut of the down quilt, and carefully cut them into shape. Then, she sandwiched the down quilt between 2 pieces of animal hide and sewed it back into the shape of clothing. The 2 pieces of animal hide were a bit heavy with the down quilt inside, so He made the pants for the little ones into overalls. On the front of the overalls, she stitched the names of the little ones in different colored silk threads for easy identification. Song Yu had black, Song Ming had blue, and Song Yu had yellow. Just as she finished making the clothes for the 3 little ones, He heard their voices coming from outside the cave. Mother! Song Yu rushed into the cave, and upon seeing He sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, he instantly became much more obedient, approaching with a silly grin. Mother! We just came back from the dining shed. Song Ming and Song Yu followed closely, nodding along. Mother, have you eaten? I have, He said, patting the clothes beside her, tugging on Song Yu's little hand to feel it. I made you new clothes. Put them on, and you won't be cold. The orcs were more resistant to the cold. In such freezing weather, wearing animal hide clothing could ward off a large part of the chill, while the rest depended on personal luck. The little ones were still young. In the past, the cubs in the tribe would just huddle on the stone beds and not move during the harsh winter season, and He didn't want to restrict their movements. New clothes. Song Yu climbed directly onto the stone bed, looking at each outfit, and precisely locked onto the one with his name on it. He curiously stood up holding the pants, measuring them against himself with a puzzled expression. This outfit is so high. Is it a quilt? Song Ming and Song Yu also curiously approached, then looked at He in confusion. Chapter 99. I want to go too. He stifled a smile as he placed Song Yu on the stone bed and directly changed him into a new fur outfit. The suspenders were too novel for the little guy. He kept tugging at the clothes and occasionally pulling at the straps. Finally, he jumped off the bed and bounced around the room, returning with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Mom, this clothes is really warm. I didn't know it could be not cold during the great cold season. Song Ming and Song Yu saw his reaction and climbed onto the stone bed as well, asking He to help them change their clothes too. Song Yu's suspenders were different from her 2 brothers, as He had sewn a circle of small lace on them. Mom, Song Yu's little face turned a bit blue when she first entered the cave, but now it's as rosy and cute as the spirit fruit of the Red Fox tribe. Wearing this outfit, we aren't cold at all. Can I go to the forest to gather witch herbs? Uncle Imo, Xiao, said there are basically no wild beasts in the forest during the great cold season. I'm a bit curious, what witch herb can grow at this time? Song Yu is very serious about learning the art of witch herbs. Whenever the tribe members suffer minor injuries, she is the one taking care of them. Sure, I'll 1T discourage her enthusiasm. If nothing comes up, I'll take you to the forest to have a look. Song Yu nodded obediently, her fingers pinching the lace on her suspenders. Okay. The family of 4 didn't do anything else today except go to the dining shed. Outside the tribe, 2 hunting teams formed by the 5 clans returned empty-handed from the wilderness today, dozens of males dejectedly coming back to the tribe, gathering silently in the dining shed. This was only the first day of the great cold season, and they had already failed to hunt any wild beasts. What will happen if this continues? Since the dining shed was built, the tribe members preferred to gather here, which is much more comfortable than being stuck in the caves. A newly arrived leopard tribe, Beastman spoke dejectedly. Our tribe's dining hall serves such rich meals every day. If we don't think about saving some, can we even get through the great cold season? Stop talking nonsense. Several clan leaders don't like hearing negative talk. A gorilla tribe Beastman couldn't help but remind him. Moreover, I believe in the witch doctor. I also believe that once the Golden Dog tribe decides on something, they are more loyal than anyone else, especially since they have a leader, Jean Ting, who is very good at brainwashing everyone. Look at this dining shed. The witch doctor even figured this out. What else can't she do? Those Red Crane tribe beastmen are really despicable. The wolf tribe grits their teeth every time they think of the Red Crane tribe. I heard they took a lot of our food when they left. The actions of the Red Crane tribe beastmen were indeed excessive. Don't let me see them next time. Xiong Yin, a wolf tribe beastman, directly asked him, I heard the witch doctor asked you to bring back green-skinned fruits. How'd that go? We all heard that only when all the green-skinned fruits are brought back can everyone safely get through the great cold season. You show off in front of the witch doctor all day long. Why don't you ask if there's anything we can help with? We're not afraid of the cold. Everyone sat together in the dining hall, and the originally distinct tribes were now very harmonious. Even the male wolf tribe had taken a liking to the white rabbit stray beastman who came with Xiong Yin, eagerly wanting to become her beast husband and pursuing her passionately. I don't know, Xiong Yin said in a booming voice as he got up, ready to leave. I do whatever the witch doctor asks me to do. I believe in her. The priest is currently, with everyone inserting wooden stakes over in the planning area. We already feel embarrassed for not catching any prey today. Why don't we go over and help? Sure, the gorilla tribe Beastman responded first. Let us move around a bit. It will warm us up. The witch doctor is really amazing. She managed to bring back so many furs yesterday. The fur coat I was wearing was practically falling apart. It was useless in this weather. When I mentioned it to the witch doctor, she gave new furs to all the tribe members whose coats were worn out. It's really good to have the witch doctor around. Everyone present nodded in agreement, one influencing another, and finally, they all got up to head to the planning base. It was easy work to bend the wooden stakes into arches and insert them into the ground on both sides. By the time they arrived, Mo Xiao had already completed half of the work with his team. With their help, by noon, all the processed wooden stakes, which had become very flexible, were securely buried. PCI, who was with the 3 little ones in the cave, was unaware of this. When she heard the commotion outside, she thought the dining hall had opened. But the next moment, she heard someone outside calling her loudly, "Witch doctor, the team for the green-skinned fruits has returned." PCI suddenly became spirited and whispered to take good care of the 3 little ones, then quickly walked out of the cave. Where are they stopping now? I'll go take a look. Over in the planning area, the priest is talking to them. PCI was filled with excitement, and I want to take a look. Her steps were quick. Before she reached them, she saw 2 large rows of flatbed carts neatly parked at the edge of the planning area. PCI couldn't hear the voices of Mo Xiao speaking to them clearly, so she quickly walked closer, silently counting that all 20 carts were present. Her eyes brightening a bit more. How was it? Was the journey smooth? Did our people return safely? Don't worry, Master Shaman, we are all fine. However, there's still many green-skinned fruits left to transport. Master Shaman, when shall we set off? Hichi has already been silently calculating in her heart. 20 carts of green-skinned fruits can produce enough wheat for everyone to eat for a month. If they don't set off now, later when heavy snow seals the land, it will be even harder to bring all the fruits back. She could go with her clansmen. On the last trip, they would haul everything back, and what couldn't fit would be stored in the space, while also ensuring everyone's safety along the way. After 3 days of rest, Hichi made a decisive decision. 3 days later, I will set off with you all. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao couldn't help but speak urgently before his brain fully registered the information. The journey is too far. I'll go this time too. Without waiting for He-Chi to finish, he straightforwardly cut off her subsequent words. In the tribe, the leaders of several clans are present. They can discuss and solve issues together, so you don't need to worry about this. But what about my 3 cubs? I can't just leave them in the tribe for so long. I'm not at ease, especially with a little female at home. Song-Yu is still young, and her playful nature has made her much less vigilant during this time in the tribe. PCI didn't dare to leave for more than half a month. Mo Xiao was silent for a moment, then spoke with determination, bringing all 3 cubs along. They weren't small anymore and could go out a train. Chapter 100, Setting Off. Taking the 3 cubs far away, especially in the middle of winter. You see, I hadn't really thought seriously about this matter. Mo Xiao, on the other hand, was quite open-minded. Once he spoke, the following words flowed more smoothly. The 3 cubs had stayed in the tribe for too long and lacked wildness. It would be good for them to have more experiences outside. If you care about Song-Yu, you can. He shook her head. Although Song-Yu was female, she still needed exercise. She didn't want to raise Song-Yu like a flower in a greenhouse. In half a month, it would start to snow, and He had the original owner's impression of the severe cold season. If things went smoothly, they could return quickly. Mo Xiao could tell from her tone that her attitude had softened a bit, and then he advised, let's do it this way. We'll set off directly in 3 days. I'll have Ting and the others work faster these days to finish weaving the climbing grass mats. He nodded, okay. Since she was going to take the little ones out, she needed to prepare more items. She took out all the food she had stored before. The yellow fruits, red fruits, and the eggs of the cooing beasts were all cooked and packed in her space while still warm. Mo Xiao noticed that there wasn't much food in her cave, so he went out to hunt alone. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he handed over 6 cooing beasts and 1 grunting beast to He for her to handle as she wished. In the stone mill workshop, they could now steadily grind soy milk and make tofu. He used 2 cooing beasts to exchange for a whole basin of tofu to put into her space. He took half of the humming beast to the cafeteria and exchanged it for a small basket of flour. Since the space can preserve food, she simply divided the flour into 2 parts. One part was used to make flatbreads with the old sourdough starter, while the other half was shaped into thin dough sheets and stored in a corner of the space for later use. She had Mo Xiao dig a stone tank about her height and filled it with warm water. She also brought various stone pots and bowls. Everything was ready. In 2 days had passed. Ting led the tribe members to hurriedly make the climbing vine grass mats. Because time was too tight, the hunting team would also help whenever they had nothing to do, which allowed them to complete the task smoothly. In total, there were 20 climbing vine grass mats. He, along with them, stacked all the mats on the arched wooden frame and instructed Xiong Yin and others, who were responsible for uncovering the climbing grass mats daily, to lift the mats at dawn and cover them again when dusk fell. It was uncertain how much effect this would have. They could only say they would try their best and see the results later. With the final major matter settled, the day of departure had arrived. The 3 little ones had been in an excited state since they learned 3 days ago that they could go with He to bring back the remaining green-skinned fruits, especially Song-Yu, who asked several times each day when they would finally set off. They even went so far as to prepare a small piece of beast skin each, stuffed with something unknown, secretly hiding it from He. Just before departure, Mo Xiao gave He 10 cocking beasts and 1 bleeding beast. It was unclear where he had caught them. He had disappeared for the whole night after going out. Perhaps because He had processed the wild beast directly after receiving them last time, Mo Xiao gave her the processed ones this time. The number of vehicles for the departure had been decided in advance. Due to the cold weather, many of the vehicles were filled with prepared cooked food, which Huya and the others from the cafeteria had prepared according to He's requirements. Each person had a bee skin water pouch. The other vehicles were also filled with many bee skins to prevent anyone from freezing to death during the cold night without realizing it. He and Mo Xiao were not just following behind the main group. The 2 of them were also pushing a flatbed cart, inside which were 3 little cubs. This experience was too novel. The 3 cubs were excitedly touching and poking around, their smiles never fading. He and Hulin walked to the front of the cart and saw the scene of the 4 of them together, feeling somewhat dazzled. They looked so harmonious, as if they were a real family, making it seem impossible for them to fit in. Hulin suppressed his complicated thoughts and looked at He with deep concern, thinking, I can go with you too. He turned to look at Mo Xiao with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. After all, I am just the leader of the Red Fox clan, while Mo Xiao is different. He is a priest of several other clans. If something were to happen to the tribe, he would be more useful if he stayed. It would be better for me to go out with you, for the sake of the tribe. Although he didn't want to admit Mo Xiao's capabilities, This was the most reasonable excuse to gain an opportunity to be alone with Hsi. Hulin said this while looking longingly at Hsi. His appearance was not as rugged as others, and even Hsi had to admit his beauty. Now, the beautiful person looked like he had been bullied. Hsi blinked, and before she could speak, Imo Xiao was already standing in front of her. Clearly, everyone was wearing similar animal skin clothes, but on Imo Xiao, it highlighted his imposing presence, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with a stern face. He turned his back to Hulin, lowering his gaze to look at Hsi. His features were cold, but his eyes held a hint of tenderness. Hsi, we can set off now. The other tribespeople fell silent. Although the priest stood with his back to everyone, his aura was inexplicably intimidating. Hsi turned her head, not hesitating, and set off. She raised her hand to signal Imo Xiao to stand aside, then looked at the pitiful Hulin. 3 days ago, they had already decided to set off with Imo Xiao, and he had been preparing for this trip, as you could see. While we are away, the tribe will be entrusted to you and Yuan Shu. Xiong Yin and the others know the route we are taking this time. If any danger arises, have him bring people to find us, and we will return as quickly as possible. Although it is almost impossible for the Golden Lion tribe and the Merfolk tribe to catch up, Hsi still reminded him a bit more. Seeing this, Hulin knew he had little chance. He didn't argue, and noticing that Hsi seemed a bit soft-hearted due to his earlier performance, he looked even more pitiful. Don't worry, I will do my best to protect the tribe and wait for your return. Hsi casually nodded and then shouted, let's go. She didn't know the specific route, so she and Imo Xiao took care of the little ones at the back. The flatbed truck convoy slowly set off. The little ones cheered, leaning over the edge of the truck, their eyes sparkling as they looked ahead. There was no transition between the cold season and the rainy season. The muddy ground from the rain had now hardened. The surface was even covered with a thin layer of ice. The convoy had only been on the road for half a day when it began to skid frequently, causing the speed to slow down significantly. He, seeing the situation, thought for a moment and decided to let the convoy take a break. Then he had Imo Xiao lead 10 males into the forest to gather a pile of vines. The smooth wooden wheels would slip, so He tied a circle of vines around them to enhance their grip. After trying again, although it didn't completely solve the problem, it did improve significantly. Amu and the 3 cubs, who initially didn't understand the purpose of the vines, were amazed and asked why it could be done this way. Hsi briefly explained the principle to them, not noticing the eagerness in Imo Xiao's eyes standing nearby. This time, the flatbed truck team included Yuan Shan, who had become a loyal supporter of Hsi after successfully recovering his life thanks to her witch medicine. Although he didn't often show up in front of Hsi, he always worked the hardest whenever she gave orders in the tribe. Knowing the importance of the green-skinned fruit to Hsi, he never missed a chance to assist her. At this moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Hsi, startling her. Witch doctor, it's a good thing you came along this time, Yuan Shan said, rubbing his hands nervously. Are you hungry? Our flatbed truck has brought a lot of food. Hsi smiled and shook his head. I'm fine, don't worry. If I need anything, I won't be polite. This time, the flatbed was divided into small teams. Everyone had previous experience and was responsible for the rest and supplies of their own team. The Hsi team is led by the Monkey Mountain, and she doesn't want to do anything special. Lord Shaman, I have something to discuss with you. Monkey Mountain is worried about disappointing Hsi, so this time, they're trying their best to handle everything properly. Last time we returned, we found traces of a group of sheep beasts not far ahead. Since we have many people this time, should we take the opportunity to catch some sheep beasts for food? It's really cold now, and fresh meat can be preserved without worrying about spoiling. A group of sheep beasts? Is it far from here? Monkey Mountain shook her head repeatedly, saying it's not far and we will get there soon. I wanted to think a bit more. Although the tribe had stored a lot of food, the domesticated beasts were not enough to support the clan through the harsh winter. If they could indeed catch that group of bleeding beasts, it would be great. They could process some on the spot, store part of it in the space, and hang the rest on the handlebars of the cart when they returned, which wouldn't take up space for storing greenskin fruits. Hsi calculated in his heart and felt that this plan was indeed feasible. You should first take the priest to have a look. If that group of bleeding beasts is still there, we can discuss the encirclement plan further. Although he had never seen Imo Xiao's beast crystal, Hsi felt that he should be somewhat stronger than Hulin. The combat power of the bleeding beasts was considered low among wild beasts. Even if it was difficult for Imo Xiao to defeat many with few, given his speed, he wouldn't be harmed by the bleeding beast group. Taking a Monkey Mountain to escape should not be an issue. The Monkey Mountain looked at Imo Xiao with some fear and didn't dare to speak. Take me there. Imo Xiao never thought about refusing Hsi's words. He lowered his gaze to glance at the two sitting in the flatbed, Song-yu and Song-ming, whose eyes were filled with longing. Turning his head to look at ECI, he said, "I'll take both of them along so that the cubs can see what a beast herd looks like." Song-yu and Song-ming exchanged glances. They wanted to refuse, but the temptation was too great, and both cubs were somewhat conflicted. Song-yu, hiding to the side, chuckled as she watched EC's indirect agreement. "Mother, my brother wants to go. They have been clamoring all day to hunt, so why not let them come along? I'll stay here with Mother, okay?" ECI glanced at Song-yu, then turned to take a look at Mo Xiao, and finally settled his gaze on Song-yu and Song-ming, who were eagerly looking at him. With the expectant eyes of the little ones, he nodded and said, "Go ahead. Don't run around, and listen to Uncle Mo Xiao before doing anything." Song-yu and Song-ming excitedly bounced up in the car. The two little ones tumbled out of the vehicle and, rarely taking the initiative, spoke to Mo Xiao. "Uncle Mo Xiao, let's go." Yuan Shan looked around and eventually cast a pleading glance at ECI. Seeing the latter shake his head, he seemed to gain some encouragement, nodded seriously, and no longer attempted to reach out to hold the little ones. He looked at Mo Xiao with great respect, saying, "Sir Priest, then I will lead the way." Mo Xiao replied coldly, bending down to pick up the two little ones, one on each side. The little ones sat steadily on his forearms. ECI rubbed their heads and gently advised, "Go ahead, be careful. I'll prepare a warm meal for the clan and wait for your safe return." Song-yu and Song-ming nodded obediently. Mo Xiao looked at her seriously, lowered his gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Wait for me to come back." ECI gently nodded. Once a few people left, she took Song-yu out of the flatbed cart. Without using a fire starter, she directly avoided her clansmen and used a lighter from her space to ignite a torch. Then she searched for a pile of branches nearby and walked to a relatively open area. After clearing the leaves on the ground to ensure there were no flammable materials around, ECI arranged the branches in a scattered manner and then lit them. Song-yu obediently squatted beside her, occasionally adding some small branches. ECI found 3 sturdy wooden sticks to set up a frame, hanging the stone pot above and then filling it with water. Mother, Song-yu not only has a keen sense of smell, but also very accurate instincts. Carefully opened her mouth to ask, "Actually, ECI suddenly turned her head. "Does I know about your relationship with Mo Xiao?" Song-yu lowered her head. "Mother, I didn't mean to hide that I know." Her porcelain white face looked a bit wronged and a little nervous as she squatted on the ground, hugging her knees, and explained softly, "I just feel that you don't want him to be your beast husband." ECI rubbed her head and asked gently, "Does the little one like your father?" Unexpectedly, not being blamed made Song-yu feel a bit less afraid. After hesitating for a moment, she obediently nodded and said, "I think he is very strong." ECI was somewhat surprised by Song-yu's address to Mo Xiao. "He? Yes." Song-yu obediently looked up, seeing EC's cute smile. "He's not my mother's beast husband. It seems he hasn't mated with my mother either. I haven't smelled the marking scent on him, so I don't want to call him father. My mother hasn't found a new beast husband for such a long time. Is it because in the past my father made you angry? If that's the case, did my mother treat me and my 2 brothers that way because she disliked my father?" Song-yu didn't ask the latter part aloud, but ECI understood her implication. After a moment of silence, she didn't casually brush off the cub. "The reason I got separated from your father was due to some uncontrollable circumstances. I haven't found another beast husband because I'm afraid of the trouble. The more beast husbands there are, the noisier it gets, and it gives me a headache." Chapter 101. Making fire. Song-yu nestled obediently in EC's arms, listening to her speak. She originally wanted to ask more, but seeing her mother's unhappy expression, she refrained from asking further. Just then, the water in the stone pot had boiled, and ECI took out the prepared noodles from her space, pulled a few strands to about 1 meter long, and tossed them into the pot. Besides the noodles, she also cut a piece of tofu, sliced some yellow fruits thinly, and added a handful of greens. The pig head and offal from the hunting of the grunt beast by Mo Xiao were all marinated and cut into pieces, which she also took out and added to the noodles. She had collected the lard from the moo beasts slaughtered in the tribe, and together with the spices found in the wild forest, she had simmered a large pot of beef tallow hot pot base, which she had frozen in blocks for storage during the harsh winter. Now, she took out a piece and threw it into the pot. It was freezing outside, and even speaking produced a puff of mist. Eating something appetizing like this was just right. "Mother," Song-yu watched as the pot slowly turned a bright red, curiously stretching her head to look. "What kind of witch medicine is this being brewed?" The scent of this medicine smelled a bit strange. She wrinkled her nose and then let out a big sneeze. "So strange. It smells pungent, but it's not very spicy when eaten. Hsi had already accustomed her cubs to the taste of chili when cooking normally, knowing their tolerance well. You'll know when you try it later. She picked up a pair of chopsticks, broke a strand of noodles, checked that they were all cooked, and then moved the stone pot aside, simmering it on a very low flame. After digging up the gaga beast that had been buried under the earth and wrapped in leaves and mud while waiting for the water to boil, Hsi inserted her chopsticks into the chicken leg base. Seeing no blood oozing out, she extinguished the fire at the pit and rewrapped the chicken meat, putting it back. Sangyu watched curiously the whole time. Sangyu, Hsi turned her head to glance at the tribe members who were some distance away, and as she stood up, she picked up Sangyu. Let us go see if anyone needs help. The tribe members were gathered together, but there was no smoke rising. In this kind of weather, eating cold food is no different from gnawing on ice blocks. Although Hsi has prepared various emergency medicinal powders in advance, it is of course best to avoid getting sick if possible. Master Shaman, when the tribe's people saw Hsi approaching, they instinctively paused their actions and looked at her seriously. Do you have enough food? I see you haven't come to take any. I have enough. Hichi had a gentle expression, a slight smile on his face, and he lowered his gaze to the cold red fruit in the other person's hand. Then his gaze shifted to the others, noticing that they had not built a fire. He finally spoke up, asking, how can you eat it cold? Is there a problem with starting a fire? No, it's not that, esteemed shaman. The one speaking was a wandering tiger beast man. He was sent by Xiong Yin to carefully protect the esteemed shaman. The fire starters you gave us are very useful. Hu Ben stood opposite Hichi, trying to hide the icy red fruit behind himself. However, living in this forest was troublesome. The last time it rained continuously, the fire wouldn't burn anywhere, but now it was just cold. If a fire were to ignite, it would cause big problems. We used to eat cold food during the great cold season, so you don't need to worry about it, it's fine. Heavenly fire is inherently terrifying. It's normal that we can't control it. Hsi looked at the others and suddenly realized they must have forgotten the fire-making method she had reminded them of last time when she saw them nodding in agreement. She turned to Hu Ben and said simply, come with me. Leading him to the fire pit she had just ignited, Hsi pointed to the ground, indicating for him to look closely. I just cleared this area and made sure it's empty around here. If you do it this way, in calm conditions, there shouldn't be any issues. The weather is too cold, and eating cold food and drinking cold water can easily cause problems. You go back and make a fire. We should be here for a while. I'll go check on the other two teams. Hu Ben listened attentively. When he arrived, he had been beaten by Xiong Yin, who told him to listen to the shaman. At this moment, he truly admired her wisdom. Don't worry, shaman. I will make a fire right away. If you want, I can go check on the other two teams while you stay here and rest with the cubs. Hsi shook his head, not feeling justified in commanding the others. It's fine, I'll go check it out myself. Hu Ben obediently returned to his team. Knowing what problems might arise, Hsi went to the other two teams, found that they also hadn't started a fire, and helped them clear the area before lighting a flame. As the fire rose, everyone felt much warmer. The atmosphere in the team became lively. A few males even started tumbling around, performing for fun and stretching their stiff bodies. At first, it was just a few people, but soon it turned into a group, surrounding Hsi and Sangyu, moving about cheerfully. When Mo Xiao returned, he saw this scene. Sangyu and Songming were one on his back and the other in his arms, both pointing at Hsi, signaling him to come over quickly. Mom, the brothers are back. Before they could get close, Sangyu had already sensed their presence and leaned closer to Hissi's ear, whispering, let's go over. Hsi smiled and said a few words to the lively clansmen, holding on to Sangyu as they left the crowd. Her gaze swept over the two little ones, and seeing that they were all safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was just in time. If she had come back a bit later, they would have nearly turned into dumplings. Yuan Shan, I made you share too. Want to come over and try it? Of course, Master Shaman, you don't know. I've been wanting to. Yuan Shan shouted loudly from distance. What are you doing over there? Come here quickly and see if the fire we just made looks good. Seeing that the other party remained motionless, Hu Ben rushed over, grabbed Yuan Shan, and forcefully dragged him back. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. He didn't forget to smile at Hsi as they left. Yuan Shan was caught off guard and dragged quite a distance away. Mo Xiao watched this and planned to quietly give Xiong Yin an extra meal when they returned. Where's the food? We're just hungry. Hsi saw that the monkey mountain was already sitting in the small team and didn't insist anymore. He took Mo Xiao and the little ones back to the place where he had just cooked. He took down the stone pot and placed it on a nearby tree stump. Hsi added a bundle of firewood to the fire, making it burn even more brightly. There was also a roasted chicken, instead of tearing it into large pieces to share with the little ones. I shredded the whole roasted chicken into tiny bits and then placed it in a wooden plate. He served everyone a big bowl of mixed noodles. For those who enjoy the beast world, farming and raising cubs in a space, marrying the strongest beast king. Please bookmark the beast world, farming and raising cubs in a space, marrying the strongest beast king updates the fastest online. Chapter 102. Who is it really? The bright red mixed noodles looked good and smelled delicious. Sang-yu, apart from being obsessed with hunting skills all day, loved nothing more than eating. He quickly spotted various kinds of braised meat in the noodles, his eyes sparkling. Mom, meat? And roasted chicken. It's all my favorite. Song-ming had already taken advantage of his momentary distraction to snatch a big piece of pig ear from his bowl, munching on it loudly and deliciously. Spicy. Song-ming coughed a little but still couldn't bear to stop. It was too tasty. There was still a lot in the pot, so he took his time eating. I glanced at the position of the sun, estimated the time in her mind, filled a large bowl prepared specifically for Mo Xiao, and handed it over. What is the situation with the sheep-like beast herd that Yuan Shan mentioned? I haven't heard you all talk about it since we came back. She picked up a bunch of noodles and took a couple of bites. The sheep-like beast herd does indeed exist. Mo Xiao furrowed his brow when this was brought up, but I felt something was off and advised against hunting that group of sheep-like beasts. Off. Yes, mother. Song-ming wrinkled his nose, recalling the feeling from earlier near the sheep-like beast herd, and for once stood on the same side as Mo Xiao. It was very dangerous there. When Sang-yu and I got close, my hair almost stood on end. Sang-yu, upon hearing this, hugged her small bowl closer to her two brothers and wrinkled her small nose. Mother, they have a smell that I'm very familiar with, but I can't tell what it is. Seeing that Mo Xiao's little ones were all in agreement, I decisively made a decision. Since that's the case, then we want to go. Safety first. How did you convince Yuan Shan? Sang-yu shook his head, looking at Mo Xiao with a strange expression. I don't know how he said it, but Uncle Yuan Shan didn't say much and just nodded in agreement. After they had finished communicating, I completely set aside the matter of the sheep-like beast herd and didn't continue the topic, urging them to focus on their meal. After a brief rest following the meal, they packed everything up again, completely covering all the fire pits with dirt until not a single spark was visible. I then instructed Yuan Shan and Hu Bin to call everyone to continue their journey. Their resting times were very regular, sometimes sleeping in caves at night, and other times a group of them would squeeze together in the wilderness to sleep. On the third day of their journey, an unexpected change occurred. Hu Bin looked at a few sheep-like beasts that suddenly appeared in front of the team, shocked, and ran to the back in front of I, Master Shaman. There's a situation ahead. You should go take a look. I raised her eyes and saw the terrified gaze of the Monkey Mountain. She turned her head to meet Mo Xiao's eyes, and the two of them each picked up their little ones and quickly walked to the front of the group. Beneath the body of the sheep beast, a pool of blood had already formed. She ignored Mo Xiao's attempts to stop her and walked up to it. Reaching out to touch it, there was still a bit of warmth, indicating it had just died not long ago. A male couldn't help but exclaim, "Could this be a gift from the beast god? 1, 2, 3, 8. There are a total of 7 sheep beasts here. Why don't we roast them all in 2 meals during our rest today?" Someone echoed, "That's right, great shaman. Let's roast all these sheep beasts. This is food for the great cold season." I did not respond immediately, looking at the approaching Mo Xiao and Yuan Shan and the others. Can you tell how these sheep beasts died? Could it be that the Golden Lion tribe and the Merfolk tribe have already attacked? Yuan Shan and Hu Bin scrutinized for a long time, shaking their heads, unable to figure it out. Hu Bin showed no fear on his face, but Yuan Shan quickly stole a glance at Mo Xiao and couldn't help but whisper to I, "Master Shaman, we should leave this place quickly. To hunt so many sheep beasts at once and leave them here intentionally, could they be targeting us?" Although their 5 tribes were united and now the largest tribe around Sunset Lake, they only had so few people outside. If they encountered the Snake Eagle tribe or other more ferocious tribes, they would suffer heavy losses. "I can't tell either," Mo Xiao said, examining carefully, his expression growing colder. These sheep beasts were basically killed by heavy falls, their bones completely shattered. The attackers must be of a huge size, but I can't tell what race they are. Moreover, their strength must be quite formidable. The way these sheep beasts died shows no differences. They thought it was the tribe that acted, but it might not be the case. Mo Xiao instead suspected it was the work of wandering beastmen. These sheep beasts had no poison. I checked them all and said, "Let's move first. We won't rest at noon today. When it gets dark, we'll find a place to settle and roast all these sheep beasts. If we encounter any other small wild beasts along the way, we can catch a few to let them have a taste." Although it was confirmed that there was no poison, this was still the world of beastmen, and I couldn't guarantee there were no poisons she had not seen before. Upon hearing this, Hu Ben and Yuan Shan stretched out their arms and waved, and soon people rushed over to lift all the sheep beasts onto the flatbed cart. The team became much quieter, hurrying along in silence. Before long, they encountered another small hill piled with sheep beasts. The once excited male members of the tribe exchanged glances, hesitatingly looking at I, waiting for her to speak. Mo Xiao had already checked once again, and it was still the case of being killed by a fall. I pressed his lips tightly together, his expression stern as he instructed to lift all the bleeding beasts onto the flatbed. Walk normally, no need to change the route. The other party clearly knew their destination. Recklessly changing the route might lead them into the opponent's trap. Mo Xiao's face was as cold as water. This unknown potential threat made him somewhat angry. I'll scout ahead. Let the Monkey Mountain and Tiger Bend come behind to protect you and the young ones. Each time the other party dropped a bleeding beast, there was still residual warmth. In such cold weather, they must not be far from their own position. I did not stop them, only slowing down the pace of the team and reminding them to go directly into any caves they encountered to rest. All the orcs became vigilant. Previously lazy and relaxed, they now paired up, keeping watch over each other. The weapons placed in the cart were all within easy reach. In the dense forest, the only sound left was the rustling of feet on fallen leaves. The three little ones stayed in the cart, huddled together, and nobody spoke. Song Yu and Song Ming both protected Song Yu behind them, the two little ones peering over the edge of the cart, ears perked up, listening attentively to the sounds outside. The remaining journey went smoothly until they found a cave to rest. I had the surrounding area cleared, even cutting down trees, and then lit a fire at the cave entrance. Night fell. The blood-red moonlight covered the dense forest. Not far away, at the top of a tree, a massive creature quietly coiled, silent and still. Like the beast world, farming, raising cubs, and marrying the fiercest beast king. Please bookmark Beast World, farming, raising cubs, and marrying the fiercest beast king updates at the fastest speed on the internet. Chapter 103, to the east. Hisi's team resides in a place with two caves, one large and one small. The larger cave is occupied by two smaller teams, while Hisi's team, along with the Ape Mountain and Tiger Bend, lives in the smaller cave. Between the two caves, there is a huge bonfire. Nearby, several torches are planted, illuminating the area in front of the cave very clearly. Today, after catching some bleeding beasts, I had the team throw the meat from the waist and abdomen into the temporarily captured flower rats. Seeing these little wild animals still lively after eating for half a day, I instructed the team to clean the bleeding beasts, which are now being roasted over the fire. On the other side, in a few stone pots, I disassembled one of the bleeding beasts, chopped it into pieces, and threw it into the pot with water to boil, adding many white earth fruits to reduce the greasiness, so that it could be served together with the roasted whole lamb later. The camp is filled with fragrant aromas. Steam rises gently. The three little ones are also active outside, but they haven't left Hisi's sight, with their ears perked up, paying attention to the surrounding sounds. Hisi stood at the entrance of the cave, raising her eyes to the distant darkness. Don't worry, Mo Xiao said, standing beside her and following her gaze. I will go out for a while, not far, and I can keep an eye on the movements of the camp. Hisi glanced at the lively crowd grilling meat and turned to him, speaking softly. Are you going to transform into beast form? Mo Xiao felt an intense sense of crisis in his heart. This was something he had developed over many years of experiencing various dangers. Hearing him make such a decision, Hisi silently raised her concern about this crisis another level in her heart, nodded without stopping him, and spoke a little quieter. After a moment of silence, she stuffed a brand new silver whistle and a freshly sharpened palm-sized dagger into Mo Xiao's hand, saying, remember to sound the alarm in case of danger. Keep this dagger for self-defense. It's better than nothing. Mo Xiao was the strongest person in their team, and if he encountered danger, it was not impossible for the entire team to face annihilation. The whistle and dagger were cold, but Mo Xiao held them tightly and nodded firmly. He quickly slipped away behind the cave. Hisi brought the little ones and pretended to be nonchalant while watching the tribe members roast meat, and helped to mix a sauce. The aroma of the barbecue wafted far away. The brightly colored sheep beasts were chopped into large pieces with stone knives, and everyone was fiercely gnawing on big chunks of meat. Hu Ben brought 4 lamb legs to Hisi, and then, together with the Monkey Mountain, served the white fruit meat soup she had cooked, giving each tribe member a large bowl. Mo Xiao transformed into beast form, spiraling up along the tree trunk. His massive figure, resembling ink, blended into the night as if he was one with it. Silently, he circled above the treetops, keeping an eye on he sees movements. Today, they were in a hurry and had no supplies on the way. Although the three little ones had eaten some warm food he had taken from her space to tide them over, they were now hungry and their stomachs were growling. When the lamb legs were brought over, they all eagerly gathered around. "Mama, it smells so good." The lamb legs were all wrapped in leaves. He unraveled and took out steel blades from the space in chunks, serving each of the cubs a bowl of soup and placing it in front of them. "Mother." Song Yu's big eyes turned around, and she was also very delicate when eating meat. I sensed it. In the east, there was a very dangerous aura. The east? He glanced to the east. The area had sparse trees, and it seemed there was nowhere to hide. He looked at the three little ones and shook her head, not in a hurry, saying she would talk to Mo Xiao later. The little ones shouldn't be away from people. Moreover, from the current situation, the other party should not be the tribe she thought, but rather a lone individual. Since it was a lone individual acting this way, there must be other motives. The little ones nodded obediently, although they usually made a fuss at crucial moments. They were very clever and knew what they should do. At this moment, Mo Xiao glanced at He-See's position. Hu Bin and Yuan Shan followed his instructions and were currently unconsciously surrounding He and the others. He raised his eyes and looked towards the east, moving his body along the treetops to probe in that direction. The massive creature, originally hiding in the dense forest, sensed something was off, concealed itself, and quickly slid down from the tree. The ice layer on the ground made no sound as it moved. It quickly vanished from the spot. Just then, Mo Xiao arrived at the scene. He looked around, sniffed lightly with his nose, and a hint of unusual color crossed his eyes. He did not continue to track and returned to the cave, sitting next to He. He silently put away the whistle, handed over a dagger, and said, "I'll keep the other thing. Take this for self-defense." He shook her head and did not accept it, instead handing him a leg of lamb, saying, "I still have some. Did you find anything?" Mo Xiao nodded. "Be alert when you sleep at night." He replied softly. There was nothing happening throughout the night. This was because Mo Xiao was sufficiently alert. He leaned against the cave entrance all night, and as soon as he sensed someone approaching, he would vigilantly open his eyes, his pupils flashing with golden light, extremely intimidating. There were still 5 days until they reached the place to transport the green-skinned fruit. He was worried that after all their hard work, they would suddenly find that the green-skinned fruits had vanished without a trace when they arrived. But regardless, they were already halfway there, and there was absolutely no reason to retreat. In the latter half of the journey, no dead sheep beasts appeared again, and the journey seemed to be going smoothly. Hu Bin and Yuan Shan had relaxed most of their vigilance, and the members of the team had tacitly accepted that those sheep beasts were gifts bestowed by the beast god. Only Mo Xiao remained vigilant, not lowering her guard at all. The target should be me. Other members of the team often left the group alone without any incidents occurring. She had tried her best to avoid being alone. In the following days, whether fast or slow, when He and the team saw the caves filled with green-skinned fruits, she felt a sense of relief after a quick check. They shouldn't delay. They needed to load the fruits quickly. After finishing, they would rest for the night in these caves and start back to the tribe as quickly as possible the next day. Hu Bin and Yuan Shan responded loudly, "Understood." "Master Shaman." The tribe members quickly sprang into action. He let Mo Xiao take care of the 3 little ones, then got up and, while the clan members were busy with quietly went through each cave, discreetly collecting half of the green-skinned fruits inside. There were a total of 3 caves. He quickly arrived at the last cave. Hu Bin, hearing a sound, instinctively turned his head. The cave entrance was empty. He poked the nearby Yuan Shan and scratched the back of his head. "Did you just hear the voice of the shaman?" It was a cold day. Yuan Shan was sweating profusely, and after a moment of surprise, wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Huh? Who? The shaman? In the beast world, with space to farm, raise cubs, and marry the fiercest beast king. Please bookmark, beast world, with space to farm, raise cubs, and marry the fiercest beast king. The update speed is the fastest on the internet." Chapter 104. Do you not need to hibernate? Yuan Shan couldn't help but urge, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and move the stuff. I want to get back to the tribe and eat in the cafeteria. Aren't you tempted?" Hu Bin nodded, turned to continue moving, his hand on the green-skinned fruit, but then pulled back. "No, I think I really did hear the shaman's voice just now. I'll go out and check." He rushed out, wandered around a few caves, didn't see He-See's figure, and felt a bit panicked, sprinting to find Mo Xiao, the priest. Mo Xiao looked up upon hearing the sound, glanced at his expression, and his eyes darkened. "Where's your shaman?" Hubin immediately knew it was bad. He hadn't misheard. The shaman had just called out to him outside the cave. Hubin's words were a bit jumbled, and after calming down, he continued, as soon as I turned around. I couldn't see the shaman anymore. Priest, what should we do? The three cubs looked up at him. Song Yu's small fists were clenched. And Song Ming and Song Yu looked tense. Mo Xiao looked at the three cubs. The safety of the cubs was crucial. It seemed he hesitated for a long time, but in reality, it was just a moment. He lowered his gaze to the cubs and seriously instructed, stay in the innermost part of the cave, don't come out. All the tribesmen will protect you. I'll go find your mother. Are you scared staying here? I'm not scared. Song Yu puffed out his small chest. Song Ming and I will definitely protect our sister. Song Yu obediently nodded. We absolutely won't leave the cave. Mo Xiao patted each cub on the head. Good. Hubin, take care of the cubs, as I just said. Hubin had already made one mistake, and now he treated the three cubs like treasures. Priest, don't worry. I will. Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Xiao's figure had completely disappeared. You see, I felt a bit speechless at the moment. She lowered her gaze to the snake tail tightly wrapped around her waist and couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of her opponent's life. Snake Sha. His speed was too fast, and the wind hitting her face fell like a knife. His arms were tightly restrained, unable to move. She opened her mouth and ended up swallowing a bellyful of cold air, so she simply bumped her head against his body. Snake Sha. The Snake Sha, moving at full speed, since the touch coming from her body, slowed down a bit, and finally spoke. How do you know it's mine? PCI looked down at the dark green scales on his snake body. To be precise, he was no longer a snake, but a jiao. Can beastmen species also evolve? Hitsishin felt a bit confused, but she suppressed her doubts and didn't appear as tense as she imagined the snake demon to be. Weren't you chased off a cliff by the eagle badger? How are you still alive? Is it because of these scales on you? Nonsense. The massive body of the snake demon suddenly paused, bringing Hitsishin into a thicket of decayed leaves and moved down along a hole in the ground. After moving for a long time in the depths of the earth, it slowly came to a stop, lifting Hitsishin up to its eyes with its strong, powerful tail, its dark green pupils reflecting her figure. PCI then realized that this place deep underground, which should have been pitch black, was surprisingly illuminated. She turned her head to look around. On the cave walls, several round pearls were embedded. Shishisha had been observing her expression and spoke in a low voice. Do you like these pearls? I see many females like them. This place was specially prepared for you. If you are willing, why not stay here and bear a young for me in the future? What do you think? PCI sneered. Aren't you supposed to be hibernating right now? Cold-blooded snake beastmen fear both cold and heat. The harsh winter should make it difficult for you to move at all. You wouldn't have gone against the natural order just because you're fixated on me, right? You're so cold. Aren't you uncomfortable? Let me down first, and I promise I won't harm you suddenly this time. Besides, with your hard scales for protection, you shouldn't be afraid of my weapons. Hearing this, Shisha carefully looked at her, seemingly trying to discern the truth in her words. Hichi even smiled with a good temper, showing no anger on his face. Am I making you distrust me like this? Or are you lacking confidence in yourself? Shisha gently placed her on the ground and stood steadily, transforming into human form, standing in front of Hichi as a female. I have a grudge against the snake eagle beastman. Last time he chased me, I had no choice but to leave. If it weren't for that, you would have already become my female. This place cannot be discovered by anyone. I have stored a lot of food here. You can stay with me until the end of the bitter cold season, and when the weather warms up, I will take you to find a place you like. Just the two of us settling down and having a litter of cubs. Wouldn't that be nice? PCI ignored him, looked around, and found a flat stone to sit steadily on. Where did you find me? I have been following you ever since you left the tribe. PCI reacted. The danger that Mo Xiao sensed last time at the planting base should not have been from the snake evil itself, but rather from its spying. Snake evil, I don't like you. This time, the snake evil gave PCI a feeling that was somewhat different from last time. But since he is willing to play along, PCI decided to cooperate with him. After following me for so long, you should have seen that I have a powerful beast husband by my side who is not inferior to you. You are not as gentle and considerate as he is, not as strong and capable, and you can't compare to his dedication to the cubs. You only know how to use underhanded tactics to force me, without caring about my thoughts at all. What you are doing is meaningless. Even if I am forced to be with you, I will not bear your offspring. Are you so confident that you can watch me all the time to prevent me from doing anything to the cubs? If you ever lay your guard down, I will either end myself and your cubs, or I will end the cubs. This is really pointless. Think carefully about what I just said to you. The snake evil frowned. The vertical pupils in its eyes disappeared, Its head tilted slightly as it looked at Hsi with a glaring confusion, but its voice remained cold. I can do it. Hsi shook her head. You can't do it. She scanned him up and down, deliberately shaking her head. You must be on the verge of hibernating, right? You should be very weak by now. If you really had confidence. She lowered her gaze to the snake tail that was once again wrapped around her waist and smiled sarcastically. You wouldn't use such means to force me. Chapter 105 Pua the snake demon fell silent. Seeing him quietly, not going crazy and destroying the cave like before, Hsi became more certain of her guess. She moved slightly, raised her eyes to look at him. Snake demon, let me go first. I'm hungry. I want to eat. If you keep this up, I will really be very angry. We will be at odds. The snake demon instantly released his tail. Female, what do you want to eat? He rustled and slid a bit further inside, then dragged out a bleeding beast and tossed it at Hsi's feet with a bang. I have meat here. Hsi frowned tightly, her face full of disgust, looking at the other person who deliberately took a step back. Don't you remember I don't eat raw food? Even though you keep insisting on being my beast husband, how can I agree to you when you are so inconsiderate? In the eyes of the snake demon, the pupils changed rapidly, but he managed to hold it in and said with a bit of good temper, let me use that thing that can start a fire, and I'll cook it. Of course not. Hsi deliberately looked at him with a surprised expression. You don't even know this? You're underground, not in an open cave. Using fire here will be poisoned. The smoke can't disperse at all, and the meat isn't even cooked yet. We'll all be choked to death. The expression on Shisha's face changed several times. Hsi watched as his chest heaved violently with anger, not feeling afraid at all. Instead, he let out a long sigh, his tone full of regret. You see, this little matter actually doesn't need my reminder. As he noticed the snake demon's eyes turning into slits, Hsi acted as if he didn't see it and softened his tone. However, compared to before, you have indeed made some progress. In the past, you wouldn't listen to anything I said. If I had acted like I just did, you would have already grabbed my neck and tried to kill me. Now, I'm actually willing to chat with you a bit more. Who knows, if you change a little, I might not dislike you as much as I did before. First, he struck hard, then found a trivial point to praise, pulling back and forth to test the other party, thus creating space for his own escape. The female snake demon's voice was cold as she fixed her gaze on Hsi, then took a deep breath before speaking. You stay here honestly, and I'll go up, light a fire, and roast meat for you. You can roast meat? Hsi waved a fire starter in front of the snake demon. If you're willing to change, I'm also willing to trust you. This thing is very rare, but I'm giving it to you to use now. Snake demon, don't let me down. The small fire starter was held at her fingertips. The snake demon, almost unconsciously, reached out her hand. Realizing that the other party had no intention of retracting their hand in vigilance, she took the fire starter, clenched it tightly in her palm, and lowered her head to take a serious look. The explosive anger she had felt earlier had dissipated significantly. Don't worry. As long as you don't run, I will change. Hsi didn't respond, treating the words as if she hadn't heard them. She lowered her gaze and surveyed the surroundings, deliberately displaying a look of annoyance. It was too stuffy here. You can breathe, but I can't stand it. Since you're going to the surface to roast lamb, why don't I go with you? I'll stay in a well-ventilated place underground, so you won't have to worry about me running away. Once you have the food ready, you can come back. She intentionally made her breathing irregular, her face pale, while her neck was flushed red. A few streaks of blood color quietly appeared in her eyes. Hsi's expression was painful, showing a look of unbearable distress, and his voice was difficult. It's really a bit stuffy here. Female, the snake demon suddenly approached, and in its dark green pupils was genuine concern. Hsi frowned and remained silent. This cold-blooded snake beast man was the most cunning and treacherous, and Hsi had no trust in him at all. If the conversation continued, it would only raise the other party's vigilance. The snake demon quickly brought her to the cave entrance, closely watching her reaction. When he saw that she had calmed down after a while, he leaned close to Hsi's ear and ominously spoke. Female, did you have fun just now? You are the esteemed shaman, and I know you are lying to me. Hsi stepped back and moved to the edge, giving him a glaring white eye. You know I'm lying to you, so don't bring me out next time. Just let me die in the cave. You, female. The snake demon looked annoyed, suppressing the impulse to collapse the pit, and used a lot of strength to grip the finger of the bleeding beast, the sound of bones cracking clear and distinct. Hsi suppressed the urge to strike and turned her face away, not looking at him. Shisha moved closer, his words dripping with threat. Female, you have completely caught my attention. I can't possibly give you up to seek another female. I don't care if you're real or fake, you can't escape. Have you finished talking? Hsi feigned patience, giving him a glare. Can you go roast that sheep? You've been secretly following me. You should know I haven't had a chance to eat today. Rationality briefly kicked in. Shisha carried the bleeding beast out of the pit, clearing the area in a manner reminiscent of how he C.I. instructed who been that day, and then ignited a fire. Ichi watched him busy with utmost seriousness and calculated in his heart. With Mo Zhao's alertness, he must have already known about his disappearance by now. The snake demon glided over the ice layer, leaving no trace at all. It was uncertain whether Mo Zhao could find him. There were still 3 little ones. If he couldn't kill this snake in one strike, given his level of obsession, it was not impossible for him to turn back and harm his clan and the little ones. ECI felt a bit hesitant. She wasn't sure if Mo Zhao's strength could defeat the opponent in one blow. It seemed quite difficult. She wondered if the commotion from the snake demon roasting the sheep could attract Mo Zhao over. While her mind was racing with thoughts, ECI kept busy in the space, not idling at all. The opponent had hard scales on their body, and she had just secretly touched them. They were really tough. It didn't seem very easy for cold weapons like military shovels and daggers to penetrate. If the ambush failed, it would be easy to alert the enemy. The snake demon was constantly paying attention to the movements in the pit. Seeing that ECI remained very quiet, it quietly extinguished most of the fire it had just started, quickly dug a pit in the ground with its tail, then wrapped the dismantled bleeding beast in leaves and mud and buried it, lighting a fire on top. This method reduced the smoke produced by the flames significantly. EC's expression darkened upon seeing this. The cold-blooded snake beast man was as cunning and sly as ever. While the two had different thoughts in the forest, Mo Zhao was swiftly moving with Song Yu in his arms. Over there, Song Yu pointed in a direction, and Mo Zhao promptly rushed over without any hesitation. I could smell that mother was getting closer to us. Song Yu was curled up in the backpack in front of Mo Zhao. And you must catch that cold-blooded snake beast man today. Chapter 106. The contest between males in Mo Zhao's face was as serious as water. And he still spoke gently to Song Yu. Once we catch that cold-blooded snake beast man. It was originally agreed that the 3 cubs should stay deep in the cave and not move around, but unexpectedly, when Mo Zhao left, Song Yu must have gotten Hu Ben to follow him. ECI had previously worked with Song Yu on a type of witchcraft medicine. When applied to the body, although the smell was not obvious, it would leave special traces when it came into contact with the trees in the wild forest. Song Yu remembered that a couple of days ago, out of boredom, she had secretly sprinkled this witchcraft medicine on the animal skin clothes of her 2 brothers and ECI. As she watched the snake demon's eyes turn into vertical slits, ECI seemed not to notice and softened her tone, saying, "However, compared to before, you have indeed made some progress. You used to never listen to anything I said, and if I had acted like I just did, you would have already been choking me and trying to kill me. Now that you're like this, I'm actually willing to chat with you a bit more. Who knows, after you change a bit, I might not dislike you as much as before." First, she would strike hard, then find some insignificant point to praise, pulling back and forth to test the other party, thus creating space for her own escape. Female. The snake demon was silent. Seeing him calm and not going mad and destroying the cave like before, ECI became more certain of her guess. She moved slightly and looked up at him. "Snake demon, let me go first. I'm hungry and want to eat. If you keep this up, I will really be very angry. We will both suffer." Instantly, the snake demon released his tail. "Female, what do you want to eat?" He rustled and slid a bit further inside, then dragged out a bleeding beast, throwing it down at EC's feet with a thud. "I have meat here." ECI frowned, looking disgusted as she watched the other person intentionally take a step back. "Don't you remember that I don't eat raw food? Although you keep saying you want to be my beast husband, how can I agree to you when you're being so inconsiderate?" In Shisha's eyes, the pupils rapidly changed, but he managed to hold it back and spoke in a surprisingly good-natured manner. "Give me that thing that can start a fire, and I'll cook it until it's done." "Of course not." Her voice was cold as she fixed her gaze on ECI. After taking a deep breath, she continued, "You stay here and behave while I go up, start the fire, and grill the meat for you." "You can grill meat?" ECI waved a fire starter in front of Shisha. "If you're willing to change, I'm also willing to trust you. This thing is very rare, but I'm giving it to you now. Shisha, don't disappoint me." The small fire starter was held at her fingertips. By some strange impulse, Shisha reached out. When he realized that the other person had no intention of retracting, he took the fire starter, clenched it tightly in his palm, and looked down seriously at it. The explosive anger that had been about to erupt had dissipated quite a bit by now. "Don't worry. As long as you don't run away, I will change." ECI didn't respond, treating the words as if she hadn't heard them. She lowered her gaze and looked around at the environment, deliberately showing a look of annoyance. It was too stuffy in here. You can breathe, but I can't stand it. Since you're going to the surface to roast lamb, why don't I go with you? I'll stay in a well-ventilated place underground, so you won't have to worry about me running away. Once you finish preparing the food, you can come back. She intentionally made her breathing irregular. Her face was deathly pale, but her neck was flushed red. A few streaks of blood color quietly appeared in her eyes. He expression was pained, making a look of unbearable distress, his voice struggling. It's really a bit stuffy here. Female. The snake demon suddenly restrained the impulse to attack Hisei, turning his face away and not looking at him. The snake demon moved closer, his words dripping with threat. Female, you have completely captured my attention. I can't give you up to look for another female. I don't care if you're real or fake. You can't escape. Are you done talking? Hisei feigned a patient demeanor, glaring at him. Can you go roast that sheep? You've been secretly following me. You should know I haven't had time to eat today. Rationality briefly kicked in. The snake demon picked up the bleeding beast and left the pit, clearing the area in the same manner Hisei had taught Hu Ben that day, then ignited a flame. Iji watched him work diligently and calculated in his heart. Close by, the dark green pupils were filled with genuine concern. Hisei frowned and remained silent. This cold-blooded snake beast man was the most treacherous and cunning, and Hisei had no trust in him at all. If they continued talking, it would only raise the other party's vigilance. The snake demon quickly brought her to the cave entrance, his gaze fixed tightly on her reaction. When he saw that she had calmed down after a while, he leaned close to Hisei's ear and ominously spoke. Female, did you enjoy playing just now? You are the esteemed shaman, and I know you are lying to me. Hisei took a step back, moving to the edge and giving him a glaring white eye. You know I'm lying to you, so don't bring me out next time. Just let me die in the cave. Female, you. Shisha had a look of irritation on his face, suppressing the urge to smash the pit. Gripping the Mion beast's finger with great force, the sound of bones cracking clear and distinct. With Mo Zhao's alertness, he must have already realized that he was missing. Shisha slid over the ice without leaving a trace. I wonder if Mo Zhao can find himself. This kind of behavior has reduced the smoke from the flames significantly. Hisei's expression darkened at the sight. This cold-blooded snake beast man was as cunning and sly as ever. While the two had different thoughts in the forest, Mo Zhao was swiftly moving with Song Yu in his arms. Over there, Song Yu pointed in a direction, and Mo Zhao immediately headed over without any hesitation. I could sense that mother was getting closer to us. Song Yu was curled up in the backpack in front of Mo Zhao. And you must catch that cold-blooded snake beast man today. There are 3 little ones. If we can't take down this snake with one blow, considering his temperament, it's not impossible for him to turn back and harm our clan and the little ones. Hisei felt a bit hesitant deep down. She didn't know if Mo Zhao's strength could defeat the opponent in one hit. It felt somewhat difficult. She wondered if the commotion from the snake demon roasting the sheep could attract Mo Zhao over. While her mind was racing with thoughts, Hisei had been busily rummaging around in the space. The opponent had hard scales on their body, and Hisei had just secretly touched them. They were incredibly tough. Cold weapons like military shovels and daggers didn't seem easy to penetrate either. If the ambush failed, it would easily alert the snake. The snake demon kept a close watch on the movements in the pit. Seeing that Hisei was very quiet, he quietly extinguished most of the fire he had just lit, quickly dug a pit in the ground with his tail, then buried the disassembled sheep beast wrapped in leaves and mud, lighting a fire on top of it. Chapter 107. You are definitely not a Jiao. Song Yu's small face turned pale in an instant. She tightly hugged Hisei's waist, looking at her in disbelief. Mother, father told me that we are not cold-blooded snake beast men. Believe your father. He wouldn't lie to you about this. Hisei replied. Just by seeing the tip of a tail, Hisei couldn't discern what Mo Zhao's beast form actually was, especially since this beast world exceeded her understanding in some aspects. They could actually evolve. The snake demon continued to roar in anger, struggling, disregarding the short dagger stuck in its 7 inches, its tail smashing down the towering trees around them, causing them to crash heavily onto the two. You clearly are the same kind as me. He sneered coldly, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Mo Zhao. Your offspring seems to dislike snake beast men. Before I became this form, I was a snake beast man too, and you clearly are as well, yet you deceive them. Female. The snake demon retreated, attempting to pull out the dagger stuck in its 7 inches. Looking at Hisei with a sarcastic tone, it said, he, like me, has become a cold-blooded snake beast man. Why can he be special? It suddenly shouted, I can also become strong. Hisei, who had been avoiding the battle between the two, looked at him in surprise. You don't know what you've turned into? Both the snake demon and Mo Xiao were momentarily stunned. In that instant, the snake demon pulled back, blood spurting from its 7 inches as it hid behind a stone. Do you know? Female, what have I turned into? You have turned into a jiao. He-chi, be cautious. Don't let the cubs get too close. How did you transform from a giant python into a jiao? Above the giant python is the green anaconda, and only after the green anaconda comes the jiao. Mo Xiao silently noted what she said, not interrupting their conversation. As for the female, I won't tell you. Even though death seems imminent, the snake demon remains fearless. Its entire spirit somewhat frenzied, and its gaze at He-chi is still filled with determination, unless you leave with me. He-ci directly closed his mouth and stopped asking more questions. A strange, dull pain came from his heart. This pain was worse than when the other party used a feminine weapon to stab him in the 7 inches. Shisha looked at He-ci deeply, then turned to Mo Xiao with a mocking tone. Now you're just a jiao that is not accepted by your own offspring. Montak Xiao, do you know that I once lived in the same cave with a female in Honghe tribe? She loved it when I picked flowers for her. At that moment, Mo Xiao lunged at Shisha, completely giving the other party no chance to continue speaking. Do you want to kill me? I just tangled with you on purpose to look for an opportunity to take the female away. Wait for me. After Shisha finished speaking, his massive body suddenly dove underground. Mo Xiao stepped on his exposed tail. He-ci did not expect that the other party had already dug out the underground cave here. Mo Xiao, holding Songyu close, handed the nano-wire figure to the other party, saying, use this. If the Snake Sha escapes again, with his personality, he will definitely disturb the tribe endlessly. In the tug-of-war between Mo Xiao and Snake Sha, he caught the fragile nano-wire that seemed to break at a pull and unhesitatingly wrapped it around Snake Sha's tail, forcefully pulling it back. A roar like that of a trapped beast echoed in the cave. The scales on Snake Sha's tail, stained with blood, fell off one by one. Seizing the moment when the scales were falling, he quickly swung his tail, and most of the flesh and blood on his tail was instantly stripped away, before he completely disappeared into the cave. As Mo Xiao lifted his leg to pursue, he thought of He-ci and the little one, and came to an abrupt stop. He-ci, Songyu, he quickly returned to their side, anxiously scanning He-ci from head to toe, and felt slightly relieved in his heart. Are you okay? I'm fine. He-chi shook his head and looked down at the silent Songyua, saying, you and your father are neither jiao, dragons, nor snakes, so there's no need to be angry. Songyua's face regained some color as she curled up in He-chi's arms, her little face looking pitiful. Montak Xiao, unable to help himself upon hearing her mention the term again, spoke up, I've never heard of a clan called jiao. That's snake. Although wounded in its 7 inches and bleeding profusely, with its tail broken in half, I still don't know if it will survive. You see, I felt somewhat helpless. He really did have a bit of luck. He didn't know if this was what they called a disaster that lasts for 1,000 years. Last time he fell off a cliff and didn't die. This time, although he was injured to the point of near death, he couldn't guarantee that the snake would die from weakness. After we return to the tribe, we will spread the news that the snake demon is still alive to the snake eagle tribe. They are arch enemies of the snake demon, and upon hearing this news, they should be very angry. With the personality of the eagle, if he knew that the snake demon survived his relentless pursuit, he would probably be the first to rush over to search for the other S whereabouts. As for the jiao, it is a race stronger than snakes and anacondas. It is somewhat similar to snakes, but also different, with its scales being the best distinction. Mo Xiao thought of himself and fell silent. He-ci could immediately see his thoughts and softly comforted him. Don't worry, you're definitely not. I have felt your body temperature, which is completely different from that of snakes. The size is also different, and the tail is different too. When she said this, she subconsciously recalled something, and a flash of inspiration quickly crossed her mind. But it was too fast to grasp, causing her to frown instinctively. Mo Xiao's beast form seemed somewhat familiar. What could it be? The inspiration vanished too quickly. She really couldn't remember. Forget it. The more she tried to recall, the more persistent she became, making it even harder. So she decided to set it aside for now. Perhaps one day it would suddenly come to her mind. It was like losing something nearby and desperately searching for it, only for it to suddenly appear in front of her when she wasn't paying attention. It was all about the thrill, as if the logic of the world had glitched at that moment. Mo Xiao, He-ci was genuinely curious. Could you tell me which tribe is the most powerful in this world? Mo Xiao answered promptly. It should be the sea-bottom merfolk and piranhas. One has a song that can confuse the minds of beastmen, while the other feeds on beastmen and wild animals. He-chi nodded, no longer dwelling on the topic. The team that had come out was still waiting for them in the cave, and they couldn't delay. Mo Xiao pulled He along, swiftly returning to the cave with her, just like that night. They had marked the way when they came, so the return was also quick. When the three of them arrived, Hu Bin and Yuan Shan, who were standing straight at the cave entrance, were almost in tears. Master Shaman, Master Priest, you're back. Song Yu and Song Ming are fine. Don't worry. Master Priest, what took Master Shaman away? Did you kill him? Chapter 108. Return Journey, Thinking of Shisha. Mo Xiao felt a surge of anger. No, he got away. Although he was seriously injured, we should still remain vigilant on the way back. The previous sheep beasts were sent by him, and he had been watching us from the shadows all along. It's fine, Hu Bin said, listening carefully, his fists clenched in anger. Once we return to the tribe, we will inform the others about what happened today. As long as that person dares to come, we will make sure he never returns. He held Song Yu and went deep into the cave to see the two cubs, leaving Mo Xiao to explain to the other clan members in detail. Mom, seeing her come in, Song Yu and Song Ming quickly rushed into her arms. He looked in surprise at the light red beast crystal in the center of Song Yu's brow, reaching out to touch it, a bit astonished. Guy, what did you grow this beast crystal? Just now? Song Yu chuckled. When Mother came back, worried it would disappear, I returned to my usual carefree self, touching my beast crystal and proudly lifting my little chin. After Mother disappeared, I was really angry, and while I was sulking, I felt a tickle on my forehead. I thought I was getting sick. I didn't expect Uncle Yuan Shan to say that this is a beast crystal. His little chest puffed out high. Mother, I will also be a red crystal beast man in the future. When danger comes, I will protect you. Although it was currently the weakest beast crystal, the fact that he could condense it meant there was room for improvement in the future, and his prospects were bright. Song Yu is really amazing. Song Ming, standing nearby, looked at the beast crystal on Song Yu's brow with some envy, feeling a bit disappointed when he heard He praise the other. Song Ming is also amazing. He gently rubbed the heads of the two little ones, saying, you both waited here obediently without running around, and you were worried about me and your sister. I'm really happy. Song Ming's face showed a bit of shyness as he quietly tugged at a bit of He's clothing and said, Mother, it's so good to have you back. We're setting off back to the tribe tomorrow. The journey might be a bit tough. Can you handle it, little ones? The three little ones responded in unison. Of course we can. Song Yu then shyly spoke up. Mother, I want to find Uncle Mo Xiao. Seeing a conflicted expression on his face for the first time made He chuckle a bit, and she nodded. Go ahead, he's just outside. Mo Xiao was the strongest male in the tribe, and Song Yu admired strength. Now that he had the beast crystal, he surely wanted to ask Mo Xiao something. Just as she finished speaking, Mo Xiao's voice came from behind. He approached the group, carrying a pot of clear stewed sheep meat, and placed the stone pot aside. I heard that the little ones haven't eaten because they were waiting for us, and you must be hungry too, so I brought some food. After saying this, he lowered his gaze toward the flowers at He's waist, his eyes narrowing slightly. Did she shop-pick this? He was taken aback and followed his gaze to look down. The flower had somehow ended up tucked at his waist. It must have been placed there by Shisha while he was escaping. He had been so tense that he hadn't even noticed the soft flesh of his waist pressing against the flower stem. Now, reminded by Mo Xiao, he felt a sharp pain in his waist and abdomen, quickly pulling out the flower and setting it aside. He reached in to touch the painful spot on his waist, and when he pulled his fingers out, they were stained with two bright red spots. He had actually bled. Seeing this, Mo Xiao's expression darkened, and he casually picked up the flower, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the corner of the cave. Does it hurt? Do you need any herbs? I can go gather some now. The three little ones also gathered around, looking at He's fingers from left to right, their small faces scrunched up. Oh, Mother, does it hurt? Is the injury serious? The wound was covered by his beast skin clothes, so they couldn't see it. He shook his head, looking relaxed and not in pain. It was just a small scratch with a bit of blood. No problem. No need for medication. It would heal quickly. Shisha was always rough. He was completely unperturbed. Cubs, eat first. I don't want you to feel bad because of this, she said with a smile. Changing the topic. After we finish eating, let's rest well here tonight and hurry back to the tribe as soon as possible. She was still thinking about her planting base. If all went well, the seeds should have sprouted by now. How about I take you and the cubs out first? Mo Xiao asked while eating. It's safer this way. Forget it. You should have seen the ruthlessness of Shisha today. If he came here in a frenzy, seeking revenge, your presence would ensure the safety of the tribesmen. It wouldn't delay us by too many days. It's fine. The safety of the tribesmen is equally important, and I can't turn a blind eye to it. Seeing her determination, Mo Xiao suppressed this thought and chose not to mention it for the time being. The speed of their return was indeed much faster than their arrival. After all the green-skinned fruits were loaded and the lid secured, he, under the pretense of checking, quietly lightened the way to the carts one by one. Upon returning to the tribe, they were nearly twice as fast as when they came. When Hulin heard that the team transporting the green-skinned fruits was back, he transformed into a silver fox and hurried out his den. However, his speed was fast. Estimating the timing, Xiongyin, who had been waiting in the dining shed instead of returning to his den, was even faster. His sturdy frame blocked He's path, his face filled with joy. "Witch doctor, you're back." Xiongyin, He said, her mood lifting after the long journey back to the tribe, smiling at him. "How is the planting base? Have there been any changes with those seeds?" Yes. Xiongyin nodded vigorously, his voice booming, his face flushed with excitement. "They've sprouted. So many little green dots. I took the beastmen of the Golden Dog tribe to cover and uncover those climbing grass mats every day, all according to your instructions. Witch doctor." He's eyes sparkled, sweeping away most of the fatigue from the journey. "I'll go over and take a look now." Only after securing the basics of survival through planting can she have the leisure to study things that improve the quality of life. Xiongyin smiled innocently, patting his chest with his big palm, transforming into a huge, furry brown bear, standing on all fours. "Master Shaman, you must be tired from the journey. Come sit on me." He's too enthusiastic. "I can't handle it." Xiongyin, "No need." He waved his hand to refuse, unable to overcome this inner barrier. "It's not far. I'll just walk over. It's not tiring." And Mo Xiao, standing aside, kicked Xiongyan's shoulder and coldly scolded him. With so many clansmen watching, "What are you doing like this? Get up." The hurried Hulin, upon seeing Xiongyan's beast form, was so angry that his eyes turned red. He walked over while fixing his silver hair and disdainfully glanced at Xiongyan, saying, "You mustn't pay attention to him. This is just his way of seducing you." He stared at his tail, which he hadn't had time to transform back. He remained silent. Beast World, farming, raising cubs, and marrying the fiercest beast king. Please bookmark. Beast World, farming, raising cubs, and marrying the fiercest beast king updates the fastest on the entire internet. Chapter 109, Bartering. He averted her gaze. To be honest, Hulin's fluffy tail was indeed very cute, even though she had been through so much and considered herself to be cold and indifferent. The fluffiness was simply irresistible, and she found herself itching to touch it. But touching someone's tail in public should be somewhat akin to misconduct, right? He's reaction caused everyone to look towards Hulin. Xiongyin was even more direct. When he transformed into his original form, his body was as robust as a small mountain. He moved his four legs and forcefully bumped into Hulin. "Chief of the Red Fox clan, when you talk about me, can you take a look at your own tail?" Hulin was startled. Instinctively, he reached back to touch it, and then his ears turned bright red as he quickly retracted his tail out of sight. "Hulin," he pointed to the rows of flatbed carts nearby and the weary clansmen. "Stay here and help settle these green-skinned fruits. If there is still plenty of flour, there is no need to grind more for now. Also, for the clansmen who participated this time, have you prepare a little extra meal for everyone to warm them up. The journey back has been tough, and we only had a proper meal at night when we lit a fire." Hulin instinctively followed He's words, stopping his steps and not insisting any further. "Don't worry, I'll handle things here. You've worked hard. If it gets too busy, you can ask Yuan Shu for help." Hulin reluctantly watched He's silhouette, and only after she had completely disappeared did he get to work. Xiongyin felt a bit regretful that the shaman hadn't ridden on him. He transformed back into human form and quickly caught up. "Shaman, I'm very familiar with the planting base. I'll go with you." He did not refuse. And Mo Xiao originally wanted to keep up, but the three little ones were exhausted from the journey. Despite their spirited efforts to hold on until now, they were very tired, with their eyelids drooping and looking drowsy. And Mo Xiao took the little ones to find a place to settle down. When He arrived, the members of the Golden Dog clan were busy covering the climbing grass mats again, not wanting to disturb their work. He took a detour to the place they hadn't yet reached. Just as Xiongyin had said, tender green sprouts were bravely stretching their branches from the cold soil. He's eyes were burning with excitement as he restrained his feelings. "Xiongyin, how did the collection of the rotten leaves go when I left?" "Lord Wu-Yi, rest assured, not only did I bring people to collect all the leaves, but I also dug a pit, covered it, and made the fertilizer you mentioned." He was even more delighted, "So I want to take a look." Xiongyin led her around for a while and finally walked into the wild forest, then pointed to the wooden cupboard not far from the two of them, saying it's right underneath there. "The smell is not pleasant, Master Shaman." Perhaps you shouldn't look at it after all. It's fine. I doesn't mind at all. Even though this piece of land has never been cultivated, and the soil might be quite fertile, she still wants to do a little more if she can. It's better than just watching it grow coldly without taking any action. I lifted the wooden lid and took a glance. Xiongyan was rough yet meticulous, and his work was quite thorough. After closing the lid again and standing up, I was just about to speak and head back when she heard a crisp and pleasant sound coming from the wild forest. What was that sound? The orc tribe she had encountered mostly used stone tools. However, stones could not produce such a melodious sound that could be clearly heard from a distance. Metal pieces? Was it from the Golden Lion tribe or the Merfolk tribe? She had heard Mo Xiao mention that the places where these two tribes were located were much more prosperous than where they currently lived and even had trade markets. Xiongyan, let's return to the tribe. I said coldly, pulling Xiongyan behind a tree. Don't waste time. Let's go now. Okay. Xiongyan completely trusted I. When the shaman said to leave, he immediately followed without any hesitation. I quickly caught up, his speed not inferior to Xiongyan's. Just as the two left the wilderness, they heard that voice from earlier, startlingly close. Ci's expression tightened, and she turned her head warily. Xiongyan transformed into a brown bear, standing in place and completely blocking I behind him. He slammed his front paws against his chest and roared angrily at a group of concealed orcs across from them, his voice causing nearby branches to tremble. Since they had already encountered each other, I no longer avoided the situation. She stepped out from behind Xiongyan and looked at the few people slowly approaching, her gaze warily falling on what was behind them. She coldly asked, "Who are you? This wild forest does not belong solely to your tribe." I was not so domineering as to prevent others from approaching. There were about 6 orcs on the other side, and behind them were a few wild beasts, though they were blocked from view, so I couldn't see what kind of beasts they were. They all held bone staffs in their hands. At the top of the staffs were wind chimes made from bones, which were strung together with shelled bamboo pieces and small stones. As they walked, the bone wind chimes swayed and the things strung together and knocked against each other, creating the crisp and pleasant sound that had been heard earlier. Seeing that the other side was not as numerous and powerful as he had imagined, I patted the furry arm of Xiongyan, signaling him to remain silent for the time being. The group gradually approached. The leading male orc, upon seeing the unusual combination of I and the bear, displayed a hint of curiosity on his face, but still spoke. "We are from the reindeer tribe. Every winter solstice, we reindeer orcs come out to trade goods in exchange for other items, and we also help tribes in need find those willing to exchange with them." I tilted his head slightly. Only then did he see that there were indeed 10 reindeer behind them. Each pair of reindeer was pulling a huge basket. I squinted her eyes and realized that the basket was different from the flatbed cart she made. It was not constructed using mortise and tenon joints, but rather arranged in the shape of a basket and then bound with vines around the edges. Luji looked at I and then glanced at the intimidating Xiongyan beside her, cautiously deciding not to approach any further. "Are you from the brown bear tribe? If you don't need to trade, we can walk around." The combat power of the reindeer beastmen was still somewhat inferior to that of the brown bears. It was his first time stepping into the Yinfeng mountain area, and he didn't expect to encounter such a formidable tribe. "I don't know what you have that I can trade for." I did not immediately refuse. "Is this your first time here? If it's the great cold season, there should be tribes responsible for trading goods. The tribe's people wouldn't keep it a secret." But even Mo Xiao didn't mention this, indicating that such things had never happened before. "Yes." Lu Ji was also being cautious of I. "We have never been here before." He stood still, carefully looking around to ensure he could leave at any moment. He then replied, "If you want to trade, we can talk. For fans of beast worlds, farming, raising offspring, and marrying the strongest beast king, please bookmark Beast World, farming, raising offspring, and marrying the strongest beast king with the fastest update speed online. Chapter 110. I have many things to trade with you." Both sides are on guard, and it was clear that this matter could not be settled. I looked at Lu Ji's nervous expression, pondered for a moment, and took 2 steps forward. "Master Shaman," Xiongyan said with a tense face. I waved his left hand behind him to indicate that there was no need to be nervous. Looking at the basket being pulled behind the reindeer, she asked, "Can I see what's inside?" She stepped closer, holding the cleaned nanowire returned by Mo Xiao in her palm. "If there's something I need, I can trade with you. My tribe is not far from here, and we have many people with many needs. Where do you come from?" Seeing her approach alone, Lu Ji felt a lot of the tension ease and waved his hand to signal the tribesmen beside him to step aside. Everyone took a few steps forward to show her the contents of the basket. The reindeer orcs transformed into beast form to pull goods during the great cold season. Xiong watched as Ci was surrounded by many reindeer, feeling anxious inside, his eyes fixed on them without blinking. If anything unexpected happened, he would immediately rush out. All the baskets were covered with wooden lids. Ci pointed and looked at Lu Ji, asking for his permission. Can I lift these lids? Yes, Lu Ji replied. He glanced at Ci, then at Xiong walked forward and lifted all the wooden lids. You are a precious and delicate female. Why are you out with a beast husband during the great cold season? Are you too wandering orcs? If you plan to take something and leave, it would be easy for us reindeer orcs to catch up with you. Chi's tense mood lightened because of what he said, and he couldn't help but laugh as he leaned in to take a look at the things in the basket. You're overthinking it. I won't go back on my word. The items in the basket were indeed quite diverse. Not only were there various tools made of stone, but there were also meats, salt, nuts, and witch medicine, among other things. Ci lowered her head and searched carefully, wanting to see if there was any food she needed inside. Rice, sorghum, various beans. Even one new item would be good. She only looked and didn't touch or pick anything up. Seeing her just looking and not saying anything, Lu Ji couldn't help but ask, what are you looking for? I'm looking for food. Ci stood up straight after looking at all the baskets and gave up. Have you encountered any birds along the way? Afraid he wouldn't understand, Ci wanted to add some explanation. Yes, we did. The deer season is not dull. We instantly realized that we encountered the orcs of the Red Crane tribe. They exchanged a lot of meat and salt with us for a novel food. And they also asked me if I had any seasonings, but we couldn't understand, so we didn't make the exchange. Ci raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't expect to hear news about the Red Crane tribe here. However, she was only surprised for a moment before dismissing the thought, too lazy to ask more. Since it had been completely severed, they were strangers. There was no need to waste time and emotions. I didn't see what I wanted from you. I want to find some grain-related items. Ci roughly described the appearance of rice and other items to the other party, and, in the end, he asked seriously whether the reindeer tribe had ever seen such things after so many years of bartering. The deer did not immediately deny it. He stood in place, furrowing his brow, and, after thinking for a long time, he walked to the edge of the basket and rummaged inside for a long time. He found nothing. He turned around in place, hands on his hips, as if he had thought of something. Ci looked at his expression and not only felt anxious, but instead had a bit more anticipation. The fact that he reacted this way indicated that he had some impression of what she described. Could it be that this time, she really had found the answer after all her efforts? Chi's gaze couldn't help but follow Lu Ji's movements. I thought of something. Lu Ji slapped his forehead, directly borrowed the beast skin bag tied around his waist, carefully poured some into his palm, and handed it to Chi, saying, is this the white grain you want? It's rice. Although it's not as pure white as modern rice, what he held in his palm was indeed real rice. Ci subconsciously reached out his hand. Lu Ji immediately retracted his hand, looking at Ci with a wary expression. What are you trying to do? Let's talk? Knowing that the other party had rice, Ci spoke seriously. We must have what you need in our tribe. I'll take you to my tribe to have a look. I need a lot of the stuff you just poured out. I have things to trade with you. You can see if there's anything you need. Lu Ji looked at his fellow tribesmen. They all nodded. Among the orcs, there weren't so many schemes, seeing that Ci genuinely wanted to help. They also lowered their guard. The reindeer orcs had been trading goods for so long during the harsh winter, and now they could continue in a different place, which was enough to show that they had their own ways to survive. Xiong Ci was very happy to see them agree and called out to Xiong. Let's head back to the tribe first. They led the way, and Lu Ji, along with the tribespeople, followed closely behind. The reindeer pulled a basket, leaving deep marks on the ground. The wind chimes swayed, and Ci found the sound extremely pleasant. Regardless of whether they could exchange or how much they could exchange, she felt reassured knowing that rice truly existed in this land, so she was not afraid of running out in the future. On the outskirts of the tribe, simple defenses had already been built. Along the back of the cave, they used fence wood taller than a person, arranged in a circle, with the tops of the fence sharpened. In front of the tribe, they used mud bricks that Ci had people mass-produce. The wall was taller than even the males, effectively concealing the appearance of the tribe. In the center of the wall was a double wooden door that Ci personally oversaw the construction of, coated with tung oil, with the top shaped like wooden spikes, giving it an imposing presence. Outside the tribe, there were no caves. Ci had people build 2 small houses with yards using wood. The small houses were separated in sequence, with wooden walls dividing them into 6 small rooms, intended to accommodate guests from afar. After the small houses were completed, They remained vacant, and she had not expected them to be useful today. ECI asked Xiong Yin to temporarily arrange for the orcs of the reindeer tribe to rest, and then walked into the tribe to call for the monkey tree. As soon as he entered the yard, even the reindeer in orc form transformed into human shape, staring in shock at the walls before them. What on earth is this? Tribe leader. The tribesmen beside Lu Ji were all astonished, wanting to get closer, but feeling a bit timid. What is that? Is it made of wood too? How come we have never seen this before? And this? They touched the walls of the small houses and curiously looked at the windows, exploring here and there, their eyes and hands both busy. Tribe leader, they made caves out of wood. This cave is much better than a stone cave. What kind of tribe is this? Didn't they say that brown bears are not smart? In the middle of this, Lu Ji was also curiously examining the small wooden houses. He walked inside and looked up for a long time. There were no signs of leaks in the house. With the help of vines, wooden boards could be used to form baskets. Could it be that this small house was also surrounded by vines? He ran outside to take a look. There were no signs of vines outside. After going back and forth many times, Lu Ji scratched his head and looked at Xiong Yin. Did your brown bear tribe build this cave? Xiong Yin was quite proud, beaming with honor. This was built by our great shaman. A few small wooden houses are nothing. You haven't seen the grandeur of our tribe. If you did, it would scare you to death. Lu Ji turned his head in surprise. His view was blocked by the high walls. He couldn't help but ask, is this wall made of wood too? From the outside, it doesn't look like wood at all. How did you do it? Did you coat it with mud outside? Xiong Yin scoffed dismissively, looking at him as if he had never seen the world. You don't know this? This is mud brick. You reindeer orcs have come and gone in the Kanglan continent, and you've been to so many places, yet you haven't seen this. You can touch it. It won't break even if you hit hard. Lu Ji truly stepped out of the small house and carefully touched the bottom of the wall with his hand when he reached it. Other reindeer orcs, seeing this, curiously followed. Someone looked at Xiong Yin, their tone somewhat ominous. You say this thing won't break, even if we hit hard? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can try hitting it. It's very sturdy. Several reindeer orcs quickly transformed into their beast forms and charged towards the wall with all their might. A loud boom echoed. Several reindeer's antlers got stuck in the mud brick wall, and their heads couldn't move, desperately pulling back with all their strength. When ECI returned with Mo Xiao and Yuan Shu, they saw them with there but sticking out, working hard. Why did you crash into our clan's wall? Yuan Shu's face was grim, and his tone was not very polite as he quickly stepped forward and grabbed the reindeer's hind legs, pulling them out one by one. He gently touched the broken brick wall, feeling deeply pained. It wasn't easy to make mud bricks. Building a high wall with mud bricks took quite a lot of effort. Now that there was a hole, he instinctively turned to ECI for help. Master Shaman, what should we do? How do we repair it? Lui repeatedly apologized, standing in front of his clansmen. Even though two of his clansmen had their antlers stuck and half broken, he still spoke sincerely. I'm sorry. If we can help, we would be willing to fix the wall before we leave. ECI looked at Xiong Yin. The latter shifted his gaze nervously. Under He-See's penetrating gaze, he lowered his head, looking like he had made a mistake, as if to say, it's all my fault. I just said that this wall can't be broken no matter how hard you hit it, and told them to try it themselves, which is why I found out. ECI didn't say anything harsh to Shu and Lu tribe's orc in front of Xiong Yin, noticing that the attitude of the deer season had returned to a gentle state. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. Don't worry about the wall issue. I can handle it later. Let's talk about the exchange of goods. She stood at the entrance of the small courtyard, gesturing for the reindeer orc to enter first, and then followed suit. It was too cold outside, so they all went into the inner room. Inside, the room was equipped with tables and benches. They all sat down together. The other reindeer orcs were led by Xiong Yin to the next room to rest. ECI got straight to the point. The orcs of the Red Crane tribe must be exchanging fresh meat with you using sweet potato vermicelli, right? We have plenty of this in our tribe. Lu Ji was no longer surprised to hear this. It seemed normal for orcs who could build a tribe of this scale to possess special food. The white grains were exchanged with the honey badger tribe, Lu Ji candidly revealed, without any concealment. The honey badger tribe is particularly far from here. At our tribe's speed, it took us until the end of the rainy season to reach here. The honey badger tribe enjoys all kinds of tender meats. Honey badger tribe? ECI instinctively repeated, turning her head to look at Mo Xiao and Yuan Shu. Have you heard of this tribe? She didn't know about the honey badger, but was unclear about the habits of the honey badger orcs. She had originally thought that honey badgers in this world were just wild beasts, not intelligent orcs. Yuan Shu shook his head rapidly. It's too far away. I haven't heard of this tribe. I know. Mo Xiao spoke softly in response to her puzzled expression. The honey badger tribe is rare. It's not a tribe where females have multiple male partners or males have multiple female partners. Although they still value females and, due to the beast god, won't harm them. Their females have to make this choice for the tribe's reproduction. Although honey badger orcs are fierce, their fertility is not high. Females often take 1 to 2 years to give birth to a litter, and each litter only has 2 or 3 cubs. Moreover, the cubs need to be cared for by the females for a year before they can live normally. PCI nodded, understanding. The males of the honey badger tribe have many females, so the tribes with strong fertility do not become the females of honey badger males, as they cannot receive special treatment, making it impossible to find a mate. Moreover, female honey badgers have a long breeding time and low fertility, making them unpopular with other tribes. More importantly, honey badger orcs are simply not attractive enough. It's not just them that give birth to only 1 litter a year. Even some tribes around HCI have this practice. However, the most important thing is that the females of the red fox tribe are beautiful and intelligent, while the ape tribe has long limbs and strong physiques. It would be one thing if the honey badger tribe were monogamous, but they follow a model of one male with multiple females. No wonder they're not welcomed by other tribes. I suddenly thought of something and instinctively asked, are the honey badger tribe's cubs all healthy? Are there any newborn cubs that look a bit strange and not quite normal? The originally relaxed Lu Ji suddenly looked up at his CI upon hearing this. How do you know this? This is a secret of the honey badger tribe. I discovered it by chance. They didn't tell me. PCI smiled and said, I inferred this from your words. Since the honey badger tribe does not interact with other tribes and only reproduces with their own kin over such a long time, the orcs in the tribe likely have some degree of blood relation. As a result, the likelihood of the offspring produced becoming deformed is very high. PCI turned to Mo Xiao and said, you are knowledgeable and well-informed. Do you know if there are any squirrel tribe, marmot tribe, or raccoon tribe in the Kanglan continent, like the beast world, bringing space to farm and raise cubs to marry the fiercest beast king? Please bookmark, beast world, bringing space to farm and raise cubs to marry the fiercest beast king updates the fastest on the internet. Chapter 112. Let us go with you. Not only Mo Xiao, but the others present also instinctively thought about the tribes CI had just mentioned. The monkey was the first to give up. He had never heard of these tribes. There's indeed a raccoon tribe about 2 or 3 days' journey from the honey badger tribe. However, this tribe is very fierce. I do not like to associate with them. Beside him, Lu Ji suddenly spoke up. We have encountered the raccoon tribe, but they are very aggressive. I didn't dare to approach with my people. Although they roam outside, there are some tribes that we absolutely will not get close to. For example, the hyena tribe and the raccoon tribe, which are fierce and unreasonable. Not only do they steal goods, but they also easily resort to violence. I want to visit the honey badger tribe. PCI looked at Lu Ji and asked, aren't you going to take the road back? Don't worry. Even though it wasn't very good of me to get the news from you to find the honey badger tribe, I'm willing to give you some things for free. For example, you used vines to help you get the basket. I can help you modify it to be as sturdy as my little house. Then ECI looked outside the door and called out loudly, Xiongyan, Master Shaman, I have brought the things. Hearing the voice, Lu Ji turned curiously and saw several strange wooden objects beside Xiongyan. He squinted, trying hard to recognize them, but couldn't remember what they were for. What is this? This is a cart that I made with my tribesmen. Come with me. PCI directly led Lu Ji into the courtyard, and with a flick of his fingers, Mo Xiao and Yuan Shu walked over to the flatbed cart. In just a few moments, they modified the cart's handle, easily connecting it to the one in front. The 3 carts, resembling a train, were linked together as a single unit. Standing aside, Xiongyan waited for them to finish the modifications, then went to the front cart, pulling it and running a lap around the courtyard. Your reindeer tribe only has that wooden basket when traveling outside, which not only limits movement, but also causes the binding vines at the bottom of the basket to wear down faster with each passing day. This flatbed cart, which I've modified to its current form, not only reduces the number of tribespeople needed to pull it, but also allows for a significant increase in the amount of goods transported. Can this be used as compensation for you? The reindeer orcs use goods to exchange for stored supplies, and since they skipped the process of finding the rightful owner, PCI felt that appropriate compensation was necessary. Lu Ji was so surprised that he was speechless. Surprise was hardly enough to describe his feelings. Divine blessing from the beast god. Divine blessing from the beast god. With a loud thud, Lu Ji knelt on the ground, hands clasped together, repeatedly bowing towards the distant east. This was a blessing from the beast god. I have brought my people to the home of the beast god. This must be where the beast god lived before becoming divine. A miracle. The other reindeer orcs, seeing Lu Ji's piety, were so excited they almost went mad. They rushed out of the room, kneeling behind Lu Ji, shouting, "Blessings from the beast god. Heaven bless the reindeer." PCI, she didn't expect the other party to react this way. The reaction was so intense. Previously, both the Red Fox clan and the Ape clan had a good acceptance of this item. After all, if they could accept the cafeteria and oil lamps, a wooden cart really shouldn't be a big deal. And Mo Xiao had been paying attention to PCI, and, seeing this, moved closer and whispered, "Our tribe's people have already experienced things like straw raincoats, animal skin umbrellas, and so on. By the time the flatbed cart came out, they were already used to it and wouldn't be particularly surprised." PCI thought for a moment. The situation might indeed be as Mo Xiao said. However, seeing the orcs of the reindeer tribe react this way, PCI stood still, unsure whether to intervene. Fortunately, after their initial excitement, the emotions of the others calmed down. Upon hearing that you are the shaman of the tribe, Lu Ji's demeanor became much more respectful, and he said, "I am willing to offer you all our white grains. Thank you for your generosity. If you don't mind, our tribe is willing to take you to find the orcs of the honey badger tribe." After saying this, Lu Ji cautiously glanced at Mo Xiao. Among the several males beside this shaman, this one was the most intimidating to him. He suppressed his inner tension, swallowed hard, and added in a low voice, "Our tribe is good at tracking tribes. With us accompanying you, it will be easier and less laborious to find the honey badger tribe." PCI glanced at Mo Xiao, not seeking his approval, but simply curious about how he managed to scare the reindeer orcs into such a state without a sound. "If you are willing, I can set off with you. Having a reindeer orc to lead the way would be much more convenient than searching together with her and Mo Xiao. Moreover, since they have come all the way here, they are more aware of how to avoid dangers along the route. It saves effort and worry. From any perspective, it is quite suitable." Hearing he sees agreement, Lu Ji nodded repeatedly, "We are willing. My tribe members will have no objections either." The other reindeer orcs standing behind Lu Ji also nodded in unison. "We are willing too. This flatbed cart looks to be of very good quality. If the reindeer orcs use it for a few years, it probably won't break. More importantly, if they can learn the method of making flatbed carts from this esteemed shaman, they will no longer need to use the cumbersome wooden basket they have now." Isare asked Xiong Yin to greet the others. "You all take a break for now. We'll let you know the departure time after we discuss it," the shaman said, as Lu Ji rushed to her side when she stepped out of the courtyard. "Here, take this. This is all the white grains we exchanged from the honey badger tribe. To be honest, if I hadn't seen many deformities among the cubs of their tribe, I wouldn't have exchanged for the white grains. I've always felt that I came out at a loss." PCI calmly accepted. "No, how much meat did you exchange with the honey badger tribe? I can give you some. Xiong Yin, go find Huya later and have her prepare more food. Bring it over with the tribe members for each meal." Xiong Yin had just made a mistake and wanted to perform better at this moment. Nodding vigorously, "Rest assured, Master Shaman, I will take good care of them." PCI did not stay long. As soon as she left the small courtyard, Mo Xiao naturally took the bag of rice from her hand. Seeing this, Yuan Shu hurried away without leaving a word. Zhang opened his mouth, but hadn't spoken yet when he heard Mo Xiao's voice coming from beside him. "I'll go with you. Bring the little ones along." PCI. "Otherwise, you stay to take care of the cubs," she inquired tentatively. The 3 cubs just returned from outside, and going out again would be quite tiring. "I'm not at ease leaving them with someone else. Song Yu is a little female." And Mo Xiao accurately grasped the point. "It's inconvenient for me to take her. Last time, the cubs played a significant role in the incident, and Song Yu even awakened the beast crystal. PCI, you can't protect them as if they were just born cubs. Like the beast world, bringing space to farm and raise cubs to marry the strongest beast king. Please everyone bookmark, beast world, bringing space to farm and raise cubs to marry the strongest beast king. The update speed is the fastest on the internet." Chapter 113, "We don't need to take care of them." Hichi was silent for a moment. She decided to go back and ask the opinions of the cubs. She didn't want to make a unilateral decision on this matter. The cubs each had their own ideas now, and Hichi decided to respect their thoughts. "I will lay out the choices in front of the cubs, and how they choose will be up to them. You don't need to interfere, okay?" Mo Zhao's eyes flickered slightly, tacitly agreeing. The cubs were all in a large cave within the inner circle of the tribe. Not only were Hichi's 3 cubs there, but nearly all the cubs of the orcs in the tribe were inside as well. This was something Hichi had discussed with Huro before transporting the greenskin fruit. In the tribe, there were also some older orcs who couldn't help much when the tribe was bustling with activity. In the past, it didn't feel like a problem when everyone was idle, but now, even the harsh winter season couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the tribe members. And they also wanted to find something to do. Coincidentally, Since Hu Rou had handed over the position of chief to Hu Lin and had some free time, she decided to discuss with them about setting aside a separate area in the tribe to take care of the cubs collectively, which would also help lighten the burden on the busy and strong orcs. Additionally, having the cubs from different clans play together could promote communication between the adult orcs. In just over 20 days, the atmosphere in the tribe had become more harmonious. When ECI returned, she noticed this change. Mo Xiao did not go with her. When ECI arrived at the entrance of the cave, Hu Rou was just playing a game of musical chairs with the cubs inside. She didn't interrupt immediately. Song Yu and Song Ming had already noticed her the moment she stood at the entrance, looking up and smiling sweetly at ECI. Once the game was finished, they immediately ran over to her, calling out, "Mama!" Song Yu, still dazed, continued to wait for the next round to start. It was only when reminded by the other cubs that he ran over to ECI, asking, "Mama, why are you here? It's not dinner time yet." The energy of the three cubs was truly better than she had imagined. ECI originally thought that they would have to stay in the cave and sleep for a few days to recover. "I have something to tell you." ECI briefly introduced the origins of the reindeer orcs, and then asked whether they wanted Mo Xiao to stay and take care of them, or if they wanted to go with her to the honey badger tribe. Song Yu responded the quickest, "Mom, I want to fight with you." Song Ming hesitated for a moment, glanced at He-See's expression, and spoke with a hint of uncertainty. "Mom, there's nothing for me to do if I stay in the tribe." "Mom, we actually don't need him to take care of us," Song Yu said, looking at her two brothers. She quietly tugged at Song Ming's sleeve with her little hand behind her back. "We want to stay in the tribe a little longer and play with our good friends. Meals are provided in the cafeteria, and we can also fetch water and wash up by ourselves. If you're worried about safety at night, we can sleep with Grandma Hu Rou." Song Yu was somewhat confused and impulsively asked, "Sister, didn't brother just meet so many good friends?" Song Yu pointed at the curious little ones in the cave who were looking this way. "Don't you want to play with them? If we go out, no one will play with you." Song Yu indeed hesitated. The three of them had previously been in the Honghe tribe, where it was good enough not to be scolded or chased away, and no one would play with them at all. There were too many orcs in the tribe, of all races, and their beast forms would not surprise anyone. Instead, they would pique the curiosity of other cubs, because their mother was a mysterious beast god messenger. The other cubs associated them with the beast god, thinking they must be very special beings. Song Ming had already understood his sister's hint. "Brother," Song Ming poked his arm, "I also want to play with my friends." Hu Rou, sitting not far away, noticed the hesitation on He-See's face and smiled. "He-See, you can go to that tribe without worry. The cubs will stay in the same cave as me. It'll be fine. I won't let them wander outside. Right now, the young cubs' meals are delivered from the cafeteria, so it's very safe." He-See finally dispelled her last trace of doubt. The words of the little ones were reasonable and well-founded. She didn't notice anything wrong at all. "Well then, thank you, Elder. When I return, I will personally cook some delicious dishes for you." Hu Rou instantly smiled widely. Good. Just thinking about the meals eaten in He-See's cave before makes her want to taste them right now. You're just what I need. The tribe members think the food in the cafeteria is already good enough, but only she knows that those things eaten in He-See's cave were truly top-notch delicacies. The more she compares, the more she misses them. He-See finished speaking and went back to look for Mo Xiao. As soon as he stepped out of the outer gate, he saw Mo Xiao standing there. He-See was momentarily surprised. "Didn't you just say you were going to find Jin Ting? It's already settled." Mo Xiao's cold expression would always soften the moment he saw He-See. As long as she was present, his gaze remained fixed on her, ignoring everyone else. Hearing her words, he patiently chatted with her, asking how the cubs were doing. "The cubs all want to stay in the tribe and don't want you to take care of them." He-See was already pondering what to prepare for the honey badger tribe, not noticing the fleeting smile on Mo Xiao's face. The old chief was willing to take care of them. "If you want to go to the honey badger tribe, you can come along." Mo Xiao was very straightforward, saying that even if he refused his company, he would secretly follow. With the itinerary decided, there was no need to hesitate any longer. The reindeer tribe's orcs did not all set out. During the deer season, only one tribesman accompanied him, plus He-See and Mo Xiao, making a total of 4. They traveled light and moved quickly. The remaining reindeer orcs stayed behind in the tribe, where Xiong Yin and Yuan Shu would host them well. When Hu Lin learned that He-See had just returned and was about to leave again, he felt quite distressed. Upon discovering that there were only 4 people in this trip, his alertness peaked, and he anxiously paced in his cave. Hu Lin. As the eagle badger arrived at his cave entrance, he saw Hu Lin's anxious demeanor and inquired urgently, "What's wrong with you? Did something happen in the tribe?" Thankfully, the beast guard outside recognized me. Otherwise, I would have almost gotten into a fight with the black-faced monkeys and long-haired dogs outside. "Eagle badger, Don't say that about them. Hu Lin frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable with his description of Yuan Shu and Jin Ting. They are now members of our tribe, with the 5 tribes united. If we encounter other tribes wanting to bully us, they should think twice. The Chief Fox tribe and my Snake Eagle tribe have always been on good terms. How could any short-sighted tribe dare to bully you? This good tribe has turned into this. It's all because of He's demands, right? Like the beast world, farming and raising offspring in the space to marry the most powerful beast king. Please everyone bookmark, beast world, farming and raising offspring in the space to marry the most powerful beast king has the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 114, I fly very fast. Hu Lin was furious. Eagle Badger, if you came here today to say these annoying things, you can leave now. In the past, dealing with Eagle Badger, he found him to be straightforward and generous, albeit a bit blunt, but there was no pressure in dealing with such a person. But now, why did this person sound so annoying the moment he opened his mouth? Last time, they parted on bad terms, thinking that his visit this time would ease the tension. But he still sounded the same. Hu Lin was already in a bad mood, and his expression was even worse now. Eagle Badger, did you come here for something? I have nothing to do. Eagle Badger gritted his teeth, feeling stabbed by Hu Lin's attitude. He wanted to leave, but ultimately held back and stepped into the cave. Fine. I actually heard that the stray orc my clan has been tracking did not die after all. His tone was somewhat defeated. So I came down the mountain to find you despite my clan's objections. I want to search for the trace of Shisha. That snake, not fearing the harsh winter, instead of staying in its cave, came out to harm others. I cannot succumb to the harsh winter. I must kill him. Hu Lin's eyes brightened. You reminded me. You decide whether to stay here or go back to your tribe. I need to catch up with ECI now. Last time that snake was able to abduct ECI right under the noses of so many tribesmen. Mo Xiao had so many helpers but could not protect him. This shows he is not powerful. It's so dangerous outside. How can ECI be okay without his own protection? Hu Lin directly picked up his pre-packed bundle, transformed into beast form, and rushed outside. Eagle Badger, I'm leaving. Wait for me. Eagle Badger let out a long cry, transforming into a massive snake eagle beast, easily catching up with Hu Lin, grabbing him with his claws, and soaring into the sky before releasing him. Hu Lin, the snake eagle beast, quickly dove down, catching Hu Lin just as he was about to hit the ground with its broad body. You also reminded me that snake always follows ECI. If I follow her, I might easily find Shisha's trace. As long as he dares to come, I will definitely kill him. With me carrying you, we can go faster. Tell me, where do they go? Hu Lin was persuaded by him. At his own speed, he really might not catch up with them. To the Honey Badger tribe. Guessing that Eagle Badger might not have heard of the Honey Badger tribe, Hu Lin pointed in a direction and chased that way. They just left 2 days ago. If we go faster, we should be able to catch up. Eagle Badger flapped his wings and flew quickly. At this moment, ECI was flying swiftly on the same snowboard as Mo Xiao. The deer season was also using the same one with his tribesmen. ECI also didn't expect that it would start snowing right after leaving the tribe. Overnight, the snow had already accumulated enough to cover her ankles. She and Mo Xiao made 2 snowboards together and explained how to use them. Mo Xiao, along with Lu Ji, practiced without wasting any time. As if he was born with skiing skills, quickly mastering it as soon as he got on. It was also at this moment that ECI realized that Lu Ji's beast crystal was actually blue. No wonder he dared to lead his people out to exchange goods among various tribes during the harsh winter season. With his and Mo Xiao's powerful abilities, ECI felt that the speed on the snowboard was even faster than racing cars. Her head was wrapped in animal skins, leaving only her eyes exposed. She initially thought the cold wind would be biting, but staying behind Mo Xiao, she was completely shielded, barely feeling the wind speed at all. This must be the kind of power that comes from having a beast crystal. ECI, Lu Ji called her name, still feeling somewhat reserved. At the current speed, we should reach the Honey Badger tribe in 7 days. While he spoke, ECI was undoing the animal skin on her head. They traveled quickly, and whenever they encountered a cave, they would take the opportunity to rest, which alleviated much of the anxiety compared to when they were transporting the green-skinned fruit. Thank goodness you are leading the way, otherwise in this vast white snow, it would really be difficult to tell the direction. She skillfully took out the stone pot from her space. The stove had been built with mud bricks and stored in her space. This time, it was an improvement made after reflecting on the temporary stoves dug out in the wild last time. Although Lu Ji had seen her conjure things out of thin air many times, he still couldn't hide his surprise each time he saw it. Quietly putting his hands together and silently praying for the blessing of the beast god. With a bang, Mo Xiao dragged a cleaned humming beast into the cave. He was already familiar with He Si's habit of distributing meat, placing the entire humming beast on the snow and quickly disassembling the meat with a few movements, while also chopping one of the front legs into minced meat on a wooden stump. He Si, the day before yesterday, I discovered that the effect of the snowboard was excellent, and it happened to snow. In the forest, there were fruits I had never seen before. They looked like snow lotus fruits, but their taste was similar to water chestnuts. Just then, during the deer season, a hog was killed by a stag, and He Si was inspired and decided to make a pot of lion's head meatballs. Mo Xiao liked it very much. Since then, he has lost interest in other wild animals in the forest. Whenever a hog appeared, he would definitely go after it, quickly picking a favorite piece of leg meat and chopping it into minced meat. I also prepare the fruits. Mo Xiao's knife skills were excellent. The jade-colored fruits with long arms were finely chopped by him in just a few strokes. He took all the ingredients, added the seasonings and starch in proportion, then pushed the stone basin in front of Mo Xiao. It's done. The rest is entirely Mo Xiao's responsibility. First, he needed to stir it vigorously, then fry it in the hot oil that He had prepared for him until it took shape, and finally simmer it in the stone pot over low heat. The aroma filled the entire cave. Lu Ji and his clansman Lu Rong silently crouched in front with their stone bowls, glancing at Mo Xiao. One person gets two. Mo Xiao said coldly, "That's enough." He had only made a little over 20 for himself. If they couldn't finish, they could ask He to help store the leftovers and take them out next time during their break. 2 is fine. Lu Ji and Lu Rong pointed at the braised ribs that He was making. "We'll eat more of the crane's ladies' dishes later." Yes, yes. Lu Rong nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "I love the yellow earth fruits and sweet potato vermicelli soaked in the soup." One bite, and the taste is amazing. On such a cold day, I can even work up a sweat. Mo Xiao endured for a moment and couldn't help but reply. One person gets 3, but eat less of the ribs. He Si prepared the food. He didn't want to miss a single detail. He Si, who was resting nearby, pretended not to hear their discussion. This kind of thing happened every break, and she simply couldn't manage it. I love the beast world. Farming, raising cubs, and marrying the strongest beast king. Please bookmark the beast world. Farming, raising cubs, and marrying the strongest beast king updates the fastest online. Chapter 115. Irresistible Fluffiness. The cave entrance was filled with warm steam. Especially since the temperature outside was extremely low, the steam from the pot kept rising into the air. Eagle mongoose. Wait a moment. Transforming into beast form, wrapped in fur, the shivering fox Lin quickly patted the low-flying eagle mongoose. "I smell food." Eagle mongoose. It must be her Mi's cooking. I can smell it right away. There's no mistake. The eagle mongoose let out a long howl, its voice causing the snow on the branches to fall, but its speed automatically reduced. "Where?" "Point me in the direction. Let's go take a look." "Over there." "Hurry up." Fox Lin urged repeatedly. "In the past few days coming out with you, I've only eaten a belly full of cold wind, nothing else. I can't wait to taste the food made by Hermie. Don't forget, she's a shaman." The eagle mongoose instinctively retorted, its wings shaking as it flew in the direction Fox Lin pointed. Maybe she added some shamanic herbs to make the food taste better. "If you're scared, then don't eat later." Fox Lin found it hard to understand his hostility towards He Si, snorted coldly. "Everyone, eat what I give you later. We're here." "Look at that figure at the cave entrance. It's definitely Hermie." "Eagle mongoose, slow down quickly. Let's walk over." The eagle mongoose paid no attention and instead increased its speed, rushing towards the cave entrance. The sound of breaking air was sharp. Mo Xiao reacted quickly, leaping to the treetops and charging forward, followed closely by Lu Ji. Lu Rong stood beside He Si, on high alert. Mo Xiao. Fox Lin's words had not yet left her mouth. Mo Xiao had already leaped from the treetops, grabbing the eagle mongoose by the neck and plummeting down. Its wings involuntarily tilted downwards, and Lu Ji seized the opportunity to rush up and tear at it. Feathers fluttered down. He Si calmly picked up the pot lid and covered the stone pot, not even glancing at them. With a loud bang, the snow accumulated on the surrounding trees instantly fell like a new snowfall. The eagle mongoose body crashed heavily into the snow, its head buried completely, making not a sound as it was dragged down. "Stop hitting him." Hu Lin crawled out of the snow, not bothering to shake off the snow on him, urgently stopping them. "It's the eagle mongoose, my friend. He knows her." He grinned in pain, one leg completely unable to touch the ground, and shouted loudly, "I asked him to bring me to find you." Mo Xiao and Lu Ji both let go. The former still wore a cold expression, while the latter, realizing there had been a misunderstanding, felt a bit awkward and helpless wanting to dig through the snow to check on the other's injuries. No need to check, Mo Xiao said coldly, his gaze towards the eagle mongoose unfriendly. They clearly knew who we are. Hulin wouldn't let him stop if he didn't want to. If he insists on this, we can't be blamed for acting. The other party was not friendly. The snake eagle beast man, with wings that stirred up a fierce wind, was enough to topple the stone pot in front of Eci. If the flames blew on Eci, Mo Xiao lowered his gaze to the unmoving eagle mongoose, already feeling a hint of killing intent in his heart. He could tolerate Hulin and Xiongyan, who were always jumping around. But if they deliberately made things difficult for Eci— Sorry, Hulin said through gritted teeth. It was my fault for not telling him to stop sooner. He didn't mean it. Please don't get angry. After all, he was a close friend he had known since childhood. Although he had some misunderstandings about Eci, he truly couldn't bear to watch him get killed. Hulin struggled to clear the blood from the eagle mongoose head, not caring about the messy silver-white fur, fearing that Mo Xiao's temper would flare up, and he would directly chop the person into pieces. Montak Xiao. Eci glanced at the ribs in the stone pot and saw they were almost done, so he turned down the heat to keep the food warm. No need to worry about him. The eagle badger won't do anything to me. He was just trying to scare me earlier. Eci pointed at Hulin, who seemed to have injured himself. Look at the eagle badger's injuries. I'll check Hulin. Hulin, who was busy digging in the snow, paused and turned to look at Eci with watery eyes. He quickly shook off the snow from his body, looking a bit nervous. But since his beast form had injured his leg, he really couldn't transform back into human form at the moment. Eci had already walked up to Hulin, crouching slightly to carefully examine his hind legs. He softly said, I need to touch it to know how bad your injury is. Touch, just casually touching. Mo Xiao's eyes instantly shot towards him like they were on fire. Hulin felt a chill in his heart and quickly changed his words. What I meant was, you're the shaman. You have the final say. Go ahead and touch it. I absolutely won't have any objections. All right. It might hurt a little, Eci said, looking at his beautiful fox face and fluffy fur, trying hard to suppress the urge to get hands on. Just bear with it. Hulin nodded seriously. Okay. The fluffy, beautiful fox head had eyes as pretty as glass beads. His nose was a bright red, an absolutely stunning face shape. The interaction was flawless. Eci's gaze unintentionally carried a hint of affection. Before reaching out to rub his head, he quickly shifted his attention to check the symptoms on his hind legs. Fortunately, the bones weren't broken, just a bit misaligned and fractured. I'll realign your bones in a moment, he said, his hands moving swiftly. Hulin's body stiffened in pain. His tail straightened, and his two fluffy ears stood upright as he desperately suppressed a cry of pain that almost escaped his lips. The pain came so suddenly. Eci quickly took out a wooden stick to bind his legs from the space, tightly wrapping it with gauze. The dislocation has been corrected, but your bone fracture still needs some time to heal, so don't move for now. Mo Xiao. Eci looked up at him and pointed to the eagle cat, asking how badly it was hurt. It hasn't sustained any serious injuries. The eagle cat, now conscious and transformed into a beast man, lay weakly on the ground and widened its eyes upon hearing this. What do you mean it hasn't sustained any serious injuries? It weakly glanced at the bloodstains beneath it. There was a deep bite mark on its arm and numerous intersecting wounds. It rubbed its swollen neck, feeling like its neck would be crushed. Mo Xiao looked down at it from above, his gaze unfriendly. Say your bones aren't broken. Get up, don't just lie here. The smell of your blood will attract wild beasts. Handle it yourself. The eagle cat retorted in anger. Clearly, it was you who hurt me like this. Do you want me to repeat what I was thinking when you charged at me? Mo Xiao's patience was wearing thin as he looked at him, his expression showing annoyance. You're the one at fault here. The eagle cat felt guilty, not expecting the other party to be so perceptive. Meanwhile, Hulin leaned against He-See's leg, intentionally or not, and glared at the eagle cat, saying, Get up quickly, you've broken my leg. If you had listened to me, I wouldn't have been harmed like this. Hulin, are you hurt? The eagle cat struggled to stand up from the pit, feeling a severe pain as if its internal organs were all misaligned, and looked at Hulin with a face full of remorse. He-See was completely indifferent to the eagle cat, speaking in a calm and unruffled tone. The eagle cat and Hulin are hurt because of you. For the journey ahead, you'll carry him. Okay, the eagle cat replied quickly, but its gaze wandered, not daring to meet He-See's eyes. Mo Xiao coldly added, Bear your blood. After speaking, he turned his head, squinting at Hulin, who was pressed against He-See's leg. He approached and picked up Hulin, then looked at He-See with a gentle expression again. Hulin could only maintain his beast form for the time being. I'll carry him into the cave to avoid that bald eagle getting his blood all over him later. The fox's fur is thick and long, which is quite troublesome. It wouldn't wash clean if it got dirty. PCI looked at Hu Lin in Mo Zhao's arms. The little fox had a look of grievance on its face. This image really made it hard to associate Hu Lin with anything at all. PC's tone had softened considerably. If he were rolled in the snow, it should be able to remove the dirt from his body. Never mind, it's too cold outside. Let's carry him into the cave first. My meal is ready, and we can tidy up and prepare to eat. Hearing this, Lu Ji, who had been watching the whole process, promptly extinguished the fire, moved the stone pot to the wooden table inside the cave, and then arranged all the stone bowls neatly, rubbing his hands in anticipation. What about him? Lu Rong pointed outside the cave at the eagle raccoon, which was digging vigorously in the ground, its body covered in blood. Looking quite miserable, with a kind heart, he asked, "Is he going to eat?" The eagle raccoon's ears instinctively perked up, although he had just refuted Hu Lin's words. He had to admit that he sees food was indeed delicious. So delicious that when he returned to the tribe, he tried to cook with fire himself and nearly burned down the tribe's altar. And Mo Xiao was about to coldly refuse when Hu Lin, who had been set down on the ground, hopped over to Ci and nudged his arm with his head. Ci, aren't you able to speak? Although she remained cautious, her voice was very soft, causing both Lu Ji and Lu Rong across from her to instinctively look up and take another glance. Hu Lin shook his head. The mist in his fox eyes was hazy. As a fox spirit, he had just noticed that when the female crane saw his beast form, her reaction was different from usual. The subtle sense of distance had diminished significantly. Afraid that speaking would affect the other's attitude, Hu Lin chose to remain silent. He tilted his head and leaned closer to Ci, then mischievously glanced at Mo Xiao. "Come on, let us compare beast forms." Mo Xiao stayed silent for a moment. Then, unable to hold back, stretched out his long arm to accurately grab Hu Lin's tail from behind Ci, dragging him backward and trapping him in his embrace. "Eat up, you hurt your leg, and moving around is really affecting your recovery. You can't keep dragging us down, can you?" With one arm holding Hu Lin, his other hand quickly filled each person's stone bowl with food, looking down at Hu Lin with a mischievous smile. "How do you want to eat? Hu Lin, what about the eagle weasel outside the cave? Are they going to let me in to eat or not? Why is there no response at all?" Hu Lin tried to struggle, but Mo Zhao's arm was as strong as steel, firmly holding him in place. He looked at Ci for help. Ci turned her head. She was well aware that the fox was Hu Lin, and she instinctively avoided looking at the beast form for too long. She couldn't let her own impulses lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, could she? Eagle badger. Ci looked at the sneaky eagle dog outside the cave and was somewhat speechless. "You can come in and eat with us." He then explained to everyone inside the cave that he still had to carry Hu Lin afterward, so he couldn't afford to be out of energy. With the addition of 2 people, there wasn't enough food prepared. Ci divided the stewed ribs in the stone pot, washed the pot again, added water, and then threw in a piece of base ingredient. After that, he put in the noodles that had been prepared in advance. Their stone bowls were bigger than their faces. The eagle raccoon rushed into the hole, trying hard to suppress the smile on his face, which caused his lips to twitch continuously, making his expression somewhat strange. Lu Rong good-naturedly pushed a bowl in front of him. Even though his arm hurt so much that he could hardly lift it, the eagle raccoon still tried hard to pick up the chopsticks and brought the ribs to his mouth. The moment he tasted the deliciousness, he was almost brought to tears. The eagle raccoon looked eagerly at Ci, opened his mouth as if to say something, but silently swallowed it back and lowered his head to eat quietly. Ci, seeing the situation, no longer spoke much. The cave was silent. Hu Lin still wanted to struggle. Mo Xiao silently increased the pressure of his grip, causing Hu Lin to let out a painful hiss. The cry was pitiful, and tears fell. They had all turned into their beast forms, so there was no need to worry about losing face over such skills. The other party did not come with good intentions. The snake-eagle beastman, with the wind generated by the flapping of its wings, was enough to topple the stone pot in front of Ci. If the flames were to blow onto Ci, Mo Xiao looked down at the motionless eagle mongoose, and a hint of murderous intent had already arisen in his heart. He could tolerate the jumping around of Hu Lin and Xiongyan all day, but if they were to deliberately make things difficult for Ci, he wouldn't hold back. Hu Lin, in pain, repeatedly apologized, saying it was his fault for speaking too slowly when he told him to stop. He didn't mean it. Please don't get angry. After all, they had been close friends since childhood. Although he had some misunderstandings about Ci, he truly couldn't bear to watch him get killed. Hu Lin struggled to clear the blood from the eagle mongoose head, not caring about the beautiful silver-white fur that was in disarray, fearing that Mo Zhao's temper would flare up, and he would directly chop someone up. Mo Xiao, He glanced at the ribs in the stone pot, seeing that they were almost done, so he lowered the heat to keep the food warm. No need to worry about him. The eagle badger won't do anything to me. He was probably just trying to scare me earlier. He pointed at Fox Lin, who seemed to have injured himself. You check on the eagle badger's injuries, and I'll examine Fox Lin. Fox Lin, who was buried in the snow, paused for a moment, turned to look at He with watery eyes, and quickly shook off the snow from his body, looking a bit nervous. But his beast form had injured his leg, so he really couldn't transform into his human form right now. He had already walked up to Hu Lin, crouching down slightly to carefully examine his hind leg, and said softly, I need to feel it to know how bad your injury is. For those who like the beast world, farming and raising cubs with space, marrying the strongest beast king, please bookmark the beast world, farming and raising cubs with space, marrying the strongest beast king updates the fastest on the internet. Chapter 116 Repairing Wings Update Time 1 a.m. I posted it twice separately, but for some reason, it can't be seen. No one pays attention to the eagle and raccoon. He held his stone bowl and calmly ate his meal. An awkward expression appeared on Xiong's face as he hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and continued, as soon as we kill the snake demon, I will leave immediately. The snake demon had already been severely injured by Mo Xiao, with 7 inches of its body wounded and half of its tail chopped off. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Although he hadn't seen the opponent's corpse and didn't know whether it was truly dead, it was heavily injured and should not show up for a while. Following him would be of no use. The eagle-hunting beast was confused. How could someone so powerful not have killed that snake in one strike? He began to doubt his own life. Could it be that I have become too weak? I felt a bit speechless. But based on her understanding of the eagle badger, if she didn't respond, the other party would keep murmuring incessantly, like a bothersome fly. The snake demon was much stronger than before. If you haven't made any progress, you really can't defeat him. You could just go back directly. After a brief pause, she added, take Hu Lin with you. Hu Lin, who was curled up in the corner, immediately raised his head upon hearing this, bared his teeth at the eagle badger, and extended his front legs to gesture at his neck, a clear threat. I want to go back. No matter what, I must completely kill the snake demon this time. The eagle badger didn't even notice Hu Lin's actions, and, in his words, he had already convinced himself that it was because he had failed to act last time that led you to endure another dangerous situation. I will take responsibility. I will protect you. Mo Xiao casually grabbed a stone and heavily smashed it onto his shoulder. The eagle badger flew back, his hands tightly protecting the food in the stone bowl, his back heavily hitting the cave wall, gritting his teeth in pain, and looking at Mo Xiao in confusion. Why are you doing this to me? What did I say wrong? He had completely abandoned opposing He. Why did the other party still directly attack? She doesn't need your protection, Mo Xiao said impatiently. You just need to learn to keep your mouth shut. The eagle badger was puzzled. But I still need to eat. Mo Xiao, the youngest of the deer warriors, couldn't help but burst into laughter, holding his stomach. Fearing that the two would start fighting again, he hurried over to help the eagle badger up, whispering, just say less and don't ask me why. When you want to talk, just pinch yourself and stay silent. The eagle badger looked dejected. He didn't approach the dining table anymore and simply leaned against the cave wall to finish eating from the stone bowl. The group spent the night directly in the cave, with Hu Lin occupying the deepest corner. He took out his sleeping bag from the space and slept against the other side of the cave. The eagle badger wrapped itself in the animal skin that Lu Ji had thrown to him, curled up at the cave entrance, and even transformed a wing to cover the entire cave tightly. The temperature inside the cave rose significantly due to this action. Lu Ji and Lu Rong's sleeping area was not far from the eagle badger. Mo Xiao lay horizontally at He-Chi's feet, serving as her last line of defense. To prevent Hu Lin from misbehaving, he specifically went out before resting to hunt a moo beast and poured the he had obtained from He-Chi into the entire beast, placing it between He-Chi and Hu Lin. Seeing this scene, He-Chi looked at him helplessly. Was difficult to refine. I have always been collecting the materials to refine, Mo Xiao said calmly. There should be a lot saved in the tribe, and we will see it when we go back. He seemed to have heard the unspoken thoughts of He, and Mo Xiao added, killing directly has too strong a smell of blood, which will affect the rest. Hu Lin, who was beside them, heard their exchange and softly called out. Mo Xiao instantly turned his head to look at him, his eyes sharp. If looks could kill, Hu Lin felt he would have turned into a sieve by now. But he stood undaunted, believing he was just temporarily avoiding confrontation. Having finally found a way to get closer to He, Hu Lin only wanted to continue making progress. If Mo Xiao could really do it, why hadn't Ci taken him as a beast husband yet? It was just a show of bravado. Hu Lin buried his head in his arms, temporarily avoiding the sharpness. Ci had already lain down, still wearing the eye mask he made himself. He had a dreamless night, completely unaware. Hu Lin had been secretly moving several times during the night, only to be ruthlessly dealt with by Mo Xiao. When he was human, he was considerate of his clan leader's face and didn't want to make a mess. Now that he didn't even want to be human anymore, Mo Xiao showed no mercy in dealing with him. The eagle mongoose blocking the cave entrance sensed that Ci was awake and tried to retract its wings. But maintaining that position for too long made it stiff and unable to move. It hurt. He glanced at Ci for help, panic creeping into his voice. I can't feel my wings. What should I do? You're a shaman. Can you save me? His shout woke up everyone in the cave. Mo Xiao quickly got up, approached, and poked at his wings, tentatively trying to force them open. After realizing that the eagle mongoose was not exaggerating, he cautiously withdrew his hand. It seemed that its wings really couldn't move. Ichi was speechless. She didn't know who came up with the idea of using the eagle's wings to block the cave entrance. She was surprised that she hadn't noticed it yesterday. She quickly walked over and checked the area where a bunch of feathers had been bitten off by the deer yesterday, noting the color of the flesh and blood. Seeing that things weren't too bad, she felt a bit relieved and first pulled him by the shoulder to shift him in a direction, leaving a space at the entrance for them to get out. Let's go out together and get some snow, and carefully rub it on his wings to see if we can save them. Fortunately, the beastman had tough skin and strong flesh. Otherwise, if they froze overnight, his wings might snap off completely. The other few people quickly moved upon hearing Hichi's instructions. Ci also followed along. The wings of the eagle hawk were indeed too large, so having one more person to help was good. The four of them had been busy for 2 hours. Their hands were sore and red. When they finally heard the eagle hawk's voice, I'm ready. I can move. I can feel my wings. Hichi shook her sore wrist and sat down a bit tired. Hu Lin limped over and rubbed against Hichi's fingers. The fur was soft and fluffy. Hichi's fingers rubbed Hu Lin's head before his brain could react, instinctively smoothing down his fur. Hu Lin's whole body tingled. He looked at Hichi with wet eyes, his ears tightly curled. He wrapped his fluffy silver tail around Hichi's wrist and lowered his head, just as his nose was about to nuzzle into Hichi's palm. Mo Xiao, who had just noticed the situation, swiftly flicked the tail tip, wrapped it around Hu Lin's body, and returned him to the corner of the cave, moving so quickly that the other three didn't see his beast form. Hichi's fingers awkwardly froze in midair. Mo Xiao strode in front of him, placing the remaining snow water from his palm into Hichi's hand, gently rubbing and wiping until Hichi's palm felt hot. His fingers moved up and gripped Hichi's wrist. The snake evil strength was much greater than before. If you haven't made any progress, you really can't defeat him. You can go back directly. After a brief pause, he added, bringing Hu Lin along. Hu Lin, who was huddled in the corner, instantly lifted his head upon hearing this, bared his teeth at the eagle badger, and gestured with his front legs towards his neck, a clear threat. I won't go back, no matter what. This time I must completely kill the snake evil. The eagle badger didn't even notice Hu Lin's actions. He had already convinced himself with his words that it was because I failed to act last time that you had to go through danger again. I will take responsibility. I will protect you. Mo Xiao casually grabbed a stone and slammed it heavily on his shoulder. The eagle badger flew backward, clutching the food in the stone bowl with both hands, his back crashing hard against the cave wall, gritting his teeth in pain, looking at Mo Xiao in confusion, wondering why he was treated this way. What did I say wrong? He had already abandoned the confrontation with Hichi. Why did the other party still directly attack? She doesn't need your protection, Mo Xiao said impatiently. You just need to learn to keep your mouth shut. The eagle badger was puzzled, but I still need to eat. Mo Xiao, the youngest deer warrior, couldn't help but burst into laughter, holding his belly, fearing the two would start fighting again. He hurried over to help the eagle badger up, whispering, just say less and don't ask me why. When you want to speak, just pinch yourself and stay silent. The eagle badger looked gloomy. He didn't approach the dining table again and simply leaned against the cave wall to finish the food in the stone bowl. The few of them spent the night directly in the cave. The deepest corner was occupied by Hu Lin. Hichi took out a sleeping bag from the space and slept against the other side of the cave. The eagle badger wrapped itself in the beast skin that Lu Ji had thrown to him, curled up at the cave entrance, and even conjured a wing to completely cover the cave. The temperature inside the cave rose significantly due to this action. Lu Ji and Lu Rong's sleeping area was not far from the eagle badger. Mo Xiao lay horizontally at Hichi's feet, serving as her last line of defense. To prevent Hu Lin from being unruly, he specifically went out before resting and hunted a moo beast, pouring the he had obtained from He Chi into the entire beast, blocking the way between He Chi and Hu Lin. Seeing this scene, He Chi looked at him helplessly. It was difficult to refine. I have always collected the materials for refining. Mo Xiao calmly replied, there should be a lot in the tribe, and we will see when we go back. He Ci seemed to have heard the unspoken thoughts of He Ci, and Mo Xiao added, directly slaughtering them would create too much of a bloody smell, which would affect arrest. Beside them, Hu Lin heard their exchange and called out softly. Mo Xiao instantly turned his head to look at him, his gaze sharp. If looks could kill, Hu Lin felt he would have turned into a Sib by now, but he remained unafraid, convinced that he was merely avoiding confrontation for the time being. Having finally found a way to get closer to He Ci, Hu Lin only wanted to keep pushing forward. If Mo Xiao could really do it, then why hadn't He Ci taken him as a beast husband yet? It was just a bluff. Hu Lin buried his head in his arms, temporarily avoiding the sharpness of the moment. He Ci had already laid down, wearing the eye mask he had made himself. It was a dreamless night. He had no idea that during the night, Hu Lin had sneaked around several times, only to be ruthlessly dealt with by Mo Xiao. When he was still human, he had to consider the dignity of his clan leader, but now that he didn't even want to be human anymore, Mo Xiao showed no mercy in dealing with him. The eagle mongoose blocking the cave entrance sensed when He Ci was awake, and its wings twitched as it tried to retract them, but maintaining that position for too long made it stiff and unable to move. It hurt. He looked at He Ci with a pleading expression, panic evident in his voice. I can't feel my wings. What should I do? You're a shaman. Can you help me? The shout woke everyone in the cave. Mo Xiao quickly got up, walked over, and poked his wings, tentatively trying to force them open. When he realized that the eagle mongoose was indeed telling the truth, he cautiously withdrew his hand. It seemed its wings really couldn't move. He Ci was speechless. She didn't know whose idea it was to have the eagle block the hole in the cave with its wings. She didn't even notice it yesterday. She quickly walked over. He Chi checked the color of the flesh and blood, where a deer bit off a bunch of feathers yesterday. Seeing that things weren't too bad, he relaxed a bit in his heart and first pulled the person's shoulder to shift them in a direction, leaving a space at the entrance to get out. We went out together to grab some snow and carefully rubbed it on his wings to see if we could save them. Fortunately, orcs have tough skin and thick flesh. Otherwise, if they froze overnight, the wings might break off completely. The other few people, hearing He Chi's instructions, moved quickly. He Ci also followed along. The wings of the eaglehawk were indeed too large, so having an extra person to help was a good thing. The four of them worked hard for 2 hours. Their hands became red from rubbing, and then they heard the eaglehawk's voice. I'm ready. I can move. I can feel my wings. He Chi shook her sore wrist and sat down beside her, feeling a bit tired. Hu Lin limped over and rubbed against He Chi's fingers. The fur was soft. She didn't know whose idea it was to have the eagle's wings block the hole in the cave. She didn't even notice it yesterday. She quickly walked over. He Ci checked the color of the flesh and blood where a deer had bitten off a bunch of feathers yesterday. Seeing that things weren't too bad, he relaxed a bit in his heart, first pulling on the person's shoulder to move them in a different direction, leaving a space at the entrance to get out. We went out together to gather some snow, carefully rubbing it on his wings to see if we could save them. Fortunately, orc skin is tough. Otherwise, if they froze overnight, the wings might break off completely. The others, hearing He Ci's instructions, moved quickly. He Ci also joined in. The wings of the eagle mongoose were indeed too large, so having one more person to help was good. The four of them worked hard for 2 hours. Their hands were red from rubbing, and then they heard the voice of the eagle mongoose. I'm ready. I can move now. I can feel my wings. He Ci shook her sore wrist and sat down a bit tired. Hu Lin limped over, rubbing against He Ci's fingers with his soft fur. I love the beast world. Farming, raising cubs, and marrying the fiercest beast king. Please bookmark. I love the beast world. Farming, raising cubs, and marrying the fiercest beast king updates the fastest across the internet. Chapter 117. His mind isn't right. He Ci carefully examined the other person, fully confirming that there had never been any existence of them in his memory. There was not a trace of an impression. Me Too directly pulled Migu behind him and respectfully cupped his hands toward He Ci, saying, Witch Doctor, you are the auspicious blessing bestowed upon our clan by the beast god. To be honest, I have been waiting for you. I have waited for you for 5 years. Lu Ji and Lu Rong curiously looked at He Ci, elevating the mysterious image of him in their hearts by another level. Only Mo Xiao showed no curiosity at all, calmly standing beside He Ci, firmly positioned in the best attack stance. You have been waiting for me? I showed a look of confusion and asked openly. How do you know I would come here? There are many shamanic healers in the Kanglan continent. How can you be sure that the person you are waiting for is actually me? She didn't completely disbelieve what the other party said, but she only believed it superficially. Me too trembled as he fished out a tortoise shell from his fur coat, holding in both hands and offering it to Ci without daring to get too close. He was somewhat afraid of the imposing male beside her, whose very breathing made one feel tense. Great shaman, you see, I was once taught the art of divination with tortoise shells. This shell was gifted by a merfolk, who is said to have lived for 1,000 years. To divine the fate of my clan, I used my own blood for the reading. The divination shows that the fate of my clan is in your hands, great shaman. Ci followed his words, lowering his gaze to the palm of his hand, which resembled a turtle shell. The gray marks on it had almost been worn away, filled with cracks, feeling as if it would completely shatter at any moment. With a pop, a crisp sound echoed. If it weren't for the silence in the room, the noise would have been completely concealed. Me too was holding his broken turtle shell, crying and laughing at the same time. The shell was broken. The divination pattern revealed. It was true. The shaman. He was excited, stumbling forward to grab his Ci, urging, come with me to the tribe and save our young. Mo Xiao immediately stepped in front of his Ci, speaking coldly. If you have something to say, say it. Don't resort to violence. Your tribesmen do not welcome us. Grandpa. Migu couldn't believe what he had just heard. Looking at him in shock, is what you said true? Can she really save our young? You fool. Me too slapped Migu hard across the face. His yellow complexion instantly turned red, 5 clear finger marks appearing, showing that Me too had not held back at all. You better apologize to the shaman. You were abandoned by females of other tribes because you were too ugly. It had nothing to do with them. Yet you, narrow-minded and unwilling to give up, keep searching for females from other tribes. They refuse to accept a male with so many females, and you blame the females instead. All this blame has led to such a disaster today. The root of all problems is your ugliness. No matter what, you cannot blame the females. After finishing, Me too gave him another heavy slap on the back of his head. Speak quickly. Grandpa, what you just said has exposed all my secrets. I can't even keep my last piece of bee skin clothing. Migu mumbled, not daring to retaliate, hugging his head and stepping aside. There are outsiders still here. Grandpa, please stop talking. What outsiders? There are no outsiders. She is our tribe's shaman. You should kneel and bow to her. How can you call her an outsider? Apologize quickly. The last sentence was shouted out loudly. You see, I even took a step back. The old man was indeed quite talkative. He didn't want to be innocently implicated. I apologize. Master Shaman, Migu dared not retort further and honestly said, please don't be angry with me. I was wrong. I ignored him. The other party was only apologizing to the shaman, not because of his extreme views on females. I did not want to forgive. She looked at me too and seriously stated her intention. I came today to exchange for white grains with the honey badger tribe. If you have white grains, or know where to harvest them, I'm willing to trade with you. Yes, we do. Me too quickly nodded, fearing that she would leave without another word. Our tribe has stored a lot of white grains, and not only that, I know places nearby where white grains grow. There is even a hidden canyon area that has water year-round. Other tribes don't like to go near it. We stumbled upon it and have been secretly harvesting white grains from there. With it, we can steadily get through one harsh winter after another. I turned to look at Mo Xiao. Her fingers moved slightly. Seeing the other party nod, she looked at me too and pointed to the inside of the tribe, saying that as long as you are willing to exchange, I can treat the cubs of your tribe, which is also possible. This was originally part of her plan. Now, it was just right to go with the flow. Me too was overjoyed. Despite his frail body, he still directly kicked Migu, urging him to hurry to the tribe and gather all the males, to light a bonfire near the altar and take out all the food stored by our clan to properly host our esteemed shaman. Grandpa, Migu was a bit reluctant, asking if they really had to take everything out. There's no need to take it all out. I interrupted their conversation, pointing to the beasts behind Lu Ji and Lu Rong that had not yet been dragged away. This food was originally brought to exchange with you, so consider a gift for our meeting. It shows my sincerity. That's not appropriate. Me too kept waving his hands. The shaman is a blessing from the beast god to the honey badger tribe. How can we be so thick-skinned? Migu, what are you doing? Put it down. Migu had already hoisted 2 bleeding beasts, and upon hearing him call out, he didn't stop at all. Grandpa, I brought these beasts over. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use them? I'll go in right now and call the clansmen to help me carry them. Definitely not troubling the shaman and her. He hesitated, not daring to finish the phrase beast husband, swallowing it back down. Shaman, I'm really sorry, Me Too said, looking embarrassed. This child, he has been traumatized in the past and doesn't think very clearly. If you are angry, I can have someone tie him up for you to deal with as you wish. There's no need. I shook her head and walked closer to him. Just go directly into the tribe. She didn't need to think too much. Late at night, Mo Xiao would surely give Migu a good reprimand. After all, they had spent some time together, and I somewhat understood Mo Xiao's subtle expressions. Shaman, please follow me. Me Too led the way in front. I then followed, with Mo Xiao half a step behind her, bringing I completely into his protective range. The beast world, farming and raising cubs in a space to marry the strongest beast king. Please bookmark, the beast world, farming and raising cubs in a space to marry the strongest beast king updates the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 118. She definitely hasn't forgotten about us. Lu Rong and Lu Ji remained still, waiting for the males of the honey badger tribe to come out and transport the beasts, watching from the side to prevent any sneaky moves. At the treetop, the eagle raccoon, wrapped in grayish beast skin, shrank down, almost blending in with the branches, quietly observing the movements of the people below. Hulin, do you think we should go down? He had transformed into his beastman form. His original form was too large, fearing it would attract attention. He held Hulin tightly, his strong arms gripping firmly, his gaze fixed below, feeling nervous, and his arms tightened even more as he continued to inquire. Hulin, if you don't speak, does that mean you agree we shouldn't go down? You're afraid of being scolded by the crane female, right? After a long pause, without a response, the eagle raccoon suddenly looked down. He saw Hulin's beautiful eyelashes fluttering upwards, her exquisite pupils turning white, and hurriedly loosened his grip, shaking Hulin vigorously but not daring to shout loudly. Hulin, wake up. Have you frozen to death too? Cough, cough, cough. Hulin coughed repeatedly. His broken hind leg weakly kicked, but found no footing. Eagle raccoon, are you trying to choke me to death? He shook his neck. Then, feeling a bit anxious, he pawed at him. Hurry up and check if the beautiful fur on my neck has been choked off by you. A silver fox with bald spots couldn't possibly be liked by females, especially not by The eagle raccoon glanced, and then pulled hard, looking at the 2 or 3 strands of fur between his fingers, innocently saying, it hasn't fallen out. It's still quite strong. Even pulling this hard is no problem. Hulin was infuriated. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he really wanted to bite the eagle raccoon's wrist to let him know what pain felt like. You haven't answered me yet. The eagle raccoon, seeing he was fine, felt his heart relax again. They had already entered the honey badger tribe, and Lu Ji and Lu Rong had just followed the last 2 mooing beasts inside. What about us? Should we wait here or go in too? Do you think he forgot about us, or is he deliberately leaving us here to keep watch? After hearing this, Hulin turned to look. Just now, he was almost choked to death by the eagle raccoon and hadn't noticed the movement below. Now, seeing it empty, he anxiously wanted to leap down. Are you stupid? If they call us down in front of the honey badger tribe, won't that just show them that we are scheming and vigilant? Why didn't you take me down earlier? We could pretend we just came out of the forest. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hulin's claws flailed, wishing he could turn into a human to go down. No, the eagle raccoon said firmly. I think is so smart. She definitely hasn't forgotten us. She must want to keep us here to continue monitoring the movements inside the tribe. If we encounter danger, I can dive down and my wings can knock over their grass huts. We should wait here. She even gave us bee skins. It's not cold. Hulin, trying to struggle. It had no effect at all. Finally, exhausted and even accidentally pulling on his broken hind leg, he helplessly allowed the eagle raccoon to hold him tightly. Damn it. He missed another opportunity to build a relationship with At this moment inside the honey badger tribe, at the altar, the bonfire was lit. The honey badger beastmen pulled apart a pile of wooden boards strung together with vines, forming a circle around the crowd, acting like a windbreak. Although and Mo Xiao were sitting in the middle, there were no honey badger tribe orcs on either side, and they were quite far apart. Lu Rong and Lu Ji were handling the ingredients nearby. Originally, the orcs from the honey badger tribe had lit a bonfire to cook food, but upon entering, it became clear that they simply wanted to use the warmth of the fire to soften the frozen beasts into a bloody form before directly gnawing on them. Lu Ji and Lu Rong, who had completely adapted to eating cooked food by this time, could only take matters into their own hands, while also having Migu lead the other males to learn alongside them. Me Too had disappeared from sight since earlier. He looked at the honey badger orc sitting across from him, whose thin frame made his ribcage quite pronounced even with a thin layer of animal hide clothing. His eyes shifted. The honey badger didn't come. They seemed to have been pulled away from their main support, not daring to speak. The crane female shifted closer to Mo Xiao and whispered in a voice only they could hear. The eagle badger and fox Lin seemed to still be in the tree. I forgot about them while talking to you outside, just now. Mo Xiao slightly raised his head. He knew very well that the eagle badger couldn't see him at all. Still, he glanced in their direction. Then, as if just awakened by his CI, he thought, if you don't mention it, I would have forgotten too. He did remember, but recalling the foolish things the eagle badger had done before and the shameless behavior of fox Lin recently, he just wanted to keep his distance from both of them. It would be best if they didn't get close to ECI. Forget it, Mo Xiao sighed lightly, feeling somewhat helpless. Look at their expressions. They seem quite scared of our arrival. What if the eagle badger and fox Lin come over and scare them away? It's better to just let things be. It's fine. The eagle badger has animal hide, and he's holding fox Lin in his arms. Not to mention, fox Lin has thick fur, so holding him should block the wind quite well, and there shouldn't be any problems. PCI nodded and was about to speak when a voice from behind him called out, Master Shaman. PCI turned his head. Behind me, too, there were 5 males, each holding a large wooden bucket without handles in their arms. PCI originally thought that the honey badger tribe also knew how to make different daily utensils. But upon closer inspection, he realized that their wooden barrels were likely made by hollowing out tree trunks. I brought out some of the white grains you wanted. As soon as me too finished speaking, 5 males placed a wooden barrel filled with white grains right in front of ECI, and then stood still in a stiff posture. ECI subconsciously glanced again. Me too, and Migu looked quite normal standing there, but these few seemed so strange. She thought it was just their personal quirks and didn't think much of it. Sitting beside her, Mo Xiao squinted his eyes, looking at the few people with a cold gaze. Me too rubbed his hands together, chuckled, and pointed at the wooden barrel, saying, Lord Shaman, take a look. Is this what you want? This thing can be eaten directly, but it doesn't taste as good as meat. It has no chewiness, tastes quite odd, but it can fill you up. So our tribe stocks up on some every year, but we only eat it during the harsh winter season. We don't eat it at other times. The long-desired rice was quietly piled inside the wooden barrel at this moment. PCI reached out and grabbed a handful. There were no bugs, and you all preserved it very well. I like the beast world, with space to farm and raise cubs, marrying the mightiest beast king. Please save the beast world, with space to farm and raise cubs, marrying the mightiest beast king updates the fastest on the internet. Chapter 119. Experience the goodness of youth. The rice brought out by the honey badger tribe is better than what was obtained from the deer season. The color is also whiter and shinier. Does your tribe have stone pots? It's been a long time since I ate rice, and I really miss it. I want to make some food with the white grains, and you can all try it together. Stone pot. Although me too is old, he still reacts very quickly and hurriedly shouts, Quick, find a stone pot for the shaman, and find a few more. Don't even think about resisting. The guards here are all level 80 and above. Any player who dares to act recklessly will definitely be killed instantly. High-level wizard? Wu Yang's heart stirred. He always heard Luo AI mention the name of high-level wizards, but never understood how powerful they truly were. Now he finally had a clear concept. Unfortunately, even after accumulating so many existence points, the root key still didn't give him that thrilling feeling he had during the top 10 selection competition. Could it be that the existence points need to exceed 10,000? Unfortunately, at this moment, I had no mind to appreciate this unique feng shui layout. Luo Ningfeng led the way to a bar at the back of the hall, where they saw Qiu Yun in a deep purple evening gown with an elaborate hairdo. Chun Hao was also calm and unhurried, using his ink-stained star to block, maximizing his hand speed. He was like a martial arts master from movie, turning the knife in his hand into a barrier, blocking all external attacks. Of course, there were occasionally some that slipped through, but it didn't matter. Our blood is thick, and we can withstand it without pressure. Afterward, Chu Zheng would occasionally add some trouble for Aunt Song Air. Everyone knew that this old man was just a rogue, bold and reckless. No one dared to provoke him, and Aunt Song Air was no exception. With his current poor savings, he couldn't even afford a basic combat upgrade package. The system did gift him an emergency combat level boost effect, but unfortunately, it only lasted for 3 seconds, and the cooldown was 30 days. Beasts also possess a considerable degree of intelligence. The survival law of the fittest in nature is utilized to the fullest by them. Beasts can understand the relationship between the smell of the dissolving liquid and strong enemies, so they will avoid acting in areas where the smell of the dissolving liquid is present. Just happen to be 5, not more or less. Hu Shui controlled the attack range and distance of the ice fog very well. Just when Wu Liang was bored waiting for Fama, to finish testing. A man's voice suddenly came from behind him. He immediately turned around and looked at the boy waving at him with a strange expression. Laughter erupted from the cowherds around, and many guests in the bar turned their gazes this way. It clearly contradicted his principles of conduct. Yet he couldn't help but find excuses for him in his heart. After all, Bloodfiend sect is a demonic sect, and disciples of demonic sects are indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Xiangti could never guess their intentions, and certainly couldn't make random guesses. So he didn't say another word. Gu Qinyang seemed startled by his third brother, hurriedly lowered his head after exchanging drinks with Mr. Yangming, not daring to speak, let alone argue. However, old Master Ning knew in his heart that among the male descendants of the Ning family for 3 generations, if anyone could be said to have prospects, it was probably not as good as Qinshan, this grandson. The sound of blacksmithing outside suddenly stopped, and the entire space seemed to freeze with this sound. Even the howling wind disappeared in an instant. I have learned killing techniques, and your subordinate strength isn't impressive. If I accidentally kill him, don't blame me for not reminding you, Qinshan said. After that, he also mentioned which country he would go to, and when he registered a company, he would transfer money using the company's name. But there was one condition. He wanted Xia Yi to buy some experimental items according to the experimental conditions. Forget it. It seems all right anyway. After calling for the old monster in vain, Li Hai immediately set this matter aside, and feeling a stir in his heart, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 120. Turning Against People. Me Too waved his hand. The person who had been cheerful since they met now also had a heavy expression. With his movement, a pile of honey badgers in front of ECI rustled and transformed into human form, sitting on the ground. ECI glanced around and noticed that among them, some were severely hunched over, almost folding in half, some were missing an ear, and others had dazed expressions, grinning foolishly, clearly indicating some mental issues. Upon focusing carefully, she also spotted a few lacking important organs. Elder ECI pointed to one of the orcs who looked dull and unresponsive. She's a female, right? Will she listen to you if you call her over? Mia, the elder barked. Mia, come here. His voice was fierce, completely different from his earlier demeanor. In the next moment, Mia shrank back in fear, her hands twisting together, cautiously stepping forward to the elder. Dr. Wu, the elder directly pushed Mia towards ECI. Here she is, animal skin. Hichi held her firmly, gripping her slender wrist that was so thin it felt like a bone, and looked at Me Too with a hint of severity in his eyes. Go get a few pieces of animal skin. Me Too opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but when she met Hichi's sharp gaze, she silently shut her mouth and waved her hand. The honey badger orc lurking in the corner quickly ran away. ECI only pretends not to know. The deer season is even more cautious. Don't be afraid, Mia. ECI gently comforted her, fearing to scare her again. She placed her fingers on the other's wrist, carefully checking her pulse, and then her expression changed as she placed her hand on Mia's stomach. Mia was emaciated, yet her belly was somewhat large. Although it wasn't overly exaggerated, ECI had just seen her instinctively protect her stomach and felt something was not quite right. Master Shaman, Mia couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, are you calculating whether Mia still has the ability to bear children? At this moment, ECI felt disgusted not only towards the honey badger tribe, but even the entire tribe itself. Instead of answering, she coldly asked, suddenly wonder, has the old chief ever tried to have her people find females or bears from outside tribes to bear offspring? Although at first she believed what Lu Ji had said, that other tribes' beastmen found the honey badger tribe's appearance ugly. After looking closely, ECI realized that this was not the case. The beastmen of the honey badger tribe, while not exactly handsome or beautiful, were not all ugly either, especially as she observed just now. Besides the problematic beastmen in front of her, there were many healthy males and females near the altar. If the ratio had truly become this severe, then the previous generation of these beastmen, or even the ones before that, would have already been products of closely related bloodlines within the same tribe. ECI felt a sense of vigilance. Me Too's face showed bitterness, looking quite aggrieved. Great shaman, Migu is already one of the more outstanding males of our tribe. But look at him, he's been continuously harmed by females from other tribes, and now even holds a grudge against all females. In this case, how can I dare to let them go out to protect my people? Our honey badger tribe is not strong and is disliked by other tribes. It pains me to see this, but I don't know how to change it. He lowered his head and wiped his tears. Just then, the orc who had just left brought over some animal skins. Me Too naturally took them and handed them to ECI, smoothly changing the topic. Great shaman, you haven't said yet. What happened to Mia? Is there still hope for these tribespeople? PCI wrapped Mia tightly with animal skin, her tone low. As she was pregnant, the old clan leader was instantly overjoyed. Mia still had the ability to bear children. In this situation, she could still conceive. I will have someone take Mia out later and prepare a pit for her to rest properly. This is our clan's precious young one, and I will take good care of her. Mia was carrying a stillborn, and there was a hint of dark anger in He-See's eyes as she suppressed her frustration and said, I will give Mia a potion. If not handled in time, Mia's life will be at risk. If she had come 2 days later, the baby would have already lost its life. No, the old clan leader, who had just been acting pitiful, was now furious, urgently blocking her. How do you know whether the child is alive or dead? Even if you were a great shaman, you cannot make such a judgment. You have yet to explain why they ended up like this. The old clan leader's expression was agitated, staring intently at Mia's belly. Great shaman, you cannot act this way. PCI frowned at him. Old patriarch, she scoffed, her tone mocking. Why have your clansmen turn out like this? Don't you already know the reason? Why bother asking me? Me Too's eyes widened. Lu Ji instantly stood in front of PCI, firmly protecting her behind him. Behind the old patriarch, 8 beastmen had emerged at some point, slowly closing in, surrounding them in the center. PCI glanced around, feeling no fear in her heart. Why aren't you pretending any longer? The old patriarch's face turned angry. He slowly stood up straight, no longer feigning a hunched posture. But his old face remained like dry tree bark, glaring fiercely at PCI. Why can't we protect the cub in Mia's belly? She is the only one among these problematic tribespeople who is pregnant. No matter whose child it is, it belongs to the honey badger tribe. As long as Mia successfully gives birth, it will prove that our tribe's misfortune has been completely lifted and the beast god has fully forgiven us. Why do you want to harm the child in Mia's belly? PCI is not a saint. On the contrary, she can be quite cold-blooded at times. However, during this period, she has been behaving gently and harmlessly, leading everyone to believe that she has always been a good-tempered person. The old clan leader, PCI, smiled, her eyes devoid of any emotion, and pushed Mia closer to him. Since you say the child in her belly is fine, then you can wait a bit longer, until the end of the harsh winter, to see if her belly will grow. If you want to lose the last female in the tribe who can bear offspring, that's fine. It's all up to your choice. She never bothered to prove herself. If the other party had objections, then she would return the choice to them. Me Too's expression changed several times, looking quite unpleasant. He placed his hand on Mia's belly, feeling carefully, but there was no movement at all. He even leaned in to listen, but there was no sound. Go find a female who has given birth before, Me Too said in a deep voice to his tribesmen, showing no intention of letting PCI leave. Hurry up. Beast World. Farming with space. Raising young. Marrying the strongest beast king. Please bookmark. Beast World. Farming with space. Raising young. Marrying the strongest beast king updates. The fastest online. Chapter 1, 21 Mia updated at 1 a.m. Mia curled up next to Me Too, her eyes empty, as if completely soulless. She wore a beast skin draped over her, not even knowing to wrap it tighter, her movements dull, still in the state that PCI had just tidied her up in. Lu Ji leaned close to PCI and quietly asked, what should we do now? If we need to leave, I can charge out with you. These people can't stop me. No need. PCI didn't deliberately lower her voice. The old chief is eager for a child. I want to see what he intends to do and what he can do. Upon hearing this, Me Too's face darkened. Soon, an elderly female was brought in front of them. Quick, take a look. Me Too impatiently pulled Mia to the other female, tearing off the beast skin covering her and pointing at Mia's swollen belly. Quick, see how her cub is doing. Can you really feel it by just touching? Is it too short time to feel anything? Mitolukdankschis. The elderly female reached out to touch Mia's belly, and her already dim eyes became even more lifeless. Old chief, although we only give birth once a year, the gestation period isn't long. Mia's belly should be able to feel the cub's movement by now. But now, the female shook her head, looking heavy-hearted. The cub in her belly should be dead. Perhaps it's because after the gestation, she was forced to mate with so many males, or perhaps the child suffocated inside. Most likely, the child in her belly isn't even the normal appearance of our kind, and couldn't survive until Mia gives birth. Hichi glanced at her more attentively. The words of the other party were completely different from those of someone like Me Too, who was utterly clueless. Perhaps sensing Hichi's gaze, the elderly female turned to look at her, her expression cold. You are a shaman, aren't you? I was once a shaman of the honey badger tribe. Later, I became a female of the honey badger tribe. Her expression shifted as if lost in some memory. Her eyes suddenly gleamed with a hint of madness. The shaman cannot save the cubs of the honey badger tribe. Perhaps one that can bear female cubs can. Many males in the tribe, under the command of the old patriarch, kept trying to make me. Enough. Mitu sudinli erapted inange. Pointing at the male who had just brought the elderly female over and speaking sharply. Hurry up and take her back. We don't need her here. Get her out. Even though the other party did not utter the subsequent words, Hichi guessed the meaning behind them. She coldly looked at me too. A hint of murderous intent in her eyes, her tone mocking. Old patriarch, you may not know, but if you do not stop the honey badger tribe from pairing with orcs from other tribes, your tribe's cubs will never face such problems. You specifically used white grains to lure me here. It shouldn't be simply to help you solve the issue with your tribe's cubs. What exactly do you want to do? Mitu was taken aback. What are you saying? I don't understand at all. Didn't you just say you could save Mia's life? I now believe what you said earlier. Please save Mia. He pushed Mia into Hichi's arms. Hichi let out a cold laugh and kicked heavily at her side. Mia fell to the ground with a thud. With a clatter, a sharp stone knife fell out. She clutched her stomach in pain, twisted, and looked up at Hichi with a pale face. Her expression was completely different from just now. With anger, she exclaimed, "How did you know?" Even though Lu Ji had been standing by, he was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He instantly grabbed Hichi's arm, shielding her behind him, firmly standing between Hichi and them, his brows tightly furrowed. "What are you doing?" Seeing that Mia still wanted to pick up the stone knife, Lu Ji stepped forward and kicked her heart away, then picked up the stone knife, his eyes vigilant. Hichi's tone was sarcastic, and I knew it from the moment I took your pulse just now. You had already taken witch medicine yesterday to kill and expel the deformed fetus in your belly, and your stomach still needs time to recover, which could easily deceive others. Although your pulse has not completely returned to normal, unfortunately, the witch doctor you encountered is me. Hichi's medical skills, when converted into human lifespan, often accumulate enough to offset several normal human lifetimes in accordance with the responsibilities of her traditional Chinese medicine identity. Pretending in front of her, Hichi had no intention of serving. Just now, it was merely taking advantage of the situation, a deliberate test. Me too glared fiercely at Hichi, raising his hand to wave, and except for Mia, even the not-so-bright honey badger orcs stood behind him in unison. Hichi, I want to thank you for solving a long-standing problem for my clan. If it weren't for you seeing through Mia, I wouldn't have believed what you just said. The issue with my clan is that we never exchange partners with outsiders. But now I believe it. In the future, I will do as you say. However, Me too smiled cruelly, the wrinkles on his face gathering together, his eyelids nearly covering his eyes, looking incredibly lewd and ugly. If you stay in the honey badger tribe in the future and bring out everything you did in your tribe's alliance, we can also regard you as our leader. You might not even realize how extraordinary you are. Lu Ji looked frustrated. Apologies, Master Shaman, he said, his face full of regret. I didn't know the honey badger tribe was intentionally luring you here. It's fine. Hichi shook his head, thinking it unnecessary to dwell on this at such a time. Moreover, Lu Ji did not do it intentionally. He was also being used by others. You are far removed from my clan. Hichi raised an eyebrow, genuinely puzzled at this moment. How did you come to know about the movements within our clan? If you honestly tell me, I might actually consider whether to stay in your tribe. Hichi feigned seriousness, calmly looking at me Tuesday. He even curled his lips with interest. Even surrounded by dozens of people, he was not the least bit anxious. After all, you know I'm truly captivated by the white grains. As of now, I still do not know the exact location where you harvest the white grains, and to completely tear apart our relationship with you would indeed be a bit regrettable. The beastmen of the Mihuan tribe are brutal and cunning, more disgusting than any tribe I have encountered before. It was a messenger of the beast god who informed my clan of your existence. Me too spoke of the other party with fervor. I even had my clansmen secretly infiltrate near your tribe to investigate. What the messenger said is indeed true. You do have some abilities. You even managed to completely resolve the plague that the messenger specifically sent down. Therefore, someone like you should stay in my clan. Where did this messenger come from? Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry echoed from the horizon. PCI poked Lu Ji, and in the next moment, a military shovel appeared in his hand. Block them. Me too shouted loudly. No matter what, they had to keep the crane female. She must not be allowed to leave. Otherwise, the envoy would definitely not spare their clan. Hichi's military shovel was sharp and efficient. The orcs of the honey badger tribe dared not come within half a step. In an instant, Mo Xiao had brought the deer warriors to the two of them. Before the members of the honey badger tribe could react, Mo Xiao's tail swept, taking the three away in an instant. Everywhere they passed, the triangular wooden houses collapsed completely. At the altar, the flames surged, igniting the fallen with shavings and spreading rapidly. Hci quickly collected all the beasts near the altar into his space. The tribe was in chaos. Me Too and the others had not pursued for long before they were blocked by a sea of fire. Mia, wrapped in animal skins, still looked pale. Grandpa, what should we do? They all ran away. The messenger must be angry now. I still want him to be my beast husband. Me Too's face was ashen. They will come back, he said with certainty, as if he truly foresaw it. She still didn't know where to find the white grains. That thing grew in a common way and was completely hidden among the tall weeds. She wanted that thing so much. How could she bear to give up? Hci was indeed reluctant to give up. At this moment, she had been brought by Imo Xiao to a valley far from the honey badger tribe. The eagle badger followed closely behind. As soon as it landed, Hu Lin couldn't wait to jump off its back, and with only 3 good legs, it limped determinedly towards Hci, nuzzling its head against her waist, its wet eyes filled with affection. Hichi subconsciously reached out and rubbed his head a couple of times. The eagle badger looked away in embarrassment. If it weren't for Imo Xiao being busy with the aftermath right now, there was no way Fox Lin's tail would be safe today. He walked towards Hichi, his voice booming, with a hint of pride in his words. Master Shaman, I've already checked around the honey badger tribe as you requested, and we did find traces of the white grains. Fox Lin has also seen them. It's exactly what you wanted. I also saw the valley that Imo Xiao mentioned. It was really hard to find. I flew back and forth a few times before I realized there was actually a valley down there. Master Shaman, when shall we go collect the white grains? The people of the honey badger tribe are so heartless, we can't leave them a single grain. It would be better to let them starve during the harsh winter. I've already collected all the white grains. Hci looked at Imo Xiao walking towards him, smiling brightly. Imo Xiao had already taken me there once. The system space of the Time and Space Management Bureau could be expanded infinitely. However, each expansion requires the use of points. Hci originally thought that her points had all been deducted when they were mistakenly allocated to this world. Unexpectedly, she discovered that the space seemed to have expanded a bit when she was shipping the green-skin fruit last time. However, since the change was not significant at that time, she didn't pay much attention to it. But just now, when she collected the white grains along with the roots and seedlings, the space unexpectedly expanded rapidly to twice its size after being filled. Now the entire interior of the space feels extremely empty. Ingxiao was momentarily stunned. He had initially wanted to show off, but the other party's movements were so fast. Seeing Imo Xiao approach, Hulin stubbornly pressed closer to Hci, even secretly wrapping his tail around her calf. Imo Xiao cast a cold glance. He walked over, grabbed the flesh on Hulin's back, and lifted him high. Hulin cried out in pain, his tail tightly clinging to Hci, unwilling to let go. His front paws tried to hug her arm, and he made a pitiful, choked sound, desperately blinking his eyes, even squeezing out a few tears. His silver fur flew messily. Hci really couldn't stand the fluffy appearance anymore, and Imo Xiao. Forget it, let him go. He's injured right now. If you let go, I'll let him lie down on the side by himself. Lu Ji stepped forward and kicked the person heavily to the distance, picking up the stone knife with a vigilant look. Hici's tone was sarcastic. I already knew when I just took your pulse. You had already used witch medicine yesterday to kill and expel the deformed fetus in your abdomen, and your belly still needs time to recover to cover up the truth, even though your pulse has not completely returned to normal. It's a pity that the witch doctor you encountered is me. Hici's medical skills, when converted to human lifespan, often accumulate enough to offset several normal human lifetimes in accordance with her identity in traditional Chinese medicine. Pretending in front of her, Hci didn't want to serve at all. Just now, it was merely a matter of following the trend, deliberately testing. Me Too glared fiercely at Hci, raising his hand to wave. Except for Mia, even the not-so-bright honey badger orcs stood behind him in unison. Hci, I want to thank you for solving a problem that our clan has faced for a long time. If you hadn't seen through Mia, I wouldn't have believed what you just said. Our clan's issue lies in never exchanging mates with outsiders. But now I believe it. In the future, I will do as you say. However, Me Too smiled cruelly. The wrinkles on his face gathered together, his eyelids nearly covering his eyes, looking extremely lewd and ugly. If you stay in the honey badger tribe in the future and bring out everything you did in your tribal alliance, our honey badger tribe can also honor you. You might not even know how extraordinary you are. Lu Ji looked frustrated. Master Shaman, I'm sorry, he said, his face full of regret. I didn't know the honey badger tribe was intentionally luring you. It's fine. Ichi shook his head. At this time, there was no need to quibble over such matters. Besides, the deer season was not intentional. He was also being used by others. You are far removed from my clan. Hichi raised his eyebrows slightly, genuinely puzzled at the moment. How did you learn about the movements within our clan? If you honestly tell me, I might actually consider whether to stay in your tribe. Ichi feigned a serious expression, calmly looking at me Tuesday. He even curled his lips with interest. Even surrounded by dozens of people, he felt no tension at all. After all, you know very well that I'm truly fascinated and longing for white grains. Right now, I don't even know the specific location where you harvest the white grains, yet I have completely torn our relationship apart. I really regret it. The beastmen of the honey badger tribe are brutal and cunning. Like the beast world, bringing space to farm and raise cubs, marrying the fiercest beast king. Please bookmark the beast world, bringing space to farm and raise cubs, marrying the fiercest beast king with the fastest update speed on the internet. Chapter 122. Female. Let's have a good talk. PCI looked at the empty spot where Mo Xiao usually sat. Lu Ji and Lu Rong, who were originally sitting close together, were also nowhere to be seen. PCI turned his head. The fox Lin, who was originally curled up in the corner, also disappeared. Eagle Badger. PCI stood still, not daring to move, looking up at the treetops outside. Eagle, can you hear my voice? No one responded. Something was off. She simply sat back down, closed her eyes, pretending nothing was wrong, but her mind was carefully considering the possible reasons for the unusual occurrence. It was the sound of chanting. Just now, she had unconsciously immersed herself in it. The sounds outside had not ceased. PCI rummaged in the space for a while and finally found a symbol in the corner. 2 round metal plates. This was something the system requested him to retrieve during a previous mission because it found it interesting. It felt very suitable for the current atmosphere. PCI held a piece in each hand and then struck them together forcefully. A loud clang echoed. PC's ears buzzed for a moment, but she didn't stop. After silently counting to 10 in her heart, she decisively did it again. The sound was piercing. The chanting outside suddenly came to a halt. PCI just wanted to continue his actions when he noticed that the environment around him had become watery, and his whole body felt sticky and uncomfortable, as if he had been in the extremely humid plum rain season for too long. Female. Suddenly, a voice came to his ears, light as if it were a whisper. PC's symbols quickly transformed into a military shovel, and with a swift motion, he pulled back and slashed. You're so cruel. That voice was half laughing, echoing in PC's ears. If I hadn't dodged quickly, you would have taken my head off. Don't mess around. Let's have a good chat. Sha? No way. PCI moved quickly, creating distance from the other person. Get lost. Be careful. Upon hearing this, PCI reacted, twisting her waist in an attempt to press against the edge of the wall. Even though her reaction was fast enough, she couldn't escape the scheming of others. Suddenly, her body was airborne, and then she got stuck in midair. PCI strained to look and realized that she had been bitten by a crocodile beastman. Fortunately, the sharp teeth had not sunk into her waist. She turned her head and looked around, only to find that there were 8 crocodile beastmen lying closely together. Female. You are really fierce. The voice that had been whispering in her ear just now sounded again. Already restrained by someone, PCI turned her head to follow the voice. In the pitch-black night, there were faint glimmers of light flickering. PCI stared intently and noticed that each crocodile had a large, round pearl on its tail. The footsteps grew closer. A wave of salty sea air suddenly surged. His long hair curled slightly, shimmering with a faint blue light, like the deepest parts of the ocean. His deep blue eyes seemed to peer into the secrets of the human heart. The corners of his eyes lifted slightly, with long, thick eyelashes, and a few tiny golden specks at the corners, like stars falling into an abyss. His skin was pale and smooth, resembling coral under the moonlight, radiating a faint glow. His lips were thin and rosy, with a hint of a smile at the corners. His nose was straight and slightly upturned at the tip. He had a tall and strong build, with muscular lines that were smooth and powerful. The beast skin he wore was adorned with blue scales, perfectly tailored to his form, accentuating the defined muscles in his limbs. At first glance, he appeared extremely wild, but upon closer inspection, one could also see a hint of pure innocence. PCI blinked her eyes and looked into his, her voice firm. You are a merman. It was worth my journey of 1,000 miles to come here to find you. Lanning stepped closer to PCI, squatting down to examine her closely. Female, you are truly beautiful. You are so beautiful and smart. So can you guess why I came here to find you? PCI had a cold expression, calmly engaging with him. I guess you're the esteemed envoy who collaborates with the Honey Badger tribe. You came here to capture me and take me back to the Honey Badger tribe, didn't you? The siren song can confuse others' minds. As long as there is desire and hatred, it is easy to lose oneself in it. I assume that when the song started just now, everyone was drawn into their own inner demons, uncontrollably tempted by the other side to leave the cave. The other party's target is clearly me. I was worried about the safety of Mo, Xiao, and the others. No, it's not like that, female. Don't fool me casually. Lanjing Sumai Gen Li. His voice low like a whisper, leaning close to I, his tone seductive. Those filthy honey badger orcs are not worthy of me collaborating with them. They almost harmed you, and I am very angry. Female, do you know? Lanning leaned in to examine I, but did not touch her even slightly. I was just a step behind. That's why you stayed in the filthy honey badger tribe for so long. But don't worry, the honey badger tribe has been flooded by seawater, their dwelling holes have all collapsed, and everything no longer exists. It's all washed clean by the water now. Do you want to go take a look? Ichi, aren't you a messenger? Of course not. Lanning shook his head sincerely. Female, I would never lie to you. Right now, I need to take you away. I can't leave with you. Ichi quickly interrupted as he saw Lanning seem to want to stand up and give orders. I need to know the situation of my people. If you haven't harmed them, I can go with you. Female, you really are kind-hearted and soft. Lanning lightly flicked his fingers, and a crystal-clear blue water ball floated in front of Chi. The images inside kept changing. It was the expressions of Mo Xiao, Lu Ji, Hulin, and others. Some had painful expressions, some looked joyful, while others seemed to be struggling as if fighting against something. The scene suddenly shifted to Mo Xiao. His eyes narrowed, his face filled with shock. It was the first time he had seen Mo Xiao's beast form in its entirety. How could this be? Yet, it also seemed somewhat expected. Chi watched as it transformed back to its original form, curled up in a hidden corner, yet its expression was one of great pain. This male is not bad. Lanning and Chi were almost head-to-head, appearing relaxed as if watching a performance. No matter which dream I dragged him into with my chanting, he seemed to never completely succumb from beginning to end. Female. I turned his head at the sound. The two of them locked eyes. Immediately after, his voice seemed to become a distant dream in her ears, saying that they had to leave now. If they didn't, he would wake up. He was somewhat troublesome, and she didn't want him to waste her time. Hi's eyelids were heavy, and she felt drowsy. When Lanning stood up, she bit her tongue hard to force herself to stay somewhat awake. She enjoyed the beast world, farming, raising cubs, and marrying the mightiest beast king. Please save Beast World. Farming, raising cubs, and marrying the mightiest beast king updates the fastest on the internet. Chapter 123, Desert Island. She could only maintain consciousness and not completely fall into a deep sleep. But her eyelids were so heavy that she couldn't even open them a crack. She could only sense that she seemed to be placed in some kind of device, warm and safe, without feeling any threat from the outside world. I couldn't remember how long she had been taken away. She had been gently lifted countless times, sweet liquid poured in her mouth, and each time she drank, her hunger would vanish completely. Even though she had witnessed many wonders of this world before, she still felt quite astonished. Eventually, after traveling for what felt like an eternity, I estimated that the distance to the tribe had become terrifyingly far. She no longer bothered to perceive the outside world, retaining only the last shred of rationality to weave others' harm against herself. Until she woke up again. The sound of the sea roared in her ears. She suddenly opened her eyes and tried to sit up. Perhaps due to lying down for too long, I felt her limbs were somewhat weak. The night was deep, and the surroundings were eerily silent. Thick fog wrapped around I like an invisible hand. The sound of the waves crashing in this frightening environment took on a mournful tone. I calmed down for a moment and turned to examine the environment he was in. The towering coconut trees twisted as they grew, their branches resembling the bony fingers of a monster, pointing towards the sky. The long, sharp strips of casuarina were tightly intertwined, forming an impenetrable barrier not far away, making I feel as if countless invisible eyes were watching his every move. I got up, moved away from the shore, and fumbled out a powerful flashlight from his space. He turned it on and shone it towards the dense forest, trying to see the demons and spirits within. In the distance, the treetops of an unrecognizable tree loomed like a giant dark cloud, rustling in the wind and producing an extremely piercing sound. The leaves of the sea pine tree reflected a cold light under the faint blood-red moonlight. I didn't wander too far, carefully circling around the dense forest, but found no trace of any orcs. It can't be that he just left himself to fend for himself in this place, right? The night was too dark, and visibility was almost non-existent. I had never explored this area and was unaware if there were any ferocious beasts lurking in the forest. After thinking for a moment, she found a thick tree trunk with lush branches and quickly climbed up. Then, she searched for a few sturdy branches higher up and took out the hammock from her space to tie it to them. Following that, she took out her sleeping bag and placed it on top. I carefully crawled in, reached out to turn off the powerful flashlight, and threw it into the space, feeling a bit relieved. Fortunately, there were no mosquitoes in this place. Otherwise, there was no mosquito net for her to use in the space. Although the hammock was at least 20 meters off the ground, she was still able to drift off to sleep steadily inside her sleeping bag. Even if she had to leave, she needed to gather enough energy first. Under the night sky, the sea surface appeared dark as if dyed with ink. As the waves rolled, a figure emerged from within. Surrounded by others, it was the blue shadow that had brought Hisei back all the way. The clan leader. The merman surrounding the blue shadow couldn't help but ask, "You traveled thousands of miles to bring the female back, just to abandon her on this deserted island and see how long she can survive? Of course not. Don't you think she's amazing?" The blue shadow looked up, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the night, as if he could see Hisei lying atop the treetops. From a moment she woke up until now, she hadn't wasted any time, and there were so many strange things on her. She had never been to this place, yet she appeared completely unfazed, as if this place was no different from any other in her eyes. The blue shadow's azure eyes sparkled like they were filled with starlight. "I brought her here to save my merman tribe." "What?" The other mermen were shocked. "She is just an inconspicuous red crane beastman by the sunset lake. She has never even seen this sea area. How could she possibly save us?" "Clan leader, let her fend for herself on the deserted island. Let us pretend we never brought anyone back. The sea is vast. She won't be able to escape." The blue shadow shook his head. His voice was soft but firm. "Don't be so loud. She is very smart. If she discovers that we have been watching her this whole time, she will definitely be bold." An elderly merman scoffed. "I don't believe it. She's a female without a tail, and the biggest water source she's ever seen must be Sunset Lake. What could she possibly do that surprising?" Blue crocodile. The blue shadow seemed to still be in a good mood as he shook his head. "I think once you see it for yourself, you'll understand. Go back. Send my orders. No one is allowed to come ashore tonight to disturb the female. She has been traveling with me, and she needs to stay alert without having had a good rest." The blue shadow's voice was gentle, his gaze looking far off towards Hisei's direction. "Tonight, let her rest well." "Clan leader, you are the one who should rest well," the merman called Blue Crocodile said, looking at him with a complex expression filled with concern. "From Sunset Lake to here, there haven't been many opportunities for you to soak in the water. You still have to cross 100,000 mountains. You are the weakest one here, if it weren't for the other tribes. Clan leader, let her fend for herself on the deserted island. Let us pretend we never brought anyone back. The sea is vast. She won't be able to escape." The blue shadow shook his head again, his tone light yet resolute. "Don't be so loud. She is very smart. If she discovers that we have been watching her this whole time, she will definitely be bold." An elderly merman scoffed. "I don't believe it. She's a female without a tail, and the biggest water source she's ever seen must be Sunset Lake. What could she possibly do that surprising?" Blue crocodile. The blue shadow seemed to still be in a good mood as he shook his head. "I think once you see it for yourself, you'll understand. Go back. Send my orders. No one is allowed to come ashore tonight to disturb the female. She has been traveling with me, and she needs to stay alert without having had a good rest." The blue shadow's voice was gentle, his gaze looking far off towards Hisei's direction. "Tonight, let her rest well." "Clan leader, you are the one who should rest well," the merman called Blue Crocodile said, looking at him with a complex expression filled with concern. "From Sunset Lake to here, there haven't been many opportunities for you to soak in the water. You still have to cross 100,000 mountains. You're the weakest one here. Beast world, farming in space to raise cubs and marry the most powerful beast king. Please save Beast world, farming in space to raise cubs and marry the most powerful beast king updates the fastest on the internet." Chapter 124, You Caught My Kin. Still updating at 1 o'clock in the morning. The waves rolled. The blue shadow directly grabbed Blue Crocodile's fishtail and dragged him back. "Don't move her. If she dies, the merman tribe will truly have no way out. Do you think the golden lion over there in the 100,000 mountains is just anyone? He is a madman. Even if I agreed to his cooperation to eliminate other small tribes, once the matter is over, that one will explode. Hurry up and come with me to pay respects to the moon elder." Blue Naishua pulled Yenjin, and the two knelt devotedly before the statue of the moon elder. Blue Naishua even playfully took a fortune stick to draw one, but unexpectedly, it was a bad fortune. Meanwhile, the power of destruction was completely blank, which meant that both her originally practiced techniques and the seal she obtained not long ago could provide her with a lot of contribution points. If it were before, She and Lung Chun would have been an appropriate match in age, but now that Ning Xia and he had that kind of incident. Even if Lung Chun didn't team mind, this complicated relationship was still inappropriate. Then Uncle Chen won't keep you. I'll go back to guard the city. Chen Qi neatly grabbed his sword and returned to the city wall. Luo Xing was a bit stunned at that moment, thinking that he didn't want her to be his burden for the sake of the Great Way. Just from the literal understanding, it could be known that this definitely referred to the original will of the Tinlu Great World, probably the same kind of existence as Gaia. The water in the bath seemed to be getting hotter, steaming the two people's pale skin on the water surface to a pink hue. He turned to look at the normal water over Wei Qi Jia and Wei Xiang's heads, just about to say something, when suddenly he shivered and immediately wanted to get as far away as possible. All right. Xian Mo's eyes darkened as he cleared the table, reached around her waist, and pulled her into his arms. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian stared at the thunderous fatal attack coming towards him and couldn't help but frown. With a fierce push, he stirred the blood essence within his dantian, transforming it into a blood-blue vortex. As he spoke, Xia Zheng's internal energy surged like a torrent. Then with a tremor from his back, an enormous phantom of a dominating dragon materialized. At this moment, the steward in charge of the arena felt somewhat speechless. It was already arrogant enough to take on 9 opponents, and yet here he was, speaking like this just as they were about to start fighting. How much confidence did he have? This was simply an invisible display of bravado. The Jade Soul Flute was a top-tier 4th-grade magical artifact, with exquisite sound quality, far surpassing the previous flute played by Shunbai. The melodious flute music added a touch of vitality to the otherwise dead silence of the immortal mountain. Upon seeing the ice-patterned demon bear, he suddenly felt the urge to relax. In his past life, as a gold medal assassin, he had often enjoyed fine dining in the world's top restaurants. While Chu Yang had settled down, the 2nd and 3rd shops began to stir. The prison guard's kick had finally triggered a chain reaction. He was certain that as long as he nodded, the Desire Valley would definitely turn against him on the spot. At that point, he couldn't even say whether he would survive to return, let alone whether the Bone Connection tribe would be permanently expelled. Saying this, Liang Yu informed Lin Feng and others about Liang Rong's turn to compete, although Xia Yufei and the others felt somewhat displeased with their sudden substitution. They said nothing since Lin Feng didn't seem to mind. However, they had no time to curse, as all their energy and attention had to be focused on counting. At this moment, Su Huan felt extremely conflicted, causing her to frown and let out a soft sigh before following Yun Hao out of the tent. My name is Huang Xiong, and my uncle's name is Huang Ku. Do you understand? We are from the Huang family, Huang Xiong said proudly. If you think you can refine a pill with greater potency than this, come find me, De Wu Hui said in a calm, yet angry tone to Dan Xiaoyang. Chapter 125. I want to be your beast husband. The 2 little fish that had originally quieted down instantly began thrashing in the water after hearing He See's words. They even worked together to shake their tails, trying to splash the seawater in the tank onto He See's face. Let them make a fuss. He See casually took out a board from the space and blocked all the tiny water droplets splashed up. So impressive. The 2 fish fry in the fish tank kept swimming in circles, finally chattering and resting against the side of the tank. Song Ran felt she had no way out. If she disagreed, it was obvious she was admitting that Jiang Feng performed better. While Gu Jingxing was still confused, Song Ran poked a piece and smeared it on the other side of his face. Gu Jingxing immediately reciprocated, taking a piece and smearing it near her mouth. Aaron didn't respond. He extended his right hand into the palm of his left hand. Under the shocked gaze of the white-haired man, his right hand slowly pulled out the broken army from his left palm. With fair skin, a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, a high nose bridge, red lips, and white teeth, she looked much better than on television. Zizarin held Mia, a final tear rolling down his cheek, then opened his eyes. But his gaze was hollow, as if he had lost all hope, like a walking corpse. All right, sis, let Dad and your brother-in-law have a good chat. And Rong pulled in Qian into the room. Mrs. Zhang nodded, saying she would go talk to old man Yi. And there was no rush for the jewelry to be added. The wedding was on April 22nd, and there were still a few days left to buy it in town. Over the years, she had visited the Liu family many times, but each time she was only received by Shun Lingshuang. Chu Xian jumped into the car, and then saw Gu Yinji walk to the car in front. She wanted to take this car, so he and Chu Zai could share one without any problem. Rest assured, General, I will fulfill your wish. Tito squatted down, promising, Blood, do not be insincere. Today, seeing you confront Jean Fei and Yin Fei showed no fear. Why are you afraid in front of this king? Could it be that this is Blood's special trait towards this king? Ji Wuqing smiled elegantly, resembling a handsome young man, making one's heart flutter. commanding the world and raising the majesty of our heavenly dynasty. General Gao Quan frowned, impatiently interrupting Wang Heming's passionate speech, and asked blankly, "What should our army do now?" She reached out to touch the scar that protruded like a worm, feeling a slight stir in her heart, sensing something strange. Shang Wan Yuming nodded, heading towards the white plum area. In fact, there were plenty of white plums in the palace, just a few clusters here, and a few more there. If they were moved to one place, they might not be less than the red plums. Not long after starting, her feet were already covered with rotting fallen leaves, like muddy soil, silent underfoot yet sticky. The enemy's encirclement seemed bottomless. Although our army had not suffered losses due to a surprise attack from behind, it would inevitably be swallowed if it persisted. Just as Jiang Wuming was worried about this, good news arrived. A dead silence. Apart from the blazing fire oil still burning on a battlefield of over 100,000 people, there was no sound at all. As the conversation reached this point, the phone rang. Qin Muyang reached for the phone, and Li Zhongyuan's voice came through, dripping with charm. Although I am very reluctant to admit this reality, it has truly happened. I am not a savior and cannot change this fact. I can only try to accept it. Han Lai unconsciously frowned, watching Lord Zhang's soul that seemed to be on the verge of leaving, and couldn't he help but start worrying about Gongming. Upon seeing the 5 people, Tang Hao's pupils suddenly constricted, shocked to discover that among these 5, there were actually 4 peak 5-star soul emperors and 1 powerful figure at the mid 6-star soul emperor level. Chapter 126. Why don't you go sing on the battlefield? Lanning silently took a step back. Several times, she opened her mouth and then silently closed it again. After ECI finished speaking, he continued, "Female, you're angry." ECI. It feels like being brought back by someone with such low intelligence really makes my own intelligence seem problematic. Communication is ineffective. ECI turned her head away. She had already placed a small boat. She made herself into space, and then asked, "Kongwei, what's wrong?" June, she looked at me, who was staring blankly at the closed computer, with some concern. The 3 of them held guns and advanced step by step, like soldiers entering a village, as if on a mission. After the death of the soul-searching clan leader, the Grand Elder naturally became the highest-ranking person, and the remaining members of the clan obeyed the Grand Elder's orders to seek revenge on Murong Ningyue. "You are so rude. Don't you know that interrupting someone while they're speaking is very impolite?" Chu Liamo complained. Has the Blood Flame organization become so powerful that there are practitioners at the 9th level of Qi training everywhere, making Dao Foundation realm seem worthless? It had been 10 years since I last saw that girl. Did we still have common topics to discuss? Li Romei revealed a slight smile, her eyes passing over with a hint of expectation. Her heart was somewhat stirred, filled more with excitement. In the end of the law era, as Taoism declined, the mundane martial arts, which practitioners originally looked down upon, began to revive with vitality. A single sentence from Mu Ranran unveiled her entire essence, and everyone looked at her in surprise, including the Empress Dowager and the Empress, who had just praised her. "Someone ripped my clothes, and I really like this outfit. I can't wear it anymore, and the watermelon won't look as pretty as it does now," Nailan Shihua said very seriously. Shang Wanhan did not expect Yi Mingming to say such a thing, which truly surprised him even more. There was nothing to discuss with a prodigy. Once you listened too much or spoke too much, you would appear foolish enough to doubt your own intelligence, feeling like a fool. Okay. I will hurry up and read the script, and I will communicate with you if there is anything, then we can discuss it again. Lao Mozi nodded, formally agreeing. Wanga thought that since he had received an invitation, it would be good to attend the meeting. He still needed to give this bit of face. As for whether to invest in Africa, he would wait to see the specific situation before deciding. Although she and Wu Huaishue were classmates, she had always disliked Wu Huaishue. Or more accurately, she was very jealous of her. "Really? Who is your agent, and what does she do?" Zhou Xia frowned, revealing an angry expression. He had a rough idea in his mind, so he immediately called Zhao Xuyin. Zhao Xuyin was not in the imperial capital, but had established a branch of Bingyu technology in Yangcheng and was preparing for the southern or D-center of Xiaohua in Pengcheng and Dongguan. $50 in 3 days was unimaginable for many people, but for her, it was already a habitual life. This figure was none other than the apprentice deckhand Kubai on the Playboy. Sokov took the application form from Chuvashov's hand, glanced at it casually, and then handed it to Lunyev. Specialties are important. These matters of awarding or commending the combatants were always Lunyev's responsibility. Even if Sokov wanted to inquire, he wouldn't know how to approach it, so he simply let the other party handle it freely. When Genevieve furrowed her brows and looked towards the door in confusion, the door was violently pushed open. Qin Burang crossed her arms, her lips curving up, her eyes filled with contentment and happiness, completely free of her previous sickly and gloomy demeanor. Why did Zhou Mo's death make her suddenly understand all these things? Because it was all Zhou Mo's. Fu Tingyuan held her hand and immediately saw Kester, the head of the Charles family, sitting on the sofa, looking dejected. Chapter 127. I am willing to bet your trust Lan Ying had long known that the female she brought back was not someone who could be easily fooled. But when facing her directly, she realized just how difficult it was. He even had a faint sense of regret deep down. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have taken such an approach. If he had directly approached their tribal alliance back then, would they not have gotten stuck in this situation? That night, the two fell through negotiations, and Lan Ying left. ECI woke up the next morning and directly said, "Don't ask me my name. Just remember I'm called Lei Feng. Today I'll spare you, but remember, if you do anything immoral again, heaven will definitely come to collect you." Zhang Yang was concerned about Lu Jingyi's safety and didn't linger any longer. Having asked what he wanted to know, he quickly withdrew from the abandoned factory. Stepping over the shattered bodies of the 4 green-skinned dogs, Fermin climbed onto the pickup truck that Lin he called the Explorer. I really want to take him in my arms, but his eyes reminded me of his mother, and I had an instinctive rejection. Gangsters fighting, especially at night. The act of lighting a cigarette is almost inevitable. The reason is simple. The action is full of force, and everyone loves to do it. But as soon as I saw her beautiful yet haggard face, my heart couldn't help but ache. Just as Inthe was about to bandage Jiu Shanmengnan's wound, he caught sight of an old scar not far from the new wound. Tears rolled down like beads from a broken string. Meanwhile, Shun Shuhua stared at their backs, standing at the shop door for a long time, filled with shock and horror. The plane slowly taxied and then stopped on a helipad, where a group of fully armed security police was already waiting, strongly suppressing the urge to shout at the guards. Ouyang Jinhua knew that his greatest crisis ever was right in front of him. Just moments ago, Bai Feifei had a face full of anger. But upon hearing Chu Howren's words, she couldn't help but laugh. In this area where the fire elements are extremely violent, the incoming fire fist, both in speed and power, is unmatched elsewhere. Moreover, under the violent resonance of the surrounding fire elements, the power of that law was even sharper than before. At this time, Chu Howren and the others had already run to the first floor. He opened the door and said with a smile, "We'll talk about it later." After saying that, he ran out, replying to the 42nd floor, "Master Nam Mingding's level is very high. We won't compare with him. Every time he writes poetry, I snort coldly, indicating that I don't care, but in reality, I'm feeling guilty." Who would have thought that Feng Qingyang actually betrayed the Feather Transformation sect, and, judging by his appearance, he seems to harbor hatred for the sect. What on earth is going on? Brother Fan thought carefully and said softly, then supported my hand and followed the departing group. 100 meters away from Elder San, the space suddenly twisted with fluctuations, and the figure of the Flash Clan youth slowly appeared, with a faint trickle of red blood at the corner of his mouth. It seems that under Elder San's aimless attack, he couldn't completely avoid it. Lien Xiao looked around and saw that no one was around, then couldn't help but mutter, "The Marquis's face has never looked good." It seems that although the Marquis agreed to the matriarch, he didn't dare to speak further. After hesitating for a moment, Shui Yuqiong gritted her teeth and thought, "Just kiss him, what's the big deal? After all, being with this rogue in the future, I can't avoid being bullied by him." Shui Yuqiong closed her eyes and gently kissed Chu Howren's cheek. Facing the blood-red longsword, she said, and the blood-red longsword seemed to understand Xiaoyan's words, emitting a faint red light that illuminated the entire room. "This is something I encountered outside Tianyu Spirit Academy, and now it follows me," Mu Yi explained. He took off his clothes and threw them to Fu Jichu, then turned around, taking 2 or 3 steps to stand in front of Fu Tian'an, clenching his fist and throwing a punch at his face. Chapter 128. Onshore. Lanning responded gently, "All right." His expression had always been calm. His tone was light, warm, and polite, making ECI find it hard to connect with the merman image from that night in the valley. ECI. Lanning paused for a moment and suddenly spoke, "Don't overthink it. I just act a bit differently when I sing, to entice people to succumb. That kind of personality works better." He said he wasn't behind. He must have gotten lost, and it's easy to lose track of someone while fleeing in the forest. Fuin shook his head, unsure what to say. In the chaotic forest, killing demon beasts and outlaws, one could be ruthless and even nearly overlook their pants. Still, kind-hearted? At the same time, Lin Shan drew the soul-devouring sword from behind, and the sharp aura from the soul-devouring sword erupted. He intended to use the innate weapon in his hand to unleash his sky transformation sword intent. When the two heard Yi Qin's invitation, they didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. But upon hearing that it was directed by the three giants of Huaxian, their expressions became even more vivid. However, Yi didn't know that the world was already bustling, as Sikong Han usually blocked all channels except for friends and family. I remember, but at that time, I struggled to use it. Now, in such an urgent situation, I couldn't concentrate at all. Nisi was gasping for breath. Even following Fuan was quite strenuous. There's no point in saying more. If we're going to fight, then let's fight. The Dream Star Sword Chi lingered. He could feel the opponent's strength. Even though he had many trump cards, he wouldn't underestimate his opponent. Bang! Bang! With two loud bangs, Lysel was sent rolling dozens of meters away by Long Aoshua's attack. And in his moment of arrogance, the consequence of running a red light was being smashed to pieces by a truck coming straight at him. The audience, immersed in the movie's plot, didn't think of something else. When they came back to their senses, they immediately remembered the story collection event about the Heart of Misfortune that Huaxian had launched during a previous movie release. I don't want to disturb you. Look, Nisi really needs comfort, Rue said with ill intentions. Ji was getting more and more mischievous. Ji Qi smiled slightly, looking at Shun Ji with extremely gentle eyes. Jiang Yuning suddenly remembered that this thing seemed to be the dried and broken hand she'd burned before, but wasn't it a dead object? How did it come back to life and appear in Yi Cici's room? The giant dragon took shape and let out a loud dragon roar, the sound echoing widely. Then, the space in the sky twisted, and a nearly 100-foot-tall pillar of law light seemed to gather from the outer night sky before penetrating the spatial barrier and heavily landing on the massive dragon coiled around. Everyone come down for inspection. Otherwise, you will be treated as heretics, a commander-like figure said as he walked to the front of the line. The big man roared like a beast, exuding a dark aura, and pulled out an electric baton from somewhere, crackling as he aimed it at Hu Yuan. Even Lian Wanji sensed something was off. The entire snake in his arms became docile, and when she looked up, she met the lifeless gaze of the old patriarch. In fact, Qi Zhen wanted to follow Zhao Wanning to protect her, but he was now covered in dirt, and the Grand Princess was still waiting for him, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. Zhao Wangjin also didn't want to create a rift with the Grand Princess and Zhao Wanning over this matter. So he thought about secretly asking Zhao Wanning for her opinion to gauge her stance. The light blade crashed against the cliff with devastating force, creating a thunderous sound, and large chunks of debris scattered down. Zhao Wanning's subordinates meticulously sketched on rice paper, delicate vines entwining, with lush branches and leaves, plus several clusters of blue-green fruit hanging down. Chapter 129 actually wasn't necessary. At first, there was a clear sensation of weightlessness, but in just a moment, it vanished without a trace. ECI had not yet gotten out of his sleeping bag when he heard Lan Ying's voice in his ear. Don't worry. Our mere folk have our own ways. You stay safe in the house, and I will bring it to the shore with you. This is the house you worked hard to build and love so much. It would make me sad to leave it on the island. By the end of his words, his voice had already entered the dark domain of the limitless starry sky, almost being engulfed by that black mist, but fortunately, he had distanced himself from it before falling. He knew that Lan Yanqin must have sensed something was wrong at Xuanqin Hall, which is why he was so anxious. Therefore, Wen Yuru and Wen Yuxiu did not waste words and quickly followed in his footsteps. Nian Dongmu returned the spirit stone that Nian Xiuli had taken out to her. Third sister, keep it for yourself. Nian Chunwu said the same, and she reluctantly took it back. Upon hearing this, Dongyue gently moved his sleeves. He indeed felt reluctant, but if she wanted to go elsewhere, he would not stop her. However, he was unsure whether Qianqi's calamity would involve Chang'e. He also felt a surge of blood boiling within him. Flowers and applause had never been what he pursued. Now, he was cursing and drenched, randomly choosing a direction, struggling through water and mud. His spiritual power enveloped him, preventing the biting cold wind, which could solidify into ice, from directly harming even the skin of a powerful combat soul master, which remained vulnerable. But not only that, controlling this coverage consumed little mental energy, while most of his focus operated his spiritual power to spread forward, exploring the path ahead. He saw the beast's eyes, wide as copper bells, turning in the water, seemingly observing the surroundings. Xiaofeng was somewhat stunned. The first wave of thunder tribulation came fiercely, but within 2 moves it vanished. After thinking it over, he realized there was only one reason. The way the two of them hurried to deny it fell to Wen Yuru and Wen Siyuan like an attempt to cover up something obvious. Perhaps Qinxing had seen too many large beasts in New Paradise Star, and even larger existences, so although he was somewhat surprised, he was not astonished. The wave-patterned aluminum aircraft shell material was just right for remaking aluminum alloy to create a lightweight, bulletproof armor capable of withstanding the bullets from the enemy's Type 38 rifle. Xianqing followed behind Huang Xingu. It turned out the place she had been in seclusion was the back mountain of a Yun temple. Everything in Yun temple felt so familiar yet so strange. Although the furnishings in the temple made Xianqing feel very close. He could not remember where the path under his feet led. I agreed with Yuan Ji's statement, and besides, we only had this clue now. Lin Dao and Wu Dontian nodded. Even those local tycoons filming micromovies in the countryside spent a lot of money to boost their micromovie views to millions to gain popularity. After meeting Dr. Bin, perhaps Dr. Bin's miraculous skills would easily cure the poison in Meng Qing's body. And then Xian Yao would no longer have to live in fear every month, counting the days until the full moon. In fact, when Meng Qing suffered from the timely onset of the poison, Xian Yao's heart ached even more than his. Half an hour later, all the toxins were successfully expelled, and Gongsun slowly withdrew his power, letting out a sigh of relief. Summer and he were together, although they shared joy in a short time. It didn't necessarily mean they could have long-lasting happiness. He thought Qinxing really had no idea if he would meet his demise in the next scene. Looking deep into the Haima tribe, a flicker of annoyance flashed in Ding Buer's eyes. Under crisis, some people's exposed ugly sides made Ding Buer feel disgusted. But he did not plan to intervene. After all, he had seen enough of human nature and did not need to personally step in, thinking someone else would handle it. Chapter 130, Looking for Trouble. PCI swooped down. His wide black wings sent several children around Ling Ling flying far away. Folding his wings, he protected Ling Ling within them. The little guy's fur coat was even worse than Bao Bao's, nearly reduced to rags hanging on her. He took out a set of clothes he had made for Tsang Yue from his space and gently dressed Ling Ling, then slowly retracted his wings. The two young ones leaned against each other. Wu Sangui also nodded. While he wasn't afraid of defending the city, his vanguard could enter the city. However, to get the Guaning army into the capital later, they would need to defeat Lu Zongmin first, which would undoubtedly require a major battle. They couldn't possibly stay here. Could they? Duan Hongli looked at the furnishings in the room and gently nudged the sleeping soldier on the floor with her toes. At this moment, no one was playing music. Ping wondered if the fountain would be turned off if someone were playing the piano. Otherwise, would the sound of the fountain drown out the melody of the piano? Sha Erhutuda had been by Lin Danhan's side for over a decade, transforming from a religious leader to his most trusted person. What? Although the two were competitors, Washabek didn't dislike Batter and often consulted him. He immediately took on the responsibilities of the scene, calmly issuing commands with the majesty of a king. Shortly after merging, the Yinxin class opened 2 branches in the northern city, easily entering the ranks of the 9 major gardens in the capital and ranking among the top, poised to seize the second seat from the Daon class at any moment. When it comes to slave ownership, everyone in the hall was a lawbreaker for a simple reason. The Ming law established by Emperor Zhu Yuanzong had strict standards regarding slave ownership. The Fangka Pass is one of the 8 passes of Taiyang and has been an important pass since ancient times, serving as a natural route connecting Shaanxi and Hebei. Although most of the regular players were not present, many free agents seeking jobs in the NBA gathered here. He understood her heart and knew what she wanted to know. But how could he tell her the truth? She completely ignored Fu Kangan and Long, her eyes, like polished lacquer, fixed intently in this direction. At this point, there was really no other way. As seen at the beginning, if there was indeed a better way to continue, it might be the most important for herself. As many situations at this moment had fully explained a principle. Man hadn't spoken yet, but had already started laughing. Miao Jia. It's been a long time since we chatted. How have you been lately? Starting the conversation this way made Shui Miao feel a bit of a headache. The principal absolutely did not believe it was Dai Dong, because the person who was sent said that the gang leader was injured in his own nightclub room. Could it be that Dai Dong was Hongxing's 13th sister, chopping from one street to the next, chasing all the way to the gang leader's room? She smiled forcefully, not thinking about the sudden pain in her heart, only remembering to be happy for Yuqin. No matter what, she should be able to empathize. Some things are fundamentally uncertain in how to proceed, and after such incidents, her heart would only grow more worried. Perhaps from this moment on, she could truly understand. Didn't he care about slapping Huilan anymore, letting go of him and angrily walking toward the Mercedes SUV. Looking at the fine firearms piled in the corner of the schoolyard, the Yang brothers felt a surge of emotions. Filled with a great ambition to join the Restoration Army for a good fight, secretly relieved that they hadn't followed the wrong person this time. Wang Lizi's hands, which hadn't touched money for a long time, were still trembling. Until this moment, he still wasn't very clear about his feelings. After repeatedly confirming whether it was the truth, he finally believed that this was not a dream. Chapter 131. Punishment. I had a face full of indifference. The beast god seemed to have granted the females a noble status and unique protection. But wasn't it precisely because of this that the females lost their strength? A female without power, once she lost her ability to conceive, had to rely on the tribe for care, rather than being taken care of by their beast husbands like in their youth. The few of them, gripping the rope in her hand, with a cold brow and eyes, pointed at the cubs tied in a circle, wanting to negotiate with Pow Pow and Ling. As soon as this was said, the boys in the arena cast envious glances at the muscular man, clearly indicating that this guy was almost assuredly going to be recruited by the Tiandu mansion. The rain had stopped in the morning, leaving everything a bit damp. At this moment, the purple marten came over, tugging at Qing Shui's sleeve, appearing quite anxious. In the end, they concluded an experience. Life needs a bit more melodrama to be exciting. In fact, they only knew a small corner of the ice. If they were to learn about Jialan's true life twists and turns, they would probably be utterly shocked. At the last bend, a black Hummer had come to a stop, and, as if it had been premeditated, when Chun Chao pressed the brake, the window of the Hummer slowly rolled down, revealing the pale face of Love, whose blue eyes rolled as he slightly waved at Chen Chao's car. Junjie rolled down the steep slope, his body spinning violently. The sharp pain from the injury on his right shoulder caused by the ground collision made him feel worse than death. And the dizziness from the intense spinning was even more unbearable than the physical pain. Let's all put on a show, just like in this video. Junjie shared his thoughts with everyone. Dad, you scared me. Jiaqian complained, covering her ears. It's not my fault. He was the one who got drunk. Jiaqian vaguely explained. The pastries were exquisitely styled, emitting a faint scent of osmanthus, clearly made with care. However, Foam was cautious in her heart. She wanted to test it, but didn't put the pastry in her mouth for a taste. Instead, she casually teased the cat lying at her feet. Thus, they could come together and become lovers. Externally glamorous and proud, they secretly trembled in fear, warming each other. This private concern couldn't be shared with anyone, including each other. But I think you and Cian not only look alike, there must be some connection between you two. As long as you tell me. I won't bother you anymore and will return to the demon realm immediately, said the demon emperor. At this point, the people I met in the village, whether familiar or unfamiliar, even the ghosts I had only met once, had already lost their lives. She didn't understand why the queen was so cruel to her. Clearly she should be the queen's only support in the future. Many areas must be divided using this kind of magic, such as the planting zone, where various high-value magical plants are grown. If not properly watched and other animals break in and destroy them, it would be a huge loss. The mining of coal not only yields large chunks of coal, but also a lot of coal slag, which is just right for making honeycomb coal. The difficulty of making stoves specifically for burning honeycomb coal is not high. Sulin planned to make all of them directly. As for carbon monoxide poisoning, installing a ventilation pipe would suffice. Although it's still just a genetic species, it's no longer something an ordinary person can access. Qing Mo was still in a good mood and hadn't calmed down. Every time she couldn't focus, she would go to the medicinal fields to tend to the plants. When Hua Luo saw this, she exchanged glances with the maid of the Hua residence, who had been bullied by Hua Luo to the point of being exhausted, and immediately understood to give money to the jailer. Next came the various strategies of the three kingdoms to annex each other. One day, a war would inevitably break out. Discussing the 100 Flowers Festival with Qing Mo, everyone had not yet started eating when they interrupted Qing Mo's incessant chatter. Chapter 132. What are you doing here? Why does it smell so good? I have never eaten such delicious food on the island. The overpowering aroma of grilled skewers mixed with the rich meat scent from the nearby braised meat pot invaded my nose. Even the usually aloof Lonning couldn't help but look at the food on the grill a few more times. Having quietly observed the other party on the island for so long, she was curious about the food she made but had never tasted it. He cautiously glanced over, and then there was a loud crash as Du Ruo ran to the door, where the corridor outside was already cluttered with her belongings, suitcases, clothes, toiletries, and shoes, like a trash heap that had been ransacked. While he was in a daze, a projector was placed in front of him, playing a video. It's not me. It was Lung Jianchen who did it, Lan Yuchen said with a smile, looking at Enrurin as if she were his own sister, still so adorable. Because he had initially experienced a decline in vision and couldn't see Mu Shima's appearance, he particularly remembered Mu Shima's voice, so now, when Mu Shima called out, Mo Qianing immediately knew who it was. Boss Zhou, there's no need to be so polite. Just order whatever drink you want, I said stiffly. The next second, Mo Yuzhen stopped crying, slowly lifted her head, then grabbed her phone and walked aside, her eyes red as she answered the call. November in the Demon City was still warm, with an average temperature of 17 degrees. Yu continued to serve as the unknown chairman of Starry Sky Technology. I spent the entire day in the hotel like a lunatic, even drinking water, feeling no hunger. Except for myself, everyone looked at me, but I didn't speak. I was curious as to how he knew my name. And in Ruren's eyes, Lung Dianxin's image was like a block of ice. Being with him in summer might even relieve the heat, but as for his cooking skills, it was obvious he had none. Inside the room, Chu Miaoling could still hear her aunt's low sobs and her second cousin's comforting voice. The emperor resided at the very top of the tower, with many guards on each floor, protecting it like an iron barrel. However, when these guards saw Feng Ho, they all respectfully bowed. Therefore, without this violent substance, there was no need for strenuous suppression, allowing only a small portion of power to be used for guidance and refinement. Upon hearing what Prince Rong said, Yi Junxing knew that this matter had already been settled. He squeezed Yanonga's hand to comfort her. After hearing about the donation of 10,000 taels of silver from El Guorue, Elho immediately felt that this matter was unusual. Song Wan instantly knelt down and spoke. The servants dare not. Miss Shen Min is usually fair. The servants do not dare to overstep. After saying this, she heavily kowtowed in front of Xian Rue. However, how could Yanonga be a good and obedient baby? She couldn't sit still after just spending one day in the royal residence. A few days ago, old Madame Wan personally came here to discuss the dividend distribution for the estate, not daring to disturb the old lady and the eldest madam. The two chief military officers came and went, and the tacit understanding between the Reapers and humans had completely disappeared. At this speed, even if it brushed past me, it could immediately leave a deep, bloody mark on my flesh. It's fine. It's not too late at all. That's sister-in-law. How long have you been with Su Yush? Dr. Liu, who usually liked gossip, naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity at this moment. Next spring, the village chief will be re-elected, and there are less than 6 months left. So Qianzhong began to take action. The road construction has severely affected Qianzhong, so he wants to rely on connections to get elected as the village chief of Ming Village, in order to recover the money he lost to Zhao Taizhu. Chapter 133. They became slave beasts. Lan Ying completely ignored He Yuan. Even though the other party had just caused him such serious injury, his gaze did not fall on He Yuan at all. This level of injury, thanks to the healing ability unique to the merman race, could heal within 3 days at most. However, seeing He Si seriously tending to his wounds, Lan Ying chose to remain silent, completely relaxed his muscles, and entrusted himself entirely to He Si. He Chi was focused on stopping the bleeding. If it weren't for Lan, the water department of the human realm would be the most concerned about this matter, while others were still wondering whether the news was true or false. The water department had already gotten hold of that footage. Immersed in it, he suddenly realized that the Tao principles he had seen before were merely superficial. The most crucial thing was that his star beast had to confront Zhang Mo and the others. Otherwise, Shintu Gue and Tua Ba, you would definitely not be a match for Zhang Mo's group. After about a cup of tea's time, Xiaoho Shu Yao noticed that a debauched nephew from the Hu family had left his seat, causing her brow to twitch in surprise. Some weak-willed individuals had already collapsed in consciousness. Even if they left now, their fragmented personalities would turn them into fools. Everyone in the Alliance Academy knew that Dean Luo Tianhua was approachable, kind, and the best-tempered among the 9 deans, but who knew what kind of person this Dean Luo, the Grand Marshal Luo, had been in the past? Master Ma noticed that the lonely fan beside Xian Wuji had stopped pursuing them because 3 stars had resolutely appeared above Lonely Fan's head, indicating a star master level, similar to theirs. Although they couldn't see the star above Xian Wuji's head, anyone who could act alongside a star master wouldn't be too weak. Tang Kan sat in a Grand Master's chair, squinting his eyes and hearing the anxious shouts of Lord Hu's personal guards below. Qi Ji followed Hui Yun into the Ascension Hall, where people were coming and going, and Qi Ji was also the center of attention. As a god, Han Mo was not afraid of the impact of information flow. He also unleashed his power, releasing his soul's impact to disrupt the chaotic red. Zhou Yu boldly speculated whether this mysterious and vanished lover was the reason for Su Youjuan's apparent madness. Just as he was anxiously pondering how to escape, he caught sight of several people walking by not far away. The giant python that had entered the water searched for half a day without finding its target and could only angrily return to its lair. The two floated to a water pool on Mount Wanyu, and from a distance, Zhou Yu initially thought it was a huge piece of jade. After communicating with Dr. Han, he rejected the request. Firstly, he had not specifically named their product, It was their own guilty conscience that made them think so. Secondly, they had even used threats and inducements, exposing his so-called past black material, causing him extremely adverse effects. It should be noted that this black short knife was an incredibly powerful weapon, and it could also change shape, something even Lin Feng couldn't achieve. Just when he had the same idea. After all, inthe was a master of the Tao realm. If he could be rescued, it would indeed add to their combat strength and help a lot. TSK, even eating a meal involves so much trouble, really annoying. Complaining verbally, Mei Xianling still went along with it. He must be someone important from the martial hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received such a token. The two guards shouted in their hearts. This identity was too different, not just the strength of the token, but also who issued it. Qin Yuan didn't have the chance to discuss with Jiu Yu in advance. Even with their tacit understanding, he couldn't grasp why Jiu Yu suddenly threw out a knife. The entire mysterious iron seemed to be infinitely compressed, and it could be seen that a mysterious aura spread from that iron, carrying blackness. Moreover, once spiritual power was activated, that black aura became denser, consuming the spiritual power and vanishing into the void. Chapter 134. He-Chi, I miss you so much. He-Ci felt unsurprised upon hearing this. It seemed like something the orcs of the Honghe tribe would do. He-Yuan Zhang seemed to have finally found an emotional outlet. Unable to help but spill everything out like beans from a bamboo tube. During the past cold seasons, orcs would only eat one meal a day. If it got too cold, they could gather in the cave, where the heavenly fire was stored to keep warm. But now, the tribe had the heavenly fire you provided. Madame Ning glared at the others in the room, feeling a bit irritated, which made her throat itch, and she couldn't help but cough. Looking around, the cold wind was swirling, the stench was overwhelming, the entire land had turned blood red, and there were remnants of limbs and fragments on the ground, as if someone had cleaned up, but not thoroughly. However, when Longu learned that this hairpin required 5 taels of silver, she hesitated to take it off her head. Just as she was about to push the door, she saw her grandmother with a head full of white hair, frail and slightly hunched, coming out from the inner room with a lively expression. Ignoring the murmurs from below, Mi Sang-dai picked up a black, exquisite tray from a corner table, on which lay the 3-headed fire dragon crown sent by the Koei Sea royal family to Daenerys. This was done to prevent the corpse poison within Su Tian from attacking the brain. If the corpse poison entered the brain, even if the legendary Hua Tuo were present, it would be too late to save him. He immediately went in and took a look around, holding the special flashlight that Huang Zhanping had handed him, searching for anything unusual but found nothing. Lung Fu remained calm, seemingly not surprised by the call from number 4, as if he had known it would come. Jiang Qingqing saw her own reflection in the deep eyes of the imperial minister and suddenly leaned closer, pressing her forehead against his, gently rubbing it. During that time, many concubines in the harem were suffering in silence, wanting to get closer but lacking the courage. The attendant waiting outside the door listened to the silence inside and secretly peeked through the crack, only to see the two exchanging silent respect, seemingly having already drunk most of the 2 jars of wine. In this freezing weather, if they didn't take medicine soon, even if they managed to survive, they would likely have suffered brain damage. Out of guilt and concern for Lu Sha, by the time Lu Piampian reacted, it was already too late. If she were to be a commentator, leaving aside professional matters, at least her current 2 jobs would definitely be unsustainable. Although she could still do live streaming. The jobs of fitness coach and pet caretaker were the ones currently providing her with income. It sounded like a reasonable explanation. And recalling how he had insisted on going to the Zhou Palace yesterday, Jiang Zhou's refusal to see anyone made Xiao Yunma hesitate repeatedly. But he ultimately agreed to her suggestion. Yi was sent to the police station, where he vaguely explained the crimes he committed, and that night, he was quietly picked up from the police station by Lin Jianfeng's men, living a second life. Not only successfully escaping the Northern Kingdom's palace, but also having such opportunities, was truly remarkable. Aderland's mother was just thinking of calling Zhang Chun over for breakfast when Zhang Chun seemed not to have heard and hurriedly left. After a while, he turned around as if wanting to say something, but paused and remained silent, picking up his cup and standing up to pour himself a glass of water. On Mars, Lu Yuan was not in a hurry to return to Earth, but temporarily stationed there. Not only did he resolve the current crisis, but he also alleviated the concerns of the English royal family. With a creak, the heavy door of the towering tower finally opened slowly, and a white light radiated from the doorway. Hao Xingming Rue began searching for words to explain and make up for his momentary loss of composure. In the darkness, a speeding van rushed down the road. Fortunately, it was late at night, and there weren't many vehicles on the road. Additionally, the city hospital wasn't far away. So 15 minutes later, the van stopped at the hospital entrance. Chapter 135. I want to go back personally. When Yuanzhang appeared, Lanning did not feel threatened by the weight of the other party in her heart at all. However, the appearance of Mo Xiao immediately put him on alert. Mo Xiao. Yuanzhang carefully observed the person and asked in surprise, "When did you discover you could fly? Can you fly for me again?" Although they had just met, I made such a request. But Mo Xiao complied. At this moment, perhaps there were ways to hide oneself in the ghost realm. Or perhaps the ghost realm was facing troubles that forced them to do so. Zhang Tianyu frowned and thought for a moment. The two returned to the dining table. And after a while, they began to chat and laugh, which made everyone even more curious. This person is a madman, Zhou Ping thought to herself. However, under the threat of Chun Li and Zhang Yun, they began to punch and kick her. Zhou Ping, who usually bullied others, had never been beaten before and immediately cried out in pain. What happened to this car? Why can't it start suddenly? The middle-aged man forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, let me see what's going on." Saying this, he bent down again, pressed his ear against the car body, and turned the key. At this moment, Li Haonan was like a cat catching a mouse, not eating it right away, but teasing it, playing with it, and then teasing it again. Now that Gu Changhe was feeling down and unwilling to counterattack, he let him gain the upper hand, igniting her fighting spirit, and then he would strike her down hard. Just then, Tianya had quietly approached, his right hand clawed like an eagle, directly reaching for Lin Shifan's throat. Beta narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly looking at by Li Qinshuan. His voice deep, "If you can't find it, keep looking until you do. If there's really no exit, then dig one out." Saying this, he coldly walked towards the cave entrance. However, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Huang Bo interjected, knowing best what kind of people mercenaries were, as it was his duty. "Don't make a move to cut," Chen Su said as he immediately turned hostile, a gleam flashing as if the sun had just risen, illuminating the entire room. "No need. I've already taken care of it. By the way, Antonio, you've been the Pope of the Holy See for many years, right?" Wang Biao suddenly asked. Although Wang Biao's tone was very casual, this sentence struck Antonio like a bolt from the blue. The Savior Gundam's left-hand sword feigned a strike and then made a 180 turn, directly kicking Murakumo to the ground. Before Murakumo could react, the Savior Gundam charged down, directly severing Murakumo's limbs and wings. This thing, Puyang had only seen in movies before. At first glance, it still felt quite high-tech and impressive. "You're really not honest at all. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. If I ask too much, it becomes a national secret. No worries, I'll hang up first. Let's eat together when we get the chance." Aaron was still that fiery personality, speaking directly. Lin Shi's words reminded the staff of Dongsheng on site, and everyone began to maintain order. With a crash, the big tree fell, the trunk, roots, and leaves all disappeared. Lying on the ground was Umyauka, her face pale. The Najia soil corpse immediately rushed up. "Damn, I absorbed your energy." The Najia soil corpse was about to make a move. "Report to the commander. We need stronger weapons to combat him." The officer Lucia shouted loudly, his eyes fixed on the male Chi Master Lin Yunxian at the cliff. Lin Yutong glanced happily at her senior sister, letting out a big sigh of relief, while Chen Qian and Lin Xueming exchanged congratulatory looks with Sherwin Chuan, who still smiled faintly. Chapter 136. "It's my fault." Yuan Yuan pointed at Lan Ying. "It's him." This merman. Without further ado, Ying Liao was about to step forward. "Wait," I said, laughing in anger. "From now on, your actions will be led by Mo Xiao. Follow his arrangements. If you are unwilling, you can return to the tribe. Both Yuan Yuan and Ying Liao can go back to the tribe and ask Wu Lin for my reward." In addition, Meng suddenly turned around, pouncing into his arms, holding him tightly, with two silent tears sliding down, remaining silent for a long time. Lang Hongxiang sneered, and behind him, the silver wings of the moon instantly spread out, pouring 3 types of demon essence into the moon's shadow blade, shooting out at terrifying speed directly at the phantom of the Grand Elder. In no time, the tasks were finally assigned properly, and at the shout of the black man, the strong men swung their axes, working hard on the front lines just to catch a glimpse of the bathing scene. However, Jean persisted, waking up early every day to light the fire and boil water, preparing tea in cups, waiting for her grandfather to get up and use them. She decided to help Hong Tian, and in the next moment, she reached out to stroke Hong Tian's cheek, waving her hand, a force lifting Hong Tian up. Gradually, a faint golden light enveloped his entire body, but the golden light around his palm was noticeably thicker. "By the way, Han Xiao, what do you want to do in the back cabin?" After a moment, Zixia asked, looking at the tightly locked door. However, this was already enough to amaze, and Haynes could not suppress his excitement. This was the destroyer of his dreams, and also the creation that the Restoration Society had yearned for in the God's light plan for many years. What puzzled him even more was that the other party also possessed a genius order. Why could they not sense the aura of the genius order? Even the connection between genius orders was useless on the other party, which was the most terrifying thing. Yadong pondered, Master, if we want to make the dish's own flavor more mellow, does that mean it still needs to be paired? Yadong was quite confused, knowing that it was a silly question, but still insisted on asking. With a casual swing of two swords, he tore apart Matsumoto Koichi's soul, turning it into scattered star-like essence, drifting in all directions. Qin Feng personally arrived at the frontline battlefield, understanding the situation at the front, and learned that everything was progressing smoothly, which made Qin Feng quite satisfied. What's going on? Li Jinghui asked with a stern face, looking at his friend's pale face, which did not look good. The huge body, having lost its balance, immediately toppled to the side, heavily pressing down on the spiderweb. Saying this, he squatted down without hesitation, aiming and shooting in one go. Although the imposter showed a slight surprise, it was evident that after hearing the last sentence, Xiao Cheng knew his identity, revealing a twisted and cruel expression on the face of the cloud-smart simulated mask. However, that said, the Blood Jade Buddha is indeed a very good protective talisman. Even if it can currently only activate a humming spell, it can already rival the Chiman flying armor. No wonder this guy Li Guofu was tempted. After all, the essence power in that inner Dan is still too much for you right now. Swallowing it recklessly would be hard to digest. Once we return to Yinshui Garden, I will help you ease it. But their voices were too unlike. So when Liang dismissed this idea and did not think further into it. There is certainly a reason for this. It is probably because its natives, due to geographical separation, although essentially descendants of Chinese people, are descendants of the Qin generals who fled back in the Qin dynasty. A few leaders felt that Lin Suer was ignorant, while some leaders expressed that it was not their business and they should just enjoy the show. All right, now is not the time for more words. We should first find a way to get out of this predicament and find Ji Yinyan. Chapter 137. Drunky CI realized what Mo Xiao was trying to do. The Merman tribe had kidnapped him here without any warning, and he certainly wouldn't let this matter slide lightly. The skewers were already grilled, and CI naturally shifted the topic to eating. While they were having their meal, the male members of the Manatee tribe, who had just been shouting at ECI, gradually came over carrying wild beasts. Because there were too many beasts, they had to go back and forth several times to move them all. After they all returned their provocative gazes from Yun Xian, Ning Feifei lightly brushed a strand of hair off her chest and said in a calm tone, Yishi was enveloped in a foul-smelling black aura and lunged towards me, while Yidong directly unleashed thousands of ice spikes, all aimed at me. The two of them seemed to be ignoring the yin-yang heavenly corpse that followed closely behind and appeared determined to take me down at all costs. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes brightened a bit, seemingly tempted by the suggestion of the man in the black robe. He put away the bone tiles and the dragon-pattern dagger, walked into the bathroom, and after taking a shower, returned to bed. When Scar received this news, Yun Xian's family had long since disappeared, unable to be found, and his phone was unreachable, which made him anxious and stomp his feet. Being able to enter the ghost domain and return safely, Lin Yu's strength had far exceeded his initial expectations. After all, this place was filled with her childhood memories, the beautiful Ding Mountain waterfall, the sacred holy pool, and the mysterious yet intimidating Wuxin Ridge. These wonderful things that accompanied her growth were now about to be left behind. Everyone present was stunned, still unable to believe that this slender young man had not only caught Li Meng's punch, but had also crushed it. No way. The three of us sisters are particularly caring and won't cling to you, so don't worry. Coming in is just enough for a table of mahjong. Since the Dragon Spike brought mahjong to the apocalyptic world, this place is bound to start descending into this captivating game. Not just the Dragon team, but the Earth Village as well. In that year's battle, it was impossible to say how many saints died. One can only say many, many. Thus, there were mutual praises between the Hanlon Academy and the Ministry of Personnel for Old Fan. Whether there was something or not, his name was being spread in the court, and Zhao Zhen also had a bit of an inclination to elevate Old Fan to a more esteemed position for consultation. It was late spring in April, with the weather changing unpredictably. Under the moonlight, snowflakes were flying at the mountaintop, as if a fierce wind and blizzard were raging. Everyone watched, worried for Qin Zhonghai. Of course, if the value gained from pursuit and sacrifice far exceeds letting the opponent escape, then it is naturally advisable to chase down the fleeing enemy. He was originally studying counter-sniping, and many things Lin Tianxing mentioned he understood, so he could be considered an expert. Therefore, the more ambiguous Lin Tianxing's words were, the more anxious he became, itching to grab Lin Tianxing and ask him in detail right then and there. There was no other way. He knew Yuan Bauer too well. This girl was the type who couldn't sit still for even a moment, and, as long as she was around, she would think of every possible way to stir herself up. For some reason, the deeper her relationship with Lin Tianxing grew, the more she felt indebted to him, to the point where even her own family felt like they owed him. Xiaowen completely abandoned the thought of stepping on the fallen leaves and finally arrived at the area, stopping above the mist. The thousands of disciples in the Falling Flower Valley were also the result of their gradual development over the thousands of years in Songzhou. All right, stop daydreaming. Lin Tianxing snatched the wine glass and casually threw the trash bag out of the window. In a modern city, what profound martial arts are there? In Xia Shuiyun's view, if one wanted to learn profound martial arts, they could only seek those big families. Sigh, Lord Coke, you are mistaken. Although our emperor is the monarch of the Tang dynasty, all matters of the entire dynasty must be discussed with the ministers. The nearby Yuan Wang picked up the conversation and said, Chapter 138, Farewell. Drunk. Mo Xiao was definitely drunk. The place where his wrist touched was very hot. I shrank back, stood up wanting to say a few words to him, but looking at his blank expression, he was speechless for a moment. He simply turned his hand and rudely fed a detox pill to both Ying Jiang and He Yuan. He quietly sat cross-legged on a high stone opposite them, observing their movements as they waited to sober up. Mo Xiao remained calm, and then, while searching in the bathroom, he found that he couldn't locate the towel that wrapped around his body. His face turned dark. Lin Shu was also taken aback. Although Guopeng's grades weren't good, he was around the 40th place in the last monthly exam. Such grades could still allow him to enter a first-tier university. How did he fall to the bottom this time? Dou searched the streets for a long time, but still couldn't find a place for him and a Huang to eat. A large mass of writhing black shadows merged into one in the mist, emitting a frenzied sound incomprehensible to humans, accompanied by a piercing melody. As something red slowly wriggled and then crawled out from the surface. On the surrounding circular stands, hundreds or thousands of spectators awaited to witness his success or failure. However, just as a hint of understanding appeared on Chao Yang's face, it was quickly replaced by a deeper shock. Additionally, compared to when he left last time, the surroundings were still barren, but the radiation was even more exaggerated now. It seems that, in retrospect, I am not the master of red, so it is normal for such things to happen. The staff, seeing this, were unsure if the person in front of them was really Chunyu. They whispered to each other, and one of them finally decided to go ask the guard at the door about the current situation. Before Dou Wei could finish speaking, Zhang Jingji hurriedly pulled out a bill issued by Xia Hospital from her pocket. Overall, this operation was smooth, but Meng Li still felt a hint of regret. In his ideal scenario, Jiao Bu would also be at by Shan Fu, so he could take the opportunity to eliminate Jiao Bu as well. Yuan Chen said, rubbing his eyes again. His eyes had been feeling more and more sore over the past 2 days. His mind felt heavy and foggy. As for the elixirs made from red tassel stones, there weren't many left. Ouyang Xianghan actually had such ambition. It seems the ideal country is in danger. Li Keting suddenly felt inexplicably worried, unsure if it was for Qin Zhou and Ling Guo, or for Yu Ruiying, or perhaps for the creatures in the ideal country. Thinking of money made him feel a bit of a headache. It's fine now, he can shamelessly act cute and ask for it. But what will happen when he grows up? Cultivating immortality is an expensive endeavor. Troubled, his previous meeting with Lu Mo was arranged by the Qin Shui spy, and now being summoned by someone from Qin Shui spy again is naturally not surprising. Tonight's trial focuses on the sect's main hall. The key is whether they can stop Li Yueheng from stealing the holy fire. While speaking, Maisie took Li Keting to an office in the cinema. The door was open, and the person inside was smoking a cigar with smoke swirling. Pan Yu looked nervously at Su Shitting, who was lying on the ground, barely alive. He swallowed hard. Beads of sweat dripping onto his suit shirt, his eyes filled with fear. Remembering his experience of fighting the opponent, Zhang Song felt like he saw a ghost and couldn't help but shiver. The confrontation between Ling Feng and Jiang Linghao fell into Xiao Zhuo's eyes. Seeing their stances, it was likely that Jiang Linghao and Shuel Lingna's hidden relationship was known to Ling Feng. Old Zhao was peacefully lying in the safe zone, sound asleep, and his consciousness was also offline resting for a while. When with his companions, every time something happened, she was always a step ahead of others, able to easily strategize. Always the backbone of the group, leading everyone, but now with Feng Jiuchen, she had surprisingly become the one lagging behind. Chapter 139 Return to the Tribe. Lanning was already waiting by the sea. The number of sea beasts prepared for his CI was already sufficient. He even thoughtfully noticed he sees preferences, cleaning all the sea beasts before handing them over. He stored most of them in space, since the others were already dead. He went to Eskimo Xiao to have someone salt these sea beasts and hang them up to dry. He Ci quickly instructed, then released a small boat from his space into the sea. On the same day, among the younger generation, the two strongest talents returned to Chang'an City, unleashing a bloody massacre, filling the city with blood and chaos. By the end of Qin Feng's speech, his voice was already harsh. Tian Fa seemed to understand that Xie Khan was the culprit behind Qin Feng's anger, and in an instant, rushed forward with lightning speed. The two sides had no time to react, and Qin Feng, along with his horse, was already within 20 steps of Xie Khan. The Antarctic Old Longevity Star let out a strange roar, exerting all his strength to pull away the Panlong staff, retreating over 30 zhang before cutting off the Shinnong Ding's devouring. Xiao Yi was young but steady and experienced. Every move he made was bold and straightforward, earning people's goodwill. And Qin Feng believed his words. Hua Yingjie felt uneasy under the watchful eyes of Tang Ming and the others, retreating to the wall, and punched the wall. After venting his frustrations with the Ice Sword Tea, he left the dungeon, instructing someone to bring out the Ice Seal and Ice Sword Wave. The Lin family faced a crisis. If this trip could resolve the danger and ensure the survival of the Lin family without any casualties, it would undoubtedly be a great thing. However, accomplishing such a task was clearly very difficult. Lin Ketong, Qin Shui, Qin Fenger, and Duan Muling nodded. Among them, except for Qin Fenger, the other three had the strength to fight against the Tianji realm, so taking down the Zhang family should not be a problem. Jiang Yin curled his lips, shaking his right hand, and dozens of rare fish flew up from the fishing line, landing beside him. Just like that, several beautiful jaw dragons climbed onto a cleaner's body, and he could only keep stabbing down with his dagger. Even the old man Huang Mei, who had no intention of getting involved in such trivial matters and was sitting alone in the pavilion studying the chess manual, couldn't help but perk up his ears. The end of martial arts is to achieve an immortal and indestructible, supreme divine position, or to create an ethereal existence that lasts through the ages. This has been the most inscrutable mystery in the world since ancient times. Without using his right hand's Qilin arm, nor employing the sword pointing to the sky, he relied solely on ordinary movement and knife techniques to counter. However, he was suppressed by the judge. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the judge was definitely all in this time. Xiaolong said somewhat impatiently, yet his butt didn't move, picking up a cup of tea from the table and drinking slowly. He tried to explain the reason to prevent anyone from misunderstanding his intentions. It was originally a good thing, but if misunderstood, it could turn into a bad thing. The waiting time is always long because we fear that in this recent period, Song Zhengxiao might come up with some tricks, but in the 2 days, Song Zhengxiao has not done anything, which surprised me. Since Su Hanshan's return to the north, he has been favored by the emperor, even though more than half of the officials in the court believe that this 9th prince, who grew up in the southern dynasty, is very likely to shake the 7th prince Su Muzhi's future position as the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. He still pretended to be deaf and never harbored any murderous intent towards Su Hanshan. However, at this moment, Alsa suddenly received a short message. The magic transmission's prompt light woke him from his meditation, and his consciousness returned from the fire elemental realm. Then, he got up, walked over, frowned, and slightly displeased. Opened the magic scroll. These snow beasts were the battle beasts of the ice and snow domain formed by the ice and snow landscape map that enveloped the entire battlefield. They could not only greatly suppress the enemy's strength, but could also endlessly produce battle beasts. Chapter 140. Searching for Sangyo. Songming and Sangyue followed closely behind, rushing out of the cave and tightly hugging her thigh. "Mom," the two little ones cried loudly. They usually had strong personalities and were not the type to cry easily. Even after their relationship with the CI completely eased, due to their childhood experiences, they were wise and sensible and hardly ever acted spoiled. CI gently patted the backs of her two little ones and led them into the cave, softly reassuring them that their mother was unwell, having just rushed back to her hometown today and would need to go to the hospital tomorrow. So the updates would be a bit less, and she apologized. Upon hearing such words, Tang Luo, whose heart was originally filled with pain, suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. For example, the more water elements one perceives, the more likely the summoned battle pet would be a water-type pet. She had thought of countless possibilities before coming, wondering how Guan Yu would treat her. But she didn't expect such a low-class and image-damaging behavior. However, since he was impolite to her, she didn't need to be polite to him either. She nodded to Jinja, strode over, and directly sat down in a chair. As the mist dispersed, an ancient and majestic palace slowly rose from the horizon. Even from billions of light years away, the terrifying sense of oppression still made them feel their hearts tremble and submit. So when inthe, uncertain whether the sword spirit would follow her out. If Chun Fei found out she was with a man, there would definitely be a misunderstanding. Especially the middle-aged man, standing above the flying clouds, wearing a high crown and elegant robes, exuding an extraordinary aura, must be the sole origin sect master. The crowd looked at Chun Hao and the 9 great array beasts, their expressions fluctuating like the weather, as if facing a great enemy. As for the reason, no one understood, because once they understood, they would probably be able to break through the martial immortal realm. After Jiang Feng was carried away by the red tiger, he entered a very mysterious cave, surrounded by boiling lava, which scared him. The yellow-robed monster let out a sigh of relief. His previously clenched fist slowly relaxed, actually squeezing out a handful of sweat. Yixing pondered for a moment, calling over Ao Wan, the fire dragon sovereign, Sun Wukong, and Zhu Beiji, agreeing to challenge the levels together. Currently, the highest cultivation by Yi Sheng's side was these few. Even the black wind monster was not qualified to participate. A cold voice lightly escaped from Lin Tang's mouth, resonating from all directions and entering Dan Mei's ears. My vision darkened, and in a daze. It felt like a huge dark fish swam past my cheek, leaving a trace of fishy smell. Looking weary, they cautiously scanned their surroundings, finally deciding on the path before them. Going to the seaside? Li Qinglan didn't expect Wang Hao to have such a plan, feeling a bit surprised. Is this medicine? Kuan Sang looked at the green, viscous substance in Li Tianyun's hand with a face full of doubt. Wanting to achieve the 100 rings, Lin Tang couldn't do it even at the transformation realm. Only at the perfect stage did he succeed once, and that was the only time, until his fall. He never set it up again. I appreciate your kindness, but right now you are not enough for me to ride. However, we can fight side by side. After saying that, Li Tai took out the Overlord Spear from his storage space. The campus, now returned to calm, was eerily quiet. A gray-black raised wall, particularly sinister in the night. Turning to look around, finding no one, an inexplicable sense of unease began to spread within. Just as they were about to leave, a strange creaking sound came from the top of the wall. The heavenly God King, seeing the God King Mo Lu escape, did not pursue but coldly snorted, as he knew very well that both sides were ancestral gods, and he could not keep the God King Mo Lu. It remained motionless, the violent aura in its eyes gradually extinguishing, turning into a gentle brilliance, fixated on Chun Yuan beneath. Chapter 141, Finding the Serpent Demon. Updating at 1 a.m., babies. I don't know why I have to post part of the text to send out the update notification. PCI said something, and Huro carefully took note, nodding repeatedly. You can rest assured. Huro looked at the little ones with loving eyes. Since Tsangyu left, Mo Xiao had informed all the clan members that if the little ones were found wandering away recently, they should bring them all back to the tribe. Commanding the capture of the Wu Wei sect members to be escorted to the government prison, Shun Chongming arranged for the compensation for the injured and deceased soldiers. Then went to meet Chun Xiao at the government office. Why not give it a try? If it doesn't work out, it just means you two aren't meant to be. Song Jiu Yao continued to persuade. So be it, Zhu said indifferently. In a bit, I will go pick up Grandma to celebrate the new year at my house. Is there anything else? Yet her heart raced anxiously as she finally officially connected with her superior. Is this really one of the 3 great forbidden lands? The Tian Mo Tan? But I can't see any danger here, nor can I discern what the term forbidden land refers to. Yi Shui was enchanted by the scene before her, which resembled a fairyland, showing no signs of danger whatsoever. As for Wu Gong, Niefeng did not conceal anything and recounted everything that had just happened. After listening to Niefeng's words, Wu Gong's brows furrowed tightly. The usually composed Song Luo Chun found himself somewhat confused in the face of the pressure from Yu Junzhong, and could only sit back down. Directly across from Yu Junzhong. Content hint. In that desolate crossing land, dark tentacles have already eroded the once sacred temple. Go, young man, destroy the dark conspiracy and let the continent welcome peace once more. Chun Xiao let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the adult had already made plans. Having Yu Jingluan say goodbye to the world of fame and fortune was indeed a good approach. At least no one would cling to this matter. Upon hearing this, the guard leader knew that this could not end well. This fellow was definitely the rival of the chieftain. I say, do you think the police station is your family's? Why should I listen to you? Lu Yang said word by word. Liren could no longer care about the wounds on his back, as he heard the desperate voices of the soldiers and the shouts of comrades using their bodies to block lethal attacks. He didn't even glance at the situation with the Bat people and turned to drag the Yin Shui Dao to join the battle against the wolf-headed man. Qing Yitao swiftly deflected with his curved blade, retreating 3 steps for each strike he blocked. After blocking 3 strikes, he had already retreated 9 steps. When he steadied himself and raised his curved blade to look, he gasped in shock, but didn't dare to speak easily afterward. Among the 9, the strongest was definitely Pei Xiangjun. With his strength, he could defeat an opponent in one move, though this was also due to taking advantage of the situation. But his strength was undeniably formidable. Yao Muchan calmly took out 240 bottles of precious pills and placed them on the counter. The mist immediately filled the air above the counter, and the faint scent of the pills made one feel incredibly refreshed. However, the pain from a wound on the back made the wild bull hard to endure. Before the beast could bite down, it rolled over and fell to the ground. Seeing the wild bull's movement, the beast no longer cared to bite, using its limbs to leap away from the wild bull. "All right, let's discuss together." Yao Muchan smiled as he handed the jade bottle to him, and the two began to study and deduce. Moreover, given Yuan Shao's character, even if he discovered the existence of the wasteland country early, he might not actively reach out to it. The reason Ji country was aware of Liang country and Xing country's existence was that Ji country had fought against both Liang and Xing, as both countries had actively invaded. As a frontline commander, Lu Yi had been authorized by Xiao Mo to decide when to go to war at his discretion, allowing him to act first and report later. Therefore, after the Liang country's assault on Ji country occurred, Li directly led his army into Liang country's territory. Regardless of what happened afterward, at least for now, the wasteland country and Ji country were still allies, and the agreement to send troops naturally had to be honored. Chapter 142. Where are my little ones? The babies will be updated at 1 o'clock in the morning. The rain swallow orc didn't know what she was so calm about. Several times, she tried to flap her wings and leave, but inexplicably stopped to ask another question. "Are you really not leaving? Don't be afraid." Hichi could see that he was clearly panicked, but still holding on without running away. He spoke softly, "Just a cold-blooded snake beast, man. You are a bird. What are you afraid of? You should be the one afraid of you." He looked calmly at Bai Fu, with no sorrow or joy. If it weren't for the slight sarcasm in his voice, one might truly think he had no emotions at all. At the entrance of a door on the 4th floor, Yichin stopped, rummaged through his belongings for quite a while before finding the key, and opened the door. Instead, the giant white whale was all alone in its original position, quiet and calm. Han Jiangxue did not think Han Lingyu was stupid. She had repeated the poem several times before she could remember it. Wang Yihao saw his own sister struggling and immediately shouted to stop her, tightly holding onto the frantic Wang Xinhua. "In my opinion, Madame Wang is neither possessed by a ghost nor ill. It seems more like she has been cursed," Fang Xian said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the two sides engaged in a bloody battle around them actually paused, looking at the spirited Cheng Xiong. The self-proclaimed Shen Wei, a nascent soul cultivator, explained the situation to the two of them, returned their identity tokens one by one to Yuan and Li Hao, and respectfully invited them to move forward through the formation. Therefore, on their side of the suspended temple, the abbot Wizong should know the specific situation better. Fang Xian was very shrewd. He guessed that the old steward, seeing them dressed simply, must have thought they were like the passerby from earlier, coming to seek relatives for help. Thus, he quickly explained the whole story to dispel the old steward's concerns. Before making a decision, Yizi still planned to ask Zhang Duobiao for clarification. If Zhang Duobiao's method could work, he would be willing to help Mo Xian and the others. But if Zhang Duobiao's method was unfeasible and just a joke, Yizi naturally wouldn't accompany him in foolishness. If it weren't for them, how could Qin be like this? Therefore, the furious Qin Zheng almost couldn't help but take action. However, seeing them lying on the ground like dead dogs, plus the steward's persuasion, he held back. It was only after that incident that King Qi seemed to have a deeper misunderstanding of Tang Yuji, and from then on, the two no longer met. After seeing Tang Beihong's appearance, Mu Qin silently praised him, with such a fierce general guarding the Northwest Army. It's no wonder the rebels have been unable to invade the Central Plains. If the army could have a few more people like him, even if his father were no longer in this world, the Northwest rebels would definitely not have the possibility of overthrowing the Tianqing dynasty. At that time, Ruo Shui was covered in a mix of rouge, sweat, and the smell of dirt. It wasn't unpleasant, but it certainly couldn't be called fragrant. Yet at that moment, he was convinced that the other person was the partner he wanted. Xiao Riyue smiled faintly upon hearing this. But the expressions of Princess Duanyun and Princess Qinghe were not very pleasant. Her situation was quite dire. She had been injected with a large amount of poison through the veins. If it weren't for timely rescue, she might not have survived, the doctor said. Upon hearing Yizi's words, Zhang Duobiao suddenly froze, thinking about what Yizi said and applying it to Mo Xian. He felt that what Yizi said made a lot of sense. Wasn't Mo Xian just that kind of person? It would only make people think he was too anxious. And an Yishuan wouldn't let him off. Why couldn't he understand that? Just as he was about to ask something, a sudden splitting headache hit him, and a massive flow of information surged into his mind. Moments later, he realized he had crossed over. Chapter 143, The Death of the Snake Demon. Babies. The update is at 1 o'clock in the morning. The snake demon only felt a sharp pain at its 7-inch point. If it weren't for the fact that it had luckily escaped to a natural healing sanctuary, it would never have recovered to its normal state after being heavily injured by Mo Xiao. It might have already died in the harsh winter. It had also lost half of its tail. In fact, the thing that Mo Xiao used to harm, it was now in his hands. Therefore, Suli projected 1,000th of his mental power, and a wisp of his phantom slipped into the weak spiritual illusion created by Ling GMO. These people generally hide their identities when acting. Normal cameras could never capture them. The ones that were captured were deep hidden cameras, some of which even the investigation team didn't know when they had buried a miniature camera there. Lin Jingtian felt as if he had hit something, and before he could rejoice, he suddenly felt a wave of explosive power coming from below, under the pursuit of the 3 howling tigers. The 2 could no longer hold on and were in a precarious situation, facing death. In fact, that treasure was the cave of an alchemist. I only know where it is. I don't know if there are any healing medicines. Number 5 said weakly. Zhen was one of his trusted subordinates, having followed him through thick and thin to establish Zhu Xia, so there was no need to say much. Zhen naturally understood Yuan Dao's meaning. Just as Jing Zhen was embracing the warm and soft jade, the 2 were exchanging affectionate glances when Jing Zhen casually mentioned something. Not long after I got out of the car, I heard a few girls discussing in a corner nearby, but I didn't see what they looked like since they were all wearing masks. Suli nodded, extremely satisfied with Fang Yuning's performance, while also signaling Tai Handan to pay close attention, listen well, and learn well. This silly boy could live a few more days. Back then, the Su family's business was quite good. Since the eldest son was the oldest and very experienced, the old master Su valued his eldest son very much. Later, for some unknown reason, the eldest son began to act madly, becoming addicted to visiting prostitutes. After that, with a loud bang, a certain kind of unseen shackles was broken, and Ji Choming finally saw the scene in the chaos. As for the weapons held by the elves, in fact, apart from the guards, most ordinary elves' weapons were wooden. Didn't you already eat it? Moreover, whether that demon lotus is a divine medicine is still uncertain. It needs to be identified by Qiu Dai. You donkey are not stupid at all. You just rely on your big mouth to run your mouth. Jiang Dong put on an expression of disbelief. The system's task release program would only be triggered when Li Quan made a choice on the opposite side. She clearly knew that the more she resisted, the more he would torment her, yet she stubbornly held on. She knew that he had been by her side, caring for her these past few days. Whether it was a facade or not, there was still a soft spot in her heart for his gentleness. In the ongoing search, more and more casualties were found under the ruins, and due to the possibility of collapse on site, rescue operations were particularly difficult. This meant that there could be no hesitation. Whether the cut was wrong or slow, it would trigger an explosion. Qing Zhu, let Qi Man come to find me alone later. I want to inquire carefully about what happened to her in the dream. Mo Ren casually found an excuse. Her goal was to find out what Qi Man really wanted to say to her. Yi Rushi rubbed her somewhat sore eyes, turned her head, and found that Xie Qichang had been gone for a long time. The Phoenix responded, clearly having the intention to seek opportunities in the Unworld Mountain. But if Ji Chongming was hiding something and was knowledgeable about this place, it would be the Phoenix that was completely unaware, and it might unknowingly fall into a trap. Chapter 144, The Golden Line Tribe. Update at 1 o'clock in the morning, babies. Baby, PCI has an 80 chance of returning the same way. If the snake demon hasn't destroyed all the marks he made on the way here, you transform into beast form, and your mother takes you away. In your current state, holding you could be dangerous. Song Yu, raised by the snake demon, is quite plump and hard to hold. Although his CI is strong enough, holding him is impossible. The man's deep-set eyes are like stars, and as he looks at her, his expression seems to carry a subtle affection that confuses Song Yi for a moment. Zhao Fuxin shuddered. He had planned to savor Lin He's beauty upon returning, but unexpectedly, Yu Yun hit the nail on the head. Zhao Fuxin knows he loves Bing Lian and only appreciates Lin He, but who knows what will happen in the future. Due to the formation, The space around the Tianxiang would have been completely transformed, revealing only a golden world, while the true appearance of the Tianxiang wood and everything around it is well concealed. The weariness between his brows is hidden, but his complexion has paled somewhat, and his hands under his sleeves are clenched tightly, digging into his flesh, forcing himself to hold on. Jinsi City knows little about external affairs in the martial world, and upon hearing Jin Liunyin's inexplicable words, curiosity immediately arose. This time, the Haotian Divine Mountain suffered a severe blow from the Supreme Demon Emperor and the coalition of 3 clans, leaving its strength greatly diminished. With almost none left in the entire sect, many powerful sects affiliated with Haotian Divine Mountain saw an opportunity and announced their rebellion against its rule. Thinking of this, Zhao Lian stomped her foot on the ground, about to lift her head to assist the old lady, but met the latter's kind gaze, causing her heart to race like a deer, restless and fidgeting. Song Shiming had observed enough and slowly asked his questions, his gaze not leaving Gu Ming, still focused on her reactions. Moreover, because the 4 knights who attacked Niazi's residence were captured, Wali Yuzhai could instead find trouble with the German military as a victim. The 2 bid farewell to their master and joyfully set off toward Xiaomu Mountain. Along the way, senior brother Xue Dingyao showed great care for Lung Yingchang. Lung Yingchang had already developed feelings for the kind-hearted Xue Dingyao. With her lively and cheerful personality, she took the opportunity to express her affection for him. Yinlin just glanced over and knew that almost everyone from the martial arts school had arrived. In the simulation, since entering Gaojing, he had once been ambushed and killed by the young master of the Shun family, and just now he was simulated to be executed by the government. As he walked, his gaze kept scanning the surroundings, sometimes peering through the glass windows at the empty classroom filled with desks and chairs, and at other times looking toward the flower bed on the other side of the corridor, glancing at the dark shade of trees in the distance. Otherwise, if the temperature in the stove doesn't rise in time, it would be easy to produce many defective products. One might ask, when the counterfeit machines are making a fortune, how many people would toil away, struggling to develop technology and innovate? However, he couldn't climb to the main peak. It was too perilous, and he felt that it soared into the clouds, making it difficult for plants to survive. He decided to check it out. He resolved not to miss any corner. Hua-san glared at this unfortunate classmate, using his toes to kick the still-dazed Ben. "You all wait a moment. I need to make a call." Longface suddenly said to a police officer who was about to put handcuffs on him, pulling out his phone to make a call. Zhang Lai was unaware that the current Daxia soldiers were all resting and had no intention of attacking the city. Just when Lu Ziki thought Chun Chao would not speak again and was ready to give up, after struggling for a long time, Chun Chao finally spoke. She loved Lu Ziki and didn't want him to doubt her, creating a rift between them, so she chose to no longer hide. Chapter 145. Entering the city and settling down. Update at 1 a.m. for the babies. The Golden Lion Tribe Alliance is made up of many large orc tribes. Fox Tribe, Leopard Tribe, Rhinoceros Tribe, etc. Even the notorious Hyena Tribe has formed an alliance with the Golden Lion Tribe. The city is divided into inner and outer cities. The inner city is inhabited by the core figures of several tribes and powerful male beast crystals. The outer city is a mixed bag, with even wandering orcs residing there. Gully was taken aback when Xiao Yuan returned, then used all her strength to throw a dagger at him. "Young Master Xiao, the situation is dire. Should we use the tranquilizer gun?" Zhang Long suggested, waiting for Xiao Chen's instructions. The most prevalent feature in Beiping is the alleys. But Yi Bingyin and the others did not go there. They simply wanted to walk around aimlessly until they felt a bit tired around lunchtime. Tang Xing thought for a long time, but couldn't recall any trustworthy mages he could send or sell this equipment to. Unfortunately, this equipment would have to gather dust with him for now, as level 50 was still far off, and there was no hurry for this moment. "Ninth Master, what should we do now?" The young man stared silently at the monitor, and after a long while, he finally asked. Yuhu Ruo, encountering someone like Yi Bingyin really makes it hard for her to exert her power. If it were anyone else, she would have scolded them to no end, but in front of Yi Bingyin, she can't bring herself to do it. Soon after, one by one, the high-ranking god stepped forward to beat the drum in dissatisfaction. Yet ultimately, no one could strike the golden drum. An hour passed, and only 15 people remained on stage. 13 were at the peak of the divine realm, and 2 were high-ranking gods. "Hey, I say you, young and inexperienced, haven't seen much of the world or suffered much hardship, and here you are saying such dramatic things, trying to elicit sympathy?" She used provoking tactics to see if she could stimulate his will to survive. "Medic, The lieutenant officer looked at the soldier lying on the ground in pain and waved to the nearby medic, signaling to take the injured soldier to the medical room for simple treatment and then to the main hospital for further care. However, after she exclaimed, she couldn't help but laugh, because can you imagine a sweet and delicate voice saying that slightly bold wow? The once renowned Chun family collapsed overnight, like a great building toppling. Thinking of this, he turned to look into the distance, not knowing where the other party might be. As soon as this thought emerged, his eyes brightened slightly, and a knowing smile appeared on his lips. Suyin, well, after all, we're all friends. Are you still holding a grudge? Kai Yuxia said. Lu Shu nodded repeatedly. Shang Jiao's words resonated with him. He had been troubled by this matter every winter. The sharp fangs opened wide, ready to swallow the prey ahead and digest it away. Amidst the endless, surging breath of death, a man with a pale face, gray-white eyes, draped in an ancient robe, holding a mysterious chain, stepped out. As a result, Pei Tingyuan really began to sing a childish lullaby, making Xiao Shihe unable to help but laugh at the childishness. The stone gambling event has a dedicated cutting area, known as Breaking Stone, and experienced stone-breaking masters. Any materials purchased at the event can enjoy free stone-breaking services. Hee, of course. I'm amazing. Otherwise, how could I make you spray? Ye Kai thought lewdly in his heart. Now, with his own spiritual energy, plus the help of the 8 great demon lords, summoning more divine weapons is no problem. And he basically doesn't need spiritual stones anymore. In that office, Chen Jiahong was bare-chested, his eyes red, looking extremely irritable and angry. He was surprised by the sight before him. Chapter 146, I plan to open a shop. Babies, the update is still at 1 o'clock in the morning. The other party has been relentlessly pursuing him, and CI had long noticed. He deliberately chose a secluded place to talk for this reason. Watching the male orc who had been provoking him in the queue just now looking at him with a smug and sinister expression. CI snorted coldly and glanced at his lower body. Haven't you noticed that something is wrong with your body? The wood and vines used to make the incense rack were quite sturdy, but there were still too many corpses. They couldn't fit them all even when laid horizontally. So in the end, Yun Song hid 2 relatively thin corpses in a corner of the cave before raising the incense rack to set off. Can't you understand? I have spiritual awareness, Shanyu said calmly. He experienced things that ordinary cultivators have not, and naturally gained what ordinary people cannot. The difficulty of facing Chong Sun Jiu back then, to now being able to kill enemies beyond his level, his growth has been earned with his life. This guy is arrogant in front of others, but when it comes to Lu Ming, he has no temper at all. Besides, this stone is warm, and since we can't enter the temple overnight or go down the mountain at night, sitting here overnight is the best option, hee. These 4 guys have already gone all out. If it weren't for the close watch, they would have committed suicide long ago. For those who are not afraid of death, their methods are limited. While at Shi Heng's mansion, the legend of Tong Yin began to spread among the powerful in the capital. And when Shi Heng was captured, there was little trace of Tong Yin in the truths that circulated. His gaze was piercing, and his tone was firm, making Zhu Jianji feel that he could sacrifice his life for the old Zhu family's ruling cause at any moment. In just a few minutes, it seems that those who enjoy watching the excitement truly are a dime a dozen. The only relatively calm position was above the storm, also where Zhang Pai jumped up, aiming for a kick. The overweight Qian Zhengshan held a cigarette in his hand, took a deep breath, and then threw it to the ground, stamping it out harshly. However, the car was still moving forward, and with every inch it advanced, we were getting closer to the death zone. You can deny it, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, today you have no way to escape. We have already laid out a net of heaven and earth, and there is absolutely no chance for you to escape alone. Dull slash. The man suddenly raised his hand, swinging the stick horizontally, and once again slashed out a fracture. Reno's indifferent attitude made Sha Xiula extremely angry. In her opinion, her proposal was definitely the best choice for Reno, and she really didn't understand why he refused. Gao Fei was still paying attention to whether anyone was following him. After confirming there was no one, he immediately returned to report. However, when those blades fell on Qin Feng, aside from further shredding the already broken green robe, there was no other effect. With each strike Qin Feng made against the ground, a strange power emanated, as if intertwining the spiritual energy in this place. Just when he thought he had shaken off Yang Quan, the other party suddenly made a stunning move, directly entering the first stage of martial manifestation, matching his cultivation level completely. The tattooed man walked in front of Gu Tao, waving the sharp dagger in his hand, directly aiming for Gu Tao's neck. Go to the first floor and prepare for battle. If you get caught by the enemy, you'll die anyway. I won't consider being a traitor. Shoot this guy immediately. The more we kill, the better. If it comes to the last step, those who are alive should just commit suicide. Daishing being said lightly. The list was indeed the list of participating warriors, with detailed descriptions of each warrior's cultivation level, techniques, etc., even including their estimated rankings. Zhou Bingran was also taken aback, instinctively pulling back some force in his feet, afraid he might really hurt the old man. Chapter 147 Babies. The update is at 2 o'clock this morning. Every time I have to post the text to send out notifications, babies read this chapter after waking up. The other party has been relentlessly pursuing him, and I had long noticed. He deliberately chose a secluded place to talk for this reason. Watching the male orc who had been provoking him in the queue just now looking at him with a smug and sinister expression. He snorted coldly and glanced at his lower body. Just as the two fell silent due to this strange thought, Lena and the others had finished their conversation. After getting off the Fian, the two began to use the detector to scan near the wreckage of the spaceship. Going further, the Chu King has a slim waist, and many in the palace starve to death. This is a belief that strictly adheres to either being thin or dying. His footsteps quietly approached Li Anling. Then he smiled gently at Lin Shu. Du Qinjie looked up, and there stood a martial lord level fiend scale demon ape tall, with armor completely different from Du Qinjie's, as he had already removed his helmet since he was in the room. Blocking the doorway, he showed no intention of letting Du Qinjie in. Looking through the money hole at the screen, what he saw this time was vastly different from what he could see with the naked eye. He didn't like to force others, and besides, needing to design a car and have the salespeople take a nap. What a failure of a man must he be? Since the tourists arrived, Bali people realized how unique their previous lifestyle appeared to outsiders, even carrying a special mysterious color. Carrie, known as FB CEO, spends most of her time managing and expanding the Tree Planters Alliance. If she weren't pregnant and her body not as strong as before, she'd take more actions. Zhao Nanqing thought to himself, since they have no intention of usurping the throne, they cannot be called rebels. However, he would never voice these thoughts. After all, these people have no connection to him. They were even political opponents before, so why would he plead for them? Mr. Speaker, you have misjudged. This is not some cloud child. This is Yongzi, not an industrial product cast with fire drops. This is a fine product made from South Red Agate and Huangshan Jade, burned into paper. Even in the old world, it is a treasure worth its weight in gold, Chun Xingchu said with a smile. After getting dressed and going to the West Room, Li Long saw that his sister-in-law had already prepared the meal and was serving it on the table. Li Wan and Li Chong were still asleep. Inside, Bai Nyang was already lying on the bed, sleeping in a very ungraceful position. Chu Qingshun, I heard your martial arts are very impressive. Since we are resting now, why not take this opportunity to perform for everyone? When Chu Qingshun approached, Instructor Wu couldn't help but ask with a smile. Although the three of them did not look bad, they were not stunning, and, compared to Bai Yingxue, they fell short by a significant margin. So they naturally did not attract his excessive attention. Of course, he was hiring technical staff today, not selecting courtesans, so it didn't matter whether the three were beautiful or not. A short tail shrank back in, then turned around, revealing a little head with white stripes. Bye-bye. After finishing speaking to Yang Yan, she turned to wave at Chu Qingshun, her demeanor surprisingly naive and romantic, completely different from her usual aloof and wealthy beauty image. She then quickly turned and left, returning to Class 1. If the Pei family were to marry into the Han Prince's family, it would pose a great threat to them. Therefore, Princess Qinghuan, although unaware of the source of this information, knew that this matter must be stopped. However, after the third battle ended, various chaotic things emerged, such as Soul Ruler, Death God of the Silent Spirit Court, Soul Power, and so on, which had always been regarded by the fourth-generation Reikage as false intelligence used by the Mist Village to confuse the situation. Chapter 148. You should try it. It's really good stuff. Clear the entrance. The main door was a double door made of wood, which could be pushed open smoothly to both sides. The orcs standing outside the door found it quite curious and rushed in, not forgetting to reach out and touch the wooden door, something they had never seen before. The house built by these two orcs was different from other houses in the city, but it looked spacious and bright inside. After seeing the situation in the public hall, they were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. After a hearty meal, they went gambling. If they won, they squandered all their money, and if they lost, they made their husbands pay back the debts. Although they were already in an unfavorable situation, the ogre continued to roar in anger, swinging his spike club with all his might. Suddenly, a circle of walls was built, and no one could understand what it was for. Once Li Rueyan heard this, he knew there was no room for negotiation, at least not for the time being. Looking at the arrangement of the wedding room, Fei Qing suddenly didn't want to leave the person here. Since she liked Xiao Yun, maybe she should hand her over to him. You believe he has that ability? And of course, I believe it too. After sitting down, she said this slowly. But she still wanted Zhou Huaixing to know that her feelings hadn't changed and that she wanted to continue with him. He hoped to use this method to make the world remember her, which could be seen as a way for her relatives to commemorate her. With a man's possessiveness and an intense, almost twisted affection, he almost wanted to tear Lu Yi apart. Lu Ru, swaying with the wind, dared not answer. In the moment when Xian was distracted, she turned and fled, suddenly flying into the sky, heading towards the mountains. After the initial few days of guests flocking in, the Gu family had now closed their doors to visitors, so the residents had become quiet, with only Ling Miao and Xin Yuan remaining in front of the Gu family. To ordinary people, this might not mean much, but to practitioners, it was terrifying. The higher the cultivation level, the more sensitive they were to various auras and omens. Even the slightest movement could attract attention, and without needing to approach, they would immediately take precautions. After hearing this, Yu Yang didn't pay attention and rushed out, planning to escape first and then head to Ling Yun's sect to take revenge when his own cultivation was successful. Lin Jiangxian wrapped his arms around her, finally bringing Yong Yulu's body tightly against his warm and broad chest. The proud Frost immortal sword, although now just a broken divine artifact, still retained its cold sword intent, and its edge was undiminished from its prime. However, this thing looked harmless, but I found it puzzling. What significance did these wooden dolls have in the tomb? If they were burial goods, they didn't seem like it. Otherwise, they shouldn't be placed here in such an orderly row. Fu Huan wished he could bite him to death, but he just ground his teeth and fastened his seatbelt, letting him go wherever he wanted. After enjoying the Empress Dowager's hospitality, Long Rue strode out, not wanting to stay in the palace for another moment. But unexpectedly, Xian Hu Fei Shazi didn't think much and changed a light cake and oyster cake. Qian Yi walked alone on the stairs, suddenly looking out the window at the corner at the building across the street where she had lain for a long time, and he had accompanied her for a long time. Others who got it didn't find it very useful, but Li Xiu Yuan possessed the Panga bloodline, which could be said to make him an ancestral shaman. Plus, he needed to develop a tribe to strengthen the shaman clan. From the looks of him taking the water route, it seemed he was preparing to relocate the rocket team to other areas for development. After all, it was impossible for them to stay in the east anymore. Seeing the cruise ship that Ban Mu was on, Yulong Tian frowned. Chapter 149, Lord Golden Lion? The people next to them were all intentionally or unintentionally watching their movements. Noticing this, an impatient or couldn't help but ask, is it good or not? Just give a clear answer. The other party furrowed and relaxed his brows, pulled the bowl towards himself, took another sip, and then looked at the person who had just spoken. It's not good at all. Give me your bowl, and I'll pour it for you. The person instinctively wanted to give it. Every month, I save a portion of my pocket money into another card, and over time, there is quite a bit of money there, Yuli said while opening the door. Ingzhuan Zhao listened to Huang Jinrong's polite words, welcoming him to Huang Gongguan and even letting him in to talk. So brazenly, it seemed he knew he was coming, causing a surge of doubt and suspicion in his heart. Since you invited me in, I'll just go with the flow, he said to Huang Jinrong. All right, you say it, and I'll follow. This sounded somewhat fearful of others, but at this moment, it was exceptionally jarring. Chun Liang Yu had become completely reckless. The leader of the beggar clan, He Bin Kun, announced he would take Li Xian as a concubine, even setting a date. Li Xian told Yihong Lian that she was already interested in someone and was determined to be with Li Mo. While Li Mo didn't take Li Xian into his mansion, nor did he try to stop He Bin Kun, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Li Mo lifted his gaze to glance at the tavern across the street, where the two sisters selling wine were indeed beautiful and charming, running a thriving business solely based on their looks. How could I not be excited? Abe was captured, and his life is over. What is the use of eliminating a traitor, especially since it was the Special High Command that arrested him? Abe is in grave danger this time, Xiao Shan said with eyes filled with sorrow. He continued to search aimlessly, following this one sound and one clue. Like a wounded wolf that had broken away from its pack, confused and panicked, stumbling around in the vast jungle. Lu Huan said. Wang Jiri and the others directly engaged in a wheel battle, taking turns to toast Yang Hao, all down in one go. Yang Hao accepted everyone without refusal, going around 3 times, yet he remained unflustered. Lu Huan and the others were dumbfounded. How could this person drink so well? Because this was a treasure left by a spirit martial sage for future generations, not some place that had been a notorious disaster since ancient times. A completely new and powerful aura erupted from Lin Han, a dragon-esque roar faintly resounding within his limbs. So, you want us to deal with the Koreans? Since our reputation isn't worth much anyway, right? Zhao Xingwang interjected unhappily. On the roof, every main beam was coiling with flying dragons, their heads extending out from the eaves, hanging at the tail, with their whiskers naturally drooping. When he reached the central large arena of the martial arts field, there were already 1,000 or 2,000 people gathered here. Yang Xian Fa didn't last long and died in Qing Cheng's arms. Looking at the tragic death of this old friend, with dozens of soldiers in front of him also dismembered, Qing Cheng was momentarily stunned. After a moment, as his anger surged, the killing intent on him was hard to conceal. For a time, Su Lin was also taken aback. In the hands of Ji Feng No. 1, spiritual energy surged, and a red silk bag exploded, revealing a piece of sheepskin scroll in Ji Feng No. 1's hand. China is a country with machine tool manufacturing capabilities, and in recent years, the level of manufacturing has rapidly risen, making it no problem to replicate a precise machine tool from abroad. What stands in front of the Chinese people is nothing but material and craftsmanship issues, as these two cannot be solved through imitation methods. Shen Huai was clearly stunned for a second or two upon seeing Qi Lin, with a tuft of hair on her head sticking up high. Chapter 150 combined into one. Updated at 2 a.m. today. Oh babies. No need to wait for updates. Wake up early to read. Can't post the main text notification. Bao Chong no longer spoke and directly picked up a piece of meat to eat. I didn't ask too many questions upon seeing this. He didn't want to raise the other party's vigilance. The deliciousness of the braised pork quickly attracted Leopard's attention. His eyes were bright, even more so at this moment. You are here. Upon seeing Chun Yu, Zhang Li sat still, her tone very calm, as if the two had known each other for a long time. Yet they also seemed very unfamiliar. I pay my respects to the Jade Emperor, to the Queen Mother, and to the 6 princesses. Everyone knelt down, prostrating in salute, and it was a scene of heavy silence, with no one making a slight movement. However, Alan could clearly feel that although these people's gazes had shifted away from him, there was still a trace of killing intent locking onto him. He feared that as soon as he made any unusual movement, he would be attacked by these people. However, if this trial run succeeded, the boss would increase the investment and develop the casual labor market. The boss's wish was to make this company a sharp blade like those special forces, delivering a stab to the enemy from behind while providing excellent talent for his company. The pressure from the higher-level magical beasts made the Griffins feel low and their fighting spirit diminished. No matter how the Griffin Knights urged and comforted, the Griffins avoided facing the Scorpion Lion above the fortress and instead attacked others. Yan Shi was also helpless. The incident occurred in Fengqi Palace, and everyone here was involved, especially Mu Yi, as all the blame pointed towards her. Even if she wanted to stay out of it, the law wouldn't allow it. In his ears, the drunken voice of Lan Tsang Zhu gradually faded until he finally collapsed onto the table, accompanied by deep, slow breaths. He fell into unconsciousness and could temporarily bid farewell to those troubling matters. However, relying solely on our 60 to 70,000 people to defeat over 1 million opponents would be too difficult, especially since those millions were not rookies. If we talk about average levels, we might not even be higher than them. Originally, the lawyer could have represented me with the will. But Grandpa Yang's lawyer is unreliable. And when Huan has already revealed that, it is feared that as long as Yin Tianlan tells the lawyer to do something, Duke Si Bo would immediately know. However, without fully understanding the opponent, Yang Tian didn't even know if they were coming for him. It is conceivable that Yang Tian was completely at a loss. If it weren't for the existence of the demon god's curse back then, he might have truly been able to grasp a complete law and ascend to godhood. He felt that if he didn't speak up soon, the topic might veer off into something unexpected. On the way from Xianyuan Holy Land to the Qian dynasty, he had communicated with Xianyuan Saint using the Xianyuan Holy Order, and the two had set today's plan. Really overestimating oneself. Su Sanqiang sneered inwardly upon seeing Li Erju treat him so lightly. In the past 2 years, Zhao Shua's martial arts cultivation had become increasingly profound, and most matters could already be handled independently, basically allowing him to let go. When Li Erju didn't say anything, she thought it was a major flaw, but it turned out to be a reward for her instead. He was now over 60 years old, and being able to cultivate to the 9th level of Dragon Elephant Prajna was unprecedented. The further one goes, the more difficult the mental method becomes. Even if he wanted to succeed, it would take at least 20 years of effort. However, because the information contained in the barrage was too fragmented, he only vaguely understood what was going on. Qin Tian understood in his heart, took a tenth of the dragon pattern paste, and applied it to the wounds on his arms. But even if this black violent bear was not the greatest danger in the Lost Kingdom, its strength was enough to instill fear. Chapter 151. 2 chapters combined. Babies. Today's update is still at 2 in the morning. Wake up and take a look. Leopard had stopped talking and directly picked up a piece of meat to put in his mouth. I saw this, and didn't he ask more questions, not wanting to raise the other person's vigilance. The deliciousness of the braised meat quickly attracted Bao Chong's attention. His eyes sparkled brightly, and at that moment, he looked up at ECI, wondering what this meat was made of. Stop messing around. I was originally thinking of going out to enjoy some food, but now it seems that one tea happened. Louis Warren lay on the bed, feeling weak and frustrated. She wanted to lose weight. She missed the stir-fried river snails and the celery stir-fried with meat. The school meals are so terrible. What he didn't expect was that although these tens of thousands of dishes were not ordered, his actions still attracted the attention of the restaurant manager. Work, and more work. Why not study properly instead of becoming an artist? This is really something. Hualing looked at Jean Mingho, always feeling irritated about his job. As for the arrival of the Jean family, Zhou was overjoyed, genuinely happy to know that the Tao family's living conditions had improved. Do you think the other planets don't have defensive shields? Lu Haoyu replied with a smirk. After Qin, Fei reacted. His expression became even more sinister, and he thrust the military dagger towards the neck of the rebel heavy-armored soldier again. Don't worry so much about the process. What matters is the result. As long as there's a result, that's enough, Lu Haoyu comforted. Master Xiang smiled and read aloud, and everyone was taken aback. Realizing that this was how the upper line was read, no wonder they couldn't understand it. But how should the lower line be read? After more than a dozen elevator transfers, the family finally reached the closest position to the cockpit. Dad Yin thought he was fully prepared. But when faced with the terrifying monster, he realized too late that he had overestimated himself. The weather was gradually getting cooler. Every day, when Jean Qin got up, the sun hadn't risen yet, and the cold wind hit her face and body, making her reluctant to even stretch her claws out of her sleeves. You also have no choice. Old Qian was like a cold-faced judge, sparing with words, but every word hit the nail on the head. However, when Zhang Yi scanned with his divine sense, he found that his immense divine sense couldn't penetrate the layers of fire, unable to ascertain the person's identity. Suddenly plunged into darkness, with no sense of feeling. Only consciousness remained clear. Chongning felt her consciousness was separating from her body, gently floating in midair. The feeling of drifting aimlessly caused a ripple in her calm mind. She felt somewhat lost and a bit fearful of the unknown. The servant lying on the ground shook his head vigorously, looking eagerly at his young master, while Dingyu clenched his fists, ultimately remaining silent. No need. Su Qingyu saw her flustered appearance and couldn't help but laugh, pulling her close, and they both sat back down by the cave entrance. Su Weiyang was not a procrastinator either. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Bro, I'm sorry." After saying that, he ran out with tears in his eyes, along with Xiao Ming. However, Oka did not follow his captain's orders. On the contrary, he calmly adjusted his shiny armor, and then, with one hand, grasped the golden spear that had been hanging by his saddle, a surge of battle intent brewing in his gaze. Well, you need to understand that Mr. Brown never exaggerates facts. If he thinks the opponent is really strong, it means this mission is quite tricky. The foreigner sitting on the bed had dazzling blonde hair and was playing with his PSP. Our June family's elixirs are among the best in the entire continent. But my mother left so young. How can I not hate? The tone was sorrowful, tinged with anger. Chapter 152 Apology Supplement. Babies, I don't know what happened in the last chapter. It's finally adjusted. Please refresh to see it. A special supplement chapter, Crazy Apologies. I hope everyone can forgive me. ECI discreetly glanced at the other party. However, Leopard Chong seemed completely oblivious, smiling cheerfully at ECI, asking if the braised meat had sold out. If not, it was fine. There should still be some wine. Could he have a couple of bowls? But everyone knew this was the calm before the storm. All the cultivators in the Xiantai Pingyu Tian were competing against time, seeing whether the catastrophe would arrive first or if they could stabilize the Xiantai Pingyu Tian first. I'm Long Qi. I've met you, sir. With a loud and clear tone, Fei Qi's heart was full of questions. Everyone said this person was skilled in martial arts, yet his performance just now resembled that of a three-legged cat. Thus, although Chu Yun was on the verge of death, he stubbornly clung to life. However, Apart from the icy cold and white snow, the biting wind and desolation, there was nothing else. That sense of loneliness, as if abandoned by the entire world, easily stirred deep-seated panic within, driving one mad. This was a declaration of war, or perhaps a notification. Sun Quan was momentarily stunned, yet his expression remained calm and unruffled. Over there, the emergency meeting of S.H.I.E.L.D. had not yet concluded when all the computer networks were suddenly hacked by Hulk, starting to broadcast the so-called Judgment Day. But in Chun Fei's eyes, there was an unusual calmness, like a still pond, staring at Ao, Xiang, and the illusion, showing no expression, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. Previously, due to many people attacking Xinyuan Shihan, he had devoured a large amount of spiritual power. Coupled with his own considerable strength, the pressure he emitted at that moment even made Wei Wei feel a bit fearful. That kind of deathly aura, reminiscent of hell, made her very uncomfortable. Just as that voice said, it wasn't long before they escaped from the smoke-filled scene. "Hey, it's me, don't be nervous." The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing Lin Jiaran. That's strange. Not to mention these 1,000 people daring to attack us. What are they doing here? With fewer people, one could explain it as a delay tactic, but their presence here was simply unscientific. As Luo Ling's grip tightened, her nails digging into her palm, without feeling any pain, a gentle voice rang in her ear, and her wrist was grabbed. His voice seemed to have a magical quality, making her involuntarily follow his words. Before long, Yinua went for a run again, specifically adjusting to 15 kilometers to meet instructor Bamboo Leaf Green tonight. With a long exhale, the old man's slightly squinted eyes suddenly widened, as within his eyes, 2 black crown marks slowly rotated in his murky pupils. Really? That's great. My Shibao is truly the best child in the world. Qi Shuangshuang's tone was exaggerated. Hey, did I forget something? Yinua pondered deeply, feeling as if he had forgotten something very important. Since the last time during the battle between humans and demons, Ling Chun had disappeared without a trace. Hua Wui had been sending people to search, but had found nothing all along. Now, with the 3-year deadline approaching, the lack of a capable disciple to showcase really made him quite frustrated. Achilles reached his right hand into the flames. When he pulled it out, a whip 10 meters long and 20 centimeters wide appeared in his hand. "Young Master Liu, allow me to take your pulse," Dr. Jiang said as he placed his hand on his right wrist. Upon contact, he was quite surprised internally, but did not show it on his face. However, if the family was indeed in dire straits, after work every day, Chun Lin Xiao would secretly bring him some food to take home. Chapter 153. 2 chapters combined. Old Jian stood aside, feeling that his heartbeat had slowed significantly. He quickly glanced at his CI and saw that the other party remained composed, feeling a bit of admiration inside. Truly worthy of being a venomous female who could poison people at will. This level of calmness was indeed extraordinary. It's not that my nose is keen. His CI smiled indifferently, seemingly unaware of the danger in the other person's tone, remaining quite calm. However, having been hurt many times before and due to having given birth to 2 children, Bing Qing had become somewhat fuller in certain areas. Rong Yang looked at her, feeling a surge of blood rise, and took a step forward to embrace Bing Qing, lowering his head to kiss her. It had been 4 or 5 months since the couple had been intimate. Having endured for so long, Rong Liang certainly wouldn't deprive himself any longer. Was the great General Wei Yuan on the emperor's side? The great General Wei Yuan was actually Long Jinyu's grandfather. If they had acted a little slower, Huang Wei'er might have come out from Yin Tan's body, thinking of ways to kill Yin Tan. Previously, when Tong Tong picked up a pearl, the water in the pool rose. When she picked up another, the water fell. When she picked up both, the water in the entire pool surged out violently. What should Tong Tong do now? She jumped onto the 2 coffin lids and stuffed 1 pearl into the indentation at the head. Looking at He Lan Ting, who was staring at her, He Lan Yao moved her fingers but ultimately did not pull her hand out of Long Xiaoyan's palm. Seeing how affectionate she and Long Xiaoyan were, He Lan Ting must be feeling quite tumultuous inside. Holding hands was no big deal, especially since there were others besides He Lan Ting who enjoyed watching. What you said seems reasonable, but why would your majesty do this? Princess Xinyao pondered for a long time and asked suspiciously. Meng Shi rushed over, shouting sharply, "You little brat, I'll fight you." Looking frantic, she thought about how she might not be able to enjoy food and drink tonight and would have to cook the New Year's Eve dinner herself, igniting a surge of anger in her heart. To her surprise, after she completed that task, Qianemo suddenly appeared and smoothly raised a gun at her. The reason was that she was the only one competing with him for the diamond-level agent throne, and he needed that honor. So, Ping Er came over, and Suru Hui was about to go to the Datai Hall to serve the Empress Dowager dinner, so there wasn't too much time for small talk. After a brief greeting, she immediately asked for her purpose. It should be known that while Xi'an's esports scene may not compare to that of Shanghai, Xi'an's esports arena still had a good reputation. At least it wouldn't lose to an average esports venue around Shanghai. This place seemed to have suffered damage, as cracks immediately appeared in the void, and even some fine fragments had already fallen off, just like the initial rebellion of Prince Ning. If it weren't for Prince Ning setting his sights on the Chongning Marquis residence, the Chongning Marquis wouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke these matters. Moreover, this was still an estimate. Perhaps the opposing number was uncertainly around 400,000 or 500,000. Pei Nanchuan clearly had mixed feelings for Dong Xiaoxiao. Although she had wronged him, he would still shed tears for her. Sure, Tian strolled through the Ji family estate, constantly surveying the surroundings and secretly nodding in approval. When the time came to attack, we would be there. After saying that, he took pain and left directly. That's right, to transform into Super Saiyan 4. One must first become a giant ape, and to become a giant ape requires the moon and a tail. After speaking, Broly's clone's tail began to sway slowly behind him. Whatever was lacking, she would find Wang Shi and Qi Yunting, even Qi Jin, who had been hiding in the background, to come back. It was really well hidden. It was feared that if it weren't for the Qi family offending King Qi and Zhou Ping being eager to earn merit, this mistress could have hidden until death. However, there was no anger in his voice. Instead, it was quite calm, without any emotional fluctuations. Chapter 154. Treat it. Update at 1 a.m., babies. Wake up and take a look. Lao Jian stood aside, feeling as if his heartbeat had slowed considerably. He quickly glanced at Ci, seeing that she remained composed, and felt a bit of admiration in his heart. Truly worthy of being a vicious female who could poison someone with a mere gesture. This level of composure was indeed exceptional. It's not my nose that's sensitive. Ci smiled indifferently, as if the powerful beings of the demon race were exchanging glances, not daring to intervene. All at once, Jin Haozi aimed the obtuse angle forward, exerted force with his feet, and a continuous thunderous sound erupted. Trees toppled like grass, and the earth was plowed, creating a long scar several dozen feet wide, drawing the muddy water from the swamp into the low valley several kilometers away. Because he had not yet reached that realm, some things had to be experienced to deeply understand the underlying rules, just like now. However, previously, due to the aura of the demon creatures and several powerful figures in the military, the escaping star beasts dared not show their heads. As the demons were killed, the military experts quickly retreated, and at that moment, Xiao Nu, who was stranded in the most dangerous central area, became the target of countless high-level star beasts. It cannot be said that Mo Lu is too cold-blooded. It can only be said that some matters are best not to intervene casually. After all, he does not understand the development of the situation on the other side, and does not know whether this person is good or bad. This is a shadow lurking in the dark, like a ghost. They're the hidden power of the Xiao family. They're people who can die for Xiao Tianhe at any time, following him like phantoms, all mobilized at this moment, ready to go through fire and water. There was a man about 40 years old, with long hair draping over his shoulders, and a handsome face with a hint of determination. Of course, this was not the most powerful formation. There were many stronger formations above this one. Those formations were legendary existences. Suddenly, from a distant sky, 3 deep auras, as vast as the sea, appeared, and the bell of Weong Temple rang 8 times, echoing on every mountain peak, and in an instant, incense smoke rose from all directions. However, previously, Nieling Tian had forcibly imprisoned 3 young men using the sealing smoke and spirit-locking technique. The 2 of them did not have time to stop it, and now they saw Nieling Tian, who had gained the upper hand, actually using one of the 10 forbidden techniques of the Lauren, the secret technique of the Inthe family, called bees and ants returning home. At this moment, the 2 teachers were immediately anxious. By the time they rushed from the God of War Academy to Tianling City, it was already afternoon. After a short rest and dinner, it was night. Moonin left the Tianling Tavern and headed straight for the black market. To be honest, since he crossed into this world, he knew very little about the Jojo and even less about the territories beyond it. When Nu felt comfortable for the first time, but he realized that this was not the moment for indulgence. Now this illusion was directly shattered, causing some people to feel somewhat disappointed. She was wearing a semi-transparent, cicada-winged gauze sleep robe, with a curvy figure, bright and charming, lazily sitting at the dressing table to remove her makeup. Wang Shi nodded, took a few deep breaths, and then stepped towards the preparation area below the stage. Moonin could no longer bear to watch. This unscrupulous vendor was too greedy. It was one thing to cheat a few thousand or 800 taels of gold. That could be forgiven. But to be so insatiable as to cheat more than 100,000 taels of gold was unacceptable. At that moment, a squad of soldiers rushed from the direction of Rongqing, with only a dozen riders at the forefront, while the others ran behind. As she spoke, she jumped down directly. A shadow merged into her body, and she appeared far away on the ground, rolling out. However, the gear that the person wore made him feel uncertain, as this was not something an ordinary person could possess. He pinched the cigarette, but, slowly turning it around, it was empty, just a very normal white cigarette. Chapter 155, Dazed and Awake, updated at 1 a.m. The babies woke up to see. Lion Ling looked at the bone lamp on the table, paused in silence, and directly reached for one. I think this thing is pretty good, he said, examining the bone lamp closely. Why not give it to me? My stone house gets pitch dark at this time, and this would be perfect for lighting. Do you want it? Su Shuili concentrated and aimed carefully. With a loud bang, Shen Yuechuan suddenly slammed on the brakes under the huge vibration. Xuelingyu looked up and saw a lush courtyard, where countless flowers and plants bloomed. Some were in full bloom, some had already wilted, and some were about to blossom. The swaying shadows of the trees made Qiu Shao's silhouette in the moonlight look even more elusive, as the cold wind blew through the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The scene inside the transparent glass door came into Qiu Shao's view. Yin wore a sinister smile, and a massive wound was blasted open on his shoulder. The hard armor that could not be completely shattered by the thunderous strikes now had only a few golden metal pieces clinging to Yan's body, while his left arm had completely disappeared from the elbow joint, and his lower limbs were also in tatters. The men in black all dismounted, well-trained, and forcefully struck their horses from all directions. The horses, feeling pain, galloped forward. In the forest, the trees hindered their wild run, yet they neighed incessantly, their steps never stopping. On this night, 3 bright white moons lost their original brilliance, becoming dim and dull. Damn it, what tricks are you playing? I was secretly on guard and was about to move forward when the tent was lifted and a man with gray hair and a slightly balding head emerged, holding Lin Curson hostage. Qi Xuechuan felt astonished, but maintained a calm demeanor. The closer it got to the truth, the more stable one had to keep their emotions. Mr. Li, please rest assured about this. Our White Star Company has over 100 years of credibility. Under the pressure of Li Ningyu's words, John quickly stood up to explain. At this moment, Hong Wan was managing the affairs of the palace-made courtyard. No matter what happened, the affairs of the palace-made courtyard during the prince's wedding could not go wrong. Everyone was silently furious, but unfortunately, there was no way to do anything. That force was invisible, untouchable, and even unperceivable, leaving them to passively resist. Meanwhile, the changes among several officials in the court were overshadowed by the harsh punishment of the Wei Wangfei by the emperor. Few concerned citizens were aware, but the officials in the political arena understood that the emperor's actions toward them were more about cutting off the wings of the Wei Wangfei and even the empress dowager. While the two were talking, they galloped out for several miles and saw a white figure shrinking alone on the official road in the wilderness. Both were delighted and urged their mounts. Deep in the underworld, the great emperor of 3 lives suddenly frowned, casting out a giant golden wheel that ascended into the sky. Its golden light dazzling, as if thousands of suns appeared simultaneously, illuminating the 9 nether and 10 hells, solidifying the boundless black waters of the underworld. Qi Zhaorong comforted the empress with a few words and handed a cup of tea to Hua Fei. Hua Fei, it's your sister begging you. I admit my mistake. Please drink this cup of tea and go back with Chun Gui Pin, okay? She was so anxious that her face lacked any blood color, and fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead. After speaking, she exchanged a glance with Hong Wan. She was very certain about this point, because all tasks had to be approved by her before being assigned to the palace maids. Last year, Jiangxia County suffered a natural disaster and rebel forces. The emperor had no desire to celebrate his birthday. This year, with the remnants of the Yu eliminated and the East Palace being the main focus, coinciding with the emperor's 50th birthday, this birthday banquet must be held in a lively manner. Furthermore, because Dong Dong shared part of the pain, Qi Feiyong felt less pain and managed to escape from danger. Yuan Shi no longer spoke much and began to preach. What he was preaching at this moment was not the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, but the newly established Buddhism and Taoism. He did not talk about the Zen practices of Buddhism or the supernatural powers of Buddhism, but discussed the classics of Buddhism and Taoism. Chapter 156. Mo Shao comes a letter updated at 1 a.m. The babies woke up to see. Lion Ling looked at the bone lamp on the table, paused in silence, and directly reached for one. "I think this thing is pretty good," he said, examining the bone lamp closely. "Why not give it to me? My stone house is pitch dark at this time, just lacking a bit of light. The glowing pearls from a sea are not as useful as you. You want at least tens of thousands of dollars here, right? If someone reports it as stolen, he might spend the rest of his life in prison." Was she really acting like a lunatic just now? Did she push someone who trusted her so much to doubt whether she had done something illegal? The soldiers also began to pack their personal belongings, preparing to move to the 2nd Regiment when the convoy returned. The harshness of Siegua at first glance seemed like a child without safety, burying his almost hoarse voice in his embrace. Lin Bei casually threw the broken phone in his hand to the ground, glancing indifferently at the two. "Am I not an infected person? Disappointed you?" And Ning walked up to Chi Huan, standing still, staring intently at her with a probing look in her eyes. Jun Wuyo continued walking towards the peak of Tsongshan, swaying along the way. Who could resist the beauty of Tsongshan? Because they arrived a bit late, even though they had seen Ji Yin. The distance was still too far to see clearly where she had been injured, which led the director to determine her survival failure. Inside the tavern and above the tea house, the guests who had been drinking and discussing enthusiastically all walked outside. The commander's identity is noble, and travel is always arranged according to the itinerary to establish a safety zone. All entertainment activities within the area are canceled, and individual soldiers stand by. The other noble families also came to their senses. If the American thugs came to rob, it would be a complete joke, losing both the woman and the soldiers. The issue of land annexation has run through the entire feudal society, with various dynasties making efforts and offering different solutions to land annexation. A strong will to survive suddenly arose, as if it were a miracle, and a white light appeared before them. Li Luo remained calm, expressed gratitude to Jiang Yun again, and then took out an item to ask about its origin. But if he didn't acknowledge it, things would develop in a worse direction. He sensed it in his heart, but didn't want to answer. However, Ba Sing still agreed to check that auxiliary material factory. He had been deceived by Jiang Pei Wei, and now several orders from different industries were stuck without a solution. One point he didn't reveal was that Ba Sung himself was also somewhat caught in Jiang Pei Wei's trap. In the back mountain of Qishao sect, there is a vast mountain range, which is a forbidden area of the sect, and only a few people can enter. The security team banged on the gong and rushed along the village road. Black smoke billowed up to the sky. Although he couldn't directly tell Jiang Xian about Jiang Qianqian and Zhang's father's plan, he hinted openly and covertly, and Jiang Xian, being so smart, should be able to guess it. Gao Xinji was appointed as the governor of Longyu, and Li Qian concurrently served as the governor of Anxi, Baiting, and Heshi, overseeing all affairs related to the Huegu. The terracotta warrior let out a deafening roar, scaring Wang Chun to shiver and run away. Although Atal's troops successfully reached the base of Hill No. 1, the densely packed landmines beneath the hill were not something the Imperial soldiers could easily traverse. Often, after taking a few steps, an Imperial soldier would trigger a landmine, resulting in an explosion and causing more casualties. She raised her head, blood at the corner of her mouth, staring intently at the sea slug, raised her Gauss assault rifle, and fired 2 shots at the sea slug, instantly killing one. Chapter 157. Shi Ling was already sweating profusely. His bare chest was covered in rolling beads of sweat. His golden hair, due to the excessive sweat, had become much more subdued. The leopard charging opposite him could only watch, unable to suppress the hair, standing on end, shivering at the sound of Shi Ling's teeth grinding. And he also shivered. So terrifying, and still saying it doesn't hurt. He couldn't help but whisper words of comfort, wanting to give Shi Ling a way out. Lin Mu slowly emerged from the ground, not only to fulfill the choice, but also to give Uncle Jiao a warning. This fat man is as big as a pregnant giant horse on Jinsui Plain. He might not finish changing clothes before the dance ends. If he were busy with what was in his hands, like dozens of brothers forming a team for 10 minutes, with the boss having only 20% health left, just about to start the 3rd phase, even if he saw a mosquito biting him, he might not have the time to care. Daniel looked up helplessly. He suddenly didn't want to pay attention to the man in front of him who was only thinking about food. The bottom of the wide valley could be described as empty. The only thing present was the lump of meat paste that Daniel saw on the ground. Gal Dinu could don a candle armor and 2 huge candle boxing gloves, capable of covering armed color and attacking enemies in a tough guy style. However, this at least proved that her previous guess was correct. Magic exists on Earth. Not only exists, but magicians also secretly possess immense wealth and power. They just hide themselves without knowing why. The next afternoon, Xiao Qianqua had already knocked on the door 3 times impatiently when Ye Yin slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Xiao Huixin's rosy face, secretly determined that she would never let anyone have the chance to hurt her. The energy core in Naxxus's chest lit up brightly, with bright light particles surging towards Naxxus's armed arms, causing the red arms to shine with a fiery glow. Naxxus suddenly unleashed a terrifying power, flinging a 60,000-ton rock beast away. The water demon hides in this great lake. How can it be removed if it doesn't reveal itself? Even if it does reveal itself, the water demon is skilled in water, and he is merely flesh and blood. Even if his cultivation deepens and he achieves innate status, if he falls into the lake, he is likely to end up as food for the water demon. Those damned Americans. Facing the greedy American soldiers and the dark gun muzzles, even the hot-tempered Toros didn't dare to act rashly. This rice looks dirty, but actually when cleaned and cooked, it doesn't look bad at all. It's a pity there are no side dishes, only soy sauce mixed with rice. Too many people have already died in this village. The only remaining seedling has also died. It happened right in front of them. Those senior managers and senior technicians in white uniforms are all Japanese. We locals are only responsible for some reporting and security work on the periphery. The fat boss was clearly drunk, grinning with his chubby face while rambling incoherently. However, the well-informed people from the Jiangnan region were slightly puzzled. Why did the pirates have such a strong Central Plains accent? It sounded odd. Once he sorted out his thoughts, Han Dong pulled back the curtains and gazed at the pitch-black building across the street, feeling a sudden mix of complex emotions inside. Lin Ai felt her blood boiling. Her core energy reaction furnace was operating at an overload. It was just too stimulating. Lin Ai felt as if her brain had been bombarded, feeling a bit dizzy. Yet her hands firmly executed the commands given by her brain before it crashed. Among these, it included Su Wuyo and his companion Su Wuyo, the deck, and Keed, Duo Ro and Xiong Yan, as well as the flying yellow weasel Huang Mei, who had been tamed by Su Wuyo. Chapter 158. 2 chapters combined. He had already communicated with old Jian in advance about this matter. Therefore, when he saw the conch, although he looked a bit stunned, his hands and brain reacted faster, deftly taking the item and carefully stuffing it into the beast skin bag that he had specially made for him. When he transformed into beast form to send a message, the beast skin bag would hang directly around his neck, which was very convenient. Then say goodbye to your friends. I'm leaving. After handing over what needed to be given, he pushed open the door. However, it was already a great achievement for Chu Yu and Luo Ling to take down the Longhu brothers. After all, these two were the leading figures of the Blood Demon Sect's Nirvana realm, and being killed by them would surely make the Blood Demon sect hold a grudge against Chu Yu and Luo Ling. Chu Yu looked disdainful, directly pulling out the fire dragon gun, and Hong Han immediately fell. However, this guy died with a wicked smile on his face. After a long time, he finally released her, and the flush on her cheeks spread to her neck. She smiled coyly as she got off the car. Chu Yu replied somewhat helplessly, but this happened to align with his thoughts, as it was better to see the real skills beneath one's hands. Qin Yin sensed something was off. A blush suddenly appeared on her delicate face, and she shyly turned and walked forward, originally thinking that finding the Heavenly Palace would be an incredibly difficult task. But now with this copper drum, it became less complicated. All they had to do was keep walking until the Heavenly Palace appeared before their eyes. Everyone was amazed, fearing that Xuanzhen's painting skills had reached an extraordinary level, being able to paint even the sacred 4 divine beasts. But Lu Dingkue didn't cooperate at all. Getting anxious, he believed these people wanted to take the beautiful woman from the painting. Consequently, he became even crazier and more violent, grabbing tables and chairs to fight the newcomers, with some even chasing them around with kitchen knives. Over time, no expert dared to meddle in his affairs. Seeing Old Hei's expression gradually understanding the situation, everyone looked at the old man Ding Su with strange eyes. Old Hei swayed his dog head, looking at the steaming braised pig head, unsure where to start, and stuck out his tongue to lick it, instantly burning his tongue. Feeling the sword gather in one place again, he cursed angrily, directing his mind to block the myriad of swords with pure white light and golden threads. But it was just an insignificant life. Under the powerful presence of Yishio, it had no right to struggle. With a crisp sound, it was unclear when Shangwani woke up. The palm he extended was surprisingly opened. After Yuer had walked a distance away, Bing Qing sat cross-legged facing Ningxia, beginning to cast spells to dispel the poison. This made the already tense atmosphere even more solidified, even somewhat suffocating. Seeing that Senior Zhen Fazizi had issued an eviction order, Du Yi, Ma Shi, and Zhang Yin naturally understood. As soon as this was said, the hall erupted in laughter. Although Feng Lin was a male cultivator, He was fair-skinned and charming, with flowing long hair and a pair of purple eyes that appeared very noble. I had never judged a person by their appearance before meeting him. This time, it was indeed an accident. However, I really didn't want to face him, because just a glance would require me to buy a week's worth of sleeping pills. It was not worth it. Ouyang Luan was heavily thrown to the ground, covered in the saliva of the tiger bear, splattered everywhere. I can understand that I had spoken carelessly, trying to ease the atmosphere, and then slapped myself lightly a couple of times, still looking very lighthearted and grinning. Its light resembled thousands of tentacles, caressing the coldness that bound it. They slightly adjusted the force's fluctuations, and then the light suddenly intensified, causing the cold power to melt like ice cubes in a furnace, evaporating into steam and disappearing. Chapter 159. 2 chapters combined. Old Jian had been tired for many days and finally filled his stomach. Hearing Tsang Yu's voice, he looked up from the already clean bowl, revealing a hint of a smile in his eyes. Your mother indeed asked me to bring you something. While speaking, he glanced at the few people in the cafeteria. Just say it directly. Hu Lin reacted the fastest and hurriedly spoke. No one will come over now. They're all busy and Haven Tea had time to eat. The curve of the spoon in the mouth actually referred to the winding and variable corridors, and the double-layer corridor had 2 levels. However, this revival corridor, also known as the outer corridor, had a wall erected in the middle of the double-sided empty corridor, forming a long corridor on each side of the wall. Or rather, Shimizu Yang completely forgot that ninjas should be judged by their strength. He forgot this point and instead focused on politics and economics. In the eyes of many, this was a wise choice. A bloodthirsty and monstrous layer spread across his originally plain face, his eyes shining, staring at people like a true beast. A wave of irritation rose in by his heart as he looked at the red light cocoon, wishing to destroy it immediately. According to the elder of the family mansion, in the Bond Forest instance, all members of the team must reach the destination to complete the level. But it's not about danger. Do you think I want to stay here? Can't you see there's a flashy fox in a red robe blocking my way? Ling Er, sit tight, don't lean over. The master said gently, but he awkwardly dodged backward. All right, we should prepare. Let us implement the plan. Shimizu Yang kissed the forehead of the Tonmu Kagaya, then withdrew from her body and began to prepare his attire. This time, the outbreak of the Second Ninja World War was greatly related to the aging of Uzumaki Mido. Now was the best opportunity to bully Konoha. Otherwise, once the next Jinchuriki of the Ninetales grew up, it would be very hard to play. Kisame Hashigaki couldn't stand Shimizu Yang's gaze towards the shark skin, and he slashed at it with the shark skin in his hand. In the astonished eyes of Wang Hao and others, a giant bird with a wingspan of dozens of meters swooped down, eventually landing outside the Sky Sword City. It's not that running men aren't good, but it's unnecessary. Given the age and status of Teacher Gong Hanlin, there is no need for him to rely on Running Man for exposure or to increase his popularity. The previous combat power of Nya Jinli was already quite formidable, and with a further amplification of 5 to 10 times, it is hard to imagine how powerful Nya Jinli would become. Now, he has the leader of a Japanese intelligence agency in his hands, and the information he gathers in his mind will facilitate future actions. This bloodshed, vast and imposing, spread out as soon as it appeared, transforming into countless entities, overwhelming and then returning to his body like rivers flowing into the sea. Seeing the effort it took for the youth to lift the wooden stick, the surrounding young people cheered him on. Hearing these encouraging words, a 12 or 13-year-old boy in the crowd looked coldly, the corner of his mouth curling into a sneer. Taylor's eyes widened, despite the many men around her. She had never been in a relationship. Of course, the strength of a grandmaster is not something he can compare to. Perhaps this immense power could really cause significant trouble for the grandmaster. Now, they're truly united in glory, especially since Wang Ying just confirmed she hadn't undergone plastic surgery. If the challenge is successful, more people will believe this conclusion, because when they returned, they had already seen the capital being attacked by the mechanical race. What more could they say at this point? Just then, a fighter jet flew overhead, and the 8-armed Corpse King leaped and swatted a plane down. Chapter 160, 2 chapters combined. He Chuan stared incredulously at Mo Xiao, his eyes trembling. Only Lan Ying understood Mo Xiao's intention immediately, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, "That's fine, He Chuan. You can go back with him. I'll prepare the supplies for you. Remember to leave hidden markers along the way, so the Eagle Hound can find the route." He Chuan nodded seriously. "Okay." Just then, standing aside, Wan Yu turned around to see Zhu Chun's carriage catching up. He knocked on the carriage curtain, looking at Ruan Yu with a hint of doubt. Qing Yuan felt that there was a force pulling at the most precious thing in her mind, but what exactly that was, she could never see clearly. The icy mountain beauty, just as Annie wished, opened his eyes. Meeting Annie's furtive glance, a hint of a smile appeared in his amber eyes, as if asking, "What do you want to do?" The wooden plaque, rank of 10 centurions, the lowest officer of the Xiongnu cavalry, is the most basic leader in battle. This plaque can be exchanged for 1,000 cultivation points or equivalent items from the enemy Xiongnu. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. Chunning successfully relied on her own abilities to leave the government, becoming a commoner, and she got engaged early. She won't be coming back, and after his vindication, he would also take another path. This is a cemetery. This is a graveyard. No one wants to attend a memorial service. Yet it became the day of their own demise. Qin Fei held a dust-covered blade and cut open the throats of each opponent. This kind of lethality was still a deadly strike, even after being weakened. One by one, the opponents disappeared before Qin Fei, and the assassin moved in to kill one of the evolved. The scene resembled a slaughterhouse. Chu Chang did not ride a horse, but quietly entered the mountain village alone. It was no different from before. The village was still filled with curling smoke, and several children played in the woods around the houses. Chu Chang quickly found a familiar hunter and went straight in. Mysteriously, Bei Jiao, Xian Yuan Qima looked at Qing Yuan in his arms, breaking into a faint smile, and instructed Mo Ming. At that moment, a sudden thunderstorm occurred, followed by rain, and immediately, green plants sprouted from the parched ground, covering the entire ancient city. Zhao Ingyan harbor wish. If Elder Hung could come back to life, if Elder Hung would criticize him again in the future. Zhao Ingyan vowed he would never retort again. Wanwan did not know what to say. Encountering such a devoted prince, was Dai Jin lucky or unfortunate? As an emperor, it is truly rare to show such trust in a commoner. Lu Ruqing, upon hearing this, finally softened a bit towards Zhang San. It seemed Zhang San had finally turned over a new leaf and was no longer at odds with Xiao, and Han Zeng and Lu Bingyi were at a stalemate, neither willing to give in. Although Lu Bingyi had previously stated that as long as he could take Hua Qingjun away from the royal residence, revealing his identity would not matter. Han Zeng would never allow Lu Bingyi to take risks unless absolutely necessary, nor would Hua Qingjun. Li Dazue and Wang Ermao were taken aback, but under the encouragement and cheers of the crowd, they steeled themselves and stepped forward holding wooden spears. Well said, benefactor. What you say is reasonable. Both meditation and martial arts require action and thought. That is the right path to progress, the path of the true way. Lu Shan was already 8 years old and understood some things. He knew what Jingwu meant and felt sorry for the girl's experiences. As long as she was happy, he would do as she wished. Then, Yin Shaoqin and Tang Zishi solemnly introduced themselves to each other. Of course, Yin Shaoqin concealed his fame, so Tang Zishi only knew his name. He was a senior student in this academy, but she did not know he was the first genius of Starlight Academy. A topic of discussion even in the entire Qingtang County. Chapter 161, 2 chapters combined, He Chuan stared incredulously at Mo Xiao, his eyes trembling. Only Lan Ying understood Mo Xiao's intention immediately, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, "That's fine, He Chuan, you can go back with him. I'll prepare the supplies for you. Remember to leave hidden markers along the way so the Eagle Hound can find the route." He Chuan nodded seriously, "Okay." Just then, standing aside, with Su Yang's roar, the frozen consciousness began to revive, and a powerful mental force surged from the sea of consciousness towards the ice flower. Learn? What a joke. Mastering a profession in later generations takes a lifetime. With someone like me, I can smash a large area with a brick. When Barnes saw the white lanterns hanging high at the entrance of the Duke's residence and the numerous white drapes set up, he immediately felt dizzy. If it weren't for Shilan and Su Yang, who were following closely behind him and helped him a bit, Barn would have likely collapsed to the ground by now. Knowing they were currently in the territory of Tianlin County, she realized that the three had not rested all night. As for the severity of the battle, if Li Ji did not bring it up, she would not deliberately ask. The breaking heaven formula can break all things in the world. While the heavenly command can control the burning sky, fire infused into the broken cloud blade. With a long cry, the broken cloud blade unleashed a crimson flame that flew out a yard. Wherever the blade wind passed, no one was spared. "I'm afraid you won't have the chance." The Tsang's sword stood in white robes, long hair flowing loosely, blocking Night's tiger. King Zhao slightly opened his eyes, waved his hand, and everyone beside him exited the house. But outside the window, there was still a black shadow, seemingly listening intently to something. By the time night fell, Even if the sky demons had replenished some food during the day, all of them were already unable to move. Like the two of them, Li Ji was also shaken. But he knew that the inexplicable pressure on the soul that suddenly came was not something that truly existed. It merely brought a momentary disturbance to the souls of the unprepared cultivators. However, after being knocked out by a lizard's kick to the face, the lizard had its own plans in mind. It took a few steps forward, seemingly aiming for the dazzling city. But after passing by Jinmu, it took a deep breath, and its face began to turn red, as if it had caught a whiff of something it found disgusting. The Ninetales, which had been with Naruto since the day he was born, delivered chakra to him when he needed it. Just as Zhu Tianpeng said, all the disciples of the Green Emperor had a chance and possibility to compete for that final position, but who ultimately ascends to power is still an unknown. After doing all this, Annie quickly typed on the keyboard, and the content on the screen changed again, turning into several images. Seeing the Han army's deployment. With local troops at a disadvantage, the leading general of the Sure family immediately seized the opportunity to launch an urgent attack. In an instant, the Han army, with fewer numbers in the front line, could no longer withstand the Sure family infantry's assault. The three of them walked out of Yao Ramen, with Naruto sporting a bulging belly and still looking unsatisfied. While speaking, this person leaped up and used a technique to quickly escape into the inner road. Coupled with Fei Duan's expression, it was an exceptionally wicked movement, as if a demon had opened its mouth, revealing a smile of success. Zhao Qian, who had just been frightened by the transformation, dared not look at the sea anymore and simply closed off his five senses, concentrating on cultivating his innate skills. Although he had been hiding well during this time, even Kashin knew that if this continued, he could hide for a moment, but not for a lifetime. It was definitely not a solution. Bright red blood continuously seeped from the black robe of the fire cloud, flowing along two chakra blades, dripping onto the yellowish ground. Exceedingly eye-catching, like two blood-dyed demon flowers. Under the full force of that ominous pressure, the rolling river of time was completely suppressed. Chapter 160, two chapters combined. Hechuan looked at Mo Xiao in disbelief, his eyes trembling. Only Lan Ying understood Mo Xiao's thoughts immediately. Pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's good. Hechuan, you can go back with him. I'll prepare the seafood for you. You two remember to make hidden marks along the way so that the eagle can find a route. Hechuan nodded seriously. Okay. Wait. Lin Zishi, standing aside, said accurately. Li Mohan really came back at this moment, and he was running back in a hurry. Moreover, that girl was in a special situation. Her fate was altered by Yuan Qingwan, and her vitality and essence were drained. At just over 30 years of age, she looked as old as a crone. Shen Lang had always been well protected at home by Shun Shun, so how could Su Jingting possibly get news about him? Without thinking too much, Xiao Ningqian aimed in a direction and rushed towards Lin Zishi with his eyes closed, grabbing her hand and making a run for it. He didn't want to say too much about fate. For him, it was a huge secret. However, he didn't want to deceive them either. Sigh. When did he become so sentimental? Yu Gong, Saori casually said, and when she saw Yu Gong Sha Wu walk into the kitchen, she immediately withdrew her gaze, looking down at her impoverished chest, sighing. Seeing Zikui gave her a feeling of seeing a relative. Did this inexplicable emotion mean she was developing a sense of belonging to the Chu? While lost in thought, and he, Yu Gong Saori, and Kitata Keiko stopped in front of a classroom door together. Facing the contempt of the mischievous child, Li Yewu felt quite innocent. She truly didn't know as she was new here, but she couldn't say that, so she pointed vaguely. After all, Gao Jilan was beautiful and adorable, with a soft and delicate personality, so it would be strange if she didn't like her. Chiu Aihong knew that a salary of 45 yuan a month, plus bonuses, was unusually high for such a job. This is called a wishing stone. It was found on my brother's hometown mountain, Wangxiang Mountain. It has magical powers that can make your wishes come true. He knew that this child's father was probably in great danger. Although she had resigned from her formal job, that child had started a translation agency and a CAF, which had been in business for just over a year and was doing remarkably well. I didn't expect you to recognize me. The last time we met was 4 years ago, and I've changed a lot since then. Yin Shuruo wanted to find a few martial arts techniques suitable for her to learn, but after searching for a long time, she hadn't found anything she liked. It's just a broken hairpin, made of wood, and you're that happy about it. It really makes me mad. She noted the director's kindness for this incident, and knew there would be plenty of opportunities to repay it later, so she wasn't in a hurry. In the past half-month, she had to train hard without any slack, and furthermore select 500 outstanding military training candidates from the public to form a militia reserve regiment. He Lanhua's soul-disrupting banner was already chasing after Jiang Qin, barely less than 2 feet away. The name of the blood-dyed Dragon Emperor wasn't particularly powerful in Huaxia, but it exploded in the east. On social media, the name of the blood-dyed Dragon Emperor was everywhere, with various videos going viral. Doing this job feels like experiencing Hong Kong. A gamble is probably just as good. Gong Wuxia threw the already shattered wine glass on the table and took out a handkerchief from his wide sleeve to wipe the wine off his hands. Your personality? Is it worth trusting? Li Tianyu retorted. He never believed in personality. As everyone shook their heads, they couldn't help but bitterly smile inside. They should have thought of this earlier. Among the family disciples gathered at Yinfeng Cliff, aside from Yixiong, who was also a young master of the family and dared to openly oppose Yi Chao, who else would dare to utter a single word of unfairness? Chapter 163, 2 chapters combined. He Chuan looked at Mo Xiao in disbelief, his eyes trembling. Only Lan Ying understood Mo Xiao's thoughts immediately, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. That's good. He Chuan, you can go back with him. I'll prepare the seafood for you. You two remember to make hidden marks along the way so that the eagle can find a route. He Chuan nodded seriously. Okay. Wait. Lin Zishi, standing aside, said accurately. You know this, boss. I have a lot of self-awareness. The green-haired turtle shyly chuckled. Of course. It was looking forward to the new company established by her fiancé, and it would be best if the name could include his own. 4 days later, Luo Yin really waited for an opportunity. Xiao Yuan went out first to her embroidery shop, then after coming out, hurried to Yixiang Garden to buy some snacks. On the way back, she ran into Kong Shuzha. The two were chatting for just a few moments when they saw a group of people coming from across the street. In his calm and composed narration, the remarkable experience of a Knight of the Radiant Moon, which could be considered a protagonist template, was finally recounted by Cain. However, no one was afraid of those terrifying wails anymore. No one feared this painful change anymore. But at this moment, the forced smile hanging on her lips and the gaze flickering with helplessness and envy were enough to show how much she disagreed with the concept of punk. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and shook her head. It seemed that the consumption of time, standing still, far exceeded her imagination and could not be squandered so casually. Counting the time, there were about 4 or 5 days left before the Disciple Challenge competition, so it was almost time to go back. No need. Master Ma should keep it for himself. I don't like those lifeless things. Chu Yun's expression turned cold. They walked all the way to the front of the Feng Tian Palace, where Ma Du finally saw the guards dressed in blue or green embroidered robes, carrying the famous embroidered spring knife at their waists. As for the hats, they were not the flying saucer hats from movies, but were wingless black gauze caps. Not to mention, Jin Zhongming was also planning to officially announce his military service at the end of the month during the film's wrap-up celebration. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly, and he could easily walk into the military base to enjoy a 2-year service period. I don't care as long as you stay by my side. Wang Luo affectionately rubbed Zhang Xiuyan's head, and today, he finally realized a long-held wish and became a cultivator. Although he was only a level 1 cultivator. This was just the beginning of success. The leaders of various countries at the World Conference had nothing to say. Just look at the lunar base, look at the fleet in space, and then look at the terrifying enemy. The strength of the blue and white society was already unfathomable, and in extraordinary times. They could only cooperate. Lan Mu rushed back to Earth, and the Silver Heart person was still chatting with him, but he had no mind to respond. He also knew that the Silver Heart person could directly see the situation around him. Soon, Gu Wei passed away. Chai Rong ascended to the throne, and Lu Chong took the opportunity to advance south. In the Battle of Gaoping, Gao Huai served as the vanguard and achieved meritorious deeds. He was transferred to the commander of the right wing of the Iron Cavalry and led the Guizhou militia. Of course, the Korean army was by no means foolish. They built watchtowers on the north bank of the Wei River to guard against such sneak attacks. Anubis is the god of death in Egyptian mythology. As the guardian of the underworld, this wolf-headed deity's task is to protect the souls of every deceased and guide them to judgment. Indeed, Lu Rina also had a bit of charm, and Gu Haisun's intellectual aura was too strong, not resembling an expert handling dangerous work. Jin Yingse also denied the two. Lang Bing suddenly realized that she had left such a deep impression on him, quietly occupying the most important corner of his heart. Josiphon was also looking at Lang Bing, tears shimmering in her bright eyes. Chapter 164. He Yuan looked at Mo Xiao in disbelief, his eyes trembling. Only Lanning understood Mo Xiao's thoughts immediately, and, after pondering for a moment, nodded in agreement, saying, "That's good, He Yuan, you can go back with him. I will prepare the seafood for you." You two remember to make hidden marks along the way so that the eagle can find the way. He Yuan nodded seriously, okay. Wait. Standing aside, Chenbo looked at him suspiciously. In this situation, he was still so calm. Could it be that he had some trick up his sleeve? It should be noted that this haunted house was not the kind found in amusement parks. All the creatures and people inside were basically abnormal beings. No, the big bed is mine. Yuan insisted, tugging hard at Zheng Zhang's clothes, not letting him go to bed. Life events are hard to look back on. A shout echoes in the wind. People fly from a yellow crane tower, a handful of dust, and a bowl of wine, kneading the flying ashes into a mound of earth without any complaints. Only unable to let you go, this heart, this feeling, endless and unceasing. However, on the first night back, Kamini naturally visited Hugo's family. Hugo's special affection for Kamini was well known in the family. Aisha was not fond of black people, which was beyond her control. Got it. Just when old Wang was self-reproaching, Lu Yong beside him suddenly shouted excitedly. The voice wasn't too loud, but the tone was clearly calling out. In such a dark environment, a person's senses are dull, vision is obstructed, and all perception becomes hollow. However, that rhythmic and crisp sound was like a lingering magical melody, captivating the heart. The more you look toward the center of the square, the more such corpses there are. Most of the corpses had no eyeballs, and only a few had one or two slightly cloudy eyeballs, which seemed more for decoration than actual use. Finally, the long-awaited return of her husband came. In this rare moment of comfort, Lu Shiyan was also filled with joy, leaning against Feng Yu's side, her body languid, her mind empty, not thinking about anything else, just quietly gazing at her husband's profile with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Every day, everyone had to cling to that wooden rod, hanging there for a while to help the children grow taller. Ha, don't worry, there won't be anyone else. I want to let them have a chance to get close. He was a bit happy. This was the first time Shui declared her sovereignty. Then, Yi Qing sat cross-legged, constantly thinking, using the heart to control the law, using the law to control the sword. The law is limited, the heart is infinite. What exactly is it? In the dark tunnel, Yi Qing kept running, trying to find the light on the other side. It was the first time she saw him wearing this color of clothing, and some words popped in her mind. Handsome and extraordinary, exceptionally insightful. I almost laughed when I heard this number. Yin thought she was gilded. She gave birth to a son as precious as a prince. Today, seeing my dad's attitude toward Su Hua, I know that even if Su Hua is his son, with blood ties that are not mixed at all, he can no longer win over my dad's affection. So what should I do? Hua Jitian was a bit anxious. Since he wanted to plot for the sacred beast, he naturally had to prepare more thoroughly and try to elevate Haiyue Qinghui's rank. Li Yinyan appeared very awkward, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, she knew she was in the wrong. Moreover, in front of the English teacher, Li Yinyan's previous dominance and authority instantly vanished. Although she smiled with malice at this moment, Mo Yishan dared not challenge her and naturally turn around. Ning fan ansvaret sincerity. After all, being a security guard is also a promising career. Concerning the safety of the entire Shengshi group, if there were no security guards, who would take responsibility for the safety issues of Shengshi group? The existence of that old demon is something that has survived for countless years. It is a legendary immortal, capable of resurrecting even after thousands of years of death. Chapter 165. 2 chapters combined. ECI had already communicated with old Jian in advance about this matter. Therefore, when he saw the conch, although he was somewhat stunned, his hands reacted faster than his mind, swiftly taking the item and carefully stowing it into the beast skin bag that ECI had specially sewn for him. When he transformed into beast form to send a message, the beast skin bag would hang conveniently around his neck. Then say goodbye to your friends. I'm leaving. After giving what he needed to, ECI pushed open the door. Alex's face turned pale, momentarily speechless. He walked to Margaret's side and gently stroked her face. After a moment, he waved to the guards at the door, and immediately a guard entered the room with scanning equipment imported from the Star River Federation. That's right. She is my personal assistant, Veronica. She is a machine servant, generally said, and everyone present was shocked. Feng Hong Duo invited Du Hong to join forces, becoming the commander of the Shangyuan Navy, to fight against the Huainan army and expand the territory of the southern bank of the Great River. Aren't you supposed to be in the military today? Qin asked suspiciously, knowing full well when her son had a day off. No kidding. If you're not vigilant in such an obvious situation, you must be an idiot thinking you're a special ops member, right? Lone wolf? Lei Zhan rolled his eyes in annoyance. To avoid being discovered by Junyu, Jun Sheng had to leave the tavern first and take refuge in a nearby inn. Let us make it clear that this is the only time. I'll leave the things at the gate for him to pick up. He wants to come back quickly. So naturally, he can save time. Halfway through talking, actually noticed that the screen displayed Dai Fei with his eyes closed. Once the father and son agreed, they covered their stomachs and ran toward the mark, stepping down to the place they had been to yesterday, squatting down bit by bit. They began to level the dug-up land further, but the wolf paw prints remained intact. The grassland Hu people were fragmented. Some ran to the western regions, while others came to Ganzhou. Now the Khitan took advantage of the situation to conquer the grassland Hu, and once unified, we would be troubled in the future. These war weapons, under the influence of this ancient relic, had an unbelievable attack power, and it was difficult for virtual realm experts to withstand them. Once hit, it was almost impossible to escape unscathed. He knew that Bai Fuling had somewhat contradictory feelings at this moment. He didn't want to leave, but Bai Fuling knew that he would definitely go looking for which led him to reluctantly suggest this unworkable solution. In order to avoid similar incidents from happening again, Yu Xiaoyu also consulted a psychologist and actively cooperated with the treatment. After that, no abnormal occurrences happened in the dormitory. When Wu Yun came to the training ground to see them, the sunset and evening glow had turned the pristine snow surface into a sea of gold. After this reward ceremony ended, some events that took place in the main hall also spread to the outside world. For example, the matter of the Crown Prince of Jin attracted ridicule from many. During the Spring Festival, the restaurant business was sluggish, and few people came to dine. After the Spring Festival, the restaurant business gradually picked up, and the procurement volume increased accordingly. One day, Black Nose went to the market to purchase goods, as usual, accompanied by an accountant, pulling a cart. At this moment, the young master of Jin Yuanbao stared blankly at Gao Xing, and even many onlookers around were staring blankly at Gao Xing. For a moment, the scene here fell into a deep silence. Emperor Ku ruled the country with benevolence, living simply and possessing noble character. He generously bestowed benefits and valued credibility. He treated everyone in the world equally and never violated natural laws. He also respectfully worshipped heaven, earth, and spirits, praying for divine blessings for the people, thus earning deep affection from the populace. Originally, Jiang Yin came here to catch up with Mei Chaofeng, but the arrangements were disrupted at this moment. After all, if he hadn't suddenly felt a strong internal force fluctuation by the lake, he wouldn't have discovered that Huang Loxi had appeared early. Chapter 166. He had already communicated with old Jian in advance about this matter. Therefore, when he saw the conch, although he was somewhat stunned, his hands reacted faster than his mind. Swiftly taking the item and carefully stowing it into the beast skin bag that he had specially sewn for him, Wei transformed into beast form to send a message. The beast skin bag would hang conveniently around his neck. Then say goodbye to your friends. I'm leaving. After giving what he needed to, he pushed open the door. Mu Yinqing was not directionally challenged. This folding screen was not large, so it was unreasonable that she hadn't found the place after such a long time. At midnight, on the silent mountainside, Yu hesitated but did not refuse, gradually sinking into the kiss of Chun Yucheng. The cheap disciple Tai Xian, whom Yuan Shi took in during his travels, not only had unmatched talent, but now also had a somewhat mysterious background. Xing looked up at him and saw his blue eyes sparkling with tenderness. Xing smiled slightly, leaned into his embrace, her heart sweet like honey. The four ghosts were clearly very scared, bumping around aimlessly in the bamboo tube, but didn't seem to be due to these deformed ghosts. Qin Shanshan entered a coffee shop not far from the school gate and, after Tang Yuanxiao sat down, got straight to the point. Mu Hua had been paying attention to the gun in Prince Ling's hand. She would not go to save the young Master Mu, but she would never let Prince Ling harm Lu Sanlang. She would always rush to stand in front of Lu Sanlang. Beside a low table sat 3 elderly men with the demeanor of immortals. One was dressed in a bright red robe, wearing an official hat, with a long beard flowing. Another was dressed in colorful attire, looking round and plump. The last one had a prominent forehead, resembling half a gourd belly, with white eyebrows and beard, holding a pink peach of longevity. After a while, she crawled out from under the quilt again, holding the quilt and smiling warmly. Speaking of which, this person going out at midnight to cool off was not thinking of himself. Prince and S actions were certainly not just to make trouble for Hong Wan. There is only one reason for sticking to Hong Wan: to deal with the Crown Prince and Prince Fu. Hong Wan was unaware of this, nor did she think she could influence the Crown Prince and Prince Fu's major affairs, but she knew she could not comply with Prince N's wishes. Only the people of Fengdu City could possibly have both the Soul Gathering Pearl and the Soul Collision Bell, Otherwise, if others got them, Yin Wang would certainly retrieve them, which was also why the sect master had always coveted the soul collision bell, but dared not make a move. As if guessing the reason for Song Xianche's visit, he had always expressed his intentions to the Qing army guards and was immediately summoned by Dorgan. She frowned slightly, threw the bridal gown aside, looked at her slender fingers full of needle pricks, and her frustration grew a bit more. It is said that on that day, the underworld released all the ghosts, and the people generally conducted activities to worship the ghosts. In every household that has recently experienced a death, it is customary to visit the new grave, and, generally, there will be offerings made to the lonely souls and wild ghosts, making it one of the largest folk sacrificial festivals. Just thinking about the ghostly powers that Xiao Yufeng had just displayed, slaying the river demon in the blink of an eye, made the water bandits break out in a cold sweat, unable to suppress a shiver at the thought that they had actually considered killing him and tossing him into the river to feed the fish. With a loud bang, the big sunflower fan shattered into pieces, and Ping Lao San was violently propelled into the mud brick wall of Han Xiucai's house by the explosive shockwave. Judging by the sight, it would take quite some effort to pry him out. You, Su Bingqian, were about to speak again but held back, as Suzhua's figure moved once more, creating a suffocating wind and instantly arriving in front of a large stone statue more than 10 meters away. In an instant, a flash of blue light appeared, and within the blink of an eye, the green sparrow caught up with the fire cloudbird. Before it could unleash its fiery attack, the green sparrow's sharp claws had already grabbed its neck, tearing its head off and tossing into the air, swallowing it whole in one gulp. Chapter 167. 2 chapters combined. Lion Ling gazed at the bone lamp on the table, fell silent for a moment, and then directly reached for one. I think this thing of yours is quite good, he said, examining the bone lamp closely. Why don't you give it to me? My stone house gets pitch dark at this time, and I could really use some light. The luminous pearls from the sea aren't as useful as this. If you want it, just take it. PCI agreed readily, without a hint of reluctance. Anyway, the 3 of them were drinking and chatting, but Zhang San was still worried about the situation at the Yu Temple. Sure enough, not long after they started eating and drinking, a rogue hurriedly ran over. They were setting up defenses in the reed marsh, and quite a few instructors joined the encirclement task. Both the police dogs and the instructors were quite tired. On the way back, many instructors fell asleep hugging their police dogs. Zhang Xiangling was in a daze, indeed startled by the face of the bat. Ignoring Mi Shui's objections, she forcibly brought it back to her room to sleep with her. At least she could hold onto something for a sense of security. Early the next morning, Bian Yuanhang took the earliest high-speed train back to Hangzhou. Words like unlucky should no longer be spoken. The family gathered, and the Wang family gradually turned from sorrow to joy. Zhang San suddenly found Wang Jin a bit silly yet adorable. Lin Cheng thought so too, as did Lu Junyi and Song Jiang. Anyway, the Emperor of Song often granted amnesty, so they just had to wait a few years. The big amnesty of the Song dynasty happened on average every 3 to 5 years. So many people committed crimes just to hide for a few years until it was over. He had long since recovered from his illness, but he often missed his hometown, sighing and expressing a desire to return to the capital, fearing dying as a stranger, and similar sentiments that his ancestors often repeated, which were of no use no matter how everyone comforted him. Guoyi naturally wouldn't hide the truth from his mother and told her everything. Song Gaian was already quite beautiful, but she had become accustomed to being aloof and closed off. However, when she genuinely smiled, Zhou Yu was completely taken aback. There should be no more beautiful scene than this in the world. It was only recently that he found an opportunity to turn things around. The incident started because of Lin Guirin. Lin Guirin rose to prominence due to her talent and beauty, and her talent was much more solid than that of Li Guirin, who was merely ornamental. Therefore, Lin Guirin was favored upon entering the palace. As for her being highly favored, that was purely a rumor in Chang Dayong's eyes. Using finished diesel for power generation year after year was very extravagant, costing more than 10 times the normal electricity price per kilowatt hour. For this result, Shichi wasn't particularly surprised. After saying thank you, she turned to leave. The water army of Huya also began to take action. Unlike the slander from a shark water army, Huya's water army analyzed the entire process of the duel between the two. He went to a vegetable market, bought 5 pounds of pork belly, 2 hocks, plus tofu, greens, and chili peppers, and bought a slaughtered chicken. Carrying 2 large bags full of vegetables, he took a taxi back to Qiankun No. 1. After a while, the 3 of them sat in the hall. At this point, Achai had also calmed down, but his face was somewhat pale. This was also a result of the supreme efforts to alleviate the famine. Guan Yu, and Yin had been tracing the river for 100 or 200 miles, passing through uninhabited mountainous areas without any enemy troops blocking them, until they reached a fork in the river in the middle of Tongxiu, where they encountered the enemy navy's blockade. Exclamations of amazement arose as they were shocked and incredulous about Chun Yuan taking so many revival pills at once. Yang Chun understood immediately. He smacked his lips and took a sip of tea from a table, discovering that the tea from Northern Europe was indeed unique. They liked sweet tea, which tasted quite strange. Feng Pongzi nodded. This Zihui mountain was the most special peak in Longcheng, not only because of its dancing energy, but also because it often emitted purple energy that escaped like fish. Little did she know that the reason for her emotions was entirely due to her bloodline. Chapter 168. 2 chapters combined. Very useful. Take it if you want. He agreed readily, without a hint of reluctance, since making this lamp wasn't difficult anyway. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Bao Chong, raised his eyebrows slightly, and casually asked, "Do you want one?" Since you put it that way, Bao Chong took it without hesitation, saying, "Then I want one too." With the lamp already given, he generously went to get 2 wooden bottle lamps. Bei Minglan was gnashing his teeth in frustration. He had finally found time to come and see the beauty, but there were so many people here. How could he be alone with her? Then he noticed a painting on the wall of 2 sisters being intimate, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. A tremendous noise kept coming, with countless pieces of rubble flying everywhere. The surrounding trees either turned into fragments or shattered into pieces, crashing down and scattering the lush green canopy. Yin Sen spoke while placing a hand on Lu Hao's chest, channeling his internal energy, continuously sending a stream of true qi into Lu Hao's body. However, those demons who had long wanted to approach Su Ge found it impossible to get close to her at this moment, and they were furious. At this time, Lin Tian kicked out, sending Zhou Chuan flying into the air, crashing hard against the wall, making a dull sound. Wow! The third prince is indeed the most favored by the Holy Moon Emperor. Bei Mingchen's residence is on a completely different level. This is too biased. She secretly complained in her heart. This matter needs careful consideration. The second prince is protected by the war god Huang Pu Yi. Upon hearing the chancellor's words, the crown prince's eyes flickered slightly. Once it is activated, the entire palace will be engulfed in flames, and it won't take long before it is blown to a pile of ruins. Moreover, if one has great fortune, it is not impossible to reach the false dance stage within 100 years. Lineza asked, "Why can't I be here?" He retorted, his tone as cold and unapproachable as usual, but the sharpness on him had diminished considerably. Lin Ci focused on Shu Ku, trying to send her consciousness, but the killing aura released by this sword actually blocked her consciousness. Han Lingxuan's actions made her think that he suddenly turned his head away because he disliked her and didn't want to look at her, perhaps finding her too ugly, which prompted him to turn his head sharply. As for Lu Li, he was doing well, earning all his ferocity himself. The reward from a lottery was all the most ordinary. After seeing this, Chao Yuan said, "Look, your friends don't seem to care about your life and death." He pinched Chao Yuan's chin, forcibly turning her head to look. "Where are you? I'll come find you. Let us meet and talk." Lin Xiao remembered Wang Bo, saying that he was also from the Demon City, under the cannon fire of the human fleet. These cannon fodder from other races were taken down one by one, but how much energy could these fleets have? After killing hundreds of millions of alien races, the energy of these fleets was running low. Bai Jinji glanced at her brother-in-law, then looked at her 7th brother, signaling him to observe their brother-in-law's imposing manner, which was so well executed that it revealed no flaws. He was truly a great actor. He could even act better than their 7th sister by Jin's. She should come and see how impressive her brother-in-law is. Xiao Luo didn't expect so many people to be trapped. He was quite satisfied with this result, feeling that all his efforts were worthwhile. The originally open street was once again surrounded by the corpses and ghosts, with a crimson flame burning in a circle, completely extinguished under the powerful sea of corpses tactics and gradually closing in on the two. "Your classes are really rich." Zheng Baina smiled awkwardly at Bai Hui. With Bai Shu saying this, it made her feel a bit self-important just now. I said, "How about we take Mumu back to raise? His parents are too unreliable." Xia Yuran glanced at Zhao Qinxiu and couldn't help but shake her head. Chapter 169. Useful. If you want it, just take it. He agreed readily, without a hint of hesitation, since making this lamp wasn't troublesome at all. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Bao Chong, raised his eyebrows slightly, and casually asked, "Do you want one?" Since he put it that way, Bao Chong took it without any hesitation, saying, "Then I want one too." With the lamp given, PCI decided to be even more generous and went to get 2 wooden bottle lamps. The cries of pain from the shark's head indeed attracted a lot of onlookers. And even the store staff merely watched from a distance, afraid that Lin Chun would treat them the same way he did the shark's head. Wulong had a pained expression. He really didn't understand how he ended up being hugged by Zhang Yang. Wu Xie smiled, picked up the printed materials on the table, which were quite detailed, mentioning a family that might be one of the 3 families. By generation, this family should be cousins of the same generation as Wang Daqian. Thus, time passed second by second, and Tang Wang didn't speak, while no one in the hall dared to make sound. At this critical moment, no one wanted to take on trouble. Just like now, as something rose from the distant dense forest, pressing down like dark clouds and accompanied by a strange humming sound. They all looked bewildered. On the moonless day of October 1227, the battle in the northwest of Erxiang ended more abruptly than the northern battle of Valentine, with the army's barriers not even having made contact before the war concluded. Duga listened to He Chen's words, allowed a sharp cry, and then made a gesture to roll up his sleeves, as if to say, then bring it on. These people were journalists invited from the news industry, some from the American Empire, some from Canada, others from the Huaxia Empire, and some from the Eastern Japan Empire. Li Qi opened his eyes and found himself lying on a hospital bed, tubes stuck in his nose and body, with bright white light blurring his vision. In that moment, Blood Fiend Ancestor felt a change in his body, as if the dark mansion had transformed, and his perspective shifted completely. While the cavalry controlled their restless horses waiting for Xian Yuan Yi's instructions, Mu Bingyue stumbled her way to those horses and knelt down. In this regard, Iran would probably be disappointed, Su Ruibai thought silently. If Yi Nansheng really wanted to deal with her, he wouldn't care about anyone else. After the meeting ended and he went upstairs, Su Ruibai took several deep breaths to prepare himself before knocking on Shi Cheng's office door. The power of gentle rain gradually descended from the sky, and the overwhelming energy began to moderate under the influence of the gentle rain. Eventually, countless droplets slowly returned to Yu Chun, causing Yu Chen's strength to surge drastically. In this situation, he had no choice but to seek help from his greatest enemy. Pet Tiange. Long Min looked at Xiao Zhu and clenched her fist, covering her mouth with her hand to cough lightly, hiding the laughter that was about to escape. But her eyes were full of mirth. This jade pendant is sealed and can only be opened with your blood. Not just yours, but also anyone with the same bloodline. Qiansu explained to Xiao Zhu. Although she knew there was nothing between her and King Xiao, that didn't mean Xiao Fan would believe her. Mu Tian tightly clenched his fists. He knew the tree man wasn't lying to him. Having lived for so many years, what had he not seen or encountered? If it weren't for the torment of disease, he probably wouldn't even bother to pay attention to him. The man in black widened his eyes, suddenly feeling an invisible pressure emanating from Tang Zhan, as a colorful light shield appeared, isolating all their attacks. All the way, Xiao Chu remained silent, while Yin Chu was secretly delighted, as if thinking about Xiao Chu's helplessness made her particularly happy. Chapter 170. Useful. If you want it, take it. PCI agreed without hesitation, showing no signs of heartache, as making this lamp was not troublesome at all. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Bao Chong, raising his eyebrows slightly, and casually asked, "Do you want one?" Since he said it like that, Bao Chong immediately took it without any hesitation, saying, "Then I want one too." With the lamp given, PCI simply decided to be even more generous and took 2 wooden bottle lamps. The 2 of them were immediately scared out of their wits and turned to flee, but unexpectedly, the tunnel that originally had no door suddenly had a tightly closed door, which remained unmoved no matter how much they punched and kicked it. As they saw that huge mouth slowly approaching, and Ai Qiong and Su Wu were completely desperate, screaming for help in a panic. Yang Yin ordered the troops to find concealed positions to hide, while he led a few new officers to observe the enemy situation. Zhao Hao, riding on his red rabbit horse, heard the bombing sounds behind him cease, turned around, and was taken aback. They felt an imposing aura from Su Bai, as if he were above all things, equal to the heavens, and in control of the celestial way, instilling a sense of awe that made people reluctant to meet his gaze. I helplessly looked at Chui Li and then said, "Hello everyone, my name is Chang Yin, and like Chui Li, I am a graduate student in the physics department of the University of Science and Technology. Chui Li often talks about you, and I'm glad to meet you today. I officially finished my greetings." After that, Lin Yun stopped wasting words, soared into the sky, and quickly headed towards the Star Dream Chamber of Commerce's main hall under Jin Xian's lead. The Germans were quite clever while we turned on our lights. They kept theirs off to conserve every resource possible. The cave was dim and blurry, but they were not afraid and just marched forward confidently. Although Mo Songfeng and Mo Yuntao had both died, such a deep-seated blood feud would not easily come to an end. Fortunately, the mysterious ability of devouring absolute veins absorbed more than half of the power from the Buddha's divine palm without any side effects. Whether it was due to profound restraint or deep cunning, or perhaps an extraordinary and broad-minded demeanor, devoid of worldly greed or good psychological quality, all made people respect and admire Qin Tian in astonishment. However, Naruto was not knocked away. The powerful force of the Nine Tails withstood the attack and sent Tian Dao flying. We walked along the winding and rugged mountain path, where each pine tree, with its unique posture, stood tall and proud like vivid living beings, welcoming tourists from all directions to Huangshan with unyielding enthusiasm, regardless of the scorching summer or the cold winter. Zhou Quan was genuinely feeling a bit awkward now. If Chen Xian didn't know about these matters, it wouldn't be a big issue. But now that it was discovered, that was a significant problem. After all, they not only faced dozens of demonic experts at the nascent soul stage, but also had to contend with several experts at the harmony stage, and even Zhou Laosan, who was at the tribulation crossing stage. He held a cane in his hand, with deep wrinkles on his face, looking very old. But once he revealed his true form, the air around me suddenly became much colder, and the temperature dropped several degrees. Just a drop, just one drop, and you will rest in the pagoda until you recover. Just say what you want, and I can fulfill it. Shui Tianlong had exhausted all means. The world cannot be a one-man show. If it were truly so, the world would become that sex world, and the emperor would merely be a statue on a shrine. Su Lang filled everyone's cups, lifted his own, and wanted to say something, but suddenly didn't know what to say. The short dagger was sheathed, making it hard to see its appearance, looking very ancient, like an ordinary wooden dagger. Chapter 171, 2 chapters combined. Useful. If you want it, take it. ECI agreed readily, without a hint of reluctance, as making this lamp wasn't troublesome at all. After he finished speaking, he tilted his head to look at Bao Chong, raising an eyebrow and casually asking, "Do you want one?" "Since you said so," Bao Chong took it without hesitation. "Then I want one too." With the lamp given, ECI simply decided to be even more generous and took 2 wooden bottle lamps. This was the Spear of Blood, an high-level treasure, and he also possessed a piece of high-level armor. With this treasure, even a Lord of the Universe would be no match for him in a few moves. If it weren't for Fu Juanju's initial teachings, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling, who had never practiced internal skills, wouldn't have been able to cultivate even with the longevity formula. As midnight approached, the wild beasts in the mountains became quite active, prompting Li Changshu and his group to finally stop and set up camp in a gentle area halfway up the mountain. Although this was something he never expected, Li Shimin readily agreed. This secret chamber was no stranger to Feng, the Imperial Supermarket's secret room. However, not many people knew about this place. Could there be a traitor among his own? Would there be? The stone table was round, with a diameter of 1 meter, and had a go board carved on it, indicating that the person who carved it had quite a leisurely disposition. Chao Yin knew nothing about all of this and wouldn't think about their relationship. Yu Yin knew but wouldn't reveal a word. Lu Feng sent Li Jinger back to her apartment, and on the way, he still kept quiet. The two chatted and laughed, completely unaffected by Chu Zhao's appearance, as if he had never shown up. Subsequently, upon hearing the command from the scene commander, these Golden Guard soldiers rushed forward in unison. Dong Chunfeng was taken aback, smiling sheepishly, taking a deep breath, feeling as if warm water was gently caressing his heart, warm like a scarf by the fire in the cold winter. Soon his left hand also appeared in the void, and with a forceful pull, as if drawing curtains from a window, his whole body floated in the air. A pitch-black and heavy aura, mixed with a chilling coldness, enveloped him, as if a snowy night had suddenly descended upon Dong Chunfeng's head. He was indeed called mad, but he was by no means foolish. Back then, he dared to slaughter millions of beings simply because those people were weak, and killing them posed no pressure on him. As for those strong ones who posed a threat to him, he cleverly avoided them. When he was young, relying on his noble connections, he would scrape off the salt directly from the wholesale salted fish, watching the bamboo sticks sticky with his excrement being inserted into the bodies of those monstrous beasts. The very thin man couldn't help but laugh out loud. Everyone was a bit baffled. How did this zombie suddenly come to life and then die again? It was quite absurd. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, slowly flowing down his cheeks, with many droplets falling directly into his mouth, tasting quite bitter. Before setting off, the scarf had a big meal and had already slept for several days. The people traveling with him only thought it was just a scarf. After all, it was getting colder and no one spoke up. Xiao Wuyo had a very high opinion of himself. He always believed that the throne of the Great Zhou Kingdom should be inherited by his father, Xiao Tianxi, and that the crown prince position should also belong to him. After the excitement, the general's mansion of the state became even more desolate. Shen Qingwu sat under the lit red candles, watching the flickering flames, looking somewhat listless. The cannon fire echoed again, hitting the target with extreme accuracy, still on the wreckage of the recently crossed river, blowing the entire crossing to pieces. Yet those two guns continued to fire insistently. Some flying shuttles quietly rested on the slideway. Although the lights were on, the place was empty. Chapter 172. Useful. If you want it, take it. ECI agreed readily, without any hint of heartache, since making this lamp wasn't difficult at all. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Bao Chong with a raised eyebrow and casually asked, "Do you want one?" "Since you said so," Bao Chong took it without hesitation. "Then I want one too." With the lamp already given, ECI generously took 2 wooden bottle lamps. Listening to Lung Yu's words, Gaobin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. His palms felt as if they had just been washed and not dried, clammy with sweat. Yichun had already been quite lucky to infiltrate the Rakshasa palace so smoothly, but he decisively gave up this great opportunity to save by Qi Shui. Performance points could not only be used to promote heavenly soldiers to heavenly generals, but could also be exchanged for many rewards, treasures, techniques, and even slaves at the heavenly office. On the night of the engagement banquet, Chui Welon planned to reconcile with Yi Chun, wanting to return to their high school relationship. They were also among the first to discover they carried CQ cells, with the country assisting their cultivation, even providing financial support for them to study at Taoist temples Shaolin and Wudong. Just as Yi Chun was about to leave, Wu Tong's eyes sparkled, and she quickly grabbed his hand, pulling him into a top presidential suite. Leaving traces in desolate places seemed to imply a desire to mislead the pursuers to other locations. It's still you heartless men wanting to come here for cheap deals. Otherwise, why would there be so many people? However, Song Dai Meng remained non-committal, her pink cheeks showing a strong disdain. Seeing that her strike was effective, Han Bing immediately retracted the power of the golden thread, causing the deadly fragment of the heavenly path to lose its target and return to tranquility, ultimately being enveloped and called back to the second floor of the Qionglu. If he had intended to resist earlier, he would have inevitably suffered a heavy blow from the opponent and might have been injured. Looking at it this way, it seemed that the Yun family's insistence on choosing the Xiao family made some sense. Even though the Fong family could offer comparable chips, the Xiao family was clearly more suitable in the long run. Without any power to resist, the dagger in the hands of the mutilated wolf was taken away by its master, leaving the mutilated wolf frozen in mid-air as if it had become stupid. Qin sidestepped to dodge, but when he attempted to attack again, the shadow corpse suddenly turned around, its ghostly eyes condensing into eerie flames, shooting out 2 beams of light. Of course, some content that might lead to misunderstandings was omitted, such as him almost spending the night at the sister's house. Nie Qianren's expression grew serious, causing Hua Wutian's heart to tremble involuntarily, making him dare not disobey. Although he was reluctant, he had to lower his head to Chen Yufeng. He had seen Chen Yufeng's methods before and was unwilling to admit that his strength was inferior. But now, based on the previous exchanges, he had to acknowledge that he truly was not as good as this young Chinese master. The White Tiger clan? Qin Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but think of the White Tiger lineage trapped in the cave paradise. But then he still grabbed the machete and attacked the enemy beside him, suddenly wondering, is this really worth it? Swordsmanship was just one aspect, merely discussing the basics without forming a complete system. The blue jade tablet in the sea of consciousness had long manifested, radiating immeasurable blue light, nourishing Qin Fan's primordial spirit. If it weren't for this, he might have already collapsed. The second daughters saw the response from the second half immortal was firm and resolute, even telling them to roll. What did he do there? Cursing under his breath, he was about to pounce. His lightness skill was not as swift as his opponent's, and his movements were not as agile. If he took the initiative to attack, he would only expose more flaws. Summary: PCI, who has been crazily completing tasks to accumulate points in the Fast Travel Bureau, can finally retire. Good news: the retirement world allows wishes to be made according to requirements. Bad news: retirement is just a pie in the sky drawn by the Management Bureau, and CI is quickly exiled to the beast world. Starting identity: mother dead, father unlucky, cursed body, and a vicious mother of 3 biological cubs. Originally able to retire and relax, CI expresses that she cannot panic and must diligently walk the path of reforming her cubs. But what exactly are the beast forms of the cubs?